A series of critical slashes ended with the Demon King's head being chopped clean off. This blonde guy stood frozen in front of the massive head, several times bigger than himself, muttering under his breath, "Get up, hero, there is no time left, stand up and fight." The dungeon raid team was stunned when the boss of the Black Gate, who terrified everyone, was taken down in a single blow. After a long pause, the fake awakened girl stammered, "Who are you?" Hearing the voice, the man finally turned around and said, "A knight among knights. A true, I carry the faith and will of the Leondragonia Leonhart noble line." But to understand why this man is so powerful, we have to go back 300 years, the day the strange new world so unlike Korea came into view. Our hero realized he had been reincarnated. He was born into a noble duke's family. His youth was spent grinding harder than hell itself to earn the goddess' recognition and become a holy knight. He traveled far and wide slaying demons to build up his merits. Finally, at 20 years old, Leon's dream came true when he met the goddess Ariana and was blessed to become a holy knight, just as he would wished since childhood. Then one day, news came that the king had died in battle against the Demon King. To stabilize the kingdom without a king, Goddess Ariana stepped in and gave Leon a new mission. She granted him the lion's heart to extend his life, so he could continue the demon-slaying journey. Thanks to that, Leon officially became the new king of the kingdom. But you know how it goes. While he and his knights fought demons, the Empire's magic casters were secretly reviving the Lord of Chaos right inside the kingdom. When Liam's 121 years old, the world was dragged to the brink of extinction. In the final battle between the knights and thousands of demon guards, the people were slaughtered, the soldiers all died, and Leon was the only survivor who kept fighting. He stubbornly clung to his ideals until he was 300 years old. The moment he swung his sword to slice off the Demon King's head, the battle that had dragged on forever finally ended. He fought from the days wearing armor and fur coats until he was worn down to nothing but a shadow. Today, a group of dungeon conquerors suddenly appeared and clashed with him. This could be the key event that officially sends our Night King back to the human world once again. Because if he keeps playing with demons like this, he might just blow a fuse and mess up the whole story. These gates actually started appearing all over the world about 30 years ago. Earth time. Each gate leads to a world on the brink of destruction or already destroyed. Survivors returning through these gates are prime targets for governments, trying to recruit them at all costs. After 300 years fighting demons in another realm, the moment Leon set foot back, they locked him in a room for questioning. He knew it would not do him any favors to reveal he was once from Earth. The title King Knight, who survived 300 years in another world, sounded way cooler than Orphan, who died from overwork at 20. After wrestling with his identity, Leon finally spoke up, and the first thing he said was, "Call me your majesty, you country bumpkin." The interrogator froze, like someone sprayed him with glue. After a long pause, he awkwardly called him your majesty. Their conversation continued as the interrogator asked, "Your Black Gate world clashed with our hunters, and you killed all those demons, right?" Leon nodded and added that he wiped out all demons to protect the honor of the knights, so he would gladly grant him the privilege of recording this epic event. Peanut. The interrogator nervously wiped sweat from his brow. Cultural differences were hitting hard. Suddenly Leon spoke up, "Don't you have any royal welcome ceremonies here?" The older brother felt the pressure right away, quickly grabbed his phone, messaged someone, and told them to bring food here to keep his majesty from starving as soon as possible. While waiting, he entertained himself by telling the brother a bit about the current state of the world and how a dungeon outbreak will happen if those mysterious gates are not sealed for good. Mid-story, the food they prepared finally arrived. Leon stared speechless at the slow-cooked bones seasoned with salt, pepper, and a bit of crunchy kimchi. "If I just sit down and devour this now, would not that blow my cover?" He swallowed hard, slammed the table, then pretended to be clueless and asked what this dish was. When he heard it was Sioi Wong Tang, a simple country folks' comfort food, Leon instantly got fired up. "Damn it!" he snapped, insulting the other person before they could even react. "How dare they serve the royal family a dish for peasants? Is this how your kingdom treats the royal family of another nation?" Leon's anger made sense though. Even though he just returned to Earth, he is still a Night King who has devoted his life to service. Now he can't even get a decent meal. After his fiery rant that nearly shattered the monster-proof glass, Leon calmly cut into the food and took a bite of the fragrant steak. Watching him eat top-tier beef and sip 93 red wine with such noble grace, the government officials were utterly baffled. Jinsu, head of the Korean Hunters Association, dared not look over and just awkwardly told his assistant to bring everyone inside to talk with Leon. Anhari turned pale hearing this, tried to refuse repeatedly, but in the end, mustered all her courage and stepped into that intimidating room. Unlike those other guys, Leon seemed to like this girl a lot more. He told her to sit down and then explained exactly why he was so upset. It was not about the humble food, it was the attitude they showed toward a king. According to him, when welcoming a royal family from another country, They should be treated with the utmost respect, because how they are treated could affect the safety of an entire nation. It is no joke. Hearing this bossy tone, Hanhari immediately looked remorseful, clasped her hands, and sincerely apologized for her ignorance. But then, thinking about her mission, she regained composure and asked if he would let the government take care of him from now on. Leon stayed silent for a moment before answering. Though he would only been on Earth for 20 years, he understood well how the government prized survivors from the dungeons. They would not accept demands but would do everything to block people like him from joining other nations. Cooperating to fight demons was not hard for him, but something really messed up was going on here. Leon, who was calm moments ago, now shouted, "A king would never stoop to become a soldier for another country's army. I will build my own squad of knights right here in this world. With the mindset of commoners are low. Only I am superior, forget it, there is no way that works." Hanhari left the room looking utterly exhausted. Suddenly, the control room was filled with alarm sirens. Every staff member's phone got a message that a dungeon just appeared in East Bang. Hevernam, Kim Jin-soo grimaced, gripping his phone tightly. If a dungeon broke out near the storage area, those cursed elements would ruin all the supplies. Hearing this, Hanhari remembered rank hunter Lai Wang-wan from the Phoenix Association. Was there? How could he not have secured an orange gate? Her partner obviously knew this too, but he was sure those bastards deliberately let it happen. So they hurried to rush over and check what was really going on. Sure enough, when they arrived, Lai Wang-wan and his Phoenix Association crew were already waiting by the gate. Seeing his smug face, they all knew this guy let the dungeon outbreak happen on purpose, because the government refused his demands. The Phoenix Association was a bunch of blood-sucking demons making tons of cash from byproducts of gates, demon stones, and monster materials, and now they wanted the government to waive taxes to rake in billions more. These smart little pests are so full of themselves. It is disgusting. Hanhari spoke first, glaring at Lai Wang-wan. "We need to close the gate immediately. From today, the time frame will be 1 week if we leave it like this." Before she could finish her sentence, he cut her off, saying his members were badly injured and could not go clear out the rot in the tunnels right now. It was obvious he was lying, and Harry flew into a rage, accusing them of losing their patriotism and not caring about the people. Lai Wang-wan just burst out laughing and kept insisting he knew nothing about it. The only thing he understood was that in this world, justice is decided by money and power. Lai Wang could not take it anymore and stepped forward, calling him shallow and outdated. A stranger suddenly approached Lai Wang right in front of everyone and asked who he was, basically calling him a foreigner. Lai Wang got genuinely pissed off. He glared fiercely and snapped, "How dare a lowlife like you say those words to me?" Neither backed down. And just as they were about to fight, and Harry quickly stepped in to mediate. "Stop, take a breath, Lai Wang. He is a survivor." The guy froze for a moment, then flipped completely. He challenged Lai Wang in a Western style, but because his opening was so arrogant, Lion just ignored him. Lion turned to Kim Jin-soo and Han Harry and ordered them to report everything that was happening here. Having a strong ally was a huge plus, and Harry quickly spoke up. "This is a rot outbreak. When it happens, a large amount of harmful elements are released, polluting the land. Of course, nothing can grow on polluted soil." She added that the Honam Plains are a vital grain-producing area. The best solution is to purify and clear out the rot as fast as possible. Standing before the huge orange gate, Leon showed no fear and said he would soon step inside and help them defeat the monsters. But no matter what, a king like him can't just casually join any foreign military operation. He needed her to report back, and he would wait for approval from this country's king before taking any action. Hari was frustrated but stayed silent. She was willing to let him handle it directly, but Leon stood firm. "Everything has legal issues and rules. How can you call yourself an honorable warrior if you do not follow this nation's orders? Hurry up and send word to your king." Although it was a hassle, the government side had to contact the president just to be sure he would agree. That same night, she prepared some things and brought a scarecrow doll to him, wanting to ask what he intended to use it for. Earlier, he had asked Hanhari to find women with children and have them make scarecrow dolls by hand. That is why a scarecrow making contest was quickly held in this Eastern Plain region. Holding the first straw doll, the first scarecrow in his hand, Lin annoyedly ripped it apart in a flash. Many others were brought in one after another, but if they looked ugly, their fate was the same. They got tossed aside. He just kept cursing, making those women so frustrated they could not stand it, until an 80-year-old woman brought out a scarecrow. Then the King of Mischief softened up a bit. He took her hand and started a conversation. "How many children have you had?" 12. The old lady's answer surprised him. For a moment, he almost suggested the president give her a medal for her dedication. After getting what he wanted, Lun returned with everyone to the gate. A quick ritual was performed, and from the magic circle, he pulled out a finely crafted cup and began reciting words of worship to the earth goddess here. A golden light flashed. Then water appeared in the cup, steadily rising. The sun was rising. Countless water droplets danced and spilled out, but soon gathered back to form the figure of the scarecrow lying nearby. You can imagine how shocked everyone around was. The scarecrow not only stood up, but could speak. With all respect and reverence, Lin bowed to the goddess before him. "I humbly greet you, Demera, goddess of life and fertility." He told the goddess Demera about what happened here, and did not forget to throw shade at a few lowly, aggressive guys nearby who were ugly and loved playing villains. Hearing this, goddess Demera comforted him, saying stupidity and greed are not always crimes. Those are just natural traits of humanity. "What do you want to do now?" Lin replied right away. "I will make sure duty and power can coexist here. I will straighten out these troublemakers and guide them back to the right path." Goddess Demera was really pleased with the Apostle's spirit, so she decided to spread her divine power and fill the land's thirst with her own flesh and blood. A drop fell from the doll's hand onto the ground, instantly purifying the once wilted rice field poisoned by toxic air, making it lush and golden with ripe rice. Lin grabbed some rice, but his face twisted like a monkey just ate chili. He shouted, "Don't be fooled. Everyone, those crops were grown with magic, and they are super toxic. I am sure everyone already knows that." Not only that, he aggressively called Goddess Demera a stupid straw dummy. "Whoa, what a low-class hick," Lian said, glaring at him like he could not stand him. "I will only forgive your stupidity this one last time. Don't dirty the goddess' name with that full mouth of yours." Li Yanquang was angry but could not argue back. He was frustrated his plan was about to fall apart because of a stranger. So he started looking for another excuse to prove everything was just an old con job. He called over someone from the Phoenix Society and introduced him as the expert. The guy wasted no time using his power to verify the rice that was just harvested. A detailed report popped up for everyone to see, confirming the rice was truly blessed by the gods. Even better, it could cure severe illnesses, including cancer, if eaten over time. Finally ready to eat, Kim Jin-soo shouted for his subordinates to grab a pot from the minister's house. After a while cooking, everyone quickly made a bowl of plain rice to restore their energy. Just as Kim Jin-soo was still amazed by the healing power, and Harry hurried over carrying a bowl of rice. The group's eyes lit up like headlights at the news that anyone who ate a bug from this field would get corn. And of course, it did not take long before the peaceful scene turned chaotic. Those strong young men suddenly turned into kids chasing bugs all over the field. Goddess Demera, seeing there was nothing left for her to do, told Lian she was leaving. Before leaving, she placed her hand gently on his head and kindly reminded him to always eat well no matter what he does. Meanwhile, Bukby suddenly collapsed onto the table and returned to its lifeless form. Lian then looked toward the giant orange vortex and told Han Harry, "Once the warriors have eaten, we will head through that gate." Following the group preparing to leave, Li Yum, the old, looked like he was just going to work on a weekend for no pay, but Han thought his role was probably just blessing and growing corn, so he would be useless in battle. Confident in his thoughts, Han could not help but laugh and say, "That means they are definitely going to fail." Inside the dark, damp orange cave filled with the dried corpses of previous victims, the government hunters followed the group, their faces tense with stress. Only Lian was different. He muttered to himself, "A one-on-one fight with the boss. I am already excited." Han Harry, walking ahead, heard this and held back a chuckle. What boss just invades alone? They always come as a pack. Ganging up, man. Luckily, Lian soon realized there was not just one boss here, and Han Harry happily added some knowledge. Usually, monsters die when defeated, but skeletons, zombies, or demons in special cases can keep respawning endlessly as long as the boss remains alive. Now fully understanding, while the two were still talking, a bright red warning sign suddenly appeared. It clearly states that a dungeon explosion has started. Commander Dullahan is advancing with his army, demanding everyone defeat him within 3 hours. The Government Association hunters just received their mission when countless dry-boned warriors suddenly charged from afar. They were led by 2 knights, Dullahan's bodyguard and his head, coming from 2 different directions. Seeing the huge enemy force, everyone panicked. Kim Jin-soo quickly ordered everyone to stay calm and asked his subordinates how many melee fighters and mages were ahead. The subordinates immediately answered, "Right now, I count 30 melee fighters and 2 mages." After assessing the situation, Kim Jin-soo ordered his melee fighters to aim for long-range shots, while the tanks would block the monsters' advance. The battle officially began when a skeleton rushed straight at Kim Jin-soo, swinging its sword in a fierce strike. With his experience, he immediately raised his shield to block, but the skeleton's strength was stronger than he expected. Still, as a frontline tank, he easily smashed it back with a hammer blow right through its skull as a reply. Just after taking down that monster, he realized the 2 enemy mages were capable of high-level magic. Kim Jin-soo quickly raised a barrier to draw their attention toward him. A blast of magic shot through with a loud roar, but thanks to his government-issued jeer, he was fine. Just as he looked up, the boss knight had already dismounted and was right in front of him, one hand holding his own head, the other wielding a huge sword. Even a light swing sent Kim Jin-soo flying far away. Glancing over, he saw the captain struggling near a pile of wreckage, and the others did not look much better. Harry, thinking of someone who could defeat the Demon King, ran over desperately. "Sir, please help us." But instead, she got a cold glare and an utterly arrogant expression. This king never bothered with such small fights. To Leon, asking someone who could beat the Demon King to waste effort fighting a bunch of walking skeletons was nothing short of disrespect to the gods. Great, under these circumstances, there was no chance he would lift a finger to help, and Harry knew he had no intention of helping defeat the dry-bone soldiers. So she shrugged and told her teammates she would handle the boss herself. She gave her subordinates a few quick orders and then dashed straight toward Commander Dullahan. She pulled off a stunning aerial flip, followed by a surprise sword strike at him, but he blocked it. The young woman was busy strategizing, but a brief distraction came from the floating head of the enemy. Dullahan tossed his head to grab attention, then threw a powerful punch that slammed into her, just like he did to Captain Kim Jin-soo. That hit nearly broke her back. But just as she lifted her head, the knight's horse was right in front of her. Seizing the perfect moment, the girl did not run. She immediately unleashed a wide-area strike against the one who hurt her. A huge explosion engulfed everything in smoke and fire. Dullahan was caught in it, screaming as he wildly swung his sword trying to escape. But Harry was not about to let him go. She aimed carefully at the head in his hand and stabbed with all her might. But he anticipated it and blocked with his blade. The enemy was not about to let her off. But luckily, when Dullahan counterattacked, he got distracted by someone's applause. The biggest fan here was none other than the famous national hero, Leon. He clapped wildly and kept praising the sword skills of the fighter in front of him. Pretty impressive, using only one hand. After a boring monster fight, Leon boldly shouted, "Hey, you nameless knight. The king here challenges you to a duel. Let us end this battle with a one-on-one showdown between knights." Wait, hold on 2 seconds. The challenge left both sides, human and demon, totally stunned. Everyone thought the boss would never accept, but to their shock, he actually nodded in agreement. After Dullahan agreed to a solo fight with Leon, the skeleton soldiers looked up in surprise. But then they had no choice but to move their bony feet forward. Both sides pulled back and stood around. Leon stared at the headless knight in awe. A great knight. Huh, time to relax a bit. Without hesitation, he created a magic circle, and from it, a sword rose up. Leon continued, "If I remember right, his sword style is dual blades. Is not that one T work well against a one-handed weapon like this?" This confused Dullahan a bit. He just stood silently, not saying a word. At that moment, Harry called out, "Your Majesty." He glanced at the sword in front of him and replied, "What is it?" She analyzed. "That guy, Dullahan, can be defeated unless you chop off his head." Leon was a bit surprised and said, "Really? Does that even matter?" His cluelessness left Harry frozen in place. Of course it matters, she thought. How else could he beat Dullahan without chopping off his head? Leon confidently stated, "It is not that important. What decides victory is the honor of a true knight." While the guards exchanged tense glances, the two leaders faced each other, ready for a fierce duel. He raised his sword and declared, "In the name of the first knight under the goddess of light and justice, the great Dragonia and King Leon, hereby issue this challenge." Meanwhile, Dullahan remained silent, waiting. He reached out, gripping his two-handed sword, as Leon continued, "I grant a duel to the honorable knight." Without waiting any longer, usually quiet, Dullahan leapt forward toward where Leon stood ready. He jumped up, raising his massive sword to strike down. Leon stayed perfectly still, calm as Dullahan's slash came down fast, leaving a bright trail behind him, smashing the ground where Leon had just stood, shattering the earth. As the dust slowly cleared, Leon still stood there, completely composed. He raised his sword to head height and easily blocked the deadly strike. Sparks flew where their weapons clashed from the intense force. Leon tilted his sword slightly downward, and a gentle swirling wind appeared. Then Dullahan's huge sword crashed to the ground with a thud, while Leon's blade rested on the headless neck of his opponent. Leon looked coldly and declared, "One life." His sword pointed straight at the glowing blue light on Dullahan's neck. Instantly, Dullahan jumped back behind a pillar, keeping a safe distance. But he did not stop. Dullahan spun lightly, sword at his side, ready for the next attack. As fast as lightning, that heavy sword swung out effortlessly, sending another flash of light aimed at Leon's neck. Seeing Leon stand still so strangely, Harry grew worried. If he blocks it like that, her anxiety spiked, and the entire team behind shared her terrified expression. Unlike them, Leon was calm and confident. He looked into Dullahan's eyes with a faint smile. "Your footwork's too weak." No one saw what happened next, only the shocking scene below. Leon standing firm, sword ready, while Dullahan lay sprawled on the shattered ground, the sound of destruction echoing through the dungeon. They gripped their sweaty hands, whispering, "Did he just strike?" Harry clenched her fists, Awestruck, Lin immediately asked. Did you see that Hari was the only one who understood what had happened? She thought. He changed the balance of the sword's path by twisting his sword at the exact moment of impact. He even launched a horizontal slash right then and there. She watched as Dullahan kneeled before Lian and silently judged no one else would dare pull that off. Meanwhile, Lian stepped forward, aiming the tip of his sword at Dullahan's head. Standing tall, Lin counted aloud. 2 strikes, he told Dullahan. Back to defense. Meanwhile, Harry's thoughts continued. He can do this because he is overwhelmingly powerful. It had been a while since Lian defeated a knight in a true honorable duel. He would think like that when his opponent offered a truce. But for now, the battle raged on. Dullahan stood up. If any of his past foes thought like that, they were seriously mistaken. Look at Lian right now standing tall with that fierce gaze. He has clearly been through countless battles. To everyone else, he is the backbone, always chasing honor and excellence. Lian spoke up. I will give that sword strike a try. Without hesitation, he swung at Dullahan's side. A ring of light appearing just like before, Dullahan twisted. The force of Lian's strike was so strong it flipped the big blade in his hand backward. Lian lightly slashed at Dullahan's chest armor and counted. 3rd hit. I have reached the peak of a true knight, the king of knights. Respected and challenging, Lian coldly asked. Want to keep going? In Dullahan's mind, he told himself, I do not want to use my soul power. I want to fight this man countless times. The way of a true knight. Then almost instantly, as that thought settled, he charged forward. Dullahan ready his sword, ready to fight properly. The way knights do. Lian stood still. No movement, yet somehow fully countered every attack. Dullahan silently affirmed, no soul magic, just my lone mirror blade like before. The way I fought famous knights roaming the world with my knight's honor. To him, Lian's eyes were sharp, his attitude proud, his power overwhelming. Dullahan stood there, seemingly forgetting everything after becoming a headless knight. His blade spun and flew up to mid-air. As it fell and stabbed into the ground behind him, Lin kept counting. 10th hit. Your swordplay is getting sharper. Have you remembered your past life? Dullahan could not speak. Only growls came from his headless neck. Inside, he was crazed with excitement. Great knight, you have brought me back to my glory days. Lin repeated an old question. Want to keep going? Knight, but all he got back were growls. Skeleton crew behind watched in shock, still holding Dullahan's head. Observing the battle the whole time, Dullahan looked at the two of them with eyes full of thought. He stepped forward and grabbed his own head from the summoned soldier's hands, holding his own head upside down. He wondered, when did my brutal slaughter begin? Flashing back to the past when Dullahan and his summoned troops stood atop the mountain, he questioned himself, how long have I fought while losing my pride? If I can end this cursed journey like this, I will be truly satisfied. With that thought, he suddenly dropped to his knees. Dullahan unexpectedly knelt before Lian. Holding out his head toward him, Lin smiled with satisfaction. Wonderful. I am glad you have regained your honor. He placed his hand on the head, a radiant glow appearing, with a warm voice. Lian said, I will pray for you. Closing his eyes, he continued, if you once believed in a god, I pray that God grants your soul peace. If not, I pray the goddess guides you to paradise. Lian looked at him with a smile. Great knight. I hope we meet again someday at the Feast of the Gods. Let this place shine. As he spoke, the entire dungeon was flooded with blinding light. Dullahan's head slowly dissolved, merging with the blazing fire and golden light around. His armor began to vanish, revealing a human hand beneath. The long-forgotten face of Dullahan appeared in the light, returning to Lian. Dragonia Liania. Some time later, after conquering the dungeon, the Hunter Guild's team cleaned up outside, each busy with their own tasks. Harry, do not say it, he kept his promise. Jinsuep, he really ended it in a one-on-one fight. Recalling that moment in the dungeon, the dazzling golden light made her eyes widen. What was that light? I think he said, let this place shine. Back to reality, Jinsu wondered, could that be what he called holy power? No wonder the undead disappeared right after. Harry complained slightly. He should be used that skill sooner. Just then, Lin appeared and spoke up, saying if we do that, that great knight will meet his end as a mere soul, not as a knight anymore. Hearing this and seeing him standing there, she could only respond respectfully. Yes, Your Majesty. Images of Dullahan kept flashing as Lian explained the knight who lived and breathed honor. Honor comes from actions, and actions come from will. Dullahan received what he deserved. Like the noble knight he was, he turned toward the scarred battlefield ahead and said, now, it is time to claim my spoils. Where there is a fight, there is loot. Those words left the two hunters confused. Then, on a piece of black cloth, a sword rested atop a glowing orb, both radiating a purple energy. Jinsu frowned thoughtfully. Look at that. It is packed with mana. Harry King, Dullahan's great sword and armor are here too. Lian's gaze locked on the orb. Its mana was impossible to ignore. He started thinking, his face growing less pleased. Even bored. While Jin-Soo exclaimed that selling this must fetch a fortune, Lin called out, "Junk," then shattered the orb, except for the sword, which remained intact. The orb was completely destroyed, reduced to rubble. Everyone there froze in shock. Some even felt regret. Lin raised an eyebrow and said seriously, "Things like this only bring bad luck." Cut to somewhere in the Hunters Guild after the dungeon conquest. Harry sighed deeply, exhausted as she pushed a cart of food and leaned against it. Her face was gaunt with dark circles under her eyes. Lin had been back on Earth for 4 days now. Suddenly Harry jolted. So much had happened in such a short time. She was worn out. There was a small uproar about taxes. Lin was annoyed and said indignantly, "Hey, I am a king. Why should I pay taxes to another country's king?" Harry started to explain. "It is because taxes are..." But before she could finish, Lin cut her off. "Don't mention that worthless money again. It is not even worth a king's attention." Lin's attitude left Harry speechless. "Enough about money, I'm lost here." The issue of collecting tributes to build the cathedral was also a problem. Villagers gathered asking, "How will we provide products?" Lin answered seriously, "Provide 90% of your products as offerings. I am already being generous." The farmer looked confused and complained, "Taxes and living costs are already heavy, so if we have to give 90%. Lin crossed his arms and assured them, "The goddess's tributes won't leave you hungry or poorly clothed. Our guild will handle all living expenses and benefits." Harry, Trern, and the others held a paper. "Remember the blessings from the goddess on the rice fields. It is amazing. Is not..." 2 farmers were amazed. 80 kilograms bags of rice sell for 150 million kun. They got excited. If 1 bag is worth that much, even giving most of the harvest still leaves us plenty to gain. They believed. Lin stood there, smiling proudly. But the biggest issue was with Lin, standing in his room. He shouted, "This is not a battlefield, and there is no art hanging above the bed of a king like me." Harry stood awkwardly behind him. "That is not all. You also want the bed to be super fancy, luxurious, with servants to attend you, and art pieces hanging above the bed too." She had to call around that night. "Hello? Sorry for the late hour." Finally, Harry had to check 5-star hotels until 2 in the morning to rent the perfect room. She knelt before Lin, tears streaming, begging, "Your Majesty, please just sleep." She waited for his verdict. In the end, he agreed to a room decorated with paintings and ceramics placed around. For now, that was enough. Harry stepped forward and called inside, "Your Majesty, Harry have arrived." Inside, Lin gave permission. "Come in." She pushed the food cart in and greeted him. "Is your day going well?" He sat in the chair, looking out the window as he replied, "Is something wrong?" Harry moved closer to Lin. "This is a special treat for you. Please enjoy it, sir." Lin held a glass of wine in his hand. His eyes were still half closed, resting. He cared. "Have you eaten breakfast yet?" She answered honestly, "Not yet." He advised her, "At least bring some food with you. Don't let yourself go hungry." Harry was sweating nervously. "Got it. Yes, sir." Harry opened the lid and pushed the food forward. A delicious, fresh, and fragrant spread appeared before her eyes. Her eyes widened. Naturally, she smiled softly. "Looks so good. I should start bringing sandwiches with me too." Suddenly Lin spoke up, startling her into turning around. "Sit down." Harry blushed. She thought to herself, "Is this for real? Could it be? He actually planned to share his meal with me that day." She sat down at the table. Her face lit up with a bright smile. He asked curiously, "What are you doing?" She did not get what he meant and just asked back, "Yes?" Lin turned to look at her with a cold expression. "I was going to have someone cut me a piece of ribs to eat." Harry froze. She did not expect him to say that. "So you were not planning to share with me?" Lin kept that indifferent look. His eyes showed irritation. "A king like me would never humble himself to share with a mere commoner like you." She just stayed silent after hearing that. The car left the large hotel and headed elsewhere. Inside the luxury car, Harry reported, "The Hunter Association has decided to support His Majesty's settlement. Although it is not a traditional royal palace, it is still incredibly luxurious." Lin seriously evaluated, "This is something worth paying attention to. For someone of my status, I can let anyone disrespect me." Harry looked down and asked, "Your Majesty, about the loot distribution?" He did not wait for her to finish. "I have already ordered someone to handle that myself." Lin was not pleased, but warned, "Don't touch that jacket. I kinda like it." She could only say as she let it go. The car stopped at a high-rise building, and Harry quickly announced, "We have arrived." "Your Majesty." He stepped out with a serious look, and she gestured. "This place is very close to the Hunter Association. There is even a rooftop helipad, so in emergencies, we can use it to travel quickly." Harry beamed. "What do you think of the atmosphere here?" Lin just grunted without answering. He looked at the weird decorations in front of the yard with a puzzled expression. What exactly are these strange things? They entered the lobby together. Everything was neat and organized here. Someone had been waiting for a while. She was Harry's assistant from the Hunter Association. Right? Harry was startled. Today's trip was supposed to be a secret. Who is this guy? The man smiled warmly. "Just a coincidence I am here. I'm Zhang Chan." director of Merfa's division at Dujong Corporation. She gave a slightly fake smile. Dujong Group. Dujong is one of the top 3 financial giants in Korea, yet now he is pretending this is a coincidence and waiting here. Jong Chen smiled, not very friendly, and let out a shout. He continued, "This must be the famous recent survivor." Harry guessed it right away. Jong Chen's smile turned more sinister as he extended his hand. "Nice to meet you all. Especially you." Leon Dragonia. Leon's anger showed plainly, his face darkening. "Just a bunch of merchants trying to shake my hand." Inside the room, voices echoed as they discussed plans. This is where the association will serve His Majesty for the entire year. Harry was reviewing the contract while sharing details. The association will handle all management fees and rent, so no worries there. Plus, room service and cleaning staff are covered by the management fees. I think you can go ahead and use their services. She said it was stressful thinking about it. But luckily, info about the survivors is top secret. Harry recalled that moment and wondered what the northern guy's intentions were. Luckily, Leon just ignored him. Harry looked back, curious what could that guy want meeting with His Majesty here. Leon slowly explained that the traitor had come here. His face looked distant, probably all about profit. She was curious. Profit? Harry realized it was about the rice crops. Blessed by the gods. Right? Someone eavesdropped on the conversation at a critical time, so information control could not be properly maintained. That eavesdropper got excited, and many broadcasters and internet channels recorded it. Our association strongly urged them to delete those videos. Harry frowned at her phone, darkening. Someone else leaked it again. On her phone screen was a clip titled "Rice Blessed by the Gods." Northern Tribe. Female. Jemchen could not hold back his anger. He smashed his phone and cursed. "Damn it!" Jemchen fumed, red-faced, yelling, "That damn Vin guy again." He turned to question his staff. "Are you sure these rice plants actually work?" The employee hesitated. "Yes, definitely." And he pressed on. "We have not done clinical trials yet. The experiments on mice succeeded. But can we be sure it works on humans?" Employee frowned. "Unsure?" He scratched his head. "Well, that is the thing." Minna, standing nearby, reported, "Director, I tracked down the owner of the field to secure as many seeds as possible. But," she added, "I even saw a dead dog come back to life." Minna said in awe. "There was even someone cured of chronic rhinitis. The villagers who ate that rice fully recovered from minor illnesses and serious diseases alike." Jem Chen listened with a sly grin. "We do not have clinical data yet, but we believe it is proven." He nodded quickly. "So that is how it is?" Jem Chen frowned in annoyance but admitted, "That guy dares to challenge me." He recalled Leon's face. Back then the traitor dared to team up against him. Jem Chen seed. "To treat a world-class director like me with such disrespect." Mina kept reporting, "Director, this must succeed. The potential of that rice strain is limitless." Jem Chen tensed. "I know. That is why I have to meet him again." He slammed his hand hard on the table. "Unbelievable, there is still someone in Korea who looks down on a successful businessman like me." Jem Chen sneered, making a big deal over a few rice grains. "You picked the wrong opponent, survivor guy." He smiled menacingly. "You are just like the other survivors, always trailing behind civilization, but thinking your world is the most advanced." Jem Chen spat out, face darkening. "Get ready for a culture shock, you damn survivor." Lin appeared brilliantly, returning to Earth with 3 goals. First, to spread faith in the gods. Statues revered under the light. Earth has many gods and believers, but real divine power does not exist. A god should be worshipped and bless the world. Yet people still suffer from illness, and the land grows more polluted. People gather at shrines. So to harness divine power, new faith must be built. More people must believe in this new god. Second, to train the holy knights, the shining armored warriors. This world lacks a warrior order that wields divine power. They fought with everything they had. If the guardian of the Holy Grail, the King of Leon, is seen as a demigod, then the Holy Temple Knights are the saints. Every strike, every slash they made, they are knights of the gods, wielding divine power, striking fear into the demons, and in the end, to wipe out all the demons running wild on this land, restore divine power, and nurture the Holy Temple Knights. Leon now stands tall on the victory he just earned. He stands deep in thought, knowing he must spread faith and maintain balance and order in Pantheon to support the Holy Knights. Maybe hoping the Holy Knights would show up in a place like this is a bit too much. Leon contemplates with a distant look, but that does not concern him. He just needs to fulfill his duty. Then Harry calls out from behind, catching Leon's attention. "Your Majesty," she reports. Someone requested an audience. After some thought, he decides since they have completed the necessary procedures, there is no reason not to hear them out. The group enters where Leon is sitting, accompanied by Harry. Dongchen greets. "Thank you for granting us an audience." "Your Majesty." Lin folds his hands and silently watches them. A glint sparks in his eyes. As if he has realized something, Leon thinks to himself, "Right, if it is for business, I can totally bow before this crazy fool." Meanwhile, Dongchen is still nervous, saying, "And this time, I have brought a little something extra. His staff brings out a large suitcase and sets it before Lian. Dongchen smiles. Please accept it in his mind. He is sure Liam will be shocked once he sees what it is. Dongchan's fake smile twists his face, some luxury items so top tier that not even a madman like Liam would dream of it. Once you try it, you want to go back. I will have you begging me to be your manager. Lian finally speaks. Alright, you have put a lot of effort into this, he says firmly. So I will accept it. Dongchan can't believe it, accept it. He feels uneasy. What kind of attitude is that? Taking it like I am doing you a favor. Dongchan claps on the suitcase. Why do not you take a look? I am sure you will like it. Liam points at it. I do not want to waste my energy unlocking your spells. Harry, open it. He orders. She immediately complies. Yes. Your Majesty. Harry quickly moves to open the suitcase he brought. She reaches out to unlock it. The sound of clicks echoes. Suddenly, a gust bursts out, flinging the suitcase open, making Harry jump back startled. Dongchen grumbles, his expression full of irritation. Dongchen lifts the suitcase filled with swords and daggers. These are the finest weapons, the pride of our corporation. Please choose whichever you prefer. Harry is surprised all top-tier items crafted by the master smiths of the Du Dung Sao Corporation. Dongchen brags. Exactly. These are premium grade, the finest of the finest. He is excited. I heard you will be working as a hunter now. These will help you a lot. Harry worries. He is just handing out the corporation's top-tier weapons like that. He gasps, staring at weapons so elite you could not buy them even with money. She would only seen these kinds of things in a YouTube video back in school. Lin crosses his arms, looking annoyed. What am I supposed to do with these low-grade weapons? Dongchen shouts. Low grade? Harry can't believe it either. Your Majesty, what do you mean low grade? He explains. How can a good sword lack the aura of stars or divine blessings? Are you only using weapons to hunt monsters or something? Sweat beads down Dongchan's face. What the hell is he saying? Does he want me to sun-dry the swords like chili peppers, and then pray over them? Lin keeps his cold expression. Harboring distrust, Dongchan waves his hands in confusion. You are misunderstanding. Lin suddenly smirks. Fine, as a businessman, showing off wherever you go is normal. He picks up a sword. This thing will only kill chickens and cows. But I will give it a try. Dongchan and his men gape. What? He pulled out an ancient sword from the middle. His face twists. Is that all he has got? So you really underestimate your own weapon. You crazy bastard. He still won't accept it. I want to see the true power of the sword in your hand. Your Majesty. Dongchan turned to Harry, the managing secretary. Miss and Harry. She replied. Yes. He asked Han if she wanted to try one of the weapons here. Harry was startled but excited. She glanced nervously at Lian, who was glaring over there. Harry started to draw a sword for herself. Alright then. She held the sword that had just been drawn. She examined it closely. The sword she would admired for 4 years, the master-crafted blade from Buk Jin Cheon. Dawn. Harry held it up in front of her. She could feel its power, like it had soaked up the intense sunlight from the special gate for 10 days straight. She could not believe it. Can I really use this? Lian sneered. It is just a toy, and she still needs permission. Dongchen heard that and was about to lose it. Harry got into her stance, her eyes shining with anticipation as she gripped the sword. Over there, Lian was just holding that sword he pulled out earlier. Harry spun around, energy swirling around her, sword arm raised. She swung down. The sword shattered into pieces with an explosive crack. Harry's eyes went wide in shock, and the others were startled too. She was both disappointed and surprised her favorite sword broke. Lian showed open contempt. It is even worse than I thought. What a waste of time. He looked even more annoyed. I will cut the show short. You have 3 minutes. John Chan was speechless. Panicking. Dawn's broken. The strongest weapon of Du Dung Corporation is broken. John Chan was sweating in fear. No way. The clock kept ticking, time slipping away, and he stammered helplessly. Oh no. John Chan and his subordinates bowed their heads. I want to apply for the rice patent. He looked up. What? John Chan quickly explained. Of course. We will pay. He looked confident. Based on our calculations, it is worth about 180 billion. But he really understood. Of course. The true value is much higher. There is no way rice that cures cancer is only worth that much. John Chan was sure. But there is no way this crazy guy knows the true value of 180 billion. He will go nuts when I explain how much that money really means. Lian challenged. You say you want to buy rice with her money. He smirked. Here it is. Of course. You have to sign a contract giving Du Dung Corporation exclusive rights to the rice. If you want, I can raise the price even more. Lian looked angry again. Stupid merchant. He seemed like a lion, eyes blazing. Who dares insult the gods? John Chan and his men were all terrified. He clenched his teeth, not daring to say another word. The great lion growled in front of them. John Chan panicked. I am Du. Lian looked at them coldly. Fools. Do you even realize your crimes? John Chan fell to his knees, trembling all over. I honestly do not know what I did wrong. He slapped his face. Can you be this stupid and clueless? He just kept his head down. Muttering, the fields gleamed brightly. Those crops were the fruits born from the land of Demira Banfuk. Just thinking about that made Leon sober up. It was a blessing for the farmers sweating and toiling away. Demira shone, her face full of kindness, not something you could buy with gold, but a gift granted through gratitude and respect. He stared at them. You, the cowards chasing shallow profits while deceiving others, let me ask you. His words kept flowing as Dongchen got angrier. How can anyone profit from the gods' blessings without any respect? Leon was watching the night scene when Harry spoke up. About that, is it okay for the director to send Dongchen away like that? She wondered. From your majesty's point of view, even if they are merchants, they still have significant influence. He still stood there. Indifferent. Not worth worrying about. That alone is not enough to shake the merchants. Leon turns around. Anyway, have you finished preparing what I asked for? Harry is holding something. I have already contacted the guild. But her face suddenly flushed. This time, His Majesty will also take the test. Right? According to protocol. Doing the measurement test makes things easier. Dude, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? Those guys said they would test King Leon first. Harry's eyes go wide. Mouth agape. So why do you want to go there? He crosses his arms. We have to recruit capable free soldiers. I will test them. Miss Trentrue would not dare say otherwise. That is just protocol. Lin is determined, even if it is impossible. We have to make it happen. Harry feels like crying. Inside the high-rise building. Are you applying again this year? A young guy. A Durank freelance hunter. Gu is applying. Junhyang waves to call him over. Here to get re-ranked. The large waiting hall is neatly arranged. Junhyang looks over admiringly. Gu really puts in the effort. Gu just smiles nervously. He asks and how things are this year. Probably a rank down. Gu mumbles. Then you just gotta try harder. Junhyang tries to comfort him. Dunny say that, why not join our team? Gu frowns. Those without talent only get C rank, and I have been stuck at D rank for 10 years. He greets enthusiastically. Someone like Gu will honestly work hard and soon become a top player. Well, mining squad is not so bad. Gu laughs. Yeah, I have been at it for 10 years. Gu's face turns serious and determined. Even so, I want to push myself a bit more. If it were not for conquering dungeons with high life risk rewards, making ends meet would be tight. Plus, I have family to support. I can quit. His mind races. No matter what, I have to get to C rank to escape being just a porter. Junhyang is startled and glances at the foreigner nearby. Gu guesses. Maybe European. Junhyang is curious. Not a foreign laborer. Gu suggests some poor countries too. But Gu is not convinced. It is definitely European. He stands tall with sharp features, a prominent nose, golden hair, and a strong build. He looks like royalty. Junhyang calls out from behind, making Leon turn around. Hey, young man. He approaches and asks in English. How are you? Lin glares angrily, eyes sharp as blades. Don't he try to start a conversation with me. Commoner. That comment freezes both Junhyang and Gu. They both want to disappear. They laugh nervously. He has got a weird way of speaking Korean. Junhyang, still shocked, quickly replies, yeah, that is right. Leon turns back, his gaze freezing Gu in place. His eyes are sharp and full of fierce intensity. Junhyang sees Gu trembling and wonders. What is wrong? Gu asks. Are you okay? Gu suddenly feels uneasy. What is happening? In Gu's eyes, Leon stands there radiating powerful energy, suffocating him like some massive force pressing down. Just then, a staff member calls out to Gu, number 57. She announces it is his turn and invites him to interview room 2. Gu quickly turns. Embarrassed. Yes, I am coming right away. Leon still stands there, quietly watching Gu with a thoughtful look. Gu's worried face is clear. Just one shot at this. The staff asks if he is okay. Gu replies, I am just a bit nervous. I am not here to find strong guys. But no one's worthy of being a knight. Leon's image from earlier is still vivid in Gu's mind. Everyone's the same. Before, those coming to test were low-rank hunters for years. Now, it is just idiots testing their spirit. Stands outside hearing the announcement. Number 77. Leon Dragonia. Rank 1. Please enter interview room 9. From the start, it is an impossible situation. Room 9 is where he goes for the test. Leon enters the cave, and everyone turns to look. Staff reads the name. Leon Dragonia. Number 77. Leon commands. Commoners, call me subordinate. The staff is confused and hesitates. Subordinate. The staff asks him to place his hand on the measuring orb for testing. Leon looks at the orb with a blank expression, silent for a moment. Leon's face twisted in discomfort. Clearly lost in thought, he frowned for a moment, while the staff patiently waited for Leon to finish inspecting. Then he blurted out a word that left the guy stunned and dumbfounded. Leon crossed his arms and challenged. How could a civilian dare to question a knight's honor? The staff explained, it is not us doing the measuring. It is the magical device. Lin was ready to argue. You are telling me this thing can measure a knight's ability? Lin insisted firmly. Only knights of honor, and the gods can judge a knight's worth. The staff's face fell. Then why are you here? Leon turned away sharply. I came to recruit talented soldiers. But if even the examiners are this mediocre, is the recruitment always this obvious? Standing in front of them with that calm look, Leon said, I have not been impressed by anyone so far. What is the next test? The staff replied, it is a practical exam at the guild. Leon sighed, appearing satisfied. Good. Real skill shows in regular training and actual combat. I will take a look, he said. But the staff's terrified face said it was not just a look, it was full participation. A vast space stretched out. You guys are not feeling dizzy, right? Some get nauseous passing through the guild. So guild station? The staff stared seriously into the distance. Normally, completed guilds get shut down and erased, but some dungeons remain for profit. This place, so guild station, is one of them. Everyone, focus this way. This year's measurements are not much different from last year. Looking around at everyone, Leon thought, to turn things around, I need to crush this practical test. He headed in with high spirits. So this is Gilda, Najin said excitedly. This place is totally the hot spot. Sil reminded Jin Miha. First, put your phone away. The staff glanced over, worry clouding his face. There are 2 rookies in a, even fresher than Ho 2. The vibe was great, but Leon was not at ease. An old man over 60, would he be D rank like me or C? The staff turned back hesitantly. While Leon, rocking his dark glasses, walked like a model, the foreign worker he would met earlier in the waiting room. The staff frowned. If you are testing for promotion at this age, you are definitely a rookie. All the old guys left are rookies too. While Leon was worried, he pulled down his glasses and struck a cool pose. How's this? The hunters gathered together. All right, let us figure out where everyone stands. The staff introduced the first. Wu here. Been a hunter for 10 years. Profession is warrior. Main role, dealer. Hun smiled and asked, huh? This year, I awakened, using spear and shield. The girl next to him beamed. I am his sister. I use a sword group, but lately I am learning archery. The staff raised his eyebrows. Worried? More rookies who do not know their limits. Lin quickly asked, have you 2 studied anywhere before? The siblings nodded confidently. We have been at the academy for 3 months. The staff face went dark. Rookies. Then Leon turned to the other old man. What about you, sir? The man folded his hands behind his back. I am up, with 5 years of experience. My weapon is gauntlets. Though awakened, I have been busy with work and just recently returned. By now, Lin had lost all hope. Too little experience for his age. Plus gauntlets do not compare to spear or sword. The staff scratched his head looking at Leon. And the last one. Foreign worker. Can you speak the local language? Yang nodded at Leon. Silently stroking his arm, Leon said seriously, if you do not fight, you can use a sword to chop a line and catch chickens. The staff watching Yang's hands felt something was off. This guy's local language is definitely weird. Everyone started moving deeper into the forest. For this test, just take down 50 kobolds, the supervisor announced. Sometimes some interesting things show up on the battlefield. If it gets dangerous, I will step in myself, so stay calm and focus on showing your skills. The staff listened silently, while Tahun looked quite curious. Lin was sweating. Will this test be okay? Earlier, the staff asked Leon if this foreign guy uses any weapons. Najin kindly handed him a bow. Hey handsome, want to borrow a weapon? Do you use a bow? I know how to use it. Leon grabbed the bow and said, you want me to use this? Sure, I will give it back to you later. Suddenly, his face hardened with anger. Gripping the bow tighter, Lin slammed the bow to the ground. Shocking everyone, a mage does not use such a low-level ranged weapon. Najin shouted, that is my bow? The supervisor looked confused. Hey, what is going on? Even DC was speechless. You felt pretty hopeless. At this rate, this year's test is basically over. DC took the lead, pointed ahead and asked if anyone knew a spot. Let us go hunt there. Tahun smirked. You have more experience, right? But he just followed DC without any objections. Tia Hun followed you up. Near the edge of Thangangain, there should be a pack. Probably more crowded there. DC explained. When there are few of us, do not rush into their nest. If we get surrounded, we can guarantee a safe retreat. You laid out the plan. We will attack the ones inside the cave. We will burn leaves and grass around to blow smoke in. You sealed it with a glance back. That way, we can easily strike the kobold inside the cave. Nazin was proud and impressed. Experience really makes a difference. DC smirked. No big deal. What is there to be proud of? You clenched your fist. Determined. You had studied every attack method. Imagining the day you would step through the highest gate, though it always felt like a trap. DC spirit blazed like fire. This time, I have to level up. When will I finally rank up? Suddenly, Tia Hun's face went pale with fear as he yelled out, we are surrounded on all sides. Kobold are coming from the front. DC turned to command. You shouted. T-Hun, shield up front. Got it, the kobold charged, snarling with huge sharp teeth toward the hunters. A sword slash streaked across their faces. T-Hun laughed. Idiots. He smirked. If we keep fighting head-on like this, stopping them is a breeze. Nasian pulled back his bow, shouting a warning. Behind you, a kobold was speeding straight at T-Hun. Deci watched from the other side, only able to shout. T-Hun, the kobold was right up close, its razor-sharp teeth terrifying. Deci warned. Don't let your guard down. They are weak but lightning fast. A punch sent a kobold flying. It screamed in pain. Those punches severely injured each one. Tien-Hun used his specialized weapon to take down each kobold advancing on DZ. Deci was thrilled. Good job. Not many left. Let us move. Finally, they cleaned up. Everyone was exhausted. Tien-Hun looked downcast. Sorry. My fault. Deci reassured him. It is everyone has a first time. The kobold lay scattered on the ground. Nasian had taken down 2-2. Thanks to the old man. No one got hurt. Deci cheered. You all did great. Really? You watched them for a moment. Slightly annoyed at first, but this group did not seem so bad. Lian stood there, trying hard like before except for one person. Deci was in it. Hey, foreigner, we are all fighting. Why are not you doing anything? Nasian was not happy with Lian anymore either. Exactly, she turned and asked. He just stands back and watches. Hey, staff, is that okay? The staff smiled. Everything will be reported properly. Don't worry. Deci stared at him hesitantly. Then, let us keep discussing. We will go deeper. There has to be a cave. The hunters moved inside. Soon enough. They arrived. Here we are. In front of them was a deep cave. T-Hun announced. There really is a cave. Deci reminded them. Remember the plan, burn the fire like I said before. They gathered dry leaves and branches into a pile near the cave. Everyone did their part and then looked around. Deci pulled out a prepared fire starter. Lian stepped forward. You really think this is the best plan? Deci was in it. You have not even drawn your weapon and you are talking nonsense. He crossed his arms coldly. I am asking if this is the best way. Don't make me say it twice. You explained while everyone listened closely. I have used this method 3 times. All successful. Experience counts for something, but Lin narrowed his eyes. How can you rely on experience when it is not even certain? Deci lost his patience with that attitude and snapped. You are young. What do you know? The fire started to flare up, quickly spreading through the dry trees. Deci shouted to warn everyone. Get together, guys. Soon, some of them will crawl out of the cave. Everyone. Be ready. Everyone got into battle stance. T-Hun gritted his teeth, scared but determined. Let us. The kobolds began running out one after another, fleeing from the smoke inside. Nasian pulled his bow, ready to strike. It was tough. A rock flew straight at a kobold's face, making it scream in pain. The 3 of them, each with their weapons, sprang into action. Deci smirked confidently. See, my plan can't be wrong. They kept attacking the kobolds. Good job. Keep handling them like this. You felt proud and confident. Once you clear this batch, you just need to catch a few more from the rest of the cave. Suddenly, a sound sent chills down your spine, a howling noise. Deci recognized it right away. The Alpha, its head looked angrier and bigger than any other kobold. No way the Alpha was the boss of this seal gate, ranked higher than C-class. It charged at the hunters. Everyone panicked. Deci's face went pale. Why now? The kobold growled fiercely, eyes glowing bright red. Nasian shouted. Do you cop? He heard a faint reply. Deci laid out the plan. T-Hun and I will fight the Alpha. You turn to Nasian. Old man and Nasian, block the kobolds in the line. Everyone moved to their positions, making sure at least one experienced person was on each side. Besides, it would be suicide for a D rank to face the Alpha without frontline protection. Deci and T-Hun stood right in front of the Alpha kobold. Even as a rookie, you hoped T-Hun could hold his ground as a tank. He looked panicked, his face drained of color, staring at the giant beast. The kobold charged at T-Hun at full speed. He could only stare frozen, his face full of terror. Deci shouted, trying to calm him down. T-Hun, stay focused. But you realized something worse. His spirit was already breaking. T-Hun kept dodging the kobold's attacks, but could not fight back. At this rate, he would not be able to block the next strike. You panicked watching what was about to happen. He collapsed right in front of the Alpha-S attack. DZ yelled, T-Hun, you are losing it. Damn it. This is bad. T-Hun sat on the dusty ground, looking up at the giant kobold. The association staff just stood there, doing nothing. Deci thought, why is not the association staff stepping in to help? They said they would help if things got dangerous. You were worried sick as the kobold closed in on him. At this rate, T-Hun was done for. Deci gritted his teeth. Furious? Damn it. He stomped the ground hard, kicking up dust. Deci moved toward the shield lying on the ground. He grabbed the shield, swung his arm back, and shouted, T-Hun, fall back. The kobold raised its weapon, ready to slash at T-Hun. It swung down fast at its target, but it was not T-Hun. It hit it, struck the shield. Deci stood in front of T-Hun, holding the shield up to block the kobold's attack. He used all his strength, gritting his teeth as sparks flew from the clash. The kobold's blade grazed the shield, sparks flying bright. The kobold snarled, its red eyes burning fiercely. It raised its weapon again, aiming at them. DZ held the shield out front. Would it hold? Sweat pouring down your face. You thought, if Tun does not snap out of it and keeps getting hit like that, what can I do? Weird dude. Just as the tension peaked, a voice came from behind. Just the break you needed. Lim blocked the kobold's weapon with just 2 fingers. He was stunned. What? You could not believe your eyes. He was stopping the Alpha's attack with only his fingers. Lin glanced down at you and said, pick up that shield and fight back again. You did it once, so why not a second time? Come on, get up and grab the shield. Damn, you still do not get what I mean. Lin stretched his hand toward you, saying, stop its attack and counterattack. Quick, damn, you are just spinning around. Wait, what are you even saying now? You turned to Lian, angry. Don't you see what is going on? Everyone's in danger right now. He exploded, his eyes shining like car headlights. Seriously, you should feel honored to get tips from Lian. How dare you argue? Lian stepped forward, blocking in front of you. For a freelance soldier, getting taught by a holy knight like me is a family honor passed down for generations. You can never repay that debt. I said, grab the shield, block, and counterattack. Meanwhile, you looked at him helplessly. Frustrated. What did I do wrong? You looked up, thinking, but to survive, you have to do whatever it takes. Meanwhile, the kobold growled loudly, baring its huge teeth, charging at you both once again. Lian said nothing and just stood there watching it. Suddenly, he unleashed his energy. Lian's face turned fierce. You crazy mutt. Are you out of your mind? The kobold hesitated, sweating nervously like it just saw something terrifying. You stood there confused, then raised your shield defensively. Eyebrows furrowed. The kobold slashed at the shield, forcing you to step back a bit. You gritted your teeth, face tense with determination. Come on, I almost dropped the shield earlier. Lin reminded you. You idiot. Just holding the shield 1T block it with brute strength alone. He crossed his arms and explained. Don't T face off head on against something stronger than you. Use your weapon and strike at its weak spots. You blocked the kobold's attacks while listening closely. How can I be confident just with a shield? Lian said. Your opponent is not just some spirit. It is a living monster that learns. You felt annoyed hearing that. Use your head. Think. You snapped. Damn it. Then what am I supposed to do? Lian stood behind you and stomped his foot. Don't take your eyes off the enemy. You focused, thinking, if I had not blocked just now, I would be dead. Stay sharp. In the forest, a voice echoed. Don't bury your talent. Unleash your hidden power. Lian said seriously. You can do better than this. Were startled by his words. Talent? I have been a nobody for 10 years. No special skills. Just lucky I woke up now, facing the current situation. Standing against the kobold leader. There is no way I can fail. Right in front of you is a huge, dangerous beast. Hearing those encouraging words, there is no way I am talentless. You gripped the shield tight, eyebrows set firmly. This time, I can do it. The kobold charged at you again. Attacking, you shouted. Eyes blazing, face scrunched up. I can do this. Its weapon was dangerously close to your shield. The shield took a clear slash, sparks flying from the impact. You and the kobold kept attacking and dodging back and forth. You watched the weapon's strike angle carefully. Got it for the first time. Your face relaxed a bit. I did. Just as you said that last word, you got punched in the face. The kobold tossed you far away. You landed sprawled on the ground and watched silently. Judging you. How can you not keep an eye on everything? You lay there stunned, face bruised and aching badly. This year's final verdict from Gyut Song. In a spacious, neatly arranged room, you already knew. 2 bodyguards stood outside the door from the start. Lin showed a hint of annoyance. No way a soldier like that is just ordinary. The more amusing it gets, the more I even wore a magic mask to hide my face and figure. But it seemed pointless. The president of the Korean Hunters Association, Oh Kang-yi, he continued, asking Han, this time you joined the evaluation personally. Did you get what you wanted? He closed his eyes slowly and calmly said, I have been monitoring the candidates for the knight position. Li's next word startled Kang Hyo. And besides, even if it was not scorching hot, he had no plans to go abroad. He bowed deeply and nodded. That is exactly right. It seems His Majesty's courage is so strong that his mood is a bit tense. While inspecting, Lian silently observed the kobold. Just like before, after all, it is a low-level dungeon monster. Roughly a bit stronger than a goat-level beast. He pointed at it with a fierce look. These filthy creatures can't even be called human. How long do you plan to keep staring at that spot? Then, with a few waves of his hand, the kobold collapsed. Kang Hyo laughed with his eyes squinting, praising, you really treat it like a toy. Lian felt no need to say more. That filthy place was not somewhere to just stroll around. Kang Hu cleared his throat, sitting opposite him. Anyway, if His Majesty forms a guild, we will back you up. You can guess that, right? Lian listened thoughtfully. Nothing's easier than reputation with a good name. Gathering people is simpler. Nowadays, there are not many ways to spread fame other than brute force. Kang He's expression shifted. Suddenly serious. A gate had been upgraded to red after a failed attack inside the dungeon. Inside, piles of skulls had stacked up, a place no one could conquer for an entire year. Battles there were huge and caused massive destruction. A metallic suit with glowing red dots was after the intelligence gem, held by Jeff Spinner. It is the creature from that special red upgraded gate. Its eyes lit up fiercely as it prepared to attack. Amid the blazing red vortex, a massive energy gate opened, and the stadium gate inside the dungeon team's first attack kicked off. The group moving toward that spot looked tense. Horjin looked ahead. This place is... He glanced that way again. I know, towering skyscrapers and countless bridges between multiple spatial layers painted a picture of advanced civilization, at least more developed than Earth. Hyeri turned. Excited. It is amazing. This is a portal to the future world. Hensu could not smile. Once you have fantasy or martial arts, there is no such thing as a future world. Horjin suddenly realized and gasped. Guild leader. This is a sloppy hole. Hensu's gaze grew serious. Headache. Then we have to change our strategy when fighting monsters. Raised his hand in agreement. Exactly. Because miners usually fight fewer but stronger enemies. He glanced at something and hummed for a moment. After looking around, Hensu decided to use that building over there as a base. The higher, the better for observation. The base gate opened. He looked toward Horjin. See anything? Horjin shrugged and looked around. Weird. In a big city like this, not a single person or monster in sight. That is strange. From afar, Hensu spotted warrior figures, resistance fighters. Luckily, they were not facing the brutal government army. He turned to the group. Oh, pigment. Listen up. Hatsi looked worried. Even though we entered the gate, info on Jeff Spinner is still lacking. Su considered. Anyway, we must secure the area. Pick the main squad. Then try to advance. Suddenly a bright flash cut through the red. Sharp and clear. Horjin, sitting nearby, went blank. Hensu, Hatsi was frozen with fear, unable to move. A humanoid machine appeared from afar. Guns blazing. Everyone, take cover. That machine activated. Splitting its guns forward, a blast exploded. Everything shattered. The Kep team ran for their lives into the distance. Horjin looked back at his teammate. Wide-eyed, he gritted his teeth. Damn it! Hensu isn't a rank weapon specialist. Hatsi could not react fast enough. How do we take it down? Horjin grabbed a chunk of broken wall. Damn it! If this keeps up, we are all dead. Have we located the enemy yet? Hyeri reported. At 3 of the clock. The smoke's too thick to pinpoint. She turned to him. Vice President, the ground can't hold much longer. Horjin shouted orders. I know. Everyone, fall back one by one. They quickly ran toward the exit. Move fast. The building's about to collapse. Hyeri ran while asking. Vice President, what about the president's body? Horjin just wanted to settle things first. Something's off. We will regroup and come back for that later. He gave Hyeri a command. Go ahead and check if the exit is safe. She obeyed and sped up. Got it. I am going ahead. Near the gate, Hyeri spun around and shouted. Vice President, I do not see any signs of danger. The exit looks clear. She dashed out toward the gate but suddenly felt uneasy. Her face stiffening. Hyeri touched the gate, noticing something glowing faintly on it. She was surrounded by red wires. Why did the gate feel so tangled? Horjin arrived just in time to see something bounce off. He tensed up and called out silently to his teammate. Hyeri. Horjin looked around. The steel wires were still clearly visible. The whole city was tangled in steel wires. When did this happen? He snapped, drawing his sword. Damn it! Clear all of this. We have to get out no matter what. Horjin's eyes burned with determination. Quick! Channel mana into your weapon. Steel wires are nothing. Who the hell is behind this? Is the enemy just one person? Each of us is cutting these wires ourselves. He must have been watching all along. From above, someone was targeting them. Stats popped up on screen. Jeff Spinner appeared. His body armored in metal. Bullet marks glowing bright red. He adjusted his stance to a new position. Jeff shot out a blue wire from his perch high above. Horjin saw the wire heading straight for him and looked up to track it. A huge explosion shattered the street, sending debris everywhere. A red streak splattered along the road, with a sharp sizzling sound. Dust and smoke filled the air. Horjin gasped for breath, slammed his hands on the rubble. Silent but furious, he shouted with burning rage. Show yourself already. You damn bastard. Jeff turned his head toward the sound. Horjin got a clear look at what was ahead. A metal body. A robot. His voice cracked as he asked, You are human? Are you Jeff Spinner? The robot looked down at Horjin. Metal grinding sounds. What is it gonna be? Just then, the girl said, With this robot, Even if we run low on ammo, we can still fight in emergencies. Jeff moved, making a sharp mechanical noise. Horjin's anger boiled over. This monster. Fine, bring it on. Try killing my team if you can. Jeff fired something from its mouth cannon. Blue bullets flew everywhere. Jeff was closing in on Horjin's position. No one was left, only bright red streaks exploding out, protecting the city. Inner gate. 58th floor cup. Attack team 1, no survivors. Attack team 2. Attack team 3. Increased difficulty against Jeff Spinner, the gate boss, to red level. Suspend all attacks on the inner gate indefinitely. The head of the hammer slammed the ground, kicking up dust. Someone yelled, "Lock it down." Zion grinned and muttered, "This damn weather is exactly like what we saw in the video." Zion stared ahead coldly. Dun 8. Enter the inner city. The deeper you go, the higher the chances of running into Jeff Spinner. He stepped out, speaking coolly. "So as we agreed before, we will retrieve the intelligence gem from the Demon Tower. All the credit and the remaining 6 billion in cash will be handed over to the Golden Lion Guild." Everyone turned in the same direction upon hearing the announcement. As people entered the gate of the inner stadium, Golden Lion Guild, ranked 10th in Korea. Guildmaster Hongjin Jians, Vice Guildmaster Hong Jina, 47 members, affiliated with Jutit. Demon Tower, Thuis, 48 mercenaries, and Harry carefully poured water into a cup. "Please, do try," said the host. The Korean upper guild Hanharius Leon sipped appreciatively. Not bad. What kind of tea is this?" Holding the pot in one hand, she explained, "It is called barley tea from Shanghai. There is also another person. The inner stadium gate. The 4th attack operation begins." The sky was pitch black and clouded. The ruined cityscape appeared. The 4th scouting team's camp at the inner gate was fully assembled. "What is going on?" Harry nervously muttered. "I am worried things are going too smoothly, but at the same time, it seems peace won't last much longer." She fell silent for a moment before continuing. "To be honest," Leon listened carefully to Harry's analysis with a thoughtful expression. "I think the best case is if everything gets resolved smoothly without your majesty stepping in. But if that happens, you want to get the chance to boost your own reputation." He bowed his head with a soft laugh. "Yeah, that is the best possible outcome. If I, King Leon, do not have to step in myself, then it means things are not that bad." Leon suggested, "What does it mean to be a king in the land I once ruled?" Harry hesitated. The manager replied, "With the Grand Palace, a king sits high while a warrior kneels below. Right? If anyone could just take that role. Unless they are arrogant, I think all rulers end up the same." She still needed to understand fully. As the King of Knights, moments later, Harry realized, looking back, every time I intervened back then, in previous battles, it was only when the strike was impossible to counter. Unsure of her own reasoning, she hesitated. "King Leon's duty is, Lin finished for her, the final fortress," he explained thoroughly. "Do you understand? If King Leon has to intervene, it is a disgrace to the knights." His hand clenched tightly on the armrest of his own throne. Leon stood up suddenly, his eyes sharp and commanding, showing just how serious the situation was. Harry listened carefully. Coincidentally, he planted his hands down, bowed his head slightly. "Looks like I have to step in once again, replacing the weak and pitiful like you. I miss my honorable knights so much." The formation of those people appeared. Like this scouting team, Hongdaim Qian is in rank and there is also an rank mage. "So I think everything will be fine." Leon kept his expression. "They call themselves elite hunters. Huh. I admit they do have power far beyond ordinary people." She tried to absorb the info he gave, but Leon's eyes shone brightly. Eyebrows raised. "They still have not tasted real war yet." Jit stood silently, listening. "The outskirts of Safe City. Huh. You seem pretty confident about that info even though you have only faced the enemy 3 times. Lin raised his eyebrows. "You call yourselves a scouting team, judging monster movements by their patterns and acting on limited intel. Sounds ridiculous." Harry sensed something. "He means you have understood part of it." Jit kept watching. A knight knows how to react depending on how the situation unfolds. There is no fixed rule or pattern for that. Lin grew dangerous. "From what I have heard, this so-called Jeet Spinner." A loud explosion happened. "What is going on?" "That is a powerful war general." Jit's metal body was covered in wounds. The girl also collapsed, bleeding from her mouth. "This is the end for me." She voiced her final wish. "Can you do me one last favor?" Lastner. Jet Spinner. Entity number 10253. Eliminate all unidentified objects invading the city. Jit raised its gun barrel high, unleashing a relentless stream of bullets down into the city. Warriors are shouting. "It is Jit Spinner. Find Uncle Monk." "Uncle Z." Jit let out a shout and crouched low, pinpointing the positions of enemy groups to strike. Electricity crackled all over Gye's body, bright sparks tearing through the chaos as it charged toward the glowing blue power source. Every hunter had to find the back wall button far ahead, Everyone's faces were tense. The electric current surged toward one side. Chaos erupting. Dust swirling everywhere. A guy grimaced and muttered. Damn it, rocks and dirt collapsed, burying many beneath. What kind of damn monsters are these? Jid retracted its gun barrel after a burst of fire. 23% of the creatures had vanished. It started shooting to ramp up suppression. While waiting to reload, Zion flew in from afar. Charging energy to 48%, he gripped his hammer tight, swinging with all his might. Zion slammed his hammer into Jack, the impact causing an explosion. One side of Jack's body cracked open, electricity leaking out. The core was damaged. Internal pressure rising. Jack turned toward him, shifting priority to eliminate the unidentified object. Zion smiled brightly. Too late now. You are toast, Zion. Your hair's going all wild, I told you so. She was so angry she almost lost herself. Storming headfirst toward the battle, Zion flew in fast like a lightning bolt, an explosion flashing in the clash. Don't call me, Zion praised. Nice job. As Jack collapsed, electricity leaking everywhere, a massive lightning bolt shot upward, lighting up the entire area. To see extended his hand forward, signaling an attack. I will handle the rest. Jack stood still, badly damaged. Injuries worsening. Emergency target purge initiated. Radar system down. Still, it had some residual energy left to locate targets and use limited elemental abilities. The gun barrel glowed bright red, activating the Zoopal device inside the city, locking onto a target. The first target was TC, risk level 3. Priority elimination. Jack jumped away from them. Look, it is running. Chase it. It ran while spinning its gun back toward those behind. It fired continuously in their direction. Stop. To say held a glowing orb. I will activate a disruptive force field. Gather up. He slammed the ground hard, creating a crater. The glowing orb expanded, lighting up the area. A bullet shot fast toward the glowing circle, but it was deflected. Unable to penetrate inside, his partner praised. Just up. This is amazing. The bullets are being redirected. Spoke confidently. It is a magical tool made to counter Jack's spinner. Looks like I have to use it earlier than expected. Jack's internal system alerted. Risk factors detected. Abnormal status observed. Beginning system maintenance and recovery. Data appeared on screen. Analysis complete. Coordinates D15, S37, F11. Suddenly, TC's partner nearby got hit. Blood splattered gunfire. His face paled. Eyebrows raised. No way. It calculated the bullet's curve to bypass the shield. I kept firing calculated shots. What the hell is that thing? The protective circle exploded inside. How? One hunter shouted. Right up. The mage. Please turn off the disruptive field. Predicting bullet paths is impossible right now. He was surprised. Damn it. I am shutting it down. Calculate the hits the moment the field goes off. Everyone's faces were tense, twisted with stress. Eyes squinting. Wrinkles forming in the wind. 1. That is, Jiayong raised his hand, causing everyone to look back. Guys, stop. Now they were surrounded from behind by ropes. Everyone looked at Dija like he was a rope. But back then he did not just run away. Jack wove every single strand during that time. How did he manage to set all this up? He opened a panel on his body. The gun barrel flipped open. Jack stood amidst the wires, electric currents surrounding him. Already, Zion gasped, sweat pouring nonstop. No way. How could this be? We're now standing trapped between glowing green wires. We gathered in one spot to dodge fire, but it turned out to be a deadly mistake. Now we can T-move without getting hit. Jack kept channeling electricity into his body. Charging up, he flipped the red light back on, ready to fire. From afar, hooves thundered closer. Zion turned at the sound. A horse was sprinting straight toward them. The horse's eyes glowed bright as it bit through each wire. The sound of hooves. A hand gently stroked the horse's flank. Been a while. Has nodded. Lian stood beside the horse, petting its reins, his face full of nostalgia. An old friend of mine. He climbed onto the horse with ease, calmly holding the reins. Lin faced Xian's surprised gaze. Proudly, he rode the horse to stand in front of the hunters. Lin spoke seriously. Warriors, this is your chance. He boldly declared that courage could lead a lone soldier through an entire army. King Lin, value warriors like that. Lin gripped the reins tightly, confidence shining on his face. I grant you honor, with my full respect. Through an honorable one-on-one duel, I give you the right to fight me for the crown. Silence fell where everyone stood. No one said a word. Warriors. But honestly, everyone was confused. Barely holding back laughter. He has totally lost it. Everyone gaped at Lian's words. I offer you the honor of witnessing my divine presence and the glory of fighting the king. Warriors, I grant you permission to battle me. Zion over there looked just as confused. Totally lost. He powered up, the electric current growing stronger, setting the electronic rifle's acceleration mode, boosting power 13%, eliminating all uncertainties. Lian brandished his weapon. It glowed fiery red. Time to charge. He rode forward fiercely. Warriors. His horse's eyes burned bright as they charged ahead, ignoring the dangers. Zion started firing from above. Shots rang out. Lian's face tensed. He shouted, Warriors, do not let those cheap long-range weapons hit you. He rode straight at Xian like nothing could stop him. One side fired electric bullets. The other was Lian and his steed charging in. He stood up, pulling the reins to speed the horse up even more. A blinding light flashed right in front of Lian, covering half his face. The blast exploded violently. Everything shattered, and Xian's body was thrown apart. Explosion caused a dazzling light, shards flying everywhere. Electric sparks traced along Xian's body at that moment. The Jack Spinner's self-propelled cannon shut down. Lin grinned proudly. The scene before him defied all logic, so powerful. The Jack's targeting system analyzed the weapon he carried. An old-style spear. Fast but with low damage. Its gun barrels lit up. Danger level low, no need to get fancy. Just attack with the electric rifle. The machine smarts made a super clever call. Li's eyes flashed 3 seconds earlier. A thin barrier formed, stopping small projectiles. An unusual physical pattern recorded in the target zone. He hurried toward Jax, firing the electric rifle 2 seconds ahead, ready to take down the target as soon as it entered the predicted zone. 2 bullets zipped past each other, and with just 1 second left, a bullet exploded right behind Lian. But it was deflected away. Each rapid horseback charge came straight through. No process. No block, just the result. Being blasted away instantly without any resistance. But nothing could break through. He charged forward with a powerful stab. A skill every knight can use, even against humanity's strongest super weapon. Jax kept firing bullet after bullet, but they still obeyed the laws of physics. Lim blocked the bullets with his spear, blessed by the holy magic. His cold, determined eyes showed the strength the knights always wield in battle, enough to defeat an opponent in a single strike. A massive energy blast erupted, blazing bright enough to tear the sky apart and shake the whole battlefield. Lian stood staring at the ruined scene ahead, thick smoke filling the air. The electricity surging from Jax's body was a physical phenomenon that defied logical explanation. Lian's eyes lit up sharply as he stared intently. The enemy's threat level rose. Jax flipped open the top of his body, ready to be taken off the battlefield immediately. He released a blast of gas upward. Lian grimaced, feeling uneasy. He watched the debris Jax left behind as he fled the ruins. A mysterious figure appeared, a purple energy orb floating in midair. It glowed mystically amid the thick fog. Jack, protect this place. Don't let anyone get close. Jax's central red eye glowed fiercely in the darkness. Damaged parts dropped. Metal gun bases temporarily managed 5 regular bullets and 36 homemade rounds. Bullets lined up evenly. 657 more need to be made, with a 60mm machine gun ready for use. Jax was in the charging zone, needing damage checks and weapon tuning before use. Glowing red eyes signaled a dangerous old-style combat weapon. Power unknown. Currently regenerating and analyzing enemy info. Blue-white beams shot out continuously, wrapping around the walls and spreading wide. A blurry girl appeared. Jax thanked her for protecting the city. Jax's parts were fully repaired. Recovery and analysis complete. Black mist and electric energy radiated from his body, ready to keep going. The city's skyscrapers and Joget City Center Sports Complex in Zone B. The hunter group carefully moved through alleys, scouting as they went. Someone in the group spoke up. Stop. Something is sticking out from the wall 250m ahead. On the alley across the street, some jerk just set off fireworks. Dino led the way with his sword. Warning. Warriors in the distance. Climb to the opposite building carefully. The rest wait here. If that jerk notices us, alert us immediately. Suddenly, he turned around sharply. The people behind Dino had their strings cut and sliced. He panicked. Face pale, it was. Sweat dripped down his cheek. His eyes widened in shock. Dino grabbed his sword and swung it, shouting, "Who is there?" He slashed around, the glow from his blade flashing. "Who the hell are you?" His face strained, sweat pouring more heavily. Clearly, Dino was cut across the face, leaving a red slash. More strings appeared everywhere, wrapping tightly. They caused countless injuries and took many lives. Jeff stood watching the chaos he caused, having eliminated 5 external variables. From the other side, a sharp sound caught its attention. Alex looked terrified, running for his life. "I do not want to die." Confirming surviving life forms. Jeff's red eyes glowed, locking onto targets. Danger level unknown. Alex ran, crying desperately. He tripped and fell face first into the grass. Jeff approached him. "Someone help me. I do not want to die." Jeff stood before Alex, metallic sounds echoing from his body. His legs slowly lifted, reaching toward the cemetery boundary. The old memory. The girl touched it. "Jeff, remember this." She stood there, whispering, "No matter when I die, I will be buried here like the rest. Then I will forever be a part of this city." She smiled gently and said, "When that time comes, please protect this city for me, Jeff." Jeff's red eyes glowed brighter, his power running nonstop. Analysis. Priority 2. Attack intruders. Analysis. Priority 3. Eliminate all threats. Alex clutched the tombstone, tears streaming down, longing for freedom. Jeff makes instant decisions when enemies appear, changing priorities if necessary. Suddenly, Jeff did nothing. "Was I saved?" He jumped up high and then disappeared. Someone spoke up. Alex looked over. It is a kid. He collapsed Sir Jill T. Soom. Thank you, sir. Sung did not really understand what happened either, so Alex explained. That machine did not kill me, it just ran away. He stood up, waving his hands. Could it be it saw Sir Jill T. Seong came? Scared it might be restricted, so his companion agreed. Of course, fighting Sir Jill is too much for that machine. Sung is way out of that machine's league. Sunlight poured over the graves here strangely. This spot was spotless. The only clean place in the whole city. Why is that? Jeff flew above the city rooftops. System report. Enemy forces increasing. Win rate 92%. But in special cases, retreat is advised. Sung turned and gave the order. This place is strange. Get out quickly. Yes, graves are in a shining spot. Final priority is protecting the people even if they are the dead. Jeff rested at the charging station. Electricity flowing into him. Enemy count estimated at 49. Risk level 5. Probability to defeat threats at 35.7%. Continuing to monitor the battle. Someone watched from afar as Jeff charged and repaired himself. Jeff looked over. There he was, Lian hiding behind a door, giving a nod. Lin appeared, flashing a friendly smile. Did you enjoy chasing those guys? Lian deeply values chivalry. He is basically the living embodiment of knightly spirit. Despises brutal fights and always fights for justice. Lian frowned. Alright. Ready yet? Jefflick's red eyes glowed brightly, emitting light. An explosion erupted there. But of course, the opponent always tries dirty tricks. Lin emerged from the flame's ashes, still holding onto his gallant knightly grace, gripping his sword tightly, even if knocked down. This knight spirit won break. Lian took confident steps, his cape fluttering. His aura was fierce, chosen by the gods for that very reason. Amid the smoke, Jeff stood firm, battling machines for honor. Sounds crazy, right? He swung his gun forward, checking his gear. 480 rounds of 60mm shells. Jeff fired at Leon, each bullet igniting small bursts of fire on impact. He smirked, eyes fierce. The protector of the city's rich and powerful. Jeff stood steady, perfectly synchronized. A strange physical phenomenon. Bullets whizzed past, their curved trajectories analyzed. Bullets flew from positions F12 and 23. Kuthur. 3 bullets fired simultaneously at Leon. He showed no fear, even smiled mysteriously. Leon slammed the ground, cracking the earth beneath him. Rocks flew up where he stood, sparks flying. Dust rose thick, smoke blanketing the scene. Jeff watched and shouted as a dark figure rose from the light beam. Jeff recognized it and fired a red beam from his eye. Startled by what happened, Leon and his steed burst out of the dust, both looking mighty and fierce. He raised his weapon, eyes blazing like he wanted to swallow everything whole. Jeff was on the back foot, slowly retreating, then suddenly fired a barrage of bullets at him. The bullets could not reach Leon. Unable to hit their target, he smirked, taunting, "You want to play hide and seek with me?" Jeff jumped, following Maxic's path to escape. But that was not going to work. Leon swung his sword wide like a horse's strike, each blast following Maxic's route. There was no way this would work. Jeff sped away with all his might, Leon chasing behind him. How could such a mere being have that kind of power? They moved so fast the wind whipped around them. Jeff's foot caught on a roadside stump. He quickly launched himself forward. It could not be real. Leon shouted, "Charge! Take down the target!" His warhorse surged swiftly toward Jack. The horse neighed and dodged to the side when bullets came flying. Behind Leon, explosions erupted as the earlier bullets were narrowly avoided. He paused briefly. The horse snorted, catching its breath. Lid admired Jack with a steady gaze. "Not bad." Jack looked back silently. The barrel swung forward. The horse had to leap to dodge the bullets. Jack fired from above, but Leon skillfully maneuvered the horse to dodge every shot, the gun barrel relentlessly shooting downward. Lin quickly dodged each bullet. Every shot was dangerous. Like a machine, Jack kept firing non-stop. Lin managed to avoid all the bullets. Debris exploded everywhere. Lin's eyes blazed as he shouted, breakthrough. The warhorse stomped hard, using the flying shards to launch even higher. Soon, it caught up to Jack. Leon urged his steed forward at full speed. Jack adjusted his weapon. 68 small bullets fired simultaneously. The gun roared at full power, bullets raining down on Leon. He dodged and smashed them away with his spear. Jack was shocked. He did not expect Leon to dodge them all. Leon's anger flared up. "Remember me, I am proud of who I am." He slashed his spear forward, unleashing a powerful burst of light. A massive explosion covered everything in dust and debris. Floating midair was a piece of Jack's body, still crackling with electricity. Electric currents sparked out, delivering a fatal blow, disabling his systems. Leon scanned the warning system. "Jack, these sealed parts must never be taken outside." Jack's red eyes widened as self-destruction kicked in. Leon's gaze blazed brighter than the sun, destroying the entire weapons cache. Everything was engulfed in flames. Lin watched in shock as the fire consumed it all. Jack's latch was still intact. The explosion came from the cargo hold, filled with flammable oil. Jack's spinner. Someone lay on top of him, saying, "Move aside. I will protect the city. That is my mission." A sharp accessory pierced the man. His body was smeared with red goo, his red eye fixed on what he had done. Bulges appeared all over Jack's body. Jack unleashed a volley of bullets. There was only one target. A monstrous roar sounded as backup firepower arrived. A squad of machines like Jack appeared, defending the city, protecting the city. Jack's spinner moved toward the city. Defeating enemies, the city's guardian was truly a hero. People below revered them. The story of unmanned machines saving a city on the brink of destruction was a beacon of hope for citizens losing faith. Jack wore the wreath of pride. Those machines were symbols of hope, becoming brave knights. In battle, Jack fought with all his might, taking down many giant beasts. The Jack spinners were restructured, including Unit 10253. Under the final commander's lead, the city was protected. Even if Jack was broken in battle, he was safe now. He fought with everything he had. The city was saved. The city burned in flames until true peace finally settled over it. The girl used her last strength to say, "Jack, this is my final wish, protect this city." Jack silently obeyed the order. Absolutely no one must take that thing outside. The last remaining combat roof received the final command. That purple gem still held a soul inside. No one was allowed to come near it. The city was rebuilt. Everyone must be stopped. The beast was destroyed, and that thing had to be protected. Jack fought with everything he had, blocking, protecting, destroying all threats, blocking, protecting. Then Jack collapsed. Done for. It was over. Leon looked at his gun in awe. He would fallen down there, but still wanted to protect this place to the end. He glanced at the purple gem and then at the other thing. With a commanding look, he asked if that was what the person was trying to protect. Leon drew his sword out of thin air. His mind focused on the gem. He stepped closer. This was something that should not exist. Something made him pause and glance back. Jack, even near death, still wanted to protect it, still resisting me. He struggled to lift his body, like someone who guarded this thing alone for years and years. Liz's eyes flared. Truly a loyal knight. Everyone would be grateful for such devotion and faithfulness. Light engulfed Jack's spinner. Leon raised his sword high. Light spread everywhere. The mission was complete. I solemnly declare it is over, he said. He stood there shining like a god. The cliffs began to wet, the light breaking everything apart and rising up. Leon stood looking ahead. The gem shattered. The machine gave a few last groans. Rest in peace. Silence filled the space. Light flowing all around. Peace restored. Thank you, Jack. Two of them walked down the hallway when suddenly curiosity struck. So that is how it was, he asked Leon. Did you destroy the gem? Leon turned coldly. Hey, are you upset? The other laughed without a hint of sincerity. You were the one who took down Jack's spinner, so of course the fate of the gem is your call. Leon frowned. You do not need to be sad. That thing's nothing but poison. The other's eyes widened in surprise. Poison? Leon explained. That gem was created to tempt humans with endless wisdom and curiosity. It is a devil's tool, he said. But before he could finish, the other interrupted, babbling on. A devil? Leon continued, his gaze growing colder. At first, it listens to the owner's wishes, but gradually it demands a price for what it gives, like raising a pet. As you feed it, it slowly tames you. It eats away at us through petty temptations, dreams of immortality and eternal life, until we lose our humanity and become demons. All in a short time. He changed the subject. Have you found another gem yet? We have to destroy it fast. The other gasped. That is terrible. I will report this to the use government right away. Leon nodded. Good. Soon after, they reached the door to the testing room. Suddenly Leon thought aloud. But there is a good chance someone's already been tempted by the devil. The heavy door to the testing room slowly creaked open. Inside, researchers were busy at work. Leon stepped in and asked Kang Hyut, is this where it is stored? He quickly replied, yes, that is right. They looked around and saw someone walking with papers. That person and two others stopped and stared intently at what was in front of them. Light from the ceiling shone down on the broken concept device. They stood silently for a long moment. Leon and Kang Hyuk stared at it. Kang asked, what should we do with this? A month later, Leon replied, it was a noble night. We should bury it and bring it before the gods. But first, let us celebrate. Before finishing, Leon produced a glass studded with sparkling stones, making Kang Hyuk's eyes widen in surprise. He raised the glowing glass, staring intently at the bottom, muttering, a loyal knight. Leon closed his eyes as if to feel it, then looked at the glass in one direction. Rest in peace. A bright stream poured out right onto the broken object. Then the glow grew bigger, almost enveloping the whole room before their amazed eyes. A miracle happened. The object that looked like junk just moments ago slowly started to fix itself and move. It inched toward the edge of the stone table and tapped gently. Kang Hyuk was stunned. Jeff's spinner was moving, but Leon's expression stayed cold. Like he expected this, he just sat quietly, feeling at this thing. Jeff was half broken, yet still making sounds. The screen was still glowing. Suddenly, the lever activated, and the needle moved smoothly. He looked at it and thought quietly. This feeling, it is strange. Even without power, by some blessing, It still worked. The needle moved toward the circuit and repaired it with expert precision. It even lightly touched Jeff, almost teasing him. Leon's bright light from above shone clearer on the damaged parts. Jeff made a signal, like trying to tell Leon something. Lin understood and drew his sword, so that is it. Though he was not sure if this was the goddess's choice. The sword gleamed brightly, startling Jeff. Leon plunged the sword into the ground with a loud crash, cracking the stone. He closed his eyes, thinking deeply, his hand still on the sword's hilt. Kang Hai could not help but stare in surprise, thinking, what is this? The researchers were left speechless. Jaws dropped, wondering what that was. Jeff also stared intently at the glowing sword. Leon's eyes locked on the sword as if absorbing all its light. He gripped the hilt tighter, eyes steady and unblinking. The glowing silhouette of a girl slowly appeared before them all. Kang Hai was sweating nervously, thinking, no way. He and the others knelt, unable to believe their eyes. Everyone there sensed that a woman appearing in such radiant light was definitely no ordinary human. She had to be something sacred beyond comparison in this world. The girl shone with a mysterious, magical aura. Only then did Leon softly speak. Lady Ariana. Her gentle voice rose. Leon, my first night? Tell me what is happening. Leon's gaze lingered, deep in thought. Then he slowly replied, Lord Jack Spinner is a respected knight and a role model for all knights. I hope you, Lady Ariana, will consider knightly promotion. She looked closely at Jack, her eyes shifting. He was also focused, eager for her approval. She answered, but he has not fulfilled my mission, though he has proven his honor. That glory is not offered to me. Leon looked up at Ariana, hand still on the hilt. As your first knight, Leon, guarantee this man is a great knight. Ariana smiled softly. If my knight says so. Leon's eyes were full of eager anticipation. She continued, then I have nothing more to review. She extended her hand toward him, but I do need to verify something. O knight forged from iron and steel of this world, I have heard your story from first knight Leon. You will praise light and justice. Yes, Jack was curious how she would test him. She smiled brightly. Your honor and knowledge are full, but your spirit is still like a child. Then she commanded Leon, help him purge his malice, so he can become my knight. Lin glanced at him. Jeff made sounds of agreement. Lin gave him a knowing smile as one leg of Jeff moved smoothly. Then the other 3 legs followed, and Jeff quickly headed toward the edge of the table. Next, it suddenly let out a fierce cry. The goddess watched its every move, while those around sat there, curious. The system displayed singing into the speech and sound transmission module, setting up the language module. Ariana smiled gently, then suddenly it sounded again, confirming its system emitted sounds. Demon. Attack. Divine. She gave a light smile, clearly amused by it. Then she spread her arms. All right. Jack Spinner. Her palms glowed brilliantly. If you swear loyalty to my first knight and support him, you will share in the glory. A massive beam of light descended onto Jack, Ariana's way of showing approval. Leon stood at her side, issuing the order. The new Holy Grail Knight will be entrusted with glory and justice. Jack appeared, upgraded into the Holy Grail Knight, looking sharp. Scene shifts. Meanwhile, at the Mata branch of the United States Confederation, a thick, urgent voice rang out. Forgive me. Great existence. In Ronan Selman's room, Mata branch, the voice continued. You failed to meet the demands, sir. A low, mocking tone sounded. How foolish. Could not even handle something this simple. I taught you Samura's truth and wisdom, yet you disappoint me so. Ronan knelt before a glowing red orb, apologizing. Please forgive me, sir. He kept explaining, but I had no choice. That survivor Liam was an unexpected variable. The orb's voice boomed. Don't insult me with excuses anymore. That Leon guy. The hell is he? Ronan wondered, surprised he did not even know Leon's identity. The voice warned, hey, check the news. Quickly. Ronan panicked. Yes? Great existence. He grabbed the remote and turned on the TV. The screen showed a man introducing himself. I am Leon Dragonia Leoniad, the Heavenly Lion King. The orb seemed to spark with energy at his name. It kept chanting. What? That brat is here. What? Ronan was shocked too. Master? He thought anxiously. Master is scared. The voice suddenly said, I give up. I am done with this madness. And then fled, the red light fading away. Ronan broke out in a sweat. Master? He helplessly held the orb. Master? Master? His gaze filled with growing fear. Master? He shouted in panic, and with that, the gym never spoke again. At the Korean Hunters Association, inside the high-rise lab, a voice echoed. So then, Kang Hee continued, we will register you. Jeff Spinner, as the new chairman, seems like he is not used to this atmosphere yet. Jeff smiled brightly. It might be tough to get everything rolling right away. Leon replied. No problem. As they stepped out of the lab, the heavy iron door slammed shut, and silence fell between them. Jeff seemed about to say something. Suddenly, Lin coughed harshly, covering his mouth with his hand, coughing up some strange substance. Jeff immediately spoke up, "Are you okay?" "My knight." Lin wiped the remaining spots with a handkerchief and replied, "I am." He thought to himself that being a holy grail knight in a place lacking divinity was taking its toll. Jeff made a sound at his feet, clearly feeling guilty. Lin sighed comfortingly. "It is not your fault. It is because I am not strong enough." A voice suddenly echoed, "How can that be your fault? It is my failure." Leon paused, reflecting on the words. He placed his hand on his chest and explained, "No matter what happens, the blame can fall on the gods." The gentle voice replied, "Please do not say that." "My knight." His gaze grew more determined than ever. Ariana said, "I have always been grateful for your loyalty. This is on me and the other gods for not intervening sooner." Ian's expression softened, curious about what she would say next. Ariana gently advises, "Take a rest and always keep faith in your god. Just wait for them." Lin still holds his hand upside down, completely confused. "Yes, Lady Ariana." Then Ariana appears in a different dimension. In front of her are three close companions. Ariana calls out to them, "Brothers and sisters." She softly tells them, "We need to help with our progress." Cut to the day King Leonhurt turns 121, that is the day the world fell into ruin, leaving only one knight. He expelled all the divine power from the world and held it within his heart. The gods, shamefully, left the heart of that noble knight, and King Leonhurt wiped out all monsters for 180 years. They placed the entire burden of the world on the shoulders of one human. That person was none other than Leon, who always stood firm, shining brightly at just the right moments to protect the world. So all the gods in Pantheon owe an unpayable debt to Leon. In a pure white room, four people sit around a table deep in discussion. The sound of someone breathing heavily fills the air. Demira anxiously asks Han, "How's the kid doing?" Ariana quickly replies, "Not good. My knight has pushed himself too hard." Demira jumps up, pacing as she asks, "What should we do now?" Beto slams his hand down on the chair, a bit "You expect just one holy grail knight to carry all this pressure?" Frustrated, he asks, "What has King Leonhurt's divine aura even become?" Betos is the god of war and fire. Hearing this, Ariana reminds him, "Keep your pride. He has been fighting for our gods for over 200 years and finally won." He yells back, "I know that. That is exactly why I'm angry at myself." The tension quickly thickens. Everyone is carrying their own pain. Demira lowers her head, saying nothing more. Ariana quietly mutters, 180 years. After a moment, she speaks again. "It is time for us to speak up, brothers and sisters." Everyone turns their eyes to her, listening closely. "I can stand to watch my knight suffer any longer." Suddenly, a hand reaches out and a deep voice says, "I have an idea." She replies, "Go ahead. Speak." The man speaks, like the god of life did with the plains. "We should bless everything we can to build trust with the people. That means the god of steel." And the blacksmith Hito. Pitos glances at him. "You want us to take on a missionary role?" The man nods. "Yes, we will show humanity the miracles of the gods. And from what we have seen through the progress of life, this world is connected by something called the internet." Hearing this, Demira suddenly lights up. The man continues, "We will use the internet to do it." Pitos asks curiously, "But why did not King Leonhurt ever think of this? He was once a citizen of this world." Man answers slowly, "He lived in this world before the internet became popular." Ariana, curious now, asks, "But what about trials and failures? Leon's info took 20 years to take root." The man chuckles softly, then folds his arms and says, "That is when our holy grail knight stepped in." Cut to a server room. Suddenly Jinsu hears a voice. "Manager, look at this." Startled, he rushes over. A guy with spiky hair points at the screen. "This is on YouTube. Is this allowed?" Jinsu freezes. YouTube. Seeing what is on the screen, he breaks into a sweat. "What is this?" A flood of data appears on screen, making Jinsu uneasy. Plains. YouTuber. Sweat drips down his forehead as he thinks, "This is a live stream of Pantheon TV praying after each meal to thank Goddess Demella." Jinsu clicks on a video titled "Why Go to the Hospital?" An office worker who once looked down on farmers changed by an old farmer's words. Next video. It is just a meal, but one bite can change your life. Then a clip asking who to ask about God, with surprising results. He scrolled down to the comments below the video and thought to himself, it is all clickbait, but the video quality is seriously top-notch. Not just Jinsu, but the other two were also watching the video. Curious, he wiped his sweat again and asked his staff, "Who made this stuff?" The guy with the spiky hair replied, "Pantheon. Isn't he your boss?" "Leon," Jinsu asked skeptically, "You think he would use Asian YouTube?" The staff answered, "But maybe Assistant Hen made it." Jinsu thought about it a few times, since Harry always asks super simple stuff. She quickly dismissed it. She knows nothing about computers. He slammed his hand on the nearby planning board and analyzed. The bigger issue is, these videos are not clickbait, they are all real. Jinsu got worried. What do we do now? She thought anxiously. What is he planning? Then Jinsu turned and walked away. I am stepping out for a bit, she said. The others called after her. Where are you going? Grabbed his phone and coolly replied, I am going to meet that Leon guy. Scene change. Meanwhile, in a high-rise apartment where Leon lives, the door to his home office is tightly shut. The computer screen glowed brightly. It is obvious Jess is controlling it. After fiddling with it for a while, it finally uploaded the subtitles successfully. Next, it hit enter like a pro and started the upload. The room fell silent. Then suddenly the door opened. Harry peeked in and asked, Jess, are you done using my computer yet? She stepped closer. Curious, what exactly did you do? It made its familiar mechanical noises. Then suddenly Jess spoke. Plan and audio promotion phase 1 complete. Suddenly it changed signals and started phase 2 hacking into the internet. Harry stood there for a while, totally clueless. After thinking it over, she just figured Jess was probably playing games. Jess knows Harry has zero clue about how computers work. Scene change. Now at Nadu Plain. The scenery is stunning. Here, the Pantheon branch for Nadu Plain is temporarily set up. Jinsu suddenly rushes in, immediately bowing. Your Majesty, we have to take those videos down. Leon just sat there sipping tea like nothing had happened. Harry watched him rush in, feeling confused too. She handed Jinsu a glass of water and said, have some barley tea first. He gulped it down and replied, thanks. Jinsu was so thirsty he drained it in one big gulp. Wiping his mouth, he suddenly remembered the important matter he brought here. Damn. That video. Jinsu was still curious and puzzled. Who even posted it? Lin casually answered. Lord Spinner did. He was shocked. Lord Spinner. The killing machine knows how to make videos. How? Jinsu wondered. Though he just did not know it, Spinner probably does it like a pro. Lid asked back. What do you mean by taking the videos down? Jinsu? You know what I mean. The vast silver fields appeared as he spoke. The rice in Nadu Plain is far superior to anywhere else in the world. It cures all kinds of ailments and even strengthens the body, like something out of a fairy tale. Suddenly his face darkened. Once someone knows about these rice fields, the whole world will hunt them down. Jinsu. Nadu Plain will be swarming with thieves, not just ordinary thieves either. He bowed his head. When the food supply allows for planting, the association will do everything it can. Please wait until then. Lin calmly lifted his glass. I understand. You all have your own laws and system. I get. He appeared perfectly calm, but inside he was freaking out. Jinsu was shocked by that answer, his face full of worry. Leon explained, no one steals from the goddess' farm. He wiped sweat and thought, how is he so confident about that? Scene change. Now it is night, and the vast rice fields are covered in pitch black darkness. Along the road next to the harvested rice field, a few cars were parked, and some people dressed in black looked really suspicious. One of them whispered into his phone, that grain, it is definitely real, and he in this phone screen shows a message from an anonymous client in the Nadu Plains. Keep the seeds and burn the fields there. Suddenly, someone in the group spoke up. What the hell is going on? I thought they would be on maximum lockdown. But there is nothing at all. They looked out over the vast fields. We just grabbed the seeds and set this whole place on fire. The leader gave the order. We have been paid. Just do your job. They grabbed some cans and brought them out. Their subordinates followed immediately. This was indeed the infamous Hitman Branch Korea's deadly squad. The underlings began crawling down toward the rice plants, then formed two lines as they moved forward. Suddenly, one of them sensed something was off. He looked toward a shadow in the distance and warned, Boss, there is someone there. The other man clenched his weapon tightly, looking scared. When they got closer, all they saw was a scarecrow dressed in clothes and wearing a hat. They stared at it for a while, silently thinking, a scarecrow. One underling said, it is just a scarecrow. You idiot. Started to hesitate. Sorry, I was wrong. He kept scratching his head, confused. Weird. Why do I feel like it is moving? The junior tried to calm him down. It is just the wind. Dumbus. Suddenly, he broke out in a sweat and looked up. The dark scarecrow, all blurry and eerie, made him uneasy. Something was off. Suddenly the junior turned around and warned, Boss, look. The curious boss said, what is it? When they both looked back, they were shocked. Not just one, but a whole bunch of scarecrows. Why are there so many? The scarecrows were tied tightly to stakes, swaying back and forth, looking super creepy. He kept staring at the scarecrows, making the boss lose patience. You are supposed to be tough, but you are scared of scarecrows. The boss turned back to remind him, stop babbling. Adjust the wind direction. We need the fire to spread as fast and wide as possible. I will grab the seeds from the warehouse. Right after, cans of oil were thrown near the rice bundles. After pouring, they casually tossed the empty cans aside, not even bothering to hide evidence. One guy asked, that is it? The boss crossed his arms. Certain, this rice seed is not ordinary. I am keeping a few grains. Then he started giving orders. Mansu. Jinti. You too. Suddenly he felt something was off. He wondered, where did those two go? The junior jerked back. They have always been right behind me. Everyone looked around, surprised. But the two were nowhere to be found. At that moment, the boss seemed to realize something. He warned. Those scarecrows. The junior, already freaked out, got even more unsettled. The boss continued. Are they getting closer to us? They finally noticed and froze. One scarecrow was approaching from behind the boss. Not empty-handed but with a big sickle in each hand. He sensed something behind him and turned around. The scarecrow was still facing away, looking suspicious. Suddenly it turned around, its face painted with a tongue sticking out like it was mocking him. The boss was startled and could only curse under his breath. He snapped into action, swinging his blade and slicing the scarecrow in two. The junior yelled out in shock. Boss, he turned back. They are actually moving. These are not normal scarecrows, they are monsters. Now, all the scarecrows in the field slowly came to life. Their faces shifted between sticking out tongues and grinning, each holding sharp weapons. The thugs started panicking. Boss, what do we do? This can't be real, why are they all monsters? The scarecrows closed in on them, and the guys nervously wondered if this was some kind of nightmare. After a while, a hand appeared, struggling to crawl out of the field. A junior tried to escape, terrified, asking, Boss, what are those things? I have never seen anything like this in the barrier. The boss lost patience and shouted, how would I know? But in his head he thought, damn, I rushed and did not bring enough men. The boss worried. I knew this mission was weird. If anyone tries to sabotage us, I will make them pay. The men kept spotting strange things. Boss, wait. What now? The boss grew impatient. One pointed ahead. Isn't it at the warehouse? The warehouse was so close they could see the entrance and exit clearly. The leader secretly cheered. Found it. If the miracle rice story is true, I will be rich. The boss ordered the men, load as much rice as you can onto the cart. The monsters only patrol the field, the warehouse is safe. The boss laughed like he struck gold. Let us. Their boots stepped steadily across the vast rice field. One eager guy moved forward when suddenly an explosion rocked the air. The guy behind froze in shock, standing stiff like a statue. That guy was none other than the boss, who collapsed to the ground after the blast. Boss, why are you the only one here? Those guys thought to themselves. Did they place me in front of the warehouse? The underling stammered, still clueless about what was happening. Who would do that? Suddenly, a strange sound echoed. Everyone looked in different directions, but one of them spotted Jack Nup in the distance and immediately sounded the alarm, confirming an intruder, and was super curious why here. He thought silently to himself, this is the barrier in Nadu, and immediately recognized Jeff Spinner and sounded the signal to eliminate him. 1 month later, the warehouse scene was calm again, just like before. Cut to morning at the Nadu plains, peaceful as ever. Except for a few bandits dozing off in the corner over there, the boss was still in pain with his leg in a cast. Right next to him was a board listing the rules for living and farming. Rule 1. The first harvest must resemble the goddess and must become a transcendence. Rule 2. No peeing anywhere, but droppings are allowed. Rule 3. Set up scarecrows and dress them with hats and clothes. Rule 4. Sing while harvesting, even better if the song shows gratitude to the goddess. Rule 5. Don't skip meals, no matter how busy. Most importantly, thieves must die. Thieves must die was even highlighted in bright red. The Lone Strike Squad successfully captured them. After arresting those from the Demon Association, they were handed over to the authorities for processing. The value of Pantheon and the Banfuic rice skyrocketed insanely. This was the embodiment of the algorithm, led by Leon. Then traveled around the country's temples to boost the consumption of Banfuic rice. Even though there was a small objection, it still got approved. The headline showed survivors mocking the reporter. How far should we tolerate cultural differences? At this party, survivor Leon Dragonia Leon Hurd said, how dare a commoner sit at the same table as a king? Eventually, the whole internet buzzed about Pantheon, with the hashtag trending at the top. A gentle hand placed the newspaper down on the table. Inside deeply, is this really what the gods have planned? He thought silently. Looks like they have adapted to this modern world, even better than I have. Suddenly, a voice called out, hot news. Your Majesty. Harry dashed in, clutching a paper. The rice pricing results are in, sir. Now each sack is worth 230 million coins. Leon said, expressionless as he looked on. Then he slowly replied, it still needs to be cheaper. She was curious, but would not it be better if it were more expensive? Leon explained, the market is what really sets the value of an item. How can ordinary people afford rice if the price is so high? The blessings of the gods should be shared equally with everyone. Sounds fair, but Harry still seemed confused. Her eyes widened. I see. Then he leaned back and recounted, I met with the president earlier to tell him we need to explain the sacred blessing to the farmers. But he said a president must stay neutral in public opinion. That made sense. She quickly agreed. I guess that is fair. Leon said, yeah, but I still need to gain more public trust. He looked at her. Enough so I can use the heart of the tiger's power and its abilities. Harry was still curious. But, Your Majesty, is that really okay? Leon did not get what she meant and asked, why? Harry quickly explained, That golden gate, I managed to protect it just as you wished. But holding that dungeon against the people you chose is almost impossible. He gently smiled. Well, it depends on many factors. But I am confident, he said softly. We will see. Scene shifts. A voice calls out. Isn't that Sergio? He turned around to see who called him. It was Jun Hyung waving hello, and he responded. Captain Kim. Sergu rubbed his head and said, We meet again, smiling as he asked back. You are here because of that message too, right? About the Hunter Association boss hunting down hunters like us. I wonder what is really going on. His expression changed instantly. DC was And honestly, I have no clue either. Looking around, he thought to himself, these are all D rank hunters. The highest may be C rank. Two people nearby glanced around and whispered, that is Han Harry. Isn't she in a rank magic swordsman? Seems like she scored highest in last year's competition. Harry showed up with 2 bodyguards behind her. Looking sharp, someone's arrival behind caught DC's attention. The announcer's voice rang out, His Majesty is arriving. Kin Leon Dragonia Leon Hurt. Hearing this, he suddenly jolted. Thinking, that guy's Leon stepped in, and immediately everyone smiled brightly to welcome him. DC suddenly remembered he was a survivor. He thought to himself, I always knew he was not ordinary. But he is from a whole different world. In a flat, Lin was on stage, standing with arms crossed, serious and composed. Then he spoke up. Welcome. The reason I have gathered you all here today, Lin declared firmly, is because I am looking for warriors to join my guild. Thean, those who pass the evaluation, prove their worth, and complete the training. Hearing this, the crowd below buzzed with curiosity. Soldiers, not members of Gilda. He continued, I will grant you the honor of joining my army. Hearing this, even Thean was intrigued. An army, not Gilda. Leon's assistant standing beside him spoke next. Now, I will explain the entry test. He pressed a remote. The test is to clear the golden dungeon at Gaseong Station. As he announced this, everyone erupted into chaos. What? The crowd shouted. How are we supposed to handle that? That is basically sending us straight to our deaths. What kind of twisted test is this? Honestly, this reaction from the hunters was totally expected. The difficulty of a gate is classified by its color. Black means monsters with deadly sharp fangs. Red means machines that crush everything to pieces. Orange means thousands of mobile skeletons. With yellow, green, and sign below that, considering that the gate Gyud Seong handled in the Gaseong test was blue. For a C-rank hunter like him, a gold gate basically means certain death. Back in the hall, everyone was freaking out. How are we supposed to clear a gold level gate? This is basically suicide. The assistant kept trying to calm them down. Order. Please. If you do not want to continue the test, you are free to leave. Before he finished, everyone was already rushing for the exits. Shouting, You think we will stay? Waste of time. We are going home to sleep, except Seong. Seong was not leaving yet. Just confused. Is it okay not to stop them? Footsteps echoed as most people poured out the door. Only a few people remained scattered in the room. They had no intention of leaving. The atmosphere felt frozen. Leon looked down from the stage, bored and speechless at the mess below. Then suddenly, he locked eyes on a corner and called out. You there? The curly-haired guy's face turned pale. Yeah? The curly-haired guy. Leon's tone shifted, and he slowly asked, Why did you decide to stay? The curly-haired guy summoned all his courage and replied, Because I think there is something unresolved behind all this. Leon seemed to get it and said, I understand. Then he asked each person their reasons. What about you? I guess I am just here for fun. What about you? My friend's staying, so I am staying too. Lin rubbed his chin, looking troubled. Then hesitated. Well then, he pointed directly at the person across from him. Why are you staying? The one being asked was none other than Dizzy. He grimaced, thinking to himself, a guild produced someone nearly its rank hunter. I have to take this chance. Thinking about it, Dizzy immediately grew braver. I figured he would not just let us die there, so I decided to stay. Only now did Liam find a pretty satisfying answer, and he smiled. That is a good attitude. You are smart and chill. Leon stepped forward and said, I am here to rally the soldiers. Everyone fell silent. Listening carefully, a soldier's duty is to follow orders. Leon firmly stared at them with sharp eyes. You accepted a knight's call without hesitation. Trust in the sincerity and strength of a knight. That is all you need to do. Hearing this, Zizi could not help but feel uneasy. Leon continued with a smile. Meaning simply, just listen and obey orders. Jiang stretched out his arm and shouted, We are moving out immediately. Grab your gear and finish prepping. Cut to the Golden Gate at Gas Samsung, where silence loomed, only the gate glowing brightly. All the soldiers had gathered outside as ordered, with Harry walking alongside them. Jun Hyung was putting on gloves and armor. Muttering, This is kinda heavy, but the gear is solid. He added, Isn't all this rare grade stuff? Just this alone must be worth 10 million coins. No joke. Hunters like us, seed rank. Have never even touched gear like this, Dizzy muttered while looking at his gear. How come I am supposed to be an attacker? Suddenly, Jun Hyang's expression shifted, hesitating a bit, then turned to Leon with curiosity that King Guy. Jun Hyang wondered why Leon was not carrying any gear at all. Then Dizzy asked Hanharia, who smiled slyly. Hunter style. What is up? Dizzy asked what everyone was curious about. Your Majesty, why are not you wearing armor? She asked. Feeling awkward, Hari replied confidently. His skin's tougher than any armor, Dizzy thought quietly. Because he is just that strong. He stared at Leon's confident look and wondered. Nothing bad should happen, right? Cut to a dark dungeon, blood splattered everywhere. Heads severed, teeth and hair flying, fully armored soldiers stood wide-eyed in shock. What the heck just happened? Leon appeared. Eyes glowing, holding a weapon and a monster right there on the spot. He shouted loudly. I do not hear anyone speaking up. You are no longer honorable warriors, you will be like bugs crushed underfoot, facing death here. He pointed a massive sword forward and declared fiercely, this is my unbreakable justice. Night fell again, and the scene became eerily quiet. The whole army marched through the forest, and someone exclaimed, Lucky us. A soldier spoke up. Looks like we won't have to fight if we follow him. Suddenly, the system assistant displayed a message. Mercenaries incoming from outside. On this vast plain, tribes are at war. Pick a side and help them win. Dizzy got curious and peace support mission. Jun Hyang asked, And you, is this a fair fire choice mission? He replied, Yeah. I think we need to pick a tribe and lead them to victory. Jun Hyang was super curious. The question is, who is the better choice? Suddenly, he noticed something big nearby. Pointing out, wait, is not that a monster legion? Ahead of everyone was a legion of strange-looking creatures, making loud noises. The monster army got closer, looking more ferocious, wearing armor, wielding weapons, and even beast-like. Terrifying, they are all each had razor-sharp teeth, fiery battle eyes, and a deadly axe in hand. The troops advanced amidst the stunned and scared crowd. Soon enough, they were completely surrounded and outnumbered. The leader shouted, Who are you? This is the territory of our Axe clan. How dare you trespass on our land? Faced with the leaders more threatening than polite words, they all froze in place. Harry tried to calm down Leon's furious, twisted face. Your Majesty, please stay calm. He is angry and cursing those bastards. Jeff spoke. First of all, why are not we sticking to the mission plan this time? Leon, still furious, snapped, Do whatever you want. Thinking this was permission, he happily said, Thank you, my lord. Back to the scene. Harry was still scanning everything around. Lin stepped forward and said, We are mercenaries. We heard there is a reward for helping a tribe, so we came. The leader's curiosity piqued. Mercenaries? Huh? You must be the ones the tribe chief mentioned. Follow me, the leader commanded urgently. Move it. People. Harry was sweating nervously, and Leon just seethed in silence. The night sky seemed much calmer now, as they reached the enemy's base. The leader stood in the middle. Leon's troops surrounded but still trapped by his men. I am the chief of the Axe clan, he said, arms crossed, looking down on the troops. You are uglier and weaker than I thought, but that is fine. Raising his hand for a cheer, he shouted, Support our Axe clan. The bigger the war, the prouder the death. The victor takes all. Hearing this, Leon's teeth clenched so hard they nearly shattered. His eyes flared uncontrollably. He yelled, I can't stand this anymore. The leader turned sharply. What? Who are you? Leon's steps burned with rage as he roared, Honor, glory. Without holding back, Lin glared and cursed. You beasts do not know a damn thing but dream of glory. The leader lost his patience. Fuming, You are insolent. Before he finished, Leon swung his sword in a long arc, the leader's head flying off in a bloody spray. Blood splattered over the nearby soldier's armor. Flames blazed as Leon shouted, You are no honorable warriors. Keep dreaming while you crawl like bugs on the ground and die. The king's war fury erupted facing these damn monsters. His eyes burned bright. You will die, that is an undeniable truth. So far, 8,769,653 orcs have been slaughtered by the king, earning him the legendary title of Orc Butcher. The leader's subordinates panicked seeing him fall. What? The chief's gone. Lost it without their leader. Screaming, Damn humans. Kill them all. Leon's soldiers grew scared and worried. What the hell? What is going on? They are coming at us. With no fear, only fierce resolve. Leon ordered, You filthy orc. Shields up. Soldiers. The officer followed orders but was terrified inside, thinking, Damn it, he worried. We are just low-level hunters. Wait, why did we ever think we could beat orcs? The monsters roared angrily. I will kill you. Dizzy grew more panicked. Silently thinking, We are doomed, the orc swung his axe, unleashing a massive blast of force. Deci feared even blocking this would be impossible. The mighty axe strike hit the shield, but the shield easily absorbed the impact. He was stunned. I blocked it. He could not believe his eyes. How was this possible? The system flashed some info. Deci's eyes went wide. The display read, Aura of the Braveheart effect. Adds armor against enemies. Toughens the body. Boosts soldiers' morale. Enhances armor durability and lightness. Magic resistance effect. Strengthens the body against heavy attacks. Improves range defense. Sharpens vision. Greatly increases endurance. Deci read the system info in total disbelief at these buffs. Another notification popped up. Orcs Butcher effect. Plus 50% extra damage when fighting orcs. The odds around will drown in fear, confusion, and despair, spreading a deep hatred for the odds. Deci keeps throwing one surprise after another. What the heck is this? How is this even possible? More info coming. The demigod is alive. Under the protection of the War Knights, the Holy Grail Guardian, Dragon Tamers, Demon Lord Slayers, Demon Tamers, and Shadow Assassins. The knights fight fiercely, quick and agile, but the squad members are still low level. No more buffs can be added. Realized and thought to himself, these are all buffs for our troops. Despite fighting so hard, the fire inside Leon did not cool down at all. In fact, the more he fought, the fiercer he became, raising all his shields, then slashing at their weak points with his sword. The soldiers seemed re-energized, all targeting the odds, sending those beasts straight to the afterlife of the Demon King. The whole troop charged forward, each one fired up like crazy. Kill these bastards. Move out. They might be small, but those soldiers feared no one. Suddenly, a voice echoed, the war god will stand with us. This pulled Leon back to reality. What? The fire inside him flared up again. His rage was like a volcano ready to erupt. How dare these bastards call on the gods while oppressing us? He lost control of his words. You will pay for this. Lin raised his hand to the sky, coldly declaring, I will crush you. Break your minds for insulting our god. Their base was filled with smoke and the clash of weapons. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Come here. Salient. Two huge beasts stood outside. What the hell is that? Before he could figure out what was happening, his skull cracked from a rock hitting his face. Leon charged on horseback. The horse smashed one thug's face with its hoof, sending him straight to hell. Leon was just getting started, riding his horse straight into the enemy base. A powerful energy began to surround Leon. He placed his hands carefully, clearly summoning a weapon. A second later, the weapon slowly appeared. Two swords, sharp and gleaming, with Leon's fierce gaze. Instantly, two massive glowing blades appeared as he sat on his horse, surrounded by odds. Leon's eyes showed no mercy. I will kill every one of you monsters. A bloody scene unfolded as one by one the enemies fell, stiff on the ground. The scene finally settled, with only the colors of the odds and soldiers standing out. Leon raised his sword high, pointing it straight to the sky. His eyes softened, a smile spreading as he shouted, Rise up, victors! This is a victory with honor. The soldiers cheered. We won! Thank goodness. Harry ran up to Leon, calling out, Your Majesty. Leon turned. Yeah? Harry, what is up? She looked at the bloody scene. Curious? Why did you do that? Lin replied bluntly. Why do I need a reason to kill odds? Harry was shocked. What? But the mission was. Leon's fire flared again. Supporting odds. Nonsense. I would rather jump into a pit of fire than save those sneaky green bastards. And Jiang cursed. They do not deserve respect. Just existing is an insult to this world. Horrible images of the odds flashed as Leon spoke. Yeah, they might be strong, but nothing compares to the courage of the knights. He continued angrily. They are not to be treated like humans. They are disgusting monsters. Harry was startled, thinking, he is discriminating against the odds. She broke out in a sweat but said, But, Your Majesty, surely there is a good Ott somewhere in the world. Leon just smiled mysteriously, then sighed deeply. Then he said softly, Remember this, my poetic girl, if good Otts really existed, they would all be in hell by now. Talking about the Ott race is a long story. After the gates on Earth opened, many surviving Otts migrated here. Earth welcomed them without any racial prejudice. Life is not a dream, and the story does not end there. They still could not live peacefully alongside humans. They attacked, forcing humans off the planet because they were so brutal and violent. These Otts became a huge problem for Earth. Scene change. Rex scurries around, constantly making noise. He has arrived. He points toward the abyss, explaining nonstop that if they drop that thing down there, they will all die. It could not be simpler. Someone's voice rings out. Thanks for handling this. That is Lup. Who adds, Don't let me down. Harry next to him adjusts a rabbit pattern scarf to camouflage better and avoid detection, then react quickly, starts the nuclear payload activation process. His system announces, charge at 99.9%. Immediately, Resi's entire machine glows like the light of 10 celestial Buddhas. He continues. Nuclear payload. Freezing system conversion. Fuel fully charged. initiating nuclear fusion reaction. The whole process surprises even Harry, who watches in awe. He spins up to gain momentum, preparing to drop the nuke. Rox backs to the cliff's edge and throws the bomb into the lake below. Watching the glowing bomb fall into the lake, Harry stands aside, shaking his head in disbelief. That thing looks like a piece of gum, does not it? Hearing that, Lian quickly warns, "Watch your mouth." She curiously turns to him, "But your majesty, is this really okay?" Lian frowns. "What exactly do you mean?" Harry replies, "Wiping out the Aughts by poisoning the river with radiation is not that against the knightly ideals you stand for." Lin glances at her, then pauses for a long moment. Suddenly, he smiles mysteriously, his eyes filled with deeper meaning. Lin steps forward and says to both, "Listen up, Harry and Spinner. Rex fighting those beasts is not a war or duel, it is more like a massive hunting festival." Hearing this, she mutters, "Such a discriminatory name for Aughts." Lian continues, "When it is a hunt, there is always a prize for the victor." Then he grins with satisfaction. "There are no good Aughts, only sending them straight to hell is the best piece." Scene change. Loud laughter echoes. A brutal Aught beast cheers wildly after driving a fellow off to sell salt. While the other bleeds and waits helplessly, the others nearby mock the ugly scene, shouting, "Robta smashed Garden's head. What a killer swing. Brother." The other guy has completely been knocked out cold, lying flat on the ground. Opta says, "You fought bravely. May the god of war guide you to the eternal battlefield." They truly see this death as honorable. The others step closer. "Robta, let us celebrate the victory. Drink up." Robta walks to grab a bucket of water, uncaps the big bucket, goes to the river's edge, dips the bucket in, and scoops up water. Robta stands there, gulping hard. The bucket looks like just a tiny cup to him. The water pours over his face, quickly quenching his thirst. He wipes his mouth and suddenly notices something strange. The water tastes weird, kind of spicy. Robta senses something soft but shrugs it off, thinking it is nothing. He drops the bucket and heads back to base, figuring he must still have blood from the fight earlier. He has no idea the water he just drank was contaminated with radiation. The base scene appears quiet and eerily still, with the sky looking gloomy. Suddenly, his hoarse scream breaks the silence. "Wizard, I am in the tent. The pain's unbearable. He can't take the pain anymore." Screaming desperately, "Where are you? Help me. I am done." Suddenly, a blinding light flashes before Robta's eyes, making him squint. Tears and snot drip down his face. Still clueless about what is happening, he just knows his stomach hurts badly. When Robta stumbles outside, the scene shatters him completely. Not just him, but all the Aughts out there suffer the same agony. They take turns screaming, "Help! Wizard! Save us!" The staff with two skulls on top slammed hard onto the ground. The wizard screamed in terror, "I have never seen anything like this. This is not magic, it is a curse." He backed away fearfully. "Has some bastard wiped out our entire tribe? Are you all done for?" Suddenly, a voice rang out, catching his attention. "Bring glory to the king." Before he could even understand what was happening, Lian launched a powerful kick, sending him flying far away. He shouted, "All warriors, attack!" With sharp eyes, he stared down the idiots. "Kill them all. Don't let a single one live." The system immediately activated poison resistance. Soldiers swarmed in one by one, charging forward. Free experience. Take them down. The enemies grew more and more frantic, clutching their stomachs in pain and caught completely off guard. The idiots did not know what to do. The soldiers rushed in, all fully armored and armed, moving as fast as the wind. The idiots were stunned. The soldiers were about to strike their faces, yet they just stood there trembling. All talk, no guts, the soldiers shouted. Die. Blood splattered everywhere, gruesome and brutal. The soldiers kept pushing them back, and then a bright light shone down directly on them. Then the system displayed a message. The White Hawk tribe has been wiped out. All the idiots' tribe members are now your enemies. The soldiers paused. Reading the notification, Harry stared intently, quietly thinking to himself. The system continued. You are now the common enemy of the entire idiot tribe. A hidden mission formed. Eliminate all the idiots on the battlefield. Everyone stood silently for a moment, looking at each other, waiting for orders. After reading the notice, Harry hurriedly said, Your Majesty, the mission has changed. Lian seemed to anticipate this and smiled. Good. Now this is the real mission. Then he shouted, My soldiers, it is time to bring light and justice to this land. Suddenly, the distant howls of the idiots rose up. They sounded furious. The loud noise caught the attention of soldiers inside the recently captured base. The wizard stepped out. Furious, you are the ones who cursed the river. His eyes were white with rage as he cursed. You vile, cowardly race, the wizard sneered. And you dare call yourself elite warriors? That insult made Lian's blood boil. He narrowed his eyes. What did you say? The wizard swaggered forward. You brainless idiot. Just singing your song of glory? Tomorrow, I won't even see you anymore. You are filthy. Lian's sharp eyes locked onto him, Idiot! Do not you realize they are all dead? A lowly race like yours deserves this. He did not even deny it. I am giving them a chance to free themselves from their ugliness by wiping them all out. Filthy beasts. Die. The wizard grew furious and charged. Around him, a massive power began to rise. Gokrok will not spare you. Lin was ready too. His sword grew larger. You think I will let you cast spells? Think again. Lin swung his sword straight at him. Light magic blazing with overwhelming power. The sword struck with terrifying force, sending the wizard flying. Blood sprayed everywhere as he screamed in pain. Yet Gokrok's sharp-fanged mouth curled into a mysterious smile. He growled in a deep, hellish voice. It is too late. Humanity. Suddenly, the sky and surroundings darkened. Gokrok went berserk, his body quickly healing as he lunged at Lian. He shouted, Gokrok is furious now. Instantly, his power spread over the slain idiots' bodies. A huge black tornado swirled above like a curse to revive the dead idiots. Harry watched nervously. Your Majesty, what is that? Lian stayed calm. Just idiots. No wonder their civilization never advanced. He stared hard into the huge, black hole-like void. Suddenly, a giant hand burst out from it. Radiating fury, the blue-green clawed hand slammed down onto the ground. It shouted, Look here! The system immediately displayed a notification. Hidden mission. A wide-open eye appeared right in the middle of the black hole. Standing beneath the giant hand, he coldly declared, Face the fury of GoPro. The entire arm stretched out from the dark hole. Ready to smash everything, the system displayed a command. Eliminate GoPro. The Witch of the Oat tribe. The giant hand surged forward, aiming to grab Lian riding below, but he seemed unfazed. The huge hand curled up, pressing against the eye as if searching for a target. It angrily glared down at his arrogant face, growling every word, unable to accept it. The eye was so furious it reached its limit. Die. Then the dark hole lit up, its power intensifying fiercely. A massive beam of light shot down from the sky, passing through the curled hand, striking the ground with a huge explosion. Everyone started to worry disaster was near. The enormous eye kept scanning around and declared, I am the guardian god here, the protector of these people. Hearing its question, Lin coldly replied, Who dares ask that? Then he unleashed his move, Heavenly Handguard. As golden lightning crackled around him, he shouted with all his might, You, who call yourselves masters of these cursed fools, how dare you claim to be gods? Lian's eyes blazed with fire, veins bulging all over, and the energy from his sword tore through his shirt. He pulled the horse reins and swung his glowing greatsword straight forward. Lian roared, This king can't be allowed to live anymore. The giant arm grew even larger, and the eye seemed ready to devour him alive. Snarling, A mere mortal like you dares defy me. The eye clenched its massive hand into a fist, ready to strike as Lian charged on horseback. He did not flinch at all, facing off one-on-one with it. Lian's anger exploded. His face darkened as he swung his sword in a wide arc. The slash hit the curled arm, sending shockwaves rippling along its wrist. A second later, the giant arm was severed, blood spraying everywhere. The huge eye filled with bloodshot veins, showing pain and fear. It screamed in agony as the severed hand fell from the black hole right in front of all the soldiers. Meanwhile, the witch controlling that arm watched curiously. What? Even though you only cut the figure and not my real body, why does it hurt me? He was terrified, sweat pouring down his face, only able to stammer and stutter. Then he realized, right? It is because of the sword. It is the sword. The eye looked at Lian's defiant figure advancing toward it. It recognized him as the infamous Oat Butcher. Demon Hunter, the abandoned knight from the demon world. The eye, a clearly cornered, showed panic. Suddenly, the dark hole began to vanish, and it fled, leaving the confused witch behind. Mumbling curses, it left one last warning for Lian. You will pay for what you have done. We will meet again. The witch Orgluk was helpless, sweating bullets, only able to cry out in fear and curse. Lian dismounted and approached the witch. Muttering, he claims to be the god of these odes. He narrowed his eyes, thinking, so that is all there is to it. The terrified Ood, tears and snot streaming, still spat curses, You damn bastard. Quickly regaining composure, he hissed, No matter what tricks you use, I will avenge my brothers. Lian's eyes did not waver as he swung his sword in a clean, swift strike. The Ode Witch collapsed to the ground, unable to move or even breathe properly. Lin was furious. You cursed breed. You tried, but creatures like you should not be allowed to live. Then the system popped up a message. You have completed the hidden mission. Everyone involved received the Ode Hunter title and the honor of being Warriors of the Night. Ode Hunters deal 30% extra damage against Odes, and Warriors of the Night get 20% more defense when fighting alongside a War Knight. Deci took off his mask and thought to himself, everyone's getting extra physical armor, something only top soldiers have. The soldiers read the notice together, buzzing with excitement. Sweet. Though it only applies to Oods, A 30% physical defense boost is huge. Suddenly, Lion ordered them to gather all the loot, told the soldiers to move fast. Victory means extra rewards. After all, they scrambled off quickly. Right? We gotta hurry. Let us grab everything. They spread out searching, prioritizing big, high-quality targets, even grabbing gear from that wizard. Lion just stood watching. Harry appeared quietly behind him. She whispered, "Your Majesty, what is up?" He was curious. What is going on? She turned toward the giant severed hand Leon had cut off. What should we do with this? Leon paused, then said, "The fake god's arm is not broken yet. That is the chopped hand of Uth." The god, he noticed Jack fast signaling and immediately asked, "What is up?" Spinner signaled back. New message received. Jack projected the incoming image to Leon. Hato said, "Leon, I can feel a huge power coming from that hand. Absorb its power with the Holy Grail. Then we will study it to help you more." He added, curious. Leon pulled out the Holy Grail. Really? Then he stepped quickly toward the hand. Leon aimed the mouth of the Holy Grail right at it. A golden light burst out, dazzling everything. The giant Oth hand glowed brightly too. The hand was instantly sucked into the Grail. Watching the hand get swallowed, Leon could not hide his curiosity. He thought, I can feel energy on par with divine power. Those monsters really worship this guy. He judged quietly. But those beasts who do not recognize the true creator do not deserve to live. That is a crime against humanity that must be wiped out. A soft voice echoed in his mind. Leon, for my knight. He sensed a reply from a woman. A goddess. Leon closed his eyes. Puzzled, how can I hear her voice but not Bo? Ariana appeared beside him and said, "It is you are absorbing the monster's divine power. No need to bow." Then she added, "I came to you because I need you to choose. With it, I think you can restore the holy relicus power you want." Leon hesitated. Really? Ariana's Petos whispered in his ear, "Choose the sword." Leon frowned as she impatiently told Petos to be quiet. "Quiet. War god?" Ariana said, turning to Leon. "Yes, but only one choice. I will wait for your answer, my dear knight." He stood silent for a while, feeling everything inside. Leon thought, I hold 4 holy relics, the holy scripture, the holy sword, the holy grail, and Leon himself. He rubbed his chin. The holy sword's power is already strong, so no need. Then slowly, he opened his eyes with a clear choice, holding the holy grail. He declared, "I choose to restore the grail's power." Ariana nodded confidently. All right. The grail in Leon's hand floated up, glowing as if pulling in all the power around it. The grail, decorated with shimmering crystals. He reached out, catching and lifting it like a treasure. He smiled unexpectedly. Not a bad haul this time. Suddenly, someone ran up interrupting. "Your Majesty." He put the grail away and turned to Harry. "What is all the noise about?" She quickly replied, "We should check it out for a moment." Leon looked up at Harry. Sensing her hesitation, he asked curiously, "Where's Spinner?" She only whispered, "About that." Then a sharp scream caught their attention. "Let me handle this damn robot." Harry cursed quietly. Suddenly, blood started dripping onto the ground from somewhere. A soldier lying there suddenly screamed, "What is going on? Someone help me." Next to him was Jack, who was being blinded and just kept rolling around, nonstop cursing that damn robot. Jack suddenly sent out a warning signal, and his screen flashed a deadly red alert. The soldier looked at Jack like he would seen a ghost, and just screamed in terror. Others heard the noise and gathered around, watching the guy flail like a clown from the blinding light. In a flash, Jack jumped onto the soldier, but no one knew what he was trying to do. Then everyone's attention shifted to approaching footsteps. Lynn and Harry slowly walked up, both looking extremely surprised. The soldier tried to sit up, still muttering, "That damn robot's attacking me." Hearing that, Leon snapped, "Stop right there." He warned the soldier, "If you do not want your tongue cut out, watch your words." The soldier ignored him and kept ranting about a robot. Leon lost patience and yelled, "Hey, what kind of trash talks a knight like that?" The soldier froze, clueless about what was happening. Then Leon turned to Jack and asked, "What the hell is going on?" "Spinner." Jack made a sound. "Stealing loot." The soldier immediately denied it, stammering, "And no, it is a misunderstanding." Leon narrowed his eyes, thinking, it is obvious if it is a misunderstanding or not. He ordered, "Harry, search him." She immediately obeyed. She gave him a fiery glare, and the soldier finally realized the situation. Quickly saying, "Wait a minute," he said something that made everyone snort with laughter. "You actually trust a robot over me?" "Hold on." At this point, there was no denying it. Harry found the stolen item on the soldier. She pulled it from his pocket. The heart of Oat's warrior leader, the most valuable loot in the Oat territory. Harry's voice turned cold. "Who do you think you are? You know stealing such a precious trophy is a serious crime, right?" The soldier kept denying, It is all a misunderstanding. Really? He yelled. I did not steal it. Absolutely not. Lian said nothing more, drew his sword, and lightly slashed across the soldier's arm. The soldier just stared at his severed hand flying away. A second later, he screamed in pain. My hand. He probably regretted seeing his hand cut off like that. Lian coldly said, I know your laws and views about me, but now you are inside Lian Hood's barracks. Everyone fell silent, listening carefully. So here, you follow my rules, not old laws or orders, but Lian Hood's military code. Lian stared seriously and asked, This is my law, my military code. Anyone who can follow it. Raise your hand now. Stealing means losing a hand. That is the strict national law of the Lian Hood Kingdom. The laws and rules here are tough for Earthlings to accept. Some soldiers thought silently. Seems harsh, just stealing and they chop off your hand. But Deci thought quietly. This is a famous support class. As a maybe I can climb to C, or even higher. Quitting now would be a huge loss. It was a mistake to just break in at first. The prison gate had no laws. But now with strict rules. Maybe that is a good thing. After thinking for a while, he said, About that, Your Majesty. Lian just gave a flat reply. Then he reminded him, Watch your step. Rookie. Deci was surprised to encounter this situation for the first time. He took off some armor to introduce himself. I am. Lian got straight to the point. What do you want to say? Deci? He hesitated a bit, then said, Well, looking at that soldier earlier, may I take the thief's arm with me? Lian was curious. You want to bargain for him? Deci was nervous but answered, Yes. Lian explained, but then the punishment loses its meaning. His advice was basically challenging Lian's judgment. He hesitated. I understand that, but Deci boldly shared his thoughts. Your Majesty, we have different views than you. You have told us the rules now. Lian thought it over quietly as Deci continued, so I hope you can give us a chance. He paused for a moment after hearing this, then Lian replied, You have a point. Deci bowed his head and begged the king for mercy. The soldier was still dazzled, crawling on the ground. Lian took out the Holy Grail and said to him, You should be grateful your title has someone who knows how to reason. He raised the cup, which immediately glowed with a blinding divine light. Lian tilted the cup, and a glowing liquid poured out, flowing straight down. The dumbfounded soldier stared at the miraculous liquid before him. He furrowed his brow and, unable to believe his eyes, whispered, This is. The sight surprised not only him but also Deci. His hand had fully restored to its original state. What was that? A severed hand reborn? Deci thought to himself. Even an rank healer could only reattach a severed hand, not fully regenerate it like this. This power of restoration was stronger than any rank healing. He was incredibly curious who could possibly hold such power. Lian kept his cold attitude and loudly ordered the soldier away. Get lost, he added coolly. I am letting you off this time out of respect for your old laws. The soldier, staring at his healed hand, stammered, Thank you. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Lian instructed the soldiers. Those who join the army and the camp of Cham stay. Those who do not can split the loot and leave. They looked at each other, confused and dumbfounded. Deci thought, This is the chance. I have to do whatever it takes. Lian seemed satisfied. Good. Then get ready for training immediately. I hope no one here quits from the pressure. Everyone shouted. Take the loot. Let us head back. Harry turned to him and asked, Your Majesty, what kind of training is coming up? Lian glanced at his soldiers gathering supplies, then answered, Physical training. Scene change. Bright sunlight blazed down on a rice field, dazzling to the eyes. At headquarters, many people gathered. Someone called out, Hunchback, looking at Deci's exhausted face. The other asked curiously, What is wrong with your face? Jun Hyung looked over and asked, Did you join the new gate assault team? Deci scratched his head and replied, Yeah. Sitting still, I felt completely drained. Jun smiled. That is dangerous for your health. Take it easy. Deci responded softly. Yes. Harry slowly walked out in front of everyone. She raised her hand, pretending to catch her breath for a moment. Then she shouted with all her might, His Majesty Lian Dragonia Lian Hurt and Holy Grail Knight Jeff Spinner have arrived. Everyone froze as Lian's footsteps approached. Now dressed in a formal suit, he stood on the stage and declared, Congrats on passing the simple test just now. Lian continued, Joining Cham's camp, you all have some flaws, but that'll be fixed over time. Serious? Thinking. The dungeon gate was simple. He went on. Watching you fight, Cham noticed some personal flaws, but the most important is your body. They only dared to think it, not say it out loud. Body. We all started off weak and pathetic. Lian got to the point. So I have decided your physical training comes first. He smiled. From now on, you will train following the official regimen designed for the Lian Hurt Kingdom's standing army. People below looked confused. Official training for the standing army, like building muscles medieval style. Lian explained. Physical training is basically muscle building. Building muscles means pushing your body to the limit to expand your capacity. He smiled mysteriously. The Holy Grail Knight who wrote this regimen, the one who defeated the giant. Sir Greatus, said. Lin excitedly recalled his words. The more you fight, the stronger and tougher you become. A true motto. They could not believe it. What? Fight? Like punching and stuff? He shouted. If that is the case, how should soldiers assigned to protect the kingdom train? Obviously, it has got to be way different from regular farmers. Lian looked regretful as the soldiers focused. To get the best training results, Lord Greatus came up with this plan. His voice dropped, sounding ominous. Let the soldiers fight until they are covered in bruises and wounds. Then we help them recover like nothing happened. Doing this not only toughens their muscles, but also sharpens their reflexes, because they have to dodge hits too. Only then did they realize the horror and think, what? Lian stood on the platform, pointing down at them. His eyes gleamed as he commanded. All right, start fighting now. Lian ordered them. Keep going until your muscles tear and your hands bleed. Even better if you really go all out. Stop it! Someone shouted, unable to hold back any longer. Your Majesty, please. That is not entirely wrong, he protested. But Your Majesty, if it is like that, my body won't hold up. Lin crossed his arms. Curious? Why not? He took out and gently spun his holy chalice for a moment. Then he said, you should be grateful to have the protection of the holy chalice. Junhaing noticed and said to the man, hey, hunchback. He pointed to his wound. Your injury is already healing. The man was shocked, touching his face, unable to believe it, and wondered, how is this possible? Lian explained, wherever the holy chalice is, all soldiers get healed, and if you drink from it, even your bones regenerate, let alone your muscles. He continued as they stared in awe. I am giving you 5 hours. During that time, hit anyone you see. Lian added, no teaming up, attack your opponents with every move you have got. His eyes turned sharp as a warning. If anyone refuses to comply, this king will personally teach you a lesson. Lian turned and walked away, saying, all right, Spinner, you too. They thought silently. Do we really have to train this brutally? They just looked at each other in silence, sweating nervously. Then they forced awkward smiles at each other. Suddenly, Jack sent a signal, detecting a violation, surprising Harry with its efficiency. A powerful shock struck like a familiar electric whip. Jack signaled again. Fight, if you do not comply. I will take care of you. They looked up, both angry and scared. One shouted, damn it! Without hesitation, he threw a punch at the guy next to him, yelling, die. Then they started attacking each other fiercely, neither backing down, fighting both with martial arts and words. I am not going down that easy. Desiong was shocked watching a guy get knocked flat on the ground. He shouted, everyone's gone crazy. This whole thing is just insane. Before he could finish, Desiong got punched right in the face. Now, let us take a look at the schedule for the hunters who applied to join Lian's army. 9 am. Time for some fun military training like Iron Brothers in Arms. At noon, lunch consists of just water with salt or sugar. Inside, Lin and Harry were already waiting. They stepped in and immediately asked, is that a water bottle? The hunters asked. Miss Harry, what is this? She hesitated, glanced at him, and replied, this? Lin just casually replied, it is your lunch salt water mixed with sugar. They all frowned deeply. Who mixes salt and sugar in water like that? But in truth, the military training manual stated that soldiers only need enough food to survive, even if it is barely enough. Don't worry, the army will take care of you. Then at 1, tactical training began. Lian shouted, now, split into 5 teams to block the king's advance. The soldiers were shocked. What? They tried to hold their ground but were easily knocked down by Lian's strength and his warhorse, accompanied by constant cries of defeat. By night, hey kid, go to sleep. This was the time to pass out after a long day. The hunters immediately fell asleep like puppies after milk. Dizzy was asleep, but having a kid rest their leg across his neck made it hard to breathe. This was literal hellish training, but they endured thanks to Harry's care. She was the gentlest, always bringing everyone late-night snacks. Hey guys, here's a midnight snack. Enjoy. Thanks, miss. Although all this was part of King Lian's plan, none of the hunters knew. Another harsh morning at this grueling training camp. The sound of DC's relentless practice echoed. He was the earliest to train, focusing on sword and shield skills. After a while, DC grew tired and bent down. He thought to himself, this shield is heavier than I expected, making sword swings harder. DC reconsidered. When holding the shield up, his attack stance was too limited. It seemed stabbing was the only viable attack. His phone screen was playing a training video, so he was learning from online tutorials. Suddenly, a voice called from behind. Wrong? DC jumped, turned around, and saw. He quickly blurted, Your Majesty. Lian stepped forward and ordered, stop swinging your sword wildly right now. He told him, hold your stance and try again. DC was scared but obeyed. Yes, sir. Lifted the shield. bent his knees, and swung the sword as Lian instructed. Lian watched from the side, looking annoyed. DC's face was determined as he changed his sword grip again. He thrust the sword forward with force. Dizzy looked toward Lian, sweating nervously. Lin observed a moment and said, "Still wrong," which worried Z. Lin approached to adjust DC's shield, holding one edge of the shield. He explained, "You have a habit of lowering your shield when stabbing. That is the mistake. The shield is meant to protect the person's right shoulder next to you." Lian added, "Even if it blocks your view, never lower the shield." Z asked curiously, "Why is that?" Lian explained, "Lowering it creates a gap. Gaps lead to openings." Z then asked, "Your Majesty, is your tactic to hold the shield to pin the enemy's feet while the knights charge and attack? Is that right?" Lian answered, "Exactly. Fight and block at the same time. It is a fundamental battlefield tactic." DC looked confused. "But if the enemy is a monster, I do not think that tactic works." Liam pondered for a moment upon hearing that. Then he grimaced, looking down at DZ. "You are the one teaching me how to fight." DC panicked. "I would not dare." "Your Majesty, all right. I did not mean anything by it," Lian said. He continued, "In my world, there are tons of monsters, like the ones you face at those dungeon gates. Right? Even worse. The monsters at those gates are cuter than the ones we deal with." Lian recounted, "We have faced monsters over 20 meters tall, dwarves with infinite regeneration, multi-headed venomous snakes, giants and dozens of beasts, dragons bigger than mountains." He concluded, "So to handle monsters like those, we have to master various combat styles plus reflexes and quick thinking." Lian looked over confidently. "And that is the skill you will gain after long, tough training?" he asked. "Have you got decades of experience fighting monsters and trained alongside gods? With just a sword and a spear, can one win every battle with honor?" Lian's question made him lower his head, deep in thought. Without waiting for DC's answer, he continued, "I believe you understand why I teach my soldiers only one thing. True omnipotence is a virtue reserved for a true gentleman." He listened seriously. Just mastering that skill would already boost one's chances of survival. Though DC's spirit for battle was rekindled, he could not help but worry. Hesitating a bit, but he showed fierce determination, eager to climb higher. Hearing this, Lin could not help but smile with satisfaction. He asked, "You want to become a knight?" DC quickly brushed it off. "A commoner like me? No way. Isn't a knighthood only for nobles?" Lian sighed. "Don't judge my kingdom by your world's standards. Not only nobles can be knights here." He glanced over. His eyes softened with a faint smile. He explained, "A knight is someone ready to endure hardship for a higher mission. Someone who protects the people and acts bravely for good. Someone who has dedicated their life to the goddess and the people. Anyone who can fulfill that sacred duty deserves to be a knight." Lian told the young man beside him that courage and skill were essential. His mood deeply conflicted. Coldly, he added, "And to earn my respect." After talking with Lian for a while, Dizzy understood a bit more and thought to himself, "I was wrong." He looked toward the rising sun with firm resolve, his hand instinctively clutching the sword's hilt. Dizzy silently vowed, "I want to become a knight too." Scene change. At the Demon Tower in the US, a slow voice echoed, "Damn it, even when I spend time on this." Ronan bowed quickly. "Your Supreme Highness," staring at the orb glowing with deep purple light. "I believed you would return," a loud voice boomed. "You fool. Shut up and kneel now." He hurriedly obeyed. "Noted, sir," the voice said. "I will teach you the truth and wisdom of Samra." "Of course. You must obey me and listen carefully." Ronan's curiosity stirred as his majesty changed. The voice continued, "First, cast the teleportation spell on the stone for emergencies." Ronan panicked. "What? Why? I know those stones are teleportation tools." But the voice shouted, "Are you crazy? You think I will jump into hell without backup to get back?" The voice anger made him sweat nervously. The voice added, "Listen closely. I will never show up on that planet while that bastard's still breathing." Ronan was utterly confused. The voice continued, "But since I am here, I will find a way to kill him soon. Without those holy grail knights and his legion around, I finally have a chance." He ordered Ronan, "No matter what, enter the same dungeon gate with me." Ronan bowed. "I understand." The voice laughed with satisfaction. This time, the voice thought of Lian and grinned like he struck gold. "You are going to die." "Your Majesty." Cut to the Pantheon standing military training graduation ceremony at the Yellow Dungeon Gate. Harry curiously wondered, "They just finished training, will this be okay?" She looked up and asked, "Does that mean just me, and you get to stay home?" Jinsu sighed, "It is a lot. I am gonna have a tough time." Harry smiled brightly. "Good luck, observer." At the assembly point, Lian stood above and addressed them. "Soldiers, you all did great during these 4 weeks of training." He looked calm. "So I will keep it brief. The sweet victory is near." The troops stood in neat lines, listening, ready to move forward and storm the dungeon. Even if you are still weak as before, I do not care, he shouted louder. But that is where you will realize what it truly means to be King Leon's warriors, he rallied. And it is there you will find the faith you are all searching for. Lin raised his hand and commanded. Pantheon Army. Move out. 49 low-rank hunters, a member of the Hunter Association, and Leon Dragonia. They are about to enter the dungeon gate. Harry and Jack stand above, watching the soldiers below. She tries to reassure. Don't worry, Sir Jack. The king is with them. Everything will be fine. Before she can finish, a sound suddenly goes off. Something is detected. Jack adds, 49 soldiers. Your Majesty, one observer. That is 51 people total. She still does not get what is going on. Right? So what? Then it replies, 52 people entered, which surprises Harry a bit. She quickly pulls up the system, checking every move of each person who just stepped in. Suddenly, someone with a strange energy barrier enters, making Harry curious. Who is that? Jack immediately jumps down shouting, urgent response, then charges straight toward the dungeon gate. Harry can only call after him, Sir Jack. He rushes into the dungeon amid Harry's shouted plea. Wait for me. Before she can finish, he darts inside super fast. Harry rushes after him, surprising the guards on watch. Sir Jack, I am coming too. Just at the door, something blocks her, and she can't quite figure out what is happening. Harry is suddenly knocked out right there, leaving the guards around confused. 1 month later, she painfully struggles to sit up, clutching her sore face. What? Harry's curious about the scene before her. This is... what? She panics. What is going on? The others are also confused as the gate trembles, and the difficulty level changes. The gate slowly shifts color, red gradually covering the yellow-orange glows. They stand there stammering. Red? Why red? Harry is still confused. Why did the golden gate suddenly turn red? The guards immediately run away. Something's up. The gate's color keeps shifting, the red getting more intense, and a black vortex swirling in the middle. Cut to sounds of battle. A huge dragon heads toward the grand castle far off. Below, skeletons, soldiers, and monsters clash fiercely. The soldiers block blows with shields and strike with swords. Just trying to survive. We are gonna die. At the other gate, Lee's soldiers prepare. As they step out, they see a devastating scene. They are shocked. These are demons. It looks like a nightmare come to life. This is the Demon Head dungeon gate. Seeing the soldiers hesitate to fight, Lin is speechless, shouts loudly, raising his sword forward and lifting his shield. Recalling what he has learned about positioning, they remind each other, raise your shields. Jinsu is the only one without armor, looking around in disbelief, whispering, whoa, this is real. The soldiers hear the order and get into battle stance. Shields quickly raised. They start to form their lines. Leon's style is fierce. A powerful army appears, but Jinsu stands out without a helmet or armor. Lin takes a deep breath and yells, charge! Move forward. He glances around, thinking, the enemies are demons like he said. Charging in, why not hold back and assess first? They stomp the ground hard and rush forward fearlessly, which makes Jinsu curious. Are not they scared? The armored soldiers glare fiercely, showing no fear at all. Suddenly, a notification pops up, catching his attention. What is this? Jinsu is startled. What is this? Aura of the Brave Heart. Boosts armor against enemies, hardens the body, and increases stamina balance. Armor is reinforced and lighter, movement more agile, with magic resistance added to strengthen the body against magical attacks. Additional resistance to ranged attacks. Clearer and farther vision, greatly enhances endurance. He thinks to himself, so that is the kind of buffs they are getting. The monsters grow more furious, eyes red, making strange noises. They sense the new enemy and rush at Leon's army. The soldiers shout, they are coming. Shields up, every single one braces for battle. Shouting as they charge, one soldier yells to his teammates, block them. They are crashing into our shields without a care. They press their heads hard against the sturdy shield. Some creatures slam their swords against the shield, creating sharp, grating sounds. They charge fiercely, but still could not break through the soldiers' unshakable defense. Jinsu thought to himself, those monsters were way beyond the B-rank hunters, yet they held them back. He wondered, what happened in the past 4 weeks? Meanwhile, Lin immediately gave the order to charge. The soldiers stomped down hard on the ground to gather momentum once again. He shouted a battle cry, protect yourselves and drive the enemy back. The monsters instantly collapsed. The soldiers shouted while attacking, get lost. As they pressed their assault, sharp swords pointed straight at the monsters, eager to send them packing from the server. They fought and shouted, begone, and a fierce brawl broke out. Leon ordered, keep moving forward, finish off the enemy. Suddenly, Jinsu noticed something strange and gasped. That is, a giant termite appeared, the biggest threat they would face yet. Leon shouted, watch out. They were so shocked they swore, damn, it is a giant termite. The termite looked down at the soldiers, making them tremble in fear. They could not stop it. Its strike was nearly as powerful as an rank hunter's. Before they could react, it swung its weapon, and screams filled the air. The troops anxiously watched the scene while he gave orders. Team 3, Captain Wu, get ready to use your skill. As the giant monster swung its club at the soldiers, a huge beam of light struck it, stopping it dead in its tracks. Dizzy understood what just happened. Compared to His Majesty, this hit was just a scratch. The soldiers nearby thought quietly. He blocked it. The monster could only scream with its glowing red, deadly eyes. Then Jack appeared with his skills to take on the mid-level enemy. He showed up and attacked the giant demon. To everyone's surprise, Sir Jack. Lin was surprised too and ran up to ask, Spinner, what is going on here? Jack smiled like they would just coordinated perfectly. Good job. Lin swung his divine sword in a long arc, instantly tearing the giant demon's huge body into pieces. It was completely sent to the other side by Leon. His face was splattered with demon blood. Lin looked tired and did not even bother to say anything. Without their leader, the other demons panicked. The giant demon's down. It is over, let us revive it. They trembled looking at the glowing sword. But the dangerous enemy died right there. It was too risky. Thinking better of it, they all scattered and ran off fast. The city guards finally felt less scared. The demons were retreating. They cheered. We did it. We won. Someone stepped forward and said to Leon, thank you so much, sir. He raised his hand and continued, for saving the kingdom of Spur. We knights sincerely thank you. The system quickly displayed info. The kingdom of Spur is threatened by demons. Protect the kingdom from the demon lord's attack. Time left 1 week. The soldiers read the info and were shocked. What the heck? Those damn demons. We thought this was just a golden gate, they reported to Leon. Your Majesty, it is serious. Curious? He asked. How so? A soldier pointed into the distance. The exit gate is gone. Someone worriedly said. That means we can go back. Lin approached to check. Stay calm. Do not panic. They obeyed immediately. He stepped forward calmly, without a hint of fear. Scanning the spot where the door was, Lin felt a deep chill. Jeff suddenly ran over to report. Observation. Something's off. A third party's presence. Lun already guessed it. That is what is making this situation uncontrollable. He turned and asked everyone, any reasonable explanation? Someone raised their hand. I have an idea. Your Majesty, DC said. Maybe this is a complex gate. Let me explain briefly. He started explaining. In cases like this, the dungeon gate's difficulty spikes. The twist is, we can leave until the dungeon is completely cleared. Leon thought to himself, perfect, just what you call a convergence. He made a decision. No changes to the plan. We act like nothing's wrong. DC still doubted. Are you sure? Your Majesty, can you take on the demon lord? Lin reassured him. What is there to fear? I am Leon, the one who has defeated over 30,000 giant demons. Who doubts my power? The soldier saluted. We would not dare, sir. Please teach those demons a lesson they won't forget. Lin smiled with satisfaction. Of course. This is my world, a world full of holy power, he thought quietly. But right now, I can guarantee a full victory over the demon lord without heavy losses. Leon pondered. Still, a true knight must stay strong no matter what. That is how soldiers keep their spirit and faith. The ground and scenery here quickly returned to calm. The peaceful scene showing no sign of battle had just taken place. Cut to Ronan holding the orb, watching everything unfold. A deep voice echoed. He has already stepped through that gate. He is doomed now. After all, he is just human. Curious? He asked what was planned for the mortal realm next. The voice snapped back. Are you insane? Then realizing he went too far, it softened its tone. I mean, I do not have to get involved directly. He will face a terrifying creature served by lustful demons for 100 years. An image of a girl appeared with a cryptic warning. If the demon lord awakens, his fate is sealed. Girl with a mysterious aura, her eyes glowing fiercely. The legend goes that the Spur Kingdom, this peaceful realm, lasted thousands of years. But the demons ended that era. It endured countless attacks, and the capital city fell. The last fortress remained, along with survivors clinging to hope amid a hopeless war. DC face turned serious as he stressed. This is a big deal. Lin asked confusedly. Big deal. Dizzy nodded firmly. Yes, exactly. Lin clapped his hands. Guessing. I get. Each gate has its own theme. Dizzy cut in urgently. But this time is different. Your Majesty, one of them has a time limit. Monsters spill from the cracks. He explained. If you can clear a normal gate, over time the monsters stay and a rotten water gap forms. But the gate gradually closes, with a time limit. Once the mission's done, the gate shuts even if monsters remain inside. Lin raised an eyebrow, his voice dropping. I see. Glanced at the man beside him. Kim Jizu, who jumped and said loudly, Yes? Your Majesty, Lin wondered aloud. At first, catching the infiltrator was our top priority, but now things are urgent and Spinner's already here. Will that affect the post-training evaluations? Jisoo replied. The association chairman already authorized me. Lian is surprised. So they are really going to promote us? He held up his finger. Alright. One more thing. Lian's eyes glinted mysteriously. It is about the hidden mission. What do you all think? Jisoo froze for a moment. Jisoo cautiously asked. Your Majesty. You mean? Lian's face hardened as he said slowly. I am planning to kill the Demon Lord. Later. After everyone left and he was alone. Just as expected. He would already used a lot of energy. Lian stared at the drink in his hand. Wondering, but with this much energy spent, I should still be able to connect with the shrine. Right? Suddenly, he felt a familiar energy pulse. The goddess' voice echoed. Lian. My knight. He bowed respectfully. Goddess Ariana. I am honored by your presence, she asked. You noticed it too? Lian nodded. Hesitating, yes, I sense something. But, he added, I feel a strange energy within this gate. Ariana guessed. A living being like a person would not be so easy to detect. A strange energy shrouded the entire castle. Ariana continued, that is natural. After all, that energy has merged with this world. Lian thought silently. A creature strong enough for me to sense it in this state. He guessed. It must be a demon lord or something similar, maybe a demon king. Ariana warned. That is an understatement. Whatever power you felt is just a fraction of its real strength. Then she said, My knight, the shrine's holy power sent a message for you. Lian bowed. The gods are listening. Right? Another realm. Ariana glanced sideways. The gods want to study this world. They must have sensed something. Beside her stood another girl. Lian asked. The gods. So they will need energy to descend. Ariana confirmed. Exactly. Well, I guess I do not need to tell you what to do next. He nodded politely. Of course. He said confidently. I will find a safe way to help them. After a while, the carriage arrived at the castle, and the driver announced, We are here. From the carriage, Lian, the Lord, stepped down along with Jinsu and Junhyung. The butler came out and bowed. Welcome. Knights, my name is Paco, the head butler here. Paco said, I will take you to the courtroom. Please follow me. They were led inside by him. As soon as they stepped inside, the Lord's eyes widened in amazement. Lian complimented, The owner here has excellent taste. Paco replied with a faint smile. You are very kind, sir. He recounted, This royal palace of the Spur Kingdom has a long history, dating back to its founder, Queen Flora. Paco continued, Up to the current queen. By Chit, I have served many generations of queens. Junhyung was surprised, so this place has only queens. Even the Lord could not hide his surprise. Yes, the people here follow a matriarchal system. They talked so much that Lian made a displeased face and looked over. Shh, His Majesty is watching. He snapped angrily. You commoners. Where did you learn to talk about the royal family like that? The two quickly apologized. We are sorry. Your Majesty. Li turned to Paco and apologized. Sorry about that. They are pretty dumb. Are not they? They have not learned basic manners yet. Things are tense right now, so I brought these fools along. Please understand. Paco smiled and waved it off. No worries. I get, you are an outsider. Then Paco announced, We have arrived. This is the Grand Hall. Standing before a large door, he pointed and invited them in. The guards slowly opened the door, and a bright light spilled through. The queen is waiting for you inside. Lian's expression immediately turned serious. Inside, the queen and her close attendants were already waiting. The king, Lian, was invited. Everyone looked at Lian as he entered. Ochol and Ricardo were no exception. Their eyes fixed on Lian. Footsteps echoed slowly in the quiet room. Ochol stepped forward and asked, Are you Liate? The one who led the army before the gates. He introduced himself. I am the kingdom's prime minister. Ochol, recognizing your great achievements, we have decided to grant you the title of knight. Holding a paper, he announced, with the queen's approval. Please read it aloud. Lian's face looked displeased. He stared thoughtfully at the man before him. Before Ochol finished, Lian waved him off. Later, I will greet the queen first. Ochol scowled. What? Approaching the queen, Lian suddenly paused for a few seconds. He faced Ricardo while behind him Ochol's voice echoed. Stop right there. Lord Liat. Ochol rushed forward angrily. I do not care what you have done. A foreigner like you has no right to get this close to the queen. Lian thought. With this going on behind me, DC and the others are worried what is going on. Suddenly, I am being shut down. Lin assessed the situation. Even though the Prime Minister stopped me, he is not going to just let it go. Right? Suddenly, from behind a curtain, the Queen's voice rose, and Lian clenched his teeth thinking, I can stand this. Lian looked toward the Queen and introduced himself. Your Majesty, I am also a sovereign, the King of the Lian Et Kingdom. Lian Dragonia Lian 8. He continued, I know this sounds rude, but I will do whatever I must. Ochol tried to stop him, Who do you think you are? Then Ochol pointed at Lian and shouted, "You insolent fool! Guards! Restrain him!" Suddenly, Lian grabbed his head tightly, silencing him. Lian's eyes burned with intensity as he glared down at him. DC and the others panicked, shouting, "Hold him back! What are you doing?" Before they could finish, Lian decisively snapped Ochol's neck. DC was yelling, "Hold him back!" Lian could not hide his frustration and anger, thinking, "Why am I so damn reckless this time?" Lian radiated fierce energy, his furious eyes gripping Ochol's head. He showed no mercy, breaking the man's neck right then and there. The soldiers immediately pointed their swords at Leon. The Duke fumed, and Ricardo beside him shouted, "You bastard! What do you think you are doing?" Still, Leon showed no fear. His face was tight with defiance. From behind, Hujain called out anxiously, "Stand down!" The royal guards surrounded Leon, threatening him. "You have got guts? Wanting to die like this?" He raised an eyebrow, asking with contempt, "Fool, how long do you plan to hide your identity? Do you really think you can fool me?" Up ahead, Ochol foamed at the mouth, his whole body stiffening. Lin angrily gestured, "Show yourselves, you filthy demons." Suddenly, his gaze turned red. Ochol cracked a furious smile. From behind him, a bone slowly rose, making the soldiers step back in fear. What the hell? His face, resembling Ochol's, was thrown to the ground. Standing before Leon now was a huge demon. The soldiers gasped. "Prime Minister, he is a demon." Another courtier started transforming too. There was a demon in everyone here. The demons shed their disguises. They swarmed around him. The high-hung guards shouted, "Demons!" Leon's voice boomed. "Don't be afraid. Stand your ground and fight." He pointed, commanding, "Stick together and fight as one." Lin was still giving instructions. "Only this way can we win," when a demon suddenly lunged at him, but its sharp side was stopped by just 2 fingers. The demon stared at Leon in confusion. Leon took a deep breath and tore the demon's arm apart in an instant, making it scream in pain. Then he held its severed head in his hands. The demon collapsed before Ricardo, who froze on the spot, gritting his teeth. Ricardo roared, "Hide inside the palace, where the queen is safe. You disgusting monsters." The courtiers attacked by demons panicked. "Help! Save us!" With no other choice, Ricardo charged forward with his sword. Using his expert swordsmanship, he took down one demon after another. Soon after, 2 more demons fell to Ricardo's blade in the blink of an eye. All demons had infiltrated here. He shouted in fury, "Destroy them all. Kill every last one." The soldiers obeyed immediately and rushed to fight the demons. The ground was littered with demon corpses, making the scene gruesome. Lin calmly drew back his staff. He glanced toward the queen, still behind the curtain. She said nothing, quietly observing the chaos. Suddenly, Ricardo blocked Leon's path. "Stop right there." Leon frowned, annoyed. "I get your position and loyalty. What I do not understand is why you are not focusing on protecting your superior in this crisis." Ricardo snapped back. "Who are you to judge my loyalty and actions? Only the queen can do that." Behind them, others fell silent to listen. Leon nodded. "A fair point." He reached toward Ricardo's sword, but in a flash, the sword was knocked straight into the air. Leon's whole body radiated heavy pressure as he said, "I respect those who serve the queen, but I am an emperor to know your place." Ricardo gripped his trembling hand, arguing, "The queen's confused and can't assess the situation properly. And since the prime minister is dead, I am next in line to lead while the queen is absent." Leon coldly glanced at him and scoffed. Ricardo fell silent, saying nothing more. Suddenly, Leon explained, "The capital is flooded with corrupting energy. This needs to be dealt with quickly." Ricardo's eyes widened in shock. "Are you sure?" Leon confirmed. "The Night King never lies." Reluctantly, Ricardo conceded. "Fine. What do you want?" Leon did not hesitate. "Control over your troops." He looked up at the queen above. The ceiling cracked, and the power to eliminate the corrupted. Leon stepped forward to the queen and declared loudly, "O useless queen, this king will fix all your mistakes." In the central square of Spur's capital, a large crowd had gathered under Ricardo's orders. Leon stood above and announced, "Everyone, I have full authorization from the kingdom of Spur." He introduced himself. "I am King Leon of the Leon Hurt Kingdom. Leon Dragonia Leon Hurt." He stepped forward, explaining the situation. "Some among you have been possessed and corrupted by demons. Their goal might be to cause internal chaos combined with attacks from outside." Looking around, he tried to reassure the people, "But do not worry. I have a way to tell who is corrupted." A curious voice called out from below. "How?" Lin raised his brow and replied, "All right, I will show you." Seeing is believing. Without hesitation, he brought 2 people forward, a soldier and a civilian. Leon shouted loudly, shocking the crowd, "Here, one of them is corrupted." Gaze turned chillingly intense, and the other is normal. A huge flame was ignited. Who is the normal one? Without warning, Leon threw both into the fire. "Prove your innocence by walking through the flames." "No worries. I will help you since this is a test." The crowd below panicked. Oh God! He is trying to burn us all alive. Inside the raging fire, the soldier screamed desperately, "Put out the fire." The people could not handle the brutality and gasped. Suddenly, a foot slowly emerged from the flames. Seeing this, the crowd whispered in shock. What? The girl thrown into the fire came out unharmed. She is So what was that scream about? Suddenly, someone shouted, pointing inside the fire. Look, the soldier's body. Leon turned and reminded them. Look closely, with a grim expression. He explained, "This is holy fire. It only burns corrupted beings." Leon ordered the people, "Thank the fire war god, Bedos, for this. Now shout your name and walk through the flames." But the crowd still doubted him, murmuring, "What should we do? Only demons get burned, right?" This angered Leon. He drew his sword and yelled, "Hurry up, or if you are all corrupted, I will behead every single one of you." With no choice, the terrified crowd rushed forward. "Damn it!" After a while, as the fire died down, a few demons were revealed in front of Leon. He pinched his nose and cursed. "That stench, forcing me to witness this. You will pay for this," Leon threatened. "I will tear your souls to pieces." The demons sneered back. "What does that human know?" They laughed. "Don't think humans will be safe." Before they finished, Leon cut them off. Blood boiling. Demons died. His sword's clash was so loud some demons lost their hearing, screaming in pain. Leon gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with rage and determination. He cursed the demons nonstop, parasites feeding on human emotions. Savages. Leon's whole body radiated fierce resolve to destroy the demons. "How dare you mimic humans walking on two legs, living in communities, even pretending to be soldiers? Do you think I will allow that?" He roared at the demons. "You will all die in agony. I will make you cry in despair and pain." The demons looked puzzled. "This madman, if you have two legs, you just walk on two legs. What nonsense is this?" Elsewhere, on the mountain where Ronan was, he watched Leon sighed and sighed. The plan to spread corruption seems to have failed. Back there, Lin continued yelling in anger. "More. Bring more. This is the only way to satisfy this king." Ronan could not help but mutter curses under his breath. That bastard, still a brutal savage. After just one night, Leon had wiped out the demons and brought one before the people. "O citizens of the Spur Kingdom, have no fear. The king and Leon stand firm to protect the people. As long as they are around, evil one to harm anyone." Lin explains the root cause. These evil creatures grow stronger feeding off humans' dark emotions. In front of the crowd, the demon above sneers with a twisted grin. Its eyes glow red as it screams ear-piercingly. "This is not over. Your fate is sealed. Corruption's power will destroy you all." Leon slams the demon hard, covering his mouth, muttering, "Damn demon." Turning back to the people, he shouts, "Look at this grotesque monster. Corruption is the source of your fears and temptations." Leon lists the demon's crimes: hunger, sickness, and how they have shattered your families. His voice grows stronger. "They are the reason you stumble. Why your partners betray you. Why debts pile up." The demon tries to speak, but before it can, Leon grabs its horn and yanks it off. Payback time. The crowd gasp. "Wait, so that demon made my mother fall ill." Immediately, their anger turns fierce toward the demons. "I said shut up, you vile demon." The people's cries of rage echo, "Enemy of my father." The demon, wounded but furious, yells back, "You lunatics," after ripping off all its horns. Leon continues, "Corruption spares no one. These demons must be punished." He warns the crowd, "All the troubles we face in life are tied to these demons. We can't let them run wild." With that, Leon pulls out a sacred torch to reassure the people. "Now, do not worry, I am here to deliver justice for all of you." He calls out to a boy, "Hey, redhead, are you the chosen one?" The boy looks confused. Leon nods. "Yeah. Come here." The boy steps forward, holding the torch Leon gave him. Leon commands, "Use this holy flame to teach that demon a lesson." The boy's face lights up with excitement. How unexpected. Leon adds, "Don't be afraid of anything." The boy stands tall, determined. "Yes, sir. I will teach them a lesson they will never forget." He approaches the demon, gripping the torch tightly. "You bastard." The demon, unafraid, taunts, "Do you really think you can take me on, kid? I will send you straight to hell." Suddenly, the boy punches the demon sharply in the face. "Who gave you permission to talk like that?" The boy steps closer. "You filthy demon." Then, the torch in his hand shoots flames onto the demon's head. "Pay for what you did to my family." The demon roars in pain. "You will burn in hell." Lin clenches his fists, listening intently. "You demons do not deserve to speak here." The demon is consumed by the holy fire, turning to ash. Inside a corrupted demon prison, Banthas notices commotion outside. He thinks to himself, after 34 years as a demon, torturing countless humans, I never imagined it would end like this. Suddenly, Jack's footsteps approach the cell. Jack lets out a shout, startling Banthas to turn around. Banthas looks at him, pale and trembling with fear, stammering. Banthas asks, "What do you want?" He is confused why is a robot here. Jack calls out again, "Please, I need information." Banthas forces a smile. "You think I am just going to listen to a lowly servant? Think again." Suddenly, Jack emits a warning tone. Prisoner 14 is uncooperative. More footsteps approach rapidly from ahead. It is the soldiers assigned to this prison. They move toward Banthas' cell, making him back away in fear. He threatens, "If you want me to confess, then kill me. I will rise again and take revenge." Suddenly, his throat tightens, and his words are cut off. Soldier B steps forward, holding a strange container. What is that? Inside is a mix of regular water and 15% holy water. The container is set down, and Banthas senses its deadly threat. Jack jumps onto the container's edge, warning him, "Look carefully, choose wisely." He threatens Banthas. "Water. You know what that means." He is still mouthy, wants to argue back. Suddenly, Jack loops a rope around his neck and drags his head into the water. The holy water burns Banthas' face, making him scream in pain. His whole face turns red from the holy water spurning, dripping with searing agony. He tries to shout at Jack, "You bastard. I am Bant, the demon lord." Banthas tries to keep talking. "Who dares do this to me?" But before he can finish, Jack pushes him down again. No cooperation. Jack's eyes are completely cold, showing zero mercy. Banthas pleads, "Wait," but Jack repeats the same move. No cooperation. "Help me." "Damn it." Jack's voice rings out, refusing to cooperate. Finally, overwhelmed by pain, Banthas gives up. "Fine. What do you want me to say? I do not know anything." But Jack 1T relent. Stubborn and uncooperative, his screams echo through the dark prison cell. Only when his face is scorched and burning does Jack stop. Prisoner number 14. 30,564 characters of info reported. He calculates 9,103 characters less than the average 39,667 characters from prisoners 1 to 13. Banthas looks confused. "What are you saying?" Jack warns, "There is likely info being hidden." His face stiffens. "Damn it. How the hell would I know how much the others said?" Jack adds more info, because prisoners tend to hold back info to survive. Serious questions are coming. Banthas' eyes light up like he has found hope. Stunned for 5 seconds, with a happy look, Banthas asks, "What do you want to ask?" After a round of questioning, Jack heads to Leon's room. He reports, "Done, full info in 32 parts. About 89% overlap." Jack confirms, "Found a reasonable point." "Well done." Leon smiles proudly. "Sir Spinner." He holds his glass of red wine, thinking for a moment. After thinking, Leon asks Jack, "Sir Spinner, you have finished gathering all info from the demons, right?" Jack reports, "Handled them. Left just enough to maintain balance. Mission was a total success." Satisfaction spreads across Leon's face. He praises Jack. "Good job," he tells himself. The symphony of justice has been played on this planet. Suddenly, Leon's face darkens as if he just remembered something. His eyes widen with confusion. A few beads of sweat drip down his face. Immediately, Leon's wine glass shatters underfoot. Jack catches it, confused, letting out a surprised sound. Jack anxiously analyzes Leon's condition. "Your Majesty," heart rate rising, dizziness, chest pain, difficulty breathing. Leon clenches his fists, gritting his teeth in frustration. He suddenly jumps up, calling Jack's name, startling him. "Sir Spinner." Leon's face is filled with panic, cold sweat beads on his forehead. "That vicious species is living and breathing in the same air as me. I can't stand it." He wonders aloud, "So what should I do?" Jack is silent for a moment, then replies, "Eliminate the cause as soon as possible." Leon's face lights up with triumph. What a brilliant idea. Remove the source completely. Without hesitation, he leaps out the window. As a demon, Leon feels no fatigue. Jack follows close behind, along with the Holy Grail Knight robot. Leon lands hard, making the ground shake and rocks fly. His legs stomp down with full force, tearing the pants he is wearing a bit as Jack watches. Leon dashes off like a lightning bolt. "I am going to explore the town tonight." The brutal night has begun. Under the gloomy sky filled with deathly energy, Ronan stands among the demons, who whisper about him. "A human?" the demons curiously ask. "So he is just a human?" Ronan looks into the crystal orb in his hand and softly asks, "Supreme Lord, are you all right?" A powerful voice echoes from inside the orb. "Don't stare too long at those demonesses, or you will end up corrupted too." Ronan closes his eyes and strides forward, ignoring the demons behind him. "Yes." "Understood." Suddenly, a voice rings out as a figure steps in front of him and stops. It is the demon lord Angrogen, who shouts loudly, "You bastard! How dare you trespass into my domain?" Angrogen roars, "Are you looking for death?" Ronan senses danger all around and wonders, "What is this dark energy?" Suddenly, the jade orb in his hand spoke, But no one had seen the crown on his head yet. The voice inside the jade orb explained. The demon lord of pleasure and decay. Angrogen. Nearby? Angrogen realized. There is one more guy. He saw the true form of the one hiding behind the jade orb. Looks like we have got a goblin here. The voice inside the jade orb made a suggestion. Angrogen, I have an offer you can refuse. Angrogen frowned, eyes narrowing in confusion. An offer? Then he burst out laughing mockingly. Know your place? Little rat. Angrogen moved closer to the big jade orb. Sneering. You really think some nobody like you can compare to the other demon lords and generals? You think you are on my level? The voice inside the jade orb stayed silent for a moment. Saying nothing, suddenly, it sneered. You are way too arrogant to have it. Angrogen asked in surprise. What? The voice continued. You are not the only one doomed to die. During the Great Enlightenment 180 years ago, even the Pleasure King fell. Angrogen cursed loudly. Damn it! The voice inside the jade orb showed deep knowledge. I know everything about the horrors that happened back then, 180 years ago. To rule the world alone, 5 dark powers joined forces. But the outcome was a disaster. Only 3 demon kings survived, and those demons fled in terror, running for their lives. Suddenly, they froze, eyes wide with fear. In front of them, Leon, blazing with fury, blocked their path. The demons could only scream in hopeless agony. Leon's gaze burned with righteous fire as he stared down the demons. Over 10 million lesser demons were wiped out. Back in the present, the voice inside the jade orb introduced itself. I am the one who survived that era. Angrogen asked in surprise. You know everything. The voice laughed smugly, pleased with itself. So what do you think? I told you I would make an offer you can refuse. Angrogen finally relented, agreeing. Fine. Speak. Angrogen. We'll throw him into the bottomless pit of decay? Voice asked. I heard you are on a mission from the Supreme Demon General. Angrogen blinked rapidly. The times are changing, old man. In the end, you are just a human kid. The one he referred to was none other than the queen. She is about to die. A moment later, Ronan carried the jade orb into the forest and asked, It is done. The jade orb confirmed. Doing this much in that cursed place is already impressive. The voice analyzed the situation. The odds are 7-3. Angrogen only has about 3 parts chance. Hearing this, Ronan worriedly said, If that is true, with me, and his rank mage, plus another creature with ultimate magic, then victory's guaranteed. The voice asked curiously, You are going to fight him too? Ronan broke out in a cold sweat, cursing silently. This bastard's crazy. He looked at the jade orb confused. Where exactly are we headed? The voice ordered. First, the warrior mages in the nearby forest. He gave a, those crazies know how to fight. Ronan hesitated a bit. Like, for example, he looked ahead. A figure was slowly approaching over there. The jade orb confirmed immediately. Right? That is a warrior mage. The warrior mage was covered in wounds, dazed and barely aware of his surroundings. The voice inside the jade orb ordered, use invisibility. Just then, a glowing rope shot out from nowhere. It grabbed the warrior mage and pulled him up. Ronan and the jade orb were so shocked they froze speechless. The warrior mage was hung upside down by Jack's glowing rope. He screamed desperately at Ronan, as if begging for help, but Jack's rope only pulled tighter. No matter how he clung, he was dragged away. Seeing this, Ronan was too scared to move a muscle. A familiar voice called out, making him jump. Has Lord Spinner caught him yet? From ahead, Lun and Jack approached, a bunch of demons hanging behind them. Jack reporting, estimated a few creatures are still in the area. He added, the creature they just caught saw something. Leon felt annoyed, wondering how a few still slipped through after cleaning up. Hidden in the shadows, Baichit whispered softly. Did anyone do what I told them? Have you activated the invisibility skill yet? Ronan whispered in confirmation. Of course, sir. But Baichit remained doubtful. I do not believe it. He is watching us right now. Ronan hesitated, saying, but I did not hear anything when we got here. In front of them, Ronan's sharp eyes stared intensely. According to the silent code of the Tren Holy Knights, all demons in this forest have been wiped out, they whispered. But something felt off, different from usual. Leon looked confused in front of the two of them. Weird. Really? He sighed, feeling something unpleasant. Leaning closer, Leon sniffed near Ronan's face. He guessed. It is nearby. Probably around here. Suddenly, Jeff shouted, catching Leon's attention. What is up? Spinner, Jeff reported, scanning targets via satellite. Target spotted at Sector 4. Grid B17. Leon guessed there is still something left to hunt. He glanced sideways and decided to leave. Only after Leon left did Ronan dare to exhale deeply. His face turned pale with fear, chills running down his cheeks. Ronan collapsed to the ground, terrified, mumbling nonstop. A little while later, Lun returned to his home. He prepared some water and changed clothes to wash himself thoroughly. Despite cleaning off sweat and dirt, Leon could not shake off the lingering unease. He thought to himself, demons driven by lust and decay? When I think of them, These perverted demons are not after real love, they crave twisted desires. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something strange. Lian pondered, wondering why there are so many lustful demons in this kingdom. He guessed there might even be high-ranking ones. Maybe a supreme demon recently appeared. Still, the question lingered in Lian's mind. Why is this happening? Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind him. It smelled like blood. Lian jolted. Turning around, he had not sensed her presence. The voice was Bai Chit's. You must be exhausted. She smiled gently, saying, I never sleep anyway. As she spoke, Bai Chit's mysterious eyes stared deeply into Lian's. Bai Chit stepped closer and greeted. Good evening, esteemed guest. Her voice was calm, or maybe I should say, more like she was teasing Lian. Lian closed his eyes briefly to think. A breathtaking beauty. He grabbed the shirt on the chair. Still uneasy, this conflict causes pain, a warning sign of corrupt power. Deep down, Lian realized, standing before her, you do not even notice you are falling into an abyss. Bai Chit's beauty made him admit defeat and sink deeper into despair. Bai Chit extended her hand, eyes full of warmth, softly saying, allow me to introduce myself. I am Bai Chit Alajal Respiro, queen of this little kingdom. Lian replied, I am Lian Hurt. Lian Dragonia. Lian Hurt. His gaze sharpened. A bit surprised she recognized him. Bai Chit stayed calm, reassuring Lian, don't be so suspicious. She laughed lightly. Just here to chat with the kingdom's benefactor. Lian's expression turned serious, voice cold. This is not exactly a good time for a lady to drop by. Bai Chit was not surprised. Her eyes hinted at something hidden. Her face darkened as she explained. Actually, I am being watched. Lian asked, alarmed. The queen is being watched? Who dares? Bai Chit hugged herself, silent for a moment, then slowly revealed. The general and his knights are watching me under the guise of supervision. Lian was quite surprised. The general? Doubt crept in. He did not seem the type to betray loyalty like that. Suddenly, Bai Chit grabbed Lian's hand tightly. Worried, I am running out of time, so I have to ask you a favor. Your Majesty. Lian stayed silent for a moment, then straightforwardly said, I am listening. Bai Chit made her request. Kill the general and all his knights. She promised if he did, she would hand over the entire kingdom to him. Bai Chit's demand instantly thickened the tension in the room. She slowly stood on her toes and whispered into Lian's hand. Investigate the basement of the underground palace. Bai Chit suspected the general was hiding something down there. At the same time, Ricardo stormed up to Lian's room with several soldiers. He called loudly outside, Your Majesty Lian. The door to Lian's room was flung open without hesitation, but Ricardo's face twisted into an ugly scowl. Inside, Lian stood calmly. Looking at him, he looked puzzled. What kind of disrespect is this? Barging into the royal bedroom fully armed. Ricardo sternly explained, I know it is improper, but this is an emergency, and we have no choice. Lian snorted softly. Acknowledging him, I just met the queen, Lian said, and Ricardo showed no surprise. So what? Lian continued. Somehow, the window behind me got broken without me noticing. When I went out for a walk, I ran into her. I have been wondering what kind of person are you really? As he spoke, Lian looked at Ricardo with clear annoyance, especially with demons still roaming everywhere. You dare interrupt the royal family's rest time, Ricardo hurriedly explained. Demons do not come at night. Lian immediately cut him off. Lies. Deep down, Lian knew exactly when the demons started causing chaos at night. I am not stupid enough to be fooled that easily, Lian thought. There is no way a guy like him could become general. Then he bluntly said it, sounding like someone convinced by another. Ricardo said nothing, and the room fell heavy with tension. He turned and left, hoping someone would forgive his rude behavior. We should go. Suddenly, Lian stopped Ricardo's steps. The queen, one word made him hesitate. The man who treated her like a prisoner. Ricardo showed anger. Looking back, that is none of a stranger's business. With that, he slammed the door shut without another word. Lian thought to himself, suspicious. Very suspicious. That general is definitely hiding something. He clenched his fists, deciding he needed to investigate the basement like she said to get more details. He immediately called out, Spinner, Lian instructed. There is something I want to verify. Outside the palace, countless demons were gathering. They urged each other on. Crush them, cut off their heads, and play with their bodies. The demons laughed wildly like it was a festival. Bring it all on. Turns out they were here under the orders of the demon lord Angrogen. Listen up. Angrogen declared the first to breach the wall wins 100 slaves. That only fired them up more, making them thirstier for blood. Bring it on. Suddenly, a glowing sword flew out of nowhere, stabbing straight into the yelling demons. Sword sent out a shockwave, triggering an explosion that sent demons flying everywhere. Terrified, they staggered back, asking each other, what the hell was that? On the ground, the sword still radiated burning heat. The demons only dared to watch it from a distance. It was Lian's sword. Suddenly, the souls of the demons killed by the sword shockingly escaped. miraculously free. But then those souls were violently sucked away in a panic. Their spirits were trapped inside the holy chalice in Lian's hand, standing on the palace. Lian glared fiercely at the demons. From inside the chalice came endless screams and howls. Lian stared into the chalice like he was teaching the demons a lesson. Better to die with honor than live in shame. He just humiliated those demons. You guys know, you are just like animals chasing basic desires like insects. So how could you possibly understand what I am saying? Lian snapped, his anger rising with every word. Listen carefully. You filthy scum. From thin air, his weapon materialized. I am Lian, king of this realm. Speaking in the name of the Shrine of Light, it gave him power, making Lian even stronger, ready to take on you vile low-life villains. He grinned fiercely. I will show you the true value of a good life. The demons just gawked in shock at the scene before them. This is where it ends for you. Rotten fins. To them, Lian looked like a wild beast, their worst nightmare standing right in front of them. Elsewhere, someone approached Ricardo to report. General Ricardo. The soldier looked confused. I thought you were on the battlefield. What brings you here? Ricardo calmly explained. An outsider is handling that matter now. Suddenly, he looked worried. The seal, will it work properly? The soldier followed orders without realizing they were being watched. Yes, sir, but it is still not found. Ricardo urged. There is not much time left. Just hold on a bit longer. He muttered to himself. 100 years of hard work, and it is almost over. Dust filled the battlefield. Bodies scattered everywhere. The demons were blinded, each with chains wrapped nearly 10 times around them. Every single one was tightly bound, being marched in a long line. Suddenly, one kicked out and fell face first, causing a ruckus and annoying the demon in front. Damn, this is so frustrating. He quickly ran over to check. Warning. Be careful, okay? The demon looked down, face suddenly flushed red, panic in his eyes. What? He wondered silently. Why? In front of him was not a demon but a shy, beautiful blue-haired girl whispering softly, Hunter, please. Spare me. She smiled slightly, eyes full of charm. Inviting him, and then I will give you everything you want. Seeing her, the demon's eyes lit up like sparks. Stunned and speechless as an invisible force emerged, he hesitated, then reached out, but she just sneered, thinking he would fallen into a trap. Just then, the system suddenly announced, Lian had activated poison resistance for the entire army. Immediately, the demon's true form appeared. Its eyes still sparkled, and its face still shy. But the demon's expression turned dark. He angrily slapped it for trying to seduce him, cursing. Damn it! The demon stared at him in horror, whispering, how the hell? Confused, it wondered, how can a human resist my charm? The demon broke out in sweat, thinking, so this is her charm, almost got me to fall. A loud voice grabbed their attention. Who is there? The sound of horse hooves approached. Everyone guessed who it was. Lian sat atop his horse, holding one end of the chain, leading a long line of captives behind him. His sharp eyes asked, who dares break the ranks? The demon broke out in sweat at Lian's fierce aura, terrified beyond words. Lian gritted his teeth and pointed at the demon. It is this one. The demon's eyes widened as it screamed in its demonic voice. Furious, Lian spat out each word. How dare you try to seduce my soldiers with that filthy body? The demon trembled, sweat pouring, stammering, I, my lord. Instead of using his hands like the demon, Lian kicked it hard in the face. No mercy. Lian kept punching and kicking, making the other demons behind terrified, cursing as he fought. I can stand your filthy voice. Trying to seduce my troops? No way. The demon could only scream no. The demons watching behind thought, he is even scarier than the demon lord himself. Scene change. Lian and his soldiers marched ahead, escorting the demons down the street, while townsfolk bustled around them. Suddenly Jinsu beside him asked, Your Majesty, do not you find this strange? Lian looked down and asked back, What exactly are you trying to say? He replied, This is definitely a staged victory, but it seems the people's reaction is not very positive. Lian kept walking while carefully observing around. Even low-level demons could easily negotiate with humans and slowly convert them. He added, Battling monsters like these won't end overnight, so this small victory means nothing yet. Essentially, this is a battle against their demon king. His eyes grew colder than ever before. Next, we will let the people execute the demons themselves, so they can truly taste the bitter sweetness of those terrifying souls' deaths. Hearing this, Jinsu could not help but break out in a cold sweat, only able to stammer, Yes, Your Majesty. Having escaped, they reached the gate of the Uiiga fortress. Lian, riding his horse, said, At best, we will earn great glory by defeating the demon king, and after that, no one will bother us anymore. He thought of Ricardo's shadow and said coldly, No one. The towering fortress loomed right in front of them. Red light flickered from the window. Two soldiers stood like statues guarding the gate, looking serious. Suddenly, One of them sensed something was off nearby and glanced to the right. Lian's shadow and his group appeared, striding forward boldly, which made the gate guard curious. He raised his spear and demanded, "Stop, no entry allowed here." Before he could finish, Lian, hands in pockets, kicked hard and sent them flying inside, breaking the door. He turned and glanced at Seong and Jin Su, then coldly said, "Enough," leaving them stunned and confused. Inside the fortress, the atmosphere was deathly silent, the only light coming from torches mounted on the walls. The group followed the light, heading toward the staircase and descending. Jin Su looked worried. Is it really okay to be this reckless? They won to surrender, so we have no choice. As Seong walked, he suddenly sensed something was wrong, quickly looked up and called out, "Everyone, look." They all stared in shock, wide-eyed and gasping. "What is that?" Only Lian's face remained ice cold, showing no emotion. Ahead was a curtain leading to something, with faint, eerie light flickering above it. Everyone shared the same question. A place like this right under the royal palace. They approached with curiosity. "What is that?" "A forest," Lian thought to himself. "This must be the secret the queen mentioned." His voice firm. "Clearly, they are hiding something." Before finishing, Lian dashed forward. "I have to check this out." Jinsu called after him. "Wait. Your Majesty." Lian quickly ran up and pulled the curtain aside. He stared intently at the figure on the bed. No doubt it was a girl sleeping. The other two rushed over, blushing as they looked at the peacefully sleeping girl, only able to sigh in awe. The girl slept soundly, unaware of what was happening, radiating a mysterious, almost magical aura. Her beautiful face peeked through her hair, her eyes tightly shut. Jinsu, as if seeing a woman for the first time, blushed deeply and exclaimed, "She is so beautiful." Not just him. Everyone behind was mesmerized by the girl's beauty. As she slept, what a beauty. Lian, aware of the situation, turned and looked at each of them one by one. He lost his patience and shouted, "Resist the enchantment. Don't be fooled by this evil energy." But by then, none of them could hear him, their faces flushed with infatuation, all showing signs of being completely enchanted. Seeing this, Lin was deeply frustrated. Even with his aura supporting them, they were still useless. Before Jinsu could grasp what was happening, he suddenly got hit by a heavy blow from behind and screamed in pain. The attacker was none other than Lian himself. Things were getting serious. Immediately, Lian struck everyone else without hesitation, Junhaing first. Then several soldiers he did not hold back. Just as he was about to deal with Seong, the boy moved first, which made Lian very curious. Lin immediately smiled in surprise, a satisfied gleam shining in his eyes. He told Seong, "You hurt yourself just to fight an art illusion." Seong could only stammer, "Your Majesty." Without hesitation, Lian pulled out the holy chalice and said, "Take a deep breath, inhale through your mouth, then slowly exhale." The chalice emitted a glowing circle that shielded the two of them, along with his voice. He said, "Free your mind." At that moment, someone approached. Ricardo saw it from behind and could not believe his eyes, exclaiming, "Unbelievable." He brought an army behind him and said to Lian, "I never thought Her Majesty the Queen would deceive me." Lian was not surprised to see him and immediately turned, asking, "Is that really true?" He chuckled nervously and said, "You guys." Lian looked at them puzzled. "You are not affected by the Queen's will." Ricardo quickly replied, "Because we are used to it." That answer made Lian mutter under his breath. Damn it, he started analyzing. The Queen's will is a spell linked to a curse, not something innate. It is not something anyone can just get used to. He recalled something from the past and added, "I have seen someone with power like yours before." Holding the chalice, Ricardo blurted out the answer. "That is the Pleasure Demon Lord." Lian shared more info. "It is a demon that seduces all living beings, a temptation that drags souls into the abyss of corruption." Lian slowly stepped forward with the chalice. But something felt off. He looked at the girl lying there and said, "That demon despises and hates humans more than anyone. So why can't I sense that energy from the Queen?" Spoke as Ricardo watched with suspicion. Unable to understand why, Lian pulled out a purple petal, dropped it, and wondered aloud, "And you guys are not hurt at all?" He gently placed the petal into the chalice, where a clear water flowed inside. Lian gently shook the chalice, and a dazzling purple light surrounded them. Summoned by the god of dreams and death, Lian closed his eyes and prayed, "O guardian deity, please grant me your blessing." A voice slowly echoed through the purple mist, and the goddess' figure appeared. She softly touched the ground with her foot and smiled. Ricardo felt dizzy seeing this. A mysterious voice rang out, "Knight of Ariana, Master Lian Hood." A candle lit with a purple dreamlike glow. She gently appeared behind Lian and agreed to his request. "I am ready to answer King Lian Hood's call." Fleur manifested before them, and Lian bowed respectfully. He raised his hand toward the god of dreams and death, saying, "I greet you, Goddess Fleur." The goddess smiled in return. "Very well, Knight of Ariana, Master Lian Hood." Lin wasted no time and said, "Please help me with this." She nodded. "All right, I can feel it." Fleur looked toward Ricardo and said, "Those corrupted wretches keep deceiving people." She envisioned the holy city trapped in a dream, Caught in a repeating nightmare, a ritual of corruption, Fleur glanced around and said, no matter how beautiful a dream is, eventually, one must wake up. She raised her long weapon and commanded, show me your true form. Fleur's weapon glowed with a dazzling yet mysterious purple light. Lin watched her every move carefully. Fleur's magic swept over Ricardo and his soldiers, who were trembling in fear. The fortress slowly sank deeper into colorless darkness. He was still stunned, his face full of doubt at what he saw. A dense blue smoke surrounded them all, and DC murmured, that is, from the smoke, glowing eyes appeared, revealing the face of something. Figure gradually emerged, clad in heavy iron armor. Ricardo revealed his true form, and DC's voice cracked. It is the Death Knight. In that moment, Leon immediately understood. Now I see why I could not recognize it sooner. His sharp gaze fixed on Ricardo. Because this world holds the power to create anything. Suddenly, footsteps approached with a faint voice. Queen, rest. Do not disturb her. I must protect her. He swung his sword in a clean arc, cutting down his foes. That strange dark figure advanced, shouting, I must protect her. Protect the seal. Leon stood aside, thinking silently. This corrupt energy is not born from evil itself. He said, if that is true, then these nightmares must be connected. Drawing his holy sword, holding the sword, his gaze flicked toward the bed. It must have started with the queen. His voice cold. When the queen wakes, this dreamscape will surely end. Suddenly, Ricardo lunged uncontrollably, sliding past Leon. He rushed in to strike, but was immediately blocked and countered by Leon. Ricardo's sword clashed hard against Leon's. Leon smiled confidently at him. Suddenly, Leon's eyes shifted sharply to the other side. A strange scene unfolded as another Death Knight charged like a predator. He thrust his spear wildly, like a boar charging, while Leon was still holding off Ricardo's attack. A loud explosion echoed as Leon pulled back his sword powerfully, striking both enemies down. Said coldly, this is a one-on-one fight. His eyes burned with fury at these lowlifes. If you still have the honor of a knight, do not get in my way. Ricardo's eyes filled with hatred as he spat. Honor. He stepped forward, commanding the Death Knights. I abandoned that long ago. But Leon was not afraid of such strong opponents. You think teaming up can stop me? He took a battle stance, waiting for those grim knights to charge. Leon looked up, eyes sharp as he faced them. He swung his sword in a wide arc, cutting through the enemies. Unexpectedly, their power was strong enough to block Leon's holy sword strike. The clash of two massive forces caused a huge shockwave. Quickly, Leon grabbed the frostbitten face of one and crushed his vision in his palm. His face darkened with rage, eyes burning with fierce anger. Leon expertly knocked them down in thought. Strong, he reaffirmed silently. The one's power weakens when he becomes Thema. Leon shouted, raising his sword for another strike, but then stabbed it down, declaring, with your twisted honor, you can protect anyone. Leon's sword plunged deep, the ground glowing with shimmering golden light, draining the Thema's life force. Ricardo, powerless, could only scream, Queen, Your Majesty. Leon's power caused a massive quake that struck fear into everyone. Ricardo was stunned by the scene, unsure what to do next. He could only crawl miserably on the ground. Terrified, how could he escape the shining sword pointed right at his face? Ricardo knelt pitifully, calling out, Kin Leon Horth. Leon finally said, wake up from this brief nightmare. Ricardo stammered, you hold the holy sword now, but still refuse to wake. Then live forever in your hopeless illusions. Foolish knight. Just as Leon raised his sword to send him to oblivion, he suddenly sensed something. He thought, something's off. Even if his loyalty is questionable, he is no traitor. Leon wondered why the queen asked him to kill them. His eyes scanned around. Impossible. Suddenly, Leon looked toward the glowing bed over there. Curiosity flickered. Could she be a demon? Leon glanced back at Ricardo, ordering sharply, tell me, what did you do to the queen? Ricardo had no choice but to confess, lowering his head. Your Majesty made a pact. His half-human, half-demon face was so close, filled with a demonic presence. Rong's flashback began. When the soldiers were all gone, only the queen and Ricardo remained alive. She was sitting on the throne, then warily stood up. Suddenly, a sound echoed from somewhere, catching Bitch's curiosity. The queen, a mysterious man in black, appeared, saying, I am not convinced by your courage. Let us make a deal. He was curious. A deal. He continued, accept the seed of corruption and keep fighting demons for 100 years. He held a contract scroll and laughed. If you do not succumb, I will save you and your people. The queen of a kingdom on the brink of ruin had no choice but to accept the pact. Even if it was a devilish trap, she escaped to year 5. Then a man laughed wildly. So happy. Why does everyone avoid me? By now, more and more people were corrupted, their minds twisted by pleasure and pain. The queen was anguished, helpless, as cries rang out, a corrupted one. Capture him. By day, Bai Chit watched demons slaughter her people. By night, whispered curses haunted her ears, shaking her faith in herself. She wondered, what have I done? The early years were bearable, but her true enemy was the great demon of pleasure. The trap it set was cunning and vile. No loopholes in the contract the queen accepted. The pact bound them. Anyone who killed themselves to escape would become a wandering demon in hell's 9 layers. When the 100-year pact ended, all would become corrupted slaves. In the end, Queen Baichit went mad. She thought her kingdom was doomed. The corruption inside her, and her people swallowing their very souls. By year 50, half a century of chaos had passed. The most loyal knight gave in to temptation when he broke into the queen's chamber. Ricardo witnessed everything and made a decision. General Ricardo declared, "If no man can resist temptation," his eyes sharp with resolve, "then we will die fighting." They agreed, as long as they could protect the queen and stay loyal. Then, alongside Ricardo, they bid farewell, and the country fell into ruin. Even if this land was stained, even if they became wandering demons in hell, even if breaking the pact and becoming corrupted slaves after 100 years, he vowed to protect the queen till the end. Back in the present, Ricardo painfully explained what they ended up killing themselves and turning into death knights. The queens will no longer mattered. He continued, "We sealed the queen away." Ricardo's voice dropped, showing Baichit lying there, an 80-year-old seal, the only thing keeping her in a deep sleep. Hearing this, Leon thought, "What kind of loyalty is this?" Then he replied, "So that is why the queen asked me to kill you." While talking with him, Fleur's soft voice sounded, "Leon, Leon." He answered, "I am listening." Goddess Fleur. Her eyes were deeply sad. "Do you feel it too?" Lin glanced around and said, "Yeah, I can feel it." Purple smoke floated smoothly around here, drifting in from outside the door. It followed their trail, moving fast and sharp. Their leader was the demon lord of pleasure and decay, Angrogen. Now he led a small band of demons, every one battle-hardened. Lin immediately sensed they were nearby. His face turned cold as ice. "Demons," he shouted. "Soldiers of King Leon, rise up! How long do you plan to lie there like fools?" Junhai, as if waking from a dream, shouted, "What is going on?" Before he could understand, Leon grabbed his collar and pulled him up. "Genau." They all left instantly, with a questioning voice saying, "I will do what I must." Leon left Ricardo, half alive and half dead, to the goddess. She watched their backs quietly as they walked away. Then she asked him, "Where were we?" The soldiers outside, worried, saw Leon like a lifeline and thought, "They are here." Someone rushed forward to report, "Your Majesty, the demons have breached the walls." Junsu was terrified when he saw the scene ahead. There it was. The demons far outnumbered their soldiers, each one charging fiercely, their eyes glowing red, locked on their target. Everyone started to panic. Only Leon remained calm, watching closely. Suddenly, footsteps quickened, moving forward fast. Z stepped forward alone, surprising everyone around. He was the first to charge, swapping his hat on, loudly ordering everyone to hold the line. They echoed the command, "Hold the line." The soldiers took their battle positions, silently promising to follow the king's orders. They told themselves to hold their ground and stop the enemy. Leon stepped forward with his sword, a divine golden aura radiating from him. His sharp gaze fixed on the demons ahead. Zed suddenly appeared, quickly becoming Leon's reliable guard. The army took their positions, Leon Zed flanking each side. Desi kept reminding himself that the king would soon strike them down. The real demon now appeared, its ruthless eyes scanning all of them. One of its 6 long arms pointed forward, shouting, "Move out. Slaves, show them real pain." The demons lost control, charging wildly. Their pain turned into fierce excitement. They pushed forward, shouting to slaughter everyone. Zed transformed, signaling to eliminate hostile targets and unleash his weapons. Leon shouted fiercely, "Let us." Now truly fired up, he charged at them, pushing forward. Compared to the demons, Leon's soldiers were few and quickly got surrounded. The demons slammed the large shields without flinching. The soldiers felt exposed but still swore to hold on. "Damn, these guys are too many." Desi was more battle-hardened than ever, thinking, "If I hold on." "Your Majesty." Suddenly, Desi noticed something that piqued his curiosity. The demons swarmed their target like an unstoppable army, worried silently. "Your Majesty." While searching for a target, a demon suddenly noticed him, making Z panic, thinking, "This is it." Suddenly, a blinding light shot up, an earth-shaking explosion echoed, scattering the demons everywhere. Lin roared like thunder, his face full of rage. At his peak power, his roar sent the demons flying high into the air. The soldiers could hardly believe their eyes. Utterly amazed, it was clear the overwhelming numbers were the real source of the demons' power. Leon noticed his warhorse was also exhausted and called out, "Salient." Though the demons' combat strength was weak, after their group effect kicked in, they became a huge threat to King Leon. He said, "Only high-level demons can use this magic." Leon thought to himself that he could not afford to be careless anymore. Eyes watched him from all around, but Leon was not scared. He gripped his sword. This was his only option now. Lin closed his eyes deeply, gathering his thoughts, then slowly opened them. Alright, his power flared again. He told himself, I have to do this. He sensed something and looked toward the city gate. Suddenly, a noise behind him caught his attention, making him turn. His soldiers were startled by the shout and charged forward. At the gate, Ricardo led the Death Knights, charging on horseback. They quickly passed through Leonis' soldiers and surged ahead. At the same time, the demons charged on, fearless even after the massive blast. The Death Knights seemed to know no fear at all. Each row horses, swords ready, charging straight at the demons. Ricardo approached Leon and said, King Leon. Leon smiled and replied, General. Leon told him, Well done. I feel like I have finally woken from a nightmare. Ricardo dismounted and said, My loyalty to the Queen's Guard has always been unwavering. He replied, Yes, of course it must be that way. He then declared firmly, Hey, King from Earth, we have endured countless hardships protecting this place. After a long pause, Ricardo continued, Still, if you can really make a difference like this. Lin kept his eyes fixed, listening intently to him finish. Standing there, Ricardo led his Death Knight squad, eyes locked on Leon. Proudly, he spoke slowly. Then we will give everything we have got to help you. Leon stood there, answering with a satisfied smile, turning his back to them, focusing on the massive crowd of demons ahead. He said, In that case, I better show you what I have got. Though you are not as strong as I expected, that is fine. Leon's body began to glow, radiating a divine aura, a symbol of hope. He strode forward boldly, calling out, A war god of fire. Even if this world was destroyed by demons, even if gods ruled hearts, Leon's body transformed, shining bright. He stepped up, but continuing, Grant me your courage. In that moment, even the Queen's loyal hunters and knights saw Leon stronger than ever before. He smiled triumphantly. Please, answer my call. From where Leon stood, a blinding red light burst forth, and the demons, seeing this for the first time, froze in place. A voice echoed from somewhere, piquing DC's curiosity. You have always been a loser. Voice of the fire god continued. In the end, the flame will still collapse if there is no one to protect it. Lin replied firmly. Then I will always stand before the flame, just like I always have. Looking at the demons, he said confidently, Until it can defend itself against any storm, I will overcome adversity and reach for the stars. Leon transformed, feeling more powerful than ever. His giant silhouette above symbolized his immense strength. His eyes were unwavering, his face emotionless, radiating an aura of destruction and death. The demons screamed in disbelief, unable to believe their eyes. He gripped a huge sword, thrusting its tip into the ground. Leon shouted, I am the king. Leon, the supreme war machine in armor, the great war god of fire. DC and the soldiers watched every word closely. Fire, war god, Leon called out, Knights of mine, heed my call. They started feeling the heat radiating from the fire god within him. Leon's whole body blazed brightly. Right here, right now, the flames of war would burn away all evil. From where he stood, a massive column of light shot down from the sky with a deafening roar. The demons looked over and immediately gawked in shock. A huge beast paw slammed the ground, shaking everything. Now appeared the sacred bull-headed beast, the fire war spirit. Two golden beasts showed up, pulling the war god's chariot right before Leon. Without hesitation, he leapt up and took the reins of the two beasts. Salian's whole body shimmered strangely and began to fade away. Lin glanced at him and smiled. Grateful. Thanks, little buddy. Hope you find peace. Leon then steadied himself for battle and drew his holy sword. Instantly, the great sword appeared in his hand, full of confidence. Leon said, All right, a mighty army, combining Pantheon's troops with Ricardo's soldiers, marched forward, accompanied by the chariot pulled by the two beasts. Leon shouted, Follow me. The beasts pawed the ground, ready to charge ahead. Ricardo took his place, helmeted and armored, reminding the troops, no slacking off. Leon drove the chariot leading the charge against the demon army, shouting, Bring me their heads. The demons did not hesitate and surged forward to fight. They screamed terrifying war cries all at once. Lin watched the scene before him, stunned with amazement. He is getting more and more pissed off those disgusting demons, pretending to be human cavalry or what. The angrier he got, the angrier Leon got too. He lost it and swore, Damn it! Attack them. Both big beasts charged forward at full speed. The two forces quickly clashed, face to face. One ugly demon slammed straight into the big horn of the bull-headed beast. The system rang out, activating rage effects, and both sides dove into battle. The demons screamed as Leon's war chariot tore through them. Just with Leon's two beasts, a good number of demons on the other side were badly wounded. The pack leader finally started panicking, sweating bullets. Angerjin roared out in confusion and a bit of shock inside. Leon's eyes stayed sharp and determined, watching everything closely. His anger barely contained. The chaotic battle showed no signs of cooling off. The air was thick with blood-red tension. Angerjin was utterly panicked now. screaming out, "No way!" Angerjin clutched his head, dumbfounded. What the hell was that? How did it break through like there were no demons at all? He quickly ordered, "Fire the magic cannons. Kill them all." The demons below obeyed instantly. Ready to fire, they were still confident they had the upper hand. Aiming their massive cannons straight at Leon, suddenly, purple smoke and flashes flew toward the human army, and Leon looked up, confused about what was happening. Then Leon caught on and shouted, using long-range weapons, "What a bunch of bastards." The system displayed info. Rage effect applied to all units. Immunity activated. Divine defense layer activated. Arrows nullified for all your units. Brave knights are granted fire resistance. Then a massive explosion rocked the battlefield from the demon's huge cannon. Leon's fury boiled over. He sent his two beasts charging out from the rubble. He quickly shouted, "Follow me." Charge! The fight grew more brutal. Welder and welder. They clashed fiercely, swinging and slashing non-stop, tossing demons aside like nothing. A voice rang out, catching Leon's attention. A human voice. He quickly shouted again, "Follow me." Charge! The battle kept heating up, crazier and crazier, with non-stop attacks and demons getting thrown around. Another voice called out, grabbing Leon's focus. A human voice. He shouted quickly once more, "Follow me." Charge! Suddenly, he realized there were only two beasts, and thought to himself, "This is not enough. Where's Leon running off to?" Angerjin looked around nervously, but Leon was already diving down from above. He fired a long shot straight, but Leon dodged it just in time. Angerjin screamed, flailing wildly, trembling all over, "Kill that bastard." Leon's sword slammed straight into the rocky ground. Holding a weapon in each hand, he braced himself on the ground, thinking, "One more minute." Leon stepped forward, telling himself to hold on for just one more minute. Angerjin watched anxiously, muttering, "Damn, he is just a human. How can one human do this much?" Angerjin wondered aloud, how can he make those ruined kingdom knights so strong? He stepped forward suspiciously, confronting Leon. "Human. King Leon." Angerjin pointed and growled, "You are the one who killed Dodrad Dole." Leon just jumped back. "Dodrad? Who is that?" He smirked and said, "You mean that wandering fatty with his weird sexual cravings?" Angerjin's face twisted in rage when he heard that. Leon kept taunting, "Yeah, your perverted faction. Your lustful lot, I have taken them down one by one. And you won't be any different." He shouted in his face, "Now, I am gonna deal with you even worse than them." Angerjin's face turned red with fury. He ground his teeth, speechless. From Angerjin's hands, his spears wildly flew out of control. "Take this, Angerjin. We'll tear you into pieces." The more he threw his spears, the more bloodthirsty he got. "That is more like it. Die." A barrage of sharp spears rushed toward Leon, but he stood firm, not even trying to dodge. Leon stepped forward, ready to fight. He raised his weapon high, saying, "Stop just talking smack, focus on your magic power." Leon taunted him, but the guy was too weak. Using his strength, Leon swung his sword and created a massive beam of light. The beam grew longer, starting right from him, then it sliced clean through Angerjin's arm. Angerjin wondered in shock, did he just turn his own attack back on himself? Amid Angerjin's confusion, Lin repeated his vow. "I said I will kill every last one of you, one by." Then he leapt into the air, sword raised high, ready to strike down. Angerjin saw this and smirked wickedly. Showing no fear, Angerjin shouted, "Desire! Desire is the key. Satisfy your primal urges. No creature can resist." Ricardo's army watched anxiously. "Oh no. Watch out, King Leon." Leon's mood darkened as he saw the power of those bugs. Without hesitation, he struck immediately, a sudden blow straight down. Angerjin panicked, staring at his wounded arm and asking, "How is this possible? How can anyone refuse the pleasure of desire?" He gasped in disbelief as Leon coldly stepped forward. "Not even the Lord of Desire can fool me." Leon looked up confidently. "Useless beings like you can trick me." Angerjin trembled inside, thinking, "No way." He stared at the human before him, confused. Something's off. If he is alive, he should have desires, right? Feeling the danger, Angerjin thought, "I have to get out of here." He quickly ordered his bugs, "Bite him." "Where are you?" "Bite this guy." Before he could finish, the pet creature from earlier charged and butted Angerjin, sending him flying. He crashed painfully to the ground. Leon sneered, "Hey, I am right here." Leon stepped forward and stomped on Angerjin's chest, startling him. Wait a minute, Angerjin is still huge." "You coward. You let a god interfere in our fight. I thought knights were supposed to be fair." Leon grimaced and replied, "Fair enough. Letting a third party get involved in a duel is not very knightly." Sweating, he added, "Exactly. So if that is the case." Leon cut him off, "But with scum like you, I have zero respect." Leon raised his sword high, ready to finish Angerjin off, because this is not a knight's battle. It is just exterminating some pests. As he was about to ascend to heaven, Angerjin could not shut his mouth, cursing, "You damn human." Leon ignored his words, struck with a massive blow. And finally, Angrajan, the Lord of Desire and Corruption, was defeated. From the start, this kingdom thrived in peace. The queen once believed this calm would last forever. And everyone thought so too, until the bugs came and wiped everything out. She looked down on her kingdom surrounded by bugs. Feeling hopeless, Bitchit, the wise queen and a powerful mage, knew the truth. She set up a massive magical barrier around the tower. Bitchit fought desperately to wipe out the evil demons and protect her kingdom, hoping to buy more time, but the dust and cruelty of the bugs kept raging on. At first, she just hoped she and her kingdom could win, but that tiny hope did not last long. Bitchit realized no matter how many times she killed them, they would always come back. She felt despair. This war is one we can never win. In the middle of the battlefield, Bitchit helplessly said, no matter how many battles we win or how many bugs we kill, they always come back. At that moment, she just quietly thought. Helplessness felt like foolishness. The sparkling Iga tower surely would not last much longer. Bitchit sat powerless on her throne, facing impending destruction. Suddenly, the voice of the man in black rang out. Hey, queen, let us make a deal. Holding a purple orb, he grinned slyly and said, if you can withstand the seeds of corruption for 100 years, we will stop invading this world. His white teeth gleamed provocatively, daring her pride and resolve. Bitchit's sorrowful face focused on his words, because he promised things would return to how they once were at that time. She could not even ask how she could possibly trust what he said. In despair, Bitchit weakly reached toward the orb and softly said, I accept. A blinding purple light burst out, mixed with dark demonic energy, though it was clearly a devil's trick. But it was the only way to restore the world and protect those she loved, her subjects. Bitchit had agreed, despite Angrajan's cunning and malicious face. And so, the cycle of destruction repeated over the kingdom of Spur. Wrapped in ecstasy and corruption, everyone was included, the good-hearted citizens, loyal knights, and even Queen Bitchit herself. Proud as ever, bit by bit, they quickly sank deeper into darkness. Once fully corrupted and sided with darkness, there was no going back. Eventually, a knight, unable to resist his lust, snuck into the queen's chamber and was executed on the spot. Ricardo's voice rang out, Your Majesty, please forgive me. General Ricardo sealed the queen underground, then sacrificed himself along with his troops, turning into undead soldiers. In the queen's mind, she blamed herself. It was her fault. A decade full of regret, and Bitchit had reached her limit, a fate with no end. Repeating over and over, she wept in pain and cried out, I caused all this. The queen hoped this nightmare would finally end soon. Scene change. Everyone is gathered around a large chest. On top are the crown and items taken after defeating Angrajan. Is that the crown of ruin and the nameless mirror that demon was carrying? Z has always been interested in stuff like this. Leon, knowing this, asked, You really like it? Huh, it sent a signal. The metal's high quality, useful, curious, but has been tainted by evil. Put it down, damn. I think it sucks souls. D got it. I can handle it. Leon did not stop him. If he says so, fine. Leon then got curious about the other stuff in the chest. Hey, what is this? That is the crown taken from Angrajan's head, the demon of pleasure and decay. Suddenly, a gentle voice called out to Leon. Leon quickly turned respectfully and greeted. Yes, goddess? Please speak. She asked to see the crown of ruin she had retrieved. He glanced at the items and replied, I am afraid it might be unpleasant to look at. Fleur answered, It is staring intently at it for a while. She held it up and asked Leon, Don't you remember this crown? Fleur continued, It is the crown of the demon king of pleasure, who was beheaded by you. You are just now realizing that, she explained. Those wicked lust demons deceive children with dark illusions. That power is sealed inside this crown of ruin. Fleur smiled, looking at Leon as she put the crown away. But now it belongs to someone who might actually use it well. He took it and said, Anyway, I can't destroy this just yet. Leon added, If you want it, I am ready to hand it over. Fleur immediately declined. Thank you. You have worked hard this time. The temple is very grateful and sends thanks for your glorious efforts. He humbly replied, I just did what I thought was right. She added, Hey, gotta. Should I say goodbye to him before leaving? Another voice chimed in. Say goodbye. Say goodbye. Suddenly, a whirlwind of bright crimson light swirled around them. The god of war appeared before Leon, who glanced down and said, All right then. Vito seemed a bit shy, hesitating awkwardly, struggling to speak, when the goddess Fleur nudged him. Be honest. Who is really up there? While they were still debating, Leon suddenly spoke up. Excuse me, I have a request. Vitos perked up curiously. What is the request? You are always asking for something. Fleur teased him, grabbing his arm and saying, Just say it. Leon looked back, his tone softening. I hope that he was staring at Ricardo and the Death Knights kneeling there, hoping they could reclaim their souls. The two gods exchanged glances, silently thinking it over. Vitos said, You want to bring the souls of these undead up to heaven? They have already given up the cycle of life and death. The goddess Fleur jumped in. Don't he be so rigid? None of that stuff is really the issue here. And it is something you can handle. He gritted his teeth. Losing patience. What kind of gods would let these undead get a second chance? The two kept arguing. Fleur added, well, that is not exactly true. They are just doing it for their master. Vitos replied, then just watch. Fleur stepped forward and called out, Lin. He bowed slightly in respect and said, please. Go ahead, she explained. Those who defy death are evil creatures who must be punished. They have broken free from the cycle of reincarnation. Suddenly, footsteps approached with a desperate voice. Please. The queen had awakened and begged for mercy. Ricardo, still kneeling, called out, Your Majesty, Beechit explained. They went against nature to protect me. Please. Clasping her hands in earnest, the queen of this ruined kingdom begged the gods for mercy. The goddess softened and said, Those loyal knights of the queen, no one in the divine realm can bring their souls to heaven. Both were surprised by her answer. Ricardo took Beechit's hand and asked, Then what do we do? Fleur hesitated slightly, startling them for a moment. Then continued. The goddess smiled. Your loyalty outweighs your mistakes. We gods are truly impressed by your dedication. Fleur glanced at Lian and added, And above all, Kin Lian here has asked me directly. The god then looked at them both. Up there. I am not allowed to do much more, but since you asked, I will cleanse your tainted souls, so you have a chance to be reborn. She stepped forward, her feet barely touching the ground. Yet Fleur appeared before them and said to Beechit, I have a proposal. This is the only way their souls can find peace and enter the cycle of reincarnation. The goddess suggested the queen become a priestess of the primordial god and help King Lian spread his faith. When the other world awakens, I will grant your knights a chance to be reborn. Almost immediately, painful fragments of memory flashed through Beechit's mind. Her face went blank, wide-eyed as she processed the goddess's offer. After a long moment of silence, she finally spoke. I am deeply grateful. Scene change. Some time later at the kingdom's castle, Lun and the queen stood before a massive door, with Jack by their side supporting her. Lian looked ahead, his expression serious, as if about to say something important. He focused on his soldiers while Beechit watched him quietly. Suddenly, a carriage rushed up. Your Majesty, Lian immediately commanded, report the casualties. The messenger hurriedly replied, most of the wounded are recovering thanks to the Holy Crown's power. Everyone was deeply saddened. 6 had lost their lives forever. They all mourned the soldiers' sacrifice with heavy hearts. Even Lian's voice softened. I see. That is truly sad. Everyone stood before the 6 fallen soldiers, visibly moved. Lian thought to himself, despite facing an endless demon army, they fought incredibly well. He slowly drew his sword and said, I will pray for the souls of you brave warriors. Lian plunged his sword deeply into the ground, then knelt before the fallen demons. A mystical light shone all around as his desperate voice called out, War God. Lian's voice carried on through the grief of the soldiers. These brave warriors had fallen with legendary honor. He pleaded directly, begging the god to protect their souls if they would made mistakes in life. Please forgive them and honor their brave hearts, even as they face death, so they may rest peacefully in heaven. Tiny sparkling lights slowly rose, piquing the curiosity of the old man. Lin was still praying, asking to record the names and families of those who died in this battle. The temple would never forget their sacrifice. The 6 cold bodies there were suddenly bathed in heavenly light, and they quietly passed on. All unlucky. Lian smiled softly and said to everyone, let us head home. The system quickly displayed a message. The gate to heaven has opened, but your soul is too weak to enter. Your faith is too low. You can enter heaven. Your glory is too small. Entry denied. Then the message updated. King Leonhurt has blessed you. You can now enter heaven. Suddenly, as the chaotic gate appeared, the Hunter Association gathered all available hunters to storm the dungeon. The crowd from the association cheered wildly, shouting nonstop, They are out. They are back. They have cleared the gate. Survivors, report. Weeks passed, and King Lian finally cleared the gate and returned. Chairman O Kang Hu of the association declared this gate assault a huge loss for them. He also expressed deep condolences to the hunters who had fallen. Kang He bowed to Lian respectfully, saying, We offer our deepest sympathies to the hunters who fell in the battle. Lin closed his eyes, turning aside. I am pretty saddened too. Then Lian looked straight ahead. Serious? I am sure you have watched Lord Spinner's video carefully. He shared his observations. Right? It was a red gate, even a chaotic one, with a massive sin inside. It is a miracle you all came back with so few casualties. Folded his arms, looking almost amused. Is that so? Then Lian suddenly narrowed his eyes, unusually serious as he proposed, I am thinking I should meet the families of the fallen warriors. Kang He looked surprised, hesitating. You want to meet them in person? Still calm, Lian confirmed. They are my soldiers. At least I owe them that. Kang He hesitated, then suggested, I do not think that is a good idea. Lin then poured out his reasons. I am not so cold-hearted that I do not understand their pain. I believe hearing the full story will bring them some peace. I think it will help ease their hearts. Then he called out loudly, Chairman O Kang Hyu. The chairman responded immediately, yes, go ahead. Lian's sharp green eyes focused as he cautiously proposed. Please release the latest video and call on more hunters to join the ranks. The evil spirit will eventually invade this world. I need more soldiers and knights ready for that moment. Kang Hyu trusted him completely, agreeing without hesitation. Understood. I will arrange it and report back. Not long after, on the Nadu plains, the Pantheon army camp was bustling. Inside, Lian leaned back in his chair, eyes distant and focused. After staring into the void for a while, he concluded, the demon's acting strangely. I need urgent backup. He placed his palm over his chest, deciding firmly, this time, I have to go myself. Lian closed his eyes as golden light began to glow brightly from his palm. Moments later, his mind was already headed to that place. Every heartbeat echoed clearly as Lian's body started to float in the dimensional space. In an instant, Lian was dressed in commoner clothes, standing tall beneath the cool shade of a tree. His blue eyes slowly opened as a voice called out, 10 days. Your Majesty. Across the way, Aniak approached the knights surrounding him, shyly blurting out, a humble servant of the gods. Respectfully send greetings to the representative of the Holy Temple. The knights immediately knelt on both knees, alongside the words, please step inside, greatest protector of the Holy Grail. Shortly after, in the Grand Hall of the Wanga Temple, Lian strode it, warmly greeting. It has been a while. Has heaven been treating you well? Aniak smiled brightly, saying something almost flattering. It is all thanks to His Majesty's protection. He then surprised him with a two-word question. Really? Lian stepped up to the two knights, excitedly saying, Sir Judas, Surin, both of you look brighter than before. Antone laughed heartily and replied, if I would known this place was so beautiful, I would have come sooner. He then teased, don't joke around like that. At that moment, a tall clergyman stepped before Lian, solemnly calling him Your Majesty. Lian immediately recognized him as the former immortal king. He said, long time no see. The man with the radiant smile and bright orange hair was none other than the previous king of Argentina, Majesty Lian Hurt. Lian placed his hand reverently, bowed deeply, and apologized for disturbing his rest. The king chuckled warmly. Don't he say that? Are not we bound by the same blood? Without hesitation, Lian brought up the matter. Your Majesty, the new souls have arrived here. Do you know about their arrival? Argentina glanced at the souls and responded, those are the warriors who sacrificed themselves in the recent battle. Right? Rest assured, they will be warmly welcomed. You can relax. He voiced his curiosity. There must be a reason you came so quickly. Tell me what it is. Lian bowed slightly, hesitating, then answered, actually, I came to greet the gods of the Pantheon and explain a few things. Then he raised his head, his tone firm as he continued, the situation is urgent. I need to rely on the wisdom of our ancestors. Hearing this, the king smiled gently, crossed his arms, and said, all right, come to the forest. I will let you talk with my friend, Patalion. Shortly after, under the warm sky, huge wings spread wide, pure white feathers fluttering in the breeze. On Patalion's white wings, Lian sat boldly, gripping the reins to guide their flight. His golden hair whipped in the wind, and his deep blue eyes glanced back quietly. Lian and Patalion soared through the sky. Below them knights rode horses. He thought to himself, one day, I will come here riding with Patalion, of course. That won't happen if Earth's future is burned down by demons. After flying a bit further, he pulled the reins tight and signaled, there, that way. Sir Patalion. Patalion neighed and quickly veered toward the direction given. It landed right in the middle of the dense forest under giant tree canopies. Lian's eyes carefully scanned the area. Then he announced, we have arrived. Just as he spoke, a deep voice echoed from the dark woods. Lian, rightful ruler of Dragonia, master of great deeds. Lian looked toward the voice and replied respectfully, Wisewood spirit, I apologize for trespassing on your land. Sunlight began to filter through the trees, and the voice continued, King Lian, all living creatures owe you gratitude. At that moment, two ancient trees started to move, their faces slowly revealing themselves. The two massive trees approached Lian, but continuing, even the gods, this forest always joyfully awaits your arrival. Lian looked up and replied, I am honored to be mentioned alongside the gods. The trees immediately got to the point. The legacy of the Dragon Lord and revered demon hunter, Your Majesty Lian, is the problem so serious that you must come to the afterlife? Lian spoke without hesitation about his request. Guna, the youngest sage among your kind and my friend, I want to see him. The two trees nodded after hearing this, parting to either side, murmuring to themselves, Guna, the youngest sage. Suddenly, The forest trembled. Birds scattered chaotically. Inside the woods, Lian smiled softly as a voice called. Lian. Old friend. Guna, a giant figure, stepped forward and immediately asked, "Why have you come here to see me?" He closed a smile, his face serious as he said, "Guna, I need your seed." Let out a sigh and leaned in closer, while Lian continued. "Of course. This will be tough for you since it goes against nature." Hearing this, he suddenly widened his eyes in surprise and asked, "Is this urgent?" He pressed his palm inward, seriousness clear in every word. "Yes, the world I rule now is being invaded by a monstrous species. I know this well, because I have seen them on my journey." He spoke gravely, slowly recounting each detail. "They have noticed me and started to act. Right now, they are trying to infiltrate that planet." Guna's eyes went blank as he muttered a few words. "Just like in the Old Kingdom." "I understand." Lin quickly confirmed. "Yes, they will destroy everything in their path." Without hesitation, he planted the seed firmly into the ground and agreed. "All right. After all, you are the only living one who can handle those vile beasts." Two branches curled up in front of Guna, light and fresh leaves sprouting all at once. Guna smiled softly, eyes fixed on the seed. "Entrusting it. Take this, I am counting on you." Taking the vibrant sapling, Lin bowed deeply. "Grateful. Thank you." Then he blurted out an unfinished sentence that made Lian curious. "It is good to see you again after all this time, my fake friend." He raised his rough wooden arms as warm sunlight shone down with his warning. "Take care now. The future holds many challenges." Not long after, while leaving through the main gate with the sapling, someone called out. Lian, he looked around and recognized it was Lord Gratis and former King Argentina, who smiled fiercely and asked, "Heading back already?" Then he stepped forward, placed something in Lian's hand, and said, "Take this." "Curious?" Lian asked. "What is this?" His eyes wide, staring at the object. The man explained slowly. "After some discussion, I wanted to give you something you need right now. It will help you a lot in the battles ahead. This is the reins of a master summoner. It can even train mythical beasts. I am giving it to you because its owner has passed away. I received it at his funeral." Then Gratis, tall and strong, stepped up holding a notebook. Saying, "My turn." He placed the notebook in Lian's hands, and Lian's curiosity piqued again. "What is this?" Gratis shared his thoughts. "I heard you are training your army from scratch. I bet it is all by foot." Lin glanced at the cover text, "How to catch giants easily." Then realized, this is the legendary warrior training manual. The three men stood there laughing together as Lian flipped the pages, asking, "How to catch giants easily?" Gratis replied proudly, "Back when I was alive, this was my go-to training book." Then Eniac excitedly stepped up and said, "Your Majesty, I have something for you too." Hoping it helps, she placed a pendant with a holy sword emblem in Lian's hand, gently requesting, "Please accept this." Clutching the pendant, Lin felt awkward. Relics like this are treasures passed only between saints. How could someone ordinary like me accept it? But she insisted. "You are the new owner of this relic. The gods are with you." Eniac cut her finger and closed her eyes tight, softly adding, "It will protect you until the sword is revived. Please accept it." Lian held the gifts close, voice full of gratitude. "Thank you, everyone." His whole body began to glow faintly in the light beam, his serious voice lingering. "With these precious gifts, I will use them wisely." That night, under a star-filled sky, Lian's house shone brightly with his lights. His footsteps echoed down the hallway, steady and rhythmic. He stopped in front of a locked door. Voice serious, he said a few words. "Kin Lian is here," in the same tone. Lian continued, "Allow me to see you for a moment." Inside, Beechit heard the voice echo through. Then the door in front of him slowly creaked open. Without a word, he stood still with his eyes tightly shut. Seeing that, Beechit asked, "Aren't you going in?" Lin kept his eyes closed and honestly replied, "She has not given me permission yet." She let out a soft laugh and could not help but praise. Straightforward as always. Then, with a satisfied smile, she called out, inviting him in. Beechit stood up, her eyes filled with warmth as she looked at the man before her. Lian's lips stayed closed as he opened the door and stepped inside. "That is quite a burden. Queen Beechit, please forgive me for making you stay in such a shabby place." She placed her hand over her heart and spoke respectfully. "This is already more than enough for a queen in exile. I only ask your forgiveness for what has passed." Lian smiled brightly and replied casually, "No need for that." But inside, he felt like he was losing control over his energy. Then he walked to the window, sunlight pouring in as he announced, "My divine power has suppressed the corruption in your kingdom, but it can completely erase it. We will need some time to restore balance." As he finished, Beatrice's hand suddenly glowed, and she softly responded, "I understand." They both sat down at the table, and Lian curiously asked, "Is that your farewell message to your knights?" She held her wine glass, her eyes reflecting deep thoughts as she answered simply, "It is all I can do. Nothing more." He raised his glass too and fixed his gaze on Beatrice, asking, "You have been here for 2 days now. Have you adjusted to this world yet?" Beatrice answered honestly, "I am afraid I need more time." Her face was still clouded with worries, and she spoke thoughtfully. "This place is so different from my old world." Hearing that, Lin took a sip of wine and said, "You do not have to feel that way." His words caught Beatrice off guard for a few seconds. He crossed his arms seriously, eyes closed as he reassured her, "Be proud of your kingdom. A true ruler expands her realm far and wide." Then Leon opened his sharp green eyes, emphasizing each word, "So your people can follow a path of freedom and happiness." She smiled wryly and said, "Isn't he that the mindset of an invader?" His lips curled up as he quickly denied, "It is different." Then he shared his view. "Hurting others for your own gain is a hateful ambition." Still serious, Leon suggested to Beach it, "If you bless everyone with the right guidance, they will be enlightened and live happier lives." Beach it was sweating heavily but replied inwardly, "I get it now. So I can do this with my power. I have fought demons for over 100 years. No matter what, I do not regret it." After talking to herself, she asked, "It seems you are afraid of more than just facing demons." "Huh?" Leon proudly introduced himself. "That is right. I have been entrusted with a sacred mission by the gods." Then he placed a fist on his chest, his sharp eyes staring straight ahead. He spoke of his own hope. "Queen of Spur, I hope you will follow my ideals." Beachit was deeply moved by his sincere words, her smile slowly blossoming. Then she closed her smile and said earnestly, "I owe you my life. As queen, how can I repay you?" Suddenly, her eyes hardened sharply, making Leon cautious. Then she coldly continued, "But if that damn demon Lord Koilak returns." A powerful aura surrounded Beachit as she made her request. "I want you to grant me the strength to end him with my own hands." Without hesitation, he stood up and replied, "All right, for those terrible demons, I will do whatever it takes to kill them." Leon laughed heartily. "I am more than happy to teach you how to snuff out their souls with holy magic that will terrify them. It is hilarious." "Really?" Proudly, he continued, "In my kingdom, we trap demons in pits and burn them, but no matter how many we kill, they always come back. So I figure that is not enough. They are selfish, only caring about themselves and doing evil." With a twisted face, he stretched out his hand, emphasizing each harsh word. "Have you ever tried stabbing a demon snail? They will scream like crazy." Hearing this, Beatrice covered her laughing mouth and replied, "I once stripped them and made them crawl back and forth across a field full of iron nails." 2 glasses of wine clinked under the moonlight. Leon grinned. "You are really creative," Beatrice replied casually. "Yeah, just like any other day." At that moment, under the starry sky, something streaked across a bright white line cutting through the night. Midnight. Harry was jogging on the ground, breathing heavily. Suddenly, she stopped dead in her tracks, stunned by something along the way. Spotting Beatrice and Leon sitting together, she hurriedly bowed her head and said, "My queen, I am glad you have recovered." Coldly, he called, "Come here." As Harry approached, Leon ordered, "Make me some tea." Flustered, she pulled out a teapot and answered, "Sure," handing over the tea. She introduced, "This is premium barley tea." "My queen," Beatrice replied gently. "Thank you. It has been a while since I felt this relaxed." Lin held the steaming paper cup, but his mind was clearly deep in thought. Then he made a proposal that stunned her into silence. "Harry, I want you to serve Queen Beatrice for a while. Your luggage is not important, but you must dress properly and behave well with the queen." Beatrice refused, and Harry blushed awkwardly. "You do not have to go to such lengths." But Leon was firm. "This has to happen. A royal like you deserves a loyal assistant servant." Beatrice did not argue, then suddenly asked, "You said your name is Ginny, Harry?" She jumped in surprise. Flustered, Harry replied, "Yes." Then Beatrice shared her observation. "I sense a strong fire energy from you. If you can see it, I would like to have a look." Harry said, surprised, so she could actually see his unique skill. Leon thought for a moment, then said, "All right, let us see how the Sword Realm warrior handles this. I know your power matches your current status." Standing up, he summoned a sword from thin air and said, "Show us what you have got." Surprised but proud, Harry replied loudly, "It is an honor." The sharp sword was placed before Harry, her wide eyes full of amazement. Gripping the hilt tightly, Harry slowly scanned her surroundings. Her face turned ice cold as fire energy began to surge throughout her body. She pulled the sword back, pupils fixed on the blade's path. Once the fire energy was fully charged, Harry clenched the sword with both hands and swung with all her might. The sword arced through the air, flames blazing along the strike, her graceful figure glowing brightly. As the fire faded, Lin covered his eyes, helplessly praising, "That was too wide a swing." Harry stared intently at the sword, blinking and replying simply, "Yes." He stepped forward to retrieve the sword, reminding her, "Looks like you just used your skill." Harry bowed her head, handing over the sword, confirming, "Yes, that is right." Then he, like a seasoned pro, raised the sword and advised, "You need to swing with power, but keep the trajectory precise." Leon's eyes sparkled as his focus sharpened. A second later, the sword chopped down. The ground before them shattered, dust rising from the fierce impact. Air was still trembling as he calmly reminded Harry, "See, is easy. When you have time. Practice again." She was sweating profusely. Still catching her breath, she replied loudly, "Yes, sir." Then Leon approached and asked, "Beatrice, what do you think?" Beatrice gave her opinion. "Her fire magic control is a bit off, is not." She gently stepped forward and continued, "Fire is a pretty powerful force." The sword's arc lengthened as she spoke calmly. "She just needs to channel mana into the sword instead of just swinging it." Beatrice demonstrated pouring intense mana into the sword and explained, "Hold back your power. Then use it to focus where it is needed." The blade blazed brightly as Beatrice pivoted on her toe at a perfect 90 degrees and said, "Once the fire is contained, it won't be easy to put out." Her body moved smoothly from spin to glide, perfectly in sync with the sword's flow. Each powerful slash fell with force, yet her expression remained unbelievably calm. After 2 quick strikes, Beatrice pulled the sword back and spoke, now, releasing the fire she had been holding in the moment of truth. The blade shot straight forward as a ball of energy began to form, Beatrice's words cutting through. Just one perfect strike. The energy blast exploded with such intensity, it seemed like it could tear through space itself. Harry stood below the powerful blast, his face frozen in shock, completely overwhelmed. After giving detailed instructions, Beatrice eagerly asked if all she had to do was contain it until the heat was enough to burn the enemy to dust. Sounds easy enough, right? But Harry was not back to normal yet, his face still frozen as he thought, "Yeah, right? Like that is simple." That night in Harry's office, she slumped over her computer screen, complaining about all the work she had to do. Tears welled up as she muttered through her misery, listing out everything she had to handle: reports for her boss and the association chairman. She still had to bring potatoes and sweet potatoes to the rookies, upgrade weapons, switch armor, and had no clue where to find iron now. After crying her eyes out, Harry went over it again, shouting in frustration, "Taxes? How do I even deal with this? Nobody at the academy teaches this stuff." Just then, Jet suddenly appeared behind her, asking if she could not handle the accounting work. It jumped on Harry's head. She finally calmed down and asked, "What do you want?" "Lord Spinner, you scared me," it replied. "I want to divide the workload to make things more efficient." Hearing that, she brightened up, remembering, of course, Lord Spinner is a supercomputer. Whatever she wants, she can have. Seconds later, Jet stood in front of the screen, non-stop explaining things that only added to Harry's misery. It was super proud of what it was saying. Absolute reference data applying special tax laws. Hunter food expenses all accounted for. Custom equipment production registration complete. Crop prices soaring in Dongbang, Nadu. Using special subsidies under agricultural and fishery laws. Tax benefits on purchases applicable. Harry's face went blank as the torturous jargon kept coming. Business targets split. Wild Farm and Wild Farm Conference are totally separate entities. The Wild Farm gets special support under the agricultural and fishery laws, including extra tax exemptions. Harry forced a smile while Joe kept going, explaining tax exemptions for companies, social welfare, and family support projects for active soldiers. Harry's head was about to explode from the insane info dump, understanding none of it, but she still smiled and said, "Got it. Super helpful." Jet replied politely, "Glad to help. See you when there is more to discuss." Just as Jeet was about to leave, she remembered something important. "Lord Spinner, I need a maid outfit, a European-style maid outfit. Can you do that?" It answered confidently, Kinley Hood, similar to early and medieval European monarchs. Choosing a European-style maid uniform made sense. Harry was thrilled and thought, "Thank heavens, I am about to cosplay." Seeing that, Jihad asked, "Do you want me to buy the maid outfit based on the database I have?" "Of course." Harry happily agreed, her face lighting up. That'd be amazing. What she did not know was that the database Spinner referred to was actually a collection of sexy maid costumes. It was a complete data set from an online shopping center, reviewed by Jiko Zembujin, including maid stockings popular in Dai Bang style. "My boyfriend loves them," said Albinomitos. "You have to try them on." So it kept searching for more lingerie. Early the next morning, the orange beat car stopped at a village in Leon. From the car, a long, slender leg stepped down gracefully. The sharply dressed young man in black was Hansu Ho, an Rank Hunter Academy student. Behind him, the gruff friend called out, "You are sticking around longer than I thought." This was Kim Jae-yuk, another Rank Hunter Academy student. Suho turned back and smiled brightly. "Whatever. Everyone sees it, so it is normal. The reason everyone's here is because a few days ago, Kin Leon stopped by the Hunter Academy." He stood at the podium, radiating serious authority as he said, I am not here as a soldier. I am here to save the next generation of hunters. I will teach you everything from sword fighting and spear thrusts to horseback riding and even theology. At that moment, Suho was totally stunned, and Jae-hyuk leaned over to ask, did he just say theology? In the tense silence, a student raised his hand and said, I specialize in archery. Sir, Liam pointed at the guy and snapped, losers do not use that kind of name. If you want to learn, go figure it out yourself. The disappointed guy lowered his hand and replied, yes, sir. At first, Lin came off as arrogant and rude, and the students were not happy about it. Standing in the middle of the classroom, Lin said proudly, but if you study theology, I can teach you some basic holy magic. That got all the students buzzing. So you are saying we should become priests? Theology is about religion. While everyone was still confused, Lin raised his hand, glowing with reversed energy, and said, now, watch this. Lin started his demonstration, bending backward then leaning forward with his hands on his hips. Next, one hand went above his head, the other in front, as a glowing energy orb slowly formed. After witnessing that powerful display, they were totally convinced. Reflecting on everything, Dayak timidly shared her thoughts. No joke, I am seriously culture shocked. Suho's not far behind. It is amazing that anyone can use magic. Just then, a female student stepped forward from behind and said, there is nothing amazing about it. If you do not work hard, it is all just wasted effort. That cold-voiced girl was also a Rank Hunter Academy student. John Soyeon. Dayak took the chance to tease. In the end, you still left. Huh, you are just making excuses like some commoner. She blushed. Embarrassed, Leon's sharp words from yesterday still echoed. Watch your language. Suho then asked, what happened with the Blue Sword Guild? You are supposed to be the guild leader's right hand. She pulled out her phone and showed it to them, asking, you guys have not seen this yet? Dayak and Suho looked puzzled, mumbling back and forth, what is this? Banthian TV, scanning quickly. The two guys still wondered as they watched clips of King Leon using holy relics and fighting at the Gong River front. Does watching this help at all? Suho pulled out his phone and said, Here's Harry. Look at Dayak's shocked face down there, unable to hold back. Dayak asked, you make a lot of money, so why are you still using your dad's old phone? He casually replied, most of my salary goes to the blind orphanage. His eyes glued to the phone, Dayak could not help but praise, both Hari and you really work hard. Hearing they were on their way to the shrine, Suho guessed, she must be handling some big responsibility. Right then, Hari was in total disbelief. She was told she was wearing a sexy maid uniform, a 5-piece set used for special events rated 9.98 stars. Hearing that, Hari was even more horrified, her face turning pale as all the blood drained away. Too embarrassed, Hari crossed her thighs and asked, hey Spinner, this really looks okay. Seriously, he casually answered, I saw it in the database. Numbers do not lie. He said, still doubtful. She asked, are you sure? He confidently replied, 99.999% sure. You doubting the database? Outside the door, students arrived and overheard the conversation. But this is kinda. Then Jack's voice cut in, you can just deny the database. Suho got super excited realizing it was her voice. Then, knocking on the door. He thought, I am gonna surprise her. Hearing the knock, Harry gripped herself. Startled again. I heard that knock. Right? Exactly. You said you have guests today, so it is time to open up, she hurriedly said. Wait, before Harry could finish, Spinner cracked the door open a bit, and Suho's awkward smile appeared. She quickly covered herself with both hands, her face red as a tomato. While he stood there stunned, even though she was blushing hard, Harry tried to stay calm and said, hello everyone. Thanks for coming all this way. Well, he just stood frozen, not quite recovered. Suho quickly stepped back to shield his eyes. Then asked, Sis, that outfit, she hurriedly denied. I did not wear it because I like it or anything. With everything happening, his mind was spinning. Jack kept insisting, I do not trust the database. And Hari kept yelling, stop pulling my skirt. While they argued loudly, Lin approached from behind and said sternly, what a disaster. She jumped, stammering, bro. Seeing her expression, he got furious, grinding his teeth. Then he pointed at Harry's head and yelled, this is disgusting. Go change clothes right now. She looked sadly at Jack and replied shortly, yes, under Leon's annoyed glare. Tears started streaming down her face as the creature squirmed, trying to do something. Moments later, Jack made an excuse to sneak away. It is time for second-year students' lunch. I will take my leave. No one replied, and he flew off amid everyone's scowling looks. Seeing Leon grabbing his sister's head and yelling at her to change quickly, Suho painfully realized this reunion he would waited for so long was going terribly. Blue skies, white clouds, and golden sun on the peaceful Jeju Island, the heart of the city, a red gate, like a black hole in space. appeared near the red gate. A heavy footstep hit the ground, followed by a click of the tongue. Finally, we are here. Lin Xiang got off the bus. She complained. I already paid for your early flight. You are still late. He sighed, says, our guild's got problems right now. Their mother peeked out to join the conversation, eyes glancing back. We failed at the inner gate last time. I will find a way to make up for it at this gate. 2 members of the Golden Lion Guild came to join this battle, and unexpectedly met their bitter rivals. Then a familiar figure stepped forward to greet them. Long time no see. Zium. Both Zium and Xian crossed their arms, giving unfriendly looks. Then he smirked and mocked. Look who is here, the one who ran off after blackmailing the government. Now you dare show up at the red gate. Ayong Wan. He could not hide his emotions. His sharp face showed clear anger. He was not backing down either, a sly smile curling his lips as he retorted, thanks to our guild's sacrifice. You escaped the last gate. Aren't you grateful? Zium Chan started to stir after that taunt. Ayong Wan's smug grin said it all as he stepped forward, sneering. What is the deal? Then, Zium Chan clenched his teeth, snapping back sharply. How about a 50-50 split right here? Right now, he spat out his disdain and fired back immediately. You do not even have the skills, yet you want half? It is your new guild that is the one in trouble. The argument escalated after his taunt. Besides us, who else can back you up? Right? So you are the traitorous hunters. Hearing this, he exploded with anger. Oh, don't push your luck just because we are being nice. Got it. Then Ayong Wan pointed directly at Zium Chan and declared firmly. 60-40. No more. No less, he answered without hesitation. Fine, but you are paying for your own meals, he declared fiercely. I can pay for myself. Watching the scene, Zium Chan just sighed and thought. Pathetic. We are not kids anymore. So why keep brawling over dumb stuff until we are bloody? Suddenly, a tall figure appeared behind her and spoke loudly, catching Ayong off guard, who startled and called out, Mom. Seeing it was a girl from the Phoenix Guild, and its rank name, Juji, Ayong got instantly annoyed, says, do not scare me like that. If something's up, just give a heads up first, she said with a calm smile, reminding her to speak properly. Standing side by side, Juji casually asked, Hey, before this gate showed up, we would already gathered everyone. Right? Juji scanned those at the red gate and quickly reported, 3 rank hunters, 1 almost rank. That is enough. We meet the requirements to raid a regular rank gate. Her expression darkened as she finished. So yeah, that should be more than enough. The moment they stepped inside the red gate, Ayong was shocked by the horrific scene. Dead bodies were piled everywhere. Blood splattered all over the place. Even the armored knights fared no better. All lay fallen. Utterly defeated, the hunters participating in this raid paused for a moment as a strange gray smoke appeared ahead. From the smoke emerged a figure whose voice echoed. How dare you? Right in front of me. He continued, shocking the 2 from House Hone. How dare you attack in the presence of the great Gelbrick? Yet you expect help for those scoundrels. A massive energy aura surrounded him as he declared, I am Gelbrick, the Holy Grail Knight of Lian Hurt. I will deliver divine punishment upon you. Instantly, Gelbrick launched into attack mode, deadly energy blades swirling around him. The system notified the mission, rescue civilians from massacre. Objective, defeat the mighty Gelbrick. The atmosphere around him tightened, his fierce aura rising, his pupils glowing a sharp red steel. This classic display of power left the hunter stunned. Zion wiped sweat nervously, whispering, what the hell is this? Gelbrick raised something in his hand and commented, you all look suspicious, holding a steel object with one hand. He asked, why did you dare attack the king's men? Your punishment depends on your answer. Every word enraged Xian. She cracked her knuckles, snarling, what a damn nerve. Suddenly, Xian stepped forward, raised her hand to block, and said, hold on, there must be some misunderstanding here. Then he calmly approached Gelbrick and answered, it is because those knights attacked us first. We had no choice but to fight back. At that moment, an angry man stormed out yelling, damn it! Those bastards. Before he finished, Gelbrick slammed his steel-clad foot down and shouted the name Natalian loudly. Then Gelbrick turned and sternly reminded, I warned you to drop that hot-hated attitude. It is a disgrace to the goddess's name. The man bowed his head in shame and replied, yes, I am. Then with respect, Gelbrick sincerely said, guests from afar, on behalf of Natalian, I sincerely apologize. Zion said, placing her hand over her heart, I am glad all misunderstandings are cleared up. Then he squinted forward, a smirk creeping across his lips, thinking, this negotiation's going smoother than I expected. Things are gonna be a breeze. Rung's thoughts were cut off when Gelbrick blurted out 2 words. Then his expression darkened as he said, that day, you killed 6 of my warriors. Eyes blazing, teeth bared. The hunters immediately went on alert, but Gelbrick stayed calm and continued, let us see. If we lost 6 people, at that moment, Rung raised his staff high, and with a fierce glare and venomous words, he declared, "You will pay with 60 lives." Meanwhile, on a peaceful sunny afternoon at Leon's mansion, the students followed Harry's lead, strolling around while their eyes darted everywhere, curious to take it all in. After walking a bit, Ji-hook could not believe his eyes and had to ask himself, "This place is so ordinary. No fancy, no medical room either." Then, seeing everyone just drinking water, he wondered, why is everyone only drinking plain water in the cafeteria? A little further, Harry excitedly announced to the group, "We have arrived." Suho's jaw dropped in shock at the news. Behind them, Ji-hook and Soyeon felt just as uneasy. He squinted and whispered, "What the heck is this place?" She led the group to the gate and explained, "This is where the soldiers train." Inside, the training ground was chaos, a brutal battlefield where soldiers fought fiercely, cursing each other. "Die. I will punch you to death." Ji-hook blinked several times before asking, "Senior, is this for real? Am I dreaming?" Harry looked just as confused, losing his usual confidence, and said, "Yeah, it is training." Ji-hook immediately asked again, "Training like this?" The soldiers were not just punching, they were biting and pulling at each other's teeth, screaming, "Harder, harder," without a hint of fear. Things got intense, so she quickly came up with a solid excuse. "Behind training like this lies a whole world of meaning. You guys should try it out. And I heard this time it is a whole different level of training." Then she feigned excitement. "You are lucky. Really lucky." Seeing this weird vibe, Rihyu decided, "I gotta get out of here." Just as he was about to turn and leave, Leon suddenly appeared behind them and asked, "Is everyone here already?" They quickly stepped aside, and Harry hurriedly greeted him. After getting a reply, Leon immediately announced to the soldiers, "Today, we are welcoming the young cadets ready to face the gate's challenge. Stop training and take a seat." Right after, a soft purple cushion was placed on the ground. Harry gestured sincerely with both hands and invited, "Please, have a seat." Everyone looked at the scene and silently asked, "We even need cushions?" He crossed his legs on the cushion, his face serious as he ordered, "Harry, bring the others over." She responded with a quick yes. He kept giving instructions. "Soon, you will face your first exercise as knights enduring the heat." Hearing the name of the first exercise, she hesitated and replied nervously, "Okay." As Harry approached the group, Leon spoke up, "Let us begin." Harry and the trainees listened intently as Leon continued, "I will pick a few rough gems from you and polish them till they shine. Those chosen will keep training. I will guide and push you for your family's honor. Give it your all." Suddenly, she patted Suho's shoulder. He turned and called her, "Sis." She whispered quickly, "Suho, do not you feel any respect for him? I am worried about you." While he was still worried about her words, Leon's voice rang out, "All right then." His eyes gleamed fiercely as he stood proudly and shouted, "Let us see how good you really are. Everyone, draw your swords." His commanding tone startled everyone, making them almost lose their balance. The trainees grew even more terrified when he added, "The time limit is until the last person falls. Don't worry about injuries, I have got the holy grail to heal you instantly." In the blink of an eye, Lin appeared in the center of the trainees, calm and confident as ever. A sly smile tugged at his lips as he boasted, "There is about 40 of you. If you are lucky, maybe one of you can even land a hit on me." As he finished speaking, Harry panicked. "Be careful." At that moment, a twisted grin spread across Lena's face, and a fierce aura burst forth. Suddenly, blue energy streams surged right in front of a male trainee. Less than a second later, he was right up close, his hand flicking out with a warning, "Do not get distracted." Snap! The male trainee was sent flying backward, the air around him disturbed, dazed and with a big bump on his forehead. The other trainees started getting serious. "No more slacking off. Grab your weapons." Leon's flicking hand still smoked, a sly grin spreading across his face as he said, "Fine, whatever you want. I will play along." After a few loud shouts, the kid with the forehead bump lay flat on the ground, a big bruise marking his head. The others were all sprawled out with serious injuries, except Suho, who was just sitting there, panting heavily. After the training session ended, Lin calmly reassured everyone, "You have still got a long way to go, so do not stress. Just give it your all." One by the trainees rubbed their heads and stood up, Suho asking eagerly, "Did we really go all out?" The kid with the bump confirmed, "Yeah, even though I messed up a bit at first, I really gave it everything I had." Harry was in the same boat, grimacing as he added, "Your Majesty is insanely strong at this rate. I am almost at the warlord level already." A few minutes earlier, Leon had stood still while Suho and the other kid charged at him with weapons, showing no sign of weakness at all. Just as Suho jumped up and swung his sword, Leon smiled faintly, lips pressed together. In a flash, Leon's large palm shot up with a single move. He caught the sword midair, then dodged away from the charging kid, gritting her teeth fiercely, her eyes blazing. She focused all her concentration on this next attack. She launched a powerful sword strike forward, flames bursting out and turning the scene into chaotic smoke and explosions. As the dust cleared, Lian's sly face appeared clearly before Harry, still holding the sword just as Harry was about to be counterattacked. A light, graceful step approached. Soyeon spun around and leaped up right behind Lian, glancing back at him. Lian's glowing pupils met hers, a smirk curling his lips as he said, "Not bad." Back in reality, Lian spoke seriously. "Looks like everyone's finally awake. Let me explain. The night training program is actually pretty simple." All the trainees sat cross-legged, silent and attentive. "Your bodies might often get pushed too hard, just like real knights." Lian lowered his head slightly as he explained. "The first team to reach the final goal is the kingdom's main knights. The rest will at least reach an acceptable level." Before he finished, Soyeon raised her hand and said, "Your Majesty, I still do not quite understand the evaluation criteria." He sighed deeply, then brought up another point. "In our kingdom, knights are divided into 5 ranks. First are the main kingdom knights, who have not been assigned a hall yet. Those who show true spirit will be granted a hall and promoted to junior war knights, followed by apprentice knights." Hearing this, Soyeon looked clearly puzzled about the apprentice part. A miserable image of herself soaked in rain flashed through her mind. Lin explained carefully, "They must give up everything to fulfill the gods' mission. They need the mental strength to endure decades of hardship away from home." Proudly, he told everyone, "That is how I completed the mission to find Arya, the goddess of light and justice, and then became a holy grail knight." Soyeon still had questions. "Your Majesty, what is the purpose of a holy grail knight?" Lian thought for a moment, then decided, "All right, I guess I will explain a bit more." He parted his lips and emphasized 4 words, "Holy Grail Knight." Then he explained, "It is a title given only to the Holy Grail Knight who succeeds the king to possess that honor." Liam placed his hand on his chest, his face darkening with a cunning look as he said, "You must challenge my power." His eyes gleamed, sharp energy radiating out, his firm tone making the trainees' hearts skip a beat. "Of course, those who fail will be mercilessly eliminated. Remember that." He smirked again, clearly proud. "Well then, this is your only chance to challenge me. Right now, I am only as strong as a Holy Grail Knight." Jae-hyo and Soyeon were stunned by the recent declaration, sharing the same question. Has he weakened already? Suddenly thinking of something, he quickly asked, "Your Majesty, just how strong can a Holy Grail Knight get?" The girl smiled gently and introduced herself. "I am Hu, a mage from the Udling tribe, a hero of our people." She paused for a moment at that title. Hero, Hu. Seeing Xian's confusion, Hu bowed slightly and said gratefully, "Thank you for trying to protect us from those evil knights." Just then, Xian pulled back the curtain and joked, "Siza, you are really as tough as nails." Annoyed, Xian snapped, "What is going on here?" At that moment, Huldi smiled brightly and called out, "Steel Warrior, you are here." He turned around quickly. "Well, I thought we lost his trail." Xian rubbed her head and muttered, "Lost his trail? Honestly, I do not remember a thing." Xian asked to jog her memory. "Okay, so what do you remember?" She gritted her teeth, realizing she could not remember what had just happened. Sitting there sulking alone, someone suddenly pulled back the curtain and asked, "You awake?" Xian stammered, "Who is there?" The girl smiled softly and introduced herself. "I am Hu, a mage from the Udling tribe, and a heroine." She froze for a moment at the title. "Heroine? Really?" Seeing her confusion, Hulda bowed slightly and said gratefully, "Thank you for trying to protect us from those evil knights." Just then, Xian drew back the curtain and joked, "You really are as tough as ever." Xian snapped angrily, "What is going on here?" Huldi smiled brightly and called out, "Iron Warrior, you are here." He turned around and stopped, saying, "Well, I think we have lost track of him." Xian ruffled her hair teasingly. "Lost track? You really remember nothing?" Xian asked to jog her memory. "What do you remember exactly?" The scene replayed in her mind, and she quietly wondered. The ground was shaking, but how exactly did we escape? Xian crossed his arms, sighed deeply, and said, "You have lost all memories from that day." Luckily, he gave a brief rundown of what happened during the chaos. "After we created a smoke screen, we managed to get away. The whole group escaped successfully because the enemy only had infantry, making it hard for them to follow." He hesitated a bit when mentioning it, but that monster was definitely no joke. The terrifying face of Gelbrick appeared as he continued. "He tracked us the entire way. Then the people of Udsling showed up and helped us." She charged at him, ended up face to face, and got hit with a big rock. Xian, recalling her crazy moment, broke out in sweat and stammered, "Really?" Xian gestured toward Hildia, who was smiling softly below, saying, "Thanks to her, this mage saved you, took care of you, and healed you for the past 2 days." Surprised, she asked, "2 whole days? So where were our doctors?" He honestly replied, "For some reason, they could not heal you." Hildy grew serious, explaining that Holy Grail Knight Gelbrick has a power that curses his enemies, stopping their wounds from healing, basically the opposite of your healing abilities. She then stepped forward and placed her hand on Xian Ha's shoulder. Seeing the glowing purple marks on her back, she nervously asked, "What is this?" Hildia confidently answered, "It is a magic seal I created to restore your strength. I am helping you recover." Xian added, "I have heard this is a special skill unique to the tribes living here. Each seal holds a different power." Hearing that, she decided, "Alright then, I will have to be more careful." Then he seriously asked, "Anyway, can you stand up? I am thinking we need to prepare for a strategy meeting." Inside a large room, hunters from various teams had gathered. The man in the center, Little Lin, a Kaseki berry, spoke up. "For years, the king has massacred and robbed us, even calling us heretics," he went on, recounting horrific events as everyone listened intently. "They captured us and tortured us brutally." Closing his eyes, his voice faltered. Some tried to resist, but his next words hit Barry's heart like a spear. 3 tribes were wiped out. Barry grew more hopeful as he spoke of the end. "Finally, we sought help from the gods, and in response, you heroes came to save us." After hearing the current situation, the hunters fell silent for a few minutes. Then Ji Hong Cheon raised his hand and voiced his concern. "That guy is pretty strong." Behind him, Juji sounded calmer, and Srank Hunter Group and about 150 others came here before. His face darkened with worry as he hesitated. Julbrick's defense is terrifying. He can block any attack, and even regenerate from being burned, meaning he is basically immortal, and his whole army's power gets a boost from that. Her words made the team mutter in awe. "That is intense." Then he seriously concluded, "The only thing that works is the lamb's bracelet." Jiang agreed. "Yeah, that is pretty good." She ground her teeth and started laying out a plan. "So we should look for some item or device to counter his defense." Hyodi tilted her head. "Curious? A device? To counter him?" After a moment's thought, she muttered, "Something that can pierce through his armor." Before she could finish, Hyodi cut in, "I think the tribe's energy device works like that. The tribe's energy boosts armor penetration by 35%, plus adds 20% to strength and defense." Looking at the seal on her hand, Ungwon excitedly declared, "This thing's amazing. Now I am ready to take on that monster." Belly nodded in agreement. "So I guess we are all set." Under the intense gaze of the hunters, he sincerely pleaded, "Heroes, please save us." Then he opened his eyes wide, his voice filled with determination. "If there is anything I can do to help you, I will do everything I can." Meanwhile, in the real world, a majestic white horse appeared, causing everyone to excitedly shout, "A horse!" At the Owen Manor on Jeju Island, after a quick test and some combat training, King Lian brought the trainees for a tour of his estate. Most of them were thrilled by the horses, especially Ziyu, who kept running up and shouting, "Look at that horse." While everyone was watching the horses, a figure appeared behind Lian and called out, "You are here already, Belly?" Seeing him, Lian smiled and praised the horses. "Not bad at all. Thanks for taking such good care of them." Then he got straight to the point. "You probably know why I am here. I am here to pick a horse for battle." The owner was overjoyed. "Oh my, what an honor. Our Owen estate has many famous horse breeders, so we take great pride in our stable." Liam placed a hand on the owner's shoulder and replied confidently, "Yeah, a horse is only as good as the person who raises it. I will take a look around." Then he turned to the trainees and called out clearly, "Everyone, listen up." He seriously advised them, "For a knight, a horse is a lifelong companion. The key is to connect with your horse and become one with it." Pause for a moment, lips curling into an unreadable smile. Then Lian made a suggestion that excited some trainees and confused others. "Now, go up to the horse you like, get to know it, and try riding it." As soon as he said that, Suho and Soyeon took the lead, stepping forward with excitement. Leon then turned to the owner and reminded him, "Please keep an eye on them." The owner raised his fist confidently. "I will do my best." Suddenly, a voice from behind exclaimed, "Oh wow!" At that moment, Beechit approached holding Harry's hand, her voice soft and gentle. "You truly have a generous heart." Leon stepped forward, lifting her delicate hands respectfully. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Despite appearing a bit shy, she replied, "You invited me." "Your Majesty, how could I refuse?" he politely offered. "May I have the honor of serving you?" Beechit smiled warmly. Without hesitation, of course. Their polite exchange made Harry, caught in the middle, feel a bit awkward. Moments later at the manor's center, the horses happily grazed on fresh grass under the soft sunshine. Each horse bent down, munching the newly sprouted blades with delight. Leon and Beechit surveyed the scene together, then both said, "Not bad at all." Ian seemed to have an idea and asked, "Would you like to take a little walk?" She agreed immediately. "Of course. Which horse will you send me?" After a moment, he pointed to a black horse and asked, "How about that black one?" "Sound good." Beechit started walking toward the horses, while Leon turned to Harry. "Pick one for London," she asked shyly. For me, after some hesitation, she decided that white horse. But Lian changed her choice. Noticing the black horse looked strong and fit, not bad at all. Harry was speechless, just quietly shedding tears. Reluctantly, she approached the white horse, looking unimpressed but still praising. Up close, it is kinda cute. Suddenly, Lian's eyes widened in shock. Without a second thought, he pushed Harry aside roughly. Get out of here, do not bother me. Seconds later, Lian took a few steps forward and stretched out his strong hand. In a gentle tone, he invited Beatrice. Miss, please take my hand, she replied shyly. Thank you, sir. That scene made Harry tear up again. It has been too long. There she sat, trying to look graceful on the black horse, while Leon, full of masculinity, held the reins below. Not far away, Harry was all alone, standing next to a strong, muscular horse holding a braid in its mouth. The romantic scene between those two was cut short when someone suddenly shouted, Your Majesty. Irritated, he snapped, Why so? You just scared the horses. The other guy, out of breath, quickly explained, This is really important, sir. Then he pulled out his phone showing an emergency call from Kukang Hiyu. The screen was glowing bright red. He said seriously, I just got an urgent call from the association chairman. Lin replied briefly, then pick up. The call was answered, and the phone was held up to him with a greeting. Good morning. Your Majesty, this is Kang Hiyu. His serious, Terry face appeared on the big room S screen. What is going on? Kang Hiyu got straight to the point. Your Majesty, could you help me with something? With a very serious look, he briefly explained the situation. It seemed the rotten mine crack was about to open. Leon immediately caught on, his face darkening as he asked, Is help really necessary? I am not your servant. You know, he replied instantly. Of course. But I think this might actually interest you. Then Kukang Hiyu started dropping words that shook him. Goddess of life and birth. The next info was even more shocking. A guy named Knight was actually a parasite of the gate. Not long after, in a desolate wilderness, thick dark clouds filled the air, making the atmosphere suffocating. From the Red Gate, Lin and his group, each riding a horse, entered inside. Seeing the scene, Harry could not hide his horror. Thick black smoke rose over the ruined city. She stammered, This place, it is just devastating. Then it got worse. A black feathered bird stuffed its belly by eating a human body. Sua could not hold back and stopped his horse to vomit. Lun and Brick led the group, calmly observing, his eyes sharp as a blade, cautiously scanning all around. Not long before, Lin had asked Kang Hike, Is this the guy? Kang Hike nodded. Yes, he is one of the survivors from that gate. The pale-faced boy was resting quietly in bed. Kang Hike suggested, He is still recovering. If you can wait a bit. Before he finished, Lin cut in sharply. No need. Picking up the cue, Beechit stepped forward quickly and asked, My turn now? Lin glanced over and nodded. Counting on you. Soon, her slender hands formed a glowing orb of energy. The orb and the hand seals she made began releasing energy all around. Seeing this, Lin cautiously suggested, Don't he make it complicated, just create a new space in his dream. Beechit focused her energy, still hearing Leon's words by her ear. The only one who can help me with this is you. She unleashed her move, energy spreading in all directions, lighting up the space. A few seconds later, Beechit focused and assessed the situation before sharing info. That guy's a knight wielding a giant hammer, proudly claiming protection from the goddess of life and birth. Liam processed this quietly for a few seconds. While Beechit's energy still lingered, Yanjiang gritted his teeth and asked, What is that knight's name? Tell me. She opened her eyes slightly and softly said the name. Gilbrick, also known as Gilbrick the Protector. Those words flashed through Leon's mind, making him stare blankly into space. Then Beechit spoke up. Looks like the death squads have been suspended for a while. They are hunters now. The group moved on, while Leon kept making guesses, judging by their bodies. Probably not. They burned villages and slaughtered everyone. Their goal is to leave nothing alive on this planet. Hearing her confident words, she wondered, How do you know that so well? And Nihian explained that his intention was similar when slaughtering the Otma. Leon changed direction and continued speaking, saying they have been gone for quite some time now. If we follow the trail, maybe we'll uncover what their plan really is. Right now, behind them, Harry and the second-year students wore terrified expressions. The entire horse caravan trotted along a long stretch when Baichit suddenly called out, Your Majesty, with both hands gripping the reins. Lin glanced over and said, Go ahead, and she immediately voiced her concerns. It seems we are rushing a bit. The soldiers and Lord Jack are pretty clueless. What is your guess on this? Realizing the seriousness, he replied, I was being reckless. The horses kept moving forward as Leon's words carried on in the wind. Like I said earlier, this situation is dangerous if you are not strong enough. Because the Holy Trun Knight is here. That statement made her question everything. The Holy Train Knight? You mean Lord Gelbrick? He instantly recounted the story. Lord Gelbrick, favored by Demira, was the Holy Trun Knight 3 generations before me. His techniques have been passed down to my generation. As he spoke, his face turned serious like never before. 800 years ago, Lord Jelbrick led a campaign against the Manzi and Theng Thin. Harry broke out in a sweat, muttering Theng Thin as he imagined Jelbrick flying into the sky. Suho, walking beside him, was sweating too and guessed. Maybe he means he sacrificed himself. Chia. The story continued with Leon's narration. Jelbrick could not ascend to heaven. A holy Tren knight naturally becomes a saint blessed by God. But they refused his soul. This unbelievable fact made Beechit exclaim, "No way!" He assured them that they tracked the holy relic's energy traces, but could not find him, or any part of his army. His face darkened and his tone dropped. I have 3 theories. First, Lord Jelbrick might still be alive. The 2, and Soya, stayed silent but looked uneasy hearing this. Second, his soul got lost along the way. Lin clenched his teeth in anger as he said this. Then Bai Chit seemed to realize something. His shocked face clear. Don't he tell me? He betrayed them. At that moment, fierce energy surged around Lin. His rage building up. He did not confirm it, just quietly continued. This ties to the Holy Grail Knight's immense power. If a battle happens, it can take place in the human kingdom. Showing clear determination as the tension rose, he stated firmly. Either way, if we attack this gate, we will finally uncover the root of this whole mess. The group of horsemen spotted people tied to tall posts. Harry Kinghai said, "Again? They are being executed just like the others before." Leon and Bichit stepped up to a tall post where a victim was hanging. His eyes filled with fury, jaws clenched tight as he cursed. I can't believe he would commit such cruelty. This is unforgivable. Standing there, he shouted with all his might. Even Harry nearby was stunned. They are truly criminals who deserve death. She smirked. Long confirmed one thing. Even His Majesty is outraged by this tragedy. As expected, even if he was a bit strange back then, he was still someone to respect. After waiting for a while, Leon called out, Harry and the others. Listen up. She quickly stepped forward and replied loudly, still wearing that ice-cold expression. He gave orders. From now on, no matter what happens, you only follow me. Don't overestimate your own thoughts. Got it? Harry nodded rapidly. Understood, sir. Next to her, Dia raised his fist and declared fiercely, we will only follow your majesty. Leon's expression did not improve much, but he responded, good, let us move quickly. They are probably here already. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the heart of Donut City, fires raging unchecked, black smoke choking the sky, and terrifying screams echoing everywhere. One of the killers laughed maniacally, shouting cruelly, kill them all, don't leave a single one alive. Soon after, the chaotic battlefield appeared right before Leon's group. Harry surveyed the scene, then urgently reported to Leon, Your Majesty, it is a village, civilians are being slaughtered. Hearing the shocking news, he could not contain his rage. Fury surged wildly as bodies fell, and the smell of fresh blood filled the air. Brutal slashes flew mercilessly, turning the battlefield increasingly bloody. Lin's energy flared uncontrollably, his eyes blazing fiercely as he shouted, You bastards! Die. Without hesitation, he charged on horseback toward the village and shouted, Our troops are in danger. Hurry and reinforce. Harry, right behind, called out nervously. Your Majesty, she froze, stunned by the scene. She could not believe how furious he was. He simply could not stand seeing his people massacred like this. Lin galloped fiercely, growling charge, as everyone followed. D and there. He is moving so fast we can keep up. This is just like when we faced those Oz. Huh. After saying that, Harry straightened up again, realizing something. Wait, don't he tell me. While she was still dazed, Lin was nearly upon them. His face was tense, eyes burning with fury. The chaotic battlefield stretched out ahead, black smoke thick in the air, two sides clashing more clearly. Villagers armed themselves and advanced, while the enemy responded with savage fury. Just as everyone focused on the fight, Leon's shout of bastards caught Beldy's attention. Armed and full of fierce energy, he charged into the battle like a wild beast. Driven by extreme hatred, he roared thunderously, Leon's strike, the blazing sun of justice. Leon's blow exploded like a massive light burst, sending debris flying toward Harry far away, who gasped, Your Majesty, let us crush them. He was not fighting just two enemies. He was so fired up he shouted uncontrollably, I will kill every last one of you. A single slash was fiercely swung, dust and smoke filling the sky, the scene instantly turning brutal. The horrifying sight unfolded clearly before him, and Harry gasped out, Your Majesty. The smoke slowly cleared after the fierce clash, revealing a battlefield soaked in fresh blood, with every scum lying dead on the ground. Leon's pupils flashed with electric light as he gripped his bloodied sword tightly, shouting, You vile traitor, do not you dare show your face again. In his deepest rage, he swung the weapon up and down, cries of pain and fresh blood splattering echoing around. Lin grew crazier by the minute, his twisted smile and venomous words cutting through the chaos. You will be my next prey. Let us, you worthless dogs. Nearby, Beatrice remained calm while Harry and J-Hook were stunned, taking turns asking, what has gotten into him? Has he lost his mind? She froze, sweat dripping down her face, her heart screaming, oh no, this is turning into a massacre. At that moment, Lian sat astride his white horse, relentlessly slashing at enemies, his face lit up with wild excitement. But as the tide turned, Harry reached for her sword with the intent to stop him. We have to stop him now. Then she froze, shocked by the magic swirling at eye level. The magic came from Beatrice, she asked calmly. Your Majesty, she smiled and said quietly. Lady Harriet, please wait a moment. She controlled the magic around Beatrice, reassuring her, trust me, His Majesty would not act like this without a good reason. Still worried, she pressed, but why? Today, Lian grabbed his head, laughing wildly, shouting, die. You scum. Treating Levs like a game, he rode circles around the pile of corpses, proudly boasting, killed them all in one go. A nuker. Harry's emotions kept shifting, and only now did she realize it was not just madness. Beatrice beside her murmured. Her reaction is seriously intense. She frowned in frustration. Da Shu spoke up from behind. We can't do anything about it. Soin also agreed. Yeah, there is nothing we can do. Harry's fear did not fade, her face clearly showing terror as she silently muttered. Even so, the numbness they showed at such a horrifying scene was not because they lacked a sense of justice, it was because they were fake. Monsters and Nipsees trapped behind this gate, nothing but memories from the past, except for a few survivors like our Queen Beatrice. Monsters and Nipsees are just echoes of the past, so sacrificing them or putting them on the execution block is not really a crime. Lin laughed savagely, still pumped up from taking the lives of every Impes. Beatrice stayed calm as ever, while Daijahiu kept muttering. Too brutal. Lian surged with energy again, roaring, no mercy, all of you die. Soon after, the small village was engulfed in flames and black smoke. The ground was littered with dozens of corpses. At that moment, a squad of armored soldiers marched beside the bodies. They advanced, stopping right in front of where Lean's group stood. The leader of the squad started chuckling, and the others followed suit. The captain knelt on the ground, bowing his head without hesitation. All the strangers bowed together, speaking in unison with deep respect. Greetings, Sir Trenthan, the shining hope of humanity. Lean's face remained cold as he snapped. Get up, we are still on the battlefield. The captain stepped forward to Lian and immediately introduced himself. I am the elder brother of Lord Bendelik, from the Dawn Lebanon Knights. I am Toskata Bendelik. Hearing this, Lian suddenly realized something. If he is from the Bendelik family, there must be a trading capital near Rangel City, and his younger brother is the lord there. Right? The man hesitated before answering. Only I am recognized as having the talent of a true knight. Before he finished, Lian guessed. So you have not given up on the Crusader's path? Toskata nodded. Yes, people say this will be my last crusade. Hearing that, Lian's expression tightened. He quietly replied, understood. Then thought to himself, I do not recall the name Toskata Bendelek at all. Then I made my own guess. If he could become a Holy Grail Knight, I should have met him at the Heavenly Palace by now, or he must have failed and died during this crusade. Lian scanned the people in front of him, a huge doubt forming. He could not recognize a single face here. These so-called honorable knights have not made any name for themselves in our homeland's history. After a moment of thought, he finally introduced himself. I am Lian Dragonia Leonhurt, the legitimate Grand Duke of the Dragonia Grand Duchy, blessed by the goddess of light and justice. Ariana, a radiant light shone from behind him, holding him firmly along with the words, Master of Leonhurt. Toskata was startled when he realized the glowing aura behind him. Regaining some composure, he cautiously asked, Aren't you just a farmer? Lian put on a scornful look and shot back. Farmer? What kind of knight dares call me a farmer? Harry silently watched from behind, only able to reason to himself that in their generation, Kin Leonhurt was someone else entirely. Toskata stubbornly declared, I believe you. Lin nodded sharply, then added, try not believing me and see what happens. Once he earned their trust, he started explaining. The knights, as I understand it, you are a mercenary squad sent to eliminate the Maggie group, right? Toskata replied immediately. That is right. He hesitated a bit, then slowly continued. The War Knights of the Gartree Army. Lian's pupils flashed sharply as he asked, Are you the Holy Grail Knight under the protection of the Goddess of Life and Birth, Lord Gelbrick? Despite his shock at the expression, the reply was brief. Yes, that is correct. Confirming this, he resolved immediately. I must go see him right away and find out where Lord Gelbrick is. His swift decision surprised the others. Right here. Right now. Then a wild guess popped into Lian's head. They were a leftover hunting squad, operating alone. Judging by their looks, Could this place really be? Before his speculation ended, a knight spoke up. Lord Gelbrick is currently facing the Magis elite forces head-on. Toskata, looking excited, added, he will quickly wipe out those troublesome Magi. Hearing this, Leon lowered his head slightly and his tone grew serious. Alright then. Les sharp eyes glinted coldly, his inner voice concluding, Holy Grail Knight Gelbrick has been altered by something in this battle. Meanwhile, at the secret ancient camp of the Usling tribe, atop a lookout tent, a male hunter stood ready, holding a spear. Below, all the hunters ready for battle appeared, weapons firmly in hand. Zine smirked and praised softly. Well done. Anyone watching would think the wind itself was chasing away the enemy up in the sky. Holy Grail Knight Gelbrick rode his horse with commanding presence. On the ground, the other knights stood at attention, one hand holding a shield, the other gripping a spear. Zion glanced over them, finding it hard to believe, is this really the Red Gate? The difficulty must be at least black rank. But they looked oddly calm. Still, it is worth a shot. Then she boosted morale. Thanks to our efforts, all the tribes in the area have united. Our numbers are definitely stronger now. She glanced at the glowing clan seals in her hand, scanning the info. Michelle's clan seal activated. Plus 35% armor penetration. Plus 20% strength and defense. Bikran's clan seal activated. Add stride skill. Plus 15% agility. Chanong's clan seal activated. Add super strength and iron body skills. Suri's clan seal activated. Adds magic resistance. Reduces magic damage by 30%. Zuzi's words echoed in her mind. And these seals are used to command the spirit beasts of the shaman and native tribes. So that is how these powers work. The three hunters took their stance together, sharing one thought. This is it. We can handle the gate. Seeing everyone's rising spirit below, Gelbrick spoke up. If that is the case, you surviving mercenaries, in a deep tone, he challenged. I will charge you with the crime of ignorance. What exactly are you doing here? Right now, full of fierce confidence, Unwon raised his bow to the sky, and Hein Gang announced that we are fully prepared to finish this, with one goal in mind, to defeat the mighty Gelbrick. He started to radiate a threatening aura, then declared, I will give you foolish dreamers one last chance. Surrender all your weapons and leave this place, or you will face severe punishment. The more Unwon heard, the angrier he got, gripping his bow tighter and snapping. Punishment. Seriously, without holding back, he laid out all of Gelbrick's monstrous crimes, asking, aren't you ashamed of your sins? Maybe that so-called justice you keep talking about spares no one, not the old, not the young. Feeling insulted, Gelbrick raised his scepter high and roared, you freaks. His whole presence surged with overwhelming power, his words full of arrogance. I am not ashamed to look up at the sky, nor embarrassed to look down at the ground, because my actions are justice itself. Gelbrick's scepter pulsed with massive energy as he declared, you have pushed past your limits, I will punish you. Things got intense. Hyodai gasped in fear. Hey warriors. Unwon still had his bow drawn and warned the group, activate your defense skills. You can just brute force through this. Gelbrick's energy surged toward him, but his spirit did not waver. If I can dodge this once. Unwon's words cut off as his whole body stiffened, staring at what was happening above, a massive energy vortex swirling mid-air. Under that blazing light, a knight's strong hand raised his sword high, emphasizing every word, I swear to protect the kingdom, entrusting my fate to the gods. That unwavering faith is focused on just one person. Three knights of the Toskata Dawn raised their swords together, glowing with light around them. Someone nervously asked, what the hell is that? One by. They looked upward, shouting in turn. The true knights of the kingdom, loyal servants of the honored Holy Grail Knight, will use this power to eradicate evil. Amid the dazzling blue energy beams, Gelbrick's horse reared with his scepter held high. His eyes blazed, commanding. And now, before the radiant light of the true gods, and kneel, demons, with a terrifying strike, his sword came down, energy exploding with a thunderous boom. At that moment, as the miracle unfolded, the ground beneath truly collapsed. A being chosen by the gods, the goddess of light and justice, ruler of all knights and enforcer of justice. She grants knights the power to ascend to divine ranks. The chasm cutting through the vast plains is God's punishment. Only one knight group participates in this ritual, but the exact form varies depending on the god each Holy Grail Knight worships. Holy Grail Knights, under the protection of the goddess of life and growth, can crush the earth itself. Anwan now lay sprawled out, completely overwhelmed by that terrifying power, utterly hopeless. Everyone's eyes fixed on the sky, and a female hunter muttered, but what the hell is that thing? Siam was so shocked she nearly lost her mind. Still unable to believe what she would just said. With a single move, nearly 3,000 tribal warriors vanished. The group almost panicked, glancing nervously at the chasm before them. Unwin silently thanked his luck. Good thing we were not caught in that. They kept exchanging terrified words about Gelbrick riding high on his horse. Damn, is that even human? There is no way we can win. At that moment, he bowed his head slightly, gripping the scepter tightly, and called out, "Goddess," raising the scepter. Layers of spiritual energy swirled around it as he prayed, "Please protect us on this sacred land. May it root us firmly like a seedling, so my brothers and sisters can stand strong and steady." Hyode and the others listened quietly as he spoke, granting those who lost their way a chance to cleanse the dirt of this world. After a few words, Julbrick's eyes snapped open, burning with fierce anger as he looked down. In response, he sharpened his gaze like a mirror and stared downward. The pair of glowing blue pupils gripped the staff tightly, a powerful aura roaring through the air. "Get lost, you filthy heretics." Yongwon could not move, just stood frozen with wide eyes, teeth clenched in terror. Meanwhile, the Jailbreak Knights were charging in on horseback. Task quickly assigned key soldiers. "Block them, attack from all sides. Protect our guys, we have got the numbers advantage." Those riders kept pushing forward, unaware they were slowly getting surrounded. The ambush was set as planned. The enemy was charging straight into the trap. Just as they galloped recklessly, our allies launched their attack, even with bandages wrapped around their heads. The hunters unleashed fierce power. The knights blocked the blows with their shields, but could not help questioning, no way a mercenary has this kind of strength. The hunter's tribal mark on his face shimmered, and the knight guessed it was the source of his power. Now, the hunters had truly forgotten themselves, even if they could not walk the path of honor to fulfill their divine mission. To make a name for themselves, they traveled across continents, becoming respected heroes who fought relentlessly for this unreal world. Near the battlefield, a lone knight carrying a sword on his shoulder appeared. He raised a hand to his mask, mumbling a phrase to face these foes. The mask slid down, revealing the handsome face and blonde hair of the Tachu Kingdom's main knight. He ordered, "Everyone, mount up and form a defensive line." Decades had passed since they became swordsmen, and with centuries of swordsmanship experience, they proved their natural talent as true warriors. They were brave fighters who slain countless beasts and heretics while thwarting foreign invasion plans. Those beasts with boundless physical power were not opponents to fear. He screamed like a madman, "Bring glory to the revered gods." The scene terrified Yunquan, who muttered, "Damn." Xianjin tightly gripped his great hammer and began analyzing the situation. The soldiers behind were ready too. "We are getting completely crushed in this power battle." Someone replied, "Yeah? No kidding." He shared his plan. "If we are retreating, we need to run now." Junha could not understand why retreat. His face showed worry as he said, "If even our knights can win, what chance do we have? We can do this alone." Hearing this, Quan thought of a strategy. Calling in the top 10 guilds might just take this gate. But then a chilling thought crossed his mind. What if, like before, the enemy breaks out of the dungeon? He gave a serious answer. "Actually, there is a better way to end this. Curious?" he urged. "Tell me." Xiamchan spoke of the first person, Ariana, goddess of light and justice. The second was Demira, goddess of life and growth. After introducing the two, he turned to a stunned Unwan, who had never heard of them before. He shrugged, not really buying into Xiamchan's upcoming plan. "I do not know. I am not into religion." "What does religion have to do with this gate business anyway?" Then when he mentioned the next person, Unwan froze. King Lian Hote. Had not he watched the Pantheon T videos on YouTube? He pictured Lian's calm, confident vibe and guessed, "Seems that guy's from the same kingdom as the Gate Knights. From day one, I suspected he was just a loudmouth claiming to be some kind of holy knight." Unwan caught the implication. If that king is from the same place as those knights, he immediately agreed. "Then we should retreat." Just as the discussion paused, Hyodiah stepped forward, calling the warriors. He read out the name, Miss Hyo. She clasped her hands, looking miserable, and asked, "Do you really want to abandon us?" He calmly replied, "Reinforcements are on the way. We are just holding back to wait for the right moment." Unwan answered so bluntly because he was thinking, talking to pieces useless anyway. "So whatever." Face darkened, and a brief announcement sounded in her ear. "Report to the guild members, we are retreating. We need to leave this gate ASAP." Before she could finish, Hyodai cut in. "Looks like we can beat these monsters this time either." Her expression shocked Unwan so much he just called out, "Miss Hyoda." She bit her nails, clenched her jaw, and shouted in frustration, "I can believe you guys never closed that damn gate." Hyoditis fisted as she snarled, "Disgusting creatures." Her words made Unwan wonder what she meant. He collapsed, utterly drained, feeling hopeless. "It is no choice but to take the shortcut." Unwan pulled a grimace and snapped his fingers, saying, "I am pretty sure the day one tea like your place anyway. Nobody cares about useless people like you." After that, Hyoditis snapped her fingers with a sharp click. Her whole body radiated dark energy, and her grim expression made everyone nearby step back. The powerful energy from her affected Tachu far away. He kept moving forward, turning his head to warn the soldiers. "She is using dark magic." Right then, A man who was supposed to be dead suddenly coughed up blood, and a strange glow lit up the mark on his face. His eyes widened, glowing bright red like snake eyes. Hyodida's spiritual energy spread all around. The warriors cheered. The great divine beast is blessing us. We will receive its grace soon. At that moment, powerful beasts began to stir, their roars echoing loudly all around. The mark on An Wang's neck absorbed the spiritual energy. He angrily asked, "What the hell are you doing?" Hyodida stood confidently amid the restrained crowd, proudly saying, "Honored warriors, resistance is useless. This is a mark I just created recently." A sinister smile and cruel words appeared on her face, but it was only a matter of time before An Wang almost lost control. Moments later, Hyodida clapped her hands and excitedly shouted, "Now, everyone!" The Soul Dead Hunters surged forward like the wind after her command, slaughtering the holy knights and their followers. "Let us restart the game." Wicked grin spread on her face as she exclaimed, "Man, I have been through so many worlds and still can't kill just one of them." The hunters charged into the battle, recklessly brawling with Gelbrich's forces holding the line. He started getting targeted by the council, shifting focus from one side to the other. Xiam Qian rushed in from behind with his sword, and he managed to step up just in time. Gelbrich was attacking fiercely while keeping a sharp eye on the situation. Seeing their dark auras, he guessed silently that they all had that heretic mark branded on their bodies. Xiam Qian, sword blazing, ordered his allies to target the marks their weak spots. In the blink of an eye, he leveled the ground before him with a single sword strike. While Gelbrich stood still, Juji and Xiam Qian charged together, attacking from behind. Just as they struck, he lightly leapt away, narrowly escaping death. No sooner had he settled than a fierce burst of firepower erupted right before Gelbrich's eyes. The earth-shaking explosion was completely controlled by Yongquan below. Not stopping there, he conjured magical smoke and flames, his face twisted in concentration. As the smoke cleared, Gelbrich was clearly badly wounded after attacks from all sides. He cursed loudly at his clumsy troops, then seriously admitted the situation was grim. Ahead, 4 hunters in Hyudia's spiritual force advanced with fierce spirit. Gelbrich silently resolved that even if it meant self-sacrifice, he had to send the survivors to the capital. With that thought, he slammed his staff onto the ground. His majestic aura returned, radiating intense energy as he smiled wickedly. At his strongest, he taunted while the hunters launched their attacks together. "You lowlifes, bring it on." Amid the chaos, a deafening shout rang out, "Lian hurt, glorious and fierce." An earth-shattering sword slash came down before everyone, sending rocks flying everywhere. Gelbrich could not look away, his eyes fixed on the spot where the ultimate move had landed. Lian's imposing figure appeared with his massive blade, and Gelbrich immediately demanded, "Who are you?" Gripping his weapon tightly, Lin ran a hand through his hair, his aura blazing as the name Lian Dragonia Lian Hurt was spoken. Meanwhile, high above, Bai Chit rode Stalin with the reins of the Sun King, a royal harness that can tame any fierce beast and awaken ancient bloodlines. He looked at Lian's position, admiring him, then said, "Hand me the reins and jump down. Your Majesty really knows how to keep things under control." Then she smiled sweetly at the white horse she rode, saying, "Stalin, right? Thanks for being so obedient and letting me hold the reins." 5 minutes ago, he would snapped angrily, calling them rotten scoundrels. Lian's cavalry kept advancing, his voice sharp and clear as he declared they would already killed them. Their forces had dwindled, but they always found a way to revive somewhere else. While he lost his cool, Harry nervously spoke up, "Sorry, but stripping the kids down to death is a bit much." Lian was certain they were not that dumb. The root was that cursed mark. The glowing mark appeared in her vision, but she was still puzzled. "The mark? Huh?" Lian's eyes narrowed as he explained it was a pledge of blood sacrifice to a divine beast. Abusing the mark's power means the user's soul slowly rots from within. Starting at that moment, Harry was horrified, stammering, "No way, a divine beast, that is pure evil." He fell silent for a few seconds, then gritted his teeth and warned, "Remember this." Students and Harry grew anxious as he said their hopes for peace and human rights were meaningless in this brutal fight. Lin was terrifyingly serious, every word sharp and clear. All that matters is absolute truth and fate. Back in reality, Beechit continued urging her horse forward, determined to complete her mission. Right before her, giant eagles surrounded by Hugh Death's spiritual energy appeared. Without hesitation, she extended her palm, ready to unleash her power. And then, in just seconds, a swarm of dazzling magic blockers appeared around where Beechit was charging. Her palm stayed still, her mind focused as she channeled her energy and shouted, "Get lost before the darkness swallows you." Meanwhile, underground, Gelbrick sprinted up behind Lian and called out his name, "Kin Lian Hurt." Lin glanced back thoughtfully. The enemies kept coming despite the Holy Knight Chen's attacks, which meant there was something wrong with the rules in Gelbrick's territory. Surrounded by fierce beasts staring intensely, Lin calmly turned and said, "Holy Knight Chen of Demera, first, We need to get out of this chaos. He agreed to the request, then wondered aloud. Why hesitate now? Scanning the chaotic battlefield, he slowly replied. I think we need to sever the connection of those pathetic creatures. Right now, the hunters under Hugh Diaz' hypnosis were still crazily pushing forward. Lin created a black hole in midair and announced, Lian hurt. I'm opening the gate to the heavenly realm. A beam of light shot straight at Gelbrick. Stammering, he said, That is, Chen Thon pulled out of that black hole. His face turned serious and shocked. How could Chen Thon be here? His entire body was infused with mystical energy. Staring at Chen Thon, he read aloud 4 words, Great Ordinariness. The scene flickered between black and white as Chen Thon began to emit dazzling rays of light. From where Lian stood, a blinding aura burst forth, shaking the very earth and sky. The overwhelming power stunned Gelbrick in place. Eyes fixed on the light, he gasped. The layers of light still soared upward, showing no signs of stopping. Toscada and his teammates, shocked, realized their wounds had healed. Mom, my arm's back. At the same moment, the seal on Lian's neck dissolved into mist. Other hunters began to recover thanks to the light. Ziona collapsed, clutching someone, groaning in pain. This kind of light was truly a miracle from the gods. Gelbrick wondered why he had not recognized it sooner. He could not take his eyes off this miracle, silently thinking he would completely forgotten about holy power. Just then, words appeared above Gelbrick's head. My child, the lost knight. He was stunned to learn the goddess Demira had sent him a message. The goddess appeared before him, hands clasped, giving a command. Follow him and protect the Holy King. Without hesitation or doubt, Gelbrick gripped his staff and accepted the order. Raising his staff and channeling his spirit energy, Gelbrick declared clearly, I will obey your command simply. I obey. Lin did not respond right away, standing proudly as he thought for a moment. Then he tilted his head, smiled, and said succinctly, Glad we are fighting side by side this time. Gelbrick, energy pulsing at his side, assured him, I will stand with you, protector of the Holy Grail. His pupils flashed green as he focused ahead and replied with a single word. Understood. The scene shifted to Hydia summoning beasts. Lian asked, The fallen monsters are gathering in one place. Are they rebirthing? Things were going off script. She cursed loudly and wondered, One holy night is enough? Now what the hell is this? Each bizarre beast looked up at the sky and growled. She urgently pleaded, Great Jianung, please take all these slaves. The beasts went berserk, while Hydia declared, Lian hurt. I will tear you apart. She finished, and the monsters charged forward at full speed. The time had come. Bai Chit spoke up, Let me clear the way. White Wing soared into the sky. She and her horse moved in sync, instantly climbing much higher than before. With perfect timing and harmony, the formation above her head activated, each rune pressing down, shaking the earth and sky. Below, Lin's eyes narrowed like bullets, lips curled in a smug smile. As his spiritual energy gathered in the multidimensional space, Bai Chit swung his hand downward, and a radiant light burst out in all directions as his heavenly eye skill activated. Soon, a long trail appeared on the ground, completing the mission, and Bai Chit immediately called out the name Leon. Ray's foot still wreathed in smoke. He quickly shouted, Listen up, my brothers and sisters. With one hand, he drew his weapon from thin air, calmly calling out the rank's glorious knights and loyal soldiers alike. Leon's lips curled as he said, The time has come to execute those heretics, causing all this trouble. Just as the battle was reaching its climax, from deep within a forest, Haldia quietly slipped away. Barely breathing, Ada was utterly exhausted from running non-stop, but still screamed curses. Damn monsters. Damn holy knights. Ada recalled how Lian mercilessly killed his people, muttering, Go rot and become fertilizer, filling him with bitter resentment. Just Gelbrick alone was enough trouble for this world. Where did that King Lian come from? And that witch too? No sooner had Ada finished cursing than Haldia froze, startled by a sudden question. Where do you think you are going? Suddenly, Ada's whole body was pinned down by mysterious magic erupting from the ground. Then, Bits pulled out a strange stone and asked, Is this a soul stone? I found it while hunting inside the gate. She appeared before Haldia, her spiritual energy blazing, her cold voice continuing, I heard this is a new source for gathering magic power. This gate is strange no matter how many monsters you kill, millions or tens of millions. They are still everywhere. Ada could not take it anymore and angrily shouted, What the hell are you talking about? Without letting Ada finish, Bits interrupted. This gate is a cycle. Is not like my own world. I do not think you are a demon, but you have done the exact same things. Haldia thought bitterly, trying to convince herself this was not true. Slowly, she stepped closer to Ada and said, I have a lot of questions for you. Which shocked Ada. This woman did not treat him like an NPC. Bits closed in, her red eyes glowing as magic flared around her. This is not my favorite method, but I will pay a little attention. Haldia's pupils suddenly turned bright red, and Ada grew deeply uneasy. What is this? Unconsciously, Ada uttered, Azza, Master, Her smile lit up with joy. She repeated, you disappoint us again. Strange, twisted faces appeared, mocking him. You can't even recognize your own master now. Haldia returned to her original state, stammering, Saint, in this tense moment. Bits gently patted Ada's shoulder, turning his face red. Then teased, what now? Your slave has become mine, she continued, taunting, wrapping her arms around Haldia and asking, what will you do now? The saint on the opposite side challenged, show me what you have got. Then she declared fiercely, this pleasure seed will chew you up and swallow you whole. From the sky, massive cracks began to form, as if tearing the heavens and earth apart. Ada was still held tightly by Bits, only able to desperately scream no. She released Haldia and looked after him as Ada, stunned, muttered, the gods will descend. This gate is the kingdom of the divine beasts. The cracks grew larger, and more importantly, from Haldia's words, once the divine beast avatars descend, this gate will, without hearing more. She already understood the danger. This is bad. The spatial cracks kept expanding rapidly. No one else knew yet. But Harry and the trainees were taking turns tending to the hunter's wounds. Leon went to talk with Gelbrich and said, Ronin Battalion Leon? The 11th King Leon often talks about the soldiers beyond the frontier. The other hesitated and asked again, do you know His Majesty's worries? Leon confirmed and added, yes, the king is currently in the Celestial Palace. The other was truly shocked to hear this. At that moment, little Harry quietly stepped forward and asked, Sir, have you remembered anything? Gelbrich shook his head. Everything still led to a dead end. I do not remember anymore. We are just here to subdue the Manzi. Then she softly called out, Your Majesty, Leon is no longer perfect, and immediately ordered her. They should know that too, just tell them. Harry did not rush to obey, trying to keep calm before revealing the shocking truth. After a brief hesitation, she explained clearly, Sir Gelbrich and the soldiers are not allowed to leave this gate. Everyone here is just a character inside the gate. Harry did not hold back and blurted out, to close this gate, we have to defeat Sir Gelbrich. As soon as she said that, he clutched his stomach and laughed loudly, a reaction that made her extremely nervous. Sir Gelbrich, he gave no reply, just looked up and laughed wildly. Then he slammed his fist down, the sound of shattering stone echoing along with a shout. Your Majesty, Gelbrich patted his chest proudly, bragging, in all these years, I do not think I have ever lost a match. Leon smirked coldly and replied with a hint of sarcasm, I am not surprised. If you had ever been defeated once, you would not even be standing here right now. The crack in time slowly spread toward everyone. Crackling sounds rang out, mixed with a declaration from Leon. I will tear you apart and swallow you whole. A demon-faced beast emerged from the crack. Seeing it, he asked sharply, has it started already? Still calm, he turned back and asked, is there any way to stop the beast's advance? Haldia held tightly, forced a smile and answered seriously, no way, this gate's broken. The great beast will use its immense power to destroy this place. Leon's mood did not change. Instead, he shrugged and said, fine, then I will fight it. There is no way I will let my people face this alone. The reckless planner was immediately warned by Trit. Your Majesty, I do not think confronting it head-on is a smart move. He spoke seriously about the situation, but there is no other choice. It might escape and get out into the real world. A silence followed. Then it was abruptly broken when Gale Briggs denied it. There is a way. Without hesitation, he stepped forward. Just as Leon was about to call out, Sir, blue lights gradually appeared around Gale Briggs, and his armored hands were raised steadily. Without hesitation, he thrust his sharp hands hard into his chest. Bad luck struck as he coughed once, and Harry behind him panicked and shouted, Sir Gale Briggs. A pink hole appeared in his chest, glowing with a mesmerite stone, and he said, the condition to close the gate is that I, Gale Briggs, must fall. With a calm, sincere voice, he begged everyone, please step aside and keep living your lives. Fighting for a gate that will soon disappear is pointless. Your Majesty, Harry was so shocked he covered his mouth, and Leon clenched his teeth. Gale Briggs stepped before his armored knights and called out affectionately, my brothers. Tichu and the Dawn Knights stood quietly together. I heard every word clearly. The final battle was right before them, the place where King Leon Hetet ruled, representing the glory of the gods. He declared bravely, but each word cut like a knife into Leon's heart. We are the dead. Fight for a distant future for those still alive. I am ready to sacrifice this life. Will you follow me? That heroic sacrifice left the hunters and trainees speechless for a moment. At first, Tichu hesitated, his eyes showing disagreement, but then he silently raised his hand. Now, each knight held a mesmerite stone in hand, the wounds on their chests bleeding. That noble sacrifice compelled him to speak immediately. Your loyalty shames me. I accept this sacred duty. At that moment, Gelbrich made a request. Your Majesty, I have one more plea, please wait a little longer. Lin did not hesitate or question, just nodded once. Fine. After hearing the answer, he closed his eyes briefly. Then Gelbrich raised his staff. Spiritual energy flowed from each knight as he prayed. Goddess Demella, please make my wish come true. The bird-shaped staff began to glow brightly as he stared intently at it. Gelbrich then loudly declared, those loyal to King Lian Ate, recognized by Goddess Demella, by the power of this hammer, you shall inherit my strength. A second later, thousands of spiritual energies gathered in the hammer-shaped staff. The mesmerite stones in his hands slowly dissolved into shining light. Piece by piece, the mesmerite vanished without hesitation. The hammer grew shinier and darker, charged by that radiant energy. Moments later, the hammer was held out before Lian. Gelbrich firmly presented the weapon with deep respect and said, please wait until the one worthy to wield this hammer stands before your majesty. He reached for the massive hammer and said, I doubt anyone will master this hammer like you do. Lian showed no hesitation, lowering his hands to firmly grasp Gelbrich's bleeding hand. He closed his eyes and spoke sincerely. It is an honor to stand with you. He looked directly at him and replied, I will never forget your noble sacrifice. Sir Gelbrich, and took the hammer. And Gelbrich turned toward his knights. Before closing his eyes for the last time, he called out loudly to the knights still wearing the collar of servitude. This is the final order. Protect the king until your last breath. Their unanimous reply echoed. And Lian, overwhelmed with emotion, struggled to stand. Gelbrich's words still rang in his ears. You have lived a glorious life. May the gods bless you all. He tried to stay calm and ordered Harry, help the troops. When Gelbrich realized Lian's group was truly leaving, he lifted his head gently and took a deep breath. Chu knelt beside him respectfully. Handing over a sharp sword, Gelbrich gripped the hilt tightly, raised the sword high, and shouted, I am Gelbrich. While saluting, Gelbrich proudly recounted his recent feats defeating 1,000 enemies of the kingdom, all on his own. A war knight who can take down 5 million foes, who defended the Dullahan territory against 300,000 soldiers battling the leader in Montreal and emerged victorious. Lowering his sword, he gave thanks to the gods Demira for protection, Ariana for care, and Petos for his satisfaction. Even as the divine beast's hands stretched out, Gelbrich still shouted, I am the great knight of Montreal. Gelbrich, the knight of the chalice of life and growth. The knights lined up neatly as he stepped forward, finally declaring, now, let us, my brothers and sisters, today, I will die for justice. From the cracks in the sky, long hands slowly emerged, and a mysterious creature appeared on the ground. Facing the charging knights, Gelbrich led the front line, and his comrades took up the attack stance, declaring, the gods will protect us. The battle officially began as he shouted loudly, glory to Lian's spot. While he was still stunned, someone called out, Your Majesty. He pushed the restless guy back to the group and said, I told you to go ahead already. Harry hesitated at first, then firmly said, I think we should watch until the end. Lin did not argue, just paused and replied, if you want. Lin and Harry stood side by side, eyes locked on the chaos unfolding ahead. His hands gripped the staff tight. Beside him, her face showed shock. After a while, she called out again, Your Majesty. A bead of sweat rolled down Lian's face, but he refused. Not yet. Gelbrich was still fighting desperately, and those two words, not yet, echoed alongside him. He faced the enemy with all his strength, never once letting his guard falter. Each compact sword in his hands fought with the true spirit of a knight. Suddenly, a loud roar pierced the air, followed by a beast's fierce growl. The monster raised its head and roared. He wondered, what is going on? Is it injured? At the same time, the blood stains on the hammer Lian held began to vanish. Seeing his darkening expression, Harry anxiously called, Your Majesty. The blood slowly disappeared. Lian steadied himself and announced, Gelbrich has passed on. His face showed raw anger, eyes flashing steel, jaws clenched tight. Lian summoned his strength, barely holding back as he spat venom. They will pay for this. I will give them the cruelest death. After his declaration, he turned and strode forward, saying, Let us. Lian stepped toward the red gate amid everyone's breath holding. The Knight of the Holy Chalice brought justice through sacred law, so what would the great Chalice Guardian say? Would his words carry weight when he said, I will remember today? That was exactly something only a royal knight could say. After leaving the red gate, Sami and Lian's tie were always set in the training room. He trained with his sword every day without stopping, trying to swing harder moves. He held the sword's hilt tight, eyes wide, following every movement. Once again, Lin raised the sword high with both hands. Suddenly, the painful memory flashed back the moment he sat despairing beside a loved one's corpse. Thunder crashing overhead. At that fateful moment, he wanted to cry so badly, but he could not even catch his breath. Thinking of it, Lian's mood grew heavy, and his sword swings became sluggish. The sword stopped midair as he stood frozen for a moment. He placed his hand on his forehead, stopping to take heavy breaths after a long training session. Sweat poured down Lian's face like a shower. Exhausted, he sighed twice, So tired, I keep thinking about the past, questioning myself how come I never felt tired while slaughtering those demons. So what is really affecting me now? Then Leon's eyes suddenly lit up, the faces of his comrades who fought alongside him flashing clearly in his mind. He forced a smile, and for the first time, realized, yeah, I get it now. At that moment, Leon finally admitted the truth to himself. He was terrified of losing everything he cared about. Once again, he was truly scared. Tears streamed down his cheeks as that fear of having to fight alone again overwhelmed him. He raised his sword once more, a tough question lingering with no answer, but this burden was his alone to bear. Who else could he share it with? Just as he was lost in thought, a voice called from behind. Your Highness. Right here. Harry stood shyly at the door, hesitating as she asked, are you really going to train this hard? He would just created a black hole in midair and asked if she was just relaxing or watching some romance flick. She did not know how to answer. Just standing there awkwardly. Suddenly, Harry's face flushed red, clearly embarrassed as she said, lately, well, I just feel like I need to train more to get stronger. Lynn was clearly surprised. Suddenly, she tried to explain. It is not sudden. Really? Crossed his arms, shooting her a piercing glare that only made her more flustered. Then she honestly admitted, it is just, lately, I have realized and learned a lot by following you. His expression stayed icy cold as he replied bluntly, is that? Leon drew his sword from thin air and ordered, pick up your sword. Show me what you have got. She answered loudly, yes, Your Highness. Before starting, Harry respectfully clasped her hands. I am truly honored to train with you. That tone and gesture completely threw him off. When will she drop that formal way of speaking? Facing each other, swords drawn, Leon said, raise your sword. With a seriously focused look, she nodded and followed his command. Yes, Your Highness. Lynn raised his sword high too. Kindly warning, brace yourself for this strike. No sooner had he said that than he and his sword suddenly vanished. While Harry was still stunned, he appeared right behind her, eyes flashing as he swung his sword hard. A deadly strike came down. She twisted to block it in a panic, struggling to hold her ground. She thought, he's way too strong. Their swords clashed in midair as Leon shouted instructions. Keep your hands ready to react. Lower your center of gravity a bit, you will be quicker. Lower it more, and your speed will really pick up. They moved back and forth, one attacking, the other defending. She struggled to block the blows but still managed to reply, yes, Your Highness. Just as she finished speaking, he leapt forward with unstoppable force, gripping his sword tight. With a fierce strike, the air around them whipped violently. Harry used all her strength to parry it. She focused on defending, but he casually said, you can rely on just your hands and sword to block all attacks. Then came a rapid-fire set of commands from Leon. Step back with one foot to gain leverage. Don't let the weight of the two swords push you too far back. After following his advice, Harry actually felt more confident about blocking his strikes. She stared at the clashing swords, clearly amazed. Excited, she exclaimed, I blocked it. Just then, a huge hand loomed in front of her eyes. Instantly, a loud thud echoed through the large room. Harry caught Leon's hand, her face froze, smoke still rising from her forehead. His clenched hand left a mark as he snapped. Your movements are way too easy to read. How many times do I have to say it? Be quick and sharp. What is the advantage of creating space from your opponent? She glanced sideways, hesitating, then said, to use a skill, to take him down. Leon sighed in frustration. That is not it. He looked straight ahead and warned carefully. Don't think the only way to win is by using skills quickly. What is the point of dying before even defending yourself? You have got to study your opponent before you strike. Harry's face flushed bright red. She was super curious about what she just heard and asked, really? Lynn narrowed his sharp eyes and asked, what? You do not get it? She got flustered, quickly turned away, and said, nothing. Your Majesty. I understand, but he was not done. His dark expression moved closer, asking, what was that? Say it again. Don't look him in the eye when he is like that. Harry took a deep breath to gather her courage. Then she answered, making him freeze for a few seconds. I thought you would tell me to sacrifice myself, to risk it all against the enemy if it came down to it, because, you know, a knightly honor, glory and all that. Leon was silent for a moment, then slowly parted his lips. He tapped Harry's head with his wooden sword and teased her. You dummy. He pictured Gelbrick's expression in his mind, then said firmly, don't ever give up your honor and glory for anyone. There is no reason to imitate those knights. What you need is to protect your own life. Harry tilted her head, eyes wide and confused, softly muttering, give up for someone to protect. Seeing her reaction, Leon could not help but smirk. He put the wooden sword away, turned his back, and said, that is enough. Rest up, we will train harder next time. Still dazed, she just watched him leave and replied softly, yes, Your Majesty. Suddenly, Leon's usually calm demeanor darkened with a strange shadow. Harry tilted her head left and right, still confused as ever. Late at night in Harry's office, she suspected, I feel like Your Majesty's been lacking positive energy these past few days. The armor on her desk quickly responded. Abnormal biological reactions from Your Majesty caused by some stress. Hearing just that, she was still puzzled and asked, could you explain that more clearly? What? I do not get it, it said with a hint of confusion. Under stress. You need to relieve it. Catching on, Harry leaned in to confirm. Stress. Huh, you are right, after that rotten cellar incident. You have been overthinking. Do you know what Your Majesty likes to do? The armor did not answer right away, but used every calculation spell to find the exact answer. After a short moment, it suggested a solution. Research shows all creatures love gaming for entertainment. It boosts morale and helps them rest properly. Games are perfect stress relief. Harry was a bit confused by that idea. Your Majesty plays games? I can imagine what kind of games he would like. She was determined, asking another question. Can you guess what game the king might like? Jip hesitated a bit, then answered. Games that boost dopamine work for organic beings to lift mood. But I am a robot, so that is outside my calculations. He made a silly face. Glare fixed on him, wondering why the king did not just say he did not know instead of overthinking it. Then, when the moment clicked, Harry snapped her fingers excitedly, saying, right? I think the king would like this too. She quickly explained the idea to Gip. He nodded repeatedly, hanging on every word. Then he confirmed. I do not deny that is a fitting plan for the king right now, but it is just a lucky guess. You will never match my genius-level calculations. Harry laughed with delight, tone dripping with sarcasm. Yeah? Probably. But it depends on the moment. That look stabbed Gip like a dagger. He was not happy and snapped back. Sounds like you are mocking me. That is not the kind of attitude an organic being should have toward others. Riding the momentum, Harry shot back cockily. Well, I already won that day anyway. Early the next morning, the goddess Ariana carried a balance scale as she walked through her domain. Lynn was already kneeling on one knee on the ground. She finally spoke. Dear Knight, your willingness brings joy to the gods, but He closed his eyes tightly, placing his hands behind his head respectfully and said, I apologize. Ariana smiled gently through the spatial veil and said, you have defeated demons and endured hardships for 200 years. You have studied and toiled without rest. You should enjoy some fun. It is time for you to rest. Leon then voiced his concern. Fun? I have not heard that word in ages. She still held a gentle smile, but continuing, that is right. It seems this peaceful era has many kinds of entertainment. It is different from before. I am not sure there is anything our king can enjoy here. Then Ariana spoke about the timeless nature of entertainment. It always exists to relieve human weariness. Lynn was genuinely curious. Is there really such a thing? Goddess, she honestly offered a solution. Sleeping with women, that is the best way to relieve fatigue throughout all ages. Ariana yawned and casually added, the queen is a good partner for Your Majesty. Or what about that little red-haired girl? Leon's voice rose sharply from the other side. Goddess, she is very young and innocent. How could I even suggest such a thing to her? At the same time, Harry, the little red-haired girl, was happily running down the street. After running a bit, she stopped staring at a wooden gate by the road. As Ariana's voice echoed, she is a mature woman now. Your Majesty, humans find joy and relief by sleeping with the women they love. After all, Your Majesty needs to restore the royal family and have heirs. With an innocent expression, Harry tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled softly. Ariana firmly stood by her suggestion, adding solid reasoning. Humans find joy and relief by marrying the women they love. Lynn knelt there for a long time. Her words truly stressed him out. After all, he needed to rebuild the royal line. Only then did he open his blue eyes and hesitantly say one word. But before he could finish, Lynn glanced back, hearing a call. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Harry rushed inside, and he coldly reminded her, I told you to take care of yourself. She ran, stumbled, and collapsed flat on the ground. Then announced, Your Majesty, you asked to hear this. I have something prepared. Leon turned around, arms crossed, starting to smirk, a quick fighter, but his behavior reminded me of a flopping fish. Harry lay there trembling, unsure how to respond properly for now. Of course he was curious, so he asked cautiously, What is going on? Lynn blurted it out, and she immediately sat up, still with a scratch and bruise on her nose. Answering, There is something I have prepared for Your Majesty. Lynn was both puzzled and nervous, not daring to take his eyes off Harry, and asked again, What is it? She smiled warmly, blood trickling from her nose as she said, I have got some advice and help for you. Definitely. He grimaced, muttering in horror. Advice and help? Definitely. Then he suddenly lunged forward, grabbing Harry's hair and warned, If I see you in that disgusting outfit again, I will have the whole neighborhood chasing you. Got it, she blushed shyly, mixed with anger, feeling wrongly accused. Shortly after, in front of the Green Gate, the senior members of the Hunters Guild gathered in a crowd. Jinsu stood off to the side and called out as soon as he saw Lian enter. Your Majesty. He and Harry approached the gate, cutting straight to the point. I heard it from Han Harry. What is going on? He quickly replied, yes. Your Majesty, please allow me to explain, proudly gesturing to the other members. He explained. The whole guild has come together to assist Chief Clerk and Harry with the event she planned. Lian worried slightly at the words planned event. Harry looked up at him with wide eyes, thinking, I figured it would not be weird since you would be involved too. Excited, she quickly suggested, Your Majesty, in 10 days at the gate, I am sure you will love it. Did not respond immediately, just stood there staring silently after hearing 10 days. Seeing Harry's hopeful face, he simply said, all right. Inside the Green Gate, a dense forest of lush trees appeared, the atmosphere incredibly peaceful. Not just plants, the animals here lived in perfect harmony with nature. The Green Gate stood in the middle of the forest. All guild members had entered, and Lian and Harry were the last to step through. She looked eager, sharing a small smile as she walked past him. Then she stood proudly among the guild members, chest out and beaming. That only made Lian more frustrated, leaving him speechless. Harry pointed at the creatures around and started explaining. Now, let me explain. This gate, it is called the hunting ground. Many animals and monsters live here. The hunting score sheet caught Jinsu off guard. Harry pointed at it and said, Sir, please take a look here. He forced a smile as she began detailing each part. Small animals are worth 1 point, normal bugs 3 points, and a rare beast is worth 10 points. Getting the hang of the place, Lian paused for a few seconds. Then he seriously concluded, It is a hunting game. She excitedly confirmed, Exactly. Your Majesty. She clasped her hands together and said bluntly, I thought maybe where you lived before, hunting games might have been popular. A slight smile curved his lips after her awkward words. This time the noble tilted his head thoughtfully, finally understanding the situation. So you prepared this hunting ground for my entertainment. That is really thoughtful. It has been a while since I last hunted, but I am ready to have some fun. Let us see if I still got it. The hunting began in the dense green forest. Within seconds, a beast's scream echoed through the sky. A powerful arrow pierced right through its forehead. Lin drew 3 arrows at once, a crooked grin spreading as he excitedly shouted, Hunting is pretty fun, even without fighting. Soon after, a beast unlucky enough to take 3 arrows from him triggered a frenzy among the others. One growled, Who dares kill one of our own? Lian just named them and hunted wildly, entertained and adding, You filthy beast, how dare you open your mouth to me? Die. All of you. Harry recalled what he would said earlier. I do not know if I can do this, then reassured himself. He is really enjoying it. I guess that is good. After taking down a pack of weak beasts, Lian snapped off a fang from one. He carefully put it in his pocket, thinking, a hunter should always bring back a trophy from the hunt. The hunt ended, and Harry shyly stepped closer to Bo. Your Majesty, you are amazing with a bow. She watched how Lian gripped the bow tightly, surprised to realize she had assumed he was not skilled with ranged weapons, but he clearly understood the craft. Quickly confirming that it seemed like a misunderstanding, just because I am a knight does not mean I can handle ranged weapons. Lin explained smoothly. Hunting is a noble skill and pastime, especially for wandering knights and those on distant missions. They need to feed themselves wherever they go. The conclusion, knights have no choice but to be skilled hunters. Harry looked at the defeated Uth on the ground, clearly seeing the difference yet here. Lin really was excellent at this. He proudly placed his hand on his chest, boasting that he was known as the strongest champion in history. Though back then he was only the second best hunter. After hearing Lian's claim, she was even more curious and could not resist asking, You are the second best hunter. Then who was the first Holy Grail knight? Stepping forward, he answered, I do not think we can really call her a Holy Grail knight. The moon goddess and the hunting spirit follow her, because she was more a master hunter than a knight. Lian paused briefly, then reached out and pulled a worn arrow from his quiver. He stared at the arrow in his hand, his gaze deep as he shared, She once led the Order of Light and represented the greatest hunters. She was a high priestess, right? Harry brightened up. Her arrows were like shooting stars. If she put her full strength in, they could easily fly over a mountain. She nodded, concluding, that might have been possible in her old world. Harry looked down at the odd creatures below again, curious, but why only Hunut? Didn't I prepare for many other beasts? Lin calmly replied, Sorry, but to come first in a hunt, you have to target the most valuable prey. She agreed but inwardly wondered, did they really consider Odd as shooting stars back then? Then he held up a small cross still glowing faintly, saying, Anyway, I managed to get this strange item. It feels corrupted. Harry immediately confirmed. Your Majesty, that is right. She showed it to Lian. It is a corrupted talisman. Quite rare. Knowing this, He gave her the talisman and told her, "Sell this, and give the money to those who worked hard rounding up the beasts." She reached out hesitantly. "Worried? Are you sure?" "Your Majesty, this thing's worth hundreds of millions." He remained calm and assured. "I am sure it will be a good reward for those who had to work like dogs under this scorching sun on their day off." Now, the beast cleanup crew struggled under the harsh sun, all utterly exhausted. Seeing them like that, Harry did not say anything more. Leon hoisted his bow over his shoulder and called out as he walked, "Now, come with me. I can track the footprints of the yacht that escaped." She ran after him. "Curious? You are still hunting us?" He cast a cold glance back, a sly smile forming on his lips as he said, "Those animals, still alive, are just polluting the forest. They are probably fake. Many yet still need to be wiped out." That grim look terrified Harry even more. She just silently followed. The two walked side by side as Leon declared, "Come on, follow me. I will show you how to use bow and arrow." She cheered loudly. "Yes, Your Majesty." After a bit, she relaxed enough to say a word that made him curious enough to glance her way. Harry brushed her hair back, smiling happily. "I am glad you are in a much better mood than before." He stared blankly, emotion swirling long after those words. Then Leon turned forward, a small smile creeping up, touched to realize how long it had been since someone treated him kindly without expecting anything back. Thinking that, he lowered his voice and said, "I am proud of you." Harry responded quickly, "Sorry, I did not catch that. Did you say something?" Instead, he sternly warned, "Use the techniques I taught you to take down at least 3 yacht, or I will get angry." She sheepishly explained, "Sorry, I have only used a bow a few times." Your Majesty. Early the next morning at the Pantheon Guild's alchemy yard, Harry was walking down the road, excitedly carrying a full load. Humming happily to himself, a smile stayed on her lips as she cheerfully thought, "I am so glad His Majesty is feeling better." Just then, someone called out. It was the assistant head of the smithing department. She turned around. "Curious? The department manager. Why are you here?" He pointed to the schedule board and said, "The tractor broke down, so I had to stop by the supply room since no one's used it since the Nadu incident." Harry offered, "I will come with you." Soon, they arrived in front of the Pantheon supply room. He pointed to the room and asked, "So this is where Sir Gelbrick's hammer is kept, right?" Harry forced a small smile and replied simply, "That is right." Then she clasped her hands together and solemnly prayed for him, hoping he would find peace in the next world. Jinsu frowned and teased, "Are you mixing Buddhism and Christianity? You even made the sign of the cross." The door slowly opened, and he asked seriously, "Has the hammer really stayed here all this time?" She sadly confirmed, "Yes, no one can use it now, so we keep it here." The door was fully open, revealing all the supplies inside for both of them to see. In the middle of the room stood a large, advanced tractor. Meanwhile, outside the Pantheon Guild, citizens were lining up, and a 4-wheeled vehicle just pulled up nearby. From the vehicle, a poised step hit the ground. The car drove off as 2 lucky hunters approached. Soda adjusted his coat and asked, "This is the place." Koka eagerly added, "We are about to witness the first epic item in Korea." Then the two disappeared into the noble district, just as Jack Buntingland appeared. Regaining his composure, Soda pointed at it and said, "That is the Jack Spinner robot." Scratching his head, he replied, "So it really is here at Pantheon." Jack announced in 4 words, "Hammer challenge." He stared, sensing something off, but said, "Yeah, but it is super friendly and polite." The robot's voice said, "Welcome, everyone." Soda glanced down suspiciously and simply said, "Thanks." The 2 hunters started walking together. He worriedly asked, "But why?" Koka also wondered, "It seems friendlier than we expected." Huh. The red dot on Jack's face flashed a bright light. A white cable shot straight at their feet, making the two jump up holding each other. Soda hugged Koka tightly, trembling and asking, "What do you want?" Jack stepped forward, flashing the same demand, an entrance fee. He slammed his hand on the nearby signboard and repeated loudly, "Entrance fee. You gotta pay to get in." The board listed the fees. Hunters pay 5 million coins. Citizens 500,000. The two immediately complained, "That is way too expensive." Soda pointed to himself and then at the people in line, asking, "Hey, citizens pay 500 key. So why do hunters have to cuff up 5 million? Jack explained briefly. Citizens watch. Hunters take on the challenge. It is a preservation fee for the relic. The 2 hunters stood there stunned, thinking, "Are you kidding me? No way. They just added an extra 0 for that." Still, compared to the value epic items, feeling frustrated, Soda pulled out his phone and asked, "Do you accept transfers here?" Jack smiled and immediately replied, "Yes, please scan the QR code here." After paying the entrance fee, the two walked inside, utterly miserable. Just then, a friendly voice greeted, "Welcome, hunters." Across from them, Harry, dressed in lion gear and holding a guide sign, introduced herself, I'm Hen Harry, from the Korean Hunters Association. The two sized her up from head to toe. Guessing. Hen Harry. Last year's rookie legend. That is the deal. Let us rewind a week before the hammer went missing. Back then, everything was normal. Lin even announced. Here it is, in front of them. A hunter was straining so hard his face turned red, just trying to lift the hammer left by Gale Briggs. Frustrated, he said, Your Majesty, I have tried everything, but it has not budged an inch. The crowd gathered, and someone from the middle called out, It has been lying here since this morning. Seeing the situation, Leon slowly stepped toward the giant hammer. One hand rested on the hammer, while Harry watched on, full of curiosity. In less than a second, he effortlessly lifted the hammer up. Leon's face did not change, but he blurted out a question that stunned everyone. Is that really the limit for someone wielding it? Right then, golden spiritual energy began to rise around the hammer. Suddenly, the hammer's head with wings jerked upward, radiating a glowing gold light that spread out wildly. Without warning, it slipped from his palm and swiftly returned to its original place. Seeing the hammer act like that, the restrained one guessed it was almost like the hammer was being playful. Lin agreed, thinking it seemed to want something. This moment, Harry poked the hammer and asked in confusion, Can a hammer really have a will? Lin answered seriously. Sometimes, if it is a sacred relic. He placed a hand on his chest as he spoke, especially if it has been bonded with a saint for a long time. It can be granted its own will and become hard to control. Leon's eyes darkened with thought as a rebellious idea rose in him. If that is true, then why did not I feel anything when I took the hammer? Earlier, when the hammer was raised, Gelbrich declared that those loyal to King Leon were recognized by the goddess Demira. He clenched his fist, calming his heart, and finished. With the power of this hammer, you will inherit Gelbrich's strength. At that thought, he stopped doting and smiled. Finally understanding, the spiritual energy still radiated from the hammer, and Leon realized it was asking him to find it a new master. Everything made sense. So he loudly called out, Hen Harry, report to the guild. Curious, she immediately asked, What exactly should I report? With a confident grin, Leon declared, Whoever can lift this hammer, no matter their status or identity, can claim it as theirs. She pulled out her phone and typed every word but still doubted. Is this really true? After getting a reply from the guild, Harry quickly reported back. First, they are sending an appraisal expert. Moments later, the appraiser was left speechless. Mouth agape. His expression made her shout out, Sir, what is wrong? He shakily pointed at the hammer and muttered, A pick. Still stunned, the appraiser told Leon it was an epic item. Leon, however, remained calm and simply nodded. That is right. Hunters use specialized gear to fight monsters, categorized for convenience. The ranks go from common, rare, epic, to legendary. Luxurious items crafted by master artisans are considered unique. Some gear requires tons of rare materials to craft. Even items gathered from the toughest quests, those are legendary. After 30 years of crafting, some items are called epic, even surpassing legendary gear, capable of moving hundreds of mountains like the Celestial Blade. The two main powers of the Grand Mage are said to open the sky and earth the 12 heart chambers. Even now, the snowy fields of Siberia keep expanding thanks to the Ice Queen's power. After the Blackgate crisis in London, Demon Sword villages wander the planet. They shake the heavens and earth just by their presence and can turn the toughest strategies into victories. An epic item has appeared here. The appraiser's whole body trembled with shock as he asked, Really? So if I can lift this, you will just hand me the hammer? Harry paused and confirmed, That is exactly it. Before touching the hammer, the appraiser cautiously glanced back at Leon, knowing his worry. Lin reassured him, No mistake, whoever lifts this hammer becomes its new owner. Then the appraiser handed him a piece of paper and announced, Your Majesty, the value of this hammer is insanely high. Look here. Harry's eyes darted as she read the lines aloud. Gelbrich's hammer, epic grade. Details, a divine hammer blessed by the Holy Grail Knight Gelbrich, the Knight of Goddess Demira, the Goddess of Life and Growth, the core of faith receiving holy power directly from Demira, with perfect strength, never tired, a blessing from the goddess, boost physical defense by 400% when on the ground, and recovery by 300%. Your entire legion gains 200% armor and 150% recovery. Holy Wind, applying holy law based on faith and divine power. Emotions. Gelbrich. Emotions. Existence. Leon just skimmed the rules, then frowned coldly with a grunt. After a brief moment, he informed the appraisal expert that his stance had not changed and hoped everyone would come to know about it. He turned to look at the hammer and asked, All right, can I make a quick call? Soon after, a call from the association's appraisal expert popped up on the phone screen. Dunkuk answered, Association chairman speaking. The voice on the other end replied immediately, Yes, after hearing the news, His face went blank for a long moment. Then, overwhelmed with shock, he shouted so loudly he spat. An epic in just a few hours, an image of lion carrying the hammer, with the headline, "Whoever can claim it will become the next owner of the epic hammer," was printed on the front page. That is why so many candidates came forward. Back to the present, where Harry is welcoming the hunters. Soda's question left her a bit stunned. "So where is Gelbrick's hammer? I am dying to see the real thing." With a fierce look, she sharply corrected the man. "Hey, watch your mouth. It is Lord Gelbrick. When talking about someone of such noble status, you have to be respectful." Soda and Coca were both confused because they thought, "It is just an item." Then Coca dropped his pride and lowered his tone to plead. "But I want to try Lord Gelbrick's hammer." Harry instantly brightened up and pointed the way. This way. The two followed the arrow's direction, and the hammer appeared just as she said. "Hunters, please come." Rays of radiant light spread through the space. Soda could not help but exclaim, "What is this? The energy is incredible." The two stepped closer. He was even more amazed when he realized the energy was coming from the hammer. Coco was shocked too. "Oh mutt, just the hammer alone has that much energy." With a smug expression, he began rubbing his hands together, thinking, "Let us see. This should be easy." Soda's strong hand reached out to the hammer's shaft. He placed both hands on it. A massive lightning strike hit him, making his jaw drop and his whole body jerk. His hair was all messed up as he fell flat on the ground. Soda quickly sat up, mouth agape, asking, "Holy gods, is this hammer cursed?" Harry explained worriedly. "Yeah, pretty much." Hearing that, he immediately complained. "What? Why did not you say so earlier?" She paused, replying, "Whatever it is, we really do not know what it wants." Just then, Jack appeared right in front of everyone. Soda grumbled, "Not him again." Feeling annoyed and wondering what he wanted this time, he approached the two, panting, and offered, "Want to earn some merit points?" Coca, clearly bored, said, "We already paid the entrance fee. Why should we pay more now?" Soda grimaced and muttered, "Merit points? Huh, because this is a holy relic." Realizing something, he slammed his fist down excitedly, shouting, "Exactly, that is it." Without hesitation, he pulled out his phone to scan the QR code. Soda knelt on both knees before Jack, loudly offering, "Here, take it. I will donate 10 million coins for merit." Coca asked in horror, "Are you crazy? He is supposed to bow and thank you properly." The announcement of the 10 million coin donation sounded out. Soda turned to the hammer, then once again gripped the shaft tightly, firmly declaring, "The chosen one will be her." His face twisted like a monster's, all his strength focused in his hands to lift the hammer. After a long while, nothing changed. The hammer did not budge an inch. Everyone was stunned. Coca shouted, "What?" Another hunter chimed in, "Still can to lift it." Amid the chaos, Rattray quietly approached the hammer. His robot's voice announced, "Donation received for building the Pantheon Temple." Coca and Soda exchanged looks, both speechless. Then, moments later, piles of money and phones were raised with cries of "Me too. I will." Harry stood there dumbfounded, with arguments buzzing in her ear. "Move aside. I am in line here. Hey, cut the chatter. Money talks." "You know." Jack Fucho got surrounded by a crowd. She nervously asked, "Seriously? Will this trash day plan actually work?" It sounded almost like blasphemy. After collecting a pile of cash, he ran over to Harry and said, "Miss, if you want to mess with my asset management skills, all you have to do is stick to the plan and get out." She glanced at the crowd fiercely hammering away, hesitating, but, some were swinging hammers while others cheered wildly, chanting, "More. Keep going. Not enough yet." Harry did not dare look directly. She just thought to herself, "We really are screwed." She sat still, watching it all unfold, while Jack let out a quiet chuckle beside her. Images of piles of money flashed before his eyes, energy radiating fiercely around him as an announcement blared. Pantheon's treasurer Jack officially launches the plan. Early the next morning at Leon's sprawling mansion, Harry opened the bedroom doors, still shocked as she mentioned, "Even Jack. Starbucks just proposed opening a branch here." She fell silent seeing Jack hard at work and asked, "Please report on the donation totals." Recently, the Pantheon Guild has become a hot spot. Hunters come to take on hammer challenges, and most ailments heal just by standing near the hammer. Like, "My leg that has been bad for 10 years is healed," or "My tooth itchy is gone." Everyone crowds here to admire the divine hammer, and a few even snap photos with the bear girl Harry. Jack keeps securing funds to turn into capital and boost Pantheon's reputation. All that hard work day and night is for this one crazy project. Harry squinted at the project, amazed. "Sir Jack, what is this?" Perched above her, he replied simply, "A high-intensity forging facility." Bright lights flickered on and off as metal hammers clanked. Starting up in the room below, huge tubes filled with eerie green energy began to boil. She walked through the huge room, Glancing around. Sir Jack, is this really a forge? She offered some preliminary info. A level 9 forging facility is the lowest rank in this device database. It is the limit because of Earth's poor metallurgy skills. Harry's eyes widened at everything here, unable to help but exclaim, "Still, it is pretty amazing." Jack shrugged. "That is because your brain's weak too." She got annoyed and snapped, "You are vicious." When Mon Man stepped into the middle of the room, she asked, "By the way, Sir Jack, you are the Knight of Pure Forging, right?" He nodded. "Exactly." Standing before the tube, the pink gemstone caught her eye, and she proposed, "Then can you make me a sword?" Jack flat out refused. "Can't he?" Harry put on a pitiful face and whimpered, "I knew it. You are just a stranger." Jack explained, "The forge is not finished yet. We need more facilities to gather materials." She felt relieved, blushing and smiling brightly. "Is that suddenly?" Jack wiped his face and announced dramatically, "I am heading to the central station to earn extra income." Harry cheered kindly, "You got this." Then she froze, seeing him crawl into a small hole at the room's edge. He carefully slipped inside and recited a command. "Activate minimum forging mode. Secure gold seed." Blinked. The massive control panel in front lit up with numbers. Jack focused on every detail and made up his mind. "Today, we checked this market again. Lately, the global stock market has faced a disaster." The company office was chaos, filled with shouting. "What? Why are they writing so many anti-market articles? We have thrown so much money at them, and still can't control a single article." Until one day, some force suddenly made stock prices skyrocket by manipulating the market. During a worldwide pandemic, management teams fell into panic, wondering, what do they want? This force quietly profits like a ghost stalking in the shadows. And of course, no need to say, we all know his identity is Jack. Jack's latest financial target is food supplies. Humanity's food situation in the 21st century has never been great. Countless lands and rivers are polluted. In the early days of the disaster, Western and East Asian powers set some solid examples for handling it, but weaker countries, like the poor ones in Eastern Europe and Asia, suffered massive losses from unexpected decay, and Jack bought up those polluted, worthless lands. His first target in this campaign is the rice basin of Halong. Halong's pollution level 20 years after the Shanghai incident has become seriously bad, affecting 150 military countries. Jack bought part of that rice basin and began cleansing it by spreading the faith of Demela, the goddess of life and growth. Though he can't purify it on Leoness scale or produce food immediately, it is soon set to become a priceless rice hub, along with corn, barley, and the frozen blessings. For now, he is grinding away, declaring to boost morale. Soon, the Pantheon Society will dominate global food. His gaze is locked tight on the computer screen. There is still one issue unresolved. The big problem here is the threat of foreign invasion. So Jack gathers intel and realizes that world wars waste power, but not significantly, while the risk of portals appearing is rising fast. Then he confidently tells himself that a normal leader would not overextend resources. More land is enough. Today's news just reported a coup in the Jilin Republic. Harry sat in the dining hall, overheard that, and could not help but get curious. There is a war brewing. Jack said nothing, just subtly jerked back. Once in a quiet place with just the two of them, he spoke quietly, "Only telling you, Harry." She turned and asked, "What?" Jack immediately dropped important news. "Our private investment fund is up and running a fast-growing asset management group." She listened seriously, eyes fixed on him. "This unit will focus on managing your assets. Harry, please sign up now." Hearing this, she blinked and asked, "So you want me to invest?" He explained carefully, "I will manage your assets." She could not help but praise, "So Jack actually has shares now? That is pretty cool." But Jack shot back with a jab, "Harry, given your poor finances." She blushed and stammered, "I need a professional asset manager. But at my age, that is pretty good." He smirked, mentioning a fact that made Harry sweat nervously. "That is only 15% compared to an average hunter. Most of your rewards have been thrown into those portals anyway." She gritted her teeth. "No argument. I even donate to kids back home." Jack seized the moment. "Exactly why you need me to help you donate more." Her expression suddenly turned sly. "Refusing? No thanks." He flashed a bright look at her. "Frustrated people today get crushed by their finances. Missing out on money lessons is like giving up on life. You should be grateful this unit will handle that for you." Harry could not refuse, but her offer was stingy. "Fine, just 2 million then." Jack did not flat out refuse. Instead, he insisted she withdraw the basic rent of 20 million for the Seal Nye bunker. She puffed her cheeks, not bothering to get mad coming from this cold guy. It was no surprise, and she reluctantly agreed. "All right, fine." In a flash, Jack announced hot news. "Harry, you are now a silver member, upgraded from bronze." She froze for a moment, eyes wide staring at the robot beside her. Sweat poured down Harry's face like a shower. She muttered 3 words. "Silver member." Jack quickly explained. "Bronze members get 100% guaranteed income return. Silver members get 200% guaranteed return. Then he asked, "Want to boost that rate?" She pumped her fist. Excited. Sounds great. It started offering Harry some insanely good deals if she recruits 5 more members. She will hit gold rank with a 300% income return rate. That huge seal looked like a fair judgment, and her face showed pure shock. A thrilled smile spread across her face as she asked again, "Really? This is Harry?" A clueless 20-year-old newbie who did not even realize she would fallen into a pyramid scheme trap. The thing is, no one doubted her, even at midnight. Harry was still tirelessly calling her younger brother, "Yeah, Suho, that is her." She would already jotted down 8 names in her notebook, confidently promising Suho, "Don't worry, I will follow her." That was a solid call. Thanks to her enthusiastic involvement, Jack's pyramid scheme was climbing up fast. One early morning at Leon's house, a black car rolled up to the gate. Men dressed sharply in suits stepped out calmly. They walked with steady, purposeful steps straight to his door. 3 men entered, and the one in the middle spoke up. "We are from the court." He pulled out a document, eyes fixed on it as he continued. "We are here to issue a property seizure warning." Leon froze, completely clueless about what was going on. Homang asked, "What did they say?" Meanwhile, Jack beside him jumped in shock. Sweat started pouring down Jack's body as he tried to keep his cool. At that moment, the court official shot a sharp glare at Jack, making him visibly uneasy. He could not hold back. His heart skipped a massive beat. A little later, Leon sat at the table, radiating intense energy. Everyone had gathered. He was holding back his fury and finally asked, emphasizing every word, "What is going on?" "Explain it." Jack fidgeted nervously as he started searching for answers. "Here's the situation. First, the organization could not pay the set loan interest because the stock prices had plummeted. Second, most of Pantheon's employees were drowning in debt from investments and Jack's investment fund, with creditors swarming to collect. This secret fund had multiple failed projects, slashing its capital drastically." Hearing this, Leon's expression turned seriously grim. Harry burst into tears, desperately explaining her situation. "Jack, my 87 million assets invested daily. I even raised money from friends and family to give that day." Other employees started stepping forward, lamenting, "My money, even my wife's savings, are gone. All my savings this year flew into that fund." Before Leon, an elderly woman sobbed, "I have even mortgaged my land." Lai Zhen and "Your Majesty, please do something to fix this." After a thoughtful pause, Leon asked, "Jack, how much is the loss exactly?" Jack hesitated, then muttered the number, 870,054,340 dong, increasing by 49,853,655 every hour, about a 72% loss on the fund. Everyone gasped, losing their composure. "What did you say?" Shouts exploded around Leon's ears. "My money. Damn it. Take whatever you can hear as collateral. 1 column. At least sell 1 column." Suddenly, an employee brandishing a knife stepped forward, suggesting, "Hey, there is something valuable in the warehouse. At least take that for now." Jack hurriedly grabbed the knife back and shouted, "Stop, don't take it, that is personal property." Inside, he was panicking, thinking, he just took his knife. Harry collapsed onto the floor, tears streaming down, curses ringing out. "Damn it! My money! Wait, let me get it back." Suho was frozen too, the chaos continuing with voices shouting, "Your Majesty, what do we do about my money now?" "Put that down. Hey, what are you doing? Grab a column fast." Leon's eyes were pure white amidst the noise. "Damn it! This is chaos. What am I supposed to do with my money?" "Chief Han, wake up. Why are you fainting now? Chief, please come to." When he could not hold back any longer, Leon flared his nostrils and flashed a sharp look, then shouted loudly, "You idiots!" Leon slammed the table and stood up like a roaring tiger, his voice booming across the chaotic room. "Don't panic. Calm down for me." Silence fell for a moment. Everyone stopped what they were doing, except Harry's quiet sobs echoed through the room. At that moment, he fixed a sharp gaze on Jack and called out, "Lord Spinner." Jack responded, "Yes, Your Majesty." Leon spoke with serious determination. "With your smarts, I believe you can handle this chaos." Confident, he entrusted Jack with this critical task. "Do whatever you think is right. I want to see how you solve this." Jack slipped from the man's grip and promised, "I will succeed." "Your Majesty, you will have an answer by tomorrow." Satisfied, Leon replied, "Good, I will leave this to you." While everyone was still confused, Leon made one more declaration. "Also, in the name of King Leon Hut, I guarantee your debts will be covered. Now, disperse and mind your own business." Jinsu responded anxiously, "Yes, Your Majesty, but deep down I can't help but doubt, can this really be solved in one day?" After everyone left, Jack began to take action. He entered the room, the red dot on his face glowing fiercely. energy surging around him, announcements blared. Emergency detected. Bypassing security checks. Activating outer shell and advanced armor with integrated Mickey 1 super weapons. A body clad in iron armor was gradually completed. Connection points glowing pink all over. The activation code ran, all systems integrated. The red dot shining brightly on the armor's forehead. Meanwhile, far north in West Asia, at Heilong, skyscrapers lay in ruins and the streets were covered in debris. In one corner, Orocio Rakaporo, leader of the Jilin Republic's army, sat yawning. Just then, a voice whispered in his ear, "Sir, where are our enemies now?" Outside, Odd Insulin pulled back a curtain and answered, "The previous occupants were weak. We came to fight, but they have all run off." Oddly chimed in from behind, "Humans are weak and do not understand a warrior's honor." They walked in together. Kaporo sniffed the air and laid out a plan. "As long as we have plenty of food, we can camp here. After we throw a big feast, we will regroup and attack the next neighboring country." Insulin clasped his hands, drooling with excitement. "Got it, boss. It has been ages since I last had human meat soup." He and Li Ho jumped up in joy. "Awesome. Let us loot tons of supplies and eat them all." Kaporo looked up at the blinding sun and continued, "Great. After we eat, we will move on to..." His words cut off abruptly as he noticed something. A blazing red light headed straight at him. From high above, an unidentified object was hurtling down like a meteor. Energy radiated from it, and a sharp sword emerged clearly. Kaporo's face twisted as he gasped. "That is... a meteorite." Meanwhile, a Secretary of Defense Julius shouted, "What? The magic wand's been hacked." Reports came in about the magic wand, a hypotheticalist weapon deployed from a satellite orbiting Earth. He kept questioning after hearing the news. "Who activated it?" "Only 3 people have the access code." An officer quickly explained. "The White House and the commander-in-chief of the hunters say they know nothing." Julius stared at the large screen, firing off questions. "But why? Could someone have taken control?" A key staffer typed rapidly and replied, "Impossible. The encryption changes every minute." His expression turned serious as he added, "There are over 100 million possible code combinations. Even with the world's best supercomputer, it would take 13 years to brute force them all." This impossibility made Julius pause, muttering, "So who the hell is behind this?" After scanning the satellite feed, he barked, "Damn it! How do we stop this thing? Is there any way to halt it during operation?" An officer answered nervously, "No way." After the hack, the code was reinforced. Shockingly, he added, "I estimate over 10 billion new codes now. We can hack back into the magic wand." Julius snapped, word by word, "This is ridiculous." Just then, a control operator spoke loudly. "Minister, Russia's weapon system, a brown beer, has also been activated. The brown beer scope and the magic wand are moving." A significant shock rippled through space, but the Defense Ministry only knew that the weapon had begun its countdown, preparing to activate alongside the brown bear. At that moment, the meter operator clenched his face, steadying himself as he spoke the target's name, the Jilin Republic. Julius turned sharply, hardly believing it. "Why there?" Another man stepped forward, saying, "Minister, I think you should see this." He stared intently at the phone screen and asked sharply, "What now?" A simultaneous meeting between 2 superpowers. On the screen, 2 leaders took turns making announcements. First was Julius. "The United States will shatter peace with the Jilin Republic, a nation taken over by savage forces." Next, a white man declared, "The Russian Federation will not tolerate any provocations from the Jilin Republic. Genocidal actions against humanity must be stopped. We will cooperate with the United States to fight against the enemy forces." His face was pale, unable to believe what he had just seen. The staff member explained, "Sir, this is a fabricated video." The man's face looked eerily real, every word flawless and precise. Julius clenched his jaw tight, fury rising as he realized it was a defect video. Defect is a digitally controlled synthesis tool that swaps one person's face for another's. Without warning, the computer screens in the control room began to shrink. The large screen in the center and the smaller monitors all displayed a short message. Seconds later, a brief text appeared in multiple languages. "We have come to end this war." Julius was completely stunned, questions flooding his mind. What was this? At the same time, in a melting ice room, a blond man sat clutching his head in despair. This was Lin Sang, king of the Xilin Republic, desperate and asking, "What? What happened?" He continued, surrounded by 4 equally confused men. "We have the throne now, but all that remains is endless war." Then one man shouted, "Leader, what should we do? Aren't we doomed with 2 superpowers attacking us?" Lin Shang could not think of another plan, so he suggested fleeing with whatever money was left. Regaining some composure, he gave orders, "Head to the mysterious Donggu region, increase the number of children, and start over." One man responded eagerly, "Got it, sir." Then arrogantly, he added a sick plan. "Now, all we have to do is hunt human women and capture them all." Just as he finished, something dropped from the ceiling. Strong hands slammed the man's head to the floor. His eyes were pitch black as he struggled to look up and assess the situation. The surrounding men stood up. One shouted, "What the hell is this?" A knight appeared, standing proud in gleaming armor that flashed with lightning. He stepped on the man, eyes glowing fierce red. A robot voice announced, "Target identified, not human." But at that moment, two advanced guns sprouted from the knight's sides. Two more guns appeared on his shoulders. Now the knight faced King Kazakh directly. The knight pointed at a glowing dot on his helmet and spoke coldly. "Hand over all your money here, so I can finally rest." Sammy sat helplessly, facing 5-6 guns aimed at him, and told the armed task force, "I do not know who you are." His face was terrifying yet defiantly brave. Then two tribe members charged the armed robot, but it dodged an axe swing and smashed the stone table with a powerful strike. The robot's eyes turned red as it locked on, activating assassination mode. It unleashed a continuous barrage of gunfire on the axe-wielding tribe members, who screamed and dodged in panic. Sammy quickly flipped over a large rock and hid behind it. Clearly shaken, another fearless man grabbed an axe and shield, charging the armed robot while shouting, "Die." Suddenly, it spun around, extending its hand toward the guy, already fitted with a gun barrel, making him freeze in confusion and surprise. A blinding gunshot rang out. At such close range with a heavy barrel like that, the guy shattered into pieces before he could even react. Then it turned back to Sammy's group. Pulling something out, it bent backward and more specially modified heavy guns appeared on its back, loaded with piercing 12-gauge rounds. Now, it aimed all the guns on its body straight at the Axe Tribe warriors. Its eyes scanned each stunned enemy to confirm all targets, then disabled gun restrictions. Every weapon was fair game. The robot's eyes flared red like it switched to massacre mode fire. Bullets flew like a relentless storm, shredding through the iron gate. Gunfire cracked nonstop, fast and steady, with fierce flashes from the weapons. Axe Tribe warriors kept dropping, hit by deadly shots, screaming in agony. Spent shells rained down at the robot's feet, countless and unending. After a fierce bullet barrage, its guns overheated and smoked heavily. It finally paused. The scene was brutal. Axe Tribe bodies lay scattered, dust and smoke slowly clearing as shooting stopped. After a quick check, the armored robot spotted a tall figure with sharp eyes. Still standing firm, one enemy remained. His axe was riddled with bullets, slightly damaged, not bad. Sammy gripped his massive axe, voice heavy and sharp. "Those I just killed were all soon to be generals." The armored robot did not say a word, raising its gun to keep attacking. Sammy roared in furious rage, eyes blazing with deadly intent. "Do you even know what this means?" The robot ignored him and fired straight at Sammy. Sammy charged, raising his huge axe, eyes sharp as knives. He swung down hard on the robot, which raised its arm to block. The arm started showing signs of damage. Surprised, it said, "Adamanthith." Sammy confidently raised his axe again. Yes, this axe was forged from adamanthith. His eyes widened, face twisted in a scream. Even a drake could not survive this axe. The axe landed a crushing blow, full of raw power. The robot still struggled to check its status. Assumed rank, but out of ammo. It stretched out its hand, trying to block each axe strike. Its eyes flared bright again as it aimed the gun barrel straight at Sammy's head. The armored robot took advantage of the shot to try and end this quickly, but Sammy dodged swiftly. Only a scratch on his face, not bad. He quickly charged and grabbed onto the robot. His gaze burned like he wanted to devour it. "You think your metal body can stop me? I am blessed by the Hellcat War God." Before it could react, Sammy swung his massive axe again. One clean slash hit the robot's head, not missing a millimeter. Suddenly, the system alarm blared. "Time's up." Plan failed. He blinked wide-eyed in shock. What? Out of nowhere, countless cables shot out, wrapping around Sammy. The armored robot then sprang to its feet. Sammy struggled in confusion. What is going on? Jack flew in. His system alerts reported battle data. It kept recording and said, "This current library update is much improved." Sammy, puzzled and angry, shouted, "What are you talking about?" Suddenly, Jack's eyes glowed bright. Holy law tactics activated. His whole body shone with a complex light while the cables still wrapped around Sammy. Sammy stood there helplessly, frozen. He exploded into bits, nothing left but blood and gore everywhere. Jack nodded slightly and turned to check around. He stepped over to where the game stretcher had fallen, made of adamantite, and picked it up. Cheerfully, he let out a few happy sounds, removed all witnesses, and completed the elimination mission. At that moment, the news bulletin on TV announced that the coup in the Republic of Jlin had been resolved. The newly formed Republic of Jlin officially apologized for the chaos caused. People gathered around the TV, listening closely as they reported that the lucky crops found in the northern rice fields were thriving. Harry happily turned to Jack and asked, "Sounds good, does not it, Lord Jack?" She raised her phone with a smile and said, "The war's over." Jack responded with a short shout. Suddenly, she gasped wide-eyed, "Huh, the profit margin's 200%. Lin sat behind, calmly sipping tea. He glanced at Suo's info displayed on the file. "He has improved a bit. I need to connect him with the gods soon." Lian took another sip of tea while scanning the details. "But first," He has to prove his faith, no time to waste. Then he flipped to another page. The gods have simplified the process, so I need to hurry. The next page showed Soyeon's profile. He quickly skimmed through the summary. Soyeon, a knight who strictly follows the code of virtue. Leon's gaze sharpened as he stared intently at the data. Reading further, he fell into thought, curious that this wealthy, influential kid signed up just to experience the holy law firsthand. Leon suddenly recalls the scene from long ago, in a heap of ruins, where he killed that person, the greatest king in Leon's history. It reminds him of someone else. Suddenly, he jolts as if he just remembered something important. With a dark expression, Leon quickly spins around. The hammer just moved. Who is there? He swiftly rushes outside. Harry stammers, unable to react in time. Your Majesty. Outside, the courtyard is completely deserted. Eerily quiet. Leon passes by a room and sees a hammer being lifted. He smirks, surprised, and the one trying to lift the hammer is Dae-seon, who is startled to see Leon. Cut to the plains near Nadu, where a horse is chewing on a pink ribbon. It is not just any ribbon, it is Harry's braided hair. A voice calls out, "Today, Leon," looking serious, tells everyone, "We are getting a new trainee." Huh? Red-haired student turns around, puzzled. Right now, all the other academy students have already joined various guilds except us. Another asks, "Who is it?" Leon crosses his arms, gazing ahead. He will train with us soon and challenge for knight rank. Harry and the other students stare wide-eyed, mouths agape in surprise. A figure awkwardly rides up on a horse. It is the well-behaved boy. Dae-seon rides past Leon toward the other students. He nervously introduces himself. "From Pantheon Legion? Team 1. I am Gu Dae. Please take care of me." Cut to a massive building, Chosvos Company, right in the city center, home of the guildmaster. In an office, an employee reports loudly, "Mission confirmed, complete by the East Sea Command, a 7th Squad, and Navy Division." Kang Hee looks frustrated, frowning. Longkung. Actually, it seems this issue has already been confirmed. The place he is talking about is called Longkung, also known as the Sea Gate. It was first spotted in Tokyo Bay 25 years ago. Back then, everyone thought the prison gates could only open on land, and since there were no satellites tracking gates about to activate, no one paid attention to the sea. The Tokyo Bay Gate was left unattended until a prison break happened, destroying Tokyo Bay and polluting the environment, turning nearby sea creatures into monsters. That is where the legendary monster appeared. The Tokyo Bay Gate became known as one of the worst gate disasters in history, and neighboring countries formed a coalition to handle sea gate issues. Suddenly, an employee shouts, "Typhoon Sahong in the Pacific has suddenly changed course, heading straight for Ulan-do." Kang Hee stares at the big screen, sweating nervously. It is the biggest storm this year. It is turning toward the danger zone right now. On Live, a reporter wearing a raincoat grimaces as he updates the public on the storm. With winds at 64.5 meters per second, stronger than the 2023 semi-typhoon, this storm seriously threatens Ulan-do residents. Suddenly, he quickly turns back. Kang Hee, looking serious and angry, orders, "Contact the Pantheon Guildmaster immediately." Computer screen analyzes the storm, with stats flashing rapidly. 30 minutes later, Yeonwon arrives. "Any new intel from the monitoring zone?" Kang Hee replies cheerfully, "That is all we know for now. Guildmaster Le Yeonwon, you have not changed a bit." Yeonwon snaps back, "Are you questioning my orders?" He is fuming, face flushed, while Soyeon stands nearby, quietly amused. "Why are only we being deployed? There are more elite guilds." Kang Hee tries to sweet talk, but it is hard to find a guild as outstanding as Phoenix Guild. Yeonwon turns away. "Even after the Jejas Island incident, you are still so careless." Yeonwon laughs loudly. "It was a rare accident, and things have somewhat recovered." Yeonwon is annoyed but only curses internally. "Damn it, La Yeon, why do you keep getting dragged into this? Looks like he still won. Let me off after that failed mission." He spoke up just now, asking if it was only us going there. The association president would never let us take such a risk. He panicked and quickly waved his hand. "Wait, it is not just you guys going." His words annoyed Yeonwon, making him irritated. "I am not the type to put others in danger. Don't worry, there will be backup for you guys." "Honestly, that sounds just like you." He sighed in frustration and moved toward Soyeon. "Damn it, this is not solving anything. He is the same as always, never changing." Yeonwon was super annoyed, while she just shrugged helplessly. He turned his face away, looking a bit awkward. Yeah, he remembered his younger days when Tascata told him, "Even if my horseback skills are weak, I will still fight following the king's orders." Yeonwon held the rope with admiration, hoping everyone stays safe in this battle. "The gods will always watch over you." His back looked wary. "Damn, I'm really tired." Just then, a bald staff member rushed over. He reported to Kang Hyuk, president of the association, "The king has arrived." "Got it," came the reply. Hearing this, Yunwon turned around. Curious, he looked at the man. Confused, Kang Hyuk awkwardly straightened his clothes. We need to prepare carefully. Then he pulled out a breath freshener and sprayed it, leaving Yunwon wide-eyed in surprise. At that moment, a foot stepped in Lian and two assistants slowly approached. Kang Hyuk bowed politely. Thank you for coming. Your Majesty. All right, Lin replied calmly. Lian said with a calm tone, if he called me here, there must be a good reason. The man cheerfully responded. Of course. Your Majesty, Kang Hyuk gestured respectfully. Then please. This way. I will explain the situation in detail. After some discussion, Lian sat, crossed his arms. Looking serious. Really? Kang Hyuk stood by the data board explaining, a portal appeared over the sea, and an approaching storm is making the raid difficult. Exactly. Suddenly, he pressed a button on the remote. The screen showed massive battleships slowly moving across the ocean. This time, both the US and Japan will send military support for this operation. Other guilds are preparing reinforcements, just like always in emergencies. Kang Hyuk bowed earnestly. This is a chance to boost the glory of King and Min. Please leave your mark as the true king by helping us. Lin sat quietly, thinking for a moment. Then he smiled slightly. You are quite the smooth talker. Fine. He stood up, adjusting his robe. But getting through that portal is complicated. Someone will need to properly support my knights. Kang Hyuk asked, does your majesty have any requests? Lian chuckled mysteriously after hearing this. He turned and walked away. I want to say it directly. The detailed plan will be with Pantheon Guildmaster Spinner. Hearing that, he bowed respectfully. Understood. Your majesty, in his mind. He wondered, what kind of tribute is this? He looked at Liam with a complicated expression. Of course. Ordinary items won't satisfy his demands. Liam was now talking to Harry. Bring me the military roster. Yes? Of course. Your majesty. Lun and Harry slowly stepped out of the company building. His face showed a hint of pride as he skimmed through the files. He turned to Harry. I will list those participating in this operation. Take note. Yes, sir. Lin glanced over and read off several names. First, Guildmaster Spinner. Trainees. Hansu Hong, Kim Jae-hai, Udaeseong. Harry quickly pulled out a notebook and took notes. Soldiers. Su, Home, Cheon Park, Gun, and Masiodu. Suddenly, her face darkened. Confused as if she realized something, she looked up at Leon. Puzzled, who is missing? What is going on? Harry nervously wiped sweat and asked suspiciously. None of the chosen are women. Leon looked a bit confused. Seeing this, Harry thought, no way. Did he forget what happened back then? She glanced at Liam with a bit of disdain. Even if women were discriminated against back then, there were both weak women and strong women. It is really annoying. If we are training to be a fighting force, there should not be any gender discrimination. Women can fight too. You know, Lin answered Harry's question as he walked. The answer was crystal clear. Yep, his face tightened with a chilling look. Letting women join the Legion. Isn't he that just asking for trouble? Harry froze on the spot when he heard that. Meanwhile, a helicopter sliced through the icy sky, rotor blades roaring overhead. A helicopter was speeding toward the harbor, approaching the area where a warship was docked, causing waves on the water. 1st Korean Squadron. Someone was already waiting as the helicopter neared the landing zone, whipping up strong gusts that swept the ground. As soon as the chopper touched down, 3 naval soldiers quickly moved out to greet them. Leon, hands in his pockets and sunglasses on, calmly stepped off the helicopter. Harry had already gotten off and stood right next to him. Leon led the way, guiding the entire team toward the 3 soldiers. He approached the man in front, standing opposite him, and asked, "Are you the commander of this base?" The man named ZC smiled and cheerfully placed his hand behind his back. Introducing himself, "Yes, I am Vile Zis, commander of the 1st Squadron." He stood at attention, eyes on, who respectfully replied, "It is an honor to meet you, sir, your majesty. Actually, my grandfather was cured of a terrible illness, thanks to the grain from the goddess Demella. Stay calm. If that genocidal maniac starts suspecting you, he will just chop your head off." Leon smiled lightly, removing his sunglasses as he said, "If you are thankful for the goddess' blessing, then you are like family to me." Zissid out laughing at Leon's words, then quickly said, "It is my honor. Your majesty, please." This way, Zissi turned and started leading the way. Leon and his team followed behind him. Before we explain the operation, let me introduce the forces who will be fighting alongside you. Under a gloomy sky, a cold gray modern building appeared behind tall steel fences. Lin calmly walked inside while Anwen silently watched from behind. An approached and, glancing at a group nearby, asked, "Are they from the Luck?" Zi nodded beside him. "Yes. They said they flew straight here to the aircraft carrier by transport plane." He squinted, clasped his hands behind his back hesitantly. "The Huh, that is kind of strange." Unfollowed his gaze. Confused. That guy, seeing clearly who ZC meant, gasped loudly. Ronan Selman. Everyone nearby heard the name and immediately buzzed with excitement. The top American mage. Really? Nobody could believe their eyes. The crowd kept whispering, creating a noisy space that caught Ronan's attention. Why was he here? Ronan smiled slightly, looking proud as he thought. Huh, even here in Korea, my reputation still holds strong. It seems. Ronan grinned, holding a large purple magic orb as he approached An's group. Pleasure to meet you all, hunters of Korea. I am the master of the magic tower. Ronan Selman. I was invited to assist with this Sea Gate raid. He was smiling confidently, but suddenly stiffened as if he saw something alarming. This gate. Ronan's eyes widened as a cold sweat broke out all over him. Seeing Leon, his face darkened. Mouth agape. Speechless. Even the little turtle in his hands looked scared. What the? Why is he here? Ronan froze like a statue, unable to move, his whole body trembling as he stared at Aun. The little turtle muttered, "Oh heavens, the great being. He is right in front of us. That man is the king, and he is here." Feeling stared at, he looked puzzled, furrowed his brow, raised his hand to adjust his glasses, while the little turtle hurriedly warned him, "Stay calm. If that genocidal guy starts suspecting you, he will cut your head right off." Ronan raised his hand, eyes fixed on the ring on his finger that whispered to him, "We still have not been discovered. Trust the ring I made for you." Ronan boasted loudly. "You truly are a magnificent devil with supreme intelligence." Ronan was filled with worry as he rubbed the ring, thinking, as long as this ring hides my demonic energy, I won't be caught. Just as he kept rubbing the ring, it suddenly activated and emitted a bright glow. Ronan was stunned. Unable to believe it, his mouth dropped open in shock once again. The great ring had cracked. The little turtle quickly sent a warning. "Hey, calm down. Just stay calm." At that moment, Leon seemed to radiate a powerful golden energy that surrounded his body. The turtle looked at Leon and warned Ronan. The water and wind touched his holy power. "Stay away from him. Do not get close. Hurry." But Ronan stubbornly ignored the magic orb's warning, clutching the little turtle as he moved closer to Leon. If he kept going, Leon would start to suspect us. The turtle immediately sent a mental message to Ronan. "Hey, crazy guy. Are not you gonna back off already?" Ronan tried to stay calm, looking at Leon with wide, nervous eyes, stammering, "It is an honor to meet you, Your Majesty. Even from afar, your reputation reaches my country. Your Majesty, I hope to meet you again sometime." Leon silently stared at him. The little turtle in Ronan's hands squirmed uncomfortably, making Ronan wipe away tears and mutter, "Do not wiggle like that. You are squeezing me too tight." Seeing Ronan's odd behavior, Leon chuckled quietly. Clearly amused, Leon walked past him, glancing down as he said, "You are a tower master. Then we will probably run into each other more during the gate raid." After saying that, Leon casually walked away. Ronan sighed with relief, thinking, "Thank goodness. As long as the ring's still intact, he won't figure us out." His face went pale again as he stared wide-eyed at the little turtle, whispering, "Let us, you will be fine. Just run away whenever you see him." "Got it. Don't get close." The turtle obeyed but hesitated. "Okay. I understand, but..." The little turtle thought for a long time, then reminded Ronan, "We have no choice but to go through the gate with him. That is going to be a real pain." Ronan muttered fearfully, looking down at the turtle in his hands. "Damn it. Why did I have to run into that damn king here?" Harry held a stack of papers in her hands, smiling softly as she walked. She smiled gently, eyes closed, teasing, "The king says women are not allowed on the ship." While walking, Harry suddenly spotted something. Her eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed. Ahead of her, a group was moving crates. Harry recognized someone and called out, "Hunter Gudadon," holding her papers. She shyly approached and softly called, "Hunter Gudadon." He was wiping sweat with a towel and, seeing her, said, "The assistant chief." A soda can dropped from a vending machine, making a soft clink. Curious, Harry looked up at Dodong and asked, "Why are you carrying luggage? Our guild should be." Before she finished, he popped open the can and replied, "It is something I have to do." Dodong tilted his head, sweat beading on his face, holding the open soda in one hand and scratching the back of his head with the other. He said, "It is just that I feel like I do not deserve this treatment when I just got my hammer." Exhausted, sweat dripping, he explained, "I am still new to being a hunter for the Pantheon Guild. Even the king would not ask me to do stuff like this." Not wanting DC to feel down, Harry looked him straight in the eye and praised him. Out of thousands, only hunters like Gyud-sung could be chosen by the goddess. Dizzy glanced at her with a smirk. She meant that no matter what he said, he always denied it. Harry got even more annoyed, and she puffed her cheeks, insisting, "It is true." Then Harry turned away, excitedly mimicking Leon's words. "If it were the king, He would say it like this, after an idiot like that dares to question the king's decision. As she spoke, DC's face suddenly turned pale. It turned out Leon had appeared quietly behind her, silently watching and listening as Harry spoke. Who has the right to judge the goddess' will? DC kept signaling her to stop. Assistant head hand, Harry said angrily, grinding her teeth. Just listen to me. It is The king said the same thing. The more she spoke, the more worried DC became. Leon, standing behind Harry, was already annoyed. But she did not realize it. Since being demoted, I have not even been able to sleep. I have been training hard without a single break. Yet back then, they did not even want me to come along. DC's face, fresh sweat forming as he groaned. Oh man, assistant head hand. After D's words, the tension seemed to ease, and the two sank into a silent moment. Leon, standing behind her, radiated an intense aura. Harry, sensing his tension, nervously asked, "You were behind me back then, right?" Without hesitation, he reached out and grabbed the tuft of hair on her head, making Harry scream. Leon held her head tight, leaning in with gritted teeth and a fierce glare. "How dare you say something like that so casually? I never said that to anyone, so do not put words in my mouth." Terrified, Harry cried out, begging, Please forgive me, Master." Leon suppressed his anger, clenching his lips in control, released her hair with a sigh, crossing his arms to look at her. Harry, still crying quietly, stayed silent. Leon calmed down and closed his eyes, lowering his head as he asked, "How could you have earned his favor?" She stopped crying, confused, and looked back. "Sorry. Favor." Leon frowned deeply and sighed, replying, "The blessing of balance and waves." He glanced at the others, noticing Harry's cluelessness, and added, "Boysedon said he would turn you into his priestess." She blinked in disbelief and asked, "Huh?" Without saying more, Leon turned and placed a hand on her shoulder. "Never mind. You would not understand anyway. I will let you all join the raid on the Crimson Hell Sea." Harry calmly replied, "Thank you, Master." But feeling something was off, Harry pursed her lips and squinted at him, thinking, "That is nice, but something's weird. Why is he looking at me like that?" Just as she suspected, Leon grabbed her tightly again. She screamed in fear. "There is definitely something strange. Did you say you are going to turn me into a priestess?" Unwon stood on the railing, watching as Harry was carried on a plank. She kept crying out, "You said you would turn me into a priestess. What does that even mean? I do not want that. Your Majesty, please spare me." Seeing her being carried away, someone panicked, face darkening as they shouted, "Hey, Harry, did you just call out for a savior? Somebody save me." Meanwhile, Leon stood calmly, pushing up his glasses with a sly smile. "Bringing women aboard only brings bad luck to us." Leon slowly approached, noticing Unwon's worried face. "But," he said, "there is a way to avoid that." Then he hesitated. "Don't he tell me?" Proudly, Leon lifted his head and pushed up his glasses again. A statue. Hearing this, Harry's fear peaked and she screamed in despair. Harry cried even louder, struggling to lift her head and pleading to the people carrying her. "This is all wrong. I told you I would do anything to come along, but it is not this. Suho, I am your sister. Save me." Suho stays silent, and the melon guy turns his face away. He avoids Harry's words, looking down apologetically. "Sorry, sister, I am just following the king's orders." Harry angrily curses. "Traitor." She is dragged away by them. Powerless, Harry shouts loudly, "Kid, Hunter, someone has to stop this." Not trusting those two, Harry turns to Soyeon. "Don't you hear me? Save me." She says nothing, her eyes blank, staring off elsewhere. After tying Harry up, they place a glowing wooden plank on her, making her scream. Harry is strapped right at the ship's bow, stunned and terrified. Looking around, now she stops yelling, trying to breathe by opening her mouth wide and widening her eyes, staring into the deep, dark sea. Harry smiles faintly but feels uneasy inside. The soldier, seeing everyone settled, bows and blows his whistle. They stand straight on the ship, saluting the figure below. Harry shouts again, "I am not going." The ship starts leaving the dock, waves crashing continuously against its hull. She is helpless, her terrified eyes pleading, "Save me." Amid a violent thunderstorm, the warship majestically sails into the sea and storm. Huge waves crash against the ship as if trying to swallow everything. White spray flying amidst the raging storm. The storm grows stronger. People on board shout warnings. The storm's coming right at us. At 64.5 meters per second, Harry's face turns pale, her eyes lifeless and wide. "Someone help me." The storm only intensifies. The two ships follow each other. Her cries echo across the sea. "Please, save me. I do not want to die." Nearby, Lynn is fishing. Annoyed, it is too noisy. Harry immediately falls silent, turning back pleadingly. "Your Majesty, please spare me." Leon holds his fishing rod with one hand and adjusts his sunglasses with the other. "Quiet. Don't you see all the fish have run away? Harry yells in frustration. Fish? You are fishing while someone else is freaking out like this? He reels in the line, grinding his teeth. Because of you, all the fish have scattered. At this slow pace, how am I supposed to catch anything? Ignoring Harry's fear, Lian casts the line far out. Just moments after casting, Lian's eyes widen in shock as if sensing something. He stumps on the ship's railing and yanks the rod hard, pulling up a huge fish that astonishes everyone nearby. Lian tightly holds the big fish, while another struggles desperately to escape. Holding one fish in each hand, he asks Wai-Him on the shoulder. Commander Choi, is what I asked for ready? Standing behind, looks surprised but respectfully replies, yes, it is all prepared, sir. Soon, the fish stops moving and is quickly placed on the altar table. Everyone on the ship gathers around. Lin kneels on one knee by the altar, hands raised in prayer. He closes his eyes tight, silently calling out, "You are the Lord of the Ocean. Please accept this gift from those who dare challenge your domain." Suddenly, the fish on the board starts glowing brightly, radiating a dazzling light amid the roaring storm. A blinding pillar of light tears through the night sky, striking down the warship. Soldiers in the cabin look out in shock, unable to believe their eyes. What is that? Has anyone ever seen anything like it? One man frowns in disbelief, mouth agape. Is that a wave? This is the first time I have seen such a massive wave. The sea churns wildly, seemingly trying to swallow everything as a giant wave descends upon the ship. The small ship is sucked into a massive whirlpool amid the roaring ocean. The gigantic swirling water rips through the air like it is tearing reality itself. Hanging threateningly, as a strange sound emerges, Lian shouts, "My lighthouse, protector of the shrine, guardian of Lenquan." Hearing that sound, Lin bows his head and calls out, "Boisadun." A shark-shaped figure made of seawater appears, swimming through the storm's center. Seeing this, he exclaims, "God of the ocean and the storm." Lin and everyone else are terrified, looking up in awe and speechless at the strange sound speaking to them. This is truly an amazing ocean. A perfect day to meet you. I can feel it all, the ocean's embrace. Just like the gods once said, that shark looks pissed. Its head is turning red as it circles above the turtle ship. Your ship does not even flinch. You fools just do not understand the ocean's blessings. Lian stood up straight, placing his hands firmly on the railing, ready to argue. Times have changed. It is not like before. There are new things you just do not get yet. Please, protect and care for this place like you did back then. The shark still has not calmed down. It lunged right in front of him, shouting, "Why should I care for those who are not my own kind? Blessings only go to those who truly fear and respect the ocean." Hearing this, Lian showed no fear. He closed his eyes and said, "All right, I want to ask anyway." He looked toward Harry, who was dazzled at the ship's bow. She was scared, staring up. Why did he pick this girl as his priestess? Harry looked like she might cry, terrified. The shark heard this and burst out laughing. The fierce shark bared its sharp teeth and sneered, "It is hard to change others, you know, but it is worth it when they change. I gain a lot too." Then it eyed Harry and praised her. "This girl has a pure soul. She can be changed." That left Lian standing behind looking confused. The shark remembered Lian's image, calm and eyes closed. Lian's hand glowed with power. Of course, his faith and awe of the gods were not as strong as others. But in this world, he was still a mystery no one could understand. Harry was frozen in fear, unable to move. Lin kept his stance, glanced at her, and said cryptically, "I think you are lucky he chose her. But who is sure this was the right choice?" The shark snapped back angrily. "This is a blessing. How dare you doubt my choice?" Harry got stuck in this tense conversation. Lian spoke again. "For those with little faith in the gods, I think you can change them easily." She felt her head spinning, her face twisted in confusion. "Blessing? What are they talking about?" The shark grinned wickedly. "I trust the king of this world will handle everything just fine." Then it paused, towering over everyone, and called out, "Hen Harry." The shark stared at her, noticing Harry's fear. "My priestess." It growled. She nervously shrank back. Stammering, the shark slowly lowered itself, crept closer, and said, "I grant you my blessing. You will control the ocean's favor and the waves' power. Take it with open hands and spread my blessing everywhere." Harry's face softened a bit, her eyes shining as she smiled. "Okay, so you will let me go now?" The shark scowled at her words, then coldly said, "Rain." As soon as it spoke, the air grew still. After a moment, the shark slowly withdrew, loudly declaring to everyone in the ocean, "As long as my priestess stays devoted and faithful, no wave will harm this ship." Harry called out in confusion. Quickly, the shark disappeared. The sky stayed dark, thunder and storm still raging. Harry remained frozen there, her face blank as she mumbled, "Is that it? So I am still stuck here." Suho stood behind, worried, watching her. Everyone else scattered, shouting, "Storm's coming! Waves over 10 meters. Everyone rushed inside the ship, leaving Harry alone at the bow. Get up to the deck. Quick! The waves will take us if we do not move. The waves grew fiercer. Pounding nonstop, Harry glanced at the sea. Startled, a huge wave crashed toward the ship's bow. She screamed in terror. Help me! Now only Leon remained. He crossed his arms, leaning on the railing. Senza, you still do not have enough faith in the gods, Harry said hesitantly. Startled. What do you mean? Leon still wore his familiar sunglasses. He smiled slightly and said, but Senza Poison has a soft spot for you. Looks like you are forgiven no matter what you did. Harry quickly pleaded. I do not want forgiveness, I just want to be let go. He stepped forward, placing his hand on the railing, adjusted his glasses, and looked at the rolling waves, saying, calm down. Let the ocean surround you. He stood firm at the front of the ship, arms wide open, calmly saying that the vastness of nature would embrace her. Behind him, Harry strained his neck and shouted, Your Highness, I want to live. Suddenly, she stopped singing. Huh? Leon turned around, smiled, and asked, Don't you find something strange here? He glanced at Harry, one hand on his hip, the other rubbing his head as he explained. Even with such a strong storm, why has not a single wave touched her? Harry looked confused. The moment she slightly opened her eyes and whispered, Yes, Harry suddenly realized something. Now that he thought about it, the ship had not rocked at all for a while. Wherever the two ships went, the waves parted and washed to either side, almost disappearing near their ship. Leon loudly explained to her, wherever the ship moves, the waves calm down. Oisidon is using priests as intermediaries to channel holy power, controlling the waves around the ship. Harry suddenly shouted, Really? He turned, giving a sympathetic smile, arms crossed leaning on the railing. Without the faith, he could only use priests as a medium. Though still a bit scared, she peeked over and said, I get it now. Harry quietly rejoiced inside. That was not the reason he blinded me like this. After hearing his explanation, the ropes tightly binding her suddenly loosened. Harry looked down and exclaimed, The ropes, because her feet never touched the ground when she was tied up. Harry immediately fell once freed. Suddenly, her whole body felt weightless. Harry screamed in fear. Help me! The ship tilted heavily to one side, as if sinking, throwing her off balance. Leon stood unaffected and calm, but Harry was not so lucky. She lunged forward, clutching the piece of wood that had blinded her, crying out, I won't ask to be blinded again. I promise. The two ships kept moving side by side, while Harry's desperate screams echoed across the sea. I really hate this place. Let me down. Finally, Leon quickly granted her wish. With his help, Harry was blinded again. As the sun set, the sky was painted in shades of pink. Ronan stood on the deck, leaning against the railing holding a little turtle, mumbling, A while, I thought the ship was lost, but now it seems stable. Suddenly, the little turtle in his hand glowed faintly and relayed a message. That guy is using the power of the ocean and waves. The ship is perfectly protected and has not been damaged even in the storm. Hearing this, Ronan hesitated, sweating as he looked into the magical orb, replying, I understand. But inside, he was still uneasy. That bastard really does have terrifying holy power. Everyone on the ship was frantic, and an alert sounded, grabbing Ronan's attention. This is a destroyer. This is bad news. Holding the little turtle, his eyes turned back to listen. Looks like the Japanese Royal Navy's Mirasami destroyer fleet left Seipo Island, got caught in the storm, and we are in the process of rescuing them. He muttered irritably. So now our fleet has to risk people to rescue them. That reduces our numbers. Seeing Ronan's hesitation, the magical orb ordered, Focus on the gate. This is very important. Got it. He bowed his head and replied, Yes. I understand. Something was mentioned and activated as an announcement E-code. This is the Edel-like gate. We will proceed with the plan as before. The attack team will enter the gate. A group of armored soldiers boarded a small boat heading out to sea. Ahead of the two ships, a massive space gate appeared. The announcement ordered, The small boats will land first to scout the gate. The deep, dark red space gate loomed as the small boats slowly approached. We are going through the gate now. Everyone, be careful. Lin and his team had also arrived nearby. The strong wind hit them, but he stood firm with crossed arms, ready to start the ocean storm operation. Jinsu, on another boat, raised his hand and loudly signaled, Phoenix team, get ready to depart. At this moment, Harry was blinded again on the piece of wood, her eyes helpless. Silently crying, the ship slowly entered the circle, then all glowed brightly and mysteriously. Once inside, a loud warning sounded, Everyone be careful, there is a whirlpool. Harry looked up, confused and unconscious. Huh? What? A whirlwind appeared. Huge spirals of water swirling violently. It quickly sucked everyone in, their terrified screams echoing. Help! Your Majesty! Sunset was falling, painting the sky a soft pink. The floodwaters were slowly retreating, leaving a girl unconscious on the sandy shore, still half delirious. Harry mumbled, "That guy told you it is kimchi." Suddenly she stuck out her tongue and shouted, "So salty." Harry snapped awake, gasping and spitting out several mouthfuls of water. Only then did she remember the tornado from earlier, that whirlwind had swept her into the sky. Where am I? Harry looked around and saw the hunter group scattered and lying on the sand. She shouted with all her strength, "Everyone, wake up! Get up!" Dazed, they all scrambled up, head spinning. "My head," Suho groaned and helped her up. "Is that you, sis?" "My head." Harry was deeply worried. "Are you okay?" he asked hurriedly. "Yeah, but that blow was brutal. Were we all blown away by that storm?" Suddenly, she sensed something was off. "All of us." Suho looked confused. "Sis," quietly. Harry counted everyone and realized the king was not there. And some of the other hunters were missing too. Just as she panicked, a voice rang out. "Calm down, girl. They will be fine." Startled, she said, "Huh?" Harry frantically scanned the area. Suho looked at her, equally clueless. Just as Harry was about to lose it, the voice caught her attention again. "Look down here." A turtle blinked its slitted eyes and stared at her. A turtle. It even boldly replied, "That is right, girl." The little guy raised its head and said, "I sent my avatar to save you." Harry still did not quite get it. Avatar, she blurted out. "So tiny." It immediately steamed with anger. "Hey, that is disrespectful. When you see a deity, you show respect." Harry fell into deep thought as flashes of her past flickered through her mind. Harry bent down, puzzled. "Wait, you said everyone will be safe. So you know what happened?" Najian's shocked gaze watched as the little turtle stood upright on its hind legs. "During the storm that tried to sweep everything away, we were protected inside a circle. The wave's power brought us to safety. Getting separated was inevitable." Harry sighed with relief. "Oh man, that is such a relief." The little turtle slowly crawled forward. "Man, moving with this body is tough. Seriously, put me on your shoulder." Harry obediently agreed. "Okay." After placing the turtle on her shoulder, she kept pondering. "What should I do now?" Suddenly Harry's ears twitched. She picked up a strange sound wave. From afar came rustling noises, like many feet marching together, riding the sound's vibe. Harry shouted, "Everyone, stand up." A huge swarm of crabs was rushing toward them. Monsters incoming. The crabs' shells were a striking brick brown color. One after another jumping out, he urgently shouted, "Get ready. Raise your weapons." Harry drew her sword. "Why do monsters keep showing up like this?" Her sword glowed with blazing flames. "I have to give it my all." Suddenly, a drop of water slid down the blade, instantly extinguishing the fire. She looked over and saw the little turtle exhaling deeply. A priest protected by the waves but dares to breathe fire. Harry broke out in a cold sweat, feeling annoyed. Seriously, she grabbed the turtle's shell and shook it. "I can use fire magic anymore." The priest monkey, "I do not want to do it anymore," the stubborn turtle said. "There is no turning back now." Her face darkened as she gave it a desperate look. Harry shouted, full of frustration, "You are impossible." Somewhere in the forest, monsters were being roasted to death. A patch of green grass was littered with crab corpses. Ronan held a magic orb, exhaling deeply. "Basically, this should do it." Then another voice echoed. "The start was tough, but luckily we escaped the Monster King." The magic orb pulsed. "Forget those Sante Palo hunters with the spirit army. Let us start rebuilding." He scanned the area cautiously. "Yes, your omnipotence." Suddenly Ronan's gaze fixed on a crab lying there. Then he slowly approached it. He cast a spell on it. Chanting, the crab's body glowed purple, and its eyes slowly lit up. Ronan repeated the motion, and all the crab corpses suddenly stood up together. He gave an order with a glance. "Lead me to the stone statue." Ronan followed the turtle to another forest, where he found a stone statue. In front of him stood a stone statue with a red gem embedded right in the center. "Exactly. I need to find more statues like this." Ronan raised his hand toward the stone tablet, creating a circle of red magic. Just as he was about to touch the tablet, someone came rushing to stop him. "Wait." Youngwon boldly stepped forward. "Master, do you even know what that thing is before you touch it?" Ronan panicked and scrambled for an excuse, thinking of Youngwon and everyone else all safe and sound in his mind. "They arrived earlier than I expected." The magic orb was surprised too. "How did they avoid running into monsters?" Ronan pretended to stay calm and asked, "I guess the two Korean hunters got the mission too, right? It is probably not a mission to destroy this statue, is it?" Youngwon replied bluntly, "Of course not. I read the instructions right away. The mission board clearly says, explore the island and destroy the giant Raksasa statue. No more than 3. He bowed his head thoughtfully but remembered the Jeju Island gate earlier. Thinking of the mighty Jelbrick made Yeonwon worried. The gate's goal was to defeat Jelbrick, but Jelbrick was a fallen war god. Suddenly enlightened, he said the mission probably hides another secret we do not know yet. We still do not have enough info about this gate. Ronan was confused about the info, but Yeonwon did not hesitate to explain. If this is a trap, who knows what could happen, right? He glanced at Ronan meaningfully and said firmly, I think we should share info about the Rakshasa. Panicked inside, Ronan thought we should retreat. The magic orb scolded him. It said no one could handle this alone, so do not get reckless. Ronan gave a goofy smile. Yeah, the Korean hunters really know how to think ahead under the group's judging gaze. He suggested, then let us head to the beach for a private talk. They slowly moved through the tall trees in the forest, where Maverick's people were also waiting. Cut back to the beach. Harry exhaled and sheathed her sword. Finally, it is. She scanned the group. Phew, no one's hurt, right? The boy reported. Yeah, we are all fine, says Harry shouted toward another side. Hunters from North D6. Anyone injured there? The boy patted his shoulder. Nah, they are all good too. At Lehan Market, DC came close and called her name. Listen, Lehan Market. Harry stopped. Hunter DZ. Suddenly he hesitated, making her worried. This is. DC looked at his jittery hands. The king's aura is gone. Even Harry says not showing what is going on. Sweat poured down her face. This is big trouble. I have seen the king's aura many times. But now, a strange thought struck him. That is the real problem. Leon stood in a beam of light measuring distance. Earlier, I asked His Majesty to join an experiment to see how far his aura could reach. Yes, the light could cover a large area, about 30 kilometers, because back then the king's hatred for the demons pushed his aura to its peak. He spoke uncertainly, but none of us. Darkness was about to cover the sky, just like their gloomy mood now. Sensing the king's aura and its effects from back then right now, Harry's eyes widened in terror. So that means, no matter how many times we look, this island still does not even reach 30 kilometers. The islands here are spaced far apart, making her guess that His Majesty might not even be on these islands anymore. Impossible. Harry stared at the little turtle. Boysidun. Immediately it shook its head. Even its connection to me is gone now. Worried, Harry looked out to the vast ocean. It is so bad we still can't find the missing people. The sun dipped below the horizon, the vast sea making everyone feel even more hopeless. Harry almost despairingly shouted, Where are you? His Majesty. Beneath the deep blue ocean, somewhere among the beautiful coral reefs, there was a path at the bottom, with a glowing circle in the middle. Lin was inside, on high alert. It is time to end this nightmare. Vaxa hears the sharp teeth threatening. After 500 years of eating every kind of fish, even the most beautiful lands do not taste right anymore. Now its black tentacles start to emerge. And now, below, Lin watches nervously, unable to look away. I wonder, what would this holy grail night taste like? Machines were constantly BIOS starting up. Error detected. The processor hit some unknown matter. Retrying. Error again. System rebooting with limited resources. Z's lights brighten. Detecting that day lying among the petals, Z suddenly stands up. That day was lying on a white platform. Below, dozens of crabs line up neatly toward the platform. They raise their big claws and snap them, making strange clicking sounds. Z flicks his two antennae repeatedly, mimicking that clicking noise. The crabs seem to mimic Z, snapping their claws faster in response. Z freezes for a moment, clearly confused about what is happening. Z points his leg in one direction, and the crab claws snap in sync, pointing the same way. Z gets excited and points the other way. The crabs immediately shift formation and run that way. That day was sweating nervously, too scared to move along the shore. On the beach, Harry gathers everyone into a circle but notices Kim Do-han and Jae Hui-uk are missing. Someone else reports that Chief Kim is also nowhere to be found. Najin covers his mouth. Worried, it seems both the trainees and soldiers have all gone missing. Suho tries to reassure Harry. They will be fine. I just can't relax yet. Right? Harry turns and smiles slightly. And thanks again for earlier, Suho excitedly asks the guy. Right, comrade from the American Guild. Thanks to you, we quickly wiped out those monsters. The man steps forward and introduces himself. Hello? Korean hunters. I am Mistral from the Maverick Guild. Harry laughs awkwardly. Nice to meet you. Suddenly curious. She says, Wait, Mistral. I think I've heard of you before. Harry remembers the face from a magazine. She once saw this man as Orlando. It's rank hunter, ranked 6th in the Maverick Guild. He clears his throat. Shouldn't we use real names instead of nicknames? Harry bows repeatedly. Embarrassed? Right? We should use real names. Sorry about that. Orlando scratches his head helplessly. No need to be so formal. Everyone nearby looks at them and says, So that is Mistral. I have seen him on YouTube. Looks like an rank hunter came to help us. Harry gazes at him admiringly. Honestly, I did not know you were part of this mission. Orlando looks away awkwardly. We have not shared info yet. Guess we were a bit rushed. Standing among this crowd, he looks like a giant. But since the haul over there has not arrived, we are basically just searching for those swept away by the waves. Right? Harry brightens up and says, Don't worry about that. She confidently states, We have got the sea god watching over us, and if His Majesty wanted to find us, He would have done it long ago. Suho nods. Exactly, says, with his majesty and Pegasus on our side. What is there to fear? In Olan's mind, two ocean symbols come to mind, the sea god and Pegasus. What did you say? The sky clears as clouds thin out, and suddenly a system panel appears. The people below look up at the panel in confusion. First wave of attack incoming. Harry's eyes widen in frustration. What now? Another monster attack? He puts on his gloves. Let us talk later, we have got to handle this first. Monsters slowly crawl out of the water. First wave incoming. Monsters approaching. Time remaining 2. 59. 34. A giant white octopus appears, with several others swimming in behind it as the smaller ones reach shore. They sense something's wrong, already facing an ranked boss. This is bad. It opens its mouth wide like a signal for others to attack. This is gonna be tough. Its mouth growls nonstop. Tentacles strike relentlessly toward them. A massive tentacle lashes out, targeting the small group on the shore. Harry and Olan are overwhelmed by its size. Frozen in place, unable to react. Moments later, she sensed something beside her, but before she could see clearly, a figure darted past. Dizzy rushed out with his shield raised, blocking the front and protecting them. Tentacles slammed hard into the shield. The force so strong it pushed him back a bit. Dizzy gasped in panic. Without the shield's buff effect, he felt noticeably weaker. The tentacles broke through their defense line, knocking the hunched DC hunter down. He was thrown behind Harry. Are the others okay? DC struggled to get up, saying, "We are fine. So the rest of you focus on holding them back." She gritted her teeth, fighting back reluctantly. If only she could use fire magic. This would be so much easier. A monster leapt at her, but Harry swung his sword fiercely at it. Sharp sword slashes cut through as she landed, effortlessly slicing several monsters in half. Harry charged right into the monster horde. "God Poseidon," he said, "even if I am just flesh and blood, do not you have the power of raging waves or underwater breathing or something?" The monster on her head complained. "Looks like you have read too many comics." Harry snapped back. "You are the one who looks like you just stepped out of one." While Harry was caught off guard, another monster crept up behind her. Luckily, a strong force blasted it away. Mitchell killed the monster with a single finger. Don't he get distracted? Korean hunter. Harry stood stunned. "Thanks, ma'am." Harry sensed something again and glanced sideways. Olan's teammates were still fiercely battling monsters. She was amazed. Had they really beaten them all? Even the giant white monster lay defeated on the spot. Since they were all a rank, it took a lot of effort. She felt a heavy weight inside. These guys were seriously strong. Najan's mood mirrored hers. This was no joke. The strongest hunters in America. He turned to his team. "Let us fix up this mess. We do not have much time left." Cut to another beach. The system board announced that the third attack wave had ended. In the clear blue water, monsters were everywhere, but they would all been sent packing to another realm. He looked around. The monsters in his territory had been trapped for 36 hours straight. He was riding the biggest crab. Moving along, Z had protected himself from the island's monster waves, but he would also started adopting their instincts. Z watched the crab's movements closely to analyze it. The attack wave update cycle on the beach lasted 12 hours, and these crab monsters had an alarming reproduction and growth rate. Looking at the crab, you could see its genetic structure was a living organism. Every creature absorbs nutrients to grow and develop armor. But these crab monsters were different. Suddenly, someone called from behind. "Jack, big brother Jack." Z turned around, surprised. "Kim Z, what is up? What is going on?" The system panel just updated. "Big brother," Z excitedly pointed out his discovery. "The sub-statue on the vehicle has not been completely destroyed yet." Confirmed. There is a note everyone should know. They rescued someone unconscious on the beach the first day Kim Z arrived. He opened the system panel and pointed. "I do not know if you knew, but the survivors said they could not see the system frame, so things look pretty complicated." Z nodded. "Yeah, it is tough to get info right now, so sharing system data is crucial." Z covered his mouth, thinking, the mission target is to destroy the statue. Someone climbed on his shoulder and added, "It is likely the monster faction is at war with some third party." Z stepped closer to the monsters and continued talking to Jack. "They might be sending waves of monsters to destroy the statue." Jack looked surprised. "Really? That is pretty strange." Z thought of something that made him break out in a cold sweat. "But one thing's for sure. The statue is definitely the monster's attack target. Right?" Jack agreed. "Sounds about right." He glanced at the monsters nearby. "By the way, it looks like the Kiki Ruck clan has already taken heavy losses. Can we even protect ourselves now?" "Here come the Kiki Kuk." The crabs are still tailing them, refusing to leave. The difficulty spikes sharply with each round, and the failure rate by round 5 is sky high. Jihike eyed them suspiciously. "Even with the big boss here," he explained, "it is impossible even if we had an order to counter them." He imagined those crab pincers. Wondering, that order? Then who is going to teach these monsters a lesson? Suddenly, Jihai clapped his hands excitedly. "Right, big bro Jack. I just found something awesome." He led Jack to a towering waterfall. surrounded by lush green trees. Jia Hike carefully slipped through the cascade and peeked inside. There was a cave behind the waterfall. He slowly ventured deeper, scanning something with an infrared beam. Jia Hike stepped into a brightly lit area. Look, big bro. Morning light gently filtered through the window. The huge street lamps at the crossroads were not on. Ahead of Jia Hike was a city with towering skyscrapers. Those sneaky Kiki might be built a civilization more advanced than we thought. Cut to the deep, gloomy ocean, where lanternfish swam in circles, like they were checking something out. Lin slowly took off his glasses, looking frustrated. This just got complicated. He frowned in irritation. This is not just some ordinary sea devil, it is the remnant of a whole civilization. Lim boldly stepped through a gate into a devastated world, his whole body wrapped in a golden aura. He walked into an ancient structure. Lin stayed alert, and the moment the ship capsized, Poseidon's power was instantly cut off. Because this place belongs to something completely different, it must have weakened our powers. Thought flashed through his mind. Maybe a dark monster with a demonic form appeared in his head. It is a creature on par with gods or a demon of equal rank. Lin raised his fist and shouted, "Damn demon, show your true form." "You fiend," a sinister laugh echoed, and Lian scanned the area for the source. The voice filled the space. "Lian, the god's dog." It mocked. Lian was alone in the hall. The hair of the sacred dragon Smith, something dark and powerful, approached Lian from behind the slayer of the universe, as fierce as demons. In a black hole, only black tentacles and blazing red eyes were visible. The Knight of Knights, King of Kings. It gradually revealed itself before Lian, protector of a great empire. He stood firm, listening to the nonsense. "Now you appear before me. Even armies and I myself should tremble." Lian shouted a glare. "Know your place. You are messing with me. How do you think I do not know I am the god's dog?" Vaxa wagged its twisted tentacles. "Even among us, you are a legendary hero." Seeing Lian hold his ground, it threatened harder. "Many warriors came here, but none defeated evil." It boosted loudly. "But is this really any different?" Lian's eyes burned with fierce determination. "Even filthy demons see him as a threat, right?" Vaxa suddenly bared its sharp teeth, laughing loudly. Lian was surrounded by black smoke. The only light was where he stood. Suddenly, talismans and heavy chains appeared around it. "Thank you so much." It mentioned a name that made Lian recall thanks to him defeating Malos. He got this chance. He thought he misheard. "Malos?" Vaxa slowly removed the chains. "Yes, it is time to end 500 years of waiting." Preparing for the fourth attack, Harry bounced excitedly on the beach, shouting happily. But then she pouted, using her hands to splash water. The little turtle on her head obviously noticed and sighed helplessly. Hothad looked away, pretending not to watch, teasing Harry, "If you want to play in the water, just strip and be comfy." That made her even more annoyed. "Stop saying weird stuff. I am trying to wake up here." Hearing that, the little turtle bowed its head and said, "So Bay is not just messing with the water. Huh, no matter how much Bay stirs up the sea now, he still can awaken the true power of the waves." And Harry finally stopped playing with the water and stared intently at her hands. Ariana's image flashed through her mind, and Harry seriously declared, "I have learned from the goddess Ariana, the goddess of justice, that accumulating actions is key. The style will elevate." It does not disagree. Openly commenting, "That is the typical method, but it feels kind of bland trying too hard." Seeing the little turtle's wrong take, she started quoting other gods' goddess Demira, who cultivates fields and treasures the crops. Land god Betos resonates with the flame of glory and unyielding will. Is not that right? At that moment, Harry pointed her finger to the sky and faced the little turtle on her head. "Boma is connected to the sea and the waves. I thought you had to do something out at sea to awaken it, but apparently not." It bluntly rejected, "Even if it is possible, it is not about messing around in the water here." Harry could not hold back anymore and gently rubbed the little turtle's head. Then said, "Well then, tell me, you said we have to save King Leon, right?" Mentioning this, it suddenly remembered. "Right, that guy is stuck under the sea, not on land." Letting the little turtle hold her hand, she said sadly, "If that is the case, should not we hurry up? I need to awaken as soon as possible to find King Leon too." It kept its stubborn tone. "Well, you are right about that." Seeing the turtle so calm, Foma asked irritably, "So tell, how do I actually awaken?" She thought to herself, "I do not get a word this god is saying." The little turtle saw her impatience, sighed, and pondered. In the vast blue ocean, the little turtle began to explain slowly. "Hen Harry, my extraordinary girl, embracing the ocean and waves, and nurturing faith is easy for someone like you." The scene shifted to other students as its calm voice continued. "The ocean is an endless source of life. Just showing gratitude to it is enough to build faith." What the little turtle said next made Harry's eyes widen in surprise. "But Harry, my young priestess, how dare you confuse your path with that of a follower?" It continued bluntly, slowly awakening her. "How could you arrogantly think a soldier and a knight are on equal footing?" Then Harry sighed, hugging the little turtle as she walked and said, "All right, I will try harder. Suddenly, Suho ran over calling out, seeing him running so breathlessly. Harry curiously asked, "What is going on?" Suho replied, "Found it." His answer was totally unexpected. Freezing both the little turtle and Harry, it is the Raxa statue. Images of Olins and his team appeared. Suho clearly announced, "The Maverick Guild has found the statue." Cut to the Raxa statue. Everyone was examining it. Ronan looked serious, holding the magical orb Fally. Deep in thought, he was extremely cautious, staring intently at the orb. "They are still guarding it. This mission's tougher than I thought." It also complained, "Who asked these ministers to just show off like that, judging from its past assessments?" The orb thought to itself, "Looks like they are really struggling with this mission." Seeing things dragging on, Ronan raised his spirits and suggested, "Should we secretly destroy it tonight?" The orb immediately warned, "Do not worry about baseless doubts. We will get an explanation soon enough." Suddenly, Minuteman called from afar, addressing Youngwon with a confusing tone. "Hey, Korean friend, is not it time to tear down this statue? Being cautious is fine, but it has been 3 days already." Seeing no reply, he pressed on, "This is the Raxa statue from the Maverick Guild hunters at rank. We should destroy it, right?" Ungwon could not respond at all, while Doozy beside him smiled happily. She stepped closer and whispered a solution. "Looks like there is no other choice." Ungwon just nodded in agreement, then said, "We can do anything else." Then he put his hands in his pockets, walked over to Minuteman and said, "I will leave this to you guys." Minuteman responded full of energy. "Alright." Then Minuteman focused his energy into his hand, ready to destroy the statue. Once he gathered his strength, he raised his fist. Then he struck hard, and the statue shattered. Instantly the great Raksha statue was destroyed. Out of the 3 statues, 2 remain. The mighty Raksha statue is gone. Glancing at the system board, and then at the stone that fell from the Minuteman statue, he smiled and said, "Destroying this statue seems to be the right move." But Youngwon was not happy at all. He sighed deeply. Feeling uneasy, he turned away and whispered to Juji, wondering if this was really the right choice. She replied helplessly, "What other choice do we have? I am just going with it." Then Juji got serious again, reminding him, "Yeonwon, you get it, right? Get ready. Is the next attack wave coming? We spent more time on this than I thought." After that, both of them fell silent. Sensing something was off, Yeonwon asked, "Isn't the time right yet?" Suddenly, someone called from afar, "Mason Yeon." Ronan slightly lifted the magic orb and said with a long smile, "Looks like destroying the statue is the answer to this mission." Not seeing a new attack wave, he was not happy but turned around and said, "Damn. Lucky us." He kept smiling and tapped his finger, suggesting, "Let us reassess the situation. Everyone, gather around." Once everyone was assembled, Ronan slowly shared his idea. "It is very likely each island holds a different statue. Since we also need to find our team members, how about we destroy them as fast as possible?" Yeonwon grabbed a branch and drew a few lines on the ground, saying, "In that case, let us do this." He sketched 3 islands and explained, "There are 3 islands total, and since 2 statues remain, we will split into 2 teams to attack the remaining islands." Ronan thoughtfully rubbed his chin and said, "If we destroy one statue, we can quickly pull the other team over." Yeonwon added, "With boats, moving between islands is not a problem at all." Minuteman was silent for a moment, then clapped his hands and said, "Perfect." He was clearly pumped about the plan and rallied everyone. "Let us move out and destroy the last 2 statues." Yeonwon and Juzi turned away and nodded. "Alright, we are starting too." Then the Maverick Guild's ships began to set sail. The whole guild split across multiple ships, gradually approaching the new island. Suddenly, someone on the ship shouted, catching Yeonwon's attention. Curious, he wondered, "What is going on?" Seeing the scene ahead, his surprised expression turned tense. This is everything on the island they arrived at was in ruins. Yeonwon panicked, shouting, "Was there a battle here?" Parts of some ancient machine were dismantled and stuck in the sand all around. A shiny metal tube caught his eye cannon. Instantly, Yeonwon's survival instincts kicked in. Thinking, something is seriously off about this island. He spun around and urgently ordered everyone, "We have to retreat. This island is weird. Get ready." But it was too late. Yeonwon heard strange creature sounds from afar. He raised his bow, aiming at something hiding in the bushes. A mechanical leg stomped down on the sand. Yeonwon's eyes widened. What appeared before them was totally unexpected. A group of mechs. One guild member gasped and quickly warned him, "Guild leader, the enemy is equipped with gunners." Someone pulled his bow tight and asked, "Why is this island so much more developed than the others?" He recalled other smaller monsters and tried to reassure himself, "Stay calm. The last island only had primitive monsters that relied on speed and claws." He fired an arrow straight at a mech and thought, "That side's just decoration." But the enemy quickly responded, and his face dropped in shock. Behind Yeonwon, the spot where his arrow hit suddenly exploded. He gasped and turned around. Seriously, looking at the fully armed mechs in front of him, Young One wondered. Are all of them armed like that? Gritting his teeth, he kept drawing his bow and thought, damn it, they are too many. We are totally outmatched. Suddenly, someone else jumped in. A knelt down. Zuzi was stunned and muttered, in this vast place. And the person continued, this is our clan chief, Lord Jack. The one speaking was Jae Yuk, who introduced him with full reverence. Respectfully, Big Brother Jack. He stood on the back of a crab, speaking in a deep, mechanical tone. Give up, humans. Standing deep within Jack's formation, Jack declared, you do not stand a chance against us. The entire Maverick Guild, Sequel, Kwan. Stunned, Jack's group. Even Zuzi widened their eyes in disbelief. There were even trainees here. The pacification was complete. Current status. Phoenix Guild controls Jack Island. Maverick and Ronan control Heron Island. Only 2 statues remain. Ronan pushed aside a branch and sighed heavily, spotting Harry guarding the Raxa statue. He grumbled. What now? Things keep getting more complicated. Don't block everything. She tried explaining. No matter what, we should not destroy these statues. I can see the future. You know. Olin stopped too, crossed her arms, calmly analyzing. Seriously, since you can see the future, you can just wreck them. Harry looked away, stammered, exactly, while wondering silently, does no one else sense it? The Raxa statue is radiating a dark, ominous energy. Harry watched and quietly confirmed the statue was emitting a sinister, terrifying energy. This was seriously dangerous. She kept observing, thinking, if we break it into pieces, a burst of power from afar, but her thoughts were suddenly cut off, seeing the statue shatter. Harry thought, who did this? The cruel hand belonged to Ronan, who smiled with satisfaction after finishing the task, but his cruelty was quickly explained away as Ronan smiled innocently. Our mission here is to seal the portal to the otherworld. According to the instructions, we must destroy that statue. Suddenly, a burst of dark energy exploded nearby. Startling Harry, she glanced back at the destroyed statue, where a dark force was rising again. No way! The ground began to tremble, sending chills down everyone's spines. Minutemen looked back, fearfully whispering, what is happening? Something soft. Then his eyes widened in shock and he screamed in terror. From beneath the sea emerged a demon. Minutemen asked fearfully, what is that over there? It had dark red skin and smashed the chains on its hands with brute force. Then it roared without hesitation. Surrender now. Terrifying everyone, the demon continued. I am the Chaos Storm, the one who will shatter all your rules. I despair. The one who will crush your heart's beats, and this scream will crush all your hopes. To finish its introduction, it roared. Raxa, the chaotic demon, the great evil Raxa has awakened. My very existence is enough to crush all living beings. Everyone who saw Raxa froze stiff, barely able to move. As chaos energy quickly infiltrated, a thick black liquid oozed from their eye sockets. Everyone was affected by this screaming in pain as chaos energy caused weakness, confusion, terror, panic, convulsions, screams, fear, despair, physical breakdown, mental decay, soul exhaustion. The legendary Supreme Demon's effect drained all living things. The great evil Raxa's effect spread terror to all. Everyone collapsed except Harry, who stood firm. Raxa noticed her. It glanced at her, making Harry frightened, as if it smelled a foul stench somewhere nearby. Despite her fear, Hagian tried to shield Suho. The Night Squad stood behind, calm as it spoke, but the real feast comes later. The first sacrifice must be those who dared imprison me here. It roared, shaking the sea a surface, sending a message to all. Enjoy your last few seconds of life. Before anyone could react, it plunged into the deep sea. From where it dove, a column of light shot up, and the sky was covered in dark clouds. The area was tainted with chaos. All living creatures fell into a strange, confused state. One person, dazed, grabbed a knife and stabbed another, saying, hurry up, we should die quickly. What is the point of living? Harry panicked and tried to stop them, shouting, everyone, calm down. She drew her sword and told everyone, we have to resist this strange state. Harry could not finish her sentence before a sword sliced in from behind. The attacker was Olin. Struggling to defend herself, she called out, Olin, snap out of it. But he did not listen. He shouted back, Harry, this is the right thing to do. Gripping his sword tightly, Olin said sadly, weird dude. I will help you. I will help you. The great demon's curse is far-reaching. Those affected lose control. Then Olin charged forward. Harry barely dodged and called out, Olin. He did not respond and kept attacking relentlessly, forcing her to block blow after blow. Realizing she could not win, Harry tried to reason with him. Olin, please, come back to your senses. He only screamed. Suddenly, A fist slammed into his face, the fierce clash between them. It was Minuteman who stepped in, saving Harry's life with that punch. Minuteman knocked Olin far back, and Olin let out a shout, staring at her rescuer. Harry dazedly whispered, "Thank you," but the harsh truth was, Minuteman was also under the Chaos Curse. He turned back and punched straight into Harry's stomach. Harry cried out in pain, thinking, "I can dodge this?" The blow was so strong it sent her flying meters away. She crashed all the way out to the ocean's surface. Then she fell into the water, creating a loud splash. Deep underwater, Harry slowly sank, struggling to open her eyes. She painfully thought, "Is this how I am going to go?" Harry remembered her childhood, when she cried and someone told her to look at her parents. That person smiled in a small room and told her they were heroes who sacrificed their lives to save the world. Isn't he that amazing? He ruffled Harry's hair, and she stopped crying, puffing her cheeks. "I do not know what you will become when you grow up, but promise me this." In that office, he told her to always hold on to that pride. Those words brought her back to the present. Gritting her teeth, Harry became an extraordinary person admired by all. She cursed silently. Damn it, Harry still did not have the strength to swim up. She reached out, thinking, even if I become a righteous hunter or a sea god's avatar, what does it matter? I can't even reach Lord Gelbrick's heels. As her lungs ran out of oxygen, she started to suffocate, like Lord Gelbrick. Before my end, I have to light my final flame. Suddenly, a little turtle appeared in front of Harry. To her surprise, it called out, "Harry," with the innocent look of a turtle. It began to say, "Don't try to control the ocean. It is just a tiny pond compared to the vast sea." Calmly, Harry absorbed the lesson. Fill your heart with faith, sincerity, trust, understanding, and acceptance. The joyful little turtle wagged its flipper and kindly said, "What you are holding onto is truly magnificent." But Harry thought, "I do not understand what you mean." Across the endless ocean, its voice echoed evenly. "Listen to the sea. If you have never felt its infinity, then start now." The ocean was silent except for the turtle's guidance, the constant flow of currents, and the gentle whispers of coral. Harry sank deeper, her eyes wide open as she realized the ocean's vast symphony. The little turtle swam closer and said to her, "You are a limited creature, a mere mortal child." Suddenly, Harry's eyes lit up. The turtle continued, "If you truly want unmatched power, do not try to grab it with your hands." Then the turtle finished, and Harry seemed to understand true infinite power can be held. A light appeared before Harry as the turtle's voice echoed, "Right now, you are already inside it." Her hair floated up, a pale blue glow emerging around her. Harry slowly opened her eyes, which had turned the color of the ocean. The surrounding water rippled. She had gained control over her power, regaining consciousness. Harry looked around and thought, "I think I finally understand what I can do now." She turned around, looked down to the ocean floor, the seabed, then raised her hand, thinking, "So the day was spent in a place like this." Harry's hand slammed down like a sword striking the sea. Instantly, the sea surface split open, revealing solid ground, sacred laws, and the ocean floor. A huge ancient structure appeared, bathed in light, looking incredibly beautiful. The path stood someone waiting. He turned around to face Harry. It was Lee, who recognized her and called out, "Come here, Stallion." Leon gently encouraged her, "You are doing great." Harry's small movement and his words of encouragement made her shyly respond. "Seabed?" Leon immediately reminded, "Dunny, jump up, just sit still." While flying, Harry suddenly asked, "If I think too much, will I?" He calmly replied, "Tomorrow, I have to watch the High Priestess die right here in the sea." Suddenly, she remembered something and gasped in surprise, eyes wide open. Harry reported everything very seriously. "Your Majesty, the great demon has already awakened." Everyone went mad, fighting each other. But Leon stayed calm and responded, "I know," he said quietly, then quickly scanned the sky, though his face still showed deep worry. Leon spoke while recalling the brutal scene of those crazed people attacking each other. Is really hard for normal people to stay calm in such chaos. Every member of his team looked heavy-hearted facing this cruel reality. Leon broke the silence. Salient, in a flash, both had safely landed on the ground. His eyes lit up coldly, face sharp with resolve. Gripping a glowing blue magical seal tightly, Lin raised it to the sky. Golden light bursting out and spreading everywhere instantly, declared strongly, "The king has returned." The system quickly announced, "Aura of the brave heart." It cleared all negative effects, and the crowd could not hide their shock and doubt. "What did I just do?" Someone stepped forward, nervously stammering, "Your Majesty, you are unharmed." Leon did not hesitate to praise them. "You all held strong while I was away." Dizzy immediately reported to him, "Your Majesty, some soldiers and trainees are still missing. I heard they are safe thanks to Lord Puma." But Leon gently reassured him, "Don't worry. I can sense how they are doing." Hearing this, Dizzy felt somewhat relieved and replied, "Understood, sir." Suddenly, he gave an order. "Now, all of you, leave through this gate." Leon carefully instructed everyone, "If you trust and receive the blessing of the High Priestess, you will be able to walk on water. Just run toward the gate." He asked, Confused. What? Olin suddenly spoke up with a question. So what is your plan? He straightforwardly revealed his goal. To save every survivor if possible. That way, the king and the high priestess would have time to retreat. As night quietly fell, a strange creature resembling a giant octopus appeared. Its legs planted firmly on the ground, face terrifyingly fierce. It sneered, mocking Leon's group. You pathetic beasts. Looks like you poured all your strength into this plan. It ordered sarcastically. I have waited for this moment deep under the sea for so long. Surrender now. Suddenly, a fire explosion erupted right above it. The octopus looked clearly confused. Silently guessing, is this the energy I suspected? Slowly coming into view before its eyes. When the whole figure became clear, it immediately spoke in doubt. The Grail Knight, most of them are already dead. How could one still be here on this island? Without hesitation, the knight activated combat mode. Critical strike level 3. Wide area firepower blazing flames shot fiercely toward the octopus. Its massive body continuously took hit after hit from the relentless explosions, big and small. The entire monster's body was charred black, but it still calmly spoke as if it had anticipated everything. Sure enough, it was a major upgrade from the first version. The moment it spoke, its body was surrounded by a strange purple aura, but it was useless anyway. It slammed its tentacles hard onto the water, sending splashes flying everywhere. The octopus' violent thrashing churned the sea into roaring waves. The waves kept rising higher and higher. Worried, he quickly called out to Sir, Big Brother Giep, but Giep only replied helplessly, unable to respond further. The waves seemed to be controlled by magic, twisting and flowing smoothly. Monster struggled, confused, and asked, What? It looked up at him and Harry above, then said, It is the holy law controlling the waves. The octopus eyes turned pure white as it muttered, Stranger. It stared straight at Leon and continued, Protector of the Holy Grail. Leon Hote. The monster was quickly sucked into a small magical sphere by a whirlpool. Trapped inside, it roared in anger. Lin Hote calmly said, Sir Spinner, we have to seal this gate and leave immediately. His voice rang out, announcing, The target is seriously injured. We can leave slowly now. But Leon disagreed and argued, We have to destroy the remaining statues and close the gate. He glanced at the monster, silently thinking, if I do not retrieve the holy sword, there is no way to defeat a demon of this level. Lin Hote said, I will kill you. The world tree has not blossomed yet, so we better preserve as much strength as possible. Jack suddenly spoke up, suggesting, the local creatures here also need to escape. He immediately clarified, they are a sealed demon guarding tribe, not in pieces. Lin asked suspiciously, do we have time? It will break free soon. Jack quickly replied, it is possible. He explained, I will use the last wisdom of the Kiki Ruk tribe. Everyone was amazed walking on water, as the system announced blessings from the sea goddess and waves. Power boosted by 35% when moving underwater. Waves obey your will. All negative effects underwater are removed, and you can walk on water. Suo stepped forward in disbelief, saying, I never thought I could actually walk on water. Harry dashed ahead, urging, move faster. We have to escape before the great demon is unleashed. Leon's face showed determination and thoughtfulness. The octopus kept talking nonstop. Leon Dragonia Hote. As expected, the Sea Lord is the destroyer of all demons. It paused briefly, then continued, but that is still not enough. Suddenly, one of the monster's tentacles pierced through the magical water sphere. It revealed sharp, fierce teeth, lunged out of the water, and shouted, You will never escape my grasp. He gently raised the magical relic, making it glow and said, Stalin, pure white wings fluttered across the sky as Leon firmly gripped his spear and dove straight at the monster. The monster immediately noticed, purple rays flickering all over its body, snarling in hatred. Purple energy shot into the sky, tinting the whole space with a mysterious violet glow. He leapt off his horse. Dodging the purple rays flying straight at him, Leon landed and grabbed one of the octopus' massive tentacles. His breath released white smoke, his face sharp with focus. Leon darted forward like a lightning bolt, striking multiple points on the monster's body. The tentacles quickly wrapped around him to counterattack, while it muttered in disappointment. How frustrating! An explosion of dazzling purple light spread powerfully. Golden strands wrapped tightly around the entire monster's body. Every move he made tore its body into many small fragments. Leon's calm expression never changed. He stood facing the struggling octopus. It fired a purple beam like an arrow straight at Leon. The monster intently watched every move around it. He appeared without a single scratch. It mounts the horse. It sneers, judging disdainfully, now flying through the air like a pesky fly. He silently watches, staying calm and saying nothing. Leon's eyes turn icy white. He raises his glowing spear and declares, The ocean's judgment is coming. Everyone watching can hide their shock. Someone, surprised, asks about the huge glowing magical orb in the sky. What is that? Suddenly, a sharp object pierces straight through. He appears, eyes fierce, declaring, This is the flame that burned the chaotic demon to death. Leon looks toward the octopus and continues. Its terrifying yet haunting scream still echoes in my memory. He confidently asserts. I only need to kill him before he can strike. The monster bares its sharp teeth. A flash of light ignites in the sky. It shouts in disbelief. Impossible. You have always been creatures hiding in the shadows. The monster roars fiercely. Let me go, you miserable cowards. His spear in hand glows and grows powerful divine wrath's flame. Lin emphasizes each word. Light barrier. Leon strikes. Lin rides his flying horse, gripping his giant spear as he prepares to land, holding the spear ready to strike. His face is fierce and determined, his cold eyes sharpen. Teeth clenched. Radiating a fierce energy, punishment is coming. Divine wrath's flame, the spear sweeps down from the sky, slicing through the air with a trail of blinding light. Below, the furious monster snarls, bearing razor-sharp fangs and screaming. Leon strikes. The spear cuts through layers of air, creating giant circular shockwaves before striking straight down with fierce force. Olen and everyone watch in stunned silence. He blanks for a moment, then stammers. What was that? Olen stares at the spear's path in awe, asking, can a human really create something like that? Soon, the winged horse gently lands, bowing its head in quiet obedience, watching Leon dismount. Someone exclaims, that is a true holy knight. Leon quickly orders everyone. Time's running out. Let us get out of this gate. Everyone replies in unison. Understood. Spear of the Sea. He then asks Spinner, how's the evacuation going? It reports immediately. Progress at 80%. Supplies and key resources secured. Lin asks again. Any difficulties? Spinner shakes its head. We can handle it. Lid eyes it suspiciously and says, so you are ready for this? In the battlefield, the creature thrashes and screams, its sharp teeth ready to devour anything. The red-spotted amphibian signals. We have endured 500 years for this moment. With the chaos around, the translator deciphers and analyzes the language system Graciacia. 500 years. Leon nods. Graciacia. Huh, that is a proud and noble name. He pulls the reins and urges everyone. The gate's closing. Let us move. Then he jumps on the horse with them. But before they leave, the monster's shrill roar pierces the air. Leon strikes. You are running away. Leon turns sharply, shooting a cold glare and asks quietly, what did you say? It snarls loudly, issuing a challenge. Isn't a stubbornness your virtue? And knights, do not run away like cowards, fight to the end. Leon just smirks quietly, and the horn on his shoulder lets out a few sharp clicks. His eyes drip with contempt as he sneers. I do not need knightly virtues to deal with scum like you. Green-skinned beasts and cruel creatures are not even worthy. The monster's 4 eyes burn brightly. It snarls in rage. Leon strikes, watching Leon ride off on his flying horse. It growls. I swear I will kill you. After they leave, the gate closes behind them. In the endless blackness surrounding Earth, the world had once been plunged into chaos. News started pouring in from far away, the first relatively powerful demon ever detected by humanity, having already suffered heavy losses from giant demons before. This was earth-shattering news. A warning was issued. But it was not just bad news. It was a sign that humanity still held on to hope, that some people continued to believe in our strength. After watching the news, a girl immediately exclaimed, what is this? All images of Leon spread across social media. The Pantheon Guild's activities inside the gate were live-streamed on YouTube for the whole world. Then a trade deal was made, and both sides shook hands in harmony. Leon cheerfully said, thank you, President of England. Thanks to you, things have gotten a bit easier. Sarah shyly replied, it is nothing big. Your Majesty. He hesitated, a bit embarrassed. I was surprised to hear there are 10,000 survivors at a special residential beach in Graciacia, then raised his brow and explained, yes, they are a proud tribe with a long history of fighting demons. Cyro was so worried sweat kept pouring down as he stammered. But, Your Majesty. Cyro pointed at a statue engraved with Leon's image and asked, what is that? In his mind, he really thought, is this marking territory for another species? Calmly, Leon explained, that is a statue honoring the great hero who sacrificed himself fighting the demon lord. The symbol in the middle represents the symphony of peace and water's flow. A faint smile crossed Cyro's face, his voice soft, as if every word was a struggle. That is not the only statue I am talking about, Leon quickly added. And there is also a statue of Sir Jeff Spinner. From now on, Sir Jeff will represent the Kiki Ruk tribe. He forced a smile to hide his thoughts. A statue fanatic. Huh? That is the English president. A Protestant. Cyro then pointed at an unfinished statue with no facial features and asked curiously, Your Majesty, what about that statue over there? Leon chuckled and praised, he trusts a lot. Leon closed his eyes slightly, lips curling up. That statue is for the English president. For him, he gave us a place to settle and live. We owe him a proper debt of gratitude. Leon said, President of England, even if you are not a god of faith with hope, he confidently added, The Kiki Ruck residents will come here to worship at your statue's feet. Thank you, President of England, for sacrificing your life for a better future. Meanwhile, Sara was silently screaming in despair. This Kintip, his face went pale. Voice trembling. Your Majesty, please, remove my statue. Lin confidently patted his shoulder. Why should a leader be ashamed of this? Saying that, Lin turned and left, leaving a message. I look forward to continuing our cooperation. The English president, Cyril, helplessly muttered, Yes, Your Majesty. He wiped sweat with a handkerchief, thinking to himself, I have lost 5 years of my life. Cyril put the handkerchief back in his pocket and asked, What is the matter? A guard approached to report. Sir, the guard held up some documents and said, though it is unrelated to security, here's an urgent report from National Intelligence. After reading, Cyril frowned and exclaimed, But North Korea is still causing trouble. Have they given up their nuclear weapons? The guard pushed up his glasses and replied, Sir, the guard reported seriously. Last night, all communications with North Korea were suddenly cut off. Cyril's face darkened with suspicion as he shouted. What? The more he read, the darker his expression grew. The guard continued steadily. Satellites monitoring all of North Korea's territory have also been shut down. In North Korea, rain poured down over the ruins caused by nuclear weapons. Vaxa stood before a body on the ground. Eyes distant. Whispering. 30 years. His face grew more haggard as his hoarse voice continued. The multi-dimensional gate has opened. Until now, we still live under South Korea's pressure. Vaxa kicked the corpse hard, enough force to push an adult body. He stood with hands in his pockets, watching the body slide into a freshly dug pit as several people in white coats approached. The red figure of Vaxa glowed. A savage laugh echoed. As long as I serve the demon, I will become unstoppable in the future. A cloaked guy walked over to announce. Captain, the mages are ready. The cloaked ones behind shouted in unison. Chairman Kim, Veen and Selman, preparations are complete. Vaxa burst out laughing, the savage laughter growing louder and louder. Vaxa threw the walkie-talkie beside the sack and shouted, Something's off. Then he ordered the black-robed mages standing by the pit mouth to start the ritual. As the rain poured harder, the mage's hand reached out toward the pit. The others nearby mimicked the motion. Ignoring the heavy rain as they prepared some kind of spell, some began chanting incantations, their faces twitching with strange veins popping out. Below in the pit, dead bodies started opening their mouths, releasing a red energy from within. Above, a red magic circle appeared in the sky. Pulling up the red energy as chants continued, the magic circle grew stronger, swirling the red energy into a vortex. Vaxa and the mages shouted together, frozen in place as the corpses blackened and rose up. Panic showed clearly on his face, his eyes darting wildly around. Vaxa's eyes narrowed. Stammering, What is this? Vaxa saw himself materialize, covered in wounds. Shouting, That person's all hurt up. He turned to the mage next to him. Mouth agape. Is this the one supposed to recover? Vaxa's voice hoarse with worry. This is worse than I thought. The wounds are serious. Backing away in fear, Vaxa asked. What? He bowed his head low, quietly making his request. First, restoring the body is the top priority, since those great demons won't be fully revived anytime soon. The two red-eyed figures' gaze sharpened. Vaxa's eerie voice echoed. Looks like there is a lot of targets here. Vaxa's eyes widened, veins bulging as he shouted at full strength. We need to get out of here now. A red beam shot down from the sky. Vaxa gasped. Everyone, get down on your knees. Cut to a dark hallway of an underground bunker, lit only by a few candles. Hulder sat in a chair, body trembling from wounds. Forcing a smile, she said softly, I have told you everything already. Her voice trembled as she looked at Beechit. There is nothing left to hide. Master, Beechit covered his face, then spoke innocently. Interesting. Demons can travel through any gate they want. Gently lifting Hulder's chin, he said softly. Hulder's expression mixed excitement with fear as Beechit placed his hand on her head. Whispering, But what if it is not just them? What if we can go through any gate we want to? Early the next morning, on a quiet beach, the tide receded to reveal rocky patches. A sweet voice drifted on the morning breeze, softly calling. Hey there. Harry sat beside him, eyes wide with curiosity, watching tiny crabs scuttle across the sand. No matter how well they breathe underwater, is building a home on the sand really that effective? The quiet elder replied. No problem. As long as there is shelter and a coral reef, the Kairi Rook tribe can survive on their own. Harry raised an eyebrow. Skeptical? Really? Still doubtful? Harry stayed silent, lost in her wandering thoughts. Watching the crabs play, she finally spoke quietly. But yeah, there is a lot to do. Even securing food is a huge challenge. He said, We are working with nearby coastal cities to help. Then Jeff's calm voice chimed in. We have also signed up for the Angsan Mangsan Xian service, so we can adapt well to modern civilization. Curious, Harry turned to ask. Angsan Mangsan service. Seeing her confused look, he quickly explained. It offers a range of support, including help with administrative and legal procedures for members. Hearing that, Harry let out a soft sigh, then quickly asked, "Can I sign up too?" It seemed like Jeff had been waiting for this moment all along. He happily said, "I have already signed you up. You have been earning interest since last month." Harry glared at Jeff like a zealot, then slowly said, "Is that s-" Suddenly, she grabbed Jack and stared at him intently, as if trying to read his mind. Harry seriously asked, "So how much am I getting paid?" Without hesitation, he bluntly replied, 19 coins. Hearing the amount, she angrily grabbed Jeff with both hands. Clearly upset. Just as the tension peaked, Leon suddenly appeared, riding up on horseback, his serious gaze fixed on them as he asked, "What are you two doing?" Caught in an awkward moment, Harry quickly bowed and said, "My lord." Well, Jeff also snapped to attention and bowed respectfully. Leon nodded slightly and said without beating around the bush, "All right. There is an urgent matter. I need to head back to the guild." Then, Leon coldly turned to Harry and commanded, "Get on." The brief, unexpected order made Harry lean back for a moment. She stared at the horse before her, wondering silently, "Can I actually ride it? I guess I can, after all." Is that so? But usually, only the queen rides horses with me. Though last time at the gate was a rush. Harry stood frozen, hesitating, which made Leon awkward. He quickly dismounted without a word and simply extended his hand toward her. Leon's voice rang out again, this time serious and commanding, "Get on." His gesture made her panic quietly. Harry instinctively stepped back, stammering, "Is this another earthquake scene? What is going on?" Her careless comment only made him more annoyed. He pulled out a dossier and said, "Take this or leave." Harry carefully took it and asked seriously, "What is this?" He replied bluntly, "Your territory," Lynn calmly explained. "Anything gathered from this land belongs to you. Do as you please." She could not hide her excitement and asked again, "Really?" she asked. He nodded slightly and said seriously, "You are a knight of the kingdom. By law, you are entitled to at least one piece of land. Though the connection is not fully clear, you were chosen by the gods as a knight, so this is only natural." Lynn concluded solemnly, "You will be knighted for the kingdom and serve as a messenger for the gods. Be aware of your position and spread their message far and wide." The news was so overwhelming that Harry blurted out, "That is ridiculous." Leon frowned and warned, "Watch your words." Lynn quietly added, "I do not expect you to act like nobility, but do not sell yourself short either." Embarrassed by his words, Harry blushed and clicked her tongue in frustration. She replied coldly, "Thank you, Your Majesty," with a bored tone that made Leon twitch involuntarily. His sharp gaze glanced over her face before he clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. Not wanting the awkward mood to drag on, he said coldly, "If you understand, then get on quickly." Jeff promptly followed Harry's lead and mounted the horse without needing a reminder. As the horse started moving, Harry hesitated and called out, "Your Majesty." He answered shortly. "Speak." Gathering all her courage, she asked excitedly, "Does this mean I am a noble now?" Her innocent question made Leon pause for a few seconds before replying, "Yes, at least within the creative estate. Your rank is just below the queen and spinner." Hearing this, Harry softly let out a pleased She then turned to Jeff and said, "Sorry, Jeff." Harry proudly raised her hand and said confidently, "From now on, do not be rude to me. I am a noble now." Her words left Jeff frozen, unable to react immediately. Moments later, Jeff got so angry it looked like he was about to strike. "You fool." No resisting. Harry panicked. "What are you doing?" Jeff did not stop and kept yelling, "A monkey like you does not deserve respect." Cornered, Harry quickly turned to plead, "Your Majesty, we are all nobles here." But the way they acted made Leon furious. A while later, at St. Patrick's Creative Temple, Leon and Patrick stared intently at something, like they were trying to figure something out. Leon looked at the item on the table and asked, "What is the research outcome?" Patrick immediately replied, pride clearly in his voice, "It is a complete success. Just like Your Majesty said, the demons really are using the gate." Leon pondered aloud. "So that is why I kept recalling an image. I had my doubts about the Jeju gate from the start." Old memories flooded Leon's mind, at first seeming like justice's punishment, but in reality, it was a dark conspiracy to sell souls to demons and bring down the honorable Holy Grail Knights. In the end, he thought the system and its missions were not based on good or evil, but had crept into the minds of false awakenings to control them. Then Leon slowly said, "The current world has been manipulated by magical energy flowing through the earth." He continued, eyes distant as if trying to pierce the fog of reality. "Though some might call it strange, but they keep carrying out their missions to the end, whether for money or other reasons. Fools caught in this endless cycle." Suddenly, Leon called out, "Patrick, she respectfully asks, "What is your Majesty's wish?" "Your Majesty." He spoke slowly but sharply like a blade. "The evil forces are wary. They say she might be using this gate for her own gain." Patrick smiled calmly and said, "Actually, this is just a story about a destroyed virtual dimension. To open a gate to survivors or demons, you need an object to lock in the coordinates." Lin nodded slowly, thought for a few seconds, then asked, "So should we try entering the coordinates of the field using this?" She answered without hesitation, "Since it belongs to a demon, it might lead us to places related to them." Patrick looked up, eyes shining bright, and suggested, "Your Majesty, can we try another object?" Lin raised an eyebrow and asked, "Another object?" She smiled mysteriously and said, "For example." Patrick paused a moment, then added, "Your Majesty's holy relics." Lian asked, "Suspicious? Holy relics?" Finally, Lian thought for a few seconds and said, "That is probably worth a try." He turned to her. "What do we need to do?" Patrick replied clearly, "We will need materials to reactivate the gate." She smiled softly, confidence shining in her eyes. "Specifically, we will need a large amount of earth mana." Hearing this, Lin raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "But where can we find that much mana?" Patrick kept her calm smile. She answered firmly, "Simple, there is plenty of places on Earth where we can harvest it." At her words, Lian's eyes lit up, as if he would already mapped out a full strategy in his mind. He declared, "Then the plan of action is set." Lian's voice rang out with command. "Patrick, notify everyone we need to initiate the assembly order." His face lit up with determination. "From now on, we will attack every gate in Korea. No exceptions." Lian's eyes burned fiercely, and as the order was given, the plan quickly went into motion. Just hours later, across South Korea, temple members began to appear, sparking confusion among the locals witnessing this scene. People stared suspiciously at the soldiers. Before them, Pantheon Temple had deployed troops. News quickly updated online. Just counting knights and trainees, there were nearly 1,000. Right outside my house in real time, panicked citizens kept commenting, "We have been holed up for days." Clueless. But Pantheon Temple has revealed itself, and there is a Pantheon Temple here too. Updates continued. Among the survivors from the Kairi Rook tribe, only soldiers were chosen, yet their numbers reached 2,000. A nationwide announcement declared this a powerful fighting force worthy of being called the Titan Legion. All over Earth, people were terrified, murmuring Kairi Rook. The Queen has appeared, and Pantheon is now at Wandu. Soon, nearly 3,000 soldiers from the temple were in position. Ready? Lian smiled, satisfied as his plan unfolded. Jeff was also ready, entering his ultimate combat mode. Meanwhile, Betrick led the soldiers into the first phase of the plan, splitting forces across 20 fronts to wipe out every single gate in the country. Updates kept pouring in. Their speed was astonishing. At one corner of the battlefield, Harry ran over excitedly and shouted, "All right, aim and fire." She burst into tears, shouted attack, and right after, a massive explosion erupted. If a typical guild wipes out 2 gates every 2 months, Pantheon obliterated over 20 gates in just 4 days, a terrifying power that struck fear into everyone. Those defeated by Lian's group angrily cursed. "What the hell is this? Humans were supposed to help us, but that human killed our ancestors." Lian laughed out loud at that. "Ancestors? Aren't they just beasts pretending to be like humans?" "Ridiculous." His face went cold, voice sharp as a blade. "Who is the next to be freed from this life?" At this moment, all the gates in South Korea were under control of a single guild. Jinsu raised his eyebrows in shock, sweat pouring down his face. 100 million. But it did not stop there. Equipment pieces kept piling up, and Lian continued listing 13 unique tier items. He stood there, stunned, staring at a stack of rare, top-tier gear and gems, amazed as he heard, 89 rare items, plus about 500 magic stones. Jeff added a detailed report, 3.83 tons total, completing the ranking stage. Estimated worth about 38.3 billion gold. Expected market value for these items is around 12.7 billion gold. Harry could only gape, eyes wide with disbelief. Lin crossed his arms, smiling confidently. "At this rate, we will still have leftovers after opening the gate." He turned to Patrick. "That is enough, right?" She smiled back, satisfied. "Enough, boss." Then Lian shifted his gaze to the subordinates and said, stepping forward, "All right, this ends here. Listen up." He stood still, hands behind his back, announcing, "This strategy will focus on only a few key targets." Everyone reacted differently to this, and no details about this mission were to be leaked outside. "Understood." Lin glanced sideways, his eyes sharp and voice serious as he called out, "Hen Harry, Jinsu, you two must cut off all ties with the guild. Can you do that?" The question left both looking awkward, exchanging uneasy glances. She furrowed her brows, staring him down with a serious question. "Your Majesty, You won-t harmed the country. Right? Lian smiled confidently and assured, of course not. Hearing that, Harry relaxed and smiled. Stepping forward. Then I trust you. Your Majesty. He nodded. Pleased. Good. Then Lian turned around, clearly ready, and said, all right, the plan is officially underway. Preparing the magic circle. He declared, let us begin. With steady footsteps, he stepped into the center of the magic circle. Lian drew a glowing black sword from a nearby space. The magic circle's power radiated intensely. He scowled at the sword in his hand. Seeing Lian ready, Little Chick clasped his hands together. I will input the coordinates of the holy sword. Purple energy spread throughout the room. Jisoo watched in stunned disbelief. She kept her eyes closed, silently chanting a spell, surrounded by vibrant purple magical energy. Suho and Soyeon watched the scene, wide-eyed and shocked. Jisoo and Harry were even more stunned. This was beyond anything they expected. He panicked at the sight of the black gate forming, and could not hold back a shout. A gate? This is an artificial gate. Soyeon tried to calm herself. From what I know, until now, I thought this was just theory. Everything became clear when Patrick respectfully reported to Lian. Boss, preparations are complete. He replied with a satisfied smile. Well done, boss. He slowly gave the order. Now, let us... Everyone who heard this snapped back to focus. The gate led to a chaotic battlefield. Lian frowned, scanning the area when a voice called out, Boss. Suho turned to him, confused and worried. Boss, where exactly are we? Lin answered calmly. This is the battlefield. Inside, he started analyzing the situation quietly. There is definitely something wrong with the gate. This time, the troops got scattered. Then, a terrifying roar echoed, making Suho and Jaehyuk panic and look ahead. A blue-skinned, muscular monster charged forward, wielding a huge axe. Roaring, die. Suho quickly caught him as he was falling, while Jaehyuk stood up to move. Suddenly, an armored warrior appeared, delivering a powerful strike straight to the monster's belly, causing it to scream in pain and spew blood everywhere. He did not stop there. He charged straight at the monster for the final blow. Suho and Jaehyuk watched in shock as the armored warrior stabbed the monster down. It let out one last roar before collapsing. The warrior's sword was dripping with the monster's blood. He let out a relieved breath, ending the fight easily. Suddenly, the armored warrior gave a cold glance and said, Knights, standing around like statues does not help. This is a battlefield. He was stunned to see Lian standing behind the two of them. Your Majesty, how on earth did you get here? The armored warrior knelt on one knee with great respect. His voice echoed as he introduced himself. Odd. He said, I am Bank, reporting to your Majesty. I command Beeble Company of the Guard Legion. Immediately, Len revealed the presence of a true king and commanded, Stand up. This place wasn't still as a battlefield. He quickly caught on to the situation but wondered, Wait, where exactly are we? Bantarik hesitated briefly. Well, he quickly regained his composure and reported clearly. We are right in the middle of Liam Valley. Our mission is to transport the sacred relics to Lord Yuria. Lin rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Analyzing everything. That is right. It is about Twilight Yuria, the Holy Grail Knight of Dreams and Death. This is his final mission. And at the same time, Uria's figure appeared still, pierced by a pile of swords. He no longer breathed. Clutching the dying beside him, slumped against a stone wall. As he moved on, he could not help but think, if only he had known this would happen earlier. He would have gathered more intel from the Celestial Palace. Lin closed his eyes, arguing with himself. It is too late now. What is done is done. First, we need to understand the current situation. Just then, Bantarik pointed ahead and reported, Lord Yuria is over there. Your Majesty. In front of them, Yuria stood among his soldiers, holding a sword glowing with purple energy, shouting, Kill them. Right after, the terrifying roars of monsters echoed across the battlefield. In that tense moment, an armored warrior stayed alert and shouted, Fall back. Lord Yuria setting up the Dream Wall barrier. His eyes burned with determination as he focused all his energy into the sword. In front of Yuria, a layer of energy formed, and the armored troops behind him readied for battle. One of the monsters looked confused, clearly sensing something was wrong. Moments later, their eyes widened in terror as they screamed in pain, clutching their heads and writhing, trapped inside the barrier. Yuria did not do much, just watched as the monsters collapsed within seconds. Then, with seasoned experience, he ordered, retreat 20 steps. Then regroup. Lian stepped forward, suspicious, and told Yuria, these monsters are definitely unusual, making Yuria tense up, his eyes flashing with worry. Yuria ignored the comment and asked in surprise, Your Majesty, how did you get here? Immediately, Yuria knelt deeply with utmost respect and loudly greeted, Messenger of the Gods, welcome the first knight of Ariana. Moved by the respect, Lian softly said, Stand up, then gazed off thoughtfully. Thinking about the name, Yuria, at the moment when the Holy Grail Knights awaken after drinking the holy water, their bodies are restored to peak condition. Lin was a special case, becoming a Holy Grail Knight at a relatively young age. But the knight before him was a bit different no matter how much time passed. He always remained at his peak strength. Leon looked at him intently, feeling deep inside that Yuria was a lifelong knight devoted to justice, a dreamlike companion, and an ancient Holy Grail Knight. He kept these thoughts to himself but smiled, saying, "Let us get up." Leon felt that Yuria would always be just like this. He quickly switched the topic back and calmly asked him, "What is the current situation?" Yuria stood up and respectfully responded, "Yes, Your Majesty." He frowned seriously, his gaze distant as he reported, "We have secured the sacred artifact as planned. It is being transported to the Empire's border." As he stepped forward, Yuria continued, "The Uth and their god beasts attacked us." Hearing this, Lin began to grasp the tough reality of the situation. He simultaneously laid out his strategy. "We stationed infantry and some knights to block the enemy, while splitting the escort team into 2 groups to keep transporting the artifact." Lin nodded approvingly. "Makes sense." Leon's face suddenly darkened, his voice slow and cautious. "Wait, something's been off. Where exactly is this escort team with the artifact?" Yuria frowned seriously upon hearing this. He closed his eyes, bowed his head slightly, silently reviewing his strategy before replying. Finally, Yuria answered. A scene appeared. One soldier in the squad seemed to be in danger. The 5th escort is heading southwest. He rested his hand on his chin, gripping his sword tightly with a focused look. "That is the unit led by my past self." Mountains crowded tightly together, with misty village smoke blurring the surrounding view. A brown bear lay dead, hunted by a group of hunters, its blood pooling heavily on the ground. Yuria chuckled. "Haha, looks like this guy just woke up," half lying on the ground with a grimace. Yuria rubbed the sparse beard on his chin. "How could you lose your cool and just barrel headfirst into trouble like that?" Seeing 2 knights behind him lifting the brown bear, DC startled loudly. A bear, Hari anxiously stepped forward to check on him. "Hunter DZ, are you okay?" DC's eyes widened suspiciously. "Harry, could it be?" Harry nodded, glancing at the busy knights. "Yes, looks like the army got scattered again." DC replied. "Got it." Yuria smiled warmly, looking at, "By the way, how did those wandering knights even get here? I did not know there were other crazies out there pulling these sneaky stunts besides me," he said, amazed. Wandering knights. At that moment, the system notified, "Please support Knight Yuria Votham in escorting the sacred artifact to the kingdom's border." DC looked at the system with suspicion and asked again, "Escort? Sacred artifact?" Yuria replied, "Exactly. We are recovering and escorting sacred artifacts from the wilds." The group of knights walked alongside 2 carts filled with supplies. Slowly, he understood and said, "So that is how it is?" Yuria asked, smiling. This guy's a bit behind the times. For a wandering knight coming all the way to such a desolate place, chasing glory, I get. DC looked at him and said, "Thanks for understanding, Sir Knight Yuria Votham." He softly hummed in response. Yuria placed a hand on his collar, closing his eyes as he explained, "That is a title I will earn later. For now, I am just a wandering knight who has given up on chasing fame." Raised an eyebrow. Puzzled, Yuria showed a sharp-side profile. Yuria Votham has not received any divine missions in a long time. At 15, he wandered the world as a wandering knight for 15 years. Yuria knelt, his empty sword resting on the ground supporting his weary body. Behind him lay countless bloodied, fallen bodies. Then, he served as a kingdom knight for 10 more years before spending the next 50 traveling the world, seeking a sacred mission. Yuria sighed deeply, one hand gripping his sword's hilt, the other clenched on his chest. He truly was an exceptional knight, but not a giant who could single-handedly change the tide. Divine missions and legendary status were reserved for giants with extraordinary power. Though breathing heavily, Yuria's eyes remained sharp. Still, he never gave up his reckless journey, from being revered to mocked. And from mockery, he forged unshakable resolve, because the goddess of dreams and death appeared in his dreams. Flira's silhouette, holding a lantern, spoke to Yuria. "My son." Yuria placed his hand on the lantern, listening reverently as Fleur said, "How can you keep wandering in this endless suffering? The shrine understands your heart. Now, return and dedicate yourself to the kingdom." Barely opened his eyes, exhausted and lost in thought, then spoke with compassion. Yuria knelt on one knee, one hand on the ground. "If you want to criticize my flaws, then please do not deny my journey to find my mission. Challenges are my only privilege." Yuria's back stood straight, his black cloak soaked with blood, whether it is from enemies or himself. He simply always faces every challenge head-on. Yuria's steps were strong as he moved forward, coldly stepping over the bodies of those he defeated. He dug a muddy trench no noble knight dared approach. Even though poets praised his bravery, Yuria did not look back for a second. He never gave up on his quest for honor. Yura lifted his head, eyes full of determination. From that moment on, he became a Holy Grail Knight. At 100 years old, he was the most awakened Holy Grail Knight in history. Back to the present. On a path through cliffs, Yura sat on horseback with Leon, hands clasped behind his back, watching the Knight battalion ahead. Knights in black armor, shields and weapons ready, poised to strike at the signal. With the front line holding their shields, the green monsters charged at the knights. They shouted loudly, "Get ready!" The black-clad leader yelled out, pumping up the morale. "Kill them all!" The green monsters slammed into the knights' shields together. Witnessing the monsters' ferocity, one knight shouted, "Hold them back!" The green monsters charged like moths to a flame. The knights shouted orders. "Shields up! Attack!" The front line of knights took down some monsters. The next row gripped their weapons, ready to fight. Advancing forward, a knight holding a shield called out, "Defend!" A green monster got stabbed in the belly. Bleeding badly, a knight from the back row rushed forward on horseback with his shield. Counter-attacking behind the fierce-masked warrior, his eyes gleamed as he slashed down, splitting the monster's body in two. The passionate knights charged at the lead green monster's charge. Yurei and Liam watched calmly without flinching, while Soho and Jiek stared in amazement. This was incredible. He widened his eyes, looking at the two behind him. This is a power thing. Seeing Yurei and Liam's serious faces, Suho thought, the strength of a united group in battle is totally different. Even if they are the same level, they are still several steps above the top hunters on Earth. Yurei spoke up from horseback. "Your Majesty," Lin responded with a quietum. He looked at a green armored monster holding a wooden club and said, "That is a drake." He smiled and whispered, "Han Soho. Ikim Jihyuk. Watch closely." Lin clasped his hands behind his back and ordered, "From now on, your goal is to take leadership positions." Raising a hand like giving a command, Uriah charged forward with his weapon. The knights behind followed with pride. Galloping forward, Jiek was stunned. In such a narrow canyon. Suho stammered, "Isn't this way too dangerous?" He nervously said, "We might run into allied troops this way," while the cavalry was already very close to the front knights. But Yuri ignored it, tightening the reins and charging ahead. The horse hooves hit the ground hard, cracking the earth nearby. Yuri rode higher, jumping over the front line of knights' barricade. Following him, the knights behind also rode right onto the mountain ridge. Ja, Kyuk, and Soho gaped in disbelief. They were riding on the mountain ridge. The green monster watching could not believe its eyes. These guys are crazy. Yuri led the charge straight into the heart of the enemy. He wrapped his weapon in magical fire, the sacred flame. Streams of magical fire shot toward the green monsters. Soho's eyes widened in admiration. Amazing. Yurikyo clenched his fists, eyes full of excitement. Can we keep them under control like this forever? Lin glanced at the two and said, Dunti trusted they have not unleashed their full power yet. Yurikyo looked at him puzzled. But, Your Majesty 1T intervene. Right? After all, the mission is just to escort the sacred relic. The system screen popped up a message. Support the Holy Grail Knight Ziria as he transports the sacred relic to the Lian Kingdom border. Additional mission, protect Ziria's main army to the end. Lin rubbed his chin, deep in thought. A mission? Huh. He blinked thoughtfully. If Stalin were here, we could easily chase down the main army. But, Lian said firmly, I will stay here to support Ziria. In his mind, he thought, this time I will watch this revered Holy Grail Knight all the way to the final chapter. Lian asked, Hen, Kim, have you fully understood my orders? Kia quickly replied, Yes, sir. We have searched the bodies of those odd as instructed. He hesitated, but we did not find any magic stones. Lian responded, Is that so? He closed his eyes, pondering, this mission is not one-sided. Though past gate missions hid dark agendas, this gate feels different, no evil vibes detected. Lin rubbed his chin, concluding, the gate itself is neutral, but the missions can be manipulated. He closed his eyes and sank into thought again. Alright, I have gathered plenty of info from just one trial. Lian ordered. Hen, Kim, check if there are any enemies behind us. He continued. And meanwhile, something bright just flashed in the sky. Lin opened his eyes and caught the incoming weapon bare-handed. Soho gasped. An arrow. Kia crouched, asking, Your Majesty, are you alright? The monster gang laughed slyly. Too bad. Suddenly, a rider appeared flying in from behind. Lian's lips tightened, his face darkening. Lian's fins bulged with anger as he crushed his spear. How dare some blue-skinned beast sneak attack me from afar? With Kyuk and Suo stunned eyes on him, Lian gritted his teeth and crushed the sword in his hand. Lian's eyes flashed golden as he shouted, Why? Furious? Lin radiated pressure. Blue-skinned beasts. How dare you swarm the sky like flies and attack me? Lin commanded loudly. Holy Grail Knight Jiria, bring me that beast's head. Jiria accepted the order, his sharp gaze returning. Yes, Your Majesty. With pleasure, he pulled a sword from thin air. I will deliver its head to you right now. The leader's eyes gleamed with malice. So reckless? Huh. Jiraiya appeared like a ghost behind the leader, who sneered arrogantly. Unaware of the looming danger, what could he do with his feet stuck? The leader sneered, but before he finished, Jiraiya struck his head. The leader crashed to the ground, shattering the earth beneath him, screaming in pain. The leader poked his head out from the dirt. Nearby lay a wild boar, flipped upside down. The leader struggled to rise, glaring confusedly at Jiraiya. How did he do that? Jiraiya looked down at him from above. What are you doing? Jiraiya radiated a fierce aura. Creatures like you should kneel and crawl beneath the earth. How dare you trespass in the domain I protect? Though hurt by Jiraiya, the monster showed no fear, shouting, "These holy grail knights are crazy. But today, your life ends." The leader sneered darkly at Jiraiya. I have an entire army. You will regret facing me alone. He looked around, boasting, your forces are impressive, but how strange. The leader laughed arrogantly. He laughed confidently. I do not care how strong you are in the human world. You can fight us alone. We have plenty of brothers here. Jiraiya's violet eyes narrowed, his aura growing stronger. Quite a few, he smirked. Indeed, you have gathered a lot of trash. The leader scoffed. What? Leader eyed Jiraiya, who glowed with purple light. Feeling uneasy, Jiraiya muttered, O goddess of dreams and death. A magic circle appeared beneath him, the queen of eternal dreams. Seeing this, the leader quickly warned his comrades. Stay back. We have to avoid this cursed human. Jiraiya raised his sword in front of him, his sharp eyes staring at the monsters like a fly caught in a trap, hoping the person would be pleased with the gift on this night's mission journey. Behind Jiraiya, it felt like the goddess Flu was lending him strength as he finished his sentence. The righteous will punish the godless. Jiraiya continued speaking. The leader monster's face twisted with cruelty and despair, a nightmare with no end in sight. The sky around them turned gloomy, like a terrifying colorless painting. Invisible threads appeared everywhere, tightening around the monster's bodies. Suddenly, a hand rested on DC's head. Jiraiya appeared behind him, warning, be careful. Most of these night monsters here are on their knees. DZ jumped, replying, sorry about that. Jiraiya chuckled and said, it is okay. If you did not know, you are still too young to understand. Hari spoke up, luckily there is a forest nearby, but we still can let our guard down. DC and Jiraiya headed back into the bushes. Jiraiya added, I see a cave nearby. We should move cautiously toward it. Jiraiya hoisted a wooden crate on his shoulder. Hari was startled by his action, stammering, Sir Jiraiya, we can handle it ourselves. Stella felt utterly helpless. How could such an important figure do things like that? Jiraiya laughed warmly. Miss Stella, right now I am just an ordinary knight. Feel free to relax. Stella clenched her fists and gritted her teeth to endure. But Jiraiya chuckled again. DZ glanced at him confused, thinking, just an ordinary knight, not a holy grail knight. Jiraiya put a finger to his lips, smiling. All right, let us move quickly and do not get caught. He looked at Hari, Stella, and DC with firm confidence. I believe we can all do this. The sky was pitch black, surrounded by rolling hills and thick fog blocking the view. A cave appeared through the dense fog, with a tree growing above it. A thick growth of vines sprouted at the cave's entrance, created by some force. Jiraiya looked at the others and said, this should be enough. Hari exclaimed, amazing. Sir Jiraiya, so even holy powers can do this? Jiraiya gave a thumbs up, smiling brightly. It is just an old guy's trick. I do not even know what I have done to deserve such praise. The four of them gathered inside the cave to discuss. Anyway, the entrance is sealed. Let us set up camp. Looks like this could be a long night. The idle horse chewed on its reins as the four of them huddled around the glowing campfire. Stella hugged a wooden box, breaking the silence as she spoke. Sir Jiraiya, Stella glanced at Jiraiya. Can I ask you for help with the holy relic? He placed his hand on her shoulder, replying, Miss Stella, please do not push me beyond my authority. Jiraiya explained, don't you know? During wartime, the kingdom's knights can command fellow knights. Stella's face turned pouty. She stubbornly said, even so, you are the holy grail knight chosen by the goddess of dreams and death. I think you are the best fit for this heavy responsibility. Jiraiya still refused the offer. Even if I am praised for past achievements, it only burdens me for the future. The one in front of you is just a challenger, not someone who has completed the mission. Stella frowned in frustration. Hari and DZ silently listened, holding back laughter. Finally, he raised his hand to cut off the talk between Jiraiya and Stella. Sorry for interrupting. DZ looked confused and asked, Sir Jiraiya of the future. Sir Jiraiya of the past, what does that mean? Jiraiya explained to Z, maybe you are not used to wandering nights yet. He bowed his head, eyes filled with sadness as he continued. The goddess granted me an undeserved blessing. A steady silhouette of Jiraiya appeared, his face hidden. Twilight Jiraiya, Holy Grail Knight of Dreams and Death. After countless trials, when he became a Holy Grail Knight, Fleur gave him special powers to honor his epic journey. Jiraiya closed his eyes, eyebrows furrowed tightly. I am destined to conquer the kingdom of endless dreams. I will reconstruct a fragment of my long journey's memories and summon my avatar from that era to the present. Then his face relaxed as he spoke. I am 85 now. The time I have been chosen by the gods for a mission. DC gasped in disbelief. Can the holy law really do that? Harry asked curiously. So how does your power not scatter? Jiraiya smiled brightly, rubbing his bicep. This body's just a recreation from the past. I carry the strength I once had, but I won't let it fade away. Harry exclaimed excitedly. So you are basically unbeatable now. Jiraiya grinned back. How strong can an old geezer like me really be? He chuckled and continued. I am nothing compared to a Holy Grail Knight. Do not get your hopes up. A low growl cut off Jiraiya's words. The four of them rose cautiously. Weapons ready? DC asked. Jiraiya, what was that sound? He warned seriously. Quiet. They have found our hiding spot. Harry's expression hardened, and DC tensed up like a drawn bowstring. Loud crashes and thuds echoed from above the cave. Jiraiya looked toward the noise. That is it, a monster was tearing the cave apart from above. Jiraiya shouted. Everyone, get out of the way. Bruce fell right where he stood. The other three panicked, shouting, Lord Jiraiya. Harry and C scrambled up as Jiraiya called out, Are you okay? Alone? He blocked the monster's sharp two jaws with his sword. Stella watched anxiously as Jiraiya held the sword with one hand and fended off the monster's tentacles with the other. Calling out, Lord Jiraiya. He glanced at her and warned, This is one of the demon's venomous limbs. It is extremely toxic. Be careful. The wound on Jiraiya's back slowly began to heal. He furrowed his brows and sternly told Stella, Step back. Now. Hurry. Harry shouted to the person beside her. Hunter-gu-de-sung. Wake up. Her face darkened as fear crept in. Hunter-gu-de-sung. DC turned pale from the wound on his arm. Harry anxiously kept calling. Hunter-gu-de-sung. The wound on DC's arm was bleeding, and he let out a soft groan. He sat on the ground, raising his hand to Harry who was bandaging him, saying, I am Assistant Chief. The demon girl knelt beside him, struggling to finish the bandage, replying, It is nothing serious. Harry touched DC's arm, saying with concern, The poison's strong. Do not move too much. Tay kept bandaging DC's wound without pause. DC's heart filled with guilt. I should be stopped it. Harry hurriedly stood up as Tay turned and called out, Please wait a moment. Hunter-gu-de-sung. He held his arm and looked up at her, calling, Assistant Chief. Without hesitation, Harry drew her sword and slowly approached where Jiraiya was struggling against the monster. Seeing her, he turned abruptly, shouting worriedly, Hey, it is too dangerous. You should not. Before he could finish, Jiraiya froze, eyes wide in shock. Harry's gaze was deadly serious, locked straight ahead, holding her sword. Her body was engulfed in flames as she thought, Harry, awake in the fire. In her mind, she saw a vision of ancient energy, Lin hugging Harry, eyes closed, saying, You are definitely chosen by the gods of war and fire. You can apply ordinary rules to divine power, she whispered shyly in his arms, lightly scratching his hand. But I am still not sure. He raised his hand and sparked flames while Harry watched, amazed. As Lian explained, this fire is like a wave. Its flow is like ocean currents, moving exactly as the wielder wills it, just like a wave. Back in reality, Harry's eyes lit up. She swung her sword fiercely, the echo of Lian's words ringing in her mind. Remember this. Gritting her teeth, she slashed straight through the monster, which screamed in pain. The holy law is the power that represents the rules. She lunged forward with a crescent slash, blood splattering everywhere as the beast let out a deafening roar and collapsed. Jiraiya stood at a distance, stunned by the scene before him. He was frozen, speechless. Things moved quickly. Everyone passed by calmly, found a hidden cave to light a fire, and Jiraiya spoke up, eyeing the items on the rock. This is Sanho poison, Harry said, but we are nowhere near the sea. His body was carefully bandaged. Jiraiya clapped his hands together, looking down. It is a chimera belonging to the Empire's Dark Mage. Luckily, I know how to treat this. Vexa glanced nearby, then bowed his head slightly, murmuring, but it is only enough for one person. Hearing that, Harry felt guilty, lowering her eyes anxiously. I accidentally burned it with my fire. Jiraiya glanced at her and sighed softly to reassure. We can predict what happens in battle. Don't blame yourself. Decian was sitting in a corner, holding his uninjured hand with the other, when a voice caught his attention. My name's Gyud Sunga. He looked up to see Jiraiya standing before him. Decian blinked and said, Thank you, Jiraiya. Jiraiya knelt down, holding out a vial. Drink this. You have earned it. Decian quickly took the vial, holding it in his palm, looking down as he asked, Is it okay if I am the only one to take it? Jiraiya answered calmly, Of course. A young knight like you will do much more in the future than an old man like me. He furrowed his brow, feeling a mix of guilt and gratitude. Thank you, Ziria. Then Decisive lifted the vial and drank. Seeing this, Ziria smiled with approval. Good. After finishing, Ziria stood tall and announced loudly. This time, I have carefully sealed the entrance. No matter how sharp their senses are. Just as he was about to continue, pain surged through his body and he stopped. They won't be able to follow our trail either. Unable to hold on any longer, Ziria suddenly collapsed, wailing in pain, causing everyone to panic. Lord Ziria. Decisive immediately jumped up, anxiously supporting him. Is there any other way to save you? Your face is already turning blue. Ziria clutched his chest stubbornly. I am don't worry. Even if I die, my past self will still help everyone. Decisive gripped his hand tightly, lowering his gaze with clenched teeth. Struggling, but right now, you are the only one here. Though weak, Ziria smiled faintly at Decision's determination. Everyone quickly helped him lean against a rock. Gathering closely around, the clone has been blessed by the goddess of death. She even gave it a gift. They sat closer, and Ziria relaxed against the wall, saying weakly, my death will be calmer than anyone's, so do not be sad. Exhausted, Ziria sighed heavily. Someone's after the sacred relic, to deliver it safely to King Leon. You all may have to see me as a mere pawn ready to be discarded at any moment. The K's mood grew heavy. Hari silently shed tears, bowing her head and choking out. Lord Ziria. Decisive beside him watched silently as Ziria raised his head, leaning against the rock behind him. In his view, Fleur held the sacred G-inch staff, smiling at Ziria. He was not surprised, saying, Goddess of Death, you did not have to come all this way to see me. Hearing this, everyone there gasped. Ziria's eyes slowly dimmed, barely open. Staring straight ahead, everyone was silent, watching him as he struggled to say his last words. Glory. In another scene, Ziria solemnly sheathed his sword when suddenly a voice called from behind. Well done, Ziria. He quickly turned, hands respectfully raised. I dedicate this glory to the goddess of death. And you. Leon and two subordinates slowly approached, asking, you plan to lure the leader out, right? Ziria looked up, her face serious as she blocked the report. Yes, but it is no use, he said, looking that way. They are just blue monsters, but they are so patient. Lin glanced around, then pointed at a monster lying on the ground. If they are this provocative and still do not attack, their leader must have some serious clout. Ziria clenched her sword tightly, following his gaze. So there is a big boss among these monsters. Lin clasped his hands behind his back, replying, probably. He bit his lip, eyes flicking downward, thinking, they seem well organized. Could there really be a not champion? The monster chuckled, extending its hand as its eyes glowed. They rarely show up. They are chosen by the Out God, leading all the Outs. Together, they form a legion meant to spark a massive war. Lin raised his hand and thought, imagining a majestic figure. At that moment, he did not see any great commander. Then he muttered to himself, but maybe it is still too early to judge. Suddenly remembering something, Leon turned to Ziria standing beside him and called out, Ziria? Leon tilted his head slightly, his eyes meeting Ziria's. I have something to discuss with you. Behind the towering mountains, the army was setting up camp. Leon asked, can we find somewhere private to talk? The two sat down to talk. Ziria lowered his head, stammering, you mean, I am dead and now in heaven? His hand trembled on the table, and Ziria subconsciously clenched his fist, whispering, 200 years. You have been fighting those demons alone for 2 centuries. His face darkened as he bowed his head, blaming himself. How could you have endured all this on your own for so long? Please do not forgive a disloyal knight like me. Leon smiled softly, leaning forward and closing his eyes to reassure him. No need to apologize. Don't worry about it. At that moment, Ziria looked up, puzzled by the magic orb. If I died at the hands of an Ought, then a great commander would definitely appear. Lin answered calmly. Yeah? He recalled the terrifying image of that huge monster and spoke up. The Ought chosen champion is on this battlefield. But after this fight, I have never seen him again. Suddenly, Ziria glanced sideways. Curious? Your Majesty, what do you intend to do with this gate? Leon frowned slightly. Lin replied thoughtfully. I want to run some tests. The items we get from it are secondary. Ziria's expression grew serious as he looked Leon straight in the eye. But since we are here, I have another purpose. What is it? Leon slowly opened his eyes, hesitating a bit. This time, soldiers in armor appeared behind him. Leon looked up, smiling softly. I want to stand by my comrades until the very end. The sky gradually darkened as campfires began to light up at the mountain's base. The Outs slept soundly on their straw mats, unaware of what was happening. Their life was simple. The Outs had routines much like humans. Eating breakfast, Fighting. Lunch. Fighting. Dinner. Then sleep. Lian's expression grew fierce, his eyes lighting up as he snapped his fingers to spark flames. They are strong yet live simple lives, that is the Ut tribe. The mountains and Ut camps burned steadily through the night. Flames spreading. They were easy targets for ambush at night, since they were all fast asleep. Fire quickly engulfed the Ut camp. They woke up in panic, screaming and running wild. The food stores are burning. What are the guards doing? I do not know. Lian stood on a nearby mountain. Looking down, he smirked slyly. Definitely those filthy beasts caused this. Humanity's doomed. Lin knelt on one knee, excitement in his voice as he shouted toward the chaos below. The monster screams as they burn our music to my ears. Zuri stood silently behind him, agreeing. I concur. Your Majesty. Holding a sword, Zira rubbed the hilt thoughtfully. I will tell you everything I know. Zira looked away quietly, thinking, now that your Majesty is here, my death in history will be rewritten. Lian stood. Gathering strength, he slowly stepped closer, pondering, if this gate can truly replicate my entire kingdom. Zira imagined Dullahan standing solemnly in a castle. Then that man will come here. Dullahan turned his head, eyes glowing ominously. The strongest Holy Grail Knight, the image of Ariana praying, appeared. Everyone was silent, eyes closed, praying. Those who complete the god's mission and drink the holy water become his representatives. An armored knight placed a hand on his sword. Kneeling respectfully, the Holy Grail Knight's greatest power was being the god's true representative. Another figure stood firm, surrounded by power, holding his sword high toward the gods. Those with divine nature maintained it through the faith of their followers, channeling the power of belief for their living saints. Lian pictured it all. A knight calmly pointing his sword, Ariana beautifully praying. In other words, unlike knights who fight with magic but have limited power, the Holy Grail Knights pour all their faith into divine strength. As long as she prays, a whole army of knights stands right behind her. So in a way, it looks like that. The Holy Grail Knights can be seen as faith reservoirs. For believers, they never tire in battle. Sim scratched his face with his hand, his anger swelling up like a beast. Poor guy, Sim's voice boomed, catching the attention of the oath outside. How could they have kept attacking non-stop for 3 days straight? It is a nightmare alliance of beasts and Uth. One of his subordinates dropped to his knees, fearfully bowing his head to report, we have been attacked over 300 times. Sim's shock was obvious. What? His anger grew hotter. Sim raised both hands to his nose, exhaling sharply, eyes rolling back as he screamed, no way! We have 10,000 troops, 10,000. The image of Lian and Ziria raiding his camp burned in his mind, fueling Sim's frustration. How could just 2 people attack a camp guarded by tens of thousands? Day and night, he smiled slyly and flew off with that thought, wondering, why have not you caught them yet? His subordinate nervously answered, they are Holy Grail Knights. Sim suddenly cut him off, shouting, damn, this is bad. Sim fidgeted wildly in his chair, rubbing his face tiredly. We can just sit here. I have to do something. Suddenly, something flew into the tent, and the curtain fluttered as if caught in a gust of wind. Something round was thrown inside and bounced up. Sim jumped, startled, stammering, what the heck? The splash landed on his face. Sim and his subordinate turned sharply to look. Their lay Tron defeated on the ground. Sim shouted in fear. It is Tron, horrified by the sight. Tron, the strongest of the Oath warriors blessed by the divine beasts, was sliced in half. Sim stared in shock, then curiously looked behind him, wondering, who did this? At that moment, a huge foot stomped into the tent, carried axes on our shoulders, grinning as we looked at the two. Mocking. Pathetic, Sim backed away fearfully, his eyes full of terror as he gritted his teeth staring at us. After a moment, he shouted loudly. We felt proud and chuckled. What is going on? The champion of hell can. Then we grabbed Sim by the neck with one hand, making him scream. He was hoisted up, struggling to breathe, his face turning purple. We exhaled fiercely. He scowled at Sim and said, I have given you a deadline. Our gaze was terrifying, eyes glowing red with deadly intent. By tomorrow, we will crush them. Sim could not do anything, his face pale as he tried to pry our hands off, thinking, what kind of strength is this? Even when I was young, he could fight back Holy Grail Knights before, but now facing us, he was helpless. Seeing a glimmer of hope, his eyes brightened, looking down thoughtfully. Maybe he was even stronger than those knights. After a moment, we released Sim and threw him roughly onto the ground. He limped out, ordering, tomorrow, we attack with everything we have got. Get your troops ready. Sim nervously looked up, hesitating as he stammered. Yeah, but they have 2 Holy Grail Knights in their army. He did not seem to care. We carried our gear out of the tent. Suddenly he called back, Grand Knight Skunik and I will help you this time. So get your troops together, we will crush them tomorrow. Sim's eyes widened, unable to process what was happening. He instinctively replied, "Got it," feeling a surge of hope inside. Two champions of the Oth tribe blessed by the divine beasts legends thought to exist only in history were here to help. He grabbed his sword and left, sighing as he collapsed onto the floor. Satisfied. Maybe this is enough for us to win. Suddenly, a loud noise outside caught everyone's attention. Sim's face twisted in anger as he shouted, "What the hell are those bastards doing now?" Slowly standing, Sim waved his hand, ordering his men, "Follow me. Catch them." As he stepped outside, the scene froze him in place. A giant spear stabbed deep into the ground, smoking, with Uth bodies lying around it. The smoke was thick, and a small letter pinned to the spear caught their eyes. A letter. Sim, the empty soldier, picked up the letter and opened it to read. We all eagerly leaned in to see it was from King Leon Hood, and it took quite a while to arrive here. After reading that, Sim was at a loss for words. He just quietly lowered his head, and we all fell silent too. He was so furious from the challenge that he ripped the letter in half without hesitation. Damn bastards. They proposed a one-on-one fight just because they thought our situation was weak. To sum it up, bare-handed duel. We folded our arms confidently. He frowned and said, "Accept it, Sim." Standing behind, asked, "Do you want to fight them? If you join, we might have a chance to win." We did not say anything else. He just laughed, full of confidence. His face showed determination. We smiled proudly and declared, "I will bring back the knight's honor and the holy grail." Meanwhile, the beast had been defeated, and everyone hurried closer. The monster lay defeated. Everyone cheered excitedly, shouting, "Queen Eye! Thank you." The female knight rushed over, crying, "That was terrifying." She gently patted the female knight's head and asked, "Are you okay?" Luckily, no one was seriously hurt in this battle. Soyeon stepped forward, sighed with relief, and placed her hand on her chest gratefully. "We really faced a huge trick this time. Thank you for your rescue." The chick looked at her and cheerfully replied, "No problem." After a moment, Soyeon asked again, "By the way, have you seen Rei Hiku?" She leaned over and exclaimed, "What?" Soyeon blushed deeply, scratching her face awkwardly as she explained, "It is not that I am worried about him. Well, maybe a little." The chick smiled gently, covering her mouth with her hand, and said, "You are worried about your companion. That is so sweet," which made Soyeon blush even harder. She squinted her eyes with a knowing smile, full of understanding. After a while, the chick stood before everyone, shyly clasping her hands, and asked, "Our mission is to assist Lord Yeria and protect the main army, right?" Everyone quickly answered in unison, "Yes." Then she continued, "But actually, His Majesty did not come here. He is participating on a different battlefield." The chick looked at everyone's serious faces and explained, "He might be with another group on some mission, so do not worry about him." She tilted her head, raised a finger, and cast a small tracking spell on everyone for safety. "Fight with confidence." Everyone cheered. "Awesome." The chick stepped forward, then suddenly turned back to cheer. "We will reunite with them soon, so give it your all." Some time later, the chick walked with the cavalry and the rest of the group. Her expression was serious, eyes scanning thoughtfully. The royal guards and Jihiyu seemed to be with His Majesty attacking the Ott tribe. The chick pondered deeply, mapping out what she would guess. So the other three must be elsewhere. Judging by the aura she sensed, Desung and Harry were in a different group. A kind of map formed in her mind as she calculated everything, but Spinner was outside her detection range. She thought she could see every corner of this canyon already. The chick clenched her fists, closed her eyes, sighed, and wondered, where could he be? The cliff stretched out under a misty haze, feeling both majestic and mysterious. A vast, wild, and cold area appeared. Z was floating in space, with continuous sounds coming from inside. Click. He stared straight ahead and reported, "Orbit stop point. Calculating gravity effects." Ready. In the dark space, Z looked at a small screen in front of him and monitored the reproduction and growth rates of the Oz tribe inside the gate. He looked a bit tired, red eyes fixed upward as he said, "Satellite launch into space through the gate was successful, but the data is still limited. We need to analyze possible abnormal physical phenomena." A densely detailed ground map appeared. Z examined it and announced, "The terrain boundaries are clearly defined." It looked like a small-scale planet, but only parts of the canyon and empire borders were visible. Observing high-energy entities, adjusting coordinates, and analyzing the battlefield, the detection device pinpointed a location, a small circle pin to someone's neck. The blue circle kept zooming in, bringing that person into clear view, revealing a strong, powerful body. One Canis, clad in armor, seemed to sense something. He stayed silent, unmoving. Then suddenly, when Canis lifted his head high, glaring straight ahead at the camp, he panicked immediately, sweating and shouting, "We have been spotted." "No way." When Canis stopped looking up and bowed his head down, he reached up and removed his iron helmet, eyes flashing with irritation. Gritting his teeth, His bloodshot eyes burned with intensity. It would have been a long time. Dust clouds blew thickly around the rocky cliffs, blocking clear sight. On a nearby battlefield, two armies readied their forces. The soldiers, fully armored and armed, were massive and muscular, making their formation even more intimidating. Seok watched nervously and asked, "Is this the perfect chance to test our army? Looks like things could spiral out of control if we mess up." He added. Lin reminded coldly, "This is serious business." He carefully analyzed. "If we understand their strength, we can predict how this battle will unfold. If we capture their base here, the relic carriers will have a much easier time moving through." Lin assured, "Transporting relics used to be tough, but now our legion is right here." Seok and Suho, standing nearby, wondered, "Isn't this a big deal?" "Your Majesty, should we help them move the relics across this land?" He confidently replied, "Queen Patrick and Lord Spindler have already come to assist. Our reinforcements are already on the way." Seok suddenly realized, "That is right." Just then, a technician approached to report. "Your Majesty." Leon nodded. "Understood." He asked General Jiraiya, "Are you ready?" Calmly, Jiraiya replied, "Yes." "Your Majesty, I will lead the way." Jiraiya stepped forward confidently, his feet steady as he moved toward the soldiers. Meanwhile, everyone else watched him with trust-filled eyes. The soldiers slammed their weapons and shouted, "Kill them! Kill them all!" Fueled by the roar, they yelled louder, "Helkin's god is watching! Destroy these knights!" The technicians were angered by the shouting. "Hey, Lin!" They scoffed. "Those pathetic brutes." Jiraiya was used to this noise and did not mind much. It was just their usual reckless nature. Suddenly, a tall figure stepped forward, sneering, "Welcome, miserable humans." Seemingly their leader, stepped up to threaten them. "The rules here are simple. Whoever dies, loses." He introduced himself, "I am Ban, Helkin's champion. No one has beaten me, and I have never lost." Ban Baza challenged them. "Who dares risk their honor to face me?" Leon laughed scornfully. "Using your filthy tribe's honor? Seriously?" He taunted. "Only cowards fail to beat their enemies." Leon ordered, "Knight Jiraiya, grab that freak and take him down." Jiraiya immediately grew serious, drawing a sword from nowhere. "I will remember your name after this fight." The and Jiraiya faced off, Jiraiya's eyes shifting color. "Today is your day to die." Ban Baza sneered at the sword pointed at him. "Old folks love to talk big. I will return the favor." Jiraiya snapped back. "You are a joke, old warrior in rusty armor." Ban Baza challenged. "Prove it." Then, Jiraiya agreed. "I accept your challenge." Ban Baza threw his axe down with a loud laugh. "Bring it on." He confidently declares, "You will die today." Jiraiya's gaze stays steady, carefully sizing up his opponent. Ban Baza stomps hard on the ground and launches himself forward. He charges at Jiraiya with his axe, shouting, "I am." The other man grips his sword tight and rushes in too. Ban Baza remains cocky. "Die already." An axe slice slashes straight down at Jiraiya. His eyes widen as blood sprays everywhere. Ban Baza props the axe on his shoulder, raising it high. He boasts loudly to his troops, "I have one." Jiuk and Soho both exclaim, "Oh no?" Jiuk gasps, "No way." Watching Ban Baza stand tall, Jiuk panics. He could not have lost like that back then. Suddenly, Ban Baza becomes dazed, mumbling, "Win, mine, can't he lose?" Suddenly, Jiraiya appears behind Ban Baza, unharmed, saying calmly, "A monster is still just a monster." He smirks proudly. "Your moves are so predictable." Soho recalls and tells his friend, "The Holy Grail Knight of Dreams and Death." Jihik, confused, asks, "What?" Suho explains, "Looks like back then, he used the Holy Law to create an illusion. That is why it seemed unreal just now." Jiraiya's eyes light up in a flash. He is right in front of Ban Baza, attacking. Jiraiya declares, "Sink into this sweet illusion." With that, he uses the Holy Law. Radiant execution. Jiraiya thinks to himself, "At this speed and distance, I am sure I will pierce him. If I pierce him, his own power will weaken and kill him." He quickly eyes Ban Baza's weak spot, but Ban Baza grabs the sword's tip, like a demon god. He swears, "Is that your holy law?" "Knight, the sword won't budge in my hand." Jiraiya panics, realizing even the holy law won't work. Suddenly, Ban Baza roars and throws Jiraiya far back. An axe slash cuts across Jiraiya's chest, making him cry out in pain. Soho and Jiuk shout in fear, "Lord Jiraiya." Jiraiya quickly retreats to widen the distance. Ban Baza boasts loudly, "What a noisy lot. The Holy Grail Knight." Huh. Jiraiya clutches his chest, realizing it is Helkin's power. Ban Baza proudly declares, "That is right. I am Ban, Helkin's right hand. I have been gifted power to crush and destroy everything." Holding his axe firmly, he mocks, "Your skills mean nothing to me." Ban Baza swings his axe straight at Jiraiya, who barely dodges in time. Jiraiya struggles to block the attack, Gritting his teeth, this bastard's too strong, he slips backward, trying to escape the strike's range. Then Jiraiya charges forward. Banbaza laughs loudly. Come on, old man. They clash fiercely, neither gaining the upper hand, but Jiraiya's Sage makes him weaker. Banbaza, wounded but defiant, taunts, so that is the Holy Grail Knight. Just one hit and you are already tired. Suddenly grabbing Jiraiya by the collar, Banbaza shoves him to the ground and jeers. Is this how the Flame Lord fooled everyone with his strength? Jiraiya screams in pain, eyes rolling back, as Banbaza readies another axe strike. Jiraiya anxiously calls out, Lord Jiraiya. Dust clears revealing Banbaza's figure. He sighs. What a shame. All I see nearby is a struggling shadow. Jiraiya clutches his wound, trying to endure, thinking, what a pitiful, humiliating scene. Even sacrificing your honor on the battlefield, you still can't defeat him. This fight has left you broken and bleeding. Way too much. He grips his sword tightly. Jiraiya ties a cloth to keep his hand on the sword and curses. You disgust me, you filthy monster. This battle's only just begun. He quickly gets into fighting stance. Jiraiya wipes sweat again as Banbaza laughs scornfully. He swung at him again while cursing, but in the end, he is just a weak human. Let us see what you knights can really do to me. Jiraiya was in so much pain he lost focus, maybe even consciousness. Lun and the soldiers straightened up, serious and dignified, standing tall before the confrontation. Leon, the war knight, his eyes sharpened instantly as he demanded, state your name. Jiraiya bowed respectfully, hands folded honestly in front. I am the second son of Baron Thumb, Jiraiya, formerly of the Leona Twilight Knights. Leon said nothing, just watched carefully, his brow furrowed with caution. He held his gaze and said only what he knew. I have heard of you. They say you served with the Twilight Knights 50 years ago. Jiraiya closed his eyes, bowed his head lower, full of shame. A flicker of sadness passed over him. Leon hesitated, then called out softly, Jiraiya. He struggled, trying to decide. This campaign's goal is to eliminate the rogue general. It might be too dangerous for you to fight. Jiraiya thought for a moment but pushed on. A war knight fights for glory and justice. Placing his hand over his heart, every word and gesture showed his resolve. Please let me join the fight, even if it is in the lowest position, whether mingling with militia or standing armed among infantry. I do not care. Leon's eyes widened slightly. Surprised. Warm sunlight spilled through the window. I just want to keep everyone safe. Why are you so eager to fight? There are other ways to claim glory. Jiraiya lowered his gaze, biting his lip tightly, then gave a sincere, warm smile. Honor and glory are not everything. Jiraiya recalled the bloody battle. Standing close to the earth, determined to live fully by his ideals. Jiraiya was drenched in fresh blood, pierced deeply by weapons. Banda pointed to himself, eyes blazing red. I won? You weakling. Suddenly, he felt something strange. His weapon hand was burning. Jiraiya gripped it tighter with all his might. His face darkened as he listened closely, confirming the rumors about his clan's unreliability. He remembered Leon's words and understood everything. His loyalty would always be praised. Shine bright all day and bring honor to our clan in this battle. Jiraiya summoned his strength, surrounded by a purple magical aura. He cast a powerful spell, his eyes glowing with magic. O goddess who governs the fate of all things. Speaking as he acted, he swung his sword. Please bless your knight who has faced death countless times. Banda clutched his sword to his chest, thinking, how? He should not even be able to move. Banda immediately collapsed. Jiraiya still stood firm, blessed by divine protection. Immune to death, he did not scream, just drew his sword. Jiraiya raised his sword high, signaling silently. The soldiers started to cheer wildly, celebrating the victory. Suho gaped, unable to believe his eyes. I won? Jiraiya nearby was just as shocked. Victory was theirs. The monster still stood there, confident. Banda lost. Weakling. Unbelievable he was so loud before. A fully armored monster slowly approached. Tusk, careless and caught off guard. What an idiot. He revealed his face and introduced himself. I am General. Your time's almost up, but I will still ask. Seeing Jiraiya's state, Maga taunted. Want to light your final fire? Jiraiya did not move, thinking, I have lost too much blood. Jiraiya furrowed his brow, calculating that once his death immunity fades, he would accept true death. His eyes dimmed but his spirit stayed firm. Then, for my king, Maga gripped his staff and slowly advanced. Even with a bit of strength left, I will drag you down as my companion. Jiraiya collapsed, but someone caught him. Leon appeared, comforting him. You fought bravely, Lord Jiraiya. Lin bowed his head and approached the enemy. Rest now. I will witness and bless your end. Jiraiya watches anxiously. But you are covered in wounds. Your Majesty, you are declaring war alone, taking on those ugly monsters. Maga freezes in shock after hearing Leon's words. Those scattered green monsters. I will give them one last chance to win. A weapon is drawn. glowing with pure golden light. Every detail screams quality. It is a top-tier weapon. Leon pulls it out with fierce power. Flames crackling all around him, right above his head. A cup also appears, playing heavy hitters only. Lin charges like a lion. Come on, everyone. Step up. Out in space, a nearby object observes everything. It is a scout. It monitors the situation closely, reporting multiple movements at the Empire's border. The Empire and Leon's kingdom are in a shaky alliance. Before it lies a map that lights up bases. The Holy Beast escorts are moving in sequence. 2 escort groups have been wiped out, but the members of the Pantheon remain safe. After reviewing the data, it immediately reports back. The number of Uthan heretic allies is rising. It pauses, sensing something odd, then jumps out of the main building, reason unknown. Suddenly, a fire spirit rushes in, destroying everything. The late afternoon sun sets as dusk falls. Leon, unmatched in power, is ready to level everything. Onlookers gape in shock, mouths wide open. He just said one line, and the Uth monsters vanish, truly the pinnacle of human history. Leon turns coldly, glancing back. Iria places a hand on his chest in respect. Lord Jiria, there is a battle here. If needed, I will go with you to the ends of the earth. Sweat drips as he calls out. Jiria immediately kneels, pleading, please do not get stuck in these memories of mine. Don't waste your precious time. has already shown me how proud a king you are. What more could I ask for? After speaking, he coughs a few times. So stands nearby, worried. Lord Jiria. Lin kneels too, hand on chest. I will perform the ascension ritual. Please accept it. Jiria quickly stops him, face full of concern. Please save your holy power. Lin stays calm, explaining, the Uthan heretics will retreat. If we do not chase the survivors, I won't be here to protect you anymore. Jiria hesitates, still wanting to refuse, but says no more, just thinking deeply. He is just a memory replayed, a shadow left behind. Without hesitation, Leon begins. I will start now. He speaks with heartfelt seriousness. Knight Saint Jiria Vitha Tevan, second son of Jodik Vitha, the first knight of the Leona Twilight Knights, servant of dreams and defeater of death. A goddess appears, smiling gently. Pray to the goddess you worship. Jiria clasps his hands, solemn and devout. He looks at the goddess and begins. O goddess who guides from the lowest depths, ruler of the fate of all things. Jiria raises his brow confidently. Here stands your servant. Having ended a long journey, bowing his head, he earnestly prays. My whole life I have avoided illusions and lies, despised gold and silver, and protected my people, giving them all they needed. Goddess, if you wish to bless the deeds I have done in this world, please expand my king's domain and erase all his worries. Jiria closes his eyes tightly. Leon's hand gently presses his shoulder. O deity of dreams and defiance of death. Leon closes his eyes too, continuing solemnly. Here begins the final journey of your first night. Your honor will be remembered by the living. His radiance will never fade. Leon's sincerity shines through, hoping this night will be toasted in your memory, and that his name will live forever. A powerful magical aura bursts forth, enveloping everything around. On behalf of the gods, vow we will stand together in the memory of the divine. Their foreheads gently touch in agreement. A golden light soars upward, making the scene magical. Farewell, my old friend. A white powder coats Jarius' body as he slowly opens his eyes. That morning's mist did not stop, it kept rising, tiny sparks flickering all around. In a group of oat monsters were deep in discussion. The old oat monster next to them turned and asked, Chief, has he already cast a spell on us? A small flame flickered on his finger. That defeat means nothing, they are just weaklings. With determination, the old monster gave his opinion. Forgive me, but our god's disciple is still inexperienced. We should retreat. Fighting now won't do us any favors. The chief rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. He clenched his teeth, eyes burning red. Confident in the general he held, the chief said with pride, if fate allows, maybe I will face him myself. In the quiet night forest, tiny lights flickered softly in the shadows. Jiria carefully brushed aside leaves to look. Here it is, guys. Judging by these tracks, this path barely sees any monsters. Suddenly, Harry called out to him. Knight Jiria. He turned to ask her, what is up? Knight and Harry, worried, asked, Sir, do you remember what happened before? His voice was slow and steady as he replied, You mean the memories of the other self traveling with you guys? She clarified, more like the feeling of inheriting memories from the original self. Jiria tried to recall but found it difficult. Too bad. I do not have any memories about you guys. The face of Sir Heinti appeared. Now I am an 87-year-old apprentice knight. Back then, His Majesty was both a Holy Grail knight and a war knight. The other knights had to look up to him. Harry's curiosity sparked. Knight Jiria, do you know about His Majesty's youth? Stella joined in. Excited, we want to hear too. Sir Jiria, he cleared his throat, ready to share a proud tale. His memories from those days were vivid and intense. Jiraiya recalled Lian standing proudly in his armor on the battlefield at that time. His Majesty was the youngest Holy Grail Knight in history. Already famous as an apprentice knight, he teased the kids. Do you believe His Majesty began his apprenticeship at just 16? Harry gasped in surprise. The three knights sat around him like children listening to their grandfather's bedtime stories. Usually, one serves the kingdom as a royal knight, but His Majesty was also the rightful heir of the Grand Duke of Dragonia. Even skipping some steps, he still showed the qualities worthy of the Grand Duke's lineage. Jiraiya detailed Lian's glorious achievements, single-handedly wiping out the Oak Clan's stronghold, then crashing their ritual and destroying them all. Tales of adventures with comrades became songs of honor and glory, sung by Bard. He spoke of how Lian grew into a seasoned warrior, and at 20, the goddess of light and justice chose him for a sacred mission. By 27, he became the youngest war knight and Holy Grail knight. He remembered every milestone, clearly a truly remarkable man. No one could match his talent and greatness again. Jiraiya called out, "Knight-hand Harry." She quickly replied, "Yes, sir." He urged her like passing down a sacred duty. Stay close to His Majesty. Watch carefully, and learn well. With his maturity at that age, he was an incredible talent. Harry beamed, accepting the important mission. "Yes, I will do my best." Her excitement made Sir Desi feel a little embarrassed. Late at night, everyone found a place to rest for the night, exhausted and falling asleep quickly. Only Sir D stayed up, practicing his swordsmanship. Every swing was filled with all his heart and soul, hoping for a breakthrough. Suddenly, Jiraiya woke up and saw him leaning against a tree, watching Sir D practice. Impressive sword technique, he said. His sudden appearance startled him a bit. Feeling shy, he worried he would disturb Sir DC's sleep. "Sorry to bother you, sir." Sir DC laughed warmly. "Don't worry, young knight. And my sleep is not what it used to be." Jiraiya stepped closer. "I was planning to stand guard, but you are practicing swordsmanship instead. Olmare, mind if I watch your technique?" Z eagerly agreed. "It is an honor, sir." After the challenge was set, both took their positions, ready for the signal duel. DC was gently reminded, "Take it easy. I will go light. You be ready." He politely nodded in response. Before he could react, DC's sharp sword lightly grazed his neck. Catching him off guard, DC quickly regained his composure and blocked the next strike. Jiraiya attacked while giving tactical tips, his hands right above his waist. The sword was not just a weapon to swing, it was his quickest defense, always ready to react. Every strike he threw was fast and deadly, and through the quiet night, all you could hear was the clash of their blades. My opponent gritted his teeth and took the hits, clearly just mechanical swordsmanship, quick and precise. Facing a heavyweight like Jiraiya, I struggled a lot, but I could not counterattack. With just a simple move, he knocked my sword flying off into the beam. Jiraiya's sword tip stopped right at my throat. I could only breathe shallowly. I had no choice but to surrender. "I lost, sir," I said. He laughed heartily, teasing me, saying winning or losing in training did not really matter. Jiraiya sat down with a big laugh and praised me, saying I had a strong foundation and decent reflexes. "You have trained hard and consistently," he said, waving me to sit beside him. "Come sit here with me," I shyly replied. "I still have a long way to go, sir." Embarrassed, I asked, "Sir Jiraiya, how do I compare to Sir Han Harry and myself?" Jiraiya looked surprised at the question, his experienced eyes carrying a hint of sadness from years of battle. He said, "That is a heavy question." I would guessed his answer, but still felt stunned hearing it. Jiraiya praised Harry, saying that through this old man's eyes, Sir Harry had exceptional talent and was favored by the gods. She would surely achieve greatness faster and surpass others. I sat down beside him, feeling a mix of sadness and admiration. Actually, I already knew, I admitted. I blamed myself, thinking no matter how hard I try, some things just are not meant to be. Jiraiya looked at me with sympathy and felt sorry for my pain. He gave a faint smile, breaking the heavy mood. "You really are like me." I was confused. "You said I am." He looked up at the sky, quietly confiding, "After all, I never became the Holy Knight." "You mean I want to fulfill my dream in the future?" "That is a strange and surprising thing to say." His voice grew serious. "I have heard that many times from family, comrades, even King Lian and the goddess of my dreams, all telling me to give up." I asked carefully, "Then why did not you?" Under the starry sky shining down on us, casting a glow on his answer, he said, "Because challenges do not need anyone's approval," Jiraiya said calmly. "Even if they say it is impossible, that is no reason for me to quit, right?" His determination left me speechless and deeply moved. He smiled. "Hey, young knight, do you know what courage means?" "Courage?" I replied innocently. "You mean bravery," Jiraiya explained like a teacher. "It can be strength, love, or even hope." His words were profound and noble. A knight uses that courage, the bold, unyielding hope, the pure love. The Holy Knight is the ultimate form of that courage. He softly called my name. "Knightga." Do you think the Holy Knight is born with courage? I stammered. Of course. Someone experienced. Surya quickly shook his head. No one is born with courage. You can own it, be given it, or just achieve it. He placed his hand on my shoulder, a sudden move that startled me. Jiraiya punched his fist into his own chest. Courage is something you bring out right here. I felt a thrill, and finally understood the truth he wanted to teach me. He stood up, stretched, and cracked his bones. Young knight, when you pray to be courageous, he smiled kindly at me. Do you think the gods will just hand you courage? Or will they give you the chance to bring it out? Scene shifts to the Empire's guard post. How grand and majestic it looked. The guards there were all in line, focused, and took their duties seriously. After many hard days, the knights finally reached their destination. Stella happily pointed to Jiraiya. Sir Jiraiya, we have arrived at the Empire's guard post. He looked surprised. Already, he shared an important tip with the kids. Through here, you can go straight to the kingdom's border. Harry was deep in thought, processing what he had just heard. I quietly wondered. So the kingdom of Leon Hood shares a border with the Empire. You read the system notice board, confusing as it is. But why has not the mission ended yet? Your thinking is a bit shallow. Once you reach the Empire, the escort mission should be over, right? The guards nearby spot someone approaching and immediately get cautious. Stop. Who are you? Stella, speaking for the group, reports to the guards. We are the escort team for the holy relic of the kingdom of Leon Hood. You should have records of our passage. No response comes from the guards, just a heavy silence hanging in the air. After a moment, the vertical gate linked to the city wall begins to move. The gates slowly swing open, welcoming them inside. A warm voice greets the knights. Welcome. Jiraiya doubts it, thinking, no way he can believe what is happening. Before his eyes, the Holy Light Sect leader, the Royal Guards Commander Bun Fat, and even the head of the Statue Astronomical Society are all here. Jiraiya is shocked. The Empire's 13 noon attendants are present. The kind sect leader smiles. The Holy Grail Knight. At sunset, but the smile starts to turn creepy. Wait, that is a clone of him, right? The knights have probably walked into an ambush. Enemies suddenly surround them. Harry warns him. Knight Jiraiya. Enemies nearby. Jiraiya realizes their plan, grinding his teeth. Could it be you guys? Before he can defend himself, they strike him head-on with laser beams. Jiraiya's blood sprays everywhere. Standing beside him, watches helplessly as the cult leader sneers. Welcome to the Empire. The cult leader's twisted grin chills the blood. His glowing red eyes shine in the fiery night. And goodbye. DC's eyes widen as he sees Jiraiya attack. He is stabbed right in the stomach. Jiraiya is thrown far back, clutching his gut tightly. Sir Jiraiya, the cult leader, calmly strokes his beard, grinning wickedly. As long as the knight still has strength, we have got nothing to worry about. You want to struggle a bit more? Stella turns furious, glaring at him with fierce determination, clenching her jaw. Her sword bursts into flames, fire blazing bright. She leaps up and slashes at the cult leader, flames swirling into a massive fireball. The cult leader flicks his fingers. A magic circle quickly appears. Purple beams shoot out from it, shattering the fire. High-level magic element dissolution. Stella's jaw drops in disbelief. They can dispel divine magic? The cult leader smirks confidently. We have studied divine magic for a long time. He spreads his hands, explaining, holy knights or kings might challenge me, but the magic you use can't break the natural laws. Stella frowns deeply. So you have studied divine miracles? That is blasphemy. The cult leader snaps back. That is why you are all fools, clinging to outdated gods instead of evolving. You are exactly the reason humanity's progress is so slow. Song quickly draws his sword. From the start, the Empire colluded with those freaks, targeting the holy relic. Harry's worried. What? The cult leader spreads his arms like he is condemning them. Those bastards dared target the holy relic granted by the gods to the kingdom. Know your place and prepare to lose. He laughs loudly, pointing. That relic will be a huge breakthrough in decoding divine power. Progress the Empire strives for, but dark clouds roll in, covering the once clear sky. A terrifying pressure crushes down, throwing Dixawong's group into panic. The cult leader watches them with delight. Watch closely. He twirls his fingers, creating a glowing golden point. This is human power. From the clouds bursts an insanely powerful beam. Ancient magic. Lamantis lightning strike. The beam slams down where Dixawong's group stands. Shocked, they freeze in place. The lightning nearly hits their armor. Harry and Dixawong grit their teeth, bracing for impact. Suddenly, a figure appears, radiating pink magic power. Great dark sorcery. Another source of magic appeared in mid-air, nullifying the ultimate element. The lightning bolts, barely inches from Harry's group, were sucked in by that magical force. The cult leader screamed in panic, pale as a ghost. Who the hell is that? They can nullify magic. A voice echoed down from above. It was too dangerous. So I hurried here. Harry looked up excitedly. Just as he expected, in the sky, a giant bird was flying over, and Patrick casually stood on its back. Looking down. Below, A squad of horsemen armed to the teeth was approaching. Patrick lowered her gaze and sneered. "What do you think of my magic?" "Gentlemen." The giant bird was wrapped in a pink magical aura, spreading its wings gracefully, gliding on the wind. The heavily armored cavalry advanced steadily under Patrick's command. Enemy troops glanced suspiciously. "Who is she?" The cult leader's face froze. "That magic is sorcery, but the power around her is divine." The cult leader suddenly went speechless, only making strange noises. He quickly activated a skill, creating a protective circle around them, blocking mental interference, boosting internal strength, and fortifying their spirit. His green magic was fading. How rude. Casting flashy magic everywhere like spoiled brats. Patrick smirked provocatively, a sorcerer with no pride. "Sorry, that magic is just innate to me." The cult leader clenched his teeth, silently cursing. "Fake? My power is brutal, yet it is all just for show." Stroking his beard thoughtfully, he muttered, "Such a lure. It stirs memories and desires. A worrying sign. That divine power. It reminds me of dreams and death. Could she be a cult leader level?" Contrary to his thoughts, Harry's group was still confused. Those damn kingdoms only sent one holy knight. Unexpectedly, they had hidden a saintly maiden. Stella blinked in surprise. "Who is she? Isn't he the current cult leader of Fleer supposed to be male?" The cult leader waved his hand, casting yellow magic. "Either way, showing up before us was a mistake." He focused his magic into a fairy orb. "Once you have come this far, there is no turning back. Burn." Guardian Flame. Fireball. Patrick quickly covered her mouth, feigning surprise. "What are you planning with that cute little thing?" The cult leader lost his cool, unable to stay calm. "Not done yet." A fiery, pointed stone formed in his hand, accelerating and shifting shape with magic, his gaze burning. The cult leader aimed straight at the giant bird and fired. Die. Patrick stood still, waiting. The attack came dangerously close, but she remained unfazed. A perfect hexagonal shield appeared, blocking the attack. The Holy Hex Shield. Patrick sensed something was off and glanced behind her. A devastating ambush struck behind Patrick. Ancient magic. A flash of Lamantis power. The cult leader laughed slyly. "How about that? Surely you can block two magics at once." A huge explosion lit up the sky, the blinding light making it impossible to see what was happening below. Harry's group trembled, a voice deep and rough calling out, "Queen." Patrick gently covered her mouth with a handkerchief. "First, I need to clear out this messy, tacky crowd. Great dark magic. Recycle the energy." The cult leader stiffened, dumbfounded. "What? I am sweating bullets here. What kind of ridiculous magic is this?" Patrick raised her hand, revealing overlapping magic circles. Great dark magic. Above her head appeared an eye shooting out streams of mystical fire. Spiritual manifestation. The city was engulfed in flames. Screams echoed nonstop. Harry's group ducked in shock. Heavens! Suddenly, the jewel on the cult leader's forehead glowed. He raised his eyebrows. As if realizing something, the cult leader raised his hand defensively, teeth clenched in frustration. Even the remnants of magic can be absorbed and used. The power is overwhelming. Pure concept. A barrier. Patrick's deep eyes burned with fury. Is that a defensive concept? She just had to point at the eye behind her to attack, rivaling even her minions' divine spells. Patrick put a finger to her lips, looking adorable. "Magic here in this world, they call it sorcery. It is basically the same as magic back home." She bit her lip, dropping the net with disgust, not understanding why everyone used such a crude method. Her eyes narrowing suspiciously as she listened. The eyes above absorbed more and more magic, widening with intensity. Patrick spread his hands and spun them, a black magical orb glowing with golden light forming between his palms. She lifted the orb high to soak up as many lightning bolts as possible, focusing only on magic power, while ignoring the true potential of the spell. "It is you guys who are the mysterious ones here." Eyes wide in shock, mouth forming an O. "Girl, are you trying to cast the same magic as us?" Patrick opened his hands just as everything came together, ready to unleash. That dazzling magic was raised high by her two hands. Great magic. Heavenly light's judgment. Scene shift to a quieter corner, where Ziria is gradually waking up from treatment. DZ created a protective barrier around them. "Ziria, are you okay?" He quickly looked around. It was an Imperial Guard outpost. Ziria furrowed her brow, guessing, "If I woke up here, does that mean the Empire betrayed us?" Patrick, still bursting with magic from above, said, "You are right, Ziria." Harry's eyes went wide in horror. "What?" The voice inside my head. The voice echoed again, speaking to Harry and the escort group. Patrick was using telepathy to communicate. Request immediate military support. Harry was confused. "Wait, are not we winning right now?" The leader and Min were still biting their teeth, holding out on the other side. It was just a matter of time. "I feel a strange power from those self-proclaimed Imperial Dukes." Even though the leader's face was veined with stress, Patrick could not relax. If this fight dragged on, he feared he could not handle it alone. Something suddenly crashed from the sky, hitting the ground with a loud explosion. Zed lay paralyzed under the rubble, his body parts scattered everywhere. System error, urgent repairs needed. Zed quickly started dismantling the damaged parts for emergency fixes. Suddenly, a hand pulled him up. At this point, he could only weakly utter a few words, when Canis shook him roughly a few times and asked, "Who are you? Why can I feel divine power from you?" 12 knights galloped like the wind through the narrow canyon, iron hooves pounding with dust clouds swirling behind. Ziria gripped the reins with one hand and held the treasure mirror with the other, urging, "Hurry. The Empire's troops will catch us any moment now." Dizzy chased after them quickly, tense but responding. "Don't you worry about us. You just keep going ahead." Harry pressed on desperately, trying to reassure himself. "Come on, horse, just a little more." The Empire's army was now right on their tail. Bunk 7 shouted boldly, "Capture them." Hearing this, Dizzy tensed up and stayed alert. Behind Harry, a whole squad closed in tightly. She gasped in horror. "That is the Empire's forces." The man roared like a beast, his voice echoing through the air. "You pests! Where do you think you are going?" Bunk 7 shouted rudely, banging and yelling. "Stop right there." Harry flared with anger, decisively turning around and drawing her sword, ready to fight. She swung her sword fiercely, spewing flames and rushing straight at him. Bunk 7 calmly smiled wickedly, eyes flashing with malice, and swung his arm back hard. His sword slashed powerfully, cutting through Harry's flames and making her falter. Bunk 7's gaze narrowed, his face darkening as he sneered, "You holy disciples." Harry, fueled by rage, clenched her sword tightly, glaring back fiercely. They clashed fiercely, swords sparking metal flashes and ringing sounds, but she could not hold out long and was knocked off her horse by his powerful strike. She hit the ground hard. DC gasped. Harry, his face tensed with anger. Dizzy glanced back, eyes burning with resentment. Those kingdom pests. Bung F7 charged forward, his whole body glowing with mysterious energy, declaring, "I will wipe you all out right here." He looked up in terror, heart racing wildly, activated his demon god skill, 2 dark horns sprouting from his head, radiating a mysterious magical energy. Bung F7 unleashed his power, the ruthless destroyer. Then he slammed his fist into the ground, the impact causing a massive shockwave, the earth trembling violently. Strange, eerie light burst from his horns, Bung F7's eyes glowing red, a crazed smile spreading across his face. He laughed maniacally and charged forward, quickly closing in. DC panicked and urged his horse to flee, but Bung F7 ignored DC and barreled straight ahead, shouting roughly, "Move aside. Lackeys." Things were worse than expected, he warned in panic. "A knight, Stella. Watch out." She heard the warning and turned around anxiously. Stella steadied her nerves and calmly ordered the soldiers, "Protect the holy relic. Stop that demon." The troops responded in unison. "Yes, madam." They spurred their horses, ready to hold back the enemy. With fierce determination, the soldiers shouted, "For Leonhart, for the new King's Lion." Their voices rang out as they charged Bung F7 head-on. He laughed loudly, challenging them, drawing his sword with a flash, ready to strike with overwhelming power. Bung F7 slashed his sword in a sweeping arc, the force shaking the ground. He roared, "Clear the way." Suddenly, a voice called out from above, "Thank you, loyal warriors." Bung F7 was startled and looked up instinctively. Above, Stella gripped her sword tightly with both hands, focusing her energy. Her blade glowed with divine power radiating all around. She descended, slashing straight at Bung F7. The divine energy exploded, sending smoke and dust swirling. Bung F7's massive hand crushed her head brutally. Stella's attack did not hurt him at all. Instead, it only enraged the beast inside him. "You insolent brat. I will kill you." Before he could strike, a sharp taunt stopped him cold. His sword did not cut through. The blade was stopped dead. Ziria arrived just in time, pulling Stella out of danger and saving her at the last second. Furious, he mocked, "Ziria? You fool. You are not even a holy relic knight trying to stop me." Bung F7 boasted loudly, "If you want to kill me, bring the holy relic knights here." Hearing this, he frowned and muttered, "The Empire's gotten way too arrogant." After speaking, Zira narrowed her eyes and snapped, "Since when do you have the right to talk about the holy relic knights?" He was speechless, grinding his teeth. Suddenly, Bung F7's eyes widened, his mind sharp as he sensed something off. "Wait, where's the relic?" he shouted. Ziria smirked. "Well, people tend to forget things as they get older, right?" Bung F7 noticed DC urgently spurring his horse forward. Shocked, he wondered what was going on. Could it be? While Ziria stalled and distracted him, they quickly fled with Harry and the relic. He realized this and was furious. "Damn it, they tricked me." He glanced at Stella, and they nodded in silent agreement. He solemnly called out, "Knights and proud soldiers of Leonhart, listen up. Stella Vermilion, escort commander, order you to rise and take up your swords." Without hesitation, The soldier stood and closed in on Bung F7, forming a tight circle. Stella vowed, "Today, we die?" "Understood." They shouted their battle cry in unison. His face darkened, fury flooding his mind. Bung F7 cursed, "You damn fools." He grimaced, veins bulging, howling madly. "You are just dogs of the gods." Bung F7 stomped hard on the ground, the force cracking the earth beneath him. The ground shook violently, cracks spreading uncontrollably as he advanced coldly. He slashed decisively, his sword piercing through a soldier's body. His sword carried terrifying magical energy. He growled bitterly, "You are nothing but cattle who've lost all ability to think." Bung F7 arrogantly mocked with cruel words. It is even worse than that. At that moment, Zuri and Stella both rushed forward. Confronting him head-on, he frowned, eyes sharp with determination, gripping his sword tightly. Then Bung F7's blade flared with divine energy, aiming precisely at Ziria. Stella shouted in alarm, "Knight Ziria." He grabbed his opponent's sword with one hand, using the other to block the strike. "Do not worry about me." But soon, Ziria could not hold the defense much longer and got slammed hard. Taking advantage of his momentary daze, Bulv 7H kicked Ziria down aggressively and taunted him like a fool who does not understand real power. After subduing Ziria, he decisively spun around, shifting his attack towards Stella, and she struggled to hold her ground against the fiends. Bulv 7H struck hard, and Stella was instantly thrown backward. At that moment, teenage Ziria swiftly lunged from another angle to attack him. With sharp instincts, Bulv 7H quickly twisted his body to block the sword strike. Confused, Ziria wondered if his recovery speed had improved. He muttered tensely. It seemed his magic had strengthened. Both stepped back, facing each other head-on. Stella anxiously asked Han, the kingdom's knight, if he could still fight, but he stayed silent. Ziria firmly declared, "Until I fall here, my spirit will never break." Time dragged on. The clash between them showed no sign of ending. Only heavy breaths filled the air. Stella, battered all over, collapsed backward, clutching tight, struggling to breathe. After knocking her down, Bulv 7H sneered confidently, baring his teeth cruelly. "Mockin, looks like this is the last fight you will get." Ziria gripped his sword tightly. Every taunt from him burned his spirit. "Your foolishness will cost you your lives, you immature kids." With a cold, indifferent gaze, Ziria calmly stated, "Not even your very existence can bring me down." Bulv 7H smirked and asked mockingly, "Really? Strange that the goddess chose a mediocre knight like you. But it won't change a thing, kid." Slowly stepping forward, Ziria replied calmly, "Holy knights are those who dedicate everything to fulfill the gods' sacred mission." Passing by fallen soldiers who gave their lives on the battlefield, Ziria proudly declared, "Their lives were like the brightest flowers blooming amid countless beliefs, and honor once my dream and my goal." He stood before Bulv 7, eyes locked, complete silence tightening the intense atmosphere. Ziria raised his sword, formed a seal, and with glowing spiritual energy, solemnly said, "O goddess of all creation, I know everyone says this is impossible." Closing his eyes, he wholeheartedly paid respect. "O Lord of the underworld and judge of sinners, O guide of lost souls." He thought, "They say it is the goddess' will for me to give up." Watching the whole transformation, Bulv 7H was stunned, unable to believe it. Ziria drifted into deep thought, but that knight always challenged the hardest trials, never stopping to learn and rise to victory. Now he walked through the forest, surrounded by stacked corpses. Ziria's face shone with unshakable determination. There was no reason to make that knight falter. In his youthful form, he focused on refining his martial arts and finally turned the impossible into possible, defying death. And the miracle happened. He saw it himself and felt satisfied. After all the effort, a swirling purple pillar of light surged, energy bursting forth, reaching skyward as if connecting heaven and earth. Ziria slowly opened his eyes as a gentle voice echoed in his mind, reigniting his fighting spirit. "I will bless you. Go face the impossible, my little knight." Ziria swung his sword down, his whole body bursting with light, transcending time and space. Standing tall in the vast world, he confidently declared, "I am not immortal, but I fight with the immortality that surrounds me." Stella was stunned, lost in thought. With the steadfast shadow of the holy knight behind him, Ziria glared fiercely at Bulv 7, the fool singing the song of twilight. "Survive death, and fate is victory. Get out of this canyon fast and call for reinforcements." The battlefield lay in ruins, distant soldiers scattered, dust rising. Bulv 7 flew into a rage. Stumping furiously, he stormed toward the fading purple light, cursing like crazy. "Damn it!" Bulv 7's face twisted in pain, eyes burning with fury, shouting curses that seemed to tear his throat. "You miserable traitors!" He recalled the fierce battle just now, muttering bitterly, half of it lost to a lowly adventurer knight. Ziria's cold face and burning gaze still haunt Bulv 7's mind. Without the demon transformation, I would have lost. He thrust his sword into the ground, deep in thought and motionless. The soldiers caught up, their leader hesitating to speak. Worried, Still not dead yet, Draven analyzed seriously, saying it would take at least half a day to reach Leon Hertz below. We can still catch up if we start right now. Bulb 7 he gritted his teeth, his face flushed and tense, radiating fierce determination. Chase them down. We must reclaim the sacred relic. Amid the rubble, Stella struggled to stand, leaning on her sword. Gasping, "Stop," he sneered mockingly. "Still alive? Huh," Bulb 7H arrogantly called out to Stella Vermilion. Blood splattered all over him, calmly wiping the corner of her mouth. She stared back fearlessly, seeing Stella's stubborn defiance. Bulb 7A stepped forward with hesitation and a dark expression. He turned away coldly and ordered bluntly, "Kill her. Don't leave anyone alive." Bulb 7A soldiers closed in at the command. Stella trembled, gripping her sword tightly, her body trembling with unyielding spirit, struggling to lift her sword. She clenched her teeth and declared each word sharply. "This territory belongs to Leon Hood." Suddenly, the ground behind Stella shook violently. She spun around, the entire squad startled. In the distance, a streak of light tore through the sky, shooting upward. Suddenly, the light veered sharply towards Stella, terrifying Bulb 7's soldiers, who froze in shock. Draven looked up, pupils dilated, horrified beyond words. The light crashed down, exploding with earth-shattering force, sending shockwaves that shattered rocks. From the blast, a strong wind swept through Stella's hair, blowing it back and highlighting her stunned expression. Bulb 7H froze, eyes wide in shock as he turned to look back. The soldiers panicked and stepped back several paces, stammering in fear. Volcano strode forward confidently, the ground turning to lava beneath him. His fiery steps sent smoke rising, mixed with Draven's shouted warnings. Executioner Volcanoes, clad in iron armor, his muscular form blazing with flames, inspired terror. Witch Hunter, War Knight of Destruction, he stood firmly before Stella, towering power radiating as his twin swords blazed red-hot. Volcano slowly opened his eyes, his hoarse voice a deadly threat. "I am Volcano," he roared, the echo repeating his name. "I am Volcano." At that moment, countless red sparks burst around him, a terrifying force shaking heaven and earth. Volcanoes fiercely pointed his sword toward Bunk 7H and his troops. He coldly ordered, "Explain yourselves." Bunk 7, confused, blurted out, "What?" Volcanoes lost patience, his chilling voice merciless. "Before I burn your souls to ashes, so death might forgive you." Hearing this outrageous claim, Bunk 7 laughed scornfully, gritting his teeth angrily. He still remained defiant. "Don't you realize your arrogance brought this crisis upon us today?" Bunk 7 shouted war cries. "Today? Before the Empire's might." Before he could finish, Volcanoes charged forward, cutting him off with disdain. "Is that all?" At that moment, Bunk 7 wildly swung his sword to block, steel clashing with a fierce ring. Amid the chaos, he calmly asked, "Do you know why we dare call ourselves the Empire?" Elsewhere, Bunk 7A struggled to resist, amazed. "What kind of power is this?" Volcanoes unleashed his full strength, confidently asserting, "Because we allowed your existence." The overwhelming pressure made it hard for him to keep control. Before Bunk 7H could catch his breath, Volcanoes readied another strike, showing disgust as he listed their crimes. "Your reckless calls for independence." Gritting his teeth in pain, Bunk 7H groaned with suffering, gripping his sword tightly. "Your expansion is not necessary." Volcanoes roared thrice, his attacks growing more furious, bright sparks flying non-stop. Volcanoes unleashed a fatal blow, shouting in rage, "All because we allowed it." The massive energy slammed Bunk 7H backward, who slammed his foot down hard. Bunk 7 refused to accept the truth, mouth agape in terror. No way his strength, speed, and endless magic energy could surpass human limits like this. After finishing the attack, Volcano stood tall and proud, his whole body glowing with spiritual energy. Bunk 7 was thrown back, struggling to get up, unwillingly thinking, "This can't be happening." Suddenly, a third eerie eye opened in the middle of Bunk 7's forehead. Purple beams surrounded his body as he tensed up, tilted his head back, and shouted firmly, "Give me strength, Lu. I will pay the price worthy of being the contract signer." The soldiers around were terrified, stammering, "Demonic transformation. This is..." Seeing Bunk 7's stubborn defiance, Volcanoes flew into a rage, flames blazing wildly. "How dare someone be so disrespectful?" At that moment, the iron armor fell off him, followed by a maniacal laugh. Bunk 7A transformed into a fierce beast, spiritual power surging. He arrogantly declared, "This power, this feeling of omnipotence you fools, who only pray for what you want will never understand." Suddenly, the third eye on Bunk 7's forehead flickered, confusing him. Just as Volcanoes finished raising his sword, a massive fiery blade ignited, stretching high into the sky. Without a word, Volcanoes charged forward at an incredible speed. He decisively unleashed a deadly strike, aiming straight at Bunk 7 with the weight of 1,000 pounds. Before Bunk 7 could react, a blinding beam hit him, sending him flying and leaving only screams behind. Scene shift to the Imperial Guard post, where tension filled the air. Another fierce battle raged on, evenly matched opponents continuously casting spells to attack each other. Beatrech stood behind a shield formed by a complex magic formation, the shimmering light reflecting the worry on her face. On the other side, the cult leader and Min laughed loudly, confident that defeating her was just a matter of time. The old man unleashed countless formations, relentlessly sending wave after wave of attacks. The cult leader sneered smugly, satisfied. This magical energy, this endless inspiration, I am very pleased. Just as Oldhai he was about to speak, the next attack that would end it was interrupted by a cold, cutting voice. Arrogant fools. So the Empire is behind this disaster after all. Cult leader's smile vanished, sweat dripping down as he stammered. A stranger, unlike his terrified expression, she calmly glanced back without much surprise. Patrick smiled with relief, just in time. Your Majesty, I just saw off an old friend, he answered gently, riding on a white horse. Leon approached with interest, chuckled lightly, and asked, mind if I join? She closed her eyes briefly, respectfully placed her hand on her chest, and replied, I do not care about hogging honor and glory. He looked displeased and grumbled. Looks like I need a long talk with you about that. The cult leader and Min glared as Leon and Patrick chatted casually. She laughed it off, denying, I am no knight. The cult leader shouted angrily. But it changed nothing. I will kill every last one of you here. He was immediately struck by an energy sphere. Before he could react, the cult leader froze, stunned as a blinding light suddenly hit his eyes. In the sky, a pillar of blazing red fire shot straight down. Witnessing the horrifying scene, the cult leader screamed, what the hell is that? Did someone just summon a meteor? Patrick stood nearby, curious. Your Majesty, who is that? Lin replied calmly. Looks like we do not need to intervene after all. From above, Von Canis descended, sword in hand, radiating overwhelming power. Lin confidently added, he does not cut any slack for demons like these. The cult leader's face twisted in rage. That guy is Min gasped, shocked and wondering. The Holy Grail Knight Von Canis. Why is he here? Von Canis landed with a shockwave that carved a huge crater, shockwaves rippling outward, a massive glow blurring vision. Divine punishment, the flames of war. In just a few brief moments, the cult leader and Min were reduced to mere afterimages, fading into nothingness. After everything was settled, Von Canis respectfully knelt before Leon, bowing with utmost reverence. He carefully removed his mask as a sign of deep respect, declaring, I pay homage to Leon Het, representative of the divine sect, master of the Lion Heart King, and protector of the Holy Grail. Leon smiled warmly and greeted back kindly. Long time no see. And Knight Von Canis bowed low. Von Canis' voice rang strong and steady. Yes, Your Majesty, I hope you are well. At that moment, Beatrich suddenly spoke up. Your Majesty. Lin glanced over as he heard her. She quickly reminded, we need to gather everyone before the gate closes. After some thought, he agreed. Then, Leon suddenly placed a hand on Von Canis' shoulder. He knelt down, faced him respectfully, and said, Sir Von Canis, I have much to discuss with you, but the situation is urgent, so I must leave now. Hearing this, Von Canis replied, who would dare block His Majesty's path? Do as you wish, Leon seriously asked. Sir Von Canis, could you lend me something to represent you? Without hesitation, he agreed immediately, if His Majesty needs it. Von Canis said, holding out his hand and forming a crimson blood ring. A small sword slowly materialized from the space inside. Leon happily took it and politely expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Then he sheathed the sword, clasped his hands behind his back, and turned to leave. Farewell. Sir Von Canis. Von Canis quickly stood up, placing his hand over his chest. Please take care. Leon turned back, smiled warmly, and gently promised, we will meet again someday. Behind him, the tower split in two, engulfed in flames. Von Canis' smile faded as a thought crossed his mind. In the god's paradise, there is no Von Canis, but he is still alive. Harry and the others waited at the space gate, where strange lights swirled. She held onto Mongwong tightly. Suddenly, Harry's face brightened, her eyes sparkling as she shouted joyfully, he is here. Everyone turned their heads to look. At that moment, Lid and Patrick rode in on white horses, a foam landing gracefully with dust kicking up beneath the hooves. Harry obediently spoke. Your Majesty, you have arrived. He gently helped her down and smiled. Everyone's here. Lin wiped sweat and looked over at Spinner, who was bandaged all over, politely asking, Sir Spinner, are you alright? Spinner startled but replied, yes, I am. At that moment, Ziwang approached from afar, holding a sacred mirror. Bowing respectfully, Your Majesty, you have arrived. He hesitated and introduced, this is the sacred artifact. Lin gratefully accepted the artifact from Ziwang, nodding in approval. Finally, You all kept the sacred artifact safe. Everyone worked hard. Lian carefully opened the mirror, and the moment it unfolded, a blinding light burst forth, filling the space. Everyone stared in amazement. He stared at the artifact, a flash of astonishment in his eyes. Lian found it hard to believe, smiling to himself. Incredible. So this is what the missing sacred artifact really is. The artifact was an ancient sword sheath, radiating a mysterious spiritual aura, sparkling enchantingly. Lian whispered, "It is back." In the place called the Hall of 10,000 Gods, a modern city with a very pleasant atmosphere. A foot stepped out of a car, followed by a voice. Even the party host. Did something happen this morning? The speaker was none other than her. Sujin, head of the Korean Hunters Association Appraisal Department, closed the car door. Looking puzzled. Why did you come to the Hall of 10,000 Gods all of a sudden? Sujin looked at the bustling, prosperous scene inside quietly. This place does not feel like an ordinary tourist spot anymore. In the distance, a young couple whispered to each other. Hey, this place is amazing, the guy replied. Yeah, and the rewards are even better. She walked along the street, thinking aloud. I heard just saying the name gets you an epic item. How could that be? Suddenly, a sound came from the roadside. Catching Sujin's attention, Jack sent a message. Got the temple's contribution. Can pay with Mama Pay. Sujin hurried across the street, eagerly approaching Jack. She greeted. Hello? He immediately turned to her. Got it. Jack's up started an id check. Hunter Association Appraisal Head Sujin. She widened her eyes in surprise and excitement, asking, You recognize me? He explained. The Hunter Association database has everything. Sujin thought to herself, but that is supposed to be a secret. The mop sound played on. I will notify His Majesty. Please come inside and wait, she shyly asked. Can I check out the hammer a bit? Jack seemed doubtful and asked, Test it out. Sujin confirmed. Yeah, just for fun, she quietly asked. But what is the test fee? Jack pointed to the neat price list next to him and said, 5 million coins. Hearing the sky-high price, Sujin whispered. Too expensive, seeing she hesitated over the price. Jack quickly threw out a move. But there's a discount based on assets. You are in Group 2. So it is only 500,000 coins. She perked up. That is a big discount. Right after saying that, Sujin suddenly froze, staring blankly for a moment. Sujin's face went pale, her eyes wide open and brows furrowed. Clearly confused. As if she would just realized something. Wait a minute, she quickly asked. How do you know my asset level? Jack calmly replied. I took a picture already. Sujin jumped, blurting out. What? Jack repeated. I took a picture already. Jack then bluntly asked. Are you going to do it or not? Hearing that, she got all flustered and awkward, mumbling. Just for today. After a moment, she slowly stepped inside through the big gate. A voice called out. Captain Feng. Sujin, she turned around and smiled back. Representative Han, long time no see. Harry, dressed in a lion costume, sneaked over. His cute look made her burst out laughing. Sujin quickly adjusted her glasses, cheeks flushed, shyly asking, Your luck's been good lately. Huh, you got promoted, right? Sujin thought. So cute. Harry beamed. Well, I am still a hunter after all. They happily walked together, Harry chatting away. Are you here to appraise items today? Sujin rubbed her head and replied, Yeah. Where should I go now? Harry giggled and quickly offered. Let me show you the way. After a while, she held up her card to the scanner. Besides Harry and Sujin, 2 others joined them in riding the elevator, chatting and laughing loudly. Along the way, Sujin greeted everyone warmly. Seeing this, Sujin felt relieved, thinking, looks like Harry's still well liked here. Good. Harry led her to a large room and whispered, Hey, look over there. The scene inside made Sujin gasp in awe. Unable to hide her admiration, Lynn and Patrick sat quietly enjoying tea on the terrace, their demeanor elegant and refined. Her eyes were quickly drawn to Lian's handsome, graceful features. When those eyes met Patrick's poised, noble look, a flood of emotions overwhelmed Sujin, and she silently thought, truly a royal presence. At that moment, Lin calmly set down his teacup and asked directly, Are you the person sent by the guild? She bowed politely in response. Yes, I am Sujin of the Northern House. Greetings. He shifted his gaze to Harry and asked sharply, Harry, did you teach her? She turned away, confused, not understanding what he meant. Lian got serious and went straight to the point, making a frank request. Then bring those items here. Harry, bring them out. After some struggle, Harry pushed out a cart loaded with items. The moment she saw it, Sujin's mouth dropped open and sweat broke out on her face. She widened her eyes. What is all this? Still stunned, she adjusted her glasses, examined closely, then commented, Everything looks so valuable. Her eyes followed a shining shield, Instantly captivated, isn't he the undefeated shield of the Oroso clan? Next, Sujin was shocked again by a second treasure, and this bracelet. Purity. Right? The Vulcanus mirror Lian received as a gift was now on appraisal. Sujin adjusted her glasses several times, trying to get a good look. This one's also an incredibly rare item. The info board showed details. Vulcanus' ceremonial sword. Grade. A pick. This sword was awarded to the war hero Vulcanus for his self-sacrifice on the Pathos. The divine flame clings to it, making it priceless. Its function no longer works due to long war wear. Harry carefully brought over a mirror and whispered, "This is the last item. Captain, please take a close look." Sujin turned and replied right away, "All right, let me see." She could not wait any longer and eagerly opened the mirror's lid. A series of dazzling bright rays shot straight into the viewer's eyes. Sujin raised her eyebrows, opened her eyes wide, and stammered. This is... The sword's sheath glowed with mystical light, radiating pure energy like the breath of a god. She was stunned. An epic-class sheath. Sujin quickly assessed it. An epic-class sword sheath. This is Richard Lian Hert's sheath, the lower deity. Lin calmly confirmed. Really? Then without hesitation, he summoned a sword. Lian swung the sword with force. Sujin watched in awe as it clashed. The sword in his hand seemed to perfectly match the sacred sheath. Sujin gasped. The sheath slowly floated into the air, glowing with radiant energy all around. Without any control, it flew to Lian like a lost puzzle piece found. Sujin was stunned and puzzled. The sheath moved on its own, and as the two treasures drew closer, an ancient aura grew stronger. The sheath slid slowly onto the perfectly matching sword. The two fit together seamlessly, as if they were originally one. Lian observed the entire process thoughtfully. A line of glowing text appeared on the sheath, gradually becoming clear as it pointed toward the stars. The strange symbols intertwined. Be brave and do good, even if you fall. Rebuild justice. Betrutch curiously asked, "What do these words mean?" Lin replied solemnly, "These are the teachings of the first Lion King." She glanced at his expression, confused. The first Lion King. That figure was deeply etched in his mind, like it was carved into his very blood. The words, passed down by the first Lion King to future generations. Lian gripped the sword firmly and confidently said, "Then, I have been given the order. It is time to retreat." The three girls looked at Lian, puzzled. People down below looked up, starting to murmur. "Look, over there on the rooftop." The girl also looked up. "Hey, that person." Everyone's eyes focused on the rooftop where Lian stood proudly. They were shocked to realize he was the president of the Divine Council. Holding the sword tightly, he declared boldly, "I am the 15th Lion King, Lian Dragonheart Leonheart, the rightful heir to the first Lion King." Lin drew his sword and shouted loudly, "As the representative of the gods on earth, I will let the sacred relic reclaim its true power." A giant radiant light surged, enveloping everything in a mystical glow. The three girls silently watched the scene, each with their own expression. On the ground, the crowd kept their eyes fixed, feeling the heat intensify rapidly. On this side, Lin thought deeply. Finally, he smiled softly, a joyful smile after so much effort and hope. "I have regained the power of the Golden Age. The time has come." Lian turned and walked inside, quickly ordering, "Prepare the grand ritual. Thanks to this sheath, I can start immediately." Betrutch placed her hands respectfully, her voice gentle but full of reverence. "Yes, BH. This is what you mentioned earlier, right?" Lian looked down at the sword, joy bursting inside him. From that moment, Lian laid out his plan. First, to form a knight's order and prepare for the assembly of the completed Holy Grail Knights. Not stopping there, he firmly added, and Lian explained, "Through the grand ritual, we will gather the stars." Night had fallen deep, the city wrapped in peaceful darkness, with only faint streetlights lighting the empty streets. Soyeon strolled alone, talking on the phone. The voice on the other end speaking, "Miss, do you really want to stay there?" She replied calmly, "Yeah, for now." Just like this, the other side rambled on, "Our divine sword has many sword techniques and secret skills." But hearing this, Soyeon cut in calmly, "I know, but you understand, it is still not enough." The subordinate nervously said, "To kill that guy, we need the blade technique." "Miss," she coldly asked, "do we know where he is now?" The voice on the line replied, "His last known location was in Lower Korea, in the ruins of a Korean city, thick with demonic energy. A sword dragged across the ground, sparks flying at every contact. He was there." A tall, thin man walked slowly through the wreckage, a sword in his hand flashing a strange red light, always accompanied by his demon blade. A new day at the Hall of 10,000 Gods. Lian stands with arms crossed, intently watching a fierce battle unfold. Someone shouts loudly, "Again? Fight!" On the battlefield, two groups face off, defenders and attackers. This is a morning training session at the Hall of Gods. Cavalry charging and defending fiercely, their battle cries echoing. The defenders hold their ground firmly, gripping their shields tight with determined faces, shouting in unison. On the other side, Suho leads the cavalry charge, wildly spurring his horse and shouting orders to break through the encirclement fast. At the critical moment, Rihia clashes with Suho's horse, Suho curse. Damn it! Do not stop now. Rihia quickly shouts back. Break the circle. Suho. Suho swings his sword fiercely, but the shield holds firm. Worried, he says, their defense is too solid. We have done all we can, but... Suddenly, the defenders rush to grab him, catching Suho off guard. He is thrown off his horse. Face contorted in pain, Suho lies in the enemy's grasp, sweating coldly. Lifting his head with a terrified expression, he trembles, softly calling out, "Guys," but all he gets back are hungry, ruthless stares from the enemy team. A black-haired woman smirks wickedly, eyes filled with cruel intent, and coldly commands, "Kill him." At her order, the crowd attacks violently, each kick like a blade, screams mixing with wicked laughter. Beat him down. Smash him, Suho screams in pain. Uncle, help, but they only get more excited. Hitting harder. It is only thanks to Saint Grun that he managed to survive. Jeek panics but tries to reassure himself, "We can beat them. Our basics are way stronger than theirs." After the assault, Suho is thrown aside without mercy, bloodied and battered beyond words. Jeek hears a bitter cry echoing in his mind. Lin announces loudly from the stands, "Stop." Defenders win. Next group. Suho is quickly revived, letting out a relieved breath. Everyone anxiously surrounds Suho. He lies limp, eyes wide and unblinking. Jeek anxiously asks about his condition. "Is he okay? He looked clinically dead just now," Harry says, reassuring them to get ready for revenge. Soon after, another intense battle erupts. Harry's voice rings out. "Vanfap. Strong types," Lin declares directly. Attackers win. Morning training's over. Sunlight filters through the training ground, reflecting off puddles left from the battle. And Owen speaks sternly. First, standing on the podium, Lin calmly teaches, "If your breakthrough fails, move the rear squad forward to lead. Then pull back. Infantry are slower than others, use that mobility and get ready to attack again." He asks loudly. "Got it." All the trainees answer in unison, except Soyeon, who stays silent and serious. Standing nearby, Jeek notices Lian continuing to instruct the cavalry. She watches ahead. Soyeon's eyes are empty and cold, her icy expression creating an intimidating vibe. After class, the group slumps in the cafeteria, some lying face down, others yawning, utterly drained. They joke weakly. "I have no energy left." Jia complains irritably. "I am starving." Suho, "Those cavalry guys are super strict." Just then, someone speaks up. "Hey, eat something, guys." Everyone turns around instantly. Haribi arrives with a basket of freshly roasted potatoes, smiling kindly, but it is just regular potatoes and sweet potatoes. Everyone's faces light up with joy. The whole group eagerly heads over. "Senpai, is there any kimchi?" Someone asks. "We ran out," comes the reply. Someone else excitedly shouts. "Oh no!" Juke breaks a roasted potato in half. The warm, fragrant scent makes him incredibly happy, satisfied and cheerful. Everyone's mood lifts as they chat happily. "This is so good. How long do we have to survive on salty water and sugar water? Might as well just enlist already." Someone jokes. "Might even get better food then." Hari enthusiastically adds. "Promotion ceremony is coming up, then we will finally eat properly." Jiik pauses. Curious, "But I heard they connect with the gods. What is that about?" she asks wide-eyed. Harry turns to the trainees. "Lately, whenever we have time, have not we been studying the gods and their laws? To become a knight of the kingdom, you apparently need to know how to use holy magic." She analyzed further. "In cases like mine, you are personally chosen by Lord Poseidon, but you guys do not pick a god you trust, right?" Jiuk frowned, connecting the dots. "Does that mean we were chosen by the god of righteous light, Ariana, and the god of warfire, Phaedos?" The king also said that knights usually serve those two gods. Hearing this, everyone got curious. What kind of power does Knight Jiuk have? Clearly, it is the power to make money, right? The girls kept chatting about it. "Do you want to join the fund? Let us see. If it is not a blacksmith's skill, then what else could it be?" Last time, it seemed like he was experimenting with earth rays and lasers, or some similar tech stuff, definitely a bit unusual. Just then, hearing the whispers about himself, Jiuk immediately appeared on the screen. He directly corrected them. "My power is for making money and managing it." "Got it." The others eagerly teased him. "It is Knight Jack." Jiuk laughed, mocking playfully. "Boss Jack, did you install a surveillance device here or what?" Jack snapped back annoyed. "No way. The sound detection on this device can compare to real entities. I know exactly what you are saying and where." The trainee found this even more amusing, bursting out laughing. "Please respect our privacy," Jack seriously replied. "I will think about it." Jack's mechanical voice rang out again. "Head Kim Jiuk, Head Kim Jiuk." Hearing the call, he startled and looked up. The message came through. "A guardian has arrived to visit. Please change quickly and head to the building's entrance." Hearing this, Jiik's face stiffened. He clenched his teeth in frustration, stood up trying to stay calm, scratched his head, then forced a smile. Seriously. Harry's eyes widened in confusion. Passing by, she caught a brief glimpse of his annoyed, unhappy expression. His steps were steady but heavy, his gloomy figure slowly fading away. When the door slammed shut, Harry snapped back to reality. She quickly said, "I will be back soon." All eyes shifted to Suho, who scratched his head helplessly. "I am sure everyone will be curious and gossip a lot." Suho hesitated. "I can't say anything about this, so just pretend nothing is going on, okay?" Harry stepped closer, staring at him in shock. What? Scene shifts to the main hall of the guild building. Ji-hyuk frowned, scowled, and asked grumpily, "What now, Mom?" The middle-aged woman on the other side, looking proud, said in a cold tone, "I am your guardian here to visit." He snapped back gruffly. Again? Hearing this, she got angry and retorted, "What do you mean again? Even a mother needs a reason to visit her son." He put his hands on his hips, shot back defiantly, and walked away. "Let us get to the point. I already found you a spot in a big guild," she said. The other party immediately got annoyed. Karen snapped, "Hey, what tone is that to talk to your mother?" Ji-hyuk crossed his arms, showing disgust, and coldly said, Just say what you need to and leave." She sighed in frustration. "I do not know who you got that attitude from in this family." Karen cut straight to the chase. "I found you a place in one of the biggest guilds already. Why do you want to stay here?" He replied indifferently, "I have my own way to handle that. You do not need to worry." She got fired up, pounding her chest. "How can you not care? I am your mother," Ji-hyuk declared bluntly. "No matter what you say, I want to follow your wishes." Karen stepped closer, shouting, "What is wrong with that? That guild is one of the top 10 in Korea. If you join, you will have a bright, promising future." The receptionist, sweating nervously, overheard this. She remembered the intimidating guild leader, angry and accusing. "After all I have done for you, is this how you repay me?" She scolded harshly. "In the end, you are joining a guild full of heretics like that." Ji-hyuk grit his teeth in anger, stared straight ahead, determined, his face full of rebellion. Karen shouted loudly, "Come on, Ji-hyuk, listen to your mother." Leon stood there with full authority on the stage, strong winds whipping up thick dust all around. He clasped his hands behind his back and asked all the students, "What do you think is the difference between a false religion and the gods worshipped in the temple? Answer me." The students looked confused, racking their brains. One boy hesitated nervously. "That decisive?" Incredulous, wondered if he could even answer that question. Comparing false religions to the faith in the temple's gods, would not that be insulting? Patrick suddenly looked overconfidently and answered, "Isn't it the difference between what is real and what is not?" Lin nodded in approval. He pressed harder with tougher questions. "Anyone got proof of the unreal? Something that might exist somewhere you know of?" Patrick blinked, surprised by the question. "Proof of that? You mean?" Suo suddenly snapped awake, raising a hand to say, "I think the gods do not perform miracles, just because I want them to. That is what I know." Leon smirked arrogantly and challenged, "If they do not perform miracles, then how are they gods?" The boy stammered, Then it was Ji-hyuk's turn. He looked confused. "Guessing. Is it about the difference between things you can see and things you can see, sir? Previously, the goddess of beauty had granted you power in the battle against the out race." Lin gave a cold smile, furrowing his brow as he tried to poke holes in their logic. "There are many gods in the temple, but a lot of them can reveal their true forms to everyone. So does that mean those gods do not exist? You really think that?" Ji-hyuk panicked, worried, hesitating before asking, "If they did not exist, would you have seen them?" Lin replied coldly, "Not seeing does not mean they do not exist." He sneered disdainfully, flipping the question back. "What proof do you have that what you are saying is true?" Streams of fiery magic appeared continuously, forming a beautiful arched path that left everyone in awe. Sunny sky suddenly opened up and poured down heavy rain. The people in the city of Hyeaeve hurriedly ran to find shelter. Soin gasped in shock and said, "Under a clear blue sky, there is rain and thunder. The whole city is soaked. Only the area where they sat remained sunny," which surprised her. "But only here is dry, no raindrops at all." Leon stood proudly with a smug smile. "Isn't he this proof of the gods? Normal people would think that the gods grant you what you wish for when you pray." He continued explaining the reason. "That means Jim prayed for rain but did not truly believe it would come. If Jim had not prayed, he would not have gotten wet. That is the difference." Soin hurriedly asked, confused, "Then why is it only dry here, sir?" Lin calmly clarified, "Because the gods are protecting Jim, and they do not want their followers to get soaked." She furrowed her brow in horror and confidently declared, "So you are arguing with the gods?" Lin patiently explained. The bright sunny sky suddenly burst into heavy rain. The people of Hoya City hurriedly ran looking for shelter. Soin, stunned and amazed, spoke up under a clear blue sky. "There is rain and thunder. and the whole city is soaked. But only the area where they sat stayed sunny, leaving her baffled. Is this the only spot without a single raindrop? Lian stood tall, confidently explaining, "This is proof from the gods. Normal people would think so. The gods grant you what you wish for when you pray." He went on to explain that Jim prayed for rain but still doubted what he believed. If Jim had not prayed for the rain, he would not have gotten wet. That is the difference. Soya hurriedly asked, "So why is it only sunny here?" "Your Highness," Lin calmly clarified, "because the gods are protecting Jim, and they do not want their chosen ones to get wet." She furrowed her brow and firmly declared, "If that is the case, then you are at odds with the gods." Lin patiently explained, "The gods are not here to grant every wish. They act only when they see it is necessary." Lin gently reassured the students, inspiring them, "Believing in any god is your own freedom. It does not matter if the god is from a temple, or if they are real or not. Faith and belief in what is right and just are always honorable." He warned carefully, "But be wary of fake prophets who talk about the price of faith. Don't fall for their lowly whispers and lose your will." Finally, Lian hit them with a last question that made Jae-hook nervous. "Got it." Then, inside a chamber, a beautiful stone statue announced proudly, "Welcome, young knight candidates." The dizzy students around gasped, "Is that the goddess? I actually heard a human voice. It is so surreal." The voice echoed darkly, "New recruits, do not lose hope. Only then can you become knights in this holy war, defending our faith." An excited student respectfully called out, "Lord Pedos." Others recognized him as the god of war. He gave a calm, gruff, All the students eagerly begged, "Lord Pedos, show us your power." Pedos replied softly, "Watch this." Lian stood aside thinking, "Let us see." Lian silently calculated, "Including Jim's 3 Crusader Knights, it is still too tough a fight ahead. I need to awaken 1 or 2 new Crusader Knights to have enough manpower." He frowned in frustration while So happily said, "Says, Lord Ariana just spoke to me." Harry sincerely congratulated. "Congrats." Suho smiled broadly in satisfaction. Lin watched closely and concluded, their ideals align." He turned back with concern, thinking, "The problem is," Lian froze in fear, staring at the other two. Even Soyeon stood silently, gloomily staring at the statue before her. Both of them were connected to a statue in front, yet they stood apart. Gazing distantly, Lin quietly revealed about the statue of the man, the most dangerous god, and then he glanced at the covered statue, the temple's strongest god. Lin's face darkened with suspicion and curiosity. Would these gods care? Would this end well or badly? The sky was clear with white clouds. A few days later, in the city, bright sunlight and cold wind layered with gloomy dust at the Nadu temple branch. A young man passing by shuddered. "What is going on with those people over there?" His girlfriend was scared too. A man in his group marched defiantly, while the couple whispered, "Aren't those palace people from Han?" They approached a tall building and boldly stopped, drawing attention from the crowd. A big speaker was brought out and switched on. Hong Ti, looking smug and cocky, grabbed the mic and loosened his tie with a satisfied grin. He shouted loudly with a harsh voice, "You will only reach heaven if you believe in the dragon god. Faith won't waver, or hell will swallow you." Behind him, voices shouted in unison, "Dragon god's mercy. Please descend. Bless your followers. Dragon god's mercy." They cried out, "Protect your believers." People were terrified by the deafening noise. A young man grumbled in annoyance, "We can reach heaven if we believe in the dragon god. Hell's for unbelievers. This is way too loud." They grew crazier, trampling on the altar. Hongti roared angrily, "Are you all still sane? Heretics. Get lost. Get out." His face twisted cruelly as he shouted a warning. "The dragon god is coming. Watch out, you heretic demons." Scram kept yelling, "Heretics, you will be punished." Suddenly, a voice from nearby warned, "Hey, what are you doing here?" The voice added, "The noise level's at warning stage. Please keep it down a bit." Honda froze, then stared with disdain and hatred. The voice urged loudly, "We love you. Please awaken and believe in the dragon god." Honti stubbornly shouted curses. "Because we must all ascend to heaven together, that is the dragon god's wish." The voice broke into a sweat, shocked by their reaction, and fell silent for a long moment. Right after that, it nags with warnings. "Stop making noise. Do not shout all your secrets in this sacred place." Finally, GX snapped, issuing a strict order. "This is your last warning. No more noise or you will be punished." Hongta grinned wickedly, his face darkening as he cursed, "Has this machine been possessed by demons?" Hong burst out laughing crazily, pointing wildly at Jeek and cursing. "But I, the legendary Long, will punish you. Today, you die." Suddenly, Sang appeared in a flash with a bunch of magical chains binding the rebels. Tightly masterful tactics. Pure magic control. Jiak lightly jumped onto one of the bound rebels and let out a relieved breath. He cheered excitedly, while everyone else was terrified. Kiki, Squeak! Hongti screamed in panic as Geek stepped on one of his robot legs. Jik glowed and announced, "Disturbance detected here." He mercilessly ordered an investigation expulsion for the offenders. Hong Hum wailed in endless pain. The pin on his chest was actually a hidden camera, quietly recording everything. The rebels ended up beaten and humiliated, their namatags hanging in front as a warning sign. "Sorry, we will never make noise again," Jis' mechanical voice said coldly. Their grumpy, forced attitude only made him angrier. No stepping forward. "This is a warning." As he spoke, he decisively slapped their butts with a paper, making Hong to scream in pain. "Ouch. That hurts." He howled through the night. "Damn demons." Jeek did not stop. He hit harder and cursed louder. "Do you want to die?" Hong Ted dodged desperately, cursing. "What the hell is this freaky stuff? Run, run." He scrambled away on all fours, stubbornly looking back and arguing. "We are avoiding a madman. Not you." "What a creepy thing." Jeek was frustrated, powerless to do more. "Warning, stop." The rebels fled into another street, immediately drawing the attention of passers-by. They quickly tore off their namatags and tossed them to the ground, breathing heavily as they ran. One worried guy asked Han, "Hong T, did you offend them? Are you hurt anywhere?" He calmly laughed it off, clicking his tongue reassuringly. "Nah, it is nothing. I am Really?" A man wearing glasses and a sharp black suit stepped forward calling, "Hong T." Hong T immediately recognized him, Assistant Choi. The guy pushed up his glasses and asked in a commanding tone, "Did you do what you were supposed to?" Hong T jumped slightly, smirking confidently. "Of course." Then he happily held up his tea, proudly showing off. "I recorded everything with a hidden camera in my tie. Now, check it out on the phone." Assistant Choi and Hong T stared intensely at the phone. The assistant asked seriously, "Is it this one?" Hong T confirmed. "Yeah, just open it." The phone screen played a video showing people grabbing Hong T up. He deliberately exaggerated, dodging blows, rescuing others. After watching, Assistant Choi grinned with satisfaction. "This is enough. You dare disrespect the law of the Republic of Korea. You are dead." Scene shifts to Hambit's office, a skyscraper towering over a bustling city street. Assistant Choi sat at his desk, eyes glued to the computer, the dry clicks of the keyboard echoing nonstop. He smirked evilly, muttering happily, "The temple folks attacking civilians must be all over the news." Assistant Choi clicked the mouse confidently, but the article was nothing like he expected. In fact, it exposed every scheme Assistant Choi had been plotting. He broke out in cold sweat, nervously wondering, "Why are these damn reporters attacking us?" The computer screen suddenly went black. Assistant Choi gasped in shock. Unknown to him, Jiuk was silently hacking into the server. Assistant Choi blurted out in panic, "What is this?" The sound echoed. Cut. And then the server abruptly shut down. Cut to Ji-hyuk strolling casually through a neighborhood, eyes fixed on his phone. On the screen was a photo of 3 people, clearly his family, looking truly happy. Ji-hyuk frowned, pocketing his phone, muttering sadly, "They told me to come, so I..." But he stood silently in front of an apartment building, doubting himself, unsure if he could even pull this off. Ji-hyuk felt down, thinking to himself that if it were not for that, the mighty figure of the Thunder God and the sky appearing before him, radiating a mysterious energy, would not have happened. The god looked down with raised brows, his eyes pure white, his voice booming with power. "Kim Ji-hyuk's." Remembering it still sent shivers down Ji-hyuk's spine. That voice struck his mind like a thunderclap. He worried as he thought about it. After wrestling with his thoughts, he finally decided to go inside. Ji-hyuk walked down the dark, narrow, and damp staircase. He stood in front of a familiar small apartment, the dim light inside flickering through the glass window. Ji-hyuk pressed the doorbell. Its chime cut through the silence. Footsteps hurriedly approached, and a voice from inside cheerfully said, "Ji-hyuk, you are here." Karen hurriedly opened the door and smiled, inviting him in. "Come on in." But Ji-hyuk responded coldly, "I am just here to eat." At that moment, the divine voice echoed again in his mind, jolting him awake. Kim Ji-hyuk, the Thunder God and the sky appeared behind him, continuously urging, "Punish them." The divine punishment. The god stood with arms crossed, his cold gaze fixed and intensifying, a test for anyone facing this challenge. Karen excitedly said, "I made your favorite kimchi soup," she casually asked, "before dinner. Do you want to try some sponge cake?" Ji-hyuk grimaced, gritting his teeth to endure it silently. "Damn it." He walked past the living room and headed to the kitchen, his eyes flickering with surprise. In front of Ji-hyuk was a lavishly set table, but only one set of dishes and chopsticks. He pulled out a chair opposite and curiously asked, "What about Mom?" Karen just smiled and gave a familiar excuse. "She already ate." Ji-hyuk sighed, knowing the lie was worthless. Speechless and defeated, he picked up his chopsticks and started eating first. The meal went on normally, with her occasionally reminding him, "You should try the rolled eggs too." Ji-hyuk replied while eating. "I will." Karen cheerfully asked, "How's the taste?" The Thunder God and the sky called out Kim Ji-hyuk's name again. She smiled warmly, her eyes full of love like the whole sky. You are just here to eat. Huh. Meanwhile, the god kept reminding him, punish those people. He struggled to hold back his feelings, his lips twitching as if about to say something. In the end, he just shoveled another spoonful of rice into his mouth and said with a nod, delicious. Mom, Karen laughed happily and said, have another bowl. Then, as night fell and silence settled, Ji-Yuk leaned back on a bench by the street, the dim streetlight casting a pale glow. He tilted his head to the sky, sighed, trying to shake off the heavy thoughts weighing on him. The thunder god and the sky appeared, angrily cursing. Those cunning heretics and schemers, those wicked demons, must be punished. He sat down beside Ji-Yuk and sternly warned, punish that heretic. Don't he go easy on them. Ji-Yuk hesitated and spoke up, that is my mother. The god flatly shot back. There are things more important than blood. The god shouted fiercely. Those evil cultists can be forgiven. Punish them. Kim Ji-Yuk was deeply conflicted, stammering, oh god, I can Ji-Yuk buried his face in his hands, frustrated and complaining. Why does it have to be me? I can do this? He thought sadly. How could I possibly destroy this cult? That person is my mother. Remembering Karen's gentle face and loving gaze, Ji-Yuk felt utterly helpless. He thought, who in this world could pass this test? Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him, calmly asking, is this your hometown? Ji-Yuk's heart skipped a beat, a chill running down his spine. Your Majesty. He nodded straightforwardly, then hurriedly knelt and bowed properly. Still stunned. Why have you come here? Lin sat on the bench, crossing his legs casually. I already knew the situation. Ji-Yuk was shocked. Really? How? He looked at the other with disdain. There was no way he would not know, especially since that guy caused such a ruckus at the big hall. Remembering that, Ji-Yuk blushed and quickly apologized. My lord. Lian did not push the issue, bowed his head, handed over the collar, and gently said, stand up, you have not done anything wrong. He showed his frustration and seriously questioned the thunder god. How can you make this kid suffer the punishment of divine law? The proud thunder god shot back. I am a high-ranking god, who dares question me about divine law? Lian seriously offered, if you want to punish those cultists, leave it to me. The god flatly refused. I want to punish those cultists with their own family's children. Hearing that, Ji-Yuk was startled, sweat pouring in fear. The thunder god boldly declared his wish. I want you to give that kid the will and determination to get the job done. Lin did not answer, just gave a low growl. After the talk with the deity ended, he sternly asked, Kim Ji-Yuk, why did not you tell Jim that day? Ji-Yuk hesitated and replied shyly, God, I did not expect things to turn out like this. Lin opened his eyes. His intense gaze slammed straight into Ji-Yuk's face. Lin calmly recapped what happened at the temple. Recently, a group has been causing trouble at the temple. Ji-Yuk said nervously. Could it be that? Lin explained. Lord Spinner has clearly revealed that those guys declared war on the gods, and the price for such rebellion is steep. He raised an eyebrow, analyzing. This is not just a war, it is a reckoning on our terms. We are going to teach them a lesson. Ji-Yuk's jaw dropped in shock, realization dawning. Really? He fell silent for a moment, then excitedly shouted, Commander. Lian decisively covered Ji-Yuk's nosy mouth with his hand, coldly reassuring him, calm down. The gods are not mad killers without rules. Hearing this, Ji-Yuk fell silent, no longer yelling, staring blankly at Lian. Lian stood up, turned his back, and explained briefly. They just set the standards we have to follow. His entire aura radiated heavy pressure, his face lighting up against the night with a sly smile. Show me where they are hiding. The story begins with a summary of a man's life journey. Johnson Back, master of the Hambit Guild, born in 1990. At age 12, he faced a tragic event. Before dying, someone tried to shout and run away. Back then, there were no academies yet. He emerged gloriously at a central hub during chaotic times, learning everything through direct challenges. Johnson was a fierce warrior, rising as a promising rank hunter amid the turmoil. The Chaos Gate was born in Samchu-Yu. Johnson kneeled with his sword amid the battlefield's ruins. That is when the difficulty spiked unexpectedly, costing him teammates and putting him in grave danger. Johnson stared confusedly at the message before him. Do you want to be saved? He hesitated for a long moment, but in the end, the strong pull was irresistible. That is when he answered. A radiant light surrounded Johnson, boosting his strength and waking every cell in his body. The voice's owner had pulled him back. From then on, the 7th rank hunter appeared in South Korea, smiling brightly as if finding sunlight in the darkest night. Back in reality, Johnson forced a fake smile. He reached out and began a captivating speech. This proves his existence. Look at the warrior who received his blessing. Johnson pointed to the armored figure beside him and smiled. This warrior heard the gospel the moment he entered the gate. The other person eagerly chimed in. At first, it was just a normal gate, but the moment I stepped through, my system glitched. He even gave proof, skillfully making it feel real, strengthening everyone's belief. If you want to try, aim to defeat the boss and harvest magic crystals in the dungeon. Thanks to the guidance system, I found the treasure, and my life changed 180 degrees. At the end, he purposely shouted to hit everyone's emotions. It is all thanks to his grace. The believers listened and immediately trusted the armor-clad man, their eyes shining brightly as they cheered. Praise the Lord. Raising both hands high, he continued to strengthen their faith. Everyone must believe in this. There is no other way. Naturally, this happens occasionally to the Hunters of Hambit Guild. This strange thing did not just happen once. It is deeply connected to Hambit Corp. Even the Hunter Association officially recognizes it. Because of that, expanding Hambit's influence was not hard at all. The believers kept cheering nonstop. Many were moved to tears, feeling saved. It was miraculous. Devigan, we are devoted to you. John Shin stretched out his arms, soaking in the praise from everyone, his grin bursting with glory. John Shin's face was pure satisfaction, his smile unnaturally wide, eyes half closed as he basked in the adoration of the believers and the divine dragon, and kept weaving his enchanting words. And it was not over yet. A warrior brought back a miraculous herb to cure his sick mother on an expedition. That useless hunter made incredible progress. John Shin deliberately revealed his true intentions. They both proved their faith through donations. The deity was pleased and granted a miracle. His image appeared on the big screen, booming. Prove your faith. That was not hard, because we are family now. The believers roared even louder. Divine Dragon. Divine Dragon. Suddenly, John Shin paused for a moment as he noticed something. Lin and Patrick sat at the back, staring seriously ahead. Their silence clashed with the believers' cheers, catching John Shin off guard. Those two. John Shin's face paled. He suddenly realized it was the temple. Anger flashed across his face. Their sudden presence unsettled him, his smile fading. Why were those temple folks here? Patrick whispered. Your Majesty. But Lin cut him off with a sharp glare. There was only one reason for his fury: religion. Lin clenched his teeth, eyes burning with rage. I know best. Lin silently vowed. They prey on the poor and exploit people's weaknesses. These parasites spread twisted teachings for their own gain. John Shin suddenly spoke up from the stage. What is going on here? And laughed brightly, hand on his chest, casually inviting. A VIP guest has arrived. First-timers here will be baptized. Come on over. Without hesitation, he stood up. Patrick beside him looked surprised. Lin stepped forward boldly, eyes sharp. How dare you address the king like that? You sure are bold. He stopped in front of John Shin, eyes closed in seriousness, pulling a huge white bag from nowhere. Cash bundles spilled out, shocking everyone. Eyes wide, jaws dropped. The money kept pouring out, piling up in heaps. When the last bundle hit the ground, Lin's expression stayed firm and imposing, making everyone around respect him even more. Lin slammed the empty bag down at Han's feet. John Shin froze, his face blank and confused, eyes dull and unfocused, and stared at the cash on the ground and bluntly asked, What are you doing? Calmly, Lin replied, Show me a miracle. Lin's tone was serious. You said we could witness miracles by donating. I wanted to make a deal with your god. John Shin forced a laugh, dodging. How rude. You are testing the god's miracle with sacrificial money. He shoved his hands in his pockets, challenging, coldly asking, You say loyalty and devotion get you to heaven, right? Have you ever made that choice? Han could not hold back anymore, his teeth clenched, blood rising. John Shin brushed off any pretense of kindness, pointed at himself, and snapped, You have to obey and serve the missionary. That is the truth. The gospel. Lin shot back fiercely. Those self-proclaimed servants of God think they are gods themselves. Who gave them that right? He stepped forward, kicked the bag aside, and mocked the truth. It is a pathetic, weak faith, and stepped back in fear, thinking, Not this again. John Shin stubbornly refused to back down, face flushed with anger, grinding his teeth. It is just like me. How dare you talk nonsense? And showed no patience, pointing right at Lin. John Shin loudly declared to all the believers, This guy has no faith. This evil sprout dares to invade our sacred temple. We must drive this evil out of the divine dragon's palace. And controlled everyone's minds and started giving orders. Stand up. Those from the Han tribe know this. They all stood up furiously, eyes burning with a fierce determination to devour Lin alive. The crowd shouted angrily, throwing insults and curses, harshly driving away the heretics. The atmosphere was chaotic. Get out of the temple of the gods. Yes, get out now. Patrick and Chuhook sat below. Worried, he lowered his hat, listening to their slanderous words. What filthy scum. Rage will drown you in a sea of fire. Juhyuk's rising unease was hard to hide. He wondered. Your Majesty, are you alright? John Sing laughed wildly like a madman, calling them cowards and spewing endless insults. Such fools. Lin did not argue or respond. He just glared coldly at them. A heroic shout pierced the air. You divil, she and Jihyuk. sitting nearby, jumped in shock, startled by the yell. The three of them shivered with cold sweat, judging that man with sharp eyes. Patrick covered his mouth in disbelief. Oh mutt, even the guards are making robotic noises. Leon stood on the platform, radiating intense energy, spiritual power surging through his body. Leon Dragonia, Kinleon heard, could endure all insults and humiliation. The crowd turned their heads in fear, panicked cries ringing out, "What is this? Why so?" But three things were unforgivable. First, disrespecting parents, an insult to the family. Second, blaspheming the gods. Mortals must never show such disrespect. Leon turned coldly, tension on his face, veins bulging, fury burning within. These Lolifas. Finally, he roared in anger. "How dare you? You cowards!" The one who insulted Leon now stood frozen in terror. "What is going on? Am I losing my mind?" He yelled furiously. "You cult scum!" Leon's face twisted with rage as his voice thundered. "You dare compare me to a demon?" Leon unleashed his power, his presence forcing the crowd to scatter in panic. "This can't be forgiven. You will be punished. No mercy." He clenched his sacred sword-shaped necklace, an artifact directly connected to the gods. It blazed with brilliant light, forming a mystical spell circle. Leon screamed, "I will judge your false beliefs and wicked hearts. Don't be afraid to question me. What do you intend to do?" The spell circle spun, lightning crackling around Leon, emphasizing each word. "The sacred stars will purify you." Someone about to take a bite of food froze, startled, staring out the window. Outside the galaxy, a blazing sphere tore through the clouds above Earth. The person shouted, "What the hell is that?" Leon's voice echoed through space. "Destruction. Divine punishment. This time it is your turn." A colossal meteor stormed toward Earth, radiating terrifying energy. Leon's face darkened with sharp resolve. "The sacred artifact of Lady Enya will call upon the stars. The wicked will be punished by the gods." John Sin Hong nervously stepped closer. "Huh," the fake warrior shouted angrily. "What is up with that kneeling guy?" Chick Bei calmly activated her power and asked Jack, "Are you ready?" "Lord Jack," he shouted excitedly. "Bring it on." Chick Bei seriously unleashed her strength. "Let them witness our power first." And a massive energy blast tore through the building, screams echoing. "What was that?" One of the Fire Island crew gasped in disbelief. "This is unbelievable." Another shouted, "The building's foundation." John Sin Hong, furious and confused, demanded, "What are you doing?" Lin calmly answered, "I have called upon the stars." The man cursed wildly. "What nonsense is that?" Just then, something blocked the light above their heads. John Sin looked up in alarm. His eyes widened in terror. John Sin's body went cold as he let out an indistinct cry. Suddenly, a majestic meteor appeared in the city sky. Rapidly descending, shouts of fear rang out. "What is happening?" The meteor's fall was suddenly halted, its estimated mass, 680 billion tons. According to the Space Institute, Lin calmly asked Patrick, "Are you ready?" She smiled respectfully. "Ready as ever." Right after, a massive, earth-shaking explosion tore through the meteor in the sky, blasting energy through the clouds and darkening that patch of sky, triggering the divine backlash. The fireball burst, lighting up the sky with streaks of glowing purple magic binding the bright column of light, showing the destructive power of heaven and earth. Rat quickly raised the energy gun, absorbing and charging the divine ammo. Then, a barrage of golden bullets shot through the air at lightning speed, aiming straight for the meteor above. They slammed into the blazing orb, causing it to violently tremble and explode with unstoppable force, spreading destructive energy everywhere and shaking the city's sky. John Sin's face went pale in terror, pacing anxiously and shouting, "Oh God!" Frozen in fear, he stammered in disbelief. "How could this be? Is this really divine wrath?" His desperate screams echoed through the glowing sky. "No way!" John Sin screamed in panic. "God!" Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and opened his watery eyes nervously. Looking up, dazed and shocked, John Sin stared as the fireball stopped right above him. Stopped? How is this possible? The meteor halted just as it reached the rooftop where they stood, making the scene feel strangely epic. Lin calmly approached and ordered John Sin, "Stopping here is enough." Patrick casually looked up at the meteor and remarked, "Impressive?" "Judah, I warned. The target's still active, not matching previous data." John Sin nervously eyed Leon with suspicion, like he was staring down a monster right in front of him. Leon coldly questioned him, "You idiot. Always doing the wrong thing. Do you even know your crime?" John Sin nervously stammered back. "What are you talking about?" Leon furrowed his brow angrily and snapped, "You really are stupid. How long do you think you can keep hiding?" Suddenly he shouted, "Kim Jae-hyuk." Startled, Jae-hyuk immediately obeyed while holding an old lady's axe. "Yes," Lin calmly commanded. "Come stand by me." John Sin gasped, "It is student Kim Jae-hyuk." Leon's face darkened as he grabbed Jae-hyuk's shoulders and announced, "I am about to show the truth, those wicked demons disguised as missionaries." Jae-hyuk obediently replied, "Yes." Suddenly, Jae-hyuk saw something horrifying that shocked him to silence. Frozen and confused, behind John Sin, Jae-hyuk spotted a huge, blood-red monster clinging tightly. He shouted in alarm. What is that thing? You are not human at all. Lian, hidden in shadow behind him, revealed. That is a demon spirit, a creature that craves control over human souls and minds. It parasitizes its host, waiting for the right moment to act once the person dies. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Karen? Jae-hyuk, is that you? He glared at her, horrified and speechless. Mom, a chill ran down his spine. Karen pleaded desperately. What is all this? Tell me, please. Jae-hyuk silently called out in his heart. Mom. He quickly called to Lian. Boss. Calmly. Lian explained. That is a demon the gods want punished. You have to take it down. Jae-hyuk was still uneasy but said, but that is the god's mother. Boss. Karen, possessed by the demon spirit, begged, child, come back to me. Lian confidently assured him. Trust me, sincerely. He encouraged. Let the divine power guide your faith, that is how you can act righteously. Jae-hyuk was silent for a long moment, deeply considering Lian's words. Resolutely, Jae-hyuk extended his hand and whispered, it is a mark on every person. He struggled to bury his worries, silently deciding they all long for peace. But it is never that simple. Fear and anxiety always haunt them. Clenching his teeth, Jae-hyuk firmly believed the miracle he created would cut through all temptations and destroy them. He unleashed a powerful holy strike. Enduring the pain, Jae-hyuk prayed, forgive the souls that have been stained. Memories of a happy family from his childhood flashed like a bittersweet dream. The demon spirit clung to Karen, and lightning struck them both, causing her to scream in agony. Jae-hyuk held back the chaos inside him and quietly called out, Mom. Karen. After a long fight and struggle, Karen kneeled down. Exhausted, Karen's gentle call soothed his troubled mind, making him startle with joyful tears. Karen, tired and stunned, called out to Jae-hyuk near the pile of demon crystal ashes. My child. Overwhelmed with happiness, Jae-hyuk rushed to Karen in tears. He joyfully hugged her tight amidst the grand battlefield scene. After the fight, Karen spoke emotionally and earnestly. Mom is sorry. My child. Johnson lay motionless as the demon crystal and body burned down to a tiny heap, then scrambled away angrily. The mother and son clung to each other, both frustrated and blaming. Mom, you lost your mind doing those terrible things. And smiled satisfyingly. Everything's settled. They quietly smirked. Guessing the kid was chosen by the gods for his power, Lin immediately turned dark and cold, saying, you, the master along with hand bit, reveal Johnson. Johnson panicked and stared at him with terror in his eyes. Lian's face twisted with cruelty as he cast a thunder spell, declaring, next up is you. Johnson barely managed to scream. A violent storm whipped up by Lian's power caused everyone to convulse and lose consciousness all at once. Johnson's arrogant look vanished as he was stunned and terrified to the point of fainting. The demon spirit left his body, and the mad host screamed wildly before fading away. Johnson lay motionless while the demon spirit and his body burned and shrank. Seeing this, it fled with furious cries. Lin kicked it boldly, questioning, where do you think you are running off to? He arrogantly listed its crimes while the demon spirit could only scream helplessly, a dark demon, always greedy to control humans. Lin soberly analyzed and realized a truth. Dark corrupted beings survive by feeding on humanity's worst desires. They will never be fully wiped out. Watching Johnson pass out, Lian sighed. Humans always crave for themselves. Luckily, this soul can still be saved. Lian aimed his sword at the demon crystal's eye, making it scream in fear. Now, die. Lian's rare, ruthless judgment terrified the demon crystal to tears. Your deceitful tricks will send you straight to hell. A massive meteor halted midair just a few yards from a tall building. Below, police blocked off the area from nearby residents, that is the Hambit Palace ruins. Over here, a serious reporter said that in 20 years, they have recruited 18 million believers. This huge organization includes many political figures and believers, from the upper class to businessmen. Inside homes, emergency broadcasts blared on screens. The Hambit Palace disaster caused a massive problem. A man on a stretcher cried out, "Oh God, the meteor is falling. It is about to hit. Run." The TV kept showing updates as the voice echoed everywhere. John Shin's arrogant face appeared on the screen, announcing the tense political situation. Inside the hall, John Shin declared, "We plan to merge Hambit Palace with the Vivan Then Zien." Reporters murmured below. "All our assets will combine and be managed by the head of the Vivan Zien, Leon Dragonia." Leon hurt. He smiled warmly and explained, "Plus, our powerful military force will protect the transition." Reporters eagerly shouted, "Chairman John Shin, we have questions for you." One horrified voice said, "This is huge, are you serious?" Another asked, "What is Leon Hurt's relationship with the downfall?" John Shin confidently raised his hand, making a strong impression. He smiled proudly. "He is a hero, the savior of my soul. That is the ideal I follow, to save people and destroy evil." The building's screen broadcasted the interview live, his voice echoing, "He is the one who will save this dark world." Hearing this, Leon stood near the blockade, deep in thought. Jack called out. Kurt, Leon sighed. Yeah, it is pretty chaotic. A meteor falling to Earth like that definitely scares everyone. The scene around was pure chaos, with the meteor still hanging motionless over the city. Jack announced. Kurt, no matter what anyone says, the people have never seen anything like this before. He looked at him puzzled. Lord Spinner, when can we get started on the work? Jack replied. The Temple of All Gods needs a lot of upgrades, so we are still calculating. He furrowed his brow, thinking. For now, I think we need to upgrade the soldiers' armor and add weapons. That will boost their fighting power. Jack asked, Does Your Majesty need anything? He answered bluntly. To the amazement of the nearby people, I do not need anything, but my trusted subordinates will. Jack sighed deeply. So much to handle at once. We need to tackle the urgent issues first. My lord. Leon replied. Understood. Behind them, someone respectfully approached and called out, Your Majesty, you are here. Kang Hyuk and John Sin, accompanied by Sin Cheon, suddenly appeared right behind him. Kang Hyuk slightly bowed and asked, How have you been lately, sir? He replied casually. You are here already, he whispered to the man beside him. Sin Cheon, not knowing what was said, looked confused and asked nervously, What is that? How come? Then he laughed awkwardly and introduced himself. Pardon my rudeness. I am Kim Sin Cheon, Minister of the Association for Science and Communication Technology Research. Pleasure to meet you. Sin Cheon curiously asked. What is that constellation? He smiled confidently and boasted. It is just a star cluster. Leon explained. Star clusters are governed by the gods. This left Sin Cheon stunned. So that means Your Majesty has already accepted that star cluster. Kang Hyuk asked seriously. What are your plans for the near future? Sir, frowned slightly. I will use the resources we currently have to make weapons and armor for the soldiers. Leon said quietly. We will do our best to craft the finest equipment from what we get. Kang Hyuk promptly agreed. I will follow your orders. Sin Cheon gasped in surprise. Chairman, what did you say? He happily recounted. I have also heard about the Metallurgy Association from Mies. Harry, those precious materials will definitely be put to their best use. Leon confirmed. Exactly. Looking up at the high sky, the meteor still hung stubbornly overhead. He thought to himself, but to extract the best materials, we need a specific process. It is not simple. Kang Hyuk quickly said, We will heed everything you say. Your Majesty, he replied respectfully. The government will review and support everything. Legal issues will be waived for Your Majesty. We will do our best for you. Leon softened his tone. Good. I hope what you say will come true. Kang Hyuk respectfully added. Anything extracted from that star cluster will surely be analyzed with Lord Spinner's expertise so we can understand the structure, composition, and unique properties of each rare metal. Will you allow us to visit the process of making weapons and armor then? He casually agreed. That won't be hard. I can also give you a share of the materials, plus any weapons or armor we craft, for the Ministry of Defense to study. Sin Cheon eagerly exclaimed. Thank you, sir. But then he suddenly grew serious. However, many divine artifacts we make will remain secret. They are not fully refined yet, but those things are already rare to see in this era. Kang Hyuk quietly asked, Sir, I am curious, has Hari been assigned to work at Your Majesty's temple? Will she get to see those divine artifacts? He gladly confirmed. Of course. Kang Hyuk could not hide the happiness on his face. He smiled and continued, So she also worked at the association before. Can she read the detailed design blueprints as well? She is one of our top staff. Lin agreed with him. If that is the case, give her full access for research. They shook hands in agreement. Kang Hyuk was excited. Sounds good. Thank you, sir. Suddenly he pulled out a small screen from his coat and said seriously. One more thing. Your Majesty. Leon looked puzzled. Huh? What is it? Holding the device thoughtfully, Kang Hyuk said. You can watch this video. Lin watches the screen. Puzzled. Is this footage from the gate? Right? The screen shows a village burning to the ground. Kang Hyuk calmly explains. This battle took place in China. It was brutal. A mysterious guy massacred the village, hunting down the last person hiding in the grass. That person screams in terror. Help me! A finishing blow lands. And even Leon is shocked by the cruelty. Kang Hyuk's face darkens as he slowly explains. A demon swordsman. He furrows his brow. Recalling, John Ho is the demon sword's heir, wielding the cursed sword. After wiping out that area, he is now heading for Japan. Elsewhere, John Won lets out a heavy sigh. Clearly worried, Gigi notices and asks, Are you okay? He stares blankly and replies, I am. She smiles encouragingly. The association's been changing a lot. Our upcoming plans will bring positive shifts, he answers. Honestly, I do not care much about the association's direction. He is Lee Jonwon, the Phoenix Guild leader. Jonwon looks annoyed. Seems like these changes are all because of Leon Dragonia. Right? He clutches his stomach in pain. Sighing, things are finally moving forward with the Hambit Palace merging with the shrine. Oh man! My stomach. Jifjai watches him struggle but smiles as if she is thinking something. She pats John Won's back hard, laughing loud. Why do not you care about what is happening? This merger will affect everyone. Calmly, he says, I only care about our guild. No time for anything else. John Won pouts in frustration but admits, still, it is a huge deal that impacts a lot of people. Nods. Exactly. So it gently approaches, calling out, why are not you two heading inside yet? John Won greets politely. Hello? He asks. Is Jun doing well? She replies softly. Yes, she is Jun Sua, the Hunter Medical Guild leader. Sua runs her hand through her hair, teasing. By the way, why do not you seem to like our Hunter nutrient supplements? John Won's curious. What is that about? Jiji quickly explains. We find them a bit pricey and not suitable for our guild. He frowns. What is it exactly? Jiji answers fast. Just some restorative pills. Jinsu, in the room, speaks up. Already here. Everyone settles around the long table. Jongsu coolly says, have a seat. You too. John Won smiles warmly and greets everyone. Nearby, North Jong, Meju Guild leader, and Kang Junzong, Sung Guild leader, sit silently, eyeing the newcomers critically. He whispers, looks like everyone's here. Across the room, Hangsheng, Lion Guild leader Hongji Hungsham, and Junseo, Hunter Medical Guild leader, are seated. Jun, Swordsmanship Guild leader, reacts with surprise. Oh wow, he praises Huh, that outfit suits you. She hugs herself shyly. It is my first time wearing it, so it is a bit big. John Won anxiously takes off his jacket and offers it to Jia. Here, wear this. She is deeply grateful. Thank you. Jinsu laughs heartily at their kindness, watching their caring exchange. He jokes. When are you two getting married? The whole room is startled. John Won awkwardly replies. We have not thought about that yet. Jinsu spits out his toothpick loudly. No way. That is why hunter numbers are dropping lately. Pointing at John Won and Jigji, he declares, it is because people like you want to settle down. At your age, I already have several kids. They both reply in unison. That is true, sir. While Hang Xianhe and Hong Xianchen nearby quietly sigh. Jinsu crushes his cigarette and grumbles. Alright. Enough. Let us get to business. He seriously adds. I also want to kill that bastard John Jaiho. Someone tries to calm him down. That is not a good idea. Please reconsider. Jin snaps angrily. Do you really need our opinion on this? Zion had thought anxiously. Things were getting more complicated by the minute. Outside, the meeting room door slowly and quietly opened. Lin, Kang Haik, and John Shin walked in, their presence silencing the entire room. Lin flicked his eyebrow and snapped a sharp, judging glance. He strode quickly to his seat, his footsteps thudding loudly. Jongsu looked up at him, quietly thinking, looks like more people have arrived. Then approached Jinsu, silently judging both stubborn men who never listened to anyone. Their eyes met a king and an old man, equally stubborn. Liam pointed at him, radiating overwhelming authority as he ordered, step aside. And just like that, the conflict began. Jinsu sternly held his cigarette, exuding a majestic presence with immense power. Jinsu, with his overwhelming strength, he sparked a fierce battle that left countless ruins engulfed in flames. His whole life was steeped in legend, and everything he did was for the nation's sake, making him someone no one dared oppose. Though Jinsu was polite and friendly, people always hesitated and never dared overstep their bounds. His power was untouchable, and being an elder only made him more formidable. That was true for everyone, until he met Lian, who arrogantly and darkly ordered, move aside. Jinsu was baffled. What? Lian frowned, daring to challenge him, then sighed deeply and ignored Jinsu's words. Finally, Lin coldly mocked him. So young, and your hearing's already failing. Jinsu furiously snapped back. What? Angrily, he slammed his hand against the wall, shouting louder. What? You rookie. Kang Hayek suddenly popped up from behind Lian and explained. He is already 300 years old. Jinsu could not believe it, jaw-dropping in shock. What? Kang Hayek stayed calm and explained further. But you see, all the Holy Grail Knights are immortal. Lian stayed silent, letting Kang Hayek speak about his history. He really is 300 years old, she confirmed. Jinsu stopped panicking, sweating nervously, and asked quietly, is that true? Lian's face darkened. Acting arrogantly proud, he grabbed his chin and made a mocking smirk, letting out a sharp sound to intimidate. Jinsu lowered her head timidly and respectfully called out, Your Majesty. He hesitated but continued politely. 10 days of rest? Your Majesty. Lin accepted politely as well. Thank you, young man. Everyone around silently agreed that he had defeated the strongest elder here. Liam pretended to casually remind them. Donna see him anywhere. John Shin hurriedly ran off to take over. I will brew the tea right now. Son smiled sweetly and charmingly spoke up. Wait. What? she asked in a syrupy sweet tone. Your Majesty, I am John Shin, brewing tea behind. Got furious hearing this and scolded sharply. How rude. How dare you speak to His Majesty before he even talks to you? She glared back just as angrily. His Majesty's not mad. So why are you? Leon loudly stepped in to stop the argument. Enough. Both obediently fell silent together. Yes? Your Majesty. The scene left everyone stunned and secretly anxious. What the hell is going on? Leon sat at the head seat coldly reminded. President of the association. My time is more precious than gold. Kang Hyuk respectfully obeyed. Yes? We will get straight to the point. He pulled out a remote from his pocket, turned it on, and introduced 13 years ago. The screen showed chaotic scenes as Kang Hyuk spoke seriously. A black gate appeared in London. Smoke and fire engulfed ruined buildings after the battle. A black space gate with a purple glow whipped up fierce winds. As if sucking everything inside, its presence dominated government monitors with terrifying power. Even Kang Hyuk admitted, because the black gate was insanely difficult to handle. No one has managed to close it yet. A powerful armored foot stomped the ground. Showing strength, the European Federation worried, if they could not close that gate, they would face what had happened before in Shanghai. They assembled a strike team of rank hunters to try and shut it down. Hunters with various gear formed a strange team amid the chaos. 24 rank hunters in total, plus 1,834 A and B rank hunters from different European guilds. Duke Gong used his magic staff to support the fight against monsters. Duke Gong, the Archmage of England's clock tower, led that team. That attack lasted 2 months. Death and weapons littered the battlefield, soaked in blood after countless battles to reach the current bloody result. The city overflowed with cheers welcoming the victors, and it succeeded. It was the first time we closed a black gate, Lin coldly guessed. I think the consequences came after, and Kang Hyuk honestly confirmed. That is right. The screen showed stats of the Demon Slayer sword, the execution and killing sword. The knight stared terrified at the sword containing dark power and recoiled. The strongest weapon to exist in 30 years, since the great disaster had appeared. Those with greedy ambitions revealed their sinister desire to claim it as their own. In the end, the deadly sword was revealed and gifted to James Spencer in the city stands. After a fierce battle to decide who would claim it, the British government won. That sword sold for 1.4 trillion units. Even pricier than the most advanced battleship. He was thrilled and proud as he approached the deadly sword. Then, they hired the era's top swordsman James Spencer, the gentleman's union leader. The worst happened the moment James Spencer touched the deadly sword. Dark power suddenly exploded violently, and he seemed engulfed in agonizing magical flames, his face twisting into the ruthless expression of a killer cloaked in dark shadows. The newly elected mayor, who had been cheerful moments ago, stood frozen in terror at the horrifying scene. James Spencer completely changed, going mad and killing the first mayor. This marked the start of a massive disaster. His face darkened with cruel, violent delight as James Spencer officially became a slave controlled by the deadly sword. The city was now a blazing wasteland, pierced by countless slashes from him. He slaughtered 870,000 civilians and over 600 hunters. Liam pondered, then asked, so what happened to that cursed sword? Is James really dead? Kang Hyuk calmly revealed, yes, we successfully killed the sword's host James. In Leon's cold voice, the image of the deadly sword flying away appeared before everyone, but the cursed sword escaped. After James died, it soared into the sky and has not been seen since. Kang Hyuk slowly recounted the mission to stop the deadly sword. We kept repeating the search and killing of the sword's hosts in Australia, Mexico, Laos, Spain. He gloomily described the tragic event involving Jiho and Dingo, South Korea, the last place we found a host. 4 years ago, John Jiho, who was supposed to be the next leader of the Blue Sword Guild, was the one who got the sword. Kang Hyuk sounded a bit sad, saying, I am sure you noticed that too. He carefully revealed a heartbreaking truth about Jiho. Looking down, John Jiho is actually the son of the current Blue Sword Guild leader John Jiho, and also the father of John Soyeon, whom you accepted into your guild. Kang Hyuk cautiously announced, here's the list of guilds joining the battle against the cursed sword. He listed the members. Pantheon Guild, a rising new guild, Blue Sword Guild, the Golden Lion Guild, and the Phoenix Guild. Suddenly, Sung raised his hand, saying, I will join too. John Soyeon looked surprised and asked, you are joining too? He quickly agreed, yes, that is right. Kang Hyuk straightforwardly approved while Xian sighed warily, saying, okay then, looked a bit annoyed and uneasy but compromised. I have got a bad feeling about this. We won't get anything out of it. Lin casually pointed out the benefits. Like what? We will gain honor if we do this. Glory. Those idealistic words made John Soyeon blush with excitement and satisfaction. Someone who fulfills their duty as a noble knight, creating a shield the people can rely on. He clasped his hands tightly, trembling with joyful cheers. John Sin, teary-eyed and flushed, exclaimed excitedly, truly our savior, I can hold back my feelings. John Sin praised enthusiastically, his words warm and generous, while John Won sulked, complaining quietly amid Han Yoji's gloating. I do not want to go with that guy. Kang Hyuk paused, satisfied. Your Majesty, so I was right. Johnson behind kept fangirling. Have you seen how majestic he was that day? Kang Hyuk hesitated, then asked about Japan's offer to fund 10 trillion units for the alliance. Leon nodded in agreement. We will accept it. The king listened and agreed. Yes. I understand. Johnson left eagerly but reminded them. I guess they have a king there to contact their king first. Kang Hyuk respectfully affirmed. Yes. Well, we will ask the government. He, on behalf of the others, asked. Take care. Your Majesty. He strode off confidently, and Johnson followed gently. Reporting. Where to next? We are going to check out the hunters I prepared. I'm sure you will like them. Suddenly, a voice loudly calls out to Leon, surprising them both. Leon's face darkens, his tone sharp. Jinsu nervously corrects himself. Your Majesty. Leon coldly questions him, making the old man breathe a sigh of relief. What is it? Jinsu confidently makes a request. I have something to ask for. Your Majesty. I am sure I have the right. Leon sighs. What is it? I will decide after hearing what you want. Jinsu seriously explains. Worried? I just want you to help me. I am sure you know my granddaughter is in your guild. He resolutely makes a big request, fearing Soyeon might be controlled by cursed magic. Please do not let her join the upcoming Sword Quay battle. Night falls, and in a small room, Beichik and Soyeon are deeply asleep. The scene is calm and quiet. Suddenly, Soyeon's face shows fear, sweat drips down her brow. In the rain, she hears someone calling her name Soyeon. In her dream, someone is gently holding her small frame, when suddenly a bloody hand rises. Warning! Run! Soyeon, before her eyes is a heartbreaking scene. Through the smoky mist, Soyeon struggles fiercely to protect her little daughter. She is being trampled by the massive figure of the fierce Akasa man. Run! Soyeon, still just a child, tears streaming down her young face, cries out helplessly in despair. The cursed magic sword is pulled from her body, but strange drops of blood still fall. Amidst the horrible chaos, the ground cracks open, blood spilling everywhere. The man coldly watches the fragile girl leave this cruel world. Not only that, Akasa smiles cruelly, proud of his brutal victory. Found her at last. The nightmare ends. Soyeon jolts awake, her mind shaken by the terror she just saw. Still dazed, she immediately covers her face. Breathing heavily, after calming down, Soyeon's sad eyes sigh. Again, it is starting. The scene shifts. A soda can drops from a vending machine. Looks like she needed some fresh air, so she sits alone, lost in thought about everything that happened. Soyeon speaks softly. This is a chance. Before she can finish, the purple aura of Ventasis suddenly appears before her. A chance. It is a trick. She replies immediately. Exactly the kind of negotiation. The god quickly agrees. Okay, I get. The god covers himself completely, revealing no clues. He speaks. My fake revenge probably taught you do not try bargaining with gods. Soyeon hesitates, looking down sadly. But Ventasis interrupts. Yes, I am the only one who answered your rude negotiation request. I am the only one willing to give you power. Even though you lack faith, don't underestimate that luck. Soyeon stays silent, eyes cast. Feeling downhearted, finally, summoning her courage, she asks, Ventasis, if I give you everything you want, can I become a Holy Grail Knight? Hearing her ridiculous question, he laughs and teases. A Holy Grail Knight. Then Ventasis gently lifts her and slowly explains. Listen carefully. Calmly, he lays it out. Your achievements compared to King Leon Hurt are nothing. Do you think someone like you could replace my fake revenge? Shocked by this, Soyeon feels like she has just received earth-shattering news. So that means the king borrowed power from Ventasis too. Ventasis keeps talking. Stern? Right now, you are nothing. He begins fading away, but before leaving, he says a few more words. I will help you get revenge, though the price you pay 1T change. Then Ventasis' spirit faded, but his voice echoed, offering a vow. The moment you avenge your grudge, your soul will forever belong to me. The sky brightened again, the cool weather letting sunlight stream into the grand hall. Inside the hall, a crowd of students gathered. Looking up to the stage was Leon's solemn figure. He announced clearly, everyone will join the guild army. Those whose names are called, come forward and collect your gear. In line, the youngest whispered to Harry. Hey Harry, is Soyeon going to be part of this mission? I heard the old man was really against it. Harry replied softly, but I already asked. Harry recalled the earlier conversation and told him, His Majesty said he can't interfere with this. Apparently, he has no authority. The youngest was surprised. Really? Leon called out from above, and on the screen appeared 4 outstanding names. He called them Han Harry, Han Soho, and John Soyeon. Step forward. Harry's eyes lit up. It is our turn. One by those names stepped forward. The 4 stood before Leon in full uniform, serious and composed. The atmosphere grew tense as Leon prepared his speech in his mind for them. Pleased with their achievements, he praised, "Your accomplishments so far have met all my expectations." He did not hesitate to single out Harry. "Especially you." Hen Harry. Hearing her name, her eyes sparkled as she joyfully replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Harry's heart was so full of joy her face flushed red. She listened intently to Leon's words, and the gods truly admired those who remained pure. Those who have proven both talent and purity deserve this kind of praise. Then he glanced at the girl beside him, who caught his meaning and quickly brought something over. It turned out to be a gift for Harry's efforts, something Leon wanted to give her. He carefully explained its function. "I am giving you a sword, a spear, and a set of armor that will help you unleash your true power. Lord Spinner created it, so please take good care of it." What an amazing gift. Harry could not stop staring at it and exclaimed, "So this is the binding armor." Suddenly, a voice rang out, making Harry feel worthy. Not bad at all." She was surprised to hear Bethos and Poma. Bethos and Poma appeared behind Harry, and she gaped, unable to believe what she was seeing. At that moment, Bethos' eyes blazed with fierce energy as he raised his hand forward. He cast a spell confidently. "Fight. Become a flame that burns down the enemy like the goddess of war." Poma chimed in beside him, "Surrender your body to the endless sea, and fill your heart with faith." Instantly, their two auras merged, engulfing Harry's armor and making it glow brilliantly. The whole hall erupted in chaos. Everyone was stunned after witnessing that dazzling magical transformation. Honorable gods. Harry was just as shocked as everyone else. Eyes wide, heart racing with confusion. This is the Iron Spirit Sword blessed by the deity. Legendary rank. The Iron Blood Sword blessed by Pedos, god of war and fire. The Pure Iron Armor blessed by the waves. Legendary rank. The Iron Blood Sword blessed by Poma, god of peace and the waves. Leon's assistant seemed to have predicted all this. Grinning proudly, "These are all legendary grade." The trainee stood dumbfounded, barely believing it. Legendary gear worth billions, maybe even priceless. The award ceremony kept going. Leon declared, "Next, the power of the Thunder God will always be by your side." Then another god appeared, eyes blazing with fire. Named Jihyuk. This made his heart drop right out of his chest. King Jihyuk. He placed his hand on the boy's head and spoke fiercely, "You will become a judge, punishing all evil around King Leon." Next, Ariana appeared to bless Suho, her pure aura radiating as she gently clasped her hands, whispering, "Let justice protect you. You will remain strong even when facing corruption and despair. Let the light of immortality stay with you, even in the darkest places." Soyeon glanced around. Everyone had their own god, but she did not, and she looked deeply disappointed. At that moment, Lin called her name. "John Soyeon." She jumped. "Yes, Your Majesty." He dropped news that shook her. "Your grandfather has requested your removal from this mission." He pressed her for an answer. "What do you want to do?" She did not know how to face this yet, eyes downcast like she wanted to hide. Stammering, in the end, Soyeon bravely spoke up, steeling herself with determination. "I want to join this mission. I have." Leon understood her feelings and agreed. "I get, then do as you wish." At that moment, Ventasis appeared behind Leon, folding his hands. He muttered under his breath. The Avenger, Ventasis, shrouded in dark purple magic, raised his hand threateningly toward Soyeon's armor. "I confirm your revenge. Let the gift I grant you unleash the darkest destruction." The armor quickly became engulfed in dark cursed magic as he cast his spell. Meanwhile, the divine energy seeped into the armor and sword. He whispered, "I will be the only one who can grant you wishes." Before he could act further, a hand pulled the sword free from Ventasis' supernatural grasp, shocking him. Seeing this, he turned to Leon, who held the sword. "What are you doing?" "Avenger." Leon closed his eyes and smiled quietly at the question. Ariana appeared then, silently praying for peace, while Leon gripped the sword tight and replied, "I am just worried about my disciple's future." Ariana's blessing for Soyeon moved her deeply. She murmured gratefully, "Your Majesty." A powerful aura radiated from Ariana as Leon stood firm. Plunging the sword into the armor, she reached forward, a bright light streaming from her pale hand. Ariana immediately chanted over the armor. The power from that sword was terrifying enough to make everyone shield their eyes. "Lost Lamb, this sword will guide you. Follow it." Ariana's magic overwhelmed Ventasis' divine power, making him furious. He snapped angrily, "Too much. What are you doing? Have you changed your mind?" She looked at him calmly and said, "I am just fulfilling my knight's wish." From above, he glared down at Leon. "Avenger." Ventasis kept mocking him. "You are too soft on humans. It is pathetic." Leon fired back without hesitation. "I am a king, and I won't let anyone do as they please." Crossing the line, he would not let this go and struck at Leon's deepest pain, just like when he lost his daughter. Hearing that, Ariana felt anger on his behalf, her eyes wide as she stared at his wicked smile. He stepped closer, glaring, pushing his advantage. Leon Dragonia. Leon Hurt. The one scheming to seize the throne from both Leon Hurt and Dragonia. Ventasis deliberately brought up old wounds to remind him, do not forget your ancestors. The kingdom's founder rose from the shadows to find glory. Lin replied calmly, I have never forgotten what my ancestors went through. Then he started naming Soyan John Soyan. He snapped her out of her wavering mind. Do not rely too much on the guiding light, or you will lose sight of your true goal. Revenge can only be served in the cold darkness of night. Almost crushed by his words, Soyan hugged herself to steady her spirit against Ventasis' taunts. Never forget, my little Avenger. The scene shifts to a small room where a man looks down at the city through glass. A glass of liquor in hand. Suddenly, a secretary walks in and announces, Sir, I have prepared the list of participants for the counterattack. He spoke, handed over, the Japanese Hunters Association. Chairman, Kamiya Asu. Asu carefully took the list and read it intently. He stopped at one name, his face showing a hint of doubt. The secretary noticed Asu's unusual expression and quickly tried to reassure him. She told him about that name. The prime minister, he must be really worried and even wants to recruit foreigners. What can those weaklings do? Besides, the government is losing its influence lately anyway. Asu smirked with pride, his face turning strangely wicked. Yeah, it is all thanks to me. This country is basically my kingdom now. Then he asked about the guild. By the way, is this Pantheon guild really that dangerous? The secretary rubbed his shoulder and replied, they are scary, but nothing compared to us. She added a warning about the guild's next moves, though they are still a concern. Apparently, some Pantheon elites are here too. Their power is effective, hardly anyone opposes their actions in Korea, which is kinda odd. Hearing this, Asu started pondering deeply. He wondered if the dungeon assault plan was viable. They have clout in Korea, but globally, not so. After thinking it over, he decisively made a plan. Here's what we will do. He calculated every move to favor himself first. We will send the Pantheon Guild to the front lines in the first phase to soak up all the initial damage. The secretary quickly voiced concerns about future backlash from Korea, but promised they would try to persuade everyone. Asu continued, tell them we are sending 3 strike teams composed of rank hunters. The secretary snapped back, Sir, those teams are from the Hunters Association. A sly grin spread across his face as he rubbed his hands together gleefully. Yeah, they have been a pain lately. This is the perfect chance to take them out. He reveled in his upcoming schemes. My kingdom will be even more perfect once this raid is over. The secretary beside him applauded enthusiastically. Congratulating him, Asu carefully reviewed his plan before moving forward. We will throw a big welcome party for them, make sure they are ready to hit the front lines, if it pleases them. The sky was clear, the air crisp as Leon's plane prepared to land. The plane's wheels touched down, skidding across the ground. At that moment, his plane had safely landed. Outside, a group of men was already waiting. One of them adjusted his lapel and muttered to himself, damn, this reminds me of when the Thay royal family visited. He worried, hoping nothing would go wrong. Then he recalled a call with his superior, no political conflicts allowed. That person is not normal. During that call, he had to ask again, what do you mean? The voice on the other end explained, he is not just abnormal. It's going to be a mess if something bad happens. And the media starts spinning stories about Japan and Korea's shaky relationship. That guy's too powerful. Tell him to treat you like royalty. I am serious about this. Thinking back to that call, the guy was sweating bullets and hurriedly wiped his face with a cloth. Slowly, the door cracked open, revealing a figure in a grand fur coat. The door swung wide, and Leon gently took Patrick's hand. As they stepped out, both of them looked stunning and commanding in their outfits. Everyone below was stunned. It was like a scene straight out of a fairy tale. The vibe was unreal. He truly looked like real nobility, not just in status but in presence. The man from before widened his eyes, overwhelmed. The aura radiating from them was so intense, he felt intimidated just standing nearby. That glorious presence reminded him of a lion lurking behind Leon's dignified stance. He whispered, this guy is truly above them all. Lin and Patrick slowly descended the steps, catching everyone's attention as they stood there watching. As they reached the bottom together, someone eagerly greeted them. Your Majesty, King Leon I and Queen Patrickology Sparrow. Hearing the man's greeting first, he asked, making everyone freeze in surprise, is he really the king of this country? Even those following Leon were shocked upon hearing that. At that moment, Ayasu arrived, fending a carefree laugh. You probably do not know much about our country since you rarely visit Japan. He confidently stepped closer and loudly said, I am just a government rep. Why do not you step aside? The man was furious at Ayasu's arrival, but did not dare cough or say a word. Kamiya, Ayasu boldly extended his hand and shook Leon's. Aya, chairman of the Japanese Hunters Association. Pleasure to meet you. Leon stepped back, cold and uninterested, ignoring him completely. Suddenly, Lin's face darkened with anger. He snapped, Get this bumpkin out of here. How dare he touch the royal bloodline? Take him away. Ayasu was bewildered, thinking Leon's attitude was easy to handle, so he was caught off guard by this reaction. He was furious, boiling inside. How dare this guy treat him like that on his own turf? Ayasu's bodyguard was equally upset and stepped forward to confront Leon. How rude. Takeda snapped angrily. Who do you think you are to talk to the chairman like that? Ayant? Rank of the Japanese Hunters Association, Lim bluntly replied. Lowlifts like you do not have ranks. Hearing that, Takeda was not about to let it slide. Standing before the crowd, he prepared to strike back at Leon. The crowd panicked, fearing a fight was about to break out. Meanwhile, Ayasu looked pleased. This pressure someone stop him. Harry, hiding behind, saw things spiraling out of control and whispered to a pale-faced Kang Hak. Worried, please stop this before it gets worse. Lin was determined to settle this. He was not one to back down. How dare a lowlife act like this in front of me? Leon grabbed his sword, energy radiating fiercely. He glared challengingly at the crowd. This disrespect will cost them dearly. Hari and Kang Hai, both pale and scared, did not dare step forward to stop Leon. What should we do? I have no idea. Leon's anger boiled over as he gripped his sword tightly, face twisted in a terrifying snarl. Takeda clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his face, shouting loudly. You pathetic. Suddenly, someone rushed in, their footsteps halting the impending disaster just in time. Just as Takeda and Leon were about to clash, they froze. The newcomer urgently announced, Emergency! Emergency! Jinsu shouted. The demon sword has appeared. Ayasu froze in shock, spinning around to ask. What? Where? Jinsu was so nervous he stumbled over his words, barely able to speak clearly. Finally, he said, It is riding its sword across the ocean. Akasa's cloak fluttered in the wind as he boldly crossed the sea. He stretched out his hand, releasing a powerful energy that spread everywhere. Akasa cast a spell, and a mysterious black gate appeared before him. He then glided gently across the water's surface. His shadow gradually vanished through the gate, and after dissolving into thin air, he disappeared without a trace, leaving behind a small pink hole. The sharp sword slowly followed him into the other world, its sharp flames sparkling and shimmering mysteriously. Akasa, his figure faint and ghost-like, stepped through the mysterious door he had just created. Suddenly, a giant ferocious monster appeared and carried him away. He looked down anxiously and called out, John, Soyeon. As the scene of the monsters played on the screen, a voice echoed, As you can see, the demon sword traveler opened a dark water gate at the Dragon Palace entrance, then vanished into the mist. Ayasu stood before the screen, studying carefully, and asked, A dark water gate? Is that even possible? Someone from the staff below replied. According to the surveillance team's report, the dark water gate opened right after the demon sword stepped through the gate. Hearing this, Ayasu exclaimed loudly, Why was there a gate there in the first place? Takeda whispered to Ayasu behind his back. Do you think he created the gate himself? Of course not. Leon, standing nearby, crossed his arms and objected. It is not impossible. Ayasu turned around in surprise. What did you just say? Lin replied confidently. I am saying creating a gate is possible. This is an emergency, and I will share the necessary info. Then he asked Patrick to explain, and she quickly agreed. Yes, Your Majesty. As Patrick began to speak, she steadied herself. Sir Spinner, please support me, she said quietly. Immediately, Jet sprang into action, surprising everyone. What is wrong with the screen? Is it hacked? She slowly recounted the situation to everyone. About 4 weeks ago, we took over the Eastern Sea Gate with the hunters. Patrick did not hesitate to share her thoughts. We suspected the gate, the system, and the questions the system presented. She added and concluded, after all this time investigating, Patrick finally found the answer. That gate might be artificial. Everyone could not believe their eyes. What? Zion felt dizzy hearing this and exclaimed, No way. Zion's companion was stunned too. This shattered the main premise behind storming the gates. Lin sighed in frustration but said, That does not change what we have to do. Calmly, he informed everyone. I am mentally prepared for battle. Get ready to fight. We must face the monsters and hunt down the demon sword. The secretary, angry that Leon dared to give orders, shouted, Who gave you the right to command? Ayasu raised his hand to stop her, and she reluctantly accepted. All right, but the demon sword traveler is strong. Surely, he is trying to attract the monsters that will appear soon. He clarified, We will form a special team to deal with the demon sword. It will be faster if we all prepare for this emergency. Kang Hyu interrupted, looking at Ayasu. Then Leon goes first. Patrick follows, and then he declared, We will start ambushing the demon sword. Kang Hyu then pointed out the ambush plan on the map, showing the route the demon sword would take. A group from Ayasu's delegation, carrying swords and ready for battle, were members of the Wakayama branch of the Japan Hunters Association. Next was the Korean Hunters Association led by Jinsu Kachi. Finally, Leon, Harry, and Patrick formed a trio from the Miyazaki Shrine Association. Kanghi stood before the map, calmly analyzing. We have pushed the monsters back to Tokushima, Miyazaki, and Wakayama. Got it. Everyone looked up at the screen showing each association's logo with a message saying they cleared out the area 30 minutes ago. They were shocked. 30 minutes ago. Well, Corey acted fast. The man controlling the screen quickly updated the info. Clearly, a massive cannon fell from the sky. Ayasu immediately understood. Got it. That must be the queen. He rushed to grab his phone and called Takeda. Watching the screen, he saw no updates from Team 4 and quickly asked Takeda about it. A report from Team 4. Go check on them. Takeda responded immediately. Yes, sir. I'm heading out now. Ayasu was puzzled, thinking, is the equipment broken? Over on Takeda's side, a footsteps down. The leader of the Japanese demolition crew looks shocked at the scene before him roaring curses. Damn it, they stand there staring at the wreckage. Countless bodies lost. The devastation is brutal. Takeda doubts it is the work of the demon sword. He can't believe it. How could it even get here? While scouting the scene and thinking hard, they find no trace of him. The guild is in chaos. Nishimori is dead, and Takeda and the others are wounded. Takeda looks around at his fallen team, bitterly thinking, damn it, why does it always have to be my demolition crews? He radios in to update the others. This is Takeda. Squad 4 wiped out. Looks like the demon sword showed up here. Suddenly, one of the Japanese crew shouts seriously, Takeda, get over here, now. What? Takeda hears that the monster lost a ton of blood. Someone must have come out from inside it. Shocked beyond belief, he realizes, damn, the demon sword used the monster to swallow them to avoid being tracked. Takeda wonders why the demon sword would do this, when suddenly a call comes through the radio. Takeda, the other side reports Squad 2 is also wiped out, and Takeda feels like he is about to break. Let us move. Scene shift to the Korean Demolition Guild, where a guard panics and radios in. The demon sword has appeared. Ungwon immediately asks, where? The guard hurriedly replies, Wakayama has already lost 3 ranked demolishers. Jinsu is stunned. Everything happened way too fast. Damn, it is already like this. The guard continues. Takeda is gathering the other squads outside the Shrine Guild. Ungwon questions, what? Why not at the Shrine Guild? The guard adds, they tried, but a monster shot down their plane, triggered some ability. Damn it, he was helpless. Ungwon reluctantly suggests, if that is the case, can we just stay here? Jinsu gets even more annoyed hearing this. What the hell are you talking about? The plane rushes the group out over open water. Someone keeps urging, hey, why's the plane so slow? Fly faster. This is the fastest it can go. Ahead is a pitch black sky. Everything here is completely destroyed. Wakayama and Takeda glance at something. It is the Korean demolition team who have also arrived on this land. He is deeply grateful. Thanks so much for coming. Look around grimly. Jinsu Lee, I thought we would only be delaying the demon sword. But Takeda honestly shares, the Han are stronger than we thought. If we fight separately, they will take us all down. 2 squads are already wiped out. Jian speaks up. Anyway, we have 5 squads here, plus your 4, so that is 9 ranked demolishers total. Jian looks upset. Why leave me out? Then he adds, I think that should be enough. Iwanwan also chimes in confidently. We have about 100 ranked demolishers too, so I do not think the demon sword can do much. Before he can finish, he senses something dark energy is approaching. A sharp sword plunges down. The Korean team immediately draws their weapons, ready to fight. The demon sword reveals himself, striding boldly toward them, unleashing a brutal massacre without mercy. His eyes glare terrifyingly, his face chilling everyone. I am the assassin, Akasa, the destroyer of life. Even Jian's demolition team is shaken. Damn it, Akasa stands before them, making everyone tremble in fear. They gasp. I have never met anyone this strong outside the lower ranks. What the hell is this? He grabs his sword and leaps over a black hole, reaching the other side. Takeda immediately orders the troops. Now's the time attack. The large force quickly charges forward. One of them says, that is worth 100 million yen. Surround him. Takeda, fired up to take him down, reassures everyone. Don't be afraid. No one can withstand a force this massive. Ion steps in to stop him. Wait a second. Akasa growled, grinning as he completely underestimated his opponent. Seeing this, Ion shrank back, a bit terrified. Takeda's hunter squad charged straight at Akasa, shouting loudly to clear the way. A second later, chaos erupted. Ion could not believe his eyes, panic flooding him. Nearly the entire squad was taken down by Akasa in the blink of an eye. He was utterly terrified and shocked. What the heck? Witnessing Akasa's unbelievable power, Ion thought to himself, he just wiped out all the rank hunters with a single strike. Takeda collapsed, realizing Ion was right if he had not shouted to get out of the way. They would be dead instantly. Not even a second of peace before he gasped for breath, drenched in sweat. Right then, Akasa stood before Takeda, raising his sword for the kill. Suddenly, Akasa stopped and turned his head back, just in time. Someone rushed from behind to block Akasa's strike. Ion 1 noticed Akasa's momentary distraction and ordered, "Attack now." Hearing the command, Ion 1 swung his hammer with all his might at Akasa's position. Calm and collected, Akasa barely raised his sword, instantly stopping the hammer's blow. At that moment, Ion 1 wondered, "Damn, he is fighting one-handed." Akasa's face darkened as he mocked, "Weakling." Suddenly, countless swords rained down where Akasa and Ion 1 stood, a voice shouting, "Infinite blades." From afar, Jinsu saw this and shouted a spell. "1,000 swords. Unite." Then he darted forward like the wind. Chang Sung stood beside him, both protecting a badly injured Ion 1. Jinsu loudly asked, "Is that the one?" Chang Sung replied, "He is incredibly strong." Watching Akasa's posture, he added, "I fought him once in Ushan, but he was not this powerful." Takeda, badly wounded, was approached by a girl asking if he was okay. He grimaced in pain. "I can heal this. Something like this has never happened before." Jinsu called out, "What?" He immediately obeyed. Yes, the text on the screen flashed, throwing Ion 1's mind into chaos. Bewildered, he read, "Plan. Massacre mode. Applies to all living beings. Physical resistance reduced by 90%. All defenses down 90%. Rapid loss. Wounds cannot heal." What is this? He stared at Akasa, thinking about his overwhelming power. But this was not the only issue. There was a lot more going on. He had to be on par with or even stronger than a demon lord or something. Jinsu hurriedly interrupted, "Don't overthink it. We just need to kill him." Ion respectfully replied, "Yes, sir." In a corner, Akasa watched them fuss over their battle plans with a smirk. Jinsu stepped forward and spoke to him. "You are doing well." Akasa sneered, "I know you, someone who shares my blood." Jinsu flatly said, "I do not have a son like you." Akasa smirked wider. "Old man, where's your granddaughter then?" Jinsu cut him off. "None of your business. No beating around the bush." Akasa said bluntly, "You will die by my hand." Suddenly, a helicopter flew by overhead. Inside, Jinsu smirked confidently, "Lucky to have a private helicopter. Honestly, I do not think we need to do much considering who is involved in this fight." He seriously asked her, "Are you ready?" Then he called her name clearly. "Soyeon." She sat quietly, replying, "I came voluntarily." Then she asked seriously, "You want something, right?" To the point of sneaking onto the helicopter. Junsin denied it. "Of course. Though I want nothing from His Majesty." He pouted, cheeks flushed. "We just want mercy. He has considered it and shown us mercy. Isn't he that salvation? He is truly devoted." Suddenly, the helicopter jolted strangely during their smooth ride. Junsin pressed his back against the seat, trembling. Could it be? Outside, the fierce battle was still raging. Junsu unleashed his moves at Akasa sword slash, rain of blades, and frenzy slash unstoppable against the 1,000 swords. But Akasa was not backing down. He counterattacked fiercely. Anger boiled inside him as he gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at Akasa. Neither was willing to give in, their two beams of light crashing against each other. It looked like Junsu had fallen into a trap. His expression shifted. Meanwhile, Akasa was clearly enjoying the scene. They both soared into the sky to fight. Then Akasa unleashed his aura again, the Lord's sword slashing through Junsu. Junsu and Soyeon in the helicopter peeked out the window to watch. She screamed desperately, "Omut, sir!" A red aura engulfed the sword, its terrifying dark magic pulsing. Just then, Juji slowly came to, a voice softly calling beside her, "Juji, are you okay?" Iwang-won gently helped her sit up. Juji was still dizzy and half out of it. "You are giving me a headache. Do not do that again." After being unconscious, she finally remembered what happened. Wait. What happened? The sword was suddenly snapped in two. The battle was tilting in Akasa's favor. He gently lifted Junsu. Iwang-won calmly recounted, "The old man lost already." He looked relieved, pleased with the outcome. "Not bad at all." Akasa kept bragging. But the old man was done for. Junsu still tried to hold on. "I will kill you," with some force trying to break his plans. He sensed something off. But strangely, it was weaker than expected. Junsu should have been dead. Akasa looked up at the sky, sensing some interference. Just as suspected, Soyeon appeared in time. She said firmly, "Let my sir go." The Ventesis sword disrupted Akasa's blade, while the Ariana sword's light pushed back the darkness. At her arrival, Akasa unexpectedly loosened his grip and released Junsu. Soyeon risked everything to fight him and protect Junsu. He desperately tried to stop her. "Soyeon, do not!" Power had taken over her soul. Her eyes blazed fiercely. Revenge was within reach. She shouted, calling on a mighty power from her soul, draining it by 12%. Soyeon stood before Akasa in impressive armor, her gaze piercing him. Gritting her teeth, she readied herself to battle him. Confident, "With this power, I can beat you." Akasa grinned, sharp teeth bared, mocking her. "Amateur." Then he struck, aiming his sword directly at Soyeon, throwing her off balance. He pressed his sword close, threatening. This holy power is deadly. Many of my allies have fallen facing it. Akasa unleashed a brutal killing aura that terrified Soyen, then swung his sword, knocking her hard backward. Angry, he sneered. You are no knight, not even a soldier. His eyes flared bright red as he taunted. You are nothing. Suddenly, Jun Sin appeared behind him. He led a strong army and ordered, protect Soyen. Activate the ultimate defense against curses. They charged in, bloodied and ready to fight Akasa. This enraged Akasa, his face twisting in fury. As Jinsen prepared to strike, Akasa slammed his sword into the ground, making them hesitate. Jinsen's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe it. Soyen was stunned too, witnessing the horrific scene unfold. To shock them all, Akasa casually unleashed a move that knocked the entire guild back. Before they could react, blood everywhere. Akasa sneered. Mocking, a dog on the road meets a tiger and just wags its tail. You are a scared coward. Such a large force all defeated by him only made him more arrogant. I am immortal. Ion suddenly stepped forward, laughing. Even amidst the brutal battle, he laughed loud enough to piss off Akasa. Akasa scowled. What is so funny? Ion cockily showed no fear. I am just a little reckless. Emboldened, he boldly said, Immortal my ass. He kept talking, right in front of Akasa. Akasa turned toward the sky where Leon was seen riding a horse. Aren't we all gonna die anyway? He looks down from above, his face delicate but his aura commanding. The story goes way back to a world where kingdoms were protected by gods, and those kingdoms had mystics blessed by the divine. A hand with sharp claws pointed at the head. Looking back at the past, they were a nightmare for the immortal kneelers, mystics who broke divine laws and natural order. Some say they wiped out evil itself. They were many. 4 of the 7 lords summoned, along with 6 dukes and 87 kneelers leading 10 million troops, invading the gods' world. Because of their overwhelming force, they succeeded in destroying the world, leaving only 2 powers standing. Leon had once been mighty too, leading the mystic army ready for one last stand with the remaining forces. His faction crushed that demon bug, while the Oat army celebrated the final battle like a festival, wiping out the East. The end. Akasa was sent to another world during the war, unable to witness its conclusion. Akasa bit his lip but soon realized just how lucky he was. Leon sneered, mocking him, claiming he was the world's last hope. Leon's face turned purple hearing that. Who dares call me that to my face? He jumped down to face him directly, when a voice called out from afar, he is here. Then Leon charged, landing a brutal punch right to his face. That punch was so powerful it sent Akasa, who fears nothing, flipping through the air like that. Jinsu could not help but be stunned by the scene. Standing frozen for a moment, he thought to himself, unbelievable, he took down a demon duke with just one punch. Seeing Akasa's miserable defeat, Jinsu wondered how strong is this guy. Despite everyone's amazement, Akasa still refused to give up. Turns out he was not done yet, still cocky as ever. It is useless. You are just flesh and blood. Lesara unleashed supernatural power, declaring his deadly ability affects all living beings, cutting physical resistance by 90%. All defense reduced by 90%. Vitality drops fast. Wounds 1t heal. Souls corrupt. This effect hits every living thing. Mental resistance down 90%. Panic sets it. Attack power halved. Endurance drops 5% each turn. Stealth effect targets enemies, reducing their endurance by 70%. Healing effects cause damage, and pain debuffs every turn. Target's attack speed drops 40%. Shadow limits apply, affecting all living beings. Movement speed cut by half. Vision restricted. Panic hits every turn. Defense down 30%. Bleeding effect, and all damage to the target is doubled. Absorbs target's blood to restore stamina. Disables all healing on the target. Physical resistance drops 60%. Jinsu read it with amazement. Destructive wings. Effects hit all living beings. Attack power down 40%. Dodge chance down 50%. Defense gear effectiveness drops 70%. Panic every turn on this debuff. Even he could not win. Liam was determined not to let this slide, narrowing his eyes with fierce resolve. Every step he took was charged with dark magic, the victorious hero defying all odds. Confident, he gripped his sword and slowly advanced each step, making history. Jinsu realized more and more that Leon was anything but ordinary. He was terrified that this cruel terror was weakening Akasa the Demon Duke. The fear effect. Anxiety. Resistance lowered. He was something beyond human. A demon. No living creature could touch him. He moved forward like a knight, majestic and unmatched, charging straight into the heart of battle. His battle cry was fierce, an entire army of one, boosting all stats by 200%. Raising his allies' spirits to the max. Demon Slayer effect increased damage to demons by 300%, resisting curses and debuffs. All demons panic after one falls. Warrior effect boosts combat power by 150% in 1v1 fights, increases dodge chance, and attack power rises 10% with each hit. Counterattack damage will double. Those who drain the Demon King's energy take 500% more damage, and resistance stats increase by 70%. Jinsu stood in shock. Unable to believe it, he completely nullified all debuffs with even stronger buffs. Akasa faced Leon head-on, The tension in the air was thicker than ever. Akasa boldly declared, "The destroyer of life." Lin was not backing down. He shouted back, "I am the real destroyer of humans." And so, their fierce battle began. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a crowded street filled with people and vehicles. Someone inside a large vehicle asked a police officer, "When will we get out of here?" He hurriedly replied, "We are trying to find a way, please hang tight a little longer." Another family was panicking. "Damn it, why is not there any news? He stayed up all night. Are we stuck here forever? Might as well get out and walk." The city was cloaked in thick smoke and dust, with cars pushed and crashing into each other. Everyone in the vehicles looked worried, asking each other, "What is going on? Are you okay?" "Yeah, me and the kid are fine," a caring mother asked. "Are you alright?" Haruto, the little boy, whimpered, "Mom, did you see that?" A flash lit up the sky, throwing everything into chaos. Someone was fighting up there in the air. Akasa and Lian were still evenly matched, neither willing to back down. Akasa shouted, "Lian, dodge fast," letting the bat-like figure drop below. The clashing sounds echoed like a massive explosion, shaking the whole city to its core. People in the city scrambled, shouting, "Run, run!" The driver panicked. "You two are fighting on top of it." Akasa angrily flew down toward the city. "Are you even human?" He unleashed chaos, shouting, "Die!" as his sword crashed violently into the ground. The terrified mother clutched her child tightly. Everything had crumbled now, smoke and explosions filling the air everywhere. Lian launched an attack. Lian Dragonia. Lian hurt. He stood firm, watching and preparing for his next move. The Supreme Sword of Gold was activated. He would not surrender to despair. A brave knight knelt before him, Knight Chenthan. Once they complete their mission and are chosen by the gods, they receive 3 sacred artifacts. Lin appeared ahead, serious and armored, wielding magical armor, a spear, and a shining sword. The sword gleamed sharply, radiating a brilliant light. "What is the sword of the Chen Than Protector?" Lin recalled past words. The Chen Than Protectors inherit the heart of a lion and become demigods guarding Chen Than. He gathered his courage, fully committed to this do-or-die battle. Lian Hertz King does not represent divine power. Instead, he carries out the will of the gods. Lian planted his feet firmly, unyielding steel in the face of the storm. He cast a spell, and Hito summoned the sword of Lian Hertz King, while Petos polished it with his flames. Then Ariana infused the sword with her radiant light. Lian gripped the sword like a national treasure, ready for battle. Moreover, many other gods had blessed this sword. Raising the sword high, his determined eyes declared, "This sword is the pinnacle of light." Lian hurt. As Akasa's god approached Lian, he chanted fiercely and counterattacked, embodying the will of the gods to protect Chenthan. Akasa sneered, mocking him. "What? You are just a human." Suddenly, countless gods appeared behind Lian, guarding and fighting alongside him. How many gods had he absorbed power from? Akasa seemed to realize Lian's power was growing fast. He decided to strike early and kill him before he got stronger. "Your glorious days are over, die." Lian's emotions surged, gripping his sword tightly. He boldly declared, "My glory is eternal." Then he struck with such force that the earth shook and rocks flew everywhere. Before he could react, Akasa was stunned, his face turning purple, baring sharp teeth. What a monster! That sword slash shot straight up into the sky. A radiant light enveloped Lian as he stood tall and firm on the ground. The entire city shattered into hundreds of pieces, slowly crumbling from this brutal battle. Lian sighed, his eyes drifting downward. Akasa survived, but seemed drained of power. This monster's tough to kill for sure. He kept taunting, trying to rile Lian up, though he was much weaker now than before. Suddenly, he blurted out, "I get it now." Akasa said, "This land lacks enough faith, that is why." Lian fired back, "Oh yeah? Then you are the one fit to be the demon lord. What difference does that make?" Lian casually slung his sword over his shoulder, face dripping with disdain. "Even if I am weaker, you are still no stronger than me." Those words stabbed straight into Akasa's pride, making him boil with rage. He launched another attack, determined to take Lian down this time. Instantly, hundreds of shards flew straight at Lian's position. Unlike the panic around him, Lian stayed calm. Sizing up the situation, he raised his hand, channeling all his anger into a powerful strike at Lian. But that move did not work. He froze. Stunned, Lian dashed in from behind, pressing his sword right against Akasa's neck, catching him completely off guard. Luckily, Akasa dodged just in time, swearing under his breath, "You idiot." He was not ready to quit. The fight went on. Did Lian really want to waste his precious holy power? Lian cut him off. Enough talk. Their swords clashed with sparks flying from the friction. Akasa tried to strike at Lian's legs, but Lian anticipated it and kicked his long legs over Akasa's head. Akasa slammed face first into the ground, furious and grinding his teeth, ready to lose his mind from frustration. Lin glared down at Akasa's miserable state. Akasa was not ready to give up. He unleashed a smokescreen of blood magic. His body badly wounded, he was growing exhausted. "Damn monster," he thought to himself. "I can defeat him alone." Lian looked around, puzzled. "I was wondering why no one's around." Suddenly, more monsters appeared, blocking the battle that was nearing its end. Monsters. Leon started to catch Akasa's dirty plan. He thought he could stop me with these dumb monsters. Akasa grinned wickedly. I am sure they won't succeed. Tons of monsters lined up in front of Leon. Akasa said, still, they will buy me some time. Leon frowned. And you are trying to run again? Like I will just let you escape? Akasa started to retreat hastily. Just for a moment, he hissed. I just need a bit more time, then I will completely crush you. Akasa ordered his army of demons. Take care of him. Buy me time to escape. The monsters immediately charged in, eyes filled with terrifying rage. Leon stood his ground alone, determined to fight till the end. He was furious. You damn monsters. A monster charged at him, targeting him as priority, activating its killing device. Suddenly, a voice echoed from afar. Ancient relic cannon. Fire! Akasa panicked, shouting angrily. What? Who dares? No way! Someone spoke up, ignoring his rage. I have got a whole squad of reliable allies right here. Suddenly, Akasa vanished into a swirling purple portal. The voice continued. We need to conserve mana just in case, so I will only offer backup for now. The chick appeared with a ready smile. How's that sound? Harry, got it? Harry quickly replied. Yes. Your Majesty. Just then, Harry's squad, along with Suho and Yuhyuk, arrived one after another. Excited, she said. This time, it is our turn to back you up. You were standing there watching the whole thing unfold. Chick closed his eyes and bowed his head fully. Akasha saw Leon's army arriving in full force and started to glare fiercely. He was tall, growling, and that bunch bowing their heads like that made him angry. He said the last time he saw Leon as king was 4 months ago. Leon's powerful army stood right in front of him, ready to take him down. He got even more annoyed. No way he built an army in just 4 months. Right? Leon could not hesitate any longer. He pointed his sword straight at them and directly commanded his kingdom's soldiers. The soldiers quickly took their positions, ready to fight. Leon led the army, declared war, and charged to defeat the enemy. Leon's gaze dropped down, his expression sharp and evaluating every detail. Just then, Patrick approached to update him on the current situation. The problem we feared has happened. Don't worry, Leon, he said calmly. I know. The scene before them was total chaos. The corpses of giant monsters lay scattered on the ground. The terrain was torn up, and the demon sword had vanished. Lin immediately mobilized all his soldiers, rallying the warriors to push forward. The troops attacked fiercely, fresh recruits full of fighting spirit charging ahead. Kill them all. It was easy to push back the demon-controlled monsters, but they still could not stop the demon sword from fleeing. The chick smirked wickedly and asked a few questions. Your Majesty, you must have planned this all along. Everything that is happening seems to be part of Leon's plan, right? Of course. Suddenly, he pulled out a severed hand. Look. Akasa's arm. Without beating around the bush, Lin got straight to the point. With this, can you open the gate? The chick's eyes lit up, a sly smile curling her lips. Yes. With this, no matter how high he runs, he won't escape me. They both looked at the pale hand and grinned evilly. He would be found no matter where he hid. Their chilling laughter echoed through the area. Scene switches to Hari and Suho. Their eyes sparkled as they stepped into such a fancy place. Sis Harry, I have never been somewhere this fancy before. The banquet table was set with desserts, scented candles, and wine. The servers carried food gracefully and politely, fit for true nobles. The VIP guests filled the hall. A server politely approached and asked the two if they wanted anything to drink. Harry quickly replied, just one glass for me, please. Thanks. Suho grumbled, annoyed she did not get one. Why so stingy? I will be old enough in a few months. Harry sighed, teasing him with a smirk. Not quite yet. From afar, Ji-hyu shouted as he saw them. There you two are. What are you up to? He was holding a glass of wine too, but Harry used a spell to take it away since he was not old enough. You are not allowed to drink yet. Do not. Hari was laughing a lot today. Suho and Ji-hyu exchanged puzzled looks, wondering why she seemed so happy. Isn't she supposed to be with Lord Kan-hyu now? She has never been to a place this fancy. The two stopped paying attention to Hari and looked around instead. Our battle was pretty impressive. She got tons of interview requests, but His Majesty said no, so she is really happy. Hari shyly recounted what happened back then. It was kind of scary. I was totally freaked out. Hundreds of people swarmed toward me, but Ji-hyu stepped in to protect me. What exactly did you do? Hari walked over to Suho and Ji-hyu. Whatever. Have you two met His Majesty and Miss Suho Hain yet? They both answered together. Not yet. In a different scene, a high place overlooking the city lights wrapped in darkness. Suho stood with arms crossed, her expression saying it all. Thinking about it made her uneasy. Oh man, this is not over yet. Next to her sat a mysterious figure standing right there. Yeah, but this can be handled alone. From that time, he judged Suhoven's abilities very talented but not yet mature. She calmly replied, You mean compared to His Majesty? The mysterious person came to inform Sohawan, but said he could still handle some things. My subordinates have dealt with that lazy neck-crawling big guy, using the power I granted. She seemed a bit hesitant to continue. But I have already given her my soul. There is nothing left for me to bargain with. The mysterious figure seemed to be one step ahead, just needing to pull Sohawan in to succeed. I do not need anything else to kill those cursed beasts. I will give you the power to destroy them. Soho paused for a few seconds, unsure and unable to decide immediately. Before she could finish, Lin's voice rang out from behind. Enough, he reminded her of one thing: there is no such thing as a free ride. Your Majesty. Sohoin looked doubtful and questioned Lian. Are you telling me to give up on revenge? If you mean revenge is pointless, then I disagree. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and answered her honestly. Who do you think I am? I am completely worthy of the title God of Vengeance. He was not joking. His eyes glowed fiercely red, his tone challenging. She should listen to him. Lin had sent many people to their ancestors, vowing to avenge his people, his comrades, and himself the one carrying the deepest grudge. He suffered alone, a being who had fought in solitude for 2 centuries. Nothing could stop Lian's thirst for revenge, fueled by hatred. He accomplished what seemed impossible. The mysterious figure slapped Lina's shoulder defiantly. So you think he would advise you to quit? Lian immediately denied that. I am not telling you to let go of your hatred. In fact, I want you to succeed at revenge even more, struggling to accept reality. Sohoin hesitated. Then why? The three stood talking on the balcony, the conversation far from over. Leaning against the cold stone, Lin tried to persuade Soho. The taste of revenge is sweet. To win, you have to change. But losing yourself, that is your greatest failure. Ian cautiously warned her that hatred will eventually eat away at her mind. Sohoin rejected his concern. I do not care. Unable to just stand by, Lin grabbed her shoulder firmly. He tried to make her see the consequences and stop. Do not underestimate what is at stake. The god holds her soul. Even traitors to the pact must face punishment and remorse. His words made Sohoin's team freeze for a moment, unable to speak. Charging blindly after power and hatred only leaves an eternal lonely pit. The god of vengeance was gone, leaving only Lian and Sohoin standing there. If she feels lost, she should focus on improving herself, not losing herself, so that when revenge is done, what is left on her lips is a smile. Your Majesty. Lian frowned, worried about Sohoin's choice. He offered help for her to take revenge on the father, who killed her mother and friends. Her eyes widened, breathing shallow, as if she herself had chosen to chase the cursed sword. Sohoi hung her head, her shoulders trembling with each breath. Tears fell because of me, because of everything. She took full blame on herself. I was tempted, and so was my father. Sohoin cried hard, unable to hold back her feelings. If not for me, for my parents, and for others. Liam pleaded with all his heart, but now out of options. He resorted to scolding her to snap out of it. So foolish. He sighed loudly, confused by Sohoin's choices. Why would she treat the victim like the villain to take revenge on? She did not even know who she wanted to avenge. Sohoin slowly realized what Lian meant. The one she should seek revenge on is the demon. Yes, complete your pact with the god of darkness and hatred, and fulfill your true goal. Lian smiled, relieved she finally saw the right path. That is the real road to revenge. Seeing his bright smile, Soho stopped crying completely. 10 days later, the Cursed Sword team had gathered. Some members looked uneasy standing in front of the portal. A few, including Kamiya, opposed this. They were against opening a black gate in Japan. After the Hunter Association president revealed the plan, more people joined the cause. Sangun clenched his fists, still angry thinking about that scene. He dared to sacrifice his own people for profit that affects the whole kingdom's future. The leader told the strike team, let us. They lined up and stepped through calmly. Sangun stared straight ahead, thinking firmly, no giving up. I will make that demon swordsman pay for every life he took. Let us see what the temple faction can really do. One by the assault team members stepped into the black hole. It was huge and mysterious. How strong could Lion Holt, the king, and the temple faction really be? Sangun's eyebrows furrowed tightly. Everyone froze, stunned by the chaotic scene before them. The townspeople here were tortured and terrorized by soldiers. It was horrifying. Grab them! Screams and pleas for help echoed nonstop. Oh God! Save me! Quiet down. In a corner, a scared little girl sobbed quietly. They were shocked and speechless. What the hell were those bastards doing? They would lost their minds. One soldier still carried a child on his shoulder, shouting orders to the troops below. Capture as many as possible. These scumbags deserve to be slaves, living in misery every day. What kind of cruel king was this? A few hours earlier, Lion's army had entered this strange place. Incredible. They were puzzled by everything around them. The atmosphere was different. This was the demon swordsman's territory. A system alert popped up. You have entered the domain of the Grand Duke Demon. All stats decreased by 80%. The trainees could not believe their eyes. What? 80%? Are you kidding? What kind of demon muscle is this? Seeing them lose control, Lion spoke up to calm them down. Stay calm. Guys, his mouth hung open, eyes filled with fear and confusion. This is an enhanced legion. Boosted defense. Reinforced fortifications. Increased courage and defense. Iron unity. Fierce strikes. Magic resistance. Range damage resistance. Extended vision. Slaughtering infantry. Poison resistance. Blessings of the War Engineer Squad. Command ship boosted by 150%. Soldiers fighting alongside an engineer get 20% physical resistance. Invisible fear weakens all demons, spreading terror that lowers enemy defense. Lin fell silent, deep in thought. It was not just one or two effects, but for thousands of troops behind him. He had some idea of the king's power, but at this scale. Suddenly, Harry rode up and told him, "Sir, there is a mission." "Go ahead." She immediately reported every detail without missing a word. "You guys are the exploration team of King Leon Herd. On a deadly mission to Akasa, help King Leon Herd defeat Akasa." "Well, of course. Taking him down is a given." Leon led loudly so everyone could hear. "We will do everything we can here, in demon territory. Since this is your first time here, try to gather as many clues about the demons as possible." Suho and Jiuk looked clearly excited. "Understood, sir." Jeong Cheon found the scene a bit dull, wondering if anything could be done. Jack looked curious. "Why are you surprised?" Hearing Jack nearby. Jeong Cheon lowered his head to check. "Sir Spinner," he gasped in surprise. "You are here for the battle too?" Jack answered calmly, as if nothing unusual was happening. Of course. Even now, Jeong Cheon could not believe it. "Oh man." Turning back to Harry, something caught her attention, making her look back. Lin cheerfully asked, "What is up?" as he approached Jack on horseback. Harry hesitated, confused. "The mist barrier is complete. I sense your power is stronger than before." Jack replied cautiously, "I have integrated the weapon with a pretty high base stat, and the combat sequence has been activated." Jack scanned the area and reported the current situation. "Recon report is done." "Already? Activate the drone." "Multiple enemy camps detected." "Unbelievable." Lin asked again to be sure. "Enemy camps." He sent Jack ahead to lead the way. "Move to the closest point." "Understood. I will guide the way." After a few hours, Leon's group reached the main gate of the enemy camp. Voice echoed, "Lily, who are you?" Harry ignored the question and looked past the speaker, noting only one guard at the gate, a tall, serious-looking guy. "Seems pretty light." Liam paid no mind to the gatekeeper and walked straight ahead. He turned back and asked him, "Who are you?" The guard did not answer. "I ask first." Lin gritted his teeth angrily, daring to question a royal order. "How dare a civilian make me repeat royal commands? I will consider you foolish and forgive you this time." The guard stammered awkwardly to Leon. "Wait, I will call the village chief." "Fine." After a while, the gate finally opened. The village chief stepped out and asked politely, "You guys are not from around here, are you?" He awkwardly introduced himself. "I am the chief of this village." Suddenly, the village chief sank down, his voice urgent. Leon asked, "You know the king?" Hearing this, he fell silent for a moment, unsure how to respond. Less than 5 seconds later, he suddenly jumped up and dashed behind the gate. His actions confused Leon. Without hesitation, Leon ordered Jeff, "Spinner, take him down. Prepare to fire." A huge bullet shot straight at where the chief was running, throwing him and the villagers far away. The chief collapsed painfully. Leon's voice was sharp. "Were you trying to run away?" The chief was too scared to move or even breathe heavily now. Leon's face darkened as he forced his anger down and asked, "Who exactly are you?" His whole body radiated intensity. "Why run when you see me?" The chief trembled, barely able to beg, "Please spare me." "Your Majesty." Leon frowned. "I am not here to take your life. I just want to defeat those demons." Suddenly, a familiar voice whispered in his ear. "Your Majesty." Tinlin leaned close and whispered, "It is someone you know. He told me everything about this guy's dark past. He was once a commander for the royal army, but he followed the demon keeper and became one of those brutal demon assassins." After hearing this, Lin fell silent, lost for words. His anger exploded uncontrollably. "What? Bring me all the demon worshippers. Capture them all." Leon's battle spirit flared up inside him. Back in the present, all the villagers were rounded up by Leon as soldiers. Leon led the interrogation himself, granted immortality as the wise one who survived the Akasa massacre. The chief tried hard to explain himself. "Yes, but that was just a lie to manipulate us." The villagers clenched their teeth in silence, afraid to speak up. "We had to obey those cursed demons. The future is still uncertain. I do not know when I will die." The chief bowed deeply on behalf of the villagers, begging Leon, "Please save us. Your Majesty, forgive these foolish people." Suho and Suhu felt sympathy for them but could not help. It was tragic. They were just puppets controlled by the demon keeper. forced to do evil. Lian could not stand the chief's nonsense any longer. Chief, what nonsense are you spouting? He slammed his sword into the ground, scaring the chief stiff. Answer me, you worthless traitor. How many innocent people have you killed? The villagers and the chief glared at Lian with hatred. Let me ask again, who killed how many innocents? Step forward if you dare answer. The chief wailed miserably. I had no choice. If I were by your majesty's side, I would not have done it. His whining dragged the interrogation on and on. Don't he blame your majesty for your sins? This judgment is your choice alone. If you are guilty, then own up to it. Suddenly, Lian's tone softened, no longer harsh, but it turned out he would planned everything after all. Someone like him was once a child of the good God. Impossible to believe otherwise. Do you forgive me? The villagers' faces lit up with hope. I will keep your souls safe. Lian laid down laws for them until the saints judge and punish their crimes. Serve as slave for 50 years. The chief could not believe it. Slaves, Lian demanded. You must serve the gods to purify your souls a bit. The villagers were spared and thanked him endlessly. Thank you, your majesty. But the chief reacted strangely. Grinding his teeth and growling, he rolled around throwing a tantrum. Ridiculous. Slaves? Slaves? What is this? Suho. Re? And the others did not know what to do witnessing this. I do not want to be Lian's slave. I refuse. Should we spare him? I will spare him. But why is he so scared? Before he could finish speaking, the villager suddenly covered his mouth. Glut him. This old man's crazy. Grab him. Got him. Lian's voice rang out, and everyone froze, not daring to move. Stop right there. He ordered the villagers and the village chief present. You all have 50 years to help enforce the law, but you must follow orders without hesitation. And yank the leash of a slave. Oh man, the village chief still tried to resist Lian. No way. I want to be Lian's slave. The goddess behind Lian pointed her finger forward, and instantly a glowing circle appeared around the chief's neck. He refused to accept it, shouting, I want to submit. Go on, arrest them and let them face their crimes. In the end, all became free labor. 5,934 people dazzled and forced into slavery under him. Lingwerli sat atop his silver steed, satisfied with the haul. I need to scout if there is more nearby. Gyum Thenlan approached to call him. My lord, he quickly reported that many enemies lay ahead. Lian's tone was calm, fearless. Really? They must be coming soon. They are probably minions of the great demon killer, Akaza. Lian's soldiers cheer excitedly, faces lit with anticipation. Finally, it is time for the real battle. I have been itching for this. They had all upgraded and enhanced their gear to the max. Awesome. Let us see how the buffs work. Let us fight. I will avenge my comrades. Lian yanked the leash of a slave sharply. Come on. The slave turned around, confused, and Lian gave a creepy smile that was honestly terrifying. A voice from behind made the slave panic, sweat pouring down. Slaves? Hurry up. What about us? The villagers finally caught on. We are the leaders. Lin nodded without hesitation. Exactly. His tone was eerie. Even if your limbs are severed or guts spilled, you must seize the man before you. That is your value on the battlefield. They turned pale with fear, eyes wide, arguing back. Seriously? And you call yourself a righteous knight? That smile does being a slave really mean this meaningless? As soon as he finished, the villagers' legs moved on their own. They were terrified but powerless. What is happening? Why is my body moving by itself? Stop. You have accepted your punishment. Until it is complete, freedom does not exist for you. The villagers gaped. What? The two sides now faced off. The demon army on one side. Seeing this, they were baffled. What is going on? Why are the territory villagers here? Are they crazy? Go back to your village. Lin smiled silently, then excitedly ordered the dazzled villagers below to charge. Push forward. They cried their eyes out. I do not want to die. The demon army did not hesitate, shouting, kill these lunatics. The two sides clashed wildly, axes swinging, curses flying. Die. You pests. He slammed a gun into the ground hard. The other side was utterly shocked. The small villagers swiftly climbed onto him. What is going on? The villagers fought relentlessly, using their teeth when unarmed. The Nung and Lion shock troops buffed them with life leech abilities, endurance, and boosted survival instincts vitality up 250%. Not wanting to lose, they climbed and bit him to take him down. Die. This is unreal. Let go now. Dungja was genuinely furious. One swipe and villagers flew off him. You pests. Do not cling to me. Turning around, he saw one stubborn one still clinging to his shoulder. A loud noise behind caught Dungji's attention. Lion, weapon in hand, led his troops charging. Dung shouted. Behind you. Watch out. Behind you. Damn it. Before he could finish, Lion stabbed his sword straight into Dungji's face. Careful. Lion lightly tossed him into the air. For Lion, after the fight, The village chief collapsed to the ground, crying like a child. The scene was chaotic. It seemed like the demon army had all perished and returned to their ancestors alive again. He walked around to check everything, then returned to report to Lion, "Your Majesty has eliminated 3,243 enemies and seized 300 cannons." "What now?" he asked Patrick curiously. "What are you going to do next?" The queen, without a doubt, deserves the top credit. She shyly covered her mouth. "Oh wow, you are paying attention to me." Patrick's eyes suddenly sparkled. After thinking for a moment, she asked Lion for permission. "Could you assign me about 30 demons, ranked by strength? The higher the rank, the better." Lion's expression showed a hint of regret, as if the demon hunting business had to shut down. "Why's that?" "Your Majesty." Patrick lowered her head slightly, a mysterious look deep in her eyes. "The more gates we open to demons, the better, is not—" He opened his mouth slightly, looking a bit stunned, shaking his head. The mage had revived Lion, a man who once only thought about death. A voice called out, grabbing both his and Patrick's attention. "Your Majesty." Soldiers approached, and he asked, "What is going on? What is the matter?" It turned out Sun Good came to request a few demons for our assault team, but Lion immediately refused. No permission granted. Refused by law. Sun Good stubbornly stayed to persuade him. "Why? Our Sun workers have shed a lot of blood. I want to acknowledge your achievement, but the reason is something else." He challenged Sun Good. "Are you confident you want to be tempted by the demon's schemes?" He hesitated, unable to answer. That is, the next day, with Patrick's input, Lion sighed and agreed to follow her advice. Thanks to Patrick's intervention, Lion agreed to Sun Good's request. 3 demons is fine, but handle them carefully. Handle them carefully. A demon was locked in a cage, baring its teeth threateningly at those outside. Lion was not scared and stuck his head in. Now the fear switched to the demon. "Which one fits the bill?" He pointed at the demon and told Sun Good. "This one's good." Without hesitation, Lion grabbed it with one hand and pulled it out of the cage. Lion stared down at it like he was about to eat it alive. "Just one. Let go." The demon refused to back down and even raised a finger at him defiantly. "I will destroy you all and start a massacre. No one gets spared." He punched the insolent demon hard in the head. "Shut up, demon scum." The demon froze, too shocked to move. Sun Good stared in disbelief. "Is that all these demons can do?" Lion looked at the demon and warned, "These terrible creatures will use their poisonous tongues to dominate humans, if given the chance. If that happens, no demon would dare cause trouble or tear us apart." His face showed extreme confusion. "Their weakness is wandering around attacking uselessly. But they are decent for scouting. Does handle carefully mean what I think it does?" Lion released the demon and turned to leave. "For now. Handle them after they return. Just do it that way." "Understood." Sangan followed closely, asking, "Are you planning to take over the spring fort?" "Fami," he kept pestering Lion. "Will you send the peasants into battle first? Even though we won, we suffered heavy losses." "True, many got injured." Lai's next words stunned Sangun. 10, over 20 have died." What do you mean?" "That is different from the report." Sangun's pupils dilated, sensing something was off. "No way." "Your Majesty," Sangun informed Lai. "In the last battle, over 900 died." The statement shocked him. "What?" Lina's face stiffened. 900. His tone dropped slightly. Your Majesty." Lion's gaze sank deeply. "Did you just send peasants into that number?" Sangun gasped in horror. The future of humanity looks bleak. Scene shifts to Akasa's haunted castle, revealing the true nature of Duke Akasa the murderer. Corrupted demon cautiously called out before him. "Duke," he asked sternly, "what is the status of the support request?" The corrupted demon hesitated, afraid to answer. "The summons." No response. Worried, it asked, "Duke, is there no authority? The whole Akasa radiates dark magic. The power to summon the great demon lies with the Lord," and clenched his teeth, holding back his anger. "It is all the fault of the great clan leader Emka. If only we had not lost the Lord in the great battle." He bowed his head, voice filled with bitterness, tending to his wounds while Lian watched him closely. Suddenly, Akasa looked up. He stopped shouting, startling the corrupted demon, then said, "Take this off." Grand Duke. Akasa glared, frustrated and powerless. He slumped back into his chair, exhausted, muttering, "Is it the Lord or not?" Conscious but badly injured. He repeated, "Take this off." Han muttered. No one could understand him. This is not good at all. He rested his hand on the table, thinking hard, planning ahead. They needed to find a perfect lord, a lord with genius talent. Soya might be Akasa's next target. Of course. She is just a clear line pawn. That night, when Lian was talking with Soyeon, he looked straight at her and softly called out, "John Soyeon," his eyes serious. He asked, "Do you want to save your father? Do you truly crave revenge?" She hesitated but answered, "Yes, even if it costs my life. As soon as she said that, Leon lightly tapped her on the head. She blinked, confused by the man in front of her. Leon smiled faintly and reminded her, "You should take care of yourself too." Hearing this, Soyeon blushed shyly, rubbed her head, and replied, "Yes." Then Leon handed her something, placing it in her palm, saying, "Take this." Soyeon opened her hand to receive it, and the item glowed with a mysterious blue light. Soyeon asked curiously, "What is this ring for?" Just then, Queen Patrick approached and explained, "This is an artifact made from star steel, holding the power of dreams. I crafted it as a gift for the trainees." She smiled gently down at the confused Soyeon and continued, "It can create a shield to protect your mind. There are many demons that invade your thoughts." Soyeon felt grateful and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Leon furrowed his brow and seriously added, "Soyeon, if you fail, you will become a host for those dark demons." He did not sugarcoat it. If that happens, no one will save you. Now clad in armor, heading to the demon sword's lair, Soyeon confidently declared, "Even if that happens, I want to hold any grudges." Facing the tall, powerful man, she seriously admitted, "I will trust you this once, Your Majesty." They all stood before the demon sword's castle. Leon's eyes flashed brightly as he raised his right hand, forming a deep black hole, boldly declaring, "I will break through the gates." Before attacking, he carefully ordered the troops behind him to advance immediately. Leon's foot slammed into the ground, gripping his longsword tightly, ready for battle. With just one throw, Leon's longsword shot forward with immense power. It flew straight toward the front gate. Inside the castle, Akasa and a small demon stood by the gates, watching the outside. The little demon looked terrified, whining, "Grand Duke, what do we do now?" Akasa grinned wickedly. "So they have come. Looks like they are after Soyeon at the gates." He calmly said, "I can sense their weakness. This is our only chance to turn things around." Then he looked down at the demon at his feet and ordered, "5 minutes. Buy me. I will take over that body." Outside, Soyeon was fiercely fighting, alone. She was killing powerful monsters one after another. Suddenly, a savage voice sounded behind her. Foolish, she turned in panic and saw Akasa raising his sword, ready to strike. Soyeon quickly dodged to the side to avoid his blow. A thought flashed through her mind as she shouted, "Demon sword!" Fueled by raging hatred, Soyeon screamed, "Give my body back to my father." He looked at her and sneered, "Fine, if that is what you want." Then, faster than lightning, he attacked her full force. His hand shot out, just inches from hitting Soyeon's face. But quickly, his whole hand grabbed her head and slammed her hard onto the ground. The impact made Soyeon's face twist in pain. Despite Soyeon screaming, "Let me go," loud and clear, he still held her hands tightly, lifting them up. Chuckling wickedly, his bloodshot eyes opened wide, a savage smile spreading across his face as he raised his sword high to strike Soyeon. "By taking over your body, I will become even stronger." Suddenly, she froze, like she saw something shocking in front of her. Akasa's voice seemed to shift somehow. She realized it was her father's voice. The father within the demon sword form, only had time to look startled. "Run, Soyeon!" she shouted, more certain than ever. "Father!" But that moment passed in the blink of an eye as Akasa quickly regained control of his body. Too late. His ears quickly grabbed her hand. A purple light shot straight into the sky. "Hand over that body to me." The light enveloped both of their bodies. Suddenly, Akasa's body shed tears. Soyeon, but in return, her face now had bloodshot eyes and a wicked smile. She was possessed by the demon sword. Akasa controlled Soyeon's body to stand up. Akasa tilted his head back, laughing triumphantly. "Indeed, amazing. If this body keeps growing, I could aim for the Swordmaster title." His face turned cold. "Even though I lost the essence I craved, I have gained a new body." Akasa's eyes glowed red as he grinned slyly, talking to himself. "First, I need to get out of here and recover the lost essence." But before he could move, a voice rang behind him. "That will never happen." He instantly recognized the voice. Turning around, there was Leon, looking sharp. The little demon collapsed in pain right in front of Akasa. Lin rested his sword on his shoulder, confidently saying, "Let us slowly finish this, you disgusting parasite." Every window in the house shattered as something zoomed through. Lin and Akasa, inside Soyeon's body, charged at each other. Akasa fought with a satisfied smile, thinking, "This body really is a masterpiece." Two swords gleamed in the air. He felt their clarity and immense potential. When the swords clashed, Akasa hesitated, but then noticed his blades never actually touched Leon's body. A question formed in Akasa's mind. Why can't I hit him? Leon seemed to answer too. Is this the swordsmanship of the demon predecessors? Yet Akasa did not get it and smirked. Of course. All the sword techniques of the vassals are stored in my mind. Saying that, Akasa unleashed a rapid sword technique display. Leon panicked, Watching swords flying straight at him, he quickly raised his sword to block Akasa's strike. He countered with a slash just as Akasa jumped back to avoid it. Huh, the two locked eyes. Even Akasa was shocked by Leon's strength. He muttered, amazing, a mere human matching a demon's skill. Leon did not reply but flashed a wicked grin back at Akasa. Leon laughed out loud, a laugh that felt like an insult to Akasa. Akasa snapped angrily. You bastard. What is so funny? Leon mocked him. Honestly, you are just a parasite. Leon slowly stepped toward him, taunting, I have seen plenty of skilled swordsmen, but none you could ever learn from properly. Hearing this, Akasa got furious, grinding his teeth. Don't he get cocky? Immediately, he gripped Soyan's sword tightly. He lunged at Leon with the sword, shouting, humans only live 300 years, and you dare challenge me? Wielding the wild sword, he fought like one against 1,000. Seeing Akasa's ferocity, Leon's expression darkened slightly. He sneered, that is why you are just a worthless parasite. A single hand raised gently by Leon was enough to hold back Akasa's attack. You even stole the weak points of swordsmanship. Breaking through the last attack, Leon quickly grabbed Akasa's face, but thankfully, Akasa managed to escape. Leon roared, grabbing the demon sword's head and slamming it hard onto the ground. Akasa screamed in pain, now completely under Leon's control. Leon pressed his foot down firmly on Akasa's body. This Akasa guy stubbornly smiled, non-stop calling me a turtle, a monster, and cruel. He started sweet talking, trying to mess with Leon's mind. You planning to kill me? After all, I am a knight of Gainma. But sadly, Leon right now was unmoved. He calmly replied, justice never wavers. Then he plunged his sword straight down without a hint of hesitation. Even before dying, Akasa tried to say his last words to shake Leon. Are you really going to kill me? After all, I am a warrior of Gainma. He still wore that sinister smile, taunting, what kind of monster are you anyway? Leon stared him down and replied firmly, I am not a monster. Raising his sword, he did not hesitate to stab Akasa, making it clear who he really was, the Soul King. After being stabbed by Leon, Akasa's soul was trapped inside a glowing white thread. Then came the goddess Demira. She stepped forward and scolded Akasa, saying he was not raised right by his mom not to say nonsense like that. Out there, people call that shooting your mouth off. That kind of talk does not apply to you guys. My Avenger has already fulfilled his promise. Hearing that, he screamed in rage, you gods and your helpers for Leon. I won't forgive any of you. He continued, you will pay for this. Soyan stood behind him. Glancing around, she asked curiously, is that enough? Demira bent down, lightly touched her shoulder, and said, yes, how could I refuse what Leon asked? The great demon's soul is now just a fragment. Soyan then turned to Demira and asked, so can I go now? I do not want to stay here another second. Demira saw that and said there was no need to hold her back. Alright, I will handle the rest. Though it is a pity things did not go as planned. Then Demira changed the subject to Akasa trap below, teasing, your subordinate priest is truly a weird one. You dared use your dream spell for that purpose. Akasa was extremely annoyed hearing this. You dare look down on me? He still refused to accept that Soyan's body was no longer under his control. He shouted orders. Capture Soyan and bring her back to me, using sweet words to tempt her. He said, I will grant you the power to destroy and kill everything. Done to you crave that strength. Soyan paused, thoughtful, her eyes fixed on Akasa below. She walked toward him, seeing he might tame Soyan. Akasa was thrilled. That is right, he smugly said. Hurry up and accept me. But before he could finish, she punched him hard in the face. His face caved in from the punch, pain written all over it. Demira found this hilarious. Akasa, furious after the hit, mocked her. What? You are just a useless woman. You think those petty tricks scare me? Soyan said nothing but shot him a sharp glare. Without a word, she landed a critical blow and tossed a few choice words at him. Get lost, you filthy parasite. Then she was transported back to the real world. Now inside a hospital, Soyan lay by her father's hospital bed. Her father had just woken up, gently stroking his beloved daughter's hair. Startled awake, Soyan called out, Dad. Tears of emotion streamed down her face. She cried and hugged him tightly, a truly beautiful moment. She sobbed, calling his name repeatedly. Her father, moved to tears, whispered, Soyan, my precious. He gently soothed her, whispering comforting words. It is okay now. It is all over. A family photo sat in the hospital room by his bed. Soyan finally calmed down and asked, Dad, what should I do now? Her father looked serious and said, we need to find a way to fix this, even if controlled. Those memories are still inside me. He shared his next plan with her. First, we will return to the Temple of All Gods and find a way to help that day. After hearing that, Soyan disagreed and turned away. That can happen. Her father tried to advise her. Soyan. At that moment, Soyan blushed and scratched her head. She hesitated, wanting to tell her father the truth. She had already been chosen by the god and granted power. but at the cost of the soul of a great demon lord. She added, "Dad, you have to return to the guild and take up the successor's role at the Temple of the Gods. Leave it to me." Hearing this from his daughter, his face twisted into an ugly expression. He asked Soyeon seriously, "Is that really true?" To be sure, he asked her again, "Soyeon, is that really all there is to it?" Soyeon blushed and looked away, then asked her father back, "What do you mean, all there is to it?" He said nothing, his face growing serious, sweat dripping down. He thought silently. My daughter, looking at her embarrassed face. He felt a bit proud. She has grown up more than I thought. A photo of the two of them on a shelf seemed to reflect his worries. Cut to another scene. A man holding a coffee cup walks forward. Leon sat in a chair, lost in deep thought about something. A man named Jinsu approaches, greeting warmly, "Your Majesty of the Underworld." Leon looks at him and casually asks, "Here to visit your son?" Jinsu smiles brightly. "Yeah, I have been here most days. It has already been 4 years. Then he looks at Leon with curiosity. "And your Majesty, what brings you here?" Leon glances at the coffee Jinsu offered, calmly replying, "Just dealing with the aftermath." Jinsu questions, "Dealing with the aftermath?" Leon begins to explain, "Inside me, the demon sword's tongue has engraved the martial arts and souls of past demon warriors. Unless you are a priest like me, there is no way to purify those souls." Jinsu strokes his beard, looking down at Leon with curiosity. "So there is even the souls of other demon swords in there?" Leon confidently replies, "Who else in this world could handle lost souls like me?" Jinsu's eyes suddenly turn unusually serious, bows his head in respect to Leon. "Thank you, Your Majesty." He is deeply grateful for everything Leon has done for him, his son, and his granddaughter. His whole family owes a debt to Your Majesty. If you ever need anything, just say the word. Leon slowly sips his coffee, saying, "Just do what you think is right. If it helps stop the demons from rising, I am ready to do whatever it takes." Jinsu clenches his teeth and asks, "So what now?" He slaps his chest, laughing. "From now on, I will treat Your Majesty as my boss." Leon looks a bit surprised. "Wait, what?" Seeing Leon's confusion, Jinsu explains, "In our world, that is called sworn brotherhood, pledging loyalty to a common cause. From now on, I will be Guan Yu, and you will be Liu Bi." Leon scoffs. "What? You want to swear brotherhood with me? You are so beneath me for that." Jinsu reassures him. "Looks can be deceiving. I am actually the 37th heir of the Chan clan, so I am noble too." Leon glances at him and smirks. "Then convert and accept faith in the gods already. Anyone who believes is my sworn brother, my comrade." Jinsu thumbs up, chuckling. "Then I will get all the guild members to convert too, with a few more branches. That is a decent number." Leon stands up and passes by him, leaving with a parting line. "All right, but I need to think about this sworn brotherhood thing first." Jinsu shakes his head in amazement. "You are as tough as stone, sir." He turns back, feeling a bit disappointed. Already leaving, Leon turns, smiles at him. "We just met after 4 years. Enjoy this reunion." Then he slowly walks out the gate. Suddenly, something inside Leon glows gold, like it wants to say something to him. Leon understands. "What is it?" "Got something to tell me." His hand grips a blue black hole, commanding, "Come out." A burst of power surges from within the black hole. Leon smirks. "All right, time to use this." Holding a power book, his eyes light up, and behind him appears a massive figure, grabbing the giant by the collar with royal authority. Cut to a forest. Harry the market clerk sees the giant carrying a real-life burden, her face showing a hint of fear. She gasps. He must be at least 9 meters tall. A few days after taking down Akasa, the Great Killer, Harry and the other trainees are now officially royal knights, with their first mission assigned. Leon starts explaining the mission to his team. "From now on, you will use peasants to catch the giant." A trainee raises his hand, asking, "You mean we use peasants as bait, then handle the giant ourselves?" Leon replies, "Just use peasants to catch him." The trainee looks worried. "So we just hand them daggers?" Leon answers, "According to the records, the giant can only be taken down by daggers." He sighs deeply, clearly doting these students. "Look at you, all eyes full of doubt. I told you, do not trust the customs of this world." Then he adds, "Before you try, I will demonstrate first." Everyone below responds in unison, "Yes, sir." And that explains why Leon's group is standing at the edge of the forest facing that giant. Facing the huge giant, the trainees can help but feel nervous. One even whispers in fear, "Can we really catch him?" The peasant's strength is at best equal to a high-ranking knight hunter. Another comments, "Oh man." Brave peasant Bill looks worried and asks Leon, "Your Majesty, how can we possibly catch this giant?" According to Lord Greatest theory, the book says to use peasants to take down the giant. Say the giant's strength is 3,000, and each peasant's dagger attack is 1. That means 1,000 successful hits will cause serious wounds that can be ignored. 2,000 hits will kill it from blood loss, and 3,000 hits will definitely kill it. After reading that, Leon breaks it with a sly smile, such a simple yet clear theory. He continues, if everyone stabs at least 6 times, we can take down the giant. Bu looks worried. What the hell? Lin replies calmly. Exactly. What else? You do not think 500 people can land 3,000 stabs. If we can do that, we are as good as dead. Bu thinks. Alarm bells ringing in his head. This crazy guy plans to kill us all with that strategy. Really? Bu's face turns pale. He asks, so we have to do this for the next 50 years. Saying that, he actually runs off far away. Everyone else watching looks completely anxious. While running, he shouts back at Leon. Don't drag me into this, I am not playing along with your plan. Meanwhile, Leon is focused on the book, activating a buff that boosts all peasants' attack by 20%. Bu tries to say something like, I should be exempt, but before he can finish, the giant smashes him with a hammer, turning him to pulp. The giant raises his hammer, looking down with a strangely disappointed expression. He sits down with a heavy sigh. Harry behind looks shocked by what just happened, covering her mouth. Oh no, this is wrong, this is bad. In contrast, Lin remains calm. How disappointing, not even one stab. Then the screen flashes a message. Attack buff increased to 20%. He warns. Your Majesty, the attack buff jumped from 20% to 20%. Leon spins around, surprised. What? His face shows clear shock. He asks again, really? Raising the book high. Leon shouts. A 20% boost means he has absorbed power from 200,000 lives. This is truly a sacred text cursed with immense power. Lord Gratis really left behind a terrifying treasure. The 2 trainees watch, thinking the same thing. That text is called a sacred text. The peasants are now sweating bullets from worry. Leon says, yep, I think that is enough explaining about the sacred text. Now he threatens the peasants. Time to... If you do not want to, your only option is to kill that giant. Hearing that, no one dares argue. Everyone joins forces to take down the giant while Leon watches. He reads in the book that using peasants to take down the giant grants them a permanent attack buff. Their attack power increases by 200.144% against the giant. Leon sighs. This is amazing. He continued, wondering just how hard Lord Gratas must have worked to create that holy book. It is truly remarkable. That is when Harry finally spoke up. Biha, I'm curious, she asked Leon. Why is that? He turned back to look. Why what? Harry laid all her questions out. You gave the serfs a chance, right? To atone for their sins over 50 years. Leon replied, that is right. She pushed her point further. Then at least do not push them into meaningless death like this. Leon seemed to understand Harry's view and said, Harry, your point makes sense. The gods do value that devotion. Hearing that, she visibly relaxed. Biha. Then Leon added, but my serfs are not human. Harry was shocked. Was he being racist? Leon explained, how to put it, you look a bit confused. He pointed at one serf. Hey, you. Come here. The serf was startled when told he was chosen. Feeling sorry for himself, the man slowly approached the 2. Clearly anxious and uneasy, Leon ordered him. Confess the crimes you committed when you were still human. The serf hesitated. That was. The man's head lowered, staring at Leon's intense gaze. Well, seeing the serf reluctant to speak, Leon immediately cast a spell that made his neck smoke. Speak. The man cried out in pain. I will tell you. I will tell you. So he confessed everything to everyone. I committed murder. Not stopping there, he added, then I would carve them up and eat them, even using those remains to sacrifice to the gods. The students looked horrified. Leon pressed further, controlling the flames to force more truth out. Which crime gave you the most pleasure? How did it feel? The man grinned savagely, showing no remorse. I chose kids to offer to the bloodthirsty quiz. Trapped them in a deep pit to kill each other. They fought for survival, screaming and slaughtering. Before he could say more, student Jeek angrily kicked him hard. You miserable bastard. Jeek had lost his patience with the serf's inhuman actions. No need to wait 50 years. I will send you off right now. 2. Suho. Grab him. The man scrambled, begging for mercy. Behind them, Harry and Soyeon just sighed. Oh man, Lin warned everyone. Just because some can do good does not mean they choose evil. Don't underestimate this, they are the real quiz. Unworthy of existence. He grew serious. But the only reason I am giving them this chance is because they are not fully quiz yet. Then Leon ordered the students to follow his lead. I have set the example. Now it is your turn. Each of you will be assigned 500 serfs. He also loudly announced, whoever captures the giant with the least losses, or whoever fails with the most damage, will be appointed knight captain. The students behind him thought, his true intentions are showing. Leon urged them on. Get moving and complete your missions. What are you waiting for? After some time, clear results emerged. Final tally. Harry had 88 serfs left. Harry was shouting orders. Left side. Block the left. One serf frowned at her. From my angle, that is the left, but you are still lacking boldness. Jeek had 32 serfs left during the battle. Jeek constantly shouted, "Move faster. This mace is all I have got. Dodge like this. Like this." The guy's useless orders confused and disrupted the serfs. Suho was down to 2 serfs. His incompatibility with blessings made it hard to control them. Soyeon had 154 serfs left. Throughout the fight, she kept a cold, calm expression. "Hey, look at that guy." In front of the white-clad guy appeared the Grim Reaper. Soyeon confidently asked, "The guy had just died, right? Are you gonna avenge them?" The Grim Reaper smirked wickedly. "The target for revenge is set, using souls to boost power." Pathetic little avenger. After the test ended and back at school, Lin reviewed the students' stats. "Good job. Here are the results of the Night Captain exam." Soyeon had 154 serfs left, and Harry 88, Kim Jaehyun 32. And so, then Leon looked toward Soyeon and declared, "Soyeon, you will be the Night Captain." She responded clearly, "Yes, sir." Lin added that using the right to control Nongno as a middleman for the revenge contract was a seriously smart move. Soyeon wondered if she did a good job. He praised her, saying even he had to admire her decision. Soyeon blushed at the compliment and gave a shy smile, replying, "Yes." Then Leon glanced at Suho and Han. Suho panicked and said, "Yes," folding his arms. Leon seriously told him that previously, Lord Greytace initiated the Nongno challenge to efficiently reduce the surplus Nongno. It is just that people who do not fit get rejected. He sternly reminded him that the blessing of light is not really suited to controlling Nongno. Suho broke out in a cold sweat, replying, "Yes." Suddenly, Liam placed a hand on Soa's shoulder, but raised his left finger to praise him. "You really carry a heavy load, pushing those Nongno straight to hell." Suho got even more nervous. "Yes, that is." Before he could say more, Leon ordered, "With that talent, I am assigning you another 500 Nongno. Keep up the good work." He raised his hand and sank deep into thought. Leon shared with the fairy on his shoulder that the seedling he got from Gunna was not growing at all. She spoke a simple truth. Nurturing a world tree seedling in this land is no easy task. He proposed a hypothesis: maybe the soil is not right. The fairy immediately denied it, saying, "This place has been blessed by me. If anything, the difference must be the holy power." Liam kept thinking seriously and threw out another possibility. Then, he snapped his fingers and flexed his knuckles. It seemed Liam cast a spell on the seedling below. It started growing faster. The trunk began to thicken. Gradually, the seedling grew 2 to 3 times bigger than before. He made another guess. It does not seem like a lack of holy power. The fairy on his shoulder agreed. "Right? Maybe it is about the nature of the holy power." She whispered in Leon's ear, explaining she had some abilities. "You have a stronger holy power than anyone, but it is not pure. You carry the strength of many gods." The fairy gave her own opinion. Leon said nothing more. "If you are a holy knight, who knows? For now, just hope for the best." He turned and left to search for answers. "I have to return to the heavens and meet the commanders. Maybe I will learn something new." The fairy gently brushed Leon's side hair, saying, "Don't he do that." She softly warned him, "Living in the world of the dead won't end well." But he firmly declared, "I can handle it." The fairy painted a new scene for him, suggesting, "How about spending a night out with Castilla?" Then she offered more fun ideas. "What about a drink with Jiria? Or joining Julamum for horse racing? Or battling Roxy in a life or death fight? Can you really throw away those precious memories?" At that moment, he frowned, clearly irritated by something. The fairy beside him spoke sweeter and sweeter, teasing Leon as his mood darkened. "The first time is just the prelude. The second time will definitely last longer. And by the third, you will want to stay there even more." She offered genuinely helpful advice. "Unless it is absolutely necessary, you should be careful." Finally, Leon placed a hand on his chest, quietly listening. "I will remember your words, Great Mother." The fairy gently stroked him. "All right. Good boy." Later, Lun was walking alone near the horse garden. Suddenly someone passed by and asked, "Your Majesty, are you out for a walk too?" He jumped and called out, "Patrick." Lin warmly asked Patrick if she was also going to see the seedling. She gently replied, "I have been visiting it a lot lately." Patrick seemed to sense something and asked, "What kind of power does that thing have that you want to nurture it?" Lin did not hide anything and told her, "Gunna is the forest sage and a longtime friend of mine. That is where this tree came from." He explained its importance. Forest sages prepare the seedlings of the world tree, which become the forest core. It is the only way for the seedling to grow into a tree person. Patrick guessed part of it. "Could it be your Majesty wants to grow that friend S species here?" Lin hesitated slightly. "Of course." But he had some doubts. The holy tree is the foundation of the temple where the world tree's divine power awakens. Without the holy tree, the world tree can't awaken. Patrick was watering the plants and asking, "Is there another way for the world tree to awaken?" Leon nodded. "Yeah. There is, he explained, some rare natural knowledge. The moment the world tree awakens, its divine power radiates, wiping out countless demons around. That only made her more curious. Awakening, with such a powerful cleansing energy, is not that the kind of divine strength born from virtue. Lin did not hesitate to share. That is a trait and also a limitation of the God clan. He started making vivid comparisons. Like the lion's heart implanted in Jim, the world tree creates its own holy power. Thanks to its cleansing strength, demons can get near its vicinity. Patrick absorbed this info and said, "Got it. With that power, it makes everything easier, because demons like to hide among intelligent creatures." She suddenly had an idea. "Then, Your Majesty, I have a plan." Lian looked a bit surprised. "What kind of plan?" Moved to the demon blockade. Surrounded by sharp quartz stones, they shimmered and were worth a fortune. He brought the sapling there and told Patrick, "This should be enough." She respectfully replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." To be sure, Lin double-checked. "Place the tree in the center of the magic circle." Patrick nodded. "Yeah." Then Lian stepped into the center of the magic barrier and gently set the sapling down. He entrusted her with this task. "All right, I am counting on you." "Patrick," she got ready to cast the spell. "Yes, Your Majesty." His purple light flared and wrapped around the vines. All the amethyst stones around were affected. A transparent gem appeared right in front of Patrick. The guards around pointed in shock. "What is that color over there?" Turns out it was not a crystal, an invisible gate. "It is the first time I have seen a tower gate like this." Lian's expression darkened, his mood rough. "What kind of overwhelming power is this?" Patrick turned to warn him carefully. "Your Majesty, be cautious with this gate." They both looked back at their subordinates. Lian gave a strict order. "For this gate, from scouts to elite soldiers, including Jim, everyone participates. The kingdom's tech soldiers must stay alert." They were all uneasy, some scared, others skeptical. "We have to go in there. Through that gate." Lin glanced back, calming them down. "All right, let us move. Everyone, stay sharp." So Lian led a guard into the dangerous battlefield. With Lian leading, the horse hoof crossed the threshold. The gate was behind them now. The escort followed close behind Lian. But suddenly the gate started acting strangely. Movements became stronger outside. Everyone was startled. "The gate's changing. Is it moving?" A beam of light shot out from inside the gate. It streaked along the ground, crashing straight into the solid wall ahead. When the smoke cleared, Lian's face appeared. He was pushed back to the edge. The guard worriedly asked, "Your Majesty, are you all right?" He let out a long breath. "Barely speaking. This time, it is not good." That gate was impenetrable. No one could get through. A red alert blared. "Warning! Duplicate character detected inside the gate. Similar characters denied entry." Finally, the group managed to enter the invisible gate. Harry squinted, looking into the distance. "Where is this?" She turned to ask. "Your Majesty, where is this place?" But Lian's shadow was nowhere to be seen. "Your Majesty," the group panicked, confused and anxious. "Where are we? What is going on with this mission?" "Your Majesty." Patrick thought for a moment and realized the problem. "This is serious. It seems Your Majesty can't enter the gate." Harry's face showed confusion. "Why can't Your Majesty get through?" Patrick could not explain. "I am not sure either. Let us step back and check again." Suddenly a strange voice echoed, and the group looked up, surprised. "Wait, there is someone else controlling the gate." The voice was full of malice. "The gate is moving. I won't let them mess with the mission." Jack pointed at the gate, shrinking smaller and smaller, reporting, "Your Majesty, the gate is closing." Patrick stretched out his hand, using magic to hold it back while warning, "Step back, the space is collapsing." She unleashed a barrage of spells to block it, but the more she tried, the more powerless she felt. "What kind of crazy magic is this? I can't hold it." Suho stared wide-eyed at the scene ahead. "Harry," she quickly examined him, "are you okay?" Patrick gasped. "Mana's gone haywire." She turned to ask Jack, "Sir Spinner, any updates?" He started analyzing data. Scrick, Jack had bad news for the group. The gates vanished. No response from outside. Jehu was so scared he lost all color. "It is." A beam of light cut across the dark sky. Jehuff panicked watching it. Such a powerful beam. But it is barely doing anything. There is only one of them. Meanwhile, Harry urgently called out, "Sir Jack, there are too many. Our small group is being chased by thousands. A massive enemy force is approaching, about 5,304 strong." He ran to Patrick and asked, "Your Majesty, are you alright?" Patrick turned seriously and replied, "I just used up all my mana. More importantly, it looks like a portal opened, connecting us to a terrible place." Suho stared wide-eyed at the scene ahead. "Harry, a powerful army was slowly advancing toward them, and enemy troops were also ahead." Now the whole group was surrounded on all sides. They had to fight off tens of thousands. If only His Majesty were here. The furious demon army charged. Jack readied his weapons. Main rifle, Fire! A beam from his gun cut through the troops, but barely made a dent. Soon Jack was surrounded. Skrick! It shouted, while Jack froze, overwhelmed by their numbers. Just as they faced the deadliest danger, a lightning bolt streaked across, wiping out many. The Crown's wrath unleashed thunder judgment. A glowing army charged in from behind the river, powerful knights armed with spears. Full of battle spirit, the leader commanded the troops. Break through the enemy center. The army roared. Yes, sir. The group formed an arrow shape and charged straight forward, spearheading the assault. The demons were stunned by their heroic spirit. One spear from that leader took down countless enemies. Skrick! The powerful army smashed through thousands of defenses. Their cavalry thundering behind, the rider proudly announced, I feel a strong holy power here. But none of these faces look familiar. On horseback, he introduced himself with dignity. I am Dullahan, the Holy Grail Knight of Antima. Wielding the power of the Thunder God, he led them to safety. Get out of here. The storm will pass soon. Those rescued barely escaped, and then took refuge in an ancient abandoned castle. Yulon hesitated, then asked, Who are you all? Yulon was most curious about Jack, whom he briefly described. Especially you, Knight of Sadep and Jenduk. I sense holy power similar to Lord Antoch, protector of the mines. Skrick and Patrick explained. We are travelers from the kingdom's border. Yulon guessed. From the border. Huh, she closed her eyes. Explaining. We rushed here worried about the kingdom, but demons blocked our way. Patrick wanted to learn more about this place. Sir Jollingham, can you tell us what is going on here? Yulon thought for a moment, then revealed. I think I can trust you. He summarized the political situation, rampant looting, and war after the battle on the Vandorchi plains. Lord Kanos and the Grand Duke disappeared, and the kingdom was seized by unstoppable forces. Alliances formed. King Leonherd gathered elves, treefolk, dwarves, and even empire remnants to create a united front. She nodded, understanding the basics now. So that is how it is. Betrick silently affirmed and understood that this was the world of the lower sea, currently occupied by the evil Kukong. It seems the knights have gathered survivors from across the kingdom. Hari stammered, calling her your highness. Lady Betrick. But before she could say more, Betrick already understood her meaning. Yes, things seem tougher than we thought. She had a task to assign. Harry, avoid the knights and secretly check the mission window. Hari quickly took the order. Just as the system board appeared right in front of them, the board had letters like a distorted HASC-5 test. Hari Ben reported, Your Highness, some parts of the content are partially obscured. Hearing this, she knew it would not be simple to handle. This was going to be tough. Then Yulon admitted his own shortcomings. I did not pay enough attention to my troops after the last march. He stood up and announced the next schedule. We will set out at dawn. Rest as much as you can until then. The sun slowly began to peek over the eastern horizon, preparing for dawn. The army sped forward like lightning, cutting through thousands of paths and different landscapes. They were steadily approaching their destination. Hari could not stand the light and squeezed her eyes shut. Then she blinked in awe and gasped, Whoa! A grand, majestic palace appeared right before her eyes. A tree shaped like a bird, perfectly trimmed with artistic flair. Unbelievable. The fortress was ready to greet the new day. Yu turned to them and said, We have arrived. A place full of peace and nobility. The final sanctuary of humanity. Welcome to the sanctuary. Hari felt like she would just gain new knowledge. So this is the sanctuary. But what is about to happen here involves a lord we do not know. It brings them feelings hard to put into words. Let us go back. The story begins during the dark days of the 63rd year of King Leonherd's reign. A strange being from another space appeared. The great demon ruler Malus was summoned in the imperial capital. From that point, the country plunged into war, and death shadowed the land. In the 66th year, the chaotic demon ruler Malus was defeated. Mountains of corpses piled up, rivers ran red with blood. The scene was unbearable. The Holy Grail Knights of Peace and the waves of the guard ascended to the afterlife. The death toll kept rising, with no sign of survivors. The Holy Grail Knights of Life and Prosperity also passed on. Around 3,000 knights from the 14 kingdoms fell. 10,000 wandering knights and 270,000 royal soldiers died. And 22.7 million from the empire and kingdoms perished. The nation descended into misery, and the war grew fiercer. In the winter of the 66th year of King Leonherd's reign, the Demon Legion launched its second massive invasion. The entire country was hanging by a thread, edging toward the Empire's destruction. Even the plants could not survive. The elven forests were burned to ashes, and the dwarf mountains laid waste. Buildings collapsed one after another. The Eastern Sky Kingdom fell. Everything that had been built vanished into smoke and dust. 9 out of 10 territories of the Leon Kingdom were devastated. By the 85th year of King Leonherd's reign, the kingdom stood on the edge of extinction. But then a miracle happened. Returning to the Supreme Temple, Patrick's group advanced deep into the city. The knights, please place it here. Yes, sir. They were warmly welcomed by the knights here. You come from the borderlands, right? You have worked hard. Jiuk shyly responded. I am just happy to help. Meanwhile, Harry stood beside Patrick, asking, Your Majesty, what should we do next? She was thinking about something else. She heard that Lord Gillingham had finished the post-war reconstruction campaign and was returning. Finally, she decided, we should hold our position and wait. After giving the order, Patrick turned and left. Harry said nothing more but was excited. I should go check it out. Scene change. Harry turned to look at the 1,000-meter-long stairway. At that moment, she was completely lost, not knowing what to do or how to even make it all the way here. Riding a horse up here might come off as disrespectful, right? Suddenly, a carriage screeched to a halt right in front of Harry. Aniak pulled back the curtain and looked outside. Wait. The Saintess? She asked Harry again, curious why he was walking instead of using the carriage. Harry was a bit stunned by Aniak's beauty. Who exactly is she? Aniak's sparkling eyes and inviting smile, along with her sweet voice, warmly invited Harry to get in. Her divine power was almost at the same level as His Majesty's. Sorry for calling you out so suddenly. If it is not too much trouble, would you like to ride with me? Harry broke into a sweat, embarrassed but relieved he could go along. The carriage rolled smoothly into the palace. Aniak politely explained some of the rules here. First-timers often get confused like this at the Supreme God's Temple. There are carriages for official use. You are welcome to use one. Harry shyly replied. Thank you very much. By the way, she introduced herself. I am Aniak Pratesia, the personal attendant of Goddess Ariana. Harry happily said his name. Nice to meet you. I am Harry. Aniak tilted her head like she wanted to understand more about him, while Harry sat opposite. Feeling shy, Harry just realized and answered about his role. I am the Saintess of Two Gods, Lord Petos and Lord Poma. Aniak's eyes widened in surprise. Serving two gods at once is truly special. She sympathized deeply. Must be really tough for you. Harry grasped her hand. Teary-eyed, you understand me. They would only just started talking when the carriage reached the palace. Talking to the Saintess. They would arrive before they even noticed it was the Supreme God's temple. Upon arrival, Harry scratched his head and thanked Jit. Thank you for waiting for me. Aniak politely replied. It is nothing. Of course I waited for you. Then, they happily stepped inside together. Shall we go in? You have business in the temple, right? Yes. The guards around here are extremely strict. When they saw Aniak, the two guards respectfully addressed her. Great Saintess. Harry flinched at the title. Surprised. You have come down. Great Saintess. Aniak's rank was so high that Harry knelt down to show respect. Deeply grateful, the Great Saintess quickly waved her hand. Embarrassed? Please do not do that. Saintess. She gently helped Harry to his feet, saying, before the gods, we are all equal. Harry was not sure if she believed her own words, but with Leon around, Harry always got scolded about this equality stuff. Where was he going with that? Facing this for the first time, she was a bit unsettled. Why are you like this? I remember you cared a lot about restoring the mess after the war. Aniak guessed which Saintess Harry was. Oh wow, you have met His Majesty before. So you are a Saintess from a big city. Huh. She clapped her hands excitedly and said, now I remember I can feel a strong divine power from you. She happily skipped forward, then turned back politely. Perfect timing. Can I ask you a favor? They walked to a place where some nuns were gathered. The two nuns approached Aniak. Great Saintess, you have arrived. Harry was stunned. Definitely someone with high status. After talking to everyone, Aniak asked for information. Where is Saint Isabel now? The nuns did not hide anything and said she was in her private room. Drawing on the moon's divine power, Aniak smiled and ordered, prepare for the great sanctification ceremony. Send word to the saint to come down. The two nuns clasped hands excitedly. The great sanctification ceremony. His Majesty is returning in glory. Aniak expressed deep sympathy. You must be mentally exhausted from fighting those demons. We should hurry. Harry's mind flashed the word His Majesty Leon. She stepped through the imposing gate, wondering about the image it projected. Maybe this was how His Majesty looked in the past. Just as the thought crossed her mind, a distant announcement made them turn around. It was His Majesty Leon entering in haste. The door slowly creaked open. A figure shrouded in unclear shades of red and black appeared, and the approaching footsteps felt wild and terrifying. Seeing it with his own eyes, Harry had to clamp his mouth shut to avoid screaming. Oh God! This was a version of the king completely unfamiliar to him. Leon's shoulders were covered with thousands of angry bruises, and this was the past replica of Leon created by this gate. Her eyes were filled with astonishment. Suddenly, a hand landed on Harry's shoulder, making her jump in fright. It was Isabel standing right beside her. We will take them down, Leon said sharply, anger flashing in his eyes. Isabel, stepping closer. Isabel said, the moon's radiance. The day has finally come, she confidently declared. When alive, I was the king's executioner. In death, I became Lord Dinah's top hunter, so nothing about this surprises me. Then she told Leon. Your Majesty, do not be so serious. Hurry over. It is time for the sanctification ceremony. The sacred bath was exquisitely prepared. Aniak moved toward it. Your Majesty, the grand sanctification ceremony is ready. He gently removed the heavy armor pieces. Alright, the armor plates were taken off slowly, and Harry saw an even more stunning sight. Leon's shoulders were covered with thousands of dark bruises. Aniak, walking beside him, quietly called out, "Your Majesty." Leon looked at his body and admitted frankly, "These are the scars from tearing apart a brutal demon while it was still alive. Its pain and curses cling to my body, but it dares not harm me." Isabel glanced over and could sense it too. "You look like you are in a lot of pain." "Your Majesty." Aniak seems like he wants to say something. "Saint, why do you say that?" But Leon was used to it by now. "Enough. The saint's rudeness is not new. I have committed a grave sin against the goddess by doing this killing work. I just want this over with quickly. Let us get on with the ceremony." Suddenly, the clang of steel rang out. "Your Majesty, you can go in there. It is the grand sanctification ceremony." The door burst open, and a silhouette slipped inside. Leon felt suspicious. What is going on here? She walked with an unmatched, commanding presence. Karina Dragonia, Grand Duchess of Dragonia, commander of the Northern Forces, and the legitimate Grand Duchess of the Dragonia territory. Besides Gia, Karina placed her hand over her heart in respect. "Congratulations on your victory, Your Majesty." Leon Hurt. Leon Dragonia, daughter of the Leon Hurt line. Leon turned halfway. "Indifferent. Is that Grand Duchess Dragonia?" Voice was emotionless. Karina's face darkened. "Is something wrong?" She dropped a bombshell. "Our Northern Army officially declares withdrawal from the Alliance at this time." Lin gave a sharp, scrutinizing glance. "I do not want this to happen. I want to allow it. The Northern Army is a major pillar of the Alliance. If you pull out, my forces will definitely collapse." Karina's eyes hardened with steel resolve. Leon's face darkened, mood soaring. More strength would not change the meaning. At that moment, Enya tried to speak up. "Your Grace," but Karina waved her off. "Your Majesty, things are getting worse. The capital has fallen, and the 6 palaces are in ruins. Our army, even counting the peasant soldiers, does not exceed 300,000. Meanwhile, the enemy forces surpass 10 million and are still growing." The question Karina had been wanting to ask Leon for so long. "Your Majesty, you represent the sacred temple and command all the knights. Are you sure we have any chance of winning this war?" Leon did not know what to say, but asked bluntly, "Then what do we do?" Her whole body trembled, her words driven by her desire to protect the people there. The Grand Duke's territory was the first to be ravaged after the Empire. 30,000 soldiers from the north lost their homes and families. Now, the only thing left for the Northern Army is us. Karina clenched her head in anguish. If that is the case, her body shook in waves, radiating a fierce aura. "Even if we can completely annihilate the demons, we must avenge our families. We will destroy the demons who dare to nest in the Grand Duke's lands and honor the fallen." Meanwhile, Leon's mood sank into despair. "Karina, do you blame me?" Leon felt hopeless. "Do you think wiping out the demons' main forces instead of defending Draconia was a mistake?" Karina denied it. "Your Majesty." She understood perfectly that Your Majesty did what was necessary because the whole kingdom mattered more than the Grand Duke's territory. So you had to make that choice. Leon sighed heavily. "But what should I do now?" Karina's expression grew colder, her tone sharp. "This is purely a personal revenge." She rolled up her sleeve to reveal a tattoo. "This is proof." Leon turned around, eyes wide at what he saw. He gripped the water tightly, shouting, "Karina," she admitted wholeheartedly. "The entire Northern Army, and I have sworn an oath to the guardian deity." She sold herself to the demon guardian. "From now on, I am a holy knight serving Ventisis, the god of darkness and protection. I am the Grand Duke of Draconia, commanding 30,000 guardian warriors." Her hands clenched into fists, shaking nonstop. "My mission now is not just survival anymore." Leon stood up abruptly, chasing Karina away. "I do not want to see you anymore. Get out of my sight. Now." Without a word, she walked away from the door. Isabel sighed deeply at that moment. She turned back and asked, "Are you alright, sir?" Leon closed his eyes, sinking into the water, losing all hope for Karina. It is too late now. She has made a sacred vow to the guardian deity. There is only one path left. Isabel carefully cleans the dark marks on Leon's body. So that is it. There is no other choice. He feels lost now, unsure which way to go. Did he make the wrong call? Your Majesty has never made a wrong decision before. If anyone, it is you. Why would you say that? Isabel worked while comforting him, brainstorming with Leon. What if the priestess, a servant of the pure God, is forced to cry and marry against her will? That could be seen as a peace agreement. But even more, should the Northern Army's retreat be disguised as Your Majesty's command? That is pretty important to keep him at ease. Leon hoped so too. Probably is. He glanced aside but then focused on Harry's spot. Who is this person? Inside the palace, the busy market bustled with people coming and going, and Toch was straining his brain negotiating. How many materials are left? The stock is gone. New supplies need to be brought in, and Toch was seriously stressed over this. An awful time for it. The priestess did not say anything else, but she was probably listening in from the rooftop. "Sir," she recorded every moment without missing a thing. Got it, record video. Analyze actions, and start uploading to the backup device. And Tochi returned to the iron smelting chamber, wielding a heavy hammer with one hand. Then he slammed it down on the still glowing sword. He looked up, and Tochi tossed a glance toward Jack, a little goblin who shrieked in surprise. Who is this guy? And Tochi reached out to grab Jack, but the goblin screamed and ran for his life. Why are you doing this? And Tochi caught him quickly with just one hand. His eyes blazed fiercely. Stray creature. Jack tried to explain. I mean, no harm. He explained so much it was exhausting. I am a being who understands humans. As Tochi was about to throw him away, Jack vanished from his hand in an instant. Strange, I thought. Jack was trying to flutter in the air. This is a goblin after all, and Tochi realized his mistake and called him back. Turns out, a cute little priest. Then he burst out laughing, amused to see Jack darting around here and there, and Tochi offered a truce. Come on, we both serve the gods. Why fight each other? But Jack still was not quite sure. Stranger, and Tochi looked up and asked, Don't you recognize me? So he introduced himself. I am the Holy Grail Knight of the gods of iron and metals. Have you heard of me? The guardian of the mines. Meanwhile, somewhere Livelier, the temporary living quarters on the city outskirts. Harry carried some food back to the team. Sorry I am late. Right? Suo said cheerfully. Says, he was curious about the basket Harry was holding. Says, what is all this? She smiled and replied, these are gifts because I worked hard at the temple. Then he asked where Harry had been. Did you just come back from the temple? Harry nodded without denying. Yeah, I even met His Majesty there. Which caught Jaehook's attention. His Majesty. She corrected. The one I met today is actually His Majesty of this side's gate, not the His Majesty we know. Soin had already predicted this. Sure enough, this gate belongs to Leon's world. Harry quickly asked if anyone had heard any news. Jaehook hesitated. Well, that is, he recounted everything he had scouted out. Kindu has been occupied for a long time. Other places are taken by demons too. And this is the last city standing. Harry even added some things he would heard before, like the story from Ventasis about the final battle. That battle might be the main plot behind this gate. Jaehook dug up some info from the system. It is tough if only we could see the mission details. Things would not be this hard. Then So and Jaehook locked eyes. There was a flicker of something in Harry's eyes. She wanted to ask, does anyone here have a connection to the gods of the Shrine of the Thunder God? The ritual can be done, but Ariana's reaction is weak. Soin beside her looked confused. Huh, Jaehook's hand reacted the same way. Yeah, the ritual's double. Harry agreed too. So why is this happening? Then Soin suddenly noticed something, drawing everyone's attention. Wait, she caught a tiny detail. It is way too quiet around here. It was noisy just a moment ago. Jaehook and Soin started paying closer attention. What is going on? Then he looked outside, pointed downward, and Jaehook freaked out. The plant demon had thrown the whole group out. The four of them were surrounded by soldiers. Luxley drew his sharp sword. He stepped straight toward them and declared, I am the justice officer of the kingdom of Leon Hood, a holy grail knight serving the sun god's verdict. I am ordered them into prison. Sinners, prepare to face the punishment of holy light. Harry shouted loudly, like a slap across the face. Huh. Inside the prison cart, the pain echoed through the bars. Suho and Jaehook were panicking. What do? We are all gonna die. Those reckless guys will kill us without a second thought. Before he could finish, Luxley barked from outside, why do not you shut up already? He immediately shut up like a scared quail. Yes, madam, I will keep quiet. Soho nervously asked. Says, where are we even going? Harry guessed carefully. Probably the execution ground. Jaehook jumped in right away. Usually, criminals get a chance to become slaves first. We are not even considered demon fodder anymore. Soin had a different take. If we are going to be slaves, would not dying be better? He agreed. Yeah, that is true. Just then, louder noises came from outside. Harry could not help but pay attention. Was that a steep path? She wondered quietly. Are we heading to the shrine? Meanwhile, Jaehook grew even more terrified. We are all gonna die. Explaining one tea helped. Soin tried to calm them down. Just stay calm. Suddenly, the door holding them opened. Though facing bright light, he could not stop the chill down his spine. Even when dragged out, Jaehook refused to accept his fate. The soldiers marched them into a massive palace. Only when they arrived was Harry's hood removed. Her eyes widened at the sight ahead. The crowd's attention went to the majestic knights and cold-faced priestesses, but the one radiating the strongest presence was Leon. Beside him stood Luxley and Enya. His deep ocean blue eyes locked sharply onto their group. He was the first to break the tense silence. Then he immediately ordered his attendants, throw them into the holy water. Luxley and the others quickly carried out the command. Yes, sir. Raising his sword high, he commanded, criminals, jump into the holy water yourselves. Exene Hike threatened them with grim visions. Could this be the infamous water torture? His seriousness made Luxley misunderstand. How dare you make me repeat myself? Want to lose your head to my sword? The others snapped back to their senses. I will jump in right away. Led by The rest followed one by one into the holy water tank. Lin watched thoughtfully as Isabel beside him spoke. Your Highness, she calmly reported to him that they were not dissolved by the holy water, so they probably are not demons, and Nei agreed, saying their bodies have already accepted divine power, so they can be demons. Gullinham nodded in agreement, saying the High Priest was right, which is why he did not doubt them and brought them here. But stubborn Locksley still was not convinced. Who knows what kind of schemes those demon scum are up to. His Majesty, being a demigod with the wisdom of the sacred mountain spirit, surely foresaw this. Suo silently broke into a sweat. So basically, Your Majesty, can he make mistakes? Says, I am so scared right now. Now Lian spoke up after some thought. This Gullinham guy. I heard there are still 2 others. He quickly recounted the info. A woman with the divine power of dreams and death, plus a creature from another race with the divine power of iron and endurance. What he revealed next shocked everyone. Both of them have divine power on par with living saints. Liam continued calculating his next move. Then he switched tactics. Everyone, step back. I have questions for them. Locksley was anxious but said, Your Majesty. But Lian's words dropped like an unbreakable royal decree. I can see your loyalty, but for now, trust my judgment. He reluctantly sat back down. Yes, sir. Then Lian gave a sharp look to the others, signaling them to leave. The group in the water could only watch as they walked away. Now in the vast space, they had no choice but to face him head-on. Lun immediately went on the offensive. You are the one named Han Harry, right? Suho did not wait for permission and stepped up as a human shield. She knelt firmly despite the terrain. Yes, Your Majesty, I'm Han Harry. But the guy behind her seemed to fade into the background amid their argument. I told you not to do that, but it worked. The first time we met His Majesty, it actually worked. Lin did not press too hard and continued questioning. Each of you, tell me your names. They introduced themselves briefly. I am Jonsoi. I'm Hansu, and I am Kim Jae Hya. He closed his eyes, pondering each name. A Jonsoyan. Hen, Kim Jae Hya. The second question came right away. All right, where are you from? They hesitated noticeably. This was tricky. Lun unleashed his authority and crushing presence. Why are you so nervous? Can't you just answer me? Their survival instincts made them cautious. Jae Hya added, It is a country very far away. Suho nodded to back him up. Yes, really far. After a while, Lin calmed down. I understand. But the next moment, those bright eyes began to radiate power beyond human limits. Then suddenly, legendary divine skills burst out in all directions, forcing everyone here to stay on guard and hold their ground. From the glowing circle emerged a foot stepping forward. Ariana quickly confirmed, I have never met these people before. The shark was puzzled. Then why did they receive our blessing? Betos carefully guessed. Could it be the work of the creatures we despise? The inspecting god could not hold back his brutal nature. I remember everyone I have ever blessed. If they are imposters, I will strike them down and tear their souls apart. Harry was stunned into silence, unable to say a word. He would just endured the god's revival. Last I heard, he was still coughing up blood after his battle with Lord Jack Dora. She kept fidgeting until a fan opened her eyes. This is the power of His Majesty at his peak. Lian stopped holding back and bluntly revealed the reason for capturing them. This is why I had you detained, confidently explained in detail. I can sense your strength, but no god knows you. Meanwhile, at a fort, everyone was amazed by Jack's skill. Sparks flew nonstop, making it hard to catch the exact moves. The steady hum of machinery echoed. Recording. Heating up, slotting into groove number 3, grinding progress at 62%. Jack was multitasking up to sample 14, and Tochi and the other blacksmiths watched intently, amazed at the speed. Jack stayed focused on his work, sharpening. Crafting. Soon enough, the finished product rolled out. Sample 157. Leon Hurst. Basic assembly complete. Rows of identical jackets neatly lined up across from him. Their narrow minds were instantly enlightened. Amazing. Is there really a race that can do this? And Toch did not hold back his praise. You are incredible. Rookie. Jack just muttered back. Recording, but that did not dampen his enthusiasm. Much like Leon's. Sorry. It was like watching His Majesty Leon's journey of cultivation. Do you know His Majesty? He immediately answered. Recording, close partner of this device. And Tochi did not fully understand partner. Then he added, Demon Hunter partner. Only then did Antoch get a bit of it. I want in on that too. Afterward, he boldly introduced himself. I have been His Majesty Leon's companion on a long journey. We trained together. Jack doubted a bit, and Toch boldly confirmed. That is right. Memories of that unforgettable time flooded back. I was about 30 then, and that is when I first met Leon. It was a border village on the brink of collapse. They would send a request for help after a surprise attack by the Oat. Since it was the border, only he and Judas were training nearby. And Tochi also met Gunrad then, who was on a quest for mental peace. It was a tough battle. The Oat were more numerous than expected and had elite warriors. At that moment, a quick shadow in a scarlet cloak appeared. He met Lian under the moonlight shining from above, young and fiery. Lian's personality was full of energy and chaos. Die. You damn blue monsters. With just one swing of his sword, Lian leveled the battlefield, crushing the enemy mercilessly, and Toch stood frozen, amazed beyond belief. It was hard to believe such power came from a knight half his age. The scene of splitting the Overlord in two was overwhelmingly intense. That fierce, merciless gaze remained etched in Antochi's mind. Worthless scum, he summed up briefly. Anyway, I see that potential in you too. Jack confirmed. Recording without hesitation, he proposed, "Hey, wanna be my apprentice?" He gently tilted his head, looking straight at the other. The space fell into an awkward, strange silence. Before Antos' wide-eyed and shocked face, Jack bounced nervously. The middle eye did not even turn into a crescent moon with a fierce glare. For a curious creature, that must be an unbearably painful sight. He could not help but stammer in disbelief. "You do not know who I am," he answered outright. "Of course. The Steel Grail Knight. Antoch, now it is your turn to show off. Did you really just say that?" But this afternoon was totally useless for Jack. As expected, his sly words instantly shut Antochi down. But surprisingly, it only made him more fired up. "You really are a formidable guy." The other guy clearly does not know the meaning of humility. Naturally, after a good laugh, he finally got down to business. "Then I guess I have to show you a thing or two." Antoch seriously picked up the hammer and promised, "I mean, if I am teaching you, I am not going to take it lightly." The sound and sparks through the window caught a few people's attention on the street, but the master behind it did not care. Fully focused on his craft, the intense heat made Antoch sweat nonstop. His eyes never left the steel plate. Meanwhile, he even found time to chat with Jack. "I am really impressed with your perfect technique. No blacksmith's output can compare to yours." The hammer struck down hard and precise, but every move was closely scrutinized by the master's sharp eye. "There is a flaw. Internal moisture is rising." And Toch let the sweat drip and flashed a confident smile. "This is not just forging a weapon." The heavy hammer kept falling, then a thunderous strike followed, sparks and light bursting out like a fierce storm. Even Jack was amazed by the transformation and took notes. At this moment, he was lost in passion and pure exhilaration. "This is art, my friend, the art of forging steel that sharpens the soul." And Toch held up Jack's armor, staring at it without blinking. "This is something perfect technique alone can achieve. I am convinced there is a whole realm like this out there." While still hot, he quickly dipped the iron into a barrel of solution. When pulled out, it gleamed brilliantly, like a complete rebirth. Jack fell silent. No words to comment. If this man's technique could fix what was failing by just 0.01%, he could definitely craft Lian's armor. Still, the master watched carefully and cautiously, then honestly told Antochi the device major data was not fully complete. He felt the need to document the organic creature's technique as part of his knowledge. He immediately shifted his thoughts in a new direction. "You want to be my apprentice and learn from me, right?" Jack flat out denied it. He just wanted to observe the progress of organic tech. But Antochi already knew the answer and said, "Come on, apprentice." The master could only helplessly sigh. Just then, a voice called out from behind, "Master Antoch." The unexpected visitor was Lord Gullingham. He had not even stepped inside before announcing plans to dismantle Lord Gubb's forces. Very quickly, the key members gathered in the conference room. Lian did not act immediately but gazed thoughtfully out the window. Jai Hai could not help but feel uneasy seeing Gullingham and Antaeus' grim expressions. After a moment, Isabin broke the silence with a sigh. Then she took the lead in the meeting. "Let us create the final Holy Grail." But her idea was immediately shot down by the priest. "This is not something to take lightly." She decided to test the waters. "Hey, Knight, if ordered to charge into the Demon Legion alone, could you do it?" Straightforward answer was exactly as expected. "If that is the order." Isabin smiled peacefully after thinking it over. "Me too." Then she turned to Lian. "Your Majesty, please respond calmly. Do not look back. Go ahead, sister-in-law." The moment she got the go-ahead, she did not hesitate, straight to the point. "The sacrifice we have to make. This has to be the path to our future. Right?" Your expression just got darker and more unpredictable, did not it? Unlike everyone else's sarcasm, Isabin boldly made her decision. "Seriously, I will end this suffering once and for all." Because she was mentally prepared with strong determination to create the final great Holy Grail. "I will sacrifice myself for it." The people in the courtyard looked up at the starry night sky. A voice spoke up. "Permission granted." Lian turned his head and glanced thoughtfully. He called out, "Isabin." She stepped forward calmly and said, "I never thought I would commit such a blasphemy." He bowed apologetically. She replied, "No need to apologize, brother-in-law." Isabin smiled gently, glancing at him as she continued, "You might be the scoundrel who took my sister's innocence, but you are not a king who makes wrong judgments." She thought quietly, "Now that we have lost all our land to demons and can perform the ritual, the only way to gather metal for the final Holy Grail." Raising her bow, Isabin said calmly, "Looks like I am not the main character in this story." As a blue light enveloped her, Isabin raised her bow, aimed carefully, and marveled. The moon goddess and the purity deity are not really battle gods, but an archer like me never misses. Isabin grit her teeth and let out a shout, feeling guilty inside. O moon, I am... The high priestess of the moon shot an arrow at the moon. Blasphemy indeed. Each glowing arrow shot swiftly as she released them. Each arrow flew straight up into the sky, while Isabin kept thinking the greatest blasphemy allowed by the goddess. Ironically, it turned into a stunning galaxy decorating the night sky. Each arrow formed a beautiful pillar of light that everyone below could not stop staring at. She quietly concluded each arrow pierced through the moon. Each arrow flew from Earth straight toward the moon. A massive crack appeared, and chunks began to fall nonstop. Guglingham looked up in shock and exclaimed, "It worked! The moon really got pierced." Leon looked up and shouted, "Great High Priestess." Eniac quickly responded, "Circle of Descent." She closed her eyes, clasped her hands in prayer, and a blazing red power surrounded Eniac. Eniac raised both hands. A magical barrier appeared, shooting a massive flame straight into the sky. Guglingham stood there, startled at the sight. He laughed excitedly. "It worked! The moon fragments are heading this way." Suddenly he turned and saw Isabin collapse, falling face first to the ground. He caught her and shouted, "Isabin!" She groaned. "Damn it! It hurts so much." Seeing that, he broke out in a cold sweat. Worried sick, Lin held Isabin, covered in blood, in his arms. She still murmured softly, "But Dinah shared the backlash with me. She is so..." Leon furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth. "She really did well. I will bear her burden." Guglingham shouted in panic, "Your Majesty!" He turned to Leon and yelled, "The debris trajectory is changing." Enya gritted her teeth, struggling to hold on. She looked at the shifting debris and shouted, "A massive force is pulling it. I can control it." Patrick murmured thoughtfully, "This power. It is just like the one that sealed the gate back then." The voice continued steadily, "The debris path is completely off orbit." Lin held Isabin, helplessly staring. He clenched his teeth in anger, veins bulging all over. Lin's eyes glowed fiercely as he ordered, "Send only one special unit to collect the debris. We can't waste the chance." The great high priestess, Isabin, risked everything to create. At the debris crash site, it created a deep crater in the ground, and Tochu raised his hand thoughtfully and said, "Is this it?" After a whole day's run, the moon debris transport team has finally arrived. Suddenly, a shout from behind startled him, and he gasped in surprise. "Deploy the recon drones!" Patrick exclaimed in shock. Enemy Spinner gawked at the Zobot and exclaimed, "What kind of magic is this? My geode really can do a lot of things." The Zobot snapped back angrily. Dingy corrected him. "Call it by the right name. You are just a tech supplier. This unit lacks the intelligence to have a master-student relationship." And Toch stepped forward, grabbed the Zobot, and joked, "I am jealous of your smarts." The Zobot bristled. "Don't he touch me." Suddenly his face hardened, and the guy beside him let out a sharp cry. He glanced at Patrick and asked, "Miss, I am guessing you figured it out too." She replied bluntly, "Yes, sorry." And Toch, standing at the edge of the pit. Patrick guessed, "Those weak demons are strangely quiet. There is no way they would miss a chance like this." He added, "They will probably attack as soon as we start mining the shard." And Toch slid down the pit with Jack, who said, "But we can just keep delaying. Let us get some help." "Spinner," he shouted. "Everyone, assemble. We are starting the star metal extraction." The knights nearby quickly responded, "Right." And Toch. Then the pit opened, revealing a container full of yellow stones. Everyone, including Jack, was still down in the pit. Suddenly it shouted, "Enemy movement detected." A horde of monsters charged fiercely. Jack shouted, "They are approaching at high speed." Patrick ran over, thinking, just as expected, "They are here. There is no way they would miss this unguarded moment." She yelled, "And Toch, the enemy is getting close." And Toch quickly turned and ordered, "They are still far. We have to stop them." A sharp call rang out. "Spinner!" Jack fired beams of light, shouting, "Initiate suppression." A massive pillar of light shot up from the pit, accompanied by the monster's cries of pain. Patrick's eyebrows rose, her eyes blazing red, her hands glowing with a red light. Patrick announced, "I will hold them off as long as I can." Then she raised her hand to the sky and shouted, "Activate the ancient spell. Trigger the core. Level up. Triple supreme defense." Magical formations appeared around her. She commanded, "Analyze principles. Reconstruct magic." Symbols appeared around the formations. Patrick yelled, "Wrath of Lamantia." A blazing red power surged from the pit, cracking the edges of the crater, and Toyn gasped in awe. "Amazing! Even the Dukes can use such powerful magic." He watched the monsters collapse. She calmly replied, "The mages here are skilled. They develop destructive magic to counter holy spells. But it is still not enough." Patrick waved her hand dismissively and ordered, "Hurry up and extract the star metal. This is just the enemy's vanguard. The main force will be here soon." And Toyn, sweating as he wielded both hammer and knife, shouted, "Clear. Everyone. Move faster. Then his hammer struck a box, and his knife suddenly glowed, leaving him wide-eyed in surprise. Z stood there, surrounded by beams of light. Antoine stopped, staring at a huge yellow stone. He turned around and shouted, "Got it!" Then Antoine froze, staring at something appearing before them. A fireball hurtled toward them. Antoine screamed in terror. That is, he barely had time to shout, "Everyone, dodge!" before the fireball obscured his face. Patrick was just as stunned as the explosion rocked the area. The masked man showed only his glowing eyes, still pointing forward. Z's eyes turned blood red as it shouted, "Accessing internal database. Found destructive entity. Demon King of Intelligence." Approaching, a dark, humanoid figure hovered. Karakil, the destroyer of this world. The figure floated above, staring down at them. Patrick lay there, struggling, and ordered, "Quickly report the damage." Seeing the carnage, Z immediately reported, 30 knights trained in sacred magic have been instantly wiped out. Free cavalry eliminated. Number of casualties unknown. The figure sneered at them. "Lowly creatures," he taunted. "Don't resist. Mortals like you challenging immortals. Hundreds of small monsters are appearing from the sky." He grabbed his collar and shouted, "Die already, so I can collect my debts." Someone stepped forward and asked, "The prisoner's mage here. Even the great demon lord got dragged into this mess." Patrick turned around, full of shock, and Toch stepped up and asked, "Patrick, is there any way out?" She gritted her teeth and tightened her grip. Patrick muttered that, if they used teleportation to connect distant spaces, Z nearby immediately objected. "No way. Even with teleportation, no one can escape." He shouted confidently that the chance is 0. Patrick rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said if they force teleportation, the demon lord will block them again. And Toch closed his eyes in thought. Realizing that, then he stepped forward decisively, saying, "Then let us fight." Everyone here understood the meaning behind those words. "Just die already." Jack looked up, confused. It was a simple order, and the knights raised their spears and swords, even if it was a crazy command. The group shouted in agreement. They obeyed the order, even if it was an unreasonable choice. Suddenly Jack heard someone call him Spinner, and Toch turned with a smile and said, "Smart guy. Probably did not get it wrong." He gripped his hammer tightly, radiating a powerful energy, but it was hard to put into words. With the hammer resting on his shoulder, he smiled and said, "Hold up, my skilled craftsman." He walked forward steadily when a voice echoed from above, saying if the god descended, ordinary mortals would not survive. Calmly he replied, "The god who guided me from the lowest place. No matter who comes, I will face them the same way." The mysterious figure agreed. "Yes, that is why our gods love you all." And Toch came to a halt. He smiled proudly as his hair started glowing and shifting, telling himself it was because of the brilliant faith and the burning flame of life. "It is absolutely beautiful." His hair grew significantly longer as Intauchi shouted, "I am the Holy Knight of Steel and the Blacksmith. And Toch, Guardian of the Mine, the greatest blacksmith in the kingdom." A massive power surged toward the demons. He thought, the future once aimed for by the Lord now stops with a blacksmith destined for death. The future no longer exists. The demons sweated nervously seeing the incoming power, while Entoch's mind kept racing. Still, the sound of the forge hammer and the roar of fire and steel will never cease. Behind him, the silhouette of Hito appeared, and Toch raised his brow, confident because every hammer strike aimed at a clear future. The holy blacksmith god stood right here, the iron oath engraved. The figure in the sky laughed openly, saying this holy power has been used before, and Toch smiled proudly, his eyes shifting color with his hair. He ordered, "Fall back first." He raised his hand, and 3 beams of light shot up from the rocky ground, immobilizing the monsters lying there. The figure in the sky was suspicious. "Holy god of iron and blacksmith. Huh? Turn all these creatures into something other than iron." All the iron in this area was under his control, alchemical transformation at work. And Toch raised his hammer and muttered, "Quick decision. Huh? You freaks," he softly called out. Hito's hammer. The hammers above came crashing down on the demons. A little demon raised his hand and shouted, "Amasa's great magic shield." A magical shield appeared. The hammer smashed through the shield and hit its face, making it scream. They all screamed in shock. "Oh man, what the heck is that?" It pierced the absolute defense and caused damage. A huge explosion followed. Karakul knelt inside the magical shield, amazed. A mere mortal who has not even lived 1,000 years yet possesses such terrifying power. And Toch held his chin in thought, lamenting, "And you blocked it unharmed." He stood up calmly and said, "Then, let us begin." Karakul raised his hand. The ground shook, and chunks of earth flew up. He sneered, "I will teach you all some manners. This is just the prelude to the fiercest battle of the century." Over here, Patrick cast a spell with both hands and asked, "Spinner, how's the progress?" 86% done. Jack traced a magic circle while conserving words, since he had seen it once before. Drawing it was no problem. Patrick responded, but the moment he activated the magic formation, he saw monsters charging in, tearing apart the knights struggling to hold the line. Jack shouted, startling Patrick to turn around. There is one way, a 2.714% chance of success. She said, surprised. Still better than last time. Meanwhile, Antoch was fighting Caracal, gritting his teeth. He thought, a wizard should be rational, but maybe pray for a miracle. Caracal looked down on Antoch with contempt. Strong, huh? Each spell was a grand magic, yet you break it with a hammer. Antoch stepped back as flames engulfed him. He silently admitted, he really is one of the strongest in the world, the strongest being even the demon guard's fear. If a low-ranked Holy Grail knight is this powerful, what kind of monster stands at the very top? Hanfoot said, I admit it, your top warriors might just be strong enough to take down a lord. And raised his hand. Dozens of magic formations appeared, firing beams of power at him, adding a sneer, like mere mortals. Antoch saw the beams rushing toward him. Calmly, he shouted, Steel Strike, hold the formation. Hito's Holy Forge magic rose. A battle-hardened shield built to protect him from the incoming attack. Dust and smoke clouded the air. Han grumbled, getting boring already. Caracal looked up and asked, you mutants know why I am terrifying? Suddenly Han straightened up, pondering. Up there, Toch stood high above, gripping a massive hammer. He raised it and slammed down, cursing, because you lack faith. Caracal replied, fool, you can't even touch me. Han shouted, analysis complete, now die. Then he raised his hand to unleash a beam of power. Jiak appeared, shouting, initiate destruction sequence, forced core energy overload. And Toch suddenly gasped, spinner. Caracal, rod it. The airborne shield was struck by lightning bolts. A massive explosion erupted. Robsley slung his sword over his shoulder, calmly gazing toward the darkening sky in the distance. Demons filled the underground void. They rose, staring ahead with overwhelming dread. Two knights stood atop a tall rock, looking forward. Walter, the last survivor of the Empire, commander of the Silver Knights. He clearly remembered leading to the Empire's fall, as those cruel, terrifying creatures crossed time and space to invade this world. One of them spoke fiercely, those horned beasts. They are demons of chaos. They destroyed my homeland 20 years ago. The man beside him fell silent for a moment, then said, indeed, this is the end. Then he recalled an ancient tale of a demon long ago. 23 years ago, the emperor was cursed by a demon king. Of course, the capital was destroyed, and the empire immediately fell to the demons. Now, a hero appeared, stepping through the chaos with a stern expression. At last, Lion King Leonherd arrived, destroying the demon king and his forces. But that was only the beginning. If I were the Lion King, maybe we would have won. Back to reality, where everything was a ruined wasteland, but that was just my wish. Suddenly, the two of them shifted uneasily. As the sun slowly set, they looked toward the distant horizon where an ethereal mist glowed. Unlike any mana storm, Caracal remained calm, watching the distant tremors. Maybe a battle has already broken out somewhere. Impossible. Two small shadowy figures appeared behind him like servants. A nuclear explosion? Can these cheap tricks really harm me? Suddenly one of them grew anxious. Lord, they have opened a teleportation gate. Everyone is rushing to get inside through the teleport gate ahead. Got it. That nuclear explosion was just a smokescreen. He flashed a devilish grin and thought to himself, the short-range teleport gate only lets a few people through at a time. That means he is absorbing a huge amount of magic power. Looking fierce as hell, they are planning to abandon the remaining soldiers and knights. What arrogant bastards. Before he could strike, another magic attack hit, forcing him to duck and defend. You really think you can escape my grasp? Warriors, move. He spun around, baring his teeth with a growl. Damn these fools. Fine. I will lead a large force forward to block them. They charged ahead like starving wolves ready to devour their prey, stopping those ugly monsters dead in their tracks. Defend with your lives. Caracal began gathering a massive amount of magic power. Morons. They did not even realize they would been abandoned. A beam of light appeared at their feet, swallowing them up and making them vanish. Caracal has no intention of showing mercy. He unleashed a blinding spell that scorched everything in front of him. Then he pulled back his hand, a smug smile spreading across his face. His magic pierced through a massive stone slab far ahead, stunning the attackers. Caracal's subordinate hung his head, looking apologetic. I am Lord, it is alright. Bichik sat down hard on the floor, eyes wide with fear as he looked to the side. We have caught our target. A torrent of red blood spilled onto the ground. Bichik stared blankly, his face pale, whispering, Lord Antoch. Antoch froze as a large hole opened in his chest. Looks like this armor is not so perfect after all. Bichik panicked, shouting, Lord Antoch, get treated now. Antoch forced a weak smile and said, take me to the forge. A foot stomped on the ground with a loud thud. Antoch grabbed a wooden box beside him and headed off with Bichik. Everyone around was heartbroken, holding each other as they witnessed the scene. The mine's protector, the first Iron Knight and Forge Master. The group gathered and moved forward together. Antoch looked ahead with resolve, but exhaustion weighed on him. Holding the box, Antoch calmly said, from now on, I will forge steel with my own power. He sat down by the forge. His apprentice tried to stop him, Sensing his life was slipping away, Antoch quietly said, "I know. This was decided the moment a mere convict like me gained divine power." Then he gently stroked the head of the little creature, the Iron Knight, forged from steel. "Master only has little time left. I have one last chance to teach my apprentice." The hero smiled warmly and reassured, "I will show you the first and last lesson I will ever give." Something stirs deep inside me. Antoch raised his fist. The forge glowed brightly with a blazing golden light. He summoned strength and swung the sword before him, setting out on a journey to face a challenge and accept a mission. Along the way, I met the future Lion King, also on that honorable path. A bittersweet feeling welled up inside me. Even though my heart is nearly lifeless, I recalled old memories. I was taught by the greatest Iron Master and learned so much. Later, I challenged him, but in the end, I could not surpass him. Sharp swords were driven deep into the ground like sturdy stakes. Still, the knights wielding my forged swords defeated the kingdom's enemies, and the spear-bearing knights protected the empire in safety. Though sweat drenched my face, I kept forging strong, powerful blades. Even though my worn-out hands could no longer hold the hammer, and my bloodshot eyes could barely see ahead, I kept swinging, leaving everything else behind. Slow but steady, the hammer fell blow after blow, carrying the will of the gods and 1,000 years of history with each strike. The sentinel's call echoed through the room. I shared glory with the Lion King and received an honor undeserved, cherished by the gods themselves. The hammer rose high again, carrying the unwavering gaze of the hero before us. Put your faith into the iron and envision the future you will forge with your hammer. The sword you forge will cut down the empire's enemies. The armor you craft will shield your comrades, and a blazing red flame will flare all around. And Antoch poured every ounce of strength into what he made. Weapons are tools for survival, but in the right hands, they become shields that protect the world. And Antoch's face grew utterly exhausted. "Remember this. I pray that the sword and shield you create will guard this world." A hand rested on Antoch's shoulder, his eyes dimming. Drained of life, Lord Leon gently placed his hand on Antoch's shoulder, prompting a soft smile from him. Though fatigue overwhelmed him, he kept rambling on, eventually collapsing into another man's arms. Judas would be shocked to see this. Who would doubt a sincere man like Lord Leon? Fair enough. Leon pressed his face against Antoch's hand and whispered, "Son of a, do not you have anything to say to Aren't?" Antoch gave a tired smile and whispered, "I have been loved, respected, and guided. I want for nothing more." Leon gritted his teeth in pain. Antoch softened. "Leon, please help me stand." Of course. Leon supported Antoch as they stepped in front of the stunned crowd. Everyone wiped away tears filled with sorrow. Until the very end, Antoch fixed his determined gaze forward, clenched his fist over his chest, and vowed to protect the kingdom and the emperor. Leon's face darkened as he tried to stay strong, but inside he was shattered. "I will see you soon in heaven." Antoch's hair was nearly gray, his eyes heavy and worn. Leon, he had no strength left and collapsed into Leon's arms. "Please live and protect this kingdom. Do not come to me just yet." Leon gave a bitter smile. Right when Antoch took his last breath, everyone fell silent and knelt together, paying deep respect to the hero who gave everything. At least let him speak his final words freely. In the 85th year of the Leon dynasty, the iron-willed Holy Grail Knight and Smith, Antoch, passed away. The sun slowly rose, lighting up the camp. Leon clasped his hands behind his back and closed his eyes in thought. Suddenly, a voice came from behind the white curtain. "Your Majesty, I am Judas." Judas lifted the curtain and calmly stepped inside. Leon, looking tired, regarded the two before him. "It has been a long time. Come in quickly." "Greetings, Your Majesty. It has been ages since we last met." Leon smiled warmly. "No need to call me Your Majesty. Just call me Uncle." Hansu shyly placed a hand on his neck. "How can I—" "Your Majesty, you might spoil the kid today." Leon smiled gently. "I have cared for him since he was in diapers. Isn't he that right, Godson?" Then he put an arm around Hansu's shoulder. "Come here. You were still just a kid back then. I am Your Majesty." Then he suddenly remembered something and glanced at Arendo awkwardly. Judas lowered his gaze. "He is on a scouting mission. We informed him about Antoch's passing, but he said he could not leave his duty." Lin closed his eyes and gave a bitter laugh. "He is just as stubborn as his father." Space trembled violently, as if someone had arrived. Suddenly, a familiar face appeared at the narrow entrance. Leon chuckled. "Come in, my friend Gunna. You really can still move with that heavy frame of yours." Gunna glanced at Judas and replied, "I do not have what humans call a back, old friend. That is just a saying someone called a sage can be so slow." Then he sat down casually and said something that made Judas pout. "That is not what I wanted to hear from a knight who once fought windmills. Why bring up something from 70 years ago? And I am not the only one like that." The mood gradually relaxed. "And besides, I won. If you call that a victory, then so be it." Scenes of everyone happily traveling together flashed through Leon's mind. "The bond we built on this journey still lasts. This friendship truly is a blessing." Leon spoke with a gentle smile. "So there is no need to fuss. And Toch has been a longtime friend of ours. Then he took a bottle and a glass. Stepping forward. I always thought Judas would be the first to go. Me too. He is waiting for me because I became a holy knight later. Drops of wine trickled from the bottle into the glass. Lun raised his glass proudly. He achieved glory and honor, how could that not be a blessing? Then he looked at everyone with acceptance. Knowing Antochi's departure means we must say goodbye with all our hearts. Leon lifted his glass enthusiastically. To our friend Antoch. Everyone raised their glasses and drank. Leon's brow twitched as if recalling something. He spoke firmly. Now, we must carry on the legacy he left behind. Then he turned to Gunnar and asked, how's the item coming along? It is perfect. The breath god has blessed it. Lin asked again. What about the forest's will? He fixed his serious gaze and replied. The sages agreed. Now we will refine its essence and seal it inside. Leon turned and walked backward. The preparations are done. I am always grateful for the sages' dedication. Leon lifted the white curtain with a stern face. And the three of them faced the massive army ahead. Eniac frowned slightly, staring ahead, while Tuscata quietly closed his eyes. Lin walked down the aisle lined with soldiers. Lord Wander. The army is definitely growing. He recalled the demon's shapes. Aniam Rung confirmed. Yes, the troops flooding in from the capital are on the move. The lazy demons surviving from the Vandalsi plains and the beast worshippers. We have confirmed traitors among the ranks, too. Leon looked seriously at Toscata. The number is 10 million. Leon's steps were heavy and determined. They are bringing their whole army here. Got it, the final battle is coming, Leon said with some anger to his companion. Prepare for battle. We will arrive soon. Outside, soldiers busily arranged everything, carrying gear to where it was needed. Other soldiers pleaded. Your Majesty, we want to help too. Lin closed his eyes firmly and replied. You will stay at the main camp. Jihik, Soyeon. Hari looked surprised when Leon said they should not put themselves in danger. Soyeon caught Harry's attention and said, Your Majesty, I am strong enough. Even the future king knows that. Leon glared down then smirked, before cutting them off with a single word that silenced everyone. His judgment was final. Lin recalled the kids standing before him, going off to fight, not like him, who just rebuilt the past. Harry's team was made of real people. If you die inside the walls, that is it. Leon stood watching the houses below in the fading light. This Leon, from this world, had to see the future. There was no other choice. Leon said calmly. I have other business to attend to. Hari was surprised. Other business. Below in the courtyard, people were patrolling. Everyone gasped in surprise at the sight before them. What are you waiting for? The woman smiled confidently and said, Move out. Suddenly someone asked, Are you the high priestess of the moon? Isabel replied calmly, Yes, I am Dinas, first hunter, the goddess of the moon and purity. Then she pointed fiercely at herself, the second strongest in the kingdom, sister-in-law to King Leon. Isabel. Her words made the kids cover their mouths in shock, while the servants tried to stop her. Miss, you should rest. Don T tricked the children. Isabel was helped up by a maid. There is no one else anyway. Even His Majesty has no other choice. Isabel stood and asked the kids before her, Now, you young ones must be wondering why you are here. She smiled and said, The road ahead holds a lot of gold, but some of it is called pure gold. Then she cast a spell, creating a small portal, except in rare cases. The 7 strongest gods had been recognized. A box fell from the portal, followed by a few others that looked like scrolls slowly dropping down. Isabel slammed the lid of one box shut. First, Ariana, goddess of light and justice. Inside was a shield glowing with orange light like the sun. She was revered by all knights and was the highest goddess of the kingdom. Another shield. Then 2 more boxes opened gradually. They looked like badges and flags. Waves, war, and fire. A weapon appeared in a long box, grabbing everyone's attention. Sky and thunder. Since ancient times, water and lightning were considered nature's fiercest wrath. Hari stared in awe at the shiny items before him. There is more, but for now, these are the ones related to you. Each of these is a holy relic. Isabel put her hands on her hips and added, Yes, these are legacies left behind by saintly knights and high priests of the past. One knight asked, Why are you showing these to us? What Isabel said next left the knights dumbfounded. They were going to inherit these legacies. Isabel crossed her arms and continued, Don't get me wrong. You are not yet ready to wield these legacies, and they might not even accept you. So why? She brushed her hair back calmly and replied, Because I am entrusting the future to you. The king believes someone will survive, no matter what. The knights in front of her were stunned by Isabel's gentle, calm voice. Someone who could use these better than a dying person like her. Whether the legacies accepted them or not, how could she be so composed? Then she turned her gaze towards Soyeon, the one with strong dark energy. I am Johnso. Isabel smiled with arms crossed and asked, Can you help me with something? It is a task only a true believer can do. Soyeon raised his hand and said, If it is something I can do. Sure, you are very polite, I like that. Isabel smiled and asked. Then, as Isabel cast magic on the items, she said, Let us begin the inheritance. Everyone started their preparations. The golden sun bathed the scene as the knights readied for war. Everyone praying for those who would shed blood. Lian stood high where the sun shone brightest, looking down on the soldiers and wandering knights beginning to return. The berserk demons were charging forward. The final battle was about to begin. Along with the mission afterward, under the twilight's watchful eye, the chosen ones steadily advanced toward the castle. Anna, seeing everyone arrive, placed her hand on her chest and bowed sincerely. Greetings, chosen ones of the forest. Welcome. The awakening was ready. Gunna's eyes sparkled as he saw what had been prepared here. He marveled at the chalice on the table. The master craftsman had forged it perfectly, and the sapling standing nearby was equally impressive. A friend who understood steel better than anyone, who fulfilled his mission back then, and now it is our turn. Gunna agreed wholeheartedly. I understand. Sapling, now, we will fulfill our duties. At the same time, he glanced at everyone gathered and reminded them, those who remain must also play their roles. Patrick nodded with a smile, approving. Then she spoke, Lord Spinner and I will hold the front line, trying to buy as much time as possible. As for Lady Hari and the others, Hari hesitated but continued. We will continue the inheritance under the guidance of the High Priestess, from Uzman. Jack immediately added, once everything is settled, regroup at the designated spot. This team will protect the chalice containing the essence, then join up with you. After hearing this, she called out to her, Lady Hari. Hari looked worried but replied, yes, Madam Patrick. Patrick ruffled her hair encouragingly. Always remember your role. Hari understood but still hesitated before replying, yes. Then she turned around. Supreme Maiden Aniak, we take our leave. Aniak smiled and clasped her hands in blessing toward Patrick's team. May the gods' blessings always be with you. Over here, Gunna looked back uneasily and saw Hari bowing as Patrick's group departed. He called out to Aniak, Supreme Maiden. She already knew what was coming and cut in. I know. To complete the essence, the pure blade must descend. Gunna looked reluctant. Lian is leading the front line, so he can do it. That responsibility falls to you. Aniak nodded firmly. I'm the Supreme Maiden of Light and Justice. This is my mission. If my sacrifice can pave the way for the future. She prayed before the chalice. Truly the Supreme Maiden Aniak Prataxia. She had spent her whole life in the temple, reading scriptures and teaching doctrine. Even when the Great War against the Goblin tribe broke out, that never changed. Only her prayers shifted from the living to the dead as she comforted countless fading souls. She always felt guilty for not being able to do what the knights could. That is why the young maiden once shone a light of justice. Grateful she still had something to offer the king, and thankful for her role in this final battle. With a peaceful heart, she prayed for the king, wishing that light and justice would always protect him. The capital city now feels like everything was set in motion long ago. An endless army of destruction. Soldiers armored up and ready with crossbows, standing rigid under the scorching sun, reeking of sweat, especially Tatsugaita, who is not wearing a helmet, his terrified expression revealing something dreadful approaching. A ruthless legion stretching to the horizon, dark spirits raising cursed shrines on the remains of the fallen, desecrating every trace of civilization. The kingdom of Leonhurst, even the land of the Lionheart's hair, now only holds its last fortress. The soldier next to him heard his heavy breathing and turned to encourage him. Stay sharp, rookie. Tatsugaita tried to reply, I am. The other said, Don't worry. With the power of the sacred law, ranged weapons won't touch us. Feeling somewhat reassured, Tatsugaita tried to believe could it really be true. But when the soldier caught the horrific sight in the sky, even through his helmet, he gasped. Why were so many people falling from the sky right onto them? They were free falling straight down, and from such a height that when they hit the ground, their bodies exploded in blood and gore. Tatsugaita jumped back, shocked by the sudden attack. What the hell is going on? Like seeing death for the first time, his face showed more fear than watching a horror movie. He realized this was no ordinary enemy. The killer radiated a strange purple glow. One soldier shouted, Poison mist, hold your breath, block your nose. They struggled against the advancing fog. Damn it! Those bastards. A general in a red cloak immediately ordered, Form up. Life priests, purify the poison mist to the northeast first. Amid the chaos, Tatsugaita could only crawl into a corner, clutch his head, and tremble in fear. Then he froze, stunned to see a familiar figure approaching. The golden hair and commanding aura were unmistakable. The man spoke. Flame. Instantly, fires flared up and burned away the poison mist spreading from the corpses. Wherever he went, flames erupted. A commander-like soldier called out when he saw him. Lord Leon. Leon replied, Lord Aron. He offered words of comfort. Be proud. The father has fallen gloriously, and now he joins the gods at the great feast above. He seemed sad, but his stern face showed acceptance. Yes, the two turned back to look at their troops. How heartbreaking the final days of the kingdom, told by those who come after, with an inevitable end drawing near once more. Leon shouted, to all who bear honor, hear me. In my heart, I pray to the one above, O goddess, grant this mortal your lion's heart. O keeper of the holy grail, igniter of the glorious sacred blade. Here, your little flock trembles in fear. Do you see them? I see them, the mothers soothing their crying children, swallowing their own tears. The young men desperately clinging to the last embers of resistance. The knights bleeding, hoping to plant a seed of hope even on this cursed land. He asked them, do you hear it? The screams of the cowards who want to trample everything we hold dear. The thinning ranks of our soldiers, I hear them, but what about you, O master of the sacred sword, holy lance, and grail? Do you hear the cries of the souls stolen by those fiends who ravage our land? Your first knight knows he can't stop the endless evil stretching to the horizon. A soldier answered, I hear you, oh my goddess. What do you want this foolish knight to do? After these heartfelt words, the goddess suddenly appeared behind him. She embraced Lian. My knight, O noble warrior clad in silver armor, your goddess will stand by you until the very end. Do what you must. After her comforting presence, Lin gathered himself and drew his sword. He slammed the blade hard into the stone floor. Rage. Then he called out each name. Knight Arin, son of Anta, the noble grail warrior, famed for slaying the giant horned beast of Haklam. Rage. Knight Judas, hero of the Pillar Plains, and son of Lord Garn Baron. Rage. The sword plunged deeper. The noble archers of the Elf clan, the guardians of Oaklight, the Iron Mountain Breakers, those who once faced the Dragon Flame, rise up in fury. Lian gathered all his strength and shouted to everyone carrying the honor of this era. Why are not you angry? Why do you accept the humiliation from these monsters? Face those fools who, deluded by victory, rise up in rebellion, as is your sacred duty. Lian slammed his fist against his chest, showing his unyielding will to fight to the end. Ulingam, answer me, who am I? You are the living demigod, the will of the gods, and the protector of the Holy Grail. Robsley. Robsley also slammed his chest and replied, you are the Sword King Lian Hurt, the one who beheaded the vile Lord Mangmalus. Lin affirmed once more, I am the first knight of the goddess, the Sword King Lian Hurt, and I am your sword and shield, standing at humanity's final fortress. Winter is coming, my disciples, but do not fear. Our sword and shield will become the flame that burns this winter away. Today, we fight here, and this place will be the grave of these miserable creatures, and on their ashes, we will build a monument to honor our glory and pride. Disciples, are you ready to fight alongside me? No one could stay still in the charged atmosphere. They all raised their weapons high in a long salute. They shouted in unison, long live Sword King Lian Hurt. Lian looked down with pride. One last order, I command you to fight to the very end. Great heroes of the world, the final battle for humanity has begun. The hordes of evil gods, in every form, swarmed beneath the fortress walls, horns jutting wildly from their heads. The heretic judge's voice echoed above them all. Watch closely, you lowly creatures. One soldier listened wide-eyed and silent. This was the ancient source of malice, born from dark magic older than the gods themselves. Countless fiery red meteors appeared in the sky, pulsing with raw energy. The heretic minions gaped as their leader shouted, I will destroy you all. You will perish. The meteors began to fall like missiles, lighting up the entire sky. Bichech stood frozen, speechless for a moment. Lin remained calm, eyes raised, gripping his sword ready to fight. Finally, he said, Robsley, the Holy Grail Knight, kept his fighting spirit and replied, yes, my lord. Lian shouted, divine punishment. Flaming arena. Robsley echoed, divine punishment. Solar blaze. Suddenly, from the fortress, a massive fireball charged with terrifying energy spun in the air, lighting up the whole corner of the sky. Lin glanced at him cautiously, focusing attacks only on debris threatening the temple, ignoring empty areas. The man grunted and answered, yes, your highness. Robsley raised his sword forward. The heretic judge of Lian's forces shouted, Robsley delivers judgment against the malice. 4 beams of divine energy shot from the fortress where he stood, striking the red crystals of the evil gods. A deafening explosion sent earth and rocks flying, accompanied by terrified screams. One heretic soldier with a skull-like face and demon ears, yellow eyes narrow, barked orders. Keep climbing. Once we get past the fortress, it is. The fortress captain coldly ordered his team, draw your swords. Dunty let them climb up. Countless arrows rained down from the tower on the heretic horde, sharp and gleaming as they struck. At the fortress city, the south gate of the Pantheon Temple, Jewelers watched in awe from afar. He frowned worriedly. Just one piece of meteorite could turn this land into a barren wasteland unfit for life. Even with the Holy Maiden's power, recovery would take countless years. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed, startling Jewelers. From this side, he saw a massive explosion in the distance. Flames blazing, he wondered, was it the gate? That heavy blade wielded by a bull-headed heretic had just slain a soldier. Blood dripped down the blade, falling drop by drop. The soldiers around froze in fear. They shouted, charge! Stop them. The great demon Dunger, with a bull's head, laughed loudly. His eyes burned like fire, and the huge blade on his shoulder loomed over the small soldiers before him. "This is all you have got, you dumb tin cans." Just as he finished, a harsh voice shouted behind him, "Shut up, you disgusting bastard." Knight Aaron charged forward, raising his sword high, ready to strike. Dunger lightly blocked Leon's sword with his massive blade. The clashing metal screamed through the air. He squinted, surprised by the strength of this warrior outside the elite knights. Dunger swung his sword, and Aaron leapt back just in time. Dunger sneered, "I am the great demon of death and destruction." Gungar. Aaron remained calm. Aaron, son of the Blue Cup Knight Antoch, and leader of the Sword Guild. He glared fiercely. "I will kill you, you horrible monster." He clenched his teeth, thinking, with his majesty and Lord Joxley unable to move now. Aaron jumped again. Silently determined, "We have to hold on ourselves, by any means necessary." In the magnificent, sparkling palace of Ngai Inga, Jisoo glanced out the window. Seeing Harry, he called out, "Senpai, I am done." She turned around and said, "Oh, Jehook, you are done already." She continued, "Looks like you were not accepted by the Holy Relic." He looked down at his staff. Embarrassed, "It rejected my reward, said I am not worthy." The two stood silently, gazing down into the hall below. Hari raised the glowing blue bracelet on her wrist. She mused, "But if this power is accepted, would not it help the front line?" Juk snapped back, "Wait, Senpai, stop, she is serious." "Yeah?" The distant explosion light lit up the city. He asked, confused. "Over there is no room for us. The only ones who can survive are His Majesty and Lord Trux." She sadly gazed down. "It is so hopeless." He hurried to reassure her, sweating, "But His Majesty has never lost before. Right? They say he defeated 3 demon lords. So should not he handle this easily?" She paused. "That is true." But she recalled past events, each detail Harry carefully thought over. In the original history, Lin actually won at the very last moment. He wiped out all the demons without leaving a trace, and finally met Harry's group, who had come to explore the Black Gate. Her eyes suddenly widened. "Yeah? Of course. He should win this battle too," she quickly said. "Wait a minute." Harry turned to Jae-yuk. "It is changed." "Stop." "Yeah?" She explained. "I am saying it is changed. The plan, the last Holy Grail, was originally cancelled." He nodded as if she was stating the obvious. Right before the ceremony, 4 priests stood before a Holy Grail with the Saintess. She thought deeply. "Because we came to this gate and called for help for His Majesty, the Knights of the 3 Holy Grails have disappeared." The two stood silently, praying. "Can we still win?" Juk suddenly noticed something unusual. He warned Harry sharply. "There is a group coming ahead. Senpai." "Over there," she replied. "Yeah, I see them too." He saw figures cloaked in hoods and shouted, "Hey, stop right there." Harry and Jisoo blocked their path. One of them politely asked, "What is the matter?" She pointed at another and barked, "The one with the cloak. Take it off right now." The man stayed silent, his face barely visible under the hood. He surrounded himself with spiritual energy and sneered, his mouth stained red. "You little pests." Harry quickly summoned his holy power, swirling it in his palm. She threw her staff at him, but he stood there unafraid. He raised his staff, red and purple energy swirling like fire. At that moment, Joke thrust his staff forward. Sacrificing himself, he struck right between the 2 fighting opponents, and the ground exploded. He worriedly said, "Senior, are not we in an extremely dangerous situation here?" The enemy and his crew stood there completely unharmed. He raised his left hand, bowed his head respectfully, and greeted, "Greetings, Knights of Leonhurt." His armor clattered to the ground, wearing a deadly mask. His face was twisted with huge horns like a bull's and blazing red eyes. Still calm, he introduced himself, "I am the great warlord of destruction." Suddenly, he squinted, smiled wickedly, brought his hand close to his chest, and said, "Farewell, everyone." Then a beam of light, like a fairy's glow, flashed across Harry's body, and she was stunned. Zihu quickly pushed her aside. "Senior," she screamed in fear. "Ziho, that bright line is heading straight for your neck." He clenched his teeth and braced himself. Suddenly, a knight in armor appeared, blocking the attack with his sword. Amazing. He looked up, wide-eyed and amazed, mouth agape. He saw the man Sir Hook himself. Ji-hook looked down at Harry as she collapsed. "Are you okay?" The girl was frozen, unable to respond. After a moment, she gasped when she saw Isabel. "Isabel, the High Commander. Your Majesty's caution has paid off." He glared coldly at her but still sneered arrogantly. "I thought all our forces were stationed atop the walls, so someone stayed behind until the very end." Isabel smiled. She answered calmly, "Sorry, but no terrible monsters are welcome here." Despite the arrival of Gullingham and Isabel, the great demon lord and his minions showed no fear. Both sides immediately recognized each other. The demon general and the great demon lord stood face to face. Gullingham quietly observed the enemy while Isabel swallowed nervously, thinking this might get tough. Sensing the tension, Gullingham ordered Isabel. "Hi, Commander. Prepare yourself." She obeyed. A powerful blue light enveloping both of them, radiating energy that amazed everyone nearby. Ji-hook realized something and urgently called Gullingham's name. Harry, standing beside him, asked straight out, "Hi, Commander Isabel. What is going on? What is this?" Willing to risk your life. While everyone was still stunned, Isabel's hair turned a brilliant blue. Gullingham and Isabel stood strong, radiating fierce energy as they faced their foes. Once ready, Isabel turned to the group. The demons probably snuck inside. "Everyone, go help Soho and Soyeon," Gullingham ordered firmly. "Chen Then is in danger. Move fast." Knowing they could not stop them, Harry sadly nodded in agreement. "All right." Then she and Ji-hook rushed off to save Suho and Soyeon, while the great demon lord silently watched. He laughed smugly and sneered. "Looks like your people are not doing so well. Think you can handle me?" Hearing the demon lord's arrogant taunt, Isabel covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. She replied with scorn, "I could crush you with just one finger, so do not worry yourself with useless threats." Power radiated from her body. Gullingham added, "Then get ready to die." Fired up by the challenge, the great warlord grinned wildly. "Your servants are way too confident. Now, pay the price for your arrogance." Dark energy swirled around him. Meanwhile, Suho and Soyeon were genuinely struggling, but they did not back down, fighting fiercely against their enemies. Their adrenaline surged to the max as they kept battling, spilling more blood with every hit. Still, their bodies had limits. Soyeon was starting to look tired and worried. She quietly wondered, where did everyone else end up? What happened to them? Soyeon shouted at Suho he really has a lot of enemies. He thought she wanted his help, but the situation just would not allow it right now. He could only fight and respond at the same time. He was reaching his limit. For a moment, Suho's eyes showed pure panic. He saw a giant demon right in front of Soyeon, but she was facing him, so she did not notice. Suho panicked and yelled to warn Soyeon, "There is a demon right in front of you." The demon lunged toward her. Soyeon froze, unable to react to the sudden attack, helplessly waiting for her fate. Suddenly, Harry's group arrived just in time. Guy and Jiang took the lead. She immediately charged at the demon and incinerated it. Harry glared at the demon that nearly attacked her teammate, shouting, "Sword strike!" Demon wrath. Seeing Harry, Suho breathed a sigh of relief and called out, "Sis." The threats cleared. The group felt a bit lighter. Harry happily ran over to check on them. "Soyeon, Suho, are you okay?" Soyeon was deeply grateful and replied, "You guys saved us." Before they could celebrate, Soho noticed more demons coming and warned, "Boyha, Harry, they are coming from behind too." Harry froze when she saw the demon approaching. It was a great demon lord. The demon lord radiated a terrifying dark energy. He advanced bitterly, growling at them, "You foolish fools." Grinding his teeth angrily, he threatened the group, "Step aside. You are blocking my way." Realizing the danger, Lin and Harry immediately got on guard. Their only goal was clear: stop them, at least until His Majesty and the sage returned. Suddenly, the door behind them burst open, and wooden tendrils shot out. The wooden tendrils grabbed all four of them off guard. They could not react and were dragged back toward the door. Being pulled out from the door, the four finally shook off their shock and looked at the two standing in front of them. Everyone was utterly surprised. The saint and saintess Aniak calmly clasped her hands and bowed, thanking them deeply for protecting them during the holiday. The holy water extraction was complete. She said this while pointing to the cup holding the holy water. The subordinates were trying to use wooden tendrils to block the demon from inside. They urged Aniak, "Saintess, we do not have much time. They could break through any second." Aniak understood and replied, "Yes, sage." The four gradually moved toward the cup of holy water. Aniak carefully looked at the cup, explaining to Harry's group that the holy water contained essence crystallized from the gods. A powerful energy radiated from the cup. Harry quietly admired it. Its power was incredible. It looked more precious than any divine relic she would ever seen. From the other side of the door, the great demon lord furiously tried to break in, shouting, "Stupid wooden door." The door was about to break. The sages anxiously urged, "Hurry. We do not have much time left." Harry panicked, disbelief on her face. She anxiously turned to Aniak and asked, "Saintess, once this holy grail is complete, what will happen to you?" Hearing Harry, Aniak understood her worry and smiled gently. She calmly explained, "The Moonlight Holy Grail was a secret plan from before, but after you arrived, His Majesty changed his mind and completed it. The Grail's completion means His Majesty has not given up on building a stronger kingdom to fight the demons." The sage added, "He has never given up. Never." Harry fell silent, absorbing their words. Suddenly, an uncomfortable feeling rose inside her. Harry clenched her teeth in anger, but she calmed herself and gently said, "I am seniors." The wooden tendrils recoiled, stunned by her words. Tears streamed down Harry's cheeks. She felt overwhelmed, but all she could do was stand there and speak to them. It was so frustrating. Innocent people were being tortured and killed by demons, and she could not do anything to stop it. Sister, Suho looked heartbroken at her, Aniak stood still without blaming Harry. She just softly breathed out a song. She bravely stepped forward and took Harry's hand to comfort her. Harry, thank you for helping everyone. Harry held back her feelings. Saintess, Aniak reassured her. This future is entrusted to all of us here. If my small power can help the kingdom's future, that will be my greatest joy. Then she looked up at Harry. Honestly, I am a bit jealous of what you have achieved. Harry still felt a little uneasy, sadly calling out, Saintess. Finally, they decided. The Saintess Aniak quickly parted ways toward the holy root. She recited the spell, Goddess of Light and Justice. Your servant, humbly ask you, bestow your absolute justice upon us. This light, here, at this very spot, everything will be purified. As the spell ended, an energy burst spread throughout the building. From the holy root, the image of a female angel appeared clearly at first. This power, these essences were meant to be given to King Leon alone. The beam of light instantly shattered the door surrounding the room, where the demons were breaking in. The plan was to focus all power into a single demigod, but Leon changed the plan, which means a seed for the future, bringing hope to everyone. As the Saintess slowly handed the holy root to Harry, she told him to take it. Aniak spoke to Harry with utmost trust. Please, let this flower of hope bloom. Harry still felt quite insecure. Saintess, suddenly, a voice rang out. It is all done. Hearing that, everyone turned toward the voice. From the void, a space gate opened, and Jack calmly stepped out. She said to Harry, it is time to go back. Harry. Harry was surprised and called her name. The mechanical beast announced to everyone, the Temple of the Gods' most auxiliary structures have been destroyed. The collapse came sooner than expected. Knowing they could not delay, Harry told himself, yeah, I think it is time to return. Harry looked up at the Saintess and the sages one last time. He said to them, I will never forget your sacrifice and dedication. Saintess. Aniak smiled and replied, thank you, Harry. I hope blessings will always be with you on your journey ahead. Before stepping into the space gate, Harry bowed to them one last time. Then they disappeared. Only then did Aniak dare to show her exhaustion. She staggered, looking like she might collapse. A sage caught her. Saintess. Aniak, she coughed a few times. Thank you, Lord Gunna. The whole building was collapsing around them. Gunna stayed by her side. Trying to protect her, Aniak weakly called out, up. Lord Gunna, the sage replied. Speak. Aniak worried. Will His Majesty fight to the very end? Gunna nodded firmly. Yes. Absolutely. She continued. Can he really defeat the demon lord? Gunna protected her as he answered. If it is him, then yes. Hearing the answer she hoped for, Aniak closed her eyes with relief, feeling so much lighter. The tall building was about to collapse into rubble. Aniak weakly called out again, up. Lord Gunna. He calmly answered. Speak. On Gullingham's side, things were not as lucky as they thought. Gullingham's group had been defeated. Though defeated, Isabin still had a smile on her lips for some reason. In the end, the chaotic scene remained. The battle was coming to its final chapter. After the desperate raid between the Lord of Wisdom and the Holy Grail's Guardian, as the battlefield reached a tense phase, the Akma army stormed in from outside the tower. Behind the fateful door, Lun and Luxley quietly stood waiting for the enemy swarming toward them. Suddenly Wander called Leon. Your Majesty. Hearing his name, Leon turned to look. Wander straightforwardly asked him, do you intend to continue this hopeless fight? The soldier beside him was startled and loudly reminded. Lord Wander. Leon did not take offense. He calmly reassured them. It is all right. Behind that setting sun, there are still those fighting, those who have not given up, their fiery spirits still burning bright, not yet extinguished. Wander felt Leon's words were not convincing enough and shouted, but what does that even mean? Leon calmly persuaded him. Lord Wander, fight alongside me, for our honor, for the Empire, and for the good people you have always wanted to protect, he said, looking at him with gentle eyes. Leon turned to the army ready for battle and continued. And for all the souls left on this land, until their last flame fades, the world will end as the prophecy said. It is a fate already sealed. This battle is just replaying a past event, but it is not meaningless for strangers from Earth. Leon turned and boldly headed toward the open gate. And for the warriors who bravely fought for this land, everyone was ready to charge in. Leon shouted orders with fierce spirit. Open the gates. He stared at the gate slowly opening, thinking to himself, still, the destruction everyone predicted was unavoidable. But a seed of hope had been planted. Walter, though reluctant, stayed to fight alongside him. Before the battle, Lin gave one last word of encouragement. The world will remember us forever. Our final outcome will be victory. Lin raised his hand and summoned a sword. They had accepted that they would risk everything to protect this land. For our honor, for victory, and for Leon Hurt, even the horses charged fiercely. With all his pride and love for this country, Leon shouted with all his might. Attack! At his command, troops surged forward in waves. Taken by surprise, the demons jumped back, stopped them. Don't he give them any chance to react. The troops charged. Chest out, Leon claimed the first kill, sparking the battle. Chaos erupted all around. Neither demons nor humans would back down. Leon kept shouting fiercely, "Don't stop. Keep pushing forward." From high above, a figure stood watching the fight unfold. Karako looked disappointed. Charging like this is just throwing away our lives. They have been backed into a corner. The battle with the divine swords ended, and with a roar, he summoned countless magic rings. He laughed savagely. The era of evil begins now. Suddenly, a horn sounded. Even the demon was startled by the sound. His magic rings vanished as a result. He was confused. What? Turns out, the horn came from the cavalry of the Northern Dragonia army. Karina watched the battle unfold. The king still has not given up. The soldier beside her seemed to have expected this. He added, "He is the father of the formula." Right? Karina smiled in agreement. That is right. She recalled the soul she had met. Soul had warned her carefully she would not regret this, both the formula and his majesty. This battle will be brutal. Karina's eyes glinted with determination. She thought silently, "I believe those words. What will happen in this war?" Then she waved her hand and ordered the soldiers, "Kill them all. For revenge, for Leon hurt." The cavalry charged into the combat zone. The demon shifted from confusion to fury. "These filthy bastards," he raged. "Pathetic humans. Not even a speck in the cosmos. Why cling to such a trivial value? In the end, you will all be buried alive. You can fight us. What is the point of this war if you keep holding on and dying for nothing?" He fell silent for a moment. "I am tired of this." Then a fierce aura flared around him as he targeted Karina. The first one, the girl, died. Just as he was about to strike, a voice rang out with a flash of light. "Hey, where do you think you are looking?" Karakul was startled. Turning toward the voice, "What?" A figure rushed toward the sword's path. Karakul was shocked. 9 angel wings. Impossible. How much divine power has that person absorbed? The figure smiled. "Death for a demon is inevitable." Those words. They swung their sword across his body. The attack lit up the entire sky. At Leon's battleground, the demons clearly showed hesitation toward him. The area was devastated. Leon seemed close to collapse, but he gripped his sword and struggled on. He thought to himself, looking back now, "This has been such a long, exhausting life." He raised his sword, ready to charge and keep fighting. The warrior goddess who guided this knight with love, glory, and honor. Is there still hope if this place is nothing but ruins? He remembered the fallen comrades. Of course there is. Lin, you are living proof of that. Those who died for glory and honor, their loyalty now lives on in you. A knight carrying everyone's hopes and dreams will stand here forever. Life's meaning still fills this place. So act on what you want. The warrior goddess will stand by your side until the very end. The demons could not hide their contempt for him. They burst out laughing. In the end, it is nothing but a pathetic struggle. Right, Uncle? Yeah. A blow smashed straight into the head of the demon, who spoke. Nearby demons were stunned. Turns out it was a stone Leon hurled with magic. He smirked. What a pitiful display of shame and insecurity from someone about to pay the price. He fired up. "Come on. I am right here. You will never defeat me. You will remember this humiliation forever. 200 years of war with these demons. Now I will carry this burden and lead this fight to glory." The demons shuddered at Leon's current form. One even muttered, "Dendayan. No matter how tough it gets, a knight never gives up." Leon threw himself at the demons, laughing wildly. "I will kill all scum like you." Slash. One demon lost its head. Leon laughed triumphantly. "One down. I will overcome every obstacle." He thought of old friends because this is a righteous battle, and he must lead them to victory. Meanwhile, Harry and her companions returned to Earth. No words were needed. Some showed all the emotions they would kept bottled up for so long. The sacred vessel was brought back, while others clung to memories of sacrifice and cherished them. The king, who fought for past and present glories, simply smiled softly as he reflected on all he would been through. After Harry and her team returned, nothing remarkable happened. Luckily, Harry recovered quickly. The other trainees seemed more mature. Not a huge change, but definitely something shifting slowly within them. And the sacred moon chalice was brought through the gate, a truly extraordinary artifact. Right? Leon asked. "I did not expect things to progress like this. I just wanted solid proof about the gods from that last gate journey." Patrick agreed. "It is an unexpected achievement, Your Majesty." Leon looked proudly at the sacred vessel. "I never imagined this would lead to the final sacred chalice." Leon continued. "This plan was proposed by Guna and the priest of Dung. The wisdom of the priests always surprises us. When the world suffers irreversible damage and decay, we have to choose to sacrifice everything to save it. First comes the temple of the gods. Their presence is not just a matter of faith. It is tied to the world's survival. If the temple is destroyed, the power keeping the gods' shrine alive will vanish. And that means the underworld opposing Leon's current world will disappear too." Leon continued, sounding super cheerful, explaining that is why the gods chose to hide inside my heart in that place. It is where the holy energy is born. At least they still have a chance to survive. Patrick confirmed beside him. The ritual was a success. Leon poured another cup. Relieved it worked out, he placed the golden holy cup next to the silver one. Looking at the healing magic radiating from both cups, Leon said seriously, When the king received the sacred relics, the holy crown, the star lantern's power, and said Ariana gathered all the starlight, gradually perfecting these artifacts, I was fully convinced. That is why the sacred relic symbolizes nation founding. The holy crown's power is essential for the Holy Knight Order. Saying that, Lin reached toward the two cups, and suddenly a powerful energy burst forth. Patrick looked like she would just seen something unbelievable. It turned out the two cups melted and fused together. She asked, "What is this?" Lin calmly replied, "The final sacred relic. The lunar chalice is a holy artifact used to forge the incomplete part of the sacred relic. Based on the era's needs, it is considered the key to crafting the final sacred relic." Patrick seemed to understand something, then asked, "So earlier you said this was part of a salvation plan?" Leon confirmed, "Exactly. The goal of forging the final sacred relic is to preserve all species and knowledge." Patrick, already amazed, grew even more astonished. She expressed her admiration, saying it is a power that can rebuild a whole new kingdom. "That is incredible." Leon added, "But it only works when the Guna seed matures." Mentioning Guna, he fell silent, looking sad for a moment, like he would just made a decision. Leon said to her, "It is a bit embarrassing, but I have another task for you." Patrick gently replied, "Embarrassing? You are in a position to give me orders anytime." Leon disagreed. "A king does not order another king around. Don't make me lose my gentlemanly manners." Patrick grinned mischievously. "Your stubbornness is something I can't resist." "Right, enough jokes," Leon said. "First things first, we need to find two people. I am sure they are still alive." Patrick had a name in mind, Lord Vulcanus. Leon continued, "And the other is Karina Dragonia." Sadness showed in Leon's eyes as he said, "I have not met my daughter in the god's realm yet. Right now, I can pretend to be a father. Please, I beg." Patrick cheerfully agreed, "I will find a way. It won't be easy, but just wait." Leon placed a hand on his chest. "Sincerely thankful. Honestly, without you, Spinner, I would not know what to do." Patrick responded modestly, "No need to thank me. It is all because your majesty has good connections. If you have any wish, I will grant it." Patrick was surprised. Her cheeks instantly flushed red. She shyly looked down. "If you say so." She seemed to have an idea. Smiling contentedly, turning to Leon, she said with a smile, "I will tell you later." Back on Earth, in his office, a man was deeply troubled. He angrily tapped the desk. "Those idiots have lost their minds. The gates open, and all they do is watch. Announcement from the South Korean government about our cooperation." He recalled the former chairman's order. "Just wipe out the god's temple now." He silently agreed. Chairman Oh Kang-huk's decision was not wrong. No need to worry about the bitch 10 and the 9 guilds when national security is at risk. The appearance of the god's temple was a welcome event for government agencies. Unlike the past decade, when the big guilds controlled wealth, power, and meddled in politics, the temple operates under one strict ruler, meaning they are on Lioness' side and no longer have to deal with the 10 guilds' policies. Thinking of that, his face relaxed a bit. Blessed crops have become a demanded national export worldwide. In many ways, it is the golden goose bringing in huge profits. The problem is, the rapid growth, both military power and influence, is reaching an alarming level. Side effects are starting to show. Remember, during today's briefing, an employee raised a concern. "Sir, someone suggested the government should become a follower of Ariana, the goddess of light and justice. What is your take on that?" The man wiped his sweat and answered, "As community servants, we must remain neutral about faith." Online, rumors have started spreading about why Dongjin does not believe in the goddess Ariana. I was in pain then, so I did not know what the Darium group did with those artifacts last time. That guy's worth billions. How could he believe in a goddess of justice? Senjiri rice being blessed is a conspiracy. It infects your brain with electric waves, causing hallucinations and eventually death. The man was furious. Damn it, those bastards have gone too far. They do this on purpose, knowing he is a Christian. While he was still stressed about these issues, someone knocked on the door. "Sir," the man shouted. "What now?" The person entered holding a stack of documents. "The parliament just urgently contacted us." The man was confused. "So sudden?" "About what?" He did not dare speak directly. "Just place the documents on the desk. You would better read it yourself." "Oh God." The man calmly flipped through the files, thinking to himself it was probably about refugee aid involving some developing countries. But as he read the papers, his calm expression faded to one of shock and fear. It turned out the documents revealed that the Korean Oversight Agency was dispatched to investigate the god's temple for human rights violations. He was angry. "Damn it," he scowled and ordered the employee, "Call the temple immediately." "Yes, sir." At the mining site, the sound of pickaxes hitting stone echoed nonstop. They were clearly pushing themselves too hard. One worker cried out, "Help me. I just want to rest." In the middle of the city stood a massive rock, the former site of Hambit, the temple's sacred mine. She hesitated before answering. "The government just contacted us. Kiryuk," Harry told him, "it is about human rights, saying we did something wrong." Something about an investigation. Jack was shocked. What are they talking about? We did not break any laws. Meanwhile, a robot was using cables to restrain a worker. The worker lay terrified on the ground. But Harry did not pay attention as the robot jumped toward her. Jack replied, I will handle this and respond myself. Harry agreed. Yeah, but she still wondered. What about the workers? Jack casually said, as if it is nothing. Caught secretly drinking extra saline water, they plan to make them do slave labor challenges. At the site there is a safety sign. 15 days without accidents. Beware of falling rocks. The workers passing by looked uneasy, but Jack reassured her. Anyway, we have not done anything wrong, so do not worry. A group wielding axes worked inside a dark cave, flickering torch light casting shadows on cold stone walls. Among them, Beret gripped his axe tightly, his gaunt face and heavy breathing like his chest would burst. Barry, a serf of the Phaethian temple, has endured harsh labor since becoming a serf. Jack called out. Team 214. It is melted. He breathed out. Finally, but Barry froze when he saw the meal laid out. What is this? He was horrified, thinking it looked like some kind of bland liquid. Is this some kind of nutrient mix? It immediately made Barry speechless. His eyes widened. Face pale. The nutrients were there, mixed with salt and sugar. He clenched the bowl tightly, gritting his teeth. They want me to eat this then go back to work. After all the glory days of the past. Barry's eyes darkened as old memories surfaced when he also sacrificed the youth's blood and sweat for the temple. Barry could eat as much tough old meat as he wanted back then, but not anymore. After becoming a serf under Leon's rule, his human rights were stripped away. Jayad immediately ordered everyone to dig 20 kilograms. Get moving. He lowered his head, shoulders heavy as he stepped back and turned, starting to move away. But behind him, it kept prodding, pushing him forward. The axe blade flashed as it struck the hard rock. Barry tiredly swung his arm, each heavy axe strike draining his strength. Then, in a moment of carelessness, the axe handle slipped from his sweaty grip and clattered far away. He growled in anger. Damn it! Barry quickly bent down to pick it up, his voice hoarse with a deep sigh, wondering how he ended up like this. Before he could even grab the handle, a sharp blow to his back sent him sprawling, his whole body trembling in pain. Jayad's voice warned sharply. Why did you stop working? Barry, he panicked, sweat pouring like a shower, desperately swinging the axe again. I will get back to work right now. He clenched his teeth, eyes burning with resentment, thinking, damn it, if only I had not been caught back then, my life would not be this humiliating. Barry suddenly froze, a huge crack running across the surface of the massive rock. His face went pale, hands trembling, heart racing wildly. What the hell is happening? The space shifted oddly, rocks and earth falling from above onto Barahi. Jayad immediately heard the unusual signal and rushed to the exit. The supervisor's entrance, day 20 without accidents. Kyruk, outside. Chaos erupted. People panicked and pushed each other. Screams echoed. Help, that site is collapsing. The rare metal mining operation went a day without accidents again. Dullahan raised his eyebrows with a determined look. This was bound to happen. Nearby, Hari leaned on his cane, voice heavy. The Human Rights Committee is up to something again, a calm voice said. That sugary saline stuff definitely has issues. Did you see the faces of those first knights? They looked totally out of it after drinking that. Suho slowly looked up, replying, they are treated like interns, pay cuts, but still forced to meet the voluntary contribution targets set by that group. He remembered you. His eyes sharpened. But that sugary saline stuff, you only have to endure it during training, and those voluntary investment terms are not that bad if you consider the benefits. Right? Soyan jumped in confidently. Exactly. Just the supplies we get already total tens of billions. She spoke seriously, choosing her words carefully. The problem is the serfs are overworked. Suho agreed. That is right. Calmly, she added, but they worship demons, so they do not need to be treated like humans. Do you think so too? Senior Harry. Harry hesitated briefly. I think so too, but she forced a smile, her voice full of implication. Maybe the Human Rights Committee does not see it that way. In that quiet moment, images of serfs being beaten, working themselves to death, and collapsing flashed in everyone's minds. Well, thinking back to how those serfs were treated while toiling and dying. Maybe they prove their worth by dying. Jehet laughed teasingly. Sounds dangerous. We might really be in a perilous time. Cut to Incheon International Airport. The doors opened. A group of people marched in with steady, confident steps. Led by, she radiated a solemn aura. The Human Rights Committee representative for the survivors of Yoon had arrived. They shook hands under the flash of countless cameras. A calm, polite voice said, I am Gang Het, president of the Korean Hunters Association. Louis responded with a warm smile. Aya, a Human Rights Committee officer representing the survivors. She looked up, voice respectful. It is truly an honor to meet the Korean legend. He laughed heartily. That is all in the past now. Behind that gentle smile and humble exterior, Louis felt doubt. So it is true. the Korean Association, and the government has a close, cooperative relationship with the Pantheon Association. Thank you for coming all this way. Will I face pressure dealing with them here? Then she bit her lip, unconsciously adjusting her shiny glasses. I have protected countless survivors from various countries before. Louise took a deep breath, her resolve firm again. Pressure from groups like this is nothing for me. Just then, a clear female voice broke the tension. Hello? Officer Louise, she asked quietly, her eyes sharp like a blade. Who is that? Harry smiled softly, casually introducing, this is Han Harry, your guide for today. Louise nodded slightly, her tone a bit proud. I see, she responded with bright, friendly eyes full of enthusiasm. Should we head to the Crusacea Autonomous Area in Mokpo? Right now, there are 18,744 Crusacea people living there. She looked a bit surprised, a curious smile playing on her lips. Sounds good. I will take your help today. And Harry smiled comfortably. Leave it to me. In that brief moment, a flicker of caution flashed in Louise's eyes. Thoughts swirling in her mind. They are from another world, living and working here. I will make sure they get the basic rights they deserve. Cut to the car ride from Incheon Airport to Mokpo. The scene peaceful at the Crusacea Autonomous Area in Mokpo. She and the group got off the car, the sea breeze carrying a salty scent. Louise's eyes drifted toward the beach, where people were gathering. Thoughtful, they have blended in well with the locals here. They played and laughed on the sand, their laughter mixing with the sound of the waves. People and animals here live harmoniously, close-knit, with no sense of alienation among them. She slowly scanned the scene, her gaze pausing on a couple smiling and posing for the camera. Is this some kind of traditional culture? With slender fingers, she pushed up her shiny glasses. Louise asked, I heard Crusacea people live by the sea. Harry answered casually. They have no conflicts with the fishermen here, she explained slowly. Fishing has declined in Mokpo, and this place has become a consumer city with shipbuilding and heavy industry zones. Meanwhile, he did not look away from the tablet screen in his hands, his brows slightly raised, but there is still probably not enough jobs. Right? Please understand. This info helps me ensure the rights of the survivors. The ocean floor is being cleaned up. That is totally fine too. Many of them participate in government-led marine pollution cleanup projects, cleaning the sea, and their skills are excellent. Louise breathed a sigh of relief. That is a load off. Next is bitch. The sea surface ahead is churning, water jets spraying high with foam. Louise frowned, annoyed. Han, what was that explosion just now? Harry replied calmly. That might be the Crusaceian training team warming up. She smiled. Crusaceian training? There are many Crusaceians underwater. Over 300 are warrior class, and they are required to train underwater. So they are just practicing. She watched calmly. I get it now. That must really help with defending the gates. Harry hesitated. Arthi? Cut to the car speeding down the road. Inside, she carefully flipped through documents, her tone steady but eyes showing satisfaction. They are adapting really well here. Louise smiled. Yeah? Calling their activities a model for others to follow is not an exaggeration, she spoke softly. They understand their strengths and racial traits, so there's no conflict with locals. Even in the city, Crusaceians are still highly respected. Hearing that, she sighed quietly, watching the scenery flash by outside the window. This is definitely a reasonable and human operation. Louise frowned. This is kinda unreal. The guild here is spreading positive influence across different races like that. Rumors say this guild and King Leon cruelly abuse prisoners. Her slender finger lightly touched her chin. Maybe it is just a misunderstanding, especially after what I have seen recently in the car. Heading to Nadu, Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement. We have arrived. This is the Pantheon Guild's holy ground. Before them, the city of Nadu appeared in twilight. Louise stepped down leisurely, her eyes filled with curiosity. So this is the famous place, but then she froze. A piercing shout rang out. Welcome. 2 rows of people immediately lined up in formation, rolling out a bright red carpet. Welcome to Nadu, he spoke excitedly. We are doing great and feeling satisfied. There is no abuse or forced labor here at all. Right after, someone else joined in. Yeah, we were all happy and totally willing to work. Louise covered her mouth, shocked. This soup is seriously amazing. She thought. She would seen a lot of forced smiles before, but her eyes quickly turned sharp and suspicious. This is not right. This kind of thing usually shows up in war zones where human rights are ignored. In her memory, Louise was a passionate, dedicated employee, a true advocate for human rights, who put her whole heart into her work. He took off his glasses and sighed in relief. Her efforts had made the world a better place, and seeing the smiles of those suffering was a precious reward for her. She smiled with satisfaction, but her instincts suddenly sharpened. Something felt off. Back in reality, Louise hesitated, suddenly alert. Something's wrong. Why does that forced smile and those insistent words feel so fake? She grabbed his shoulder firmly. Eye searching. Sorry to ask, but is anyone being oppressed here? I am asking because I want to help, so please be honest. His expression shifted, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. But his mouth forced out the opposite words. No one's oppressing me. I am here voluntarily today. Working comfortably. I am really happy. Luis was suspicious. No one usually lies this much, of course. Luis had no idea. The moment they made a pact with the sun god and passed judgment, they lost their freedom, and their spirits screamed silently. She was briefly surprised, whispering, Lord Jackspinner is... Then he cut her off. It is melted. Please make way. Luis forced a smile and stayed calm. Shall we eat with everyone here? He replied. No problem. I will lead the way. She spoke softly. Thanks. I am counting on you today. As they moved, her eyes followed the group boarding the vehicle. Among them were two guys sweating nervously, their faces tense with forced, creepy smiles. The vehicle rolled down the wide road. When they arrived, Luis was stunned. This hall was huge. Harry's eyes sparkled. She adjusted her glasses and said confidently yet gently, Today we have soybean soup and pancakes. Before them, the food was neatly arranged, abundant, each dish placed like part of a familiar ritual. Soybean soup, kimchi, though sadly no meat. But considering the local cuisine, that was not surprising. She turned shyly and asked, How do you eat this? Slowly, she placed rice on a lettuce leaf. When the rich flavor of the soybean soup mixed with the spicy, sour kimchi on her tongue, she was surprised. They eat raw garlic like this? Suddenly, she felt her body change. Her fatigue vanished, and she felt better than ever. Amazed, she grabbed another bite while glancing at Harry. Han, do not tell me. She smiled proudly. These crops were blessed and grown here in Nadu. Still eating, Louis' mind wandered. Just eating this could heal illnesses. Magical crops. Why would anyone give such precious food to the staff? She looked ahead and then froze. Louis asked softly. Concerned? Doesn't everyone eat it? It is really tasty and nutritious. A staff member quickly avoided her gaze. He muttered, I am not really into fermented stuff. The person next to him waved a hand awkwardly and forced a smile. It just does not suit my taste. She paused. Suspicious, if some refuse, claiming it is not their taste. The meal ended successfully. The meal was finished. Louis smiled happily. What an amazing experience. Thanks for the delicious food. Harry sighed, smiling brightly. That was a relief. She tilted her head eagerly. Yingo, may I talk with you for a moment? His Majesty is waiting. Hearing this, she did not hesitate, nodding cheerfully. Of course. Inside the room, people were gathered around him, satisfied from the meal, and Louis did not notice. These crops are poison to bad guys. Complaints and worries kept coming. Oh no. Chunks, it's frozen stiff again. Fainted once more. Right? A poor street hidden behind a thick fog. The dim yellow streetlights reflecting on dirty puddles. Dennis knelt and saluted Ronan with deep respect. Almighty One. Ronan stood up sternly, as if about to issue orders. Our gods have sent the human rights investigation team to Pantheon. He nodded, eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Good. Human faith is so fragile. Dennis loosened his tie slightly, a sly smile curling his lips. Exactly. Who would have thought expanding the Horde would go this smoothly? The obstacle for the investigation team was none other than Dennis, a spy from inside the old territory. In the darkness, the kneeling eyes flashed with ambition. Their goal, of course, was to destroy Earth, starting with expanding the 7 hordes. The city was engulfed in smoke, fire, and death. Screams of despair everywhere. If the hordes made up more than half the population, the world would no longer function normally. War after breakfast, war after lunch, then off to bed. He clasped his hands, begging earnestly, but Ronan replied coldly. Speak. Dennis raised his eyebrows slightly, hesitant but still respectful. I do not doubt your plan, my lord, even if the investigation team uncovers the truth about the Pantheon. I think the Korean government will just cover for them. The magical orb in his hand glowed brightly as he said, echoing from the depths. The Pantheon's ties with the government are that strong. Pantheon itself was established entirely with support from the Korean Hunters Association. He sneered a twisted, cruel smile. But that did not matter. Ronan's voice turned poisonous. As long as we keep public attention on them and question their human rights, that is enough. Dennis hesitated. I do not think that will work, Ronan shouted, startled by the interruption, his nose flaring red and sharp pain shooting through it. I only do this for our dignity. Ronan struggled angrily. Lives are at stake, so be careful. Dennis felt confused, cold sweat spreading across his cheeks. What do you mean by that? Ronan, silent until now, suddenly spoke hoarsely. Look at the screen. Ronan's eyes widened, voice shaky. The image showed a dark, damp tunnel. People were desperately digging. Is this a rare metal mine? What is there? Ronan cut him off sharply. Just watch. Before Ronan's eyes, a massive rock began to sweat moisture. The whole place shook violently. Workers screamed in terror, scrambling for an escape route, the screams mixed with crashing stones. Hey, are you okay? My leg, amid the chaos, a giant figure appeared, wielding a heavy rope, stalked forward like a beast hunting prey, then whipped the rope down on everyone. Bones shattered. Cries of agony echoed. I was wrong. Dennis Jun shouted. His eyes burned red with rage. These bastards deserve punishment. Ronan's eyes flashed, voice harsh and loud. There is more. He went stiff, breathing heavy, a strange fear rising inside him. His voice grew heavy. He had encountered holy power, something opposed to us. Even if they fall, they make him work. Suddenly, a chilling, dry voice came through the screen. Hurry up, Dennis, you deserve this. Jun's eyes widened in shock and anger. He spoke slowly. This scene is the most heartbreaking. He sighed again. Is there more? Leah's scream echoed through the screen. Prepare the human launcher. Visam. Dennis turned pale, face drained white. Human launcher. What is that? Jun was speechless. On the screen appeared a man chained tightly, bruised all over, placed before a massive cold machine. How can humans do this? A desperate, hateful scream rang out. Remember me. Their eyes were filled with bitterness. We will remember you, Ronan said darkly. See, this is the future if that bastard Leon rules Earth. He was furious. Everything will be crushed and thrown away by that psychopath. Dennis roared, eyes blazing with hatred. Perverted bastards. I will never forgive you. You deserve punishment. Savages. He trembled with rage. A flicker of doubt crossed Dennis' eyes. But my lord, if we rush things, won't he notice? Ronan replied slowly. Don't you worry about that. A glow sparked from his finger. The artifact I am giving you will protect your mind from investigation. Dennis' eyes widened, then exclaimed with relief. Really? That is a relief? Dennis beat his chest, eyes shining with fierce determination. I will succeed. I will punish that evil bastard. Ronan smiled darkly. Exactly. Excellent. Scene change. He was nailed harshly to a tall wooden stake, his body rough and battered, his face pale and bloodless. But below, everyone cursed the turtles, shouted to kill them, saying we have to kill these bastards. How did it come to this? Thousands of eyes stabbed like knives, burning with cold fury and rage. Shouting again. They are all evil pests, we must kill them. Burn them all. Nearby, Lewis stood frozen, his hollow gaze filled with despair. Jeff and two soldiers closed in, stepping forward coldly. He was serious, stating that the trial would begin in 21st century Korea. Burning at the stake was abolished. Choi strolled calmly along a narrow dirt path, a native farmer from Nadu, kind-hearted and devoted to the temple of life and prosperity. The old man smiled warmly. Today's breeze was truly pleasant. He had been hopeful since Leon first arrived here. Choi stood silently, eyes clear and steady, recalling the many years he would quietly watched over this land, once barren and lifeless from magical pollution. They had lost the land they were born and raised on, and dozens more were drowning in debt just to buy expensive cleansing agents. The farmers' wish came true. Their only hope was a powerful cleanser to purify this poisoned land. Then it appeared their salvation. Leon stood in the field, where once the crops had withered for seasons. Now golden rice waved in the breeze. The villagers were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. It had purified the entire land, so potent even the mages of the tower had given up trying, bringing the goddess of life and prosperity to this place. At the dining table, the old man lifted his rice bowl, the fragrant aroma filling the air. The joy of eating a blessed harvest for the first time was indescribable. All the ailments that had plagued the elderly vanished in an instant. Laughter echoed throughout the room. They grew younger, stronger, with a vitality they had never known even in their youth. So it was only natural for the elders to turn to the temple, walking forward, waving a hand. Choi paused briefly, smiled, then approached. Back, what are you up to? He replied plainly. Just fixing the upgraded tractor that Lord Jack made. He perked up with excitement, voice eager. Lord Jack calls it something like holoragen or hologram. It guides me through everything from start to finish. Choi burst out laughing, shook his head, sighed. Oh man, so much has happened, he said with a knowing tone. Anyway, Choi, you really reflect the shine from that freshly forged sickle and hoe. Laughing happily. Don't you have your own garden? These days everyone has one. I have already made a sickle and a hand hoe for you. Interested, Choi was silent a moment, stroking his chin thoughtfully, gazing at the small gardens that had become the latest trend among the elders in the Nadu Plains. By religious law, large-scale crops are taxed under Article 19, but small gardens under 12 payan are exempt. Inside the room, Leon sat at his desk, voice low but firm. After all, a personal garden is just a hobby. Who would tax a hobby? Small private gardens are not considered part of agricultural land. They are just personal pastimes. His eyes darkened with thought. So the temple's laws are not as strict as people think, full of loopholes easily exploited by those with bad intentions. He smiled gently, eyes bright with optimism. Those with dark hearts will surely face divine punishment. Just give me a set. I want to grow some tomatoes for the newborn baby. Hearing this, the old man nodded. Who would not? At our age, that is how it is. Steps echoed from the hallway behind. Dennis' voice came near, trying to sound formal. Greeting. Hello, sir. The old man looked surprised. Brow furrowed. Who is this guy? And bowed slightly, introducing in a proper tone. Ionis, an inspector from the United Nations. The old man was surprised. United Nations. You are from the inspection team that came here, right? Choi smiled, but Jeff cut in proudly. Our village is pretty famous these days. Dennis smiled stiffly. Forcing it, I just have a few quick questions. Suddenly, Hent's eyes darkened, a killing intent flickering behind deep black pupils. The people working here, not daring to linger any longer, Dennis immediately turned and ran, the old man's shadow fading behind the cobblestone path. The old man froze, clearly confused. After a moment, Choi sighed and replied firmly. They were gifted to us by the subordinates to help us old folks with lighter work. Dennis looked puzzled. Gifted? Hent smirked, quietly pleased. Exactly. Dennis forced a weak smile and cautiously asked, how are they paid? Can I ask about their working conditions? His eyes darkened suspiciously. What? The old man clenched his teeth, knuckles white with anger, shouting sharply. Listen to this insolent brat. Why is Hen meddling in our business with the subordinates? The crazy old man snarled, eyes rolling back, veins bulging on his temple. Is Han saying we are exploiting our Chun Shiki? Just because we are from the countryside, he looks down on us. Han panicked, stammering. That is not what I meant, sir. This crazy old man, how does he even wield a weapon in broad daylight like that? Choi stepped up quickly, his tone calm but firm. That is enough. Koi, if you can control your anger, you will embarrass His Majesty. He turned to Dennis, giving a thin, meaningful smile. We will talk later. I will take the kids on a tour around the village. The other man wiped his sweat, pale-faced and trembling. Yeah, sure. Without daring to linger a second longer, Dennis immediately turned and ran, the old man's shadow fading down the cobblestone path. His eyes darkened, voice lowering with heavy words. Bis looked momentarily lost, but then he nodded slightly. Yes, he spread his arms wide and told the kids to pack up their gear. We have to settle this with a final showdown. Then a furious shout erupted like a wave. Kill them all. I said burn those bastards alive. Angry farmers across the Nasu plains surrounded the entire uninspection team. Lou struggled to explain. Everyone, please stay calm. We are not villains. The woman rolled her eyes in disgust. Donna lied to us. Her face turned pale and shocked. What the hell is going on? Why are we being called villains? Move forward. What is happening? The villagers instinctively turned. Wide-eyed, sir. The knights have arrived. A middle-aged man spoke full of bitterness. These guys have been spying, trying to see if His Majesty is mistreating the people. Those kids are twisting everything into some nonsense smear campaign. We could not just stand by anymore. Lewis shouted hoarsely, desperate and accusing. Like I said, only evil villains would do stuff like this. What? She glared at him, hesitant but furious. Sir Jeff Spinner, are you just going to stand there and watch this injustice? Hi Ruck, exactly. Her cold gaze shifted to the inspectors tied tightly to wooden stakes. Then let the trial begin. This is insane, really insane. In this 21st century world, a witch trial has begun. Lewis looked panicked and horrified in a icy voice. The North Moon witness stepped forward. Witness number 1. Giabak, standing straight before the loudspeaker in the square, his resentful eyes fixed on Dennis. That blue-eyed bastard just showed up and said this. The old man's voice thundered. That His Majesty might be oppressing innocent people. His face drained of blood, stammering. I did not say it like that at all. He interrupted sharply. Do you even know who His Majesty is? The old man pointed firmly, eyes full of respect. He saved our village when it was about to collapse. And you are accusing him of human rights violations. He shouted. Does that sound reasonable to everyone? Immediately, cheers erupted. That is right. Dennis was speechless, dizzy and confused. What the hell? None of this makes sense. No matter what, those guys are the real bad ones. Jack spoke calmly but cruelly. Agreed. Next witness. Choi Dyerso. As he passed the old man, Choi raised his hand. The two slammed their palms together in perfect sync, like they would rehearsed it. He stepped into the center of the square, voice booming and weighty, like an ancient truth echoing through time. I am Choi Dyerso, servant of Mother Demilla, goddess of life and prosperity. Witness number 2. Old man. Choi's eyes burned with deadly intent as he pointed directly at Dennis. Choi's heavy breath cut each word like a death sentence. Those people are demons. My gut tells me so. The villagers immediately stirred up chaos, shouting, What? This is nonsense. What the hell? Are you crazy? You just insulted old Choi. I told you, we have to kill him. But instantly, the protests were drowned out by a powerful voice demanding order. The elder's deep voice rang out. I have another reason to suspect them. A voice demanded. What reason? And jerked free, heart pounding wildly, mouth dry with fear their eyes. Choi furrowed his brow. Accusing. Those dead-eyed stares are exactly like the eyes of demons. Dennis snapped back, voice cracking with anger. What? You are mistaken. My eyes have always been like this? Maybe so, but this is utter nonsense. Lewis' face turned pale. Still, my gut says they are demons. He thought, he concluded firmly. Choi's testimony matches the feeling that they are demons. And now there is more evidence. A man yelled in fury. My dog has not eaten since those demons showed up. A woman clutched her small pet, eyes red and wild, face twisted like she would lost her mind. Look at my Poppy, barking crazily too. I am telling you, they are a bad omen. Choi nodded sharply, voice firm like a verdict. Of course. Animals can sense evil. They definitely know those are demons. Dennis was stunned. Voice trembling. Wait, what does a dog not eating or barking have to do with this? A curse rang out again, grabbed the pitchforks. Demons. This is madness enough, Jack spoke up. Defendants, do you have anything to say in your defense? She choked back tears. This is so unfair. We are absolutely not demons. He paused thoughtfully, not denying it is unfair. Lewis' eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope. Then, but Jack immediately declared, burn them alive. The square fell silent. She just stood frozen, face pale, unable to believe it. If they burn, they are demons. If not, they are innocent. Darkness swallowed the square, broken only by the flickering flames of torches, casting eerie shadows. Jack's cold voice echoed like a command. Bring the fire here. Lewis screamed in despair, body writhing against the wooden stake. Wait, something's wrong here. He spoke sternly. You want to argue? She fought back fiercely, tone resolute, refusing to back down. Of course I have my reasons. What kind of twisted law is this? Lewis' voice boomed with rage, making Jack sigh softly. Burning people just because you think they are possessed. Even the blacksmith is rushing to join in. It is ridiculous, Jack declared solemnly. The law is the law. His voice lowered, heavy with authority. Under Tatus rule, the god of sun and judgment, the knights became enforcers of heresy trials, establishing the demon-burning law and its enforcement. Hearing this, her face instantly changed, eyes wide with terror. The demon-burning law. Louis' voice choked with anger. And this is the method you claim is right, he calmly explained. Anyone suspected demonic tease, once accused and deemed guilty, will be burned, no exceptions. She struggled desperately, her eyes red with fury. She shouted, what kind of logic is that? This is barbarism, not human behavior. Z remained cold, voice dry but firm, unwavering in his stance. I am following proper procedure to investigate a suspected demon. This is necessary to cleanse them. All demons must reveal themselves to the fire. This is backed by previous research data. He shouted, his voice cracked with rage, eyes blazing with pain. You think this is right? If they burn, who would survive? Dennis' angry voice echoed. What if someone is a true church believer? Have you even thought about that? He yelled, voice raw with despair and fury. I am a follower of Ariana, goddess of light and justice. Is it fair to burn me alive? The crowd below erupted in chaos, strange cries filling the square. Now they are lying because they are backed into a corner. I swear, I am a true believer. His cold eyes swept over them, voice low but sharp. Silence fell, Jeff declared firmly. That is not something anyone can decide. He grabbed his head and shouted out, that spinner puppet is faking it, she is about to die. So she is lying? It is obvious she is not telling the truth. Jeff fell silent for a moment, then calmly ordered. All right, the law is the law. Burn her. Lewis exploded, voice full of rage, shouting in protest. So what the hell has changed? Hearing that, Jeff replied bluntly. Now, do you have any other problems? Desperate. She struggled, tears welling in her eyes, screaming amid the fanatical crowd. But nothing changed even though I protested. You still burn us before judging us. Jeff answered coldly. Is that any different? Lewis' face went pale instantly. If their faith is weak and aligned with demons, they will burn if they repent. According to the gods, they want to burn. Jeff said, this has been proven by data from these crazy fanatics. He declared solemnly, I just burn them and be done. Dennis gasped, shouting, stop. The crowd stirred, some clutching torches, others chanting wildly. Obeying the holy knight's command, the flames flared up, catching the wooden stakes. Crackling, and screamed desperately, these insane fanatics, put out the fire immediately. Extinguish it. The anguished cries stretched and then died out in the blazing red fire. Help! Save me! Nearby, she was frozen in shock, eyes wide, body trembling. We killed a demon already. 1,000 years for Leon hurt. Glory to the temple. Zed ordered immediately. Next, Lewis' throat caught, letting out only a pitiful scream as torches advanced toward her. Her eyes looked down at the crowd, faces ready with smug, satisfied smiles. The Unhuman Rights Organization won't let this slide. They will come after you to discuss this. You shameless lunatics will pay, Lewis shouted, her left eye burning with bitter resentment. That mad King Leon, the leader of these fanatics. Won't he get away with this? The world needs to see his true face. The sooner, the better for that racist bastard. Flames roar higher. Red light reflecting off her fierce face. You are all nothing but demons, you deserve to die. Lewis faltered but remained calm amid the inferno. Breathing softly, lips slightly moving. So warm, Jeff declared. Lewis is cleared of all demon accusations. Next defendant. Suddenly, a scream of pain echoed. It is too hot. People pointed and shouted in chaos. They are demons. Real demons. Lewis staggered, her head spinning. What the hell is going on? Terrified, she watched on officers burn one by one in the gods' sacred fire. Some inspectors stood firm amid the red flames, unscathed, while others were truly burned to death, even engulfed in flames. Dear Goddess Oriana, I thank you. I thank you so much. Later, under the full moon, she stepped forward, suspicious and angry, questioning aloud. Spinner puppet, what is going on? Some burn, some do not. What is the deal? It arrogantly replied. 400 accused #8 have died. Just as I predicted. Lewis was stunned. Just as predicted. A flash of light appeared. An image of a solemn meeting appeared. Plants empowered by the gods were deadly poison to those with evil intent. Jeb Chamrong explained. They can survive the fire. Betos, she corrected. Heart pounding. Whispered. Betos, god of war and fire. Lewis questioned. So that means we are all cleared of all charges. I can believe it. It remained silent. No response. Moments later, Jack gently moved his wings, stretching toward the night sky. The trial's over. She stood frozen, screaming in despair. Wait, just a sec, this really ends like that? And that was the end of the trial that day. Leon crossed his arms with a serious expression. His deep voice weighed heavily. I heard you went through a brutal trial by fire last night. Lewis replied firmly. I did not. Leon's eyes narrowed, sharp and unreadable. Then I believe you had a thorough tour of the Queen's artifact workshop and learned more about how demons are judged. He said, lowering his tone, each word heavy. Yes, I saw clearly that only those aligned with demons burn under the gods' fire. After the chaos of last night, Lewis was guided by Xapi to Tor Patrick's workshop in barracks, walking with shaky legs. Her eyes filled with disbelief as she realized the truth. The execution from the day before was replayed right before her eyes. The strange, haunting cries she thought were just hallucinations matched exactly what she would heard. Even Lewis, a man who values human rights, was not an idealistic crusader ready to support the rights of the demon guards. Lewis spoke solemnly, his eyes worried. Your Majesty, how should I report back about these demons when I return? Leon leaned back, calm and composed. I have already predicted how people there will react. His sharp eyes warned. Some fools will argue about human rights and claim even the demon guards deserve saving. Lewis took a deep breath, trying to keep calm. In our world, that is a core value that is nearly impossible to change, Leon said firmly. His gaze darkened, a sharp glint flashing. Watch anyone who says things like that in the meeting. In any world, humans instinctively hate evil. Those who tolerate evil are usually evil themselves. Leon picked up a golden cup and set it on the table. Take this. She flinched, trembling as she bowed her head. Your Majesty, as an unofficial, I cannot accept bribes. He smirked. I remember you, a low-ranking officer like you dares to refuse the king's gift. Leon spoke generously but with undeniable authority. Take it. It will help you for a while. She hesitated briefly before trembling hands accepted it. Thank you. Your Majesty. He stared sharply, his words cutting. I hear you are a clever woman. Her eyes darkened again. Then you will know how to use it wisely. Suddenly, she saw Jeff appear. Sir Spinner. At that moment, Leon noticed Jeff's figure. She wanted to return to the UN headquarters. Could you escort her to the gate? He confidently replied immediately. No problem. 4 members of the Human Rights Inspection team died during the temple visit. At that moment, a man slammed his fist on the conference table. These barbarians, this incident will shake not just the Korean government, but the entire UN headquarters. Harrison questioned angrily. You are saying they literally burned people alive? Even our own colleagues died there. Lewis, sitting opposite, hesitated slightly but nodded. Her eyes were resolute. Maybe some of our colleagues sympathize with the demon guards. He immediately snapped. What are you talking about? Officer Lewis, do not spread baseless rumors like that. Every country declared a state of emergency and began condemning the temple's brutal acts. The room was tense, unbelievable. We have to rescue them immediately. Eventually, Lewis was summoned to the highest level, and under fierce criticism, she had to testify in detail about what happened at the temple. Lewis remained calm despite all the attacks around her. Yes, We need to send an official letter to the temple and issue a formal statement to punish them immediately. She trembled with rage. Grinding her teeth, Lewis' eyes flashed fiercely as she suddenly stood upright, enunciating every word. Officer Harrison, what is going on? Why do you keep defending those demons? You look like you are about to explode. Why do you ask? Officer Lewis' face turned pale. The room dimmed. Suddenly, she slammed her foot on the conference table. Leaning forward, raising her arm high, glowing with divine light, a blinding beam burst forth, throwing the room into chaos. Delegates shielded their eyes. It was dazzling. Officer Lewis, what are you doing? He stared in shock as someone screamed in panic. A demon? Officer Harrison is a demon. He roared. You crazy bastard. You got something from Leon, did not you? Lewis collapsed. Legs trembling, he really was a demon. Harrison loosened his collar, face twisted with rage, screaming wildly. If it has come to this, a swarm of dark figures charged out, demon hounds with blazing red eyes, kill every last one of them. A thud rang out confirming the demon's presence. She staggered, falling backward, but did not hit the cold ground, caught securely in a warm, steady embrace. And Toch raised a hand to defend, a deadly red glow flickering in his palm. The scene before Lewis' eyes left him wide-eyed and stunned. He then clenched his fist, shell casings dropping with Antoch's embarrassed glance, as he spread his arms and activated defense mode. In the tense air, as the dust settled, towering zombie before them revealed a frightened robotic zombie. No way. Why is he here? The robot ignored the zombie's fear and suddenly spoke. The world is on the brink of extinction. The robot's red eyes flared bright. System activated. Battle protocols downloading from the cloud. A humanoid figure appeared, surprising the girl. It was Antoch, her bodyguard. The zombie snarled. Wait, you are not fighting alone, right? Do you know how many allies I have here? The robot remained unmoved by the zombie's words, like a programmed machine that did not care. Behind the robot, a battalion of huge war machines appeared. Targets. Demon hounds must be exterminated. The scene shifted to a person puffing cheeks while sucking on a straw. Soho was scrolling his phone and then spoke to Jay Hikes, setting his cup down. He asked, where? On Soho's phone screen, countless demons had been detected. The international community was shocked as the footage shifted back to the demons. Both were stunned. Soho's eyes widened in disbelief. They said there were over 300 demons, a total of 337 demons there. While Jae-Hai casually asked, since when did you get there? Soho worried. This is bad. What if demons have already infiltrated everywhere? But unlike his worried tone, Jae-Hai leaned back in his chair, folding his arms. He said, whatever. I am taking a break now. There was a reason Soho and Jae-Hai were slacking off the international holiday. Shukseok was coming up, and Jae-Hai had declared a day off for the entire temple. It is also known as the Festival of the Gods. After enduring the harsh struggle at the gate, Soho and Jae-Hai finally got to enjoy a well-deserved holiday. Jae-Hai relaxed. Tonight, I'm having pizza. Tomorrow, it is a chicken hot pot set. Not stopping there, he added sadly. And for lunch? Pizza again. Soho next to him, munching a burger, asked, don't you ever get tired of that? Suddenly, loud shouts echoed from outside, making both of them turn around curious. From afar, a group was running in formation. Some wore only sports shorts. As they got closer, Soho and Jae-Hai saw the group included adults and young men, all panting heavily, sweat dripping down their skin. Then a silver-haired man spoke up, you two young guys, are you in training or something? On the other side, Jae-Hai waved both hands. Uncle Kun? Hello? They stood and walked toward Do-Hyu, asking, are you out for a run? I am training with Mu, sir. Hearing this, he shyly replied, but I am not an official knight yet. He explained, I am still just an intern, so do not treat me like a knight. Those words shocked Jae-Hai and Suho. That is true, but because Harry, Soyeon, Jae-Hai, and Soho all have special stages even while inside the temple. Since John Soyeon served as the knight's commander, Hari ranks 4th in the entire temple, and is N's rank hunter, so she is a noble. Jae-Hai and Soho are the same. After collecting the sacred relics, they have leveled up incredibly fast. Those two have fully become rank hunters, while DEX still has not advanced beyond being an ordinary warrior. He shyly rubbed his head, thinking, they never started from the same place as me anyway. Then DZ said, alright, then we will be off. Suddenly, Jae-Hai shouted, wait a sec, sir. Without waiting for him to say more, the whole team took off, leaving only their voices echoing in the air. Alright, let us, 1, 2. Soho honestly could not believe he worked so hard, but things just were not going his way. Next to him, Jae-Hai seriously replied, that is unavoidable, he is barely over a C rank. Then he asked, when do you think we can level up Lord Gelbrick's father? Hearing that, Soho recalled what he knew to answer, Even the sacred relics we inherited have not fully accepted us as their masters yet. But Lord Gelbrick's father became a knight of the Holy Grail the moment he lifted it, right? Jae-hyuk felt troubled hearing that. I have no idea how many skills it takes to pull that off. Then the two lay back down to soak up the sun. Knights of the Holy Grail, at least 4 people in the temple know the true meaning of that title. Wake up, they are the knights who fought in the last war. Like the Mage Queen who stood at the top of her world. Or those strange machines that completed thousands of missions, only they earn that prestigious title. Jae-hyuk said flat. Honestly, who on earth holds that much honor and glory? Seeing that, Soho guessed it might be Harry. I have never seen her cry like that before. He heard her mention it and paused, then asked, Hey, what is the king up to? Seems like he has been busy with the queen these past few days. Suho, currently away from the desk, did not look up but replied, She said the king's managing his stress pretty well. Hearing this, Jae-hyuk could not hold back and suddenly sat up. No way, he looks pretty sharp. Oh man. Seriously. Then quickly dodging, I do not know anything. Suho said, wiping his eyes elsewhere. I do not get what you mean either. In front of those huge skyscrapers. What is beneath the temple? We know nothing about it. Nothing at all. That is the underground temple, where a maid was resting on a big wooden barrel. Suddenly a painful scream echoed, and Hinder looked over. Another demon died today. Then footsteps approached from somewhere. Hinder was too shocked to speak as she looked toward the footsteps' owner and shouted, Your Majesty, the one who just entered is the Honorable King. As he entered, the stench hit hard, making Leon cover his nose with a cloth. Someone nearby stepped forward. Oh my. Your Majesty, the day has come. Leon approached Patrick. This place still smells terrible. Seriously, this is not a place for a noble like you. Patrick laughed. I do try to ventilate my workshop. If the day only knew that. Leon asked. You have to go through here to get to your work, right? Patrick kept smiling. I can make these monsters comfortable just for my convenience. Leon said, that is some seriously self-sacrificing spirit. Both ignored Hildy kneeling nearby, making her frustrated. This is seriously so weird. Hildy looked up, clenched her teeth, and cursed silently. These crazy lunatics. We are the ones suffering under these conditions. So why do they keep acting like they are the victims? The more Hildy thought about it, the more twisted she felt. The mage's workshop is connected to the first floor by an elevator already. So why do they have to go through here? Suddenly, Lynn glanced back and said, smart moves that scare Hildy into a mess. She was so scared her eyes reddened, tears streaming down. Trembling as she asked, why would you do that? Hildy's words made Leon grit his teeth. Each word spat out. Don't let those dark thoughts take hold. As soon as he finished, she suddenly froze, unable to understand, then clung tightly to his leg, lying there with furious eyes locked on Leon as he turned away, seething silently. She thought, he has lost it. Why get mad just because of what others think? Leon then turned back and continued talking with Patrick. Hey, why are you so calm? Patrick smiled knowingly. I have news that'll definitely cheer Leon up. Surprise flashed across Leon's face when he heard the name. Lord Vulcanus, a towering figure clad in iron armor, fierce and powerful, with blazing red eyes. He has taken down countless zombies and monsters. We have found a way to track Lord Vulcanus, the Holy Knight. Later, Leon and Patrick sat quietly in the palace hall, their expressions serious and tense. To explain, Patrick spoke slowly. This is just a theory of mine. Patrick believed Lord Vulcanus was inside the Frost Grand Duke's territory. Suddenly, Leon's pupils dilated, his eyes full of shock. After calming down, he wondered, why have not we been able to open the gate to that place using holy power? Patrick showed some disappointment but replied gently, I think the demons have their own security system and have grown more cautious. She went on, when we entered the Butcher Grand Duke's territory, we used his arm as a key to channel power. That is how we accessed the gate to the demon realm. Also, the holy power blade does not work because it does not belong to the demon realm. Hearing this, Leon pondered deeply, then nodded slightly, showing he understood. Confirm, he added. If Lord Vulcanus disappeared through a gate, we already know the coordinates of. The blade could open that space gate, but if he entered a part of the demon realm we are unaware of, the blade won't work. At this point, Leon looked confused, wondering why Lord Vulcanus would be in the demon realm's territory. Before this seemingly unanswerable question, Patrick remained calm and confident. Maybe he witnessed the demons opening space gates and escaping everywhere during the 200 years of war. Right? Hearing that, Leon was stunned. Then confirmed. That is right. Patrick continued. I believe the Frost Grand Duke, who fought Vulcanus, felt his life was threatened and fled into the demon realm. Suddenly alert, Leon asked. During the battle, the Frost Grand Duke retreated, and is likely Lord Vulcanus chased after him. Without hesitation, Patrick nodded calmly. Exactly. She also believed that for some unavoidable reason, Lord Vulcanus could not escape that space. And we need to find the Frost Grand Duke's hiding place to understand the whole story. After grasping the situation, Lin smiled fiercely and added, "So we can enter the demon realm by using the Butcher Grand Duke's arm as bait." His eyes shining with eager anticipation, he asked Patrick, "Will you join me in this battle?" Hearing this, she placed her hand on his. She replied respectfully, "Of course. Just imagining how shocked they will be when we show up gets my heart racing with excitement." Then, in the silent, gloomy space, a sinister, delighted laugh echoed. Meanwhile, news that Leon and his team destroyed the Butcher Grand Duke as territory and that Grand Duke Akasa vanished reached the demon generals. Since Leon Hurt defeated him, the destruction of that domain was inevitable, but once the army left, Akasa expected the demon generals to clean up the mess. At that moment, one demon general angrily pointed and shouted, "You expect me to go in there and clean the battlefield?" At the demon council, his roar sent shivers down everyone's spines. Just one yell, and hundreds of demons were on edge. Another added, "Those piercing blue eyes Leon Hurt is descending from the heavens onto the battlefield," making all the demons tense up and break out in a cold sweat. Plus, they would heard the Mage Queen had arrived too, and thinking about Patrick's icy, dangerous gaze when giving orders only made things worse. Tossing everything into chaos, that demon panicked and yelled, "What?" The Mage Queen herself, despite the fear, another cautiously reminded, "Wait, did not we say the Mage Queen was just a rumor? Don't even mention it here." Meanwhile, Gop, the great demon of wisdom, clenched his teeth, thinking, "This is bad." Watching the others panic, Gop grew more worried. He knew someone had to clean up the Butcher Duke's territory, and this chaos was not going to cut it. Sure enough, he was called out, "Hey, soldier." Gop panicked but kept his cool and replied, "Yes." With that commanding, expectant glare from the demon, everyone wanted Gop to handle the job. Furious but powerless, Gop gritted his teeth and accepted, resolute. He shouted, "Yes, seniors, I will take care of it." The demon grinned. "Good, the soldier's going." Then the others chimed in. "Makes sense. Sending a soldier there is safer." "Yeah, Gop will handle it." Facing these schemers, Gop put on a tearful, emotional act. But inside, he was cursing like crazy. Soon after, Gop arrived at Duke Akasa's territory, the holy power cleansing zone, pacing back and forth, urging the demon workers to speed things up. Then he barked orders. "This area has to be purified by the end of today." Suddenly, a demon worker collapsed, clutching his face. "The holy power contamination is at 85%. I can take it." Behind him, another backed away. Those monsters poured their holy power into this land. Holy power is the ultimate bane of demons, so the traces of holy light magic from Leon and his mages polluted the demon realm. While cleaning up, they even found a flower blooming here. Seeing this, Gop looked incredulous. He thought Leon Hurt was trying to change the demon world, but as a demon general, Gop would not let Leon get away with it. He hurried closer and ordered, "Gather all the land contaminated by holy power into one place." Curious, the demon worker asked, "What will you do with that cursed land?" Gop replied, "Everything will be recycled." After a while, the demon dumped the contaminated soil into a pile radiating supreme holy power. The demons whispered, "This is terrifying. The contamination is off the charts." A voice warned, "Stay back." Gop showed concern and told the demon worker to move away, because it was dangerous. The demon hesitated, scared, but did not move yet. Gop approached the soil pile and raised his staff. Curious, the demon asked, "What is that staff of yours?" Gop quickly explained, "It has been absorbing holy power for 250 years. Hearing that, the demon grew even more anxious. Gop absorbed the holy power from the soil with his staff and said, "Didn't I say I have my own plan?" They did not ask more, still watching tensely, while Gop quietly looked down on them, thinking they were idiots. "You do not even realize how useful holy power is. That is why you are still low-level demons." Before long, Gop announced, "Everything's absorbed into the staff now." Then he pushed them on, "Keep up the cleanup campaign, move faster." Hearing that, they dared not delay, quickly responding and working harder. Afterward, Gop slowly left. Watching the demon workers busy cleaning up, a wave of unease swept over him, making him worry had he absorbed too much holy power. Suddenly, he remembered he would forgotten to check what was happening back on Earth. After that, he told himself once this is done, he will ask Dainan to confirm where the Heart King is right now. Night fell, and Gop pushed aside his uneasiness, sinking into sleep, his mind restless. Suddenly sensing something, Gop sat up against the bed, feeling a wave of calm, then worry crept in again as he gripped the blanket tight. Asking himself, what is going on here? In the dark hallway, not a single demon guard was in sight, but Gop's room let out a rare beam of light. Quickly, he wrapped a thin cloth around himself, grabbed an oil lamp, and carefully stepped out. After a few steps, he immediately sensed something was off. Where were the slaves and guards? Standing still, Gop scanned every corner, puzzled. If I am resting, The slaves should still be working hard right now. Unnoticed by him, a shadow with pure blue eyes clung to a pillar, staring intently at him, swift as lightning. The shadow vanished behind him, though he could not see it clearly. Gop had a vague feeling. He thought, not bad, there is definitely something behind me, and Gop silently confirmed, with this chill down his spine. There must be an assassin sent to kill me, no doubt about it. That shadow was Leon, silently tracking Gop's every move at that moment. Gop's suspicion was completely justified. In fact, the demon realm looks unified from the outside. But underneath, it is a chaotic mess of constant power struggles. It is a brutal world where your origin, clan, and strength determine everything. As a low-level demon of goblin origin, Gop was always looked down on and bullied by higher-ranking demon clans. Back to the present, he dropped the staff from his hand. Meanwhile, Leon slowly approached Gop, only to see him smirking confidently. You are not the first assassin sent to kill me, and you definitely won't be the last. Then he swung the staff toward Leon, who instinctively stepped back. Suddenly, Gop shouted, "Holy power, devour my enemy quickly." A golden light blasted out from the staff with overwhelming force. Moments later, Lin was engulfed in holy energy. Gop grew even more smug. The holy glow shone bright, releasing a blast that could melt anything it touched, especially demons, and he firmly believed anything hit by it would die. But seeing Leon completely unaffected, he froze in shock. Lin kept staring straight at Gop, quietly weighing his options. Meanwhile, Gop panicked, wide-eyed and gasping. What is this? How is this possible? He was terrified, realizing, damn it, Leon, why is he here? He even thought about the outcome. I am going to die. I am definitely going to die. Finally, Leon spoke up, sounding a bit strange. He said thoughtfully, you are using holy power. He concluded, so you are not a goblin after all. Hearing that, Gop blinked in surprise, a rare joy flickering in his eyes. In the dark hall, two heavenly swords crossed on the wall, the candlelight long since extinguished. Leon looked at Gop suspiciously, noticing his use of holy power. Then he asked slowly, so you are not a goblin? Hearing this, Gop could not hide his doubt. Inside, he calculated silently. I used holy power thinking you were an assassin sent to kill me, but now you are mistaking me for someone else just because of that. Finally, as if clutching at a lifeline, his eyes widened in shock. Then he dropped to his knees, speaking with reverence. Savior? This left Liam momentarily confused and puzzled. Leon scanned him carefully and asked, why would I be your savior? Gop kept his head bowed, gritting his teeth, thinking, lucky me. He has not attacked yet. As a wise general, Gop was now frantically plotting when suddenly he looked up. Speaking persuasively, there is a legend in our tribe that a knight will be sent by the goddess to save us from suffering. After saying this, he carefully watched Leon's face, who silently listened. Then Leon said, all right, keep going. Gop's face lit up with hope. You really believe it? Feeling energized, Gop did not hesitate to make up a story. It happened long ago. We were a small tribe that worshipped the gods and loved peace. But one day, the orcs came and attacked us, then took us away to serve as slaves. We endured it all, hoping one day to see the light again. But the orcs sold us to demons for more food. While serving the demons, we received a prophecy that someday, Gop continued slowly. Then he firmly declared, a savior will definitely come to free us. Despite his confident words, Gop could not stop his heart pounding as he looked hopefully at Leon. Surprisingly, Leon showed no suspicion, his eyes moist with tears. A truly touching story. Seeing Leon's trust, Gop felt confused and on edge. Then Leon gently asked, what is the name of your god? Without hesitation, Gop replied, the all-powerful god of wisdom. When he looked up, he caught Leon's burning gaze, and Leon slowly repeated, the god of wisdom. Huh? You know, our language is pretty complicated. Now Leon seemed to be thinking deeply, weighing right and wrong. Then, Leon looked away, never expecting there to be a goblin in this land. Hearing that, Goblin could not help but feel thrilled. Clearly, Leon had been fooled because Leon's carefree attitude made him misunderstand the situation, while Goblin was openly excited and eager to respond. Yeah, exactly. Goblin thought quietly. I'm like. Then, Leon, full of chivalry, placed a hand on his shoulder and decided, all right, let us do it this way. Next, he mentioned, this place is dangerous. Come with me. Goblin lightly replied that it was okay. Still, all he got was Leon's hearty laugh, telling him not to worry. Moments later, Goblin helplessly got pulled along by Leon, who felt he could not leave him in such a dangerous place, and also wanted to learn more about his tribe. Behind them, Goblin desperately cried out, his heart screaming, please, spare me. Meanwhile, Leon was cheerful, telling him to cry all he wanted if it made him happy. The truth was, Goblin just wanted to go home. After a while, the two were walking side by side, the city walls fading behind them. Leon called out, Goblin. He turned slightly and said, you remind me of someone. Goblin was momentarily surprised. Leon explained, in the past, there was a goblin I wanted to team up with, Hearing that, Goblin froze in fear, biting his lip tight, not daring to say a word. Leon continued. That monster had a sharp tongue and a tricky personality. What was his name? Gobuck or something? Goblin stammered and laughed nervously. Sorry, I do not know that name. Then Leon smiled wryly. Anyway, sorry for comparing you to him. For the Goblin's past, 230 years ago, right after awakening as a demon general, he met Leon for the first time. Leon approached slowly with a sharp sword in hand. Under Leon's hostile gaze, Goblin's life was in danger, forcing him to find a way to run and survive. While Leon attacked, Goblin tried to escape with his group from the farthest army line. They ran desperately, with Leon hot on their trail, shouting, "You pests! I will tear you apart." At this rate, Goblin was less a demon king of wisdom and more like a demon king of survival. Remembering those harsh times, he glared bitterly at Leon's retreating back. Inside, he kept scheming. More importantly, there was a secret miracle, the magic trap he had created for Vaynen. Later, as they neared a small cave, Leon announced, "Goblin, we are here." Goblin quickly replied, "Yes." From the cave, Patrick slowly stepped forward to meet them. Seeing Leon, she greeted him happily. "The day has come. Master, who is this?" Like Patrick, Goblin also wondered, "Who is she?" Leon answered, "She is the Queen of Magic." Patrick looked surprised and asked if Leon really said he was a priest of Maktex Kanjatech Keltho. Goblin bowed sincerely and introduced himself. "I am Goblin. It is an honor to meet you, and I will serve you with all my respect." Shortly after, Patrick stepped closer, eyes gleaming greedily, saying, "So you are Goblin?" Then she smiled warmly. "Oh my, you really have holy powers. I will rely on you." Goblin, he forced a smile. "I am honored." "Thank you." And from that moment, Goblin's miserable life of avoiding suspicion began. He worked nonstop, from cleaning beds and sewing pillowcases to cooking, never neglecting a single day. Sometimes, he even rushed around making tea, all to keep Goblin from being suspected. Just as he hoped, Lin was very pleased, sipping hot tea. He said, "Impressive? Who would have thought such a life existed in a place this remote?" Like him, Patrick was lost in the fragrant tea and felt that maybe the universe was answering their prayers, which comforted her deeply. Seeing their satisfaction, Goblin was the happiest of all. Who'd have thought that learning Leon Kingdom's social etiquette would come in handy? It was truly Goblin's lucky break. On the surface, he looked moved with joy, but inside, he was burning with frustration. He was a demon general of wisdom and intellect, a being of infinite knowledge. He was not happy being a humble servant, but he wanted to live. That persistence lasted 3 more days. At that time, Goblin sat quietly in front of the cave, enjoying the warm sunlight. He felt a little lighter inside. Goblin had endured patiently, and he was still alive. Sometimes, Leon would throw sharp questions that caught him off guard, like, "Aren't your gods going to show up?" He would just reply, "No," but the gods wanted them to overcome the trials on their own. And just like that, he passed every question true to his name, the Demon of Wisdom. After the flashback, Gob suddenly jumped up, visibly excited. Turns out, Gob's own gang, the Goblin Racers, were desperately searching for him. He wanted to call them, but Gob did not rush it, because he knew if they showed up, there was no way they could beat Leon. Lost in thought, suddenly Leon's voice echoed from inside the cave. "Please, not now." Hearing that, Gob immediately stepped forward, saying, "The god is here." Afterwards, Gob quietly peered inside the cave. Thinking carefully ahead, Lin and Patrick had opened a huge gate, and Gob guessed Leon had put a lot of effort into searching for something. Without hesitation, Gob slowly approached and asked, "Where are you headed?" Leon confirmed, "I am tracking something important," and finally found a clue. However, Leon regretted that he could not take Gob along. Gob quickly waved his hand. "Thank you, I am." Seeing that, Leon gently placed a hand on his shoulder. "I will be back in a few days." He even vowed, "I will tear apart every single one of those low-life creatures down there. No one will be left alive." Facing that terrifying gaze, Gob screamed inside, "Please, spare us." Worried about Gob staying alone, Leon decided to bless him. Saying this, he took the staff from Gob's hands. After a moment of thought, the staff was enveloped in holy power. Gob was devastated. "My staff!" The holy power was purging all the dark magic from the staff. Watching this, Gob sadly bid farewell to his beloved staff. Soon after, fresh green shoots sprouted from it. Leon lovingly handed it back to Gob, telling him to keep it. It might come in handy in this cursed place. Facing the holy power and the staff, Gob painfully wondered if Leon really meant to help him. But then, he always refused. "Master, this staff will draw too much attention here. You should take it with you." Seeing this, Leon sighed regretfully. "I made a mistake. Fine, I will take it." Gob thought he was saved, but right after, Leon placed his hand on Gob's head, deciding to grant another blessing. Then the cave echoed a pitiful scream as a massive wave of holy energy poured out. At that moment, Lian seriously told Gob he did not have to resist, but Gob was in agonizing pain, his brain feeling like it was melting. He desperately swallowed the bile flooding his throat. Hearing his screams, Lian thought Gob was overwhelmed with happiness. Only Gob knew that if he could not endure it, he would surely die. Finally, the goblin army found him and called out as they entered, "Captain, the king is here." Just seeing the scene inside, they were all shocked and cried out, "The king!" Now, Gob lay flat on the ground, looking in terrible pain. Around him, the little goblins anxiously asked, "What happened to you?" His face was blood red, tears streaming, bitterly gritting out, Anyway, he survived this day, and by then, autumn was settling in. After passing through the gate, snow blanketed everything, the biting wind cut like a blade, and Lian and Patrick's silhouettes stood silently, despite the bone-chilling cold. Patrick thought this place was pretty cool, like a frozen land. Hearing that, Lin was surprised. "You are not cold," she replied casually. I can raise my body heat through magic." But right after, her expression changed to one of surprise. Unfortunately, Patrick realized her magic seemed restricted in mana control. It consumed a lot but was ineffective. Lian agreed, saying even holy light did not work. She saw this as a big problem since even holy light was suppressed, though Lian said they could still use martial arts, just less effectively. Patrick wondered, should we turn back and prepare? If we combine our mana, maybe we can open the gate again. But Lian quickly refused. Even if we go back, nothing will change. The icy power here rivals the holy light, so we can just get through it with simple prep. Also, a quick reminder, Patrick, do not use your mana, save it. If things go wrong, we will need it to open the portal. Patrick looked a bit disappointed but nodded. Yeah, that makes sense. That is when she noticed the knife in her hand glowing bright red, like it was calling out to her. Patrick held it up in front of her. Lian realized, we are getting closer to Lord Vulcanus. The knife will guide us. Hearing that, Patrick smiled, relieved we are on the right path. Suddenly, a cold wind hit. Patrick shivered but quickly fought it off. She hoped the place was not too far. Lian replied, "Let us move quickly." Ahead were icy mountains with narrow paths, snow whipping through the air. Lian stepped forward carefully. Thanks to him clearing the thick snow, Patrick could move a bit easier. But the freezing air was brutal, and she seemed close to her limit. Lian noticed and turned to check on her. "Are you okay?" Patrick's voice faded. "There is still a long way to go. Sorry."
I'm so weak.
Lian disagreed. He would sealed her magic to preserve it, so she should not blame herself. They seemed about to say more but suddenly noticed something ahead. Unfortunately, an ice storm was fast approaching, and they had to hurry to avoid it. Lian placed a hand on Patrick's shoulder, apologizing for his abruptness. Surprised, she watched calmly as he lifted her up and moved forward slowly. Maybe Patrick misunderstood, so Lian quickly explained, "This is an emergency, please bear with me." Embarrassed, Patrick said she was fine and asked if he was okay. Lian smiled softly. "Do not worry about me, you are as light as a feather." Moments later, Patrick teased, "Oh wow, is that something you say to a lady?" He grinned and asked, "Did that sound empty to you?" Patrick agreed, "You really are light," but he stayed cool after dropping those awkward lines, thinking it was just the honest truth. Nestled in his arms, she admitted, this was the first time a man had ever carried her. Patrick found it surprising but not bad. Hearing that, Lian said it was his honor, expecting a reply. Lian looked down only to find Patrick asleep, cheeks flushed from the bone-chilling cold. As he walked, he muttered, "If I would known it would be this rough. Maybe bringing little Harry along would be helped." Meanwhile, Harry's situation was not looking good either. Looking at her phone, she could not believe what she saw. What is this? A flood of news reported gates opening across Gangnam District, Gwangju, Incheon, Daejeon, and others starting at 14:02. Looking at the map, gates were opening everywhere, leaving Harry shocked and worried. At the same time, Kang-ha quickly issued orders, declaring an emergency to the top 10 guilds, and tasked Han Harry with contacting the Pantheon Council immediately. Anxiety rising, Kang-ha did not dare waste time. Even though he knew their time was running out, soon, two of the designated leaders arrived. Jeong Cheon glanced down the alley and asked, "Senior, are those red dots the gates?" Unwang looked uneasy, replying, "Seems like it." Hearing that, he grew worried. "We are doomed if this keeps up." Just as panic set in, a voice caught their attention. "Everyone's here," looking toward the entrance. Both showed surprise. Besides Harry and Kang Hyuk, Jack was there too. Noticeably, the king and queen were absent. They saw Jack standing on Harry's head, calling out, and she smiled helplessly. Exhausted. Suddenly, a mocking voice came from the other side. Funny. It was Jin Cheon, head of the Shark Guild, sitting cross-legged and haughtily asking, "So now we are treating machines like people?" Jeon Cheon was shocked. addressing senior Kim Jin-chae. While Yang Won grimaced in stomach pain, Jack did not understand what he meant, only repeating mechanically. When, moments later, Harry just sat down at the meeting table, ignoring him completely. As soon as she sat, she noticed something off about Jack's behavior. Then she tried to stop Hong Kang. Like seriously, even during the meeting, you are gonna do that? He responded. Entity, do you have something to say? Sit still, sit up straight, and keep your posture. Hearing this, Harry frowned. What kind of rule is that? I am its rank priestess serving two gods. Even though he thought she was not above the rules, Harry stubbornly argued. Then why do not you tell His Majesty that? Jack replied. Is His Majesty here? That is when she finally gave up, following his lead. Before their conversation, Jin Cheon was visibly upset. His eyes burned with anger, so furious it looked like his stomach might explode. Then, at the peak of his rage, he stood up, slammed the table hard, and shouted, "You dare ignore me?" Seeing Unwon barely standing, Jiang Cheon quickly eased his grip and asked if he was okay. Unwon said he had a stomachache and to leave him alone. Finding no help from these two, Jin Cheon turned to look at Teng He to see, but all he got was a helpless shrug. He is bound to realize it is best not to mess with those two. To Jin Cheon, that shrug was basically permission to act however he wanted. So right after, he stormed over to Jiang's place, gritting his teeth. He snarled, "I do not know if you are a killing machine for hire, or just a third-rate knight. Don't act all high and mighty. Tin Can?" He shouted. "Bring the human here to talk." Harry quickly answered, "But I am human, only to be warned. The guild does not want any interference." The only response to Jin Cheon's bossness was the wearing of machinery. Losing patience, he turned and asked, "Boss, is it okay to let a robot act this way here?" Seng Hai's explained, "No worries. It is fully qualified and guaranteed by His Majesty Lian." Hearing that, his eyebrows knitted tighter as he grumbled. Seriously, how can an important meeting turn out like this? Acting like this robot was some big deal. Jin Cheon kept babbling, ignoring the intense stares from Harry and the robot. When he noticed, he got even angrier and threatened. "What are you staring at, you tinkin idiot?" Jack's voice rang out. "We need to rewrite that line to fit the intelligence of a primitive ancient being." Jin Cheon asked, confused. "What?" After a few seconds, Jack's voice reported. "Rewrite complete. Suitable line generated." Then, much to Harry's surprise, it pointed a friendly finger at Jin Cheon and scolded, "You lowly brat, the one acting all high and mighty. Kneel right now." Harry stepped in and firmly stopped him, reminding, "Jack, that is really rude." Jack coolly replied, "I used language matching a primitive ancient being's intelligence." At that moment, a chilling aura surrounded Harry, making her spin around in shock. Before her eyes, Jin Cheon went crazy, pouring all his fury into a punch aimed straight at Jack. This was a huge bluff. Seeing this, Jack calmly ordered Harry, "Mortal, dodge it," even as she was confused and startled. But in the face of danger, Harry blocked the punch with one hand, leaving the whole room silent. Ji-Won Cheon and Li Wangguang exchanged looks of disbelief. To them, Harry blocking Jin Cheon's attack proved she would definitely reach its rank, while Jin Cheon grew even more furious, veins bulging on his face. Seeing this, Harry panicked, lips trembling as she tried to explain herself. She tried to convince him she did not mean it, but seeing Jack misunderstand and side with that jerk, Harry quickly waved her hands. "No way. But please, Lord Jack, do not swear." Then Jin Cheon asked, "How dare you? Want to fight me?" She nervously repeated. Seeing this, Ji-Won Cheon and Li Wangguang felt sorry for her. Meanwhile, Jack's eyes gleamed confidently, insisting she could beat him. Hearing this, Harry panicked. "Lord Jack, you are just making things worse." Seeing them keep dragging it out, Jin Cheon flared up, cutting in sharply. "Do you even know where the boundaries are?" Scared, she immediately softened. "Wait, hold on." Just then, a commanding voice rang out from the sliding door. "Everyone, quiet down." Jinsu, head of the Holy Sword Association, appeared and shouted, "Do you know where you are? How dare you raise your voices in front of an elder?" Then, pointing his cigarette at Jin Cheon, he snapped, "Hey you, what is wrong with your head? You look like you are about to lose it." Seeing Jin Cheon get annoyed, Jinsu scolded again. "You are losing your edge." Then he turned and called Harry over. "Come here. Maybe you can calm things down a bit." Seeing this, Kang Hye quickly spoke up to explain. "According to the info Harry gave us, this Lord Jack is over 1,032 years old." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Jinsu immediately turned away, coughing a few times. Harry thought he had just lost the age battle. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheon and Yang Wan believed that anyone 300 or 1,000 years old just could not exist in modern times. Seeing things calm down, Kang Hyek tapped on his notebook and said slowly, "Regardless, Lord Jack has the right to be here, and we won't tolerate any more complaints." Finally, Jinsu and Jin Cheon sat down at the meeting table. Though Jin Cheon still looked visibly annoyed, everyone focused intently on Kang Hyuk while watching the gate's movements on the projection map, lowering his voice. He said, "I do not think I need to explain the global gate incident much. Every nation has called on all their hunters to assist. The association will lead the operation, and we will bypass all item trades and gate auctions to strike efficiently, but so disagreed. We can exploit mana stones. You want us to raid all the gates and get nothing in return." Another hand shot up. "I am against that too, sir." This time, Jin Cheon was firm. "We need to make money to pay our members. Someone has to support us." So agreed. "Exactly. Our guild members charge a fortune, so we have to earn something from this." Then someone else objected again, leaving Kang Hyuk quite frustrated. It was Jin Seong, head of the Infinite Sword Guild. He bluntly said, "We are a civilian guild. We do not have to follow government orders. You need to give each guild separate command authority." Hearing this, Jinsu angrily stood up and snapped, "Hey, you. Is money all you care about?" He scanned the room and stated firmly, "This is a national emergency, not about money. Don't forget that." Then Jin Seong carefully reminded them about the government wasting hunters at the start of the Great Radiance. Remembering that, Jinsu frowned. Suddenly, another hand went up, the voice booming across the room. Dongchen stood and said boldly, "If there is a national crisis, we will follow government orders, and I believe that is what Mir Hung wants too." Hearing this, Jae-hung Cheon agreed, "He is right. This is a global crisis. Cooperation is the best move right now." Seeing that, Jin Seong sighed, thinking everything would just repeat like before. Still firm, Jin Seong declared that the association president has no right to force the guilds to work, and he wanted to make sure everyone understood that. Faced with this, Kang Hyuk just smiled and said, "Of course he knows." He continued, "I plan to offer something to those who cooperate." Then, pointing, an assistant wheeled in a cart. After a moment of preparation, Jin Seong looked shocked as he saw what was on the cart. Iron armor sets displayed on wooden racks. Unlike him, Jae-hung Cheon did not seem impressed. "They are only standard grade. Right? Are we really going to obey the government just for that? I have plenty of stuff like this in my warehouse." Kang Hyuk calmly explained, "This is refined steel armor made at Ngai Jang's forge. Ngai Jang has produced a lot this month." Quickly someone answered, 1,300 sets including weapons. Production dropped because many serfs died. Harry was stunned. Even Jin Cheon asked, "What?" He immediately stood up and challenged, "That is impossible. Unique grade means it is unique. How can they mass produce that many?" Harry quickly stepped in to clarify, "But it is true. The chairman knows this. The association and Pantheon made a deal in advance." Then Kang Hyuk pointed out the benefits for guilds joining the raid. The iron armor sets can be customized per request. At the same time, he added that the Japanese Hunter Association and the American Maverick Society had put a 10 trillion bounty on it. Seeing their shocked faces, Kang Hyuk just smiled and said he was only making an announcement. Over here, Ungwan also realized that the unique poison is mass-produced, and normally, it takes months to refine even one batch in a big furnace. Seeing everyone silently considering, he took a deep breath, shouted, then exhaled sharply. Then, meeting their confused gazes, he said, "If you do not want to join, that is fine, no one's forcing you." Then he casually added, "Even without the boss, it is still crowded, and the era of humanity is about to end." Scene change. Patrick's flashback appears. At that time, General Ricardo stood before her, covered in wounds, but still promised, "I will protect this place." "Your Majesty." Patrick, desperate, was dragged away by soldiers, while the enemies approached, singing of endless pleasures, craving decay without end. The enemies would not die even when she killed them. They mocked the living and stained purity with corruption. At the end of that road, Patrick met a demon who handed her a purple gem glowing with magic energy. He demanded, "Queen, join me in forging a pact." In her despair, Patrick agreed, repeating 100 years of history with humanity's decaying spirit. The moment the demon laughed madly and mockingly was the moment Patrick's beloved kingdom collapsed. Her loyal knights withered away for their queen, and harsh truths kept repeating like an endless nightmare. When she decided to give up the fight, he appeared. The first time Leon and Patrick met, he introduced himself, "I am Leon Dragonia Leon Hood." The flashback ended, and she slowly opened her eyes. Seeing this, he immediately said, "You are awake." Patrick, confused, asked, "Your Majesty." At that moment, Lim was sitting beside a fire fueled by holy power. Seeing she was feeling better, he continued, "I have dug a pit for us to rest in. We need to take a break." She looked worried, saying they should not waste too much holy energy. Leon casually handed her a cup of water and reassured her, "It is think of it as a necessary expense. I would be used it sooner if I would known you were struggling like this." Then Patrick gently took the cup and thanked him. She did not say anything more, quietly taking a small sip. Suddenly recalling something, Patrick shyly asked, "Your Majesty, Did we offend you somehow? Lin replied calmly, reassuring her. You must be remembering the past. Then he leaned back thoughtfully. Memories are beautiful, the dream we always want to return to. Patrick's face still flushed as Niga quietly asked if he was okay, but Lian did not answer right away. He seemed lost in a chaotic search for old memories. Finally, Lian said he was fine, and she looked at him. Then she sighed. Are all heroes really like this? Lian smiled. We are all taught to be that way. Lost in thought. Patrick looked pensive again. Then she glanced at him with a knowing look. When Patrick called out, Lian suddenly looked up. Startled. He looked confused when she said there was still room over there. Patrick had just taken off her outer warm coat, revealing pale shoulders and a flushed face. She wanted him to come closer. After a moment, Lin grew pensive, silently drifting towards sleep. The two sat there, sharing a blanket, leaning against the rock face. Patrick quietly smiled with rosy cheeks. Suddenly, he looked over and asked, Are you uncomfortable? Patrick just smiled softly. Not really. It is peaceful and quiet. Then, to his surprise, Patrick gently rested her head on his shoulder. She said softly, At least let me do this. She did not ask for more or hope for anything else. Her words were full of feeling, and he said nothing back. The fire crackled, sending rare warmth through the harsh cold. Space fell silent, and Patrick seemed to drift off to sleep. Suddenly, Ariana's voice echoed in his mind. Lian, my knight. He closed his eyes and whispered, Please. No talking. Right now. The gods are getting together to discuss. Ariana says it is a heartfelt wish from her god. Whenever you open your heart to new love, he usually refuses because it is not the right time yet. The sea god jokes. You two just want us to stay together. A righteous one and a pure god becoming king and queen. Another god replies. See. Be quiet. Anyone can see now is the time for dreams and death. And clearly, the next queen must be the rightful place for this good woman. Isn't he that a fair prophecy? Seeing that, the war god teases. You say that all well and good, but the one who decides does not care about any of it. She gets angry and snaps back. War. Are you mocking me? Meanwhile, the dark god sips his tea and says, Those who share ideals will walk together. That is called motivation. I wonder if there is a better pair out there. Hearing this, the war god asked, Aren't you just some immature kid? The dark god replies, He is actually a year older than your priest. War. He agrees, saying humans really care about even a 1-year difference. Hearing this back and forth, Lin rubs his head, frustrated and helpless. Ariana speaks up. Enough already. This arguing is pointless. Then she declares, He is my knight, the son of this god, so I will choose his bride. Hearing that, Lin sighs helplessly. Oh man, I have got 2 moms now. Ariana starts calculating, including the mother who gave birth to him in that world, and the formula with Grangonia. Then I will be the 3rd mom. He just sighs. Thanks. I am truly honored. Ariana winks slightly, looking like she knows everything. Lin, my son, she gently asks, Is it because of Caria? Hearing that name, he pauses briefly. Then he softly says, Not yet. Not the time. Everyone looks at him, and his expression darkens without another word. Later, after they leave the cave, Trich's group sends GI out to monitor and notices the reactions growing stronger. Lian turns and guesses. Seems like no other creatures nearby. I thought at least some ice demons would show up. She asks, Ice demons? You mean those lazy, dumb demons, right? He nods quickly and explains. Exactly. Lazy and dumb. They have cold energy, but obviously can't compete with holy fire. Gazing into the distance, all he sees is a blanket of white snow, and he can't help but ponder. Lian thinks it makes sense that Volcanus and his knight went missing here. This place is freezing cold, almost like a natural law. Maybe it is a hibernation, like Spinner mentioned. Suddenly, he hears a call from Pitos. Pitos says, Can you feel it? We have to get this close to find it. He agrees. Yeah, I feel it too. Ahead is an ice shield, a huge and solid layer of ice. Then, they slowly step forward, the wind whistling past their ears. They watch a moment and conclude, It is really massive. This shield is as big as a mountain rock. Then Lian pulls a sword from his space and tells Patrick to step back a bit. His eyes blaze as holy power quickly surrounds him. He channels all his strength into the sword, making sparks fly as he commands the holy fire to melt the shield. The holy flames swirl and engulf the entire barrier. The ice slowly melts, crackling sounds filling the air. Soon, what is behind the ice starts to come into view. Patrick shouts in shock, Your Majesty. He confirms, Yes, that is right. His voice carries a hint of relief. We finally found them. Inside the ice is the Fire Sword Knight, Van Tan. They are a direct descendant of the sacred chalice under the Vulcanus house. Knights of war and fire. Elsewhere, in the far-off lands of the Duke of Ice, the lazy and dumb great demons. At the observation base of the first ice continent, an urgent call rings out. Lord Belotus. Lord Belotus. A demon servant rushes over to report to her. There is a big problem. Still in bed, she lazily asks, What is going on? Finally leaving the warm blanket, Belotus spoke up. Let us. The guy pointed decisively at the paper in his hand and reported. Energy detected inside the ice continent. It is the destructive element poison. Holy power. After hearing this, she scratched her head, looking pretty confused. Then she lay back down, pulling the blanket over herself, muttering, strange. Intelligence and investigation say the seal should last 1,000 years. Meanwhile, the calm guy panicked. Still no magical response from Lord Kaksa. Suddenly remembering something, he grew terrified, his face pale. This is not the time for that. If that monster breaks free, a horrific massacre will happen again, with creatures falling from the sky and flames everywhere. Thinking this over, Belotus finally looked worried. Damn it, then she ordered. Send the elite squad ahead. I will lead as many troops as possible. The guy nodded and left back to Leon and Patrick's spot. After watching for a while, Patrick asked, so they are holy warrior knights. Are you sure this is Vanton, the fire sword knight? Leon felt overjoyed inside, a small smile creeping onto his lips. Finally, we found them. Then he declared, from now on, we are going to rescue them. Without hesitation, Leon swung his sword, unleashing the power of fire to melt through the layers of ice. Flames spread, slowly burning deeper into the frozen ice. Seeing this, Leon pushed harder, shooting more fire into the ice. He poured all his strength into it, silently praying, come back to me, my brothers. The king they once served was here. Then suddenly, one of the knights fell from the ice. It was landing heavily from the air. His eyes flared with fiery light. Lynn and Patrick froze for a moment, caught off guard. Rija immediately charged forward, letting out a dark roar. Seeing him lose control, Leon quickly stepped in front of Patrick. Seconds later, Rija leapt up, swinging his sword at Leon, shouting, you damn monster, I will tear you apart. Clad in iron armor, Rija lunged at Leon, screaming, die, monster. Patrick, standing nearby, panicked and shouted toward Leon, be careful. Hearing her call, Rija was a bit surprised, thinking, what? Be careful. Leon calmly stopped Reja's sharp sword blade with just 2 fingers. He smiled and said, glad to see you are still in one piece. Reja's whole body went limp. Embarrassed, he knelt and bowed deeply to Leon, respectfully calling, my lord. Leon chuckled out loud. Then he introduced himself, I am Leon Dragonia Leonhurt, king of Leonhurt. Rija quickly introduced himself too. I am Zia Diva, the 3rd sword of the Vanton Flame Sword Order. Leon brushed off Reja's earlier rudeness, saying, stand up, we are still in enemy territory. Rija replied gratefully, thank you, my lord. Patrick finally exhaled in relief, thinking, what a relief. She then stepped forward to them and looked at Zia. Lord Zia, this might be sudden, but I have some questions. Just by looking at her, he sensed her strong spirit power and asked, a powerful soul of dreams and death, Milady, who might you be? Who are you? Patrick bowed and answered, I am Patricka Lajori Sparrow, Queen of the Sparrow Kingdom and currently High Priestess of Dreams and Death. Rija was stunned learning her identity. Did you say Queen of the Sparrow Kingdom? Lunka, that is a long story, but for now, can you answer the Queen's questions? Rija replied, of course. My lord. Patrick looked at him seriously. This might be confusing, but I have a few questions. In the silent, snowy white space, only her voice echoed. When you first arrived here, was this place already covered in ice and snow like this? Rija immediately answered calmly. It was abandoned, but it was not frozen like this. Patrick seemed to understand and nodded. I see. Leon turned to her, asking, have you figured something out? Big looked up at the mountain in front of her and replied to him, maybe this place was created by a demon, Lord Vunkinus, and the knights seemed to be frozen inside it. After hearing that, Lynn nodded in understanding and said, so that is how it is the Great Ice Duke, pushed to the edge, probably froze time across this entire continent. Still, Patrick seemed a bit uneasy and responded, that is right, but there is a problem. Mistress Bea looked toward the ice block and added, if we keep melting the ice burying the knights, we might end up facing the Great Ice Duke himself. Just as she finished speaking, a tremor shook the ground beneath them. Rihard startled and shouted, what is causing this quake? Patrick turned around and gasped at the scene before him, shouting, Your Majesty. But Leon stayed calm and said, looks like they have noticed us too. From the cosmic gates, a flood of demons poured out. Rihard yelled, demons. They are baring their sharp teeth and growling. Patrick looked at them with disgust, thinking, what a damn mess. Then she turned to Leon, thinking to herself, to open the gate, I have to protect my magic, and His Majesty needs to melt the ice to rescue the knights. Patrick glanced at Rihard and thought, Rihard, the only one we can really count on. Leon seemed to understand and called out to him, Lord Rihard. Then he quietly said, hold on for just a minute. Rihard put on his armored mask and stepped forward, replying, understood, I will comply. Patrick nervously told him, Your Majesty. Leon sensed her worry and reassured her, Trust him. He watched Rehard's back facing the demons and added, "That knight can do some serious damage." Rehard was battle-ready, gripping his sword tightly. The Chunhyanthan knights were chosen for their combat skills and loyalty. Among all the knights underground, he ranked among the top warriors. Rehard slowly drew his sword. The sword immediately glowed with a fierce red light as he spoke coldly. Rehard threatened. Triple blade of the Latdian sword. Executioner's curse. Rehard advanced fiercely, deadly energy radiating from him with every swing. Each strike fueled by the strength of a kingdom. Rehard charged wildly to take down the demons. Lian sensed something and quickly turned around. He stared at the massive ice block before him and said, "Maybe it is time I really melt all of this at once." He stood there, lost in his own thoughts. But if he acted on them, an uncontrollable flood would be unleashed. He could block it with holy power, but then he would be completely drained. Suddenly, Rehard's scream startled him, and he turned worriedly toward him. Looking over, he saw Rehard still full of energy, swinging his weapon wildly at the demons while shouting, "This battle will lead us to the banquet hall. I will kill every last one of you." Lit exhaled deeply, then chuckled silently to himself. That is actually a needless worry. The people we can trust are right in front of us. Then he turned back to the frozen knights while gripping his sword. From the space-time whirlpool, Lin drew his sword. A radiant golden light burst forth as the sword's sacred power activated. The sword's strength was immense, forcing Lin to brace himself just to stand firm. He furrowed his brow, raised the sword, gritted his teeth, and said, "One holy strike." He slashed down at the ice block, causing a tremor that even made Patrick step back several paces. He pierced through the ice wall before him and shattered it. A flash of light split the ice block into two halves. Lian looked at the situation with some dissatisfaction and said, "I can melt all of it." Before him, waves of melted ice surged. Lin used body techniques to hold back the flood. Patrick gasped at the scene and shouted, "Your Majesty." Then she thought to herself, to sustain magic on such a large scale, the physical strength needed must be immense. Every massive wave from the melting ice was absorbed by Lian. Suddenly he smiled mysteriously and muttered, "They are coming." The sound of horse hooves suddenly echoed through the space. Squadrons of knights charged out one after another. They all carried immense fighting power and strength. Lian smiled confidently at them and gave the order, "Vanance Leadime Sword Knights. Move out," crushing their enemies. The knights charged forward without hesitation at the command. The lead knight shouted slogans, fierce and ruthless. Savage even. Those behind joined in loud and clear. No mercy whatsoever, give them a brutal death. The war god's knights surged forward like wildfire, continuing a battle they would fail to finish 200 years ago. Patrick was speechless watching the scene unfold. She stared at the battlefield, wondering, can this even be called a fight? The defeated Queslings were utterly crushed by the knights. Pleading pitifully, "Stop, please save me." The knights roared back relentlessly, "No mercy, kill them all." Patrick absorbed it all, thinking grimly, this is one-sided violence. Nothing more. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed, startling her. "So it is finally awake." Huh! The demons heard the familiar voice like a lifeline and shouted, "It is Lord Belotus." Belotus? Belotus arrogantly emerged from the cosmic gate while the demons cheered wildly. Lord Belotus of Ice. She looked at the demons, sighing, "We are done for. The outcome has not changed." Then she glanced at the knights nearby, puzzled. Where did those monsters come from? The knight stared her down, his face flushed red, making Belotus jump instantly. She raised her hand and cast a spell, repeating over and over, "We are done for." Above, a massive block of ice appeared, leaving everyone stunned and wide-eyed. She warned Lian, "Watch out." He smiled back and said, "Don't worry." Lian trusted the knights behind him, saying, "Looks like our comrades just woke up from a long slumber." The knights seemed to surge with electricity, breaking through their limits. Suddenly, the ice around Lian started melting, glowing with molten lava. The lava flowed toward Belota's ice block, causing it to explode. She screamed in horror. "It is away from the lava." A hand slowly emerged. A knight inside the shattered ice opened his glowing red eyes and said, "Too heavy." Then a massive power burst forth, breaking the final seal. The demons panicked and scattered, shouting, "A monster!" Beneath that power stood a towering armored figure. The monster was awake, awakening fully. He spoke with effort. "I am Voncanus." The embodiment of the war god was the knight Voncanus. Over 200 years ago, black chess pieces were lined up on the board at the Lion Hut Kingdom on the Gandan Chi Plains. There, the demon army led by the Ice Duke clashed with Voncanus' Holy Sword Knights and the Dun Ning Alliance. The black pieces outnumbered the white by more than tenfold. Back then, everyone thought the demons were sure to win. Suddenly, the demon lord's face turned worried. "What the hell is that?" The knights appeared, ruthless and decisive. What the demon army faced was pure violence incarnate. The demons could only beg, "Spare us." Darkness swallowed everything. The strongest Holy Grail knight wielded two sacred swords, volcanoes of war and peace as flame. The knight standing before him roared. He could only grit his teeth and fight with all his might. Even the Ice Duke admitted his power was second only to King Leonhardt's. The Ice Duke fought while silently acknowledging, "I admit, this guy's strong," realizing he could not match the knights. He thought, time to retreat. Survival was more important than spoils. With that, he gave the order, "Retreat." The demons cheered with relief. "We are alive." Finally, the Ice Duke made a rational decision, the strategic retreat, but just as he thought he could escape, his expression suddenly changed. The thing is, before he could retreat, the crew were wiped out completely. The enemy he faced was something utterly unreal. The knight charged in, wiping them all out. "Where do you think you are running off to?" he snarled. The crew scrambled, urging each other, "Hurry. Move faster." But each strike landed without mercy. And it did not stop there. One Keeners and his knights chased them all the way through the Kutuk gate into the demon realm. The knights had surrounded the demon realm's gate completely. Ice Formula raised a finger at them, demanding, "You fools. Do you even realize where you are chasing me? This is my domain, the demon realm." Vanton, calm and unshaken, slammed his sword into the ground, not backing down. Vanton pointed around the demon realm. "Here, there, and over there too." He gestured at the terrified crew and the place itself, forcing them to cower against the wall in fear. Vanton boldly declared to the Ice Duke, "All this land belongs to me." The Duke raised an eyebrow, scoffing, "You are crazy if you think you can defeat me in my own territory." With that, he ordered his coup army to attack, kill them all. The battle raged even within the demon realm. Vanton did not hesitate and counterattacked, sparking a brutal clash. Was it the heat of battle, or was Wunkeners just overwhelmingly strong? Against Vanton's sharp blade, the crew seemed like tiny ants, all doomed. The elite crew were slaughtered, and even the demons pierced through. With the crew defeated, Vanton advanced closer to the Ice Duke. And finally, Wunkener's sword reached him. Vanton's sword and the Ice Duke's blade were inches apart, almost touching. Feeling humiliated, the Duke erupted in fury, shouting, "You filthy fools, fight a mere mortal like you. Impossible." The Ice Formula unleashed his ultimate spell, freezing time and space. The power was so immense, even a demon king would struggle to break it. It began to freeze Vanton's forces solid, plunging them into a deep hibernation. Gradually, everything around froze. The snow kept falling year-round. Over time, he would lose his connection to his god. "But I will regain my strength when the seal breaks. Countless demon legions will devour you worthless shells." And just like that, everything froze completely. Snow piled up layer by layer, forming a massive ice block. 200 years passed, and now, at this very moment, the ice shattered, melting away thanks to Leon. The Ice Formula seal had been broken. He sensed something was off and thought silently, "Why is it so warm?" Gatsa finally fully awakened. He stood, looking around, puzzled, strange. Without that holy night monster here, he should not have any weaknesses. Below, Leon stared intently. Katsa gasped, "He is awake." Then, "Seeing you," he exclaimed. "What?" Gatsa looked at you and Patrick, confused. "Why is King Leon here? And who is that beside you?" "Leon, the King Leon. Still alive." You lowered your gaze and answered with a cold stare, "Anyone daring to oppose me? It has been a long time since I felt this." Leon raised his holy sword, power radiating infinitely, and said, "Lately, the crew just seeing me scares them so much they piss themselves and crawl away. They have been sealed so long, unaware of what has happened these past 200 years." Though the truth was right before him, Gatsa refused to believe it, shouting, "Impossible. The Lord of Wisdom once commanded 10 million troops. Impossible." "The survivors," a deadly voice cut him off sharply. "Shut up, you worthless fool," the knight warned him harshly. "Don't pollute my ears with that stinking mouth of yours." Katsa fumed, snarling each word at the knights. "You armored beasts." The more he spoke, the more enraged he became, roaring at Leon's group, "This is my land, my territory. Soon, my kind will feel the stirrings and gather here. When that day comes, you will all be finished." Lin remained calm, a slight smirk playing at his lips as he asked the one beside him, "Which one will you choose?" Vanton stared into the distance and answered, "This grudge, I will settle with my own hands." Lin respected Vanton's resolve and nodded. "I get to hunt down those pathetic coup now." Before turning away, he carefully reminded him, "This time, I will be generous and take the supporting role, but I swear this time it really ends." Vanton responded firmly, no hesitation at all. He stomped hard on the ground. A red energy surged around him, that power flared stronger and stronger. Vanton shouted each word with force, "Eradicate all evil, only death remains." The battle left unfinished 200 years ago reignited right then and there. Meanwhile, Earth's hunters were facing day 10 of the chaotic gate appearances. The army gathered at an open field when suddenly someone shouted, "Dungeon break moving." Get ready to scatter. 10 days since the gates started appearing nonstop meant many gates had begun to collapse. One hunter lamented, "Damn, why is the gate all the way at the bottom of the central lake?" A teammate agreed, "It is not even a dragon gate, no one expected one under the lake." He thought about other countries falling apart and added, "At least our country is stable thanks to Pantheon." The foreign news basically confirmed that over the past 10 days, Jackie practically commanded everyone with near-perfect orders and used Jack Spinner's effective signals. Almost all hunters nationwide, including top guilds, had cleared the gates, but because there were so many gates, one last gate collapsed underwater near their watch post, suddenly bubbling up big air bubbles. Then a giant crocodile leaped out of the water. Everyone was stunned. Someone who had not fully seen asked, "What is that?" A nearby person shouted, "Monster!" The massive crocodile opened its jaws, showing sharp teeth, attacking the soldiers. They hurriedly helped each other retreat to safety. Luckily, Hunter Harry appeared just in time to back them up. She led a group behind her, led by Jiich, and the crowd cheered. "Pantheon's here. We are saved." Harry called out to those ahead. Jiich understood immediately and got ready. He unleashed a divine spell, and the crocodile was consumed by his burning power. Jiich carefully reminded everyone, "We are sealing the gate. Step back." The crowd was deeply grateful, saying, "Thanks so much." Hunters, Harry was still fired up, charging in with kicks. Jiich shouted excitedly, "Nice one." For Leon Hood, the monsters swarmed in waves. The battle was brutal and fierce. Jiich yelled mid-fight, "Can't he hold them off forever?" He ran over to Harry, saying, "Senior Harry, we are almost out of firepower. Give us some fire." She replied, "Wait, I am nearly out of energy too." She quickly poured the flame from her sword, calling out, "Flames!" The sword glowed red. Harry swung it fiercely, destroying the monsters from the past 10 days. The Pantheon Knights sealed over a dozen gates in a row. This harsh campaign was only possible thanks to 4 knights wielding sacred relics, especially Harry, blessed with relics the Water Wave Armlet and the Heart of Fire, who supported the knights with power beyond rank. Knowing this, Harry still wished to be recognized in this battle, thinking to herself, "If only the relics acknowledged me too." Lost in thought, she was snapped back by Jiich's shout, "Senior Harry." She turned and asked, "What is it?" He panicked, pointing at the beast ahead. "The boss monster's out." Harry looked at the giant sea creature and could not help but gasp. "Seriously? That huge?" Jiich yelled nervously. "Senior Harry, it is." She stared at the fierce sea monster ahead, gritting her teeth and vowed, "I have to stop it no matter what." Harry raised her sword, gripping it tight, and called out desperately, "Lord Pedos, please help us." A giant serpent queen. Pedos heard her plea and replied, "Very well. My priestess, do you wish to call upon my power?" Harry quickly answered, "Yes," but the response was cold. "Wait, do you realize how much divine energy I have had to gather for this?" Confused, Harry urged her, "Senior, what is wrong?" "Shoot now." She looked at the powerless sword in shock and thought, "The flame has gone out." The flame is out. This is not just Harry's problem. Someone else cooking nearby also lost their flame and panicked, saying, "What the heck is going on?" The flames of all the Pedos disciples in the stadium, almost every fire on Earth, have vanished, leaving everyone worried. "My flame's out. Something's wrong. I can't create fire anymore." "What the heck? It has been extinguished." Harry panicked, muttering to himself, "What the hell is happening? What is going on?" Ariana's side was not doing any better as the Pedos writhed in worry under everyone's anxious eyes. Back to the battle between Vanton and the Ice Duke. He angrily raised his hand toward Vanton and snarled, "You miserable human scum!" At his command, a huge shard of ice suddenly shot straight at Vanton. Vanton screamed in pain when struck, and nearby Pedos felt the agony and yelled, "Graf, you bastard!" He struggled and shouted repeatedly, "I told you to be careful." Ariana sat nearby, holding her sword, saying, "It has been a while since I have seen a scene like this." The Dark God calmly sipped tea and laughed, saying, "This is the Holy Grail knight you chose." Pedo shouted at him, "Graf, do you even realize how hard I worked to gather these resources?" He clutched his head, yelling, how can he not understand what a limit is? He swung his sword, cutting the ice shard in half, then charged toward the Ice Duke. The Duke looked at Vanton with contempt, silently cursing, "Stupid fool. Wasting your strength like that." The others kept launching giant ice chunks at Vanton, thinking, there is no limit to the energy one Vaser shard can hold. How does this guy not know to hold back? Acting like a god, Vanton eagerly shattered every attack the Duke threw at him. Suddenly, his eyes glowed red as if something inside him had changed. Witnessed by all, he unleashed a blazing red power straight into the sky, the great heavenly power of prosperity. The others were shocked, thinking, yeah, the technique's coming. The Duke stared at the power flying toward him and thought, it can cross continents alone. No need for a crazy mount. Many legions have fallen to this technique. Preparing himself, the Duke stood firm, thinking, "So you think I will fall for the same trick again?" He unleashed an absolute level great technique, hurling razor-sharp ice shards forward, saying, "It is unbelievable for a normal person to use great techniques twice," as the others attacked Vanton. They said, freezing not just space but time itself. Gradually, a long ice block formed from those small shards. When the ice block was complete, he laughed proudly, saying, "It is over now." Seeing Vanton frozen again, the others confidently said, "Foolish human, victory is not." Looking at his work, he sneered. "Good." Now before King Lian he turned his gaze that way, as he planned to regroup his legions. A red light suddenly appeared again in the sky. The others looked at a sword streaking down from the sky, thinking, "That sword." He was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. No way. He would thrown the sword away earlier, but the sword still flew forward, breaking through his ice block. Vanton gripped his sword tightly once more. He felt renewed strength, growing even stronger, the sword blazing like the war goddess Flame. Vanton looked at him with a sly smile and said, "You think I would be fooled by an old trick?" The Duke angrily shouted back, "You bastard. Damn human." Before he could finish, Vanton cut him off, saying, "Shut up." He charged forward with a powerful downward slash, cutting through the Duke. Damn despicable scum. The force of the attack was devastating, nearly leveling everything around. The fierce battle from 200 years ago finally came to an end. Whoosh! Meanwhile, another sword pierced the skull of a skeleton. It was Lian's sword. He had just defeated the Red Gate boss Aslich, who screamed in pain, "My body!" The nationwide gate crisis has finally ended thanks to Lian's return. Everyone around was stunned. John Cynthia shouted excitedly, "Aslich is dead. We are saved." "Your Majesty, long live the king," wagged his tail like a loyal puppy at Lian. Lian and Patrick stood above even the S-class ranks, alongside Volcanoes and his 50 knights who cleared out the gates that appeared. Elsewhere, Xian, Qian, and Za watched the explosion ahead, especially Volcanoes, the holy knight of war and fire. Xian Qian scowled at the scene before Xian H and muttered, "Meteors." Vantan fought alone against the beasts, a survivor from Lian's world. He ruthlessly slaughtered the monsters pouring out of the gates, etching his power deep into the people's minds. Finally, it was over. At the Sugun prison break site, Lin and all his knights rested when a voice echoed, "Lin, my war god." He adjusted his tie and replied, "What is it?" "God of fire and war." Vantan listened to the next words, confused. "Lin, my top war god. Clear out your subordinate soldiers." He immediately questioned the voice. "Lord Petos, is not Volcanoes your top war god? Why say that?" The voice snapped back sharply. "I have never had a war god like you." The voice insulted him and struck Vantan, who usually handled things smoothly, but now unleashed a divine power like a broken dam. The man beside him laughed and said, "Isn't he Lord Petos not the same as before? Don't he criticize others?" His tone was teasing. Petos recalled the past, feeling a bit regretful. "Honestly, we should have gotten rid of him when someone said they would reform that Manzi guy." Someone off-screen said, "Don't he be so harsh. Petos, even the Manzi gods envy his potential." Only then did Lian speak. "Lord Volcanoes." The one beside him replied, "At your service." He stood to leave but reminded him, "It is time to head back. We should first support Lord Spinner and his troops." Vantan asked curiously, "Do you mean the mechanical holy knight you praised? People say he is Antoch's successor." Lian's eyes gleamed meaningfully as he looked back. "Exactly. You will be very pleased with them." Autumn, Lin and Vantan walked off together, the global gate crisis finally coming to an end. Elsewhere, a woman sat calmly, none other than Patrick, holding her phone, reading the news in disbelief. What a mess. She stared at the headlines, wondering. Luckily, the populous countries seem to protect themselves well. The real problem is the inland continent. Right? The news was flooded with reports about the sea monster earlier. Lord Jiak had sent mercenaries to control the damage, but it clearly was not enough. Patrick muttered while looking at the giant creature on her phone. Even Volcano's forces will struggle just to secure the area. Too many monsters deep inland. Bloodshed is inevitable. Suddenly, mid-thought, she froze. Patrick scrolled through a headline that made her focus intensely. The headline hinted at the nation's cabinet, accusing someone of sexual misconduct, showing a man surrounded by women. After reading, Patrick could not help but judge. Corruption and decay in the elite are everywhere. Under these circumstances, not entirely surprising. Then she paused, thinking silently, but this method seems kind of ceremonial. Patrick noticed something odd in the photo and zoomed in. Sure enough, she found a pretty suspicious symbol. After a moment's thought, Patrick exclaimed, "This symbol is the emblem of Kwai." Immediately, she felt someone behind her and snapped upright. In spells, knowing the name has power. Just as Patrick suspected, someone was behind her, the true name of a demon that could summon them, and the demon could respond to the call. He looked at her with a sly grin and said, You are the one here? Patrick glared at him. You. When she said Kwai's name, she gritted her teeth in anger at his rudeness, summoning her strength. How dare you show that wicked face to the queen? Fate cruelly had once toppled a beautiful kingdom, and now it had returned to her once more. He laughed excitedly, slightly bowing his head. Long time no see. Your Majesty. Patrick turned around, her cold eyes staring icily at the masked man behind her. He burst out laughing loudly, leaving her completely puzzled. What is so funny? He grinned wickedly and said, it is just that. His eyes gleamed with a mysterious darkness. He was full of certainty the fate of that person was already sealed, yet they stubbornly resisted, as if they believed they could change their destiny. Patrick was deeply annoyed and could only grit her teeth. He looked at her beautiful face slyly, licking his lips like a sneaky predator, and found her utterly adorable. His voice faded into the air. Don't be so angry. I am leaving now, she roared in fury. Who do you think you are to come and go as you please? He stared at her cunningly. Fate won't change. Don't forget that. Then, with a snap, he vanished into thin air. The queen of the kingdom was shaken, left speechless and frustrated. Patrick's thin lips pressed tight, her violet eyes burning with the queen's dignity and fierce resolve. Meanwhile, on the Zata screen, red dots flashed over danger zones as announcements echoed steadily. Jeff Spinner decided that the Pantheon Council should send troops to various grain belt regions, officially to protect Pantheon followers. Nations lacking hunter forces opened their airspace. The next announcement, Jeff deployed guards to start controlling grain belts worldwide. Elsewhere, the group struggled to hold back the monstrous attacks. Someone shouted, push forward, hold it down. Soldiers charged, their shields blocking the monster's heavy blows, making it howl in pain. A quick leap landed on the shield. DC lunged at the monster, closing in like the wind. DC shouted, gripping his sword tighter. His strike hit the monster's face. A blade plunged straight into its eye, causing it to scream in agony. The attack made the soldiers cheer in delight. Yes, amazing. C pulled his bloody sword from the monster as the soldiers breathed a relieved sigh. He stood on the defeated monster's head, thinking to himself, I am still not a knight. As a week passed, the sixth successful raid at the Kijang Principality concluded. Outside, the sky was calm, birds flying peacefully in the breeze. 2 days before heading home, in front of a restaurant at Kijang Principality, crowds bustled by. Chatter filled the air, and somewhere clinking glasses sounded joyfully. Jun Hyong praised, at least the food here is great, totally pairs well with the drinks. Meanwhile, Dazi held a glass warily, sighing with a bored look. He recalled, I have not been here since the incident on October 31st. Watching the busy restaurant, Jun Hyong reassured him, they are still here, just gotta accept it. A couple cuddled nearby. He remarked, it is rare to see Kijang hunters around the gates. Ordinary people always suffer the most in crises like this. Jun Hyong raised his glass and tried to lighten the mood. Come on. I told you not to focus on the negatives. We are here to cheer you up. Smile. He laughed and nodded. Yeah, glasses kept clinking as he suddenly noticed something. Hey, what about the others? A wave of energy surged through, shaking the space around them. Outside the window, a swirling energy blast appeared. Screams of terror echoed down the street, shocking the two. An energy wave from Mana. Dazi jumped, grabbed his sword, and ran outside. He hurried to gear up, making Dazi fumble putting on his gloves. Dazi rushed into the chaotic street filled with shouting and panicked monsters. He wondered, a dungeon breach. People fled in terror as monsters closed in, causing chaos and screams. Girl at the back was grabbed by a monster with a huge mouth full of sharp teeth. She screamed in horror until something huge pushed her forward, her eyes wide in shock. Immediately, DC slammed his motorcycle right into the monster's head, stopping its attack. He clenched his teeth, his face still showing undeniable tension. Spinner shifted his attack target, the wheel charging at another monster, causing it to scream in pain. The motorcycle collided and shattered, pushing the monster back. He panted heavily, silently cursing, damn it, a hell breaking loose right in the city. Jun Hyang ran out of the chaotic crowd, nervously reporting, I have contacted the others. Spinner shouted loudly, Kim, you two form a defensive line. Block those savage monsters. He stayed calm. I called everyone nearby who is still sane enough to come. He replied, first, we have to push them back. Spinner charged forward, fists clenched, with determined Jun Hyang backing him up, shouting, move up. A piercing yell echoed through the once quiet streets. The night sky cleared, revealing streaks of light like they were lending their power to the fighters. 3 hours later, monster corpses littered the street, and Jun Hyang sighed in relief. Soldiers sat resting in a circle. One asked, shouldn't someone be on guard? How did no one notice this was happening? Jun Hyang looked at the monster bodies and muttered, what a mess. Someone stood up quietly. Can T be helped? Leaving everyone stunned. He explained, more than half our security cameras are broken, and the satellites can be trusted, so we mostly have to rely on reports from civilians. Stopping this much damage is already a miracle. Another tired voice answered. Yeah, it is a mess, then awkwardly added. Right? Looking at the empty streets, he quietly said. Honestly, it is still better here, away from the city. Monsters are everywhere. Spinner was shocked. Really? He stammered. Then how do people survive in those rural areas? The other replied. They do not do anything. They just endure. That made Spinner fall silent. Deep in thought, his face puzzled. Junhyang comforted him. We did everything we could. Now we just need to get home safely. Hearing that, Spinner nodded gloomily. Right? He pressed his lips. Thinking, is this really okay? That moment, a communication device on his wrist beeped. On the screen, a 3D image of Jack appeared. Shouting, what is going on? Spinner quickly replied. Lord Spinner, he spoke slowly. I want to stay here. Making Junhyang jump and shout. What? A voice came through the screen. Stay put. Junhyang jumped up, asking, what are you talking about? Spinner said seriously. There are plenty of places like this in the world. That is the thing. On the screen, Leon appeared. He looked at him and said, you just said you want to stay. Everyone nearby was shocked. Your Highness. Leon looked at Spinner's image on the screen and calmly said, Spinner, if you fall behind, what will you gain? At best, you will be a B rank 1. What do you expect to achieve there? Planning to join the assault team? Spinner was serious. I heard monsters appear on the roads even outside the city. If I ride a horse and take down a few, maybe I can still contribute. He sat there, detached from the world, knowing well he would not gain anything. Even from behind, his words plunged them into silence. Lin questioned, are you trying to prove yourself? Want the gods and me to acknowledge you? He just stayed silent. Maybe just desperate to do something meaningful. He clenched his jaw. What I really want is, Spinner said. Your Highness, a man who has failed countless times, but never gave up and always pushed forward without hesitation. Spinner recalled Zirius' bright smile. As if entrusting all hope to him, he was determined. I do not need your approval to keep trying and get stronger. His words shocked everyone around, drawing their attention. Hearing that, Lin suddenly smiled. I understand now. His eyes changed. Filled with resolve, the man searching for a chance to grow stronger. He was excited. All right then, walk your own path. Not even the gods can stand in your way. Courage, faith, and the gods will guide you. I am counting on you a lot. The comm device cut off amid everyone's tension. DC stammered in shock. Omut, your Highness has given permission. He sighed, his voice softening. I am sorry everyone. I will stay. He froze, turning around with a shocked grunt, as if he could not believe what everyone said. Someone laughed happily. Even if we go back, I won't save a dime because of the tithe tax. I am sure if we defeat the monster here, we will get a special reward. Junhyang sighed. Hey, the king won't abandon us. They will definitely help. You said that just as DC's eyes welled up with tears from emotion. 50 soldiers and a wandering knight stayed behind. What they will accomplish later, everyone surrounded him to comfort him. Hey, are you crying? I am not a knight yet. Why are you crying? It was something no one could have imagined. After a terrifying night, they welcomed a new day with the morning sun. Everyone shouting in unison. Now let us get ready to move on to the next gate. And so, the journey of a night began. Leon stepped forward and called out to Jirei. Juri? Come here, he calmly asked. Are you planning to walk the path of training again? I have heard about your reincarnation. Return to the kingdom and draw your sword once more. He smiled coldly and replied, Your Highness, before entering the capital, I do not need your judgment. He closed his eyes in resignation and said, I understand. So that is how it is. Harry watched Leon staring at the sky and smiled. Your Highness looks uneasy but happy. Lin replied frankly. An old friend just flashed through my mind. He raised an eyebrow and smiled lightly. Strangely, he is a lot like that person. Lin thought silently. That incompetence, that foolish look, and that stubbornness too, he joked. Harry. You know, the ones who shake the world are usually fools. Harry frowned darkly and asked. Oh yeah, she excitedly chimed in. If your Highness says so, then it must be true. Harry looked surprised for a moment. Leon teased, starting to learn flattery now. Huh, finally figuring out how to be a loyal servant. A bird landed on her head. She asked Leon, I am right? He silently smiled and said nothing. His voice echoed, still not allowed. From above, a large ship sailed across the ocean. Someone shouted desperately. Harry was tied to a post, complaining angrily. Not once, but twice. That is just cruel. Lin calmly folded his arms and said, still not allowed. Patrick raised his hand in surprise. Omut, seeing her tied up. Patrick asked, is this the offering I heard about to Lord Poma? Interesting that this ritual is said to ward off bad luck. Harry cried loudly. Huh, are you doubting me? They say her sacrifice stopped the disaster. Harry wiped her tears. Stammering, "Queen." Lin beside her frowned and ordered, "Be quiet." Patrick awkwardly held his cheek. Sympathizing. "Poor thing." Suddenly, she startled, mouth open as if realizing something. Patrick asked curiously, "Your Highness, could not the offering be replaced with a statue of a woman?" The question shocked the other two. Harry. Still crying, pale, she turned anxiously and asked, "Your Highness." Patrick on the other side added, "A normal statue might not be as effective." She looked at the pitiful Harry and suggested, "Anyway, this is a rare break." Poor Harry had been hanging for a long time. What if we use magic to replace her with a statue? He closed his eyes, thinking. After a moment, the ropes dropped. Harry shouted excitedly, "Awesome! She ran off quickly, beaming. "I am going to change into my swimsuit." Lian sighed, exhausted. She is an adult and still so clueless. Your Highness laughed in defense. She has probably been through a lot. Your chick looked at him and said thank you. "Thanks for coming with us this time." Lin replied calmly, "No need for thanks. It is obvious. You all should relax and enjoy this rare chance." Gazing at the massive ship in the middle of the ocean, he guessed that at this speed, we would reach Haman soon. The ship kept moving swiftly across the sea. Old memories surfaced. The reason Lian suddenly took this trip was because of Chick's suspicions. Standing by the window, he turned back, puzzled. Did she mean the Duke of Lust and Corruption was hiding there? Chick furrowed her brows firmly. "Yes, when I called his name," he responded, though the connection was cut off quickly. "But he is definitely on Earth." Lian held his hand thoughtfully and said, "I get, if someone who has hunted demons for years says that, I believe it." He looked at her with resolve and announced, "I will lead the troops straight to Haman. The problem is, they do not have a solid reason to send soldiers into Western Haman." So Lian came up with a clever plan, a trip to Haman under the pretext of a vacation. Memories fading, Lian put on his swimsuit, confidently rubbed his back, and walked over, his goofy face catching everyone's attention. He smiled and greeted, "Your Majesty." "Hello?" Soyeon suddenly spoke up, "You have arrived." He glanced over, her cheeks flushed as she looked away and politely offered a glass of water. "Please take this." "Your Majesty." Lin reached out, smiling politely. "Thanks, I will enjoy it." As he turned away, he added, "It suits you perfectly." That one sentence made her blush furiously. Startled, Lin raised the glass, smiling at everyone. "This is a rare chance, let us all relax and enjoy." The crowd below responded cheerfully, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Soyeon stood behind, still shy and blushing. He stepped forward and laid down on a summed, thinking to himself, "Not bad." As he relaxed, he promised himself, "On a rare occasion like this, I will take it easy too." Suddenly Harry burst in, shouting and cutting off Lian's thoughts. "Hey everyone, She dove straight into the water. Suho panicked. "Wait, hold on," says Harry plunged into the pool, splashing water everywhere, drenching everyone nearby. A splash even hit Lian's face as he sat there. She wiped her hair back and exclaimed, "At first it was a little cold, but the water's warm now." Suho stood there wide-eyed and flustered. Says Harry looked confused at him. Suho, sweating nervously, pointed in one direction and reminded, "Your Majesty." A fierce aura flared up, making Harry freeze in fear. Behind her, Lian sat holding his head. She teared up and shouted fearfully, "Your Majesty, I am..." Lian stroked his hair, raising an eyebrow. Lian seriously warned, "It is fine to have fun, but you are still a lady, watch your behavior." She froze, thinking quietly. "A lady?" He smiled and teased. "Right? You are no ordinary girl. Silly. How could you act like everyone else?" Harry smiled shyly and nodded. Lian's smile twisted into a frown as he frowned and said, "So you need to learn some basic etiquette of a noble woman. I will personally teach you how to behave like nobility. If you do not learn properly, I will break your knees so you won't act recklessly." Harry lowered her gaze and respectfully replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." She turned away, tears streaming down. Suho worriedly asked, "Sis, are you okay?" She looked down and called out, "More importantly, Your Majesty, Jack." He replied, "What is it, Harry?" Seeing Jack floating on the water, she asked, "Did you buy this swimsuit?" "Your Majesty, Jack, how did you know my size and preferences?" He arrogantly replied, "I shouted it out loud." Everyone watching stared at Jack in disbelief as he continued, "Is easy. No need to shout. I can predict people's behavior from observed data." Harry turned pale, thinking, what did he just say? He started analyzing. Harry usually prefers short clothes like shorts and crop tops that show her belly and armpits. Observations show it is due to her sweat glands, a primate species that does not care about revealing skin. Harry shouted, "Wait!" She grabbed her body and yelled angrily, "That is rude. I wear this to stay cool and comfortable." Thinking of Jae-ho, Jack kept analyzing. Kim Jae-ho is a novia rich fashion-style ripped jeans and mismatched Aloha shirts, probably the result of a twisted childhood from poverty. He rubbed his eyes as he explained, test from painful memories. Nope, this is fashion. Got it, back to Seoul. He commented that Suho mostly bought his clothes wholesale at Dongdaemun Market. According to the history of the host, Suho awkwardly defended himself, saying, I am just trying to save money. Looking at Soyeon sitting by the pool, Jae spoke up, and when he mentioned Soyeon, everyone turned to her. Soyeon looked annoyed. Jae kept going, saying she shows traits of a male courtship bird. The others, confused by the fancy words, asked, what is a male courtship bird? Talking about that bird, Jae did not hesitate to explain they are known for flaunting their chest to attract mates. Hearing this, Soyeon freaked out. Jae bluntly revealed that is why she bought the wrong swimsuit because of bad info. Suho exclaimed in surprise. Soyeon, she grabbed a sword and yelled, covering her mouth. Perverted robot. The group panicked and tried to stop her. Jae calmly corrected. Please change perverted to inappropriate as per our unit's judgment. Soyeon shouted. Shut up. A terrified scream rang out. Someone tried to stop her. Soyeon. The sword. Put it down. But Soyeon kept wildly swinging the blade. Jae kept dodging while Suho panicked and shouted. Hari looked around, wondering, wait, where's the queen? In a fancy room, outside in the hallway. Hari walked along, amazed. Is this the VIP room? Even the hallway is amazing. She stopped in front of a door, wondering, is this the third floor grand hall? Hari raised her hand to knock, calling out, Your Highness, are you here? Suddenly, she heard a sound that made her eyes widen. Worried, Hari shouted, Your Highness, are you okay? I am coming in. She reached to turn the door handle. Suddenly the door slammed shut. Startling Hari, she covered her mouth in shock, thinking, it is locked. What is going on inside? Then she yelled, Your Highness, I am coming in. Bachik inside helplessly raised a hand. Wait, before she could stop her, Hari slammed into the door, causing cracks to spider across it. Suddenly she noticed Bachik's presence. Bachik, awkward in her swimsuit, pushed her hair back and said, Hari, I can go out like this? Hari stared at her, mouth agape in shock. Bachik called out confusedly, Hari, are you listening? Speechless, Hari could only mutter amazed remarks. The meat was sizzling hot on the grill. Jack, standing on Soho's shoulder, reminded him, cooking it evenly on both sides is key. So anxiously asked, how even are we talking? Jack shouted, cook it thoroughly and evenly. Suddenly he yelled, don't burn it. Suho panicked, trying to explain, this is Molly Heart. Jack bluntly exposed. Molly Heart is a high-temperature reaction between proteins and sugars. It is basically burnt. Jae-hyuk heard this and turned around shocked, looking at the 2 bottles of liquor on the table. He sighed. Jae-hyuk saw Leon holding a glass, swirling the liquor, and asked, Your Highness, want a little drink? He held the liquor bottle, looked it over, and exclaimed, what expensive stuff do we have here? When did this get here? Suddenly, a threatening figure appeared behind Jae-hyuk. He scared, spun around, and shouted, Soyeon just teased, at Kim Jae-hyuk, you are an adult now. He clutched the bottle, panicked. Don't he say that? We are all doomed anyway. He said, that is forbidden. Someone yelled, Jae-hyuk, what are you holding? A bottle of liquor. Jae-hyuk startled, making the bottle fly up. A hand reached out and grabbed the bottle. He turned, blinking, explaining, Senior Hari, it is a misunderstanding. Hari held the bottle with one hand and placed the other on her hip, reminding him, you are still an adult. Remember, looking over at Suho. She yelled, and you, Suho, you are planning to drink too, right? Suho nervously replied, I am just grilling meat. Relax. She turned her back, opened the bottle cap, and laughed. Good, Suho, you are still too young to drink. Only adults like me drink this stuff. Suho thought indignantly. She is just 1 year older. Jae-hyuk spoke up, curious, but where did you just go? She casually placed her lips on the liquor bottle and replied, the queen's not here, so I went back to my room. At that moment, Patrick appeared, hiding behind a wall. Watching the group chatting, she looked worried as she overheard someone ask, Queen, why has not she returned yet? Patrick startled, eyes wide, covering her mouth and thinking silently, what a pitiful scene. Watching the crowd playing by the pool, Patrick thought, guys and girls are exposing their bare bodies and rolling around in a public bath, even the lower pool. He turned around, smiling and asked, hey, what are you doing there? The water's warm and nice. Come on it. Patrick shyly called out, lower pool. She sighed, Blushing deeply as Harry and the others looked over, Patrick wrapped a towel around his waist and awkwardly asked, "Lower pool, what is going on?" Patrick awkwardly stood by the pool with Leon, who was casually drinking, causing her to cough a few times to get his attention. She sighed. "Lower pool. Is not it a bit embarrassing?" He laughed and replied, "Of course not." Patrick spoke up. "The cultures of the Kingdom of Leonhurt and the Kingdom of Sparrow are a bit different." She thought about the local customs here, thinking of Leonhurt, imagining a couple dancing. She added, "The Kingdom of Leonhurt prides itself on a romantic, free-spirited, and lively culture centered around knights." Thinking of him, Patrick commented, using Leon as an example, "He is a hopeless romantic who openly won the heart of the high priestess of the temple," he said bluntly. "That is royal culture for you." Patrick blushed and exclaimed, "The Grand Hall even has a waiting room for couples." "Your Majesty." Leon looked at Patrick's flushed face and smiled gently. She pouted. Annoyed, "You are such a tease." He grabbed her arm and asked, "Is that story a bit too much for you?" Patrick lowered her head, hesitating. "Anyway, on this trip to the Kingdom of Hemen." Suddenly, a finger pressed to her lips. He raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Let us save the business talk for later." Leon turned to her and said, "Now, we should eat and enjoy ourselves. It is rare to have time to relax and admire the view." He asked Patrick, "Even the ocean waves, dressed in modern clothes, have a certain elegance, do not they?" Patrick covered her mouth. Too shy to answer, she turned and asked a question that made him jump. "Sir, you are not used to electronics, but you are pretty familiar with Earth customs, right?" Lynn walked away. Annoyed, "That damn phone, I still can't get used to it." Patrick thought. The fact that Leon was an Earth resident in a past life was a secret. For reference, Lynn belonged to the pager generation. Harry turned and called out, "Your Majesty," as ripples splashed on the water. Using magic, he lifted a bottle of wine with flair. "This is royal wine from Leon. Everyone, have a glass." The crowd eagerly gasped. Jahai exclaimed, "Omut. Royal wine. I gratefully accept it." He poured wine into a glass. Patrick stood nearby and explained, "Your Majesty has had this a few times before. It is a very sweet wine." Lynn raised his glass and introduced, "It is made once a year from grapes nurtured by the Holy Grail Knights of Life and Abundance through a grand ritual. It is offered as royal wine to honor the Knights' achievements." Everyone's eyes widened, staring at the wine in Leon's hand. Harry snatched the large glass. Confiscated. His move startled Leon. She downed the glass in one gulp and said, "You guys are still too young." Duh, limited regretfully. "But it is royal wine, how dare you touch my royal wine." Watching Harry finish the last drops, Leon snapped, "Not very classy at all." She sighed, face flushed. Wiping her mouth, Harry grinned proudly and warned, "No means." "Remember that," Lynn bluntly said. "Someone's definitely wrong here." Seeing Harry's silly grin, Lynn clenched his teeth in frustration while Patrick laughed helplessly behind. She happily held out her glass. "Your Majesty, have a drink." Leon froze, and Beto shouted, "Yes, that is my style." The little shark complained, "Stop scratching your butt and scratching again," he helplessly yelled. "Oh man." These guys. Soho and Soyeon stepped forward to steady the super drunk Harry. He spoke up, Your Majesty, I will let my sister rest on the chair." He crossed his arms and smiled. "All right, bring her a towel." Voices buzzed around. "That reckless kid." The goddess of light said something's about to happen. Quiet. Suddenly, Harry's eyes widened in confusion. She struggled, shouting, "Suho only wants to talk to one person." Suho panicked. "Wait, this is dangerous." Harry then collapsed face first into the water. Everyone went silent. Frozen, he grabbed his head, sighing, "What a ridiculous scene. I am speechless." Leon loudly shouted, "Boil it. Purify it." A flash of blue light appeared. He yelled, "Shockwave," and the water in the tank exploded upward. Soyeon crossed her arms. Annoyed, "Here we go again with the drunken antics." Patrick blushed and shouted in panic, "My towel!" Ji-Yuk blushed deeply as he stared at the dropped towel in shock. He shouted when he caught sight of her body. Leon stepped beside Patrick, making her jump. Patrick's face flushed red and tears welled up as Leon suddenly draped a towel over her shoulders. Patrick looked over, surprised, and called out, "Your Majesty." She glanced up at him, embarrassed. Leon smiled gently and said, "Auntie." Then he patted her shoulder reassuringly. "Take it slow. You will get used to it." Meanwhile, Soyeon rushed over to block Jilia, scolding him. Suddenly, Patrick heard a sound. A group was watching Patrick from afar. With Ariana asleep on a chair, Vitos called out, "Hey Priest Harry, this is not the time for sleeping." The girl next to him laughed. "I am really enjoying the show right now." Hato told the guy beside him, "Just let her take everything." The guy replied, "Agreed." Demira touched his cheek, looking at Ariana curiously. "Don't I have a daughter I can bring along?" She replied helplessly. "You mean her, the goddess of abundance?" Leon sighed quietly, Glancing awkwardly at Patrick, he thought to himself, I heard everything. You gods. 2 days until we reached the Heyman Kingdom. The ship rocked on the sea towards Heyman Benji Harbor. The meaningful handshake symbolized respect and hospitality. Reporters surrounded them, aiming cameras their way. Jiao shook Lian's hand, saying, Welcome to Heyman. Your Majesty, I am Jay, representative of Heyman. Lin replied coldly, I am Lian Dragonia Lian Hood, King's envoy Lian Hood. Suddenly he said, Could everyone step back a bit? The man looked stunned and said, Sorry. A streak of red light appeared in the sky. Lian said, Someone is seriously drunk. Jiao looked up, puzzled. A shooting star. The light streak landed on the ground, causing Jiao to panic. His scared face turned in surprise. This person is a massive figure with a lean, cold build. Von Caners. Holy Knight of Fire and War. Von Caners turned to Jiao with sharp eyes. Glaring, asked Jiao with suspicion, Are you the king here? Jiao panicked and quickly shook his head. I am the president, appointed by the people. Definitely not the king. Jiao smiled, clarifying further. Still, welcome to Heyman. Your Majesty Von Caners. Von Caners placed his hands on his hips and laughed loudly. Thanks a lot. Sweat trickled down Jiao tense face as he forced a smile. So many people. Behind them, Queen Patrick led her entourage, looking elegant with a smile. Lian, wearing dark glasses, smirked. The other knights are waiting in Korea. I am just following my guards here. Jiao smile turned sly as he thought. So this guy's not here to cause trouble. Jiao spoke up, silencing Lian's and Patrick's group. Your Majesty, what is the purpose of your visit? His lips curled into a casual smile as Lian slid off his glasses, revealing a handsome face as he smiled and casually answered, Tour, sir. Harry puffed his cheeks while sipping his drink and softly said, Harry glanced at the man from the Von Caners, wearing a tank top that showed off his muscular build. She spoke up, I just can't get used to this. Von Caners fiddled with his phone, replying, Entertainment on the network platform. She sifted through her memories bit by bit, then stopped. This was the first time Harry met Von Caners. Von Caners grinned brightly. Such a good kid. And you let such a fragile girl be the saint. Harry could only bow shyly. Hello? Von Caners. Curious? Harry asked. In your eyes? Everyone is tiny. That only made Von Caners laugh even louder. Exactly, Harry said timidly, feeling terrified. Thinking, he is really scared. Suddenly, Von Caners' expression turned serious, bowing his head to look down at Harry, giving her a warning. Anyway, Engineer Han Harry, you need to work on your height, your chest, and your hips too. Wearing a tight top that showed off her curves, Harry's face went blank, thinking, is this humiliation just 5 minutes after meeting? Von Caners got even more excited, slapping his hand on his chest, laughing loudly. Tall, curvy, big hips. Harry's eyes grew even more flustered. Von Caners crossed his arms, grinning widely. We call those the 3 basic standards for engineers. You also have to train for them. She tried to reassure herself. Maybe he did not mean it back then. Anyway, at that moment, Harry looked at the man across from her, expertly playing on his phone, laughing nonstop like it was their first meeting. The impression of Von Caners in her eyes was full of fear. Harry felt Von Caners was a rough, masculine warrior. Von Caners stared intently at his phone, poking and swiping with big gestures. Violent, brutal, fierce. Just keep going. Harry was a little shocked. He's even better at using his phone than the king. Von Caners played on his phone while explaining, this is the account for spreading the divine code of conduct. I am also connected with the queen on this platform. Harry was speechless. Suddenly, Pitos flew over and appeared beside Harry. Pitos leaned close to her hand. Harry. My lady. Surprised, Harry softly called. Pitos reminded her. Great. Tell that fool to cut back on using his divine power. Harry hesitated, then stopped. Von Caners noticed they were talking about him and quickly looked up. Von Caners' fierce, smiling face made Harry so nervous sweat poured down her face. Flustered, Harry turned and answered Pitos. I can tea. Pitos shook his head, waving his hand, softly calling, Harry. Von Caners smiled happily, clearly pleased. Von Caners glanced at Pitos, teasing, it is all because you are not as strong as you used to be. Just giving a little divine healing drained your energy. Pitos clenched his fists in anger. You, Harry, stop joking. Did you really do that? Von Caners said plainly. You already know what it is. I thought the king would not tell you. Demira flashed in Harry's memory. The god had already witnessed it. Worried, Harry looked at Von Caners. Are you okay? If I am not with the king, someone else can do it. Von Caners lightly smirked, coldly replying, I am the strongest man still alive. He continued, divine healing totally depends on talent. In all previous Lion Kings, only 3 managed it. This miracle is almost unbearable for a mortal body. His sharp eyes and sly smile met hers as he said, but for me and the king, it is no problem. I am the strongest man alive, And the king is even more of a monster than me. Von Caners pointed at Harry, loudly saying, and he continued, you have that talent too. Harry stared. God. Von Caners crossed his arms, explaining clearly, you should be known you carry the divine power of 2 gods. That means you were born to be a vessel for divine healing. Von Caners said, you said you received the fire heart from Isabel. That also proves you have divine nature. Harry widened her eyes and immediately placed her hand over her chest. Surprised. The fire heart. Von Caners explains to her that this heart generates its own divine power. Like the heart of a lion, it is a sacred relic revered by the Knights of the Fire Sword for ages. Harry shakes his head in panic, honestly admitting he does not understand that, while Von Caners narrows his eyes, chuckles quietly, and sighs in defeat. Von Caners speaks up, saying it seems his duty is to train her into a holy knight. Beto sits on her shoulder, arms crossed, looking proud. Von Caners frowns, resting his chin on his hand. Deep in thought, he says there can be 2 holy knights. He should become the Holy Mooness Enforcer. Betos questions, saying that did not exist before. Suddenly, Von Caners slams his hand on the table, loudly declaring, that is right. With rippling muscles and a wild grin, Von Caners looks at her and says sadly, yeah, to be king I have always wanted to be king. While clueless Harry looks confused, Betos flushes with anger, glaring at Von Caners. How dare you? Von Caners, grinning wide, replies, I will be the Holy King, and His Majesty will be Emperor Leon Earth. Suddenly, Von Caners asks her curiously, Lady Knight Harry, how big is this country? Harry, holding her phone cluelessly, stammers, then opens it, the map app pops up, and she points at it while Von Caners tilts his head. Studying it, Harry explains, this is Haman, and this is South Korea. Von Caners smirks wickedly, flashing his sharp white teeth. Excited, Von Caners jumps up wildly, making everyone around stare in shock. He yells, small. Too small. His eyebrows shoot up arrogantly as he shouts, too small to rival the great Leon Earth. The world is huge. He grins confidently but reminds Harry, we will start with Haman, conquer this land, then move west. Harry stares in disbelief. Von Caners laughs louder and louder, eyes half closed, raising his hand dramatically. He says, when the great Leon Earth Empire is founded, I will be the Summer Palace King, and Haman will be my summer retreat. Harry nervously widens her eyes, realizing that his true nature is showing right now. She quickly turns to warn Betos, Betos, please hold Andy back. Betos frowns in surprise. What? War? Betos grins broadly. Let us start now. Harry anxiously thinks. Right? Betos is the god of war. Harry quickly comes up with a plan. She needs to change the subject before war actually breaks out. She yells at Von Caners. Von Caners, why would His Majesty leave us here? Von Caners looks blank but calmly replies, I am sure His Majesty has his own plan. He suddenly remembers something. That is right. You have not seen the other side of His Majesty yet. Have you? Harry raises a finger. Curious, the other side. He and Betos both stare at her. Von Caners explains in a low voice, His Majesty is nobler and fairer than any knight. He is a symbol of victory. In his memory, His Majesty was fierce, with a ruthless physique. He adds more details. However, His Majesty was also cunning and cruel. His cold voice sends a message to our 138,000 troops. In a vast hall, His Majesty loudly declares, the oppression from the heretics has reached its peak. Now is the time to fulfill our sacred duty. His Majesty touches essential items on the table. Von Caners quietly tells her. In other words, he continues, His Majesty will do whatever it takes to win this war. His Majesty's face breaks into a broad smile as he says, this is a holy war. At the Saho mansion, lights flickering. In the secretary's room, Dade rushes in, exhausted but determined. A loud voice echoes out, the formula for defeat. Kwai turns his head and says quietly, oh my. The Supreme Commander, the face of the legendary demon, grins slightly. Kwai reminds Dade, you should knock before entering. Dade yells, is now the time for that? He pounds the table, announcing to the demon, King Leon Hech has truly appeared with his strange knights. If that madman flies into a rage, we are all doomed. Kwai squints and softly says, why would you say that? The demon replies calmly, just because he is from another world with different values, does not mean you should discriminate against him. Dade panicked, shouting, what? Do you even realize the situation we are in? How can you joke about this? The demon suddenly transformed into a red smoke that surrounded him. His face full of panic, he turned his head, looking around at the space engulfed in a thick red haze. The wires read what is going on, the formula for defeat. Enough already, stop joking around. The demon angrily slashed his throat. The wires writhed in pain. The demon's terrified face stared straight into his eyes, mocking him with contempt. Useless, pathetic fool. The demon lifted him up by the collar, his voice chilling as he reminded him, You made a pact with me, but forgot your lowly place. With such a pitiful status, who do you think you are showing off to? The demon's long tongue flicked around his panicked face as he threatened fiercely. Don't you think that title makes you worth anything? You are just a piece of meat that breathes and poops. Sweat poured down his tense face, dripping from his cheekbones as he kept nodding nervously. Yes, I understand. Before he could finish, the demon's mocking voice rang out. Please forgive me. Have mercy. The demon shoved him to the floor and whispered, Fine, I accept. The wires quivered. Terrified by the demon's ferocity, he nervously asked, What will you do next? The demon turned toward the curtains. Smirking, the demon casually probed, What is King Leon up to? The wires twitched anxiously on the floor. The voice hurriedly replied, He is just enjoying a stroll and sightseeing. The knights with him are the same, he continued. They have gone to the Hambit Palace. But no one has seen them. The demon turned sharply with sharp eyes. Yeah, the demon's lips curled into a sinister smile. So that is how it is, the demon said indifferently. King Leon must have realized we are here already. Or maybe he is waiting for us to make the first move. He nervously stammered. Then this is a disaster. Can we actually beat him? The demon's wicked grin grew more terrifying as he tilted his head, letting his hair fall over one eye, making him look even more sinister. Of course not. He is like a god of victory in human form. Only a demon lord level being could stand against him. The demon's sharp eyes pondered for a moment. Then he said, But the demon clasped his hands in front of his smiling face. Boasting. Even someone like me can drag at least one person down into the abyss. King Leon has made a mistake, a deadly one, in the bustling city. Guests leaned out of car windows, shouting admiringly, Well, it is so crowded outside. Among them, a luxury car carrying King Leon's group arrived at the meeting point. He suddenly looked out the window. I have never seen so many people like this before. Leon spoke calmly. Stay cool, holding a glass, eyes half closed. He explained, This is just a regular party. If you are one of King Leon's knights, you should know how to stay calm and enjoy it. Harry's eyes brightened as he quickly asked, Is that a follower of the All Gods Temple? Kim quietly replied, Looks like a follower of Lady Demella. Right? Liam quickly shifted to the seat by the window, peering out. Yeah, that is right. He glanced outside and said softly, Let us see. I am kind impressed, definitely respectable. Queen Patrick sat beside Leon, also listening outside. She reminded him, By the way, Your Majesty, it seems there are a lot of other important guests too. Lynn replied plainly. This festival seems like a major national event here. He glanced at Patrick and said, Could it be they invited high-ranking figures from all over the world? She turned, a bit and said, Maybe this is how they want to keep our actions in check. Leon bowed his head, thinking for a moment, then calmly told everyone, I am not worried about some ordinary hostage. Lynn asked Patrick, By the way, how's your preparation going? She recalled recent rumors and told him, Actually, I have not found any important info yet. A few days ago, Patrick heard a rumor that the president likes women who hang out in the nightlife scene. So she disguised herself and infiltrated an entertainment club. He had one arm around the girl beside him, raising his glass with the other, cheerfully shouting, Tonight's party is truly amazing. That creepy, twisted look on his face turned to Suryan. Hey, General Suryan, when's that idol intern you promised gonna show up? Suryan gave an awkward smile. No rush? I already have her waiting out there. Patrick stood outside the door, overhearing the guy's coarse voice echo out. Come on, whoever plays the best gets a big reward. She smoothly walked into their flower-filled party full of women, and soon after, Patrick successfully approached President Gio. Her cold gaze locked onto his eyes, and it did not take long for Gio's sweet dream to turn into a nightmare. Patrick sighed and told him, Unfortunately, he did not have any useful info about Kwai in his head. Lin rubbed his chin and finally spoke up, The formula of corruption's tale. Kwai. I have heard that name a few times. Suddenly remembering something, he added, He is the one who corrupted the whole empire, and those demons with his intellect. Patrick tilted his head and replied, Yeah, the only surviving demon formula who joined the war. After leaving His Majesty's world, he came to the gods' realm, she continued, together with the great demon Androgyne. It took him less than 50 years to destroy our god's world, she announced loudly. Everyone's eyes sharp and brows furrowed a little. Patrick spoke up. He found humans' weaknesses and used them to recruit kings, lords, and nobles all fell into corruption under his hand, she warned carefully. So be careful poking the bear. Patrick added, He shows people what they desire most and hands it to them with a touch they can't resist. Luxurious golden chandeliers lit the room, and the table was piled high with delicious dishes. This was the Grand Hall, a huge ballroom, a 5-star hotel in the kingdom's dining district. Suho adjusted his outfit. Sighing, wearing a suit is seriously uncomfortable, John Soyeon reminded him. You better get used to it. Suddenly, a shadow swept past Suho and Soyeon. Suho's eyes widened in surprise. He immediately said, The general's here. Lian replied. He looked toward the Harry group happily eating and said, even though we are here to hunt demons, this is still a formal national event. As Lian's knights, let us act accordingly. Soho noddly. Yes, sir. Understood. Jia hurried over to greet them, lowering his voice. Sir, you are already here. Lin nodded and replied politely. President Jiao. He noticed Jiao's worn-out face and asked gently, you do not look so well. Jiao responded nervously. Yeah, I have not been sleeping well lately. Lin walked on calmly with his hands behind his back. That is a common problem for all heads of state. I see. Jiao scratched his head awkwardly. Thanks, sir. Jiao quickly furrowed his brow. Thinking hard, Lin realized why Jiao looked so worn out. He had to atone every night in his dreams. Lian's sharp eyes studied Jiao's desperate expression, a small smile creeping onto his lips, even without knowing Kuai's plan or details. Lin used the info from him to position knights at every key point. Lian said softly, by the way, the weather's really nice today. Is not? Jia hurried to keep pace, smiling. Yes, a beautiful day like this during the spring festival is definitely a good sign. Suddenly, he froze and quietly called out, Sir Lian. Lian's cold voice responded, what is it? Looking uneasy, Jia asked. Come to think of it, I have not seen Lord Von Caners. Suddenly, flames erupted behind him. Jia nervously glanced around in fear, cold sweat pouring down his temples. He panicked, thinking, what? An explosion. People scrambled to escape the fire. Amid the chaos, black-clad figures ran and mixed among the crowd. Red-eyed men with swords blocked the fleeing Harry group. They shouted in panic, what the hell? Who are you? Someone stopped them. Suddenly, footsteps approached and a mocking voice rang out. What a shame to cause trouble on such a beautiful day. A black-clad figure spread his arms wide and sneered. Greetings, everyone. The party guests screamed in terror. Who are you? Bastards. Do you even know where you are? The guy in the black tank top bowed his head, placed his hands behind his back, and softly said, performing this self-sacrifice scene in front of everyone like this is truly an unmatched honor. Without another word, he tossed the black tank top off his body, passing the phone with a panicked face. He announced to everyone, there is a bomb. The caller screamed wildly. These crazies. It is a bomb. They are terrorists. His mechanical expression stared straight ahead, chilling everyone, as he frantically spread chaos across various spots throughout the Hammond Kingdom. Terrorist attacks erupted everywhere. Bomb-wielding terrorists started to appear. He shouted, spreading his arms wide, looking up towards the light. The terrorists yelled loudly. Stop resisting. The gods demand it. At a shopping mall in Hammond's capital, a terrorist appeared, drawing all the people's attention. Everyone's faces showed clear panic. Two men standing nearby stammered, what is going on? How could this happen? The terrorist was loaded with weapons, already holding a detonator in his hand. An angry young man stepped forward to confront him, while another beside him ran away shouting, what are you doing? Run. Hurry. The terrorist's eyes glowed red. His thumb hovered over the button as he spoke. What? His gaze was sharp, piercing the soul. The terrorist fell silent, then said, this is what the gods want? With that, he pressed the detonator button, and the boxes strapped to his body lit up fiercely. A huge explosion rocked the entire mall, the blast echoing thunderously. Chaos erupted. Everyone fled at full speed. Little Lily screamed in terror. Mom. The woman hurriedly warned, Lily, do not breathe it in. She used her whole body to shield her child. The woman coughed violently, struggling to say what might be her last words. Mom, I love you. Lily, I love you. Mother and child shut their eyes tight as a thick white smoke engulfed them. Suddenly, they both opened their eyes wide, sensing something strange. The woman was utterly confused, looking around and wondering, I breathed in the gas. So why does not it hurt? Why? Suddenly, a desperate voice cried out behind her. Help! She anxiously turned around. The woman rushed with Lily to the source of the cry, frantically asking, are you okay? The man coughed nonstop, as if trying to cough up his lungs. She gasped in panic. Hey! His torn clothes revealed that his lower body was a two-horned monster. He cursed angrily. Damn it! The illusion's been broken. The woman was stunned, wide-eyed and stammering. A demon, the monster grumbled. Oh no, I have been exposed. At this point, the monster fully revealed his brutal, bloodthirsty nature and chased after Lily and her mother, determined to kill. Suddenly, a fierce punch, like a thunderclap, smashed into the monster's face. The monster could not fight back, flying backward and slamming hard on his back. The one protecting the mother and child was actually the terrorist. He calmly advised, you should leave now. The woman replied, confused. Thank you. Wait, are not you the terrorist from before? Another terrorist behind suddenly commented, surviving the holy gas. This must be a high-level demon, he boldly declared. But it does not matter. The demon race will be wiped out. We will overthrow evil. The monster struggled to get up, wiping blood from his mouth. Growling angrily, You damn pest. Standing tall, he pointed and shouted, "Do you prisoners really think you can defeat me?" Then he ordered, "Activate the corruption curse." The monster rattled on, "Suffer, Rithian pleasure." But before he could finish, he took a hard punch and a stern voice barked, "Take this, demon." The terrorists beat the monster mercilessly. Mocking, "Repent for being born a demon." The monster clutched his head, cursing, "You damn bastards." They laughed and confirmed, "This is what the gods want." Then the terrorists called out, "Hey, you. Come here." After all, he was going to hurt you and your kid anyway. The woman covered Lily's eyes and hesitated. That is kinda true. She surveyed the scene, wondering if they wanted her to join their destruction. The woman shuddered, recalling the madness of the monster and her own fear. Then she quickly ran over to join the terrorists, leaving Lily standing alone. Wide-eyed, just like that, people everywhere started beating up the demons. It was an unbelievable scene. Two pale wrists were locked tight in cold iron cuffs, the metal reflecting a sharp, chilling light. The terrorist group was holding some people hostage here. They shouted, "Hurry up! Head to the living room." One terrorist was crouched on the ground, clutching an iron rod, his body reeking of sweat. The terrorist snarled, "Then I will shove it in." Leon gritted his teeth and glared. The man trembled, begging, "Please." Jiao Dai could not hide his shock. Damn, why did not they fight back that day? They were counting on Leon to do something. He is someone who can tolerate rudeness, and he is way stronger than a level 5 hunter. Leon sighed thoughtfully, but he was handcuffed? Leon complained, resting his cuffs. Taking hostages is cowardly. Bei chimed in. Everyone, follow orders. Still, the Pantheon Church could not do anything because of the hostages. Jiao Dai cursed helplessly. Damn it! Not even Pantheon can help. Despite the president's desperate hopes, the party guests were taken hostage, foiling any resistance. The iron rod suddenly dropped to the floor. A voice spoke up. Everyone, well done. Sit down. John Cena respectfully admitted, I know I was just following orders, but I feel terrible about what I did. Leon smiled softly. It is the king has to take responsibility for his commands. You did well. Harry stared at him in shock, mouth wide open. The queen exclaimed, "The terrorist is Buck John Cena." Sua immediately asked, "You did not recognize him?" Buck John Cena explained the situation. You probably have not heard the full story. After arriving in Hammond, he worked with EB and visited one of Brilliant's branches there. Harry questioned again. Vest bomb. Wait, they gave vest bombs to civilians and told them to carry out terror attacks. John Cena laughed to reassure. Don't worry. It is actually a holy gas that only affects demons. Harry asked in surprise. So it is meant to wipe out demons from Hammond? Leon Ben confirmed. Yeah, it is the only way to flush them out. John Cena added quickly. But high-level demons can survive even the holy gas. B Chick cheerfully suggested. Well then, let us see what the others have done. She quickly led them to a super high-tech control room. B Chick pointed at the screen and announced. He has been locked down tight, Leon said with satisfaction. Alright then, let us get started. Harry looked at him in surprise. Leon suddenly gave a weird smile and said, this might get a little violent, but it is time to gear up. The night sky stretched out quietly, with the city skyscrapers bathed in a pale blue glow in the distance. Kwai stared intently at his phone and sighed. This time, we are screwed. He could not believe they took hostages. Kwai was watching the latest news broadcast. He fell into thought. The worst part is, the demons were exposed because of the terror attack. Kwai quickly asked his assistant, who else is high-ranking? The assistant hurriedly replied, the demon general, sir, the vice president. Commanders and military police are still active. Most of the navy are corrupted but might come to help if needed. After hearing this, Kwai looked out the window and thought, we lost the upper hand to the terrorists, but this is still our home turf. This country is a swamp that will drag Leon Hart down. Even if things go south, I still have one last move. The assistant stammered as he ran to report. Demon General. Urgent news. Kwai immediately turned. What is it? Looking at the picture in his hand, Kwai gasped. The First Night Squad. They are here. Kwai was baffled. There is no way they would miss a chance to kill demons. He suddenly smiled mysteriously but thought. Right now, he is all alone. If we sent innocent soldiers or police to block, even that guy could not kill them all. The soldier was in a panic, shouting desperately. Stop! Who is trying to stop me? The nurse-level officer asked sharply. The soldier said firmly. Right? This is a military zone. Please stop right there. He noticed the discomfort barely hidden behind the other guy's expression. The soldier grew nervous, sweat pouring down his face. Stammering, eyes sharp like a hunter's glare. I am not taking orders from someone weaker than me. He blurted out. A man with a panicked face rushed forward. Harmon Cook, the army commander. Suddenly, rumors echoed around him about an armed group fighting demons. Who were they? What? Terrorists. Sweat drenched Harmon Cook's face as worry gripped him. Damn it! We are going to die like this. The situation was worse than anyone expected. Total chaos. Panic quickly spread. The entire city of Jinghai thrown into turmoil from the gas attack and the demon's appearance. The banquet hall, where guests were received, was now controlled by terrorists. Harmon Cook stood at the elevator, pressing the buttons repeatedly with all his might. Damn, where did this holy grail knight come from? Could they have discovered my identity? Soldiers on the other end of the line ask, "Sir, what should we do? Should we take down the demons?" Just as he pressed the button to close the elevator doors, Harmon Cook ordered, "Take care of those terrorists first." The soldier seemed confused and asked again, "What do you mean, sir?" More importantly, where are you right now? Though furious, he tried to explain. I said stop them. First, I need to get out of here. Suddenly, before the elevator doors could close, a hand stopped them. Two arms forced the doors open, making Harmon Cook panic. Seconds later, the doors burst open, and Volcanos appeared with a smug grin. He smiled triumphantly and spoke up. Seeing him, Harmon Cook froze, stammering, "Volcanos." Before he could finish, Volcanos' strong hand covered Harmon Cook's face. He squeezed that face coldly, his tone icy. "No one escapes death here." A second or two later, a heart-wrenching scream echoed through the building. Night was falling, and the full moon had risen high in the sky. Meanwhile, on this side, Liam was sketching the monsters on a blackboard, explaining that demons had infiltrated the guests. Standing among the guests across the room, Harry raised his hand and asked loudly, "What should we do? What should we do?" Calmly, Leon ordered, "Simple, check if they are demons. Then take them out." Leon crossed his arms and spoke with a bit of disdain for the monsters, saying they were chained up and harmless anyway, so just handle them quickly without overthinking. It is easier than picking up loose change on street, he said, clutching his brush. He hurriedly added, "Everyone find your own way out. I will assign the team's missions now. To be safe." Leon divided tasks. Hanso and Jae-Hike would pair up. Harry, this time you are going solo. Harry was thrilled to hear that, but that was not all. Leon assigned John Soyeon to lead the knights and protect the queen. Soyeon immediately acknowledged the order with respect. Leon glanced at the knights, those demons on the ground, and the others waiting in the hallway. All bowed their heads and pledged obedience. Seeing everyone understood their mission, Leon nodded with satisfaction, gripping his sword tightly. His face burned with battle fury. "Then, let us get started." One demon had already transformed, its hands chained and screaming, "Do not!" Seeing that terrified look, one keener smirked proudly. "Yeah? Do it." Ji-Yuk unleashed his weapon, a lightning spell, and struck down the demon. Then he realized something. Wait, was not that the Minister of Justice you just killed? Suho, sweating, explained from behind. Turns out the minister had been corrupted too. Ji-Hyuk and Suho teamed up to eliminate the infiltrating demons among the hostages. On the ground, the demon-turned-minister was struck by lightning and knocked out cold, protected by an impenetrable shield. They pushed the hostages aside and trapped the demons inside the shield with the lightning spell, a bit time-consuming, but the safest method. Seeing everyone busy, Suho smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. The lightning won't hurt anyone unless you are a demon. Please stay here and wait until we finish cleaning up." Understood. Not wanting to waste time, Ji-Yuk moved forward, glancing back to urge, "Suho, let us head to the next room." Suho nodded and followed. And so, the two walked down the hallway with weapons in hand. A bit anxious, Suho wondered aloud about the situation. "There are more high-ranking people disguised as demons than I thought. Could this cause a diplomatic incident?" Ji-Yuk quickly reassured him. "We already told Jaffe to set up body cams. If not, we would have caught their transformations on tape. So no worries." While talking, Suho saw Harry step out from a room. "That is my sister," he thought. Ji-Yuk ran over to report, "Senior, the hallway is clear." Harry nodded approvingly. That did not take long. Then she pointed to the opposite door and said, "Wait a sec. I will take care of this room too." Without hesitation, Harry flung open the door and looked inside. "Excuse me." In an instant, the room erupted in flames as she appeared. "Firefighter Harry is here to save us. I'm safe." "Firefighters, listen up." The voice came from inside yelling, "It is on fire." "Damn it!" Ji-Yuk and Suho, standing outside, were terrified. She was about to burn the whole room down. After everything, Harry stuck out her tongue innocently. "How's that? Fast, right?" Soho replied, exasperated. "Yeah. Too intense." Suddenly, behind the three of them, a familiar voice spoke up. "Actually, that is a simple but effective way." It was Leon, bloodied and scratched on the face, standing there, carrying a demon. He grinned mischievously. "But I still prefer slicing off heads with my sword." Liz's fierce vibe made the two guys glare, while only she was smitten, seeing how things were going wrong. Harry asked, "Boss, but are we really just killing demons like this? You do not seem to get it. What do you mean? Isn't there something more important?" Not wanting to drag it out, Harry's worried face pressed the point. The chaos here is one thing, but the demon leader is strangely quiet. The image stuck in his mind made him fall silent. Thinking, what if this is a trap? Leon slowly touched his chin and continued. The speaker is right. The shadow of the guy standing behind the building appeared. Those from the world of pleasure and corruption love these kinds of schemes. Just like those from the realm of intellect and ambition. If they are plotting something, they will definitely target this place. Hearing this, she grew more anxious. Does not this mean it is way too dangerous? Holding a weapon nearby. She guessed, what if we accidentally trigger a major corruption formula while wandering around here? Leon thought differently, lowering his face thoughtfully. Those creatures always think about fleeing first in critical moments. Leon's words made the three widen their eyes. But nothing changed the fact that Bastard was still a powerful demon formula. With his blazing blue eyes, he added, if we run into them, not far away. Inside the building, Kwai sat atop a pile of corpses, ready to call for reinforcements immediately. He gave a sly smile and looked ahead. Finally, you have arrived. Queen, B.A. Chick, standing opposite, frowned angrily. She waved dismissively, ordering Soyeon to rush forward. Soyeon. Now, with the command given, she dashed forward like a gust of wind. With a swift, soaring sword strike, Soyeon aimed straight at Kwai. He remained calm as the slash came close. This was the sacred power of the vengeance goddess. Truly a formidable force. Kwai raised his arm just in time to block her blade. Suddenly, a strange circle appeared above his head. No one else but B. Chick was the owner of that circle. One after another, the strange circles she created exploded into massive blasts. In moments, the village smoke slowly faded away. Kwai was still alive. His magic level was that of an earth-level mage without a catalyst. And even faster than that, behind him stood a monster shielding him. Truly worthy of the intellect and ambition behind that magic. You are still as powerful as ever, Queen of the Mages. Kwai began reasoning to bait B. Chick. If you fell and became the Lord of Pleasure, you would have become a great mage, even surpassing Carlo. But she saw through the plan. I am not interested in the heights of a filthy demon. Unable to hold back her anger, B. Chick frowned. Threatening. And more importantly, shut that full mouth of yours. I have been itching to crush you for a long time. Seeing her attitude, he stopped holding back too. You seriously underestimate me if you think a fallen queen and half-trained knights can stand against me. B. Chick heard Kwai's challenge and just smirked lightly. Suddenly, from behind, Liam broke through the door and charged, saying, is it just the two of us fighting you? At that moment, on the highest floors of the building, a brilliant golden light shone as Leon rushed forward. Weapon in hand, Kwai was struck down by Leon's sword, spitting blood. Seeing the danger pass, Leon looked at the two. Are you two alright? They shook their heads quickly. Grateful. Thanks to you, we are fine. From afar, a sound caught Leon's attention. No one else but the guy was still alive. Leon shouted, shut up, you bastard. Who dares call out my name like that? Kwai struggled to speak to him. So you figured out I cleaned up in the banquet hall. Truly the warlord. Leon replied, if you answer him, he is always in my data. You thought a cockroach was done for? No way. Suddenly, Kwai smiled slyly. You foresaw everything. His words stunned Leon, and Kwai raised his hand towards Soyeon and Patrick opposite. You must know about this too, right? Leon sensed something was off, gripping his weapon tight as he advanced. Leon, but he was one step too late. Blocked. Explosion. From the top floors of the building, purple light erupted, corruption crystallizing, heading straight for Patrick's heart.